I was completely absorbed in the story of Naruto when, all of a sudden, I felt as if I'd been struck with tremendous force. Every bone in my body began to protest, and my eyelids grew so heavy. I simply couldn't open them. At that moment, a soft body wrapped me in a gentle embrace. A hand pressed against my chest, and a warm current of energy flowed into me, gradually easing my pain. Ding! A system notification chimed in my mind. Detected. Host internal energy has reached the required level. System activated. The ultimate choice system is now online. Life is full of choices, and every decision shapes the future. Once a choice is triggered, you will immediately receive the corresponding reward. Unchosen rewards will be lost. Please choose carefully, as you bear full responsibility for the consequences. And so, my very first choice appeared before me. I remembered earlier when Jiraiya stood in front of the Hokage's office, winking at me and calling out, "Nawaki, come here. I've got something good to show you." I ran over, excitement bubbling inside me, and adjusted my brand new Konoha ninja headband, letting a confident smile appear on my face as I asked, "Big brother Jiraiya, you're back from the front lines? Where are my sister and Orochimaru-sensei?" Jiraiya answered offhandedly, "They've gone to the office to report to the Hokage. I prepared a special gift for you, just wait here." Brimming with curiosity, I accepted the small package he handed me. When I opened it, I found it was a brand new book. The cover featured a shabbily dressed female character, and my face immediately flushed red. Jiraiya leaned in, lowering his voice mischievously as he whispered in my ear, "Nawaki, you're graduating from the Ninja Academy today, and it's your 12th birthday. I picked out this gift just for you. Be sure not to let your sister find out." I nodded over and over, my eyes still drawn to the book despite myself. Just as I was becoming engrossed, my sister Tsunade's angry voice suddenly rang out. "Oh, Jiraiya, what sort of gift are you giving Nawaki? Let me take a look." Jiraiya scratched his head in embarrassment, forcing a laugh. "It's nothing, just some notes on ninjutsu training. Since little Nawaki's graduating, I thought I'd put together some advice to help him grow faster." "Haha, Tsunade, have you and Orochimaru finished reporting your mission?" He kept shooting me warning looks as he spoke. I hurriedly stuffed the book into my jacket, my cheeks burning even hotter. Orochimaru interjected coldly, "Jiraiya, if I recall correctly, Nawaki is my student. With Tsunade and me teaching him ninjutsu, that's more than enough. Why should you, the eternal underachiever, meddle with my disciple?" Jiraiya immediately bristled, like a lion whose tail had been stepped on. He shouted, "You rotten snake, I'm no underachiever. If you don't believe me, let's have a contest." Orochimaru simply waved his hand dismissively, full of disdain. Tsunade's face turned stern as she spoke. "Jiraiya, are you trying to corrupt Nawaki again, slipping him strange things?" Jiraiya quickly put on a sheepish grin and tried to explain himself. Tsunade, don't get the wrong idea. I haven't been a bad influence on Nawaki. You can ask him." He shifted the blame onto me. Clutching the book tightly to my chest, I could feel my sister's piercing gaze on me. My nerves got the better of me, and I swallowed hard. Seeing me like this only fueled my sister's anger. She strode over, pinned down my hands that were guarding the book, and snatched it from my arms. When her eyes fell on the contents, her brows knitted together. The air seemed to thicken with her anger, and she shouted furiously, "Nawaki, Jiraiya actually let you read this sort of thing, and you were hiding it. The both of you are unbelievable." With that, she swung her fist at Jiraiya. Jiraiya's scream echoed as he was sent flying by her punch. Before I could even open my mouth to explain, her fist turned toward me. Orochimaru urgently called out, "Tsunade, stop." Only then did my sister snap back to her senses, but it was too late to pull back her punch. All she could do was quickly disperse her chakra. Even so, the blow landed squarely on my head. My vision went black, and I collapsed on the spot. Orochimaru caught me just in time, and, after a quick check, confirmed I was only unconscious. With a frosty look, he turned to Tsunade and said, "Tsunade, are you out of your mind? Jiraiya's a jonin. He can take your punch. But Nawaki's only just become a genin. Are you trying to kill him?" A flash of panic crossed my sister's face. She hurriedly gathered me into her arms and began to heal me with medical ninjutsu. Just then, a system interface suddenly popped up before me, presenting 3 options. Option 1. Keep pretending to be unconscious. This soft, warm embrace might be a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Why not just stay like this a bit longer? Reward: Ninja Tool, Cleaver, Chakra Conducting Metal. Option 2. Open my eyes and pretend to have amnesia. Make those who hurt you feel guilty, so they'll treat you with more care and consideration from now on. Reward: Be subjected to the Yamanaka clan's mind-reading jutsu once. Option 3. open my eyes, and sincerely admit my mistake to Tsunade, vowing never to hang around Jiraiya again. Reward: perfect fusion with Nawaki's body. My mind was in turmoil. System? Choices? Tsunade? Jiraiya? Nawaki? Is this the world of Naruto? Did I transmigrate here? Am I Nawaki now? The character who went to war at 12 died tragically and only existed in memories. The system began a countdown. 10 on 8. I scrambled to weigh my options. Pretending to be unconscious would earn me a cleaver, but I doubted it'd be useful. Faking amnesia meant enduring mind reading. Just the thought made me shudder. It seemed the only real option was the third, completely cementing my identity as Nawaki, which was the only way to deal with this situation and carve out a foothold for myself in the Naruto world. So I shouted in my heart, "System, I choose option 3. The moment I finished making my choice, a rush of unfamiliar memories surged into my mind, and my soul began to blend seamlessly with this new body. From that instant, the original Nawaki of the Naruto world ceased to exist, and my new life officially began. Slowly, I opened my eyes and saw my sister's face etched with worry and anxiety. A wave of warmth swept through my heart, and I quickly said, "I'm sorry, sis." A flicker of joy flashed through her eyes, but she forced herself to look stern and scolded. "Humph. I'm just glad you woke up. But next time I catch you picking up bad habits from Jiraiya, you'll see what happens." As she spoke, she waved her fist at me in mock threat. Turning to the side, I saw my teacher Orochimaru standing there, his face full of concern. I looked my sister in the eye and declared earnestly, "I know I was wrong, sis. From now on, I'll keep my distance from Big Brother Jiraiya and won't let him lead me astray. I promise to work hard and train under teacher Orochimaru, and I'll restore the honor of the Senju clan. After all, my dream is to become Hokage, just like Grandpa." My sister froze for a moment, as if she couldn't believe how sensible I sounded. Orochimaru smiled and said, "Tsunade, I've always told you what a good kid Nawaki is. You're always in too much of a hurry and never give him a chance to explain." With that, he turned and left, probably going off to look for Jiraiya, who'd just been sent flying by my sister. Gently, my sister stroked my head and helped me up. She said, "Nawaki, I'm sorry. I've been too strict with you. Today is your birthday and also the day you become a genin. I have a special gift for you." As she spoke, she removed my forehead protector, cupped my face in her hands, and kissed my forehead. "This is a special blessing from your big sister. It will help you achieve your dream of becoming Hokage." Then, she took a green crystal necklace from her chest and handed it to me. "If you want to be Hokage like Grandpa, then you should keep this necklace safe. Don't let Grandpa down." This necklace, it was said, had been crafted by Hashirama Senju himself and was priceless beyond measure. I couldn't help but mutter in my heart, "So this is the legendary Tsunade's kiss? And now, she's given me the infamous whoever wears it gets unlucky curse necklace. Is she planning to finish me off with a curse if her fist didn't do the job? There's no way to guard against this." In the end, though, I still reached out my hand. Just then, a bright chime sounded in my mind, and the system presented me with new choices. Option 1. Refuse the necklace. You believe it's cursed and brings misfortune to whoever wears it. For your own safety, you take the necklace and put it back on Tsunade. Reward: Sword of the Thunder God. Option 2. Accept the necklace. Even though you suspect it's cursed, it's your sister's birthday gift to you, and you can't bring yourself to refuse. You plan to secretly get rid of it later and stay away from the curse. Reward: Curse technique: death controlling possessed blood. Option 3. Accept the necklace. You believe this necklace is cursed. Legend has it that whoever wears it is doomed to misfortune. Yet you are even more convinced that it is a symbol handed down by the god of ninjas, and, as a descendant of the Senju clan, it is your duty to shoulder the mission of reviving your family. In front of Tsunade, you put on the necklace without hesitation, sincerely expressing your affection for this gift. Reward: Senju clan bloodline awakening. My eyes lock onto the reward, Senju clan bloodline awakening, and I think to myself, artifacts and jutsu are but tools. Only the Senju bloodline is true power. Without hesitation, I declare, I choose option 3. Taking the necklace, I place it around my neck, gripping the pendant in both hands. I beam at my sister and say, "Sis, I really love this gift. This was Grandpa's treasure, and I promise to cherish it, just as I'll become Hokage one day and protect the village he built." As soon as the words leave my lips, a surge of green light rises from the necklace and swiftly merges into my body. An immense chakra bursts forth, stirring up such a wind that the hems of everyone's clothes flutter. My sister murmurs softly, "This is Grandpa's aura of power." A crisp chime rings out, ding, and the system prompt echoes. Host has received the reward. Senju Clan Bloodline Awakening. Imperfect Sage Body. The reward has been delivered. Please check. Bathed in dazzling light, I squint my eyes and cry out with excitement. Ninja World, here I come. At that moment, Orochimaru appears in a flash, carrying an unconscious Jiraiya, and casually lays him on the ground before us. Tsunade, you knew Jiraiya was already injured during his mission in the Land of Earth. Why did you strike so hard? Orochimaru, seeing that Nawaki has awakened, finally lets go of his worry. Remembering how Jiraiya was sent flying just moments ago, he traces the path left by the impact along the ground, finds Jiraiya amid the rubble, hauls him up, and brings him before Tsunade. Realizing she may have gone too far, Tsunade crouches down and examines Jiraiya's wounds carefully. Seeing how badly he's hurt, she immediately begins to heal him with medical ninjutsu. Orochimaru turns to Nawaki, a faint smile appearing on his face. Nawaki, congratulations on becoming a Chunin. He pulls a scroll from his robes, quickly forms a series of hand seals to release its seal, and hands it to me. This is my gift to you. Inside are several water and earth-style jutsu I've collected. Give them a try. I watch Orochimaru anxiously, half expecting him to pull something bizarre out of his mouth. Only when I see him produce a scroll from his robe do I finally breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, Orochimaru had not yet experienced the death of Dan Kato, and his views on life had not turned extreme. He was not yet the mad scientist who would stop at nothing in his pursuit of immortality. Who wouldn't want to grow stronger through ninjutsu? Overjoyed, I accepted the scroll from Orochimaru and thanked him sincerely. Thank you, Orochimaru-sensei. Orochimaru reached out and ruffled my hair, leaving it in a complete mess. Take your time and study it carefully. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me at any time. I'll be with you for the next 3 days. I was taken aback. 3 days? Orochimaru-sensei, didn't you just get back from a mission in the Land of Earth? Are you leaving again so soon? Orochimaru withdrew his hand, his gaze growing distant as he slowly turned and walked away. I could sense there was something he wanted to say, so I quietly followed behind him. It's been 20 years since the first Great Ninja War. The economies of every nation have hit bottlenecks, and their development has stalled. The Land of Wind sits in the desert, starved of resources, so its economy struggles. That's why they have their eyes set on the resource-rich land of fire. The Land of Earth is in the northwest. Its situation is a bit better, but they too have long considered starting a war with the Land of Fire. Our mission in the Land of Earth wasn't just about completing our assigned tasks. We were also there to judge whether they were preparing for war. Now, on the front lines between Konoha and the lands of rain and wind, clashes have already broken out several times. Sarutobi-sensei has decided that the 3 of us will be sent separately, one to the Land of Rain, one to the Land of Grass, and one to the Land of Birds, to establish defensive lines and be ready for war at any moment. So I can only stay with you for 3 days. Understanding dawned in my heart. So this was the 37th year of Konoha, right at the outset of the Second Great Ninja War. A sudden tightness seized my chest as a memory flashed through my mind. Oh no, the 37th year of Konoha. Isn't this the year I die? Killed by explosive tags, my organs stolen afterwards. I thought with the system's help, I could quietly build up my strength for a few years, and only make my mark once I became powerful. Who'd have thought I'd be thrown into the thick of things from the very start? I couldn't help but start questioning everything. Orochimaru noticed the change in my expression, and, guessing that I was worried for him and the others, felt a warmth in his heart. He smiled at me gently. Don't worry, Shoji. We're not fighting alone. On the battlefield in the Land of Birds, Sakumo leads the charge against Tsunade. Tsunade is focused on countering the poisons of their puppet masters, so she won't often be fighting on the front lines herself. The defensive line in the Land of Grass is there to guard against sudden attacks from Iwagakure, so Jiraiya alone will be leading the initial defense there. As for the main battlefield, Sarutobi-sensei plans for me to join Konoha's main force at the front. After all, that famous demigod harbors ambitions, and he's sure to seize this chance to expand the Land of Rain's territory. Orochimaru gave Nawaki a brief overview of the situation on the battlefield, confident that he would have no trouble understanding. As the last male heir of the Senju clan, Nawaki had received rigorous education since childhood. His insight and reasoning far surpassed that of his peers. Combined with his own knowledge of the story's plot, he quickly grasped the current circumstances. Yet, according to the original storyline, he was supposed to enter the battlefield with Orochimaru just after his birthday, and die not long after. Now, what was he supposed to do? Should he choose to endure and train in secret, waiting for the right moment? Or should he follow the original plot and head straight to the front lines? Ding! Second Shinobi World War detected. Host has triggered a decision task. Option 1. Stay away from the battlefield and focus on training in Konoha. Avoid this crisis, accumulate strength, and prepare for a future rise. Reward: the technique of Gyoluo. Option 2. Avoid the battlefield and travel to Shikatsu Forest to train in sage arts. Sign a summoning contract with the slug and obtain the power of Senjutsu. Reward: Shikatsu Forest Sage Arts. Option 3. Show no fear. Head to the Amigakure battlefield with Orochimaru. Trust in the system's power and actively change your fate. Reward: Sage Body Beginner. Nawaki stared at the 3 options that had popped up, unconsciously swallowing a bit. The first reward is the secret art developed by Hiriko to fuse bloodline limits. It's powerful, but it makes the body unnatural. Besides, it requires specific bloodline abilities and timing. It's too complex to use and not practical enough. I'll skip that one. He turned his attention to the remaining 2 choices, hesitating. The second reward, the Shikatsu Forest Sage Arts, is an incredibly powerful force later on, but even in the early stages, it would greatly enhance my strength. The third reward, the Sage Body, even if it's only at the beginner level, is the foundation for becoming one of the top shinobi in the world. That's hugely important too. Nawaki hesitated for a moment. Then, seeing the words in the third option, break the curse, rewrite your destiny, he thought of his original fate. His indecision melted away, replaced by a resolute determination in his eyes. System: I choose the third option. Ding. Reward granted. Host has obtained Sage Body Beginner. Host possesses a fragmentary Sage Body, which overlaps with the newly obtained Sage Body Beginner. Calculating fusion plan. Calculation complete. Fragmentary Sage Body and Beginner Sage Body have successfully fused. Host has awakened a special attribute, Yang Release Chakra. Host chakra has increased dramatically. A surge of powerful vitality burst from within, flooding through Nawaki's entire body. He could clearly feel his chakra flowing energetically through his network of meridians, as if it were joyfully surging onward. At the same time, the natural energy around him seemed to be drawn in by an invisible force, pouring steadily into his body and pushing his chakra reserves ever higher. His strength had climbed steadily from the level of a Chunin, only beginning to settle once he had just reached the rank of Jonin. Shangshu clenched his fists, feeling the abundant and surging chakra coursing through him, and couldn't help but feel relieved at the choice he'd made moments ago. So, this is Jonin-level chakra? This power is truly immense. He mused to himself. As expected, only by becoming stronger yourself can you grasp the foundation of everything. Now that I've awakened the Sage Body, I can sense and absorb the energy of nature with much greater ease. This will be a tremendous help in mastering Sage Jutsu in the future. The natural energy around me now shines as clearly in my perception as stars in the night sky. With this kind of power, at least I'll be able to protect myself on the battlefield. At that moment, Orochimaru noticed the dramatic change in Shangshu's aura, a look of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Shangshu, how did your chakra suddenly increase so much? You're almost catching up to me. Shangshu looked up at Orochimaru, took the crystal pendant at his chest in hand, and offered a radiant smile. Sensei, while you were off looking for Brother Jiraiya a moment ago, I was influenced by the wood-release power my grandfather left in this necklace. Now, I've awakened the strength of the Senju clan. As for the existence of the system, Shangshu decided to keep it a secret for now, offering Orochimaru only a partial explanation. He extended his palm, and a small green sprout began to slowly grow in his hand. Fed by the surging life force within him, the seedling flourished and grew stronger by the second. Orochimaru's pupils contracted sharply, and he exclaimed in disbelief. This is the first Hokage's would release. Shangshuyu. Tsunade, who had been busy treating Jiraiya, paused her chakra flow at the sound of Orochimaru's outcry, and looked up. Orochimaru, did you just say would release? What's gotten you so worked up? That's not like you at all. She turned to ask what had happened, only to have her gaze drawn to the green sprout in Shangshu's hand. Would release. In a flash, Tsunade was at Shangshu's side, eyes fixed on the green seedling in his palm. She couldn't resist reaching out to touch it. Shangshu, I sensed Granduncle's power just now. Did you really? Tsunade's eyes brimmed with emotion and anticipation. She gazed at the sprout in Shangshu's hand, her fingers trembling ever so slightly, as if afraid this touch of green would vanish at any moment. Yes, sis. This is would release. This is the power Grandpa entrusted to me through the necklace. He's passed it on to me. Seeing the excitement in Tsunade's expression, Shangshu thought of how she'd borne such immense pressure alone since their grandfathers had passed away, and a wave of tenderness rose in his heart. In the past, I was powerless, forced to watch as the Senju clan slowly faded. But now, sis, I want to say, from this day forward, the responsibility of the Senju clan is mine to bear. Tsunade was stunned. All her life, she had always appeared strong. But now, unable to hold back her emotions any longer, she pulled Nawaki into her arms and broke down in loud sobs. Caught completely off guard, Nawaki was squeezed so tightly by his sister that he could hardly breathe. His face turned bright red as he struggled desperately to break free. Even a body as tough as mine can't survive a hug like this. Lord Orochimaru, help me. Nawaki called out in a choked voice from within Tsunade's embrace, sending a clear plea for rescue to Orochimaru. Orochimaru snapped out of his shock. Watching Nawaki flail helplessly in Tsunade's arms, he couldn't help but laugh. He's still just a child. Even if he's inherited the first Hokages would release, there's a long road ahead of him. All right, Tsunade, let him go. If you hold on any longer, our only would-release successor might be in real trouble. Tsunade finally snapped back to her senses and quickly released Nawaki. Seeing the utterly defeated look on his face, she burst out laughing. You little brat, do you know how many people would kill for a hug from me? And you act like it's torture. Gasping for air, Nawaki grumbled silently to himself. Who wants to be hugged by you anyway? You squeezed me so hard I could barely breathe. Besides, you're my big sister. There's nothing special about it. Why don't you go hug Jiraiya instead? Of course, he would never dare say any of this out loud. If he did, Tsunade would probably land another punch right away. Tsunade took Nawaki's hand and turned to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, I'll take Nawaki back to let Granny Mito have a look at him. Jiraiya's all yours. Oh, and by the way, no one saw what just happened here, right? A confident smile played at the corners of Orochimaru's mouth. Tsunade, you underestimate me. Before you even hit Jiraiya, I'd already set up a barrier around us. The teachers won't notice a thing, so you can rest easy. Tsunade gave Orochimaru a thumbs up. Nicely done. Drinks are on me tomorrow. I'll take Nawaki home now. See you tomorrow. Ever since the two Senju Hokage passed away, the Senju clan, led by the first Hokage's wife Uzumaki Mito, had moved from the former Hokage residence to the southern bank of the Konoha River, far from the Hokage's office, to show support for the new Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. They had settled in the Uzumaki clan compound, close to the ANBU headquarters. Though it was officially Uzumaki territory, in reality, aside from a few elderly or frail members of the Senju, only Uzumaki Mito and a handful of her loyal attendants from the land of whirlpools remained. There were hardly any other clansfolk left. Oh, and 6 months ago, before the destruction of the land of whirlpools, they had sent over a little girl to be the next Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, placing her under the Uzumaki clan's protection. Since the passing of her husband and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, darkness had gradually crept into the Hidden Leaf Village amidst the shifting tides of power. Schemes and machinations stood out in Mito's keen eyes, blessed by the powerful sensory abilities of the Uzumaki clan, like a smear of filth against pristine snow, glaring and impossible to ignore. Within her, the Nine-Tails could judge the true nature of people's hearts. Time and again, this allowed Mito to sense the greedy gazes lurking in the shadows, those who longed for the day when she, the mountain pressing down upon them, would finally fall. But what does it matter? She mused. For Hashiroma's sake, I've guarded this village for so many years. Even when my homeland faced crisis, all I could do was watch helplessly as it fell into ruin. My daughter and son-in-law, Hashiroma's and my own blood, remained forever in the land of the Uzumaki, sacrificed for our clan. Now only Tsunade and Nawaki are left, children who cannot even inherit the Senju name, yet are burdened with the weight of two great families. I've lived long enough. Before I die, for the sake of Hashiroma's Konoha, I will entrust the Nine-Tails to the village, and then, perhaps, I can finally be reunited with Hashirama. But Kushina, Mito's thoughts trailed off as she looked down at the young girl resting her head on her lap, her hair just as brilliantly red. Kushina, how have things been at school lately? How are your sealing arts coming along? As Mito gazed at the girl destined to shoulder such a heavy fate, a silent sigh welled up in her heart. The fate of the Uzumaki clan. Kushina lifted her head from Mito's lap, her round face blooming with a radiant smile. Grandma Mito, I'm doing great at school. My classmates all like me, and I've made lots of friends. Sealing arts are really hard, but I'm working hard every day. Mito stroked her hair fondly, shaking her head with gentle affection. Kushina, your heart tells me that you're not truly happy each day. Kushina lowered her head in silence, her forced smile fading into gloom. I know it's hard to fit in here in the leaf, especially since you've just arrived. But since the Uzumaki's mission now rests on your shoulders, you must be strong. Find your own bonds, and do so soon. Grandma's body doesn't have much time left. Mito's hand moved to her abdomen, where the intricate sealing formula held the 9 tails in place. Within that sealed space, a colossal fox lay bound tightly by heavy chains, struggling just to lift its head. So, Mito, you plan to seal me inside that little girl? Don't be ridiculous. As a Jinchuriki, if you lose my restraint, there's only death awaiting you. Without your power, that little brat has no hope of controlling me. Ha ha ha. The 9 tails bared its fangs in a menacing grin, chakra swirling thickly from its mouth and nose. Its laughter rumbled low and dark, filled with rage and hatred. Mito pressed her hand against her lower abdomen, and a golden glow began to radiate from her palm, piercing straight into the sealed space within her. In an instant, a golden chain shot out, binding the 9 tails' jaws shut and forcefully silencing its furious roar. The chain suppressed the cacophony from the beast's mouth, but the flames of hatred in its eyes only burned hotter. Just you wait. One day, I'll break free from this seal. When that day comes, the hidden leaf village that Hashirama, that fool, built, it will all be reduced to ashes in my wrath. Knowing it could not contend with Mito's mastery of sealing techniques, the 9 tails simply closed its eyes and lay quietly on the ground, biding its time in silence. After subduing the 9 tails within her, Mito turned and began instructing Kushina in the art of sealing. Just then, the lesson was abruptly interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps and Tsunade's loud voice echoing down the corridor. Grandma, quick, give me the second grandpa's sealing scroll. Oh, Kushina, you're here too. Mito looked up to see Tsunade, dragging a helpless Nawaki behind her, rushing over and reaching out for the scroll. With a gentle smile and a raised brow, Mito gazed fondly at the two before her. Tsunade, you're already grown, yet you're still so rambunctious. If you keep this up, no one will dare to marry you in the future. And what do you want with the sealing scroll? That book contains forbidden techniques your grandfather and great-uncle developed. It's not suitable for you. Mito cast Tsunade a resigned glance. Tsunade quickly pulled Nawaki in front of her and pointed at him, saying, It's not for me, Grandma. It's for Nawaki. Nawaki, go on, tell Grandma yourself. Breaking free from Tsunade's grasp, Nawaki let out a sigh of relief and greeted Mito and Kushina politely. Grandma, Kushina. Mito's gaze fell on the forehead protector tied around Nawaki's brow, and a nostalgic smile touched her lips as if lost in memory. Kushina's cheeks flushed pink as she whispered shyly, Nawaki, big brother. At 10 years old, Kushina was only a head shorter than Mito herself. Nawaki reached out to gently pat her hair. Kushina, you're truly adorable. Kushina's face grew even redder, her little cheeks as bright as ripe tomatoes. Nawaki, you just became a genin and already want to study what's in the sealing scroll? I'm not sure that's such a good idea. Mito was about to dissuade him when she suddenly sensed a vast reservoir of chakra within Nawaki, her words cut short by the shock. How do you have so much chakra? It's even greater than most jonin. What's going on? Her expression shifted at once to seriousness as she grasped Nawaki's hand, feeling the flow of chakra within. This power, could it be Hashirama's? Mito looked up at Nawaki in disbelief. A clear chime rang out. Host has triggered a new choice. Option 1. Admit that you have awakened would release, but conceal the sage body. Reward. Fire nature chakra affinity. Option 2. Admit that you have awakened both would release and the sage body. Reward. Contract C. The first option didn't make much of a difference. It would simply add fire affinity to his original water and earth chakra natures. But with his current Jonin level chakra reserves, he would master a new nature sooner or later anyway. But when Nawaki saw the second option, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. Second grandfather was hailed as the greatest water release ninja in the shinobi world. It said he once formed a contract with the ocean itself. His water release techniques were not only incredibly powerful, but also could be unleashed swiftly by simplifying hand signs. Could this C refer to the very contract my second grandfather signed? Could the legends be true? Well, let's take a gamble. Who knows what unexpected rewards I might gain? System. I choose the second option. Nawaki made up his mind, determined to take the risk. After all, having the courage to gamble was a proud tradition of the Senju clan. He couldn't let it die out with him. A clear chime rang out. Ding! Host has completed the selection. Reward. Contract C. Reward has been delivered. Please check it. Suddenly, he felt a connection form between himself and an immense creature deep within the vast ocean. A powerful will emanated from that being, traveling through the contract and reaching straight into Nawaki's mind. So you can sense my existence through the contract? Since you're Tobarama's descendant, you have my recognition. Accept my power. Within an invisible realm, it seemed as if an unseen passage opened, linking the power of the sea directly to Nawaki's chakra. A heavy, surging sensation welled up inside him, making Nawaki unconsciously straighten his back with pride. Returning to his senses, Nawaki exited the system interface and looked at Mito with renewed confidence, speaking earnestly. Yes, Grandma. Today, Sister entrusted Grandfather's necklace to me, and then I suddenly awakened his power. And my body is gradually changing to match Grandfather's constitution, which is why my chakra has increased so much all of a sudden. Mito's eyes shone with excitement, and she squeezed Nawaki's hand a little tighter without even realizing it. It's really would release. And Hashirama's sage body. Good child. You truly are a wonderful child. At that moment, Tsunade was off to the side, playing with the adorable Kushina, and didn't catch Mito mentioning the sage body. But seeing her grandmother so moved, she couldn't help but share the pride. How about it, Grandma? Isn't my little brother amazing? Hurry, get out the sealing scroll and see if Nawaki can learn Grandfather's techniques. Having weathered countless storms in her life, Mito quickly collected herself, though she couldn't help casting a mildly exasperated glance at Tsunade. What are you so proud of? It's not like you awakened would release. You can't even master the elemental jutsu yet. Wait here for a moment. I happen to have the scroll of seals. I'm using it to teach Kushina her training. I'll go fetch it so you can see. With that, he got up and went inside to retrieve the scroll of seals, leaving Tsunade standing there, fuming and stamping her foot in frustration after being put in her place. Kushina gazed at Nawaki with eyes full of admiration. Nawaki, you're amazing. You actually inherited the first Hokage's power. Nawaki reached over and gently pinched her adorable cheek, praising her. Kushina, you're incredible too. I've heard at school that you can even beat the older students. That's seriously impressive. He gave her a big thumbs up for emphasis. Kushina pouted in defiance and brandished her tiny fists. Oomph. They deserved it for making fun of my hair. Next time I see them, I'll give them another beating. Nawaki couldn't help but laugh, thinking to himself, what a little firecracker, blushing just a second ago and now already back to her fierce self. All right, if you ever can't win, just call your big brother for help. Kushina's face lit up with delight at his words. Really? There's this blonde boy in our class who always grins at me. I bet he's making fun of me too. But he's super fast, never gets into a fight with me. Big brother, can you help me teach him a lesson? Nawaki froze for a second. A blonde boy? Could be Minato Namake's? Now that's trouble. He asked cautiously. Kushina, what's his name? Minato Namake's. Nawaki was instantly stunned. It really is him? You want me to go beat up the future fourth Hokage? Just because he smiles at you doesn't mean he's mocking you, you know? And you want to take him on? Nawaki swallowed nervously and hesitated before saying, Kushina, have you ever thought that maybe he's not laughing at you? Kushina scratched her head in confusion, tilting it as she pondered. Then why does he always look at me and smile? Looking at her, Nawaki patiently continued. Isn't it possible that he thinks you're cute and actually likes you? Kushina stiffened at those words. Her cheeks instantly flushed bright red, and she stamped her foot before exclaiming, Oh, you're so annoying, big brother. With that, she covered her face and dashed away. Just then, Mito emerged from the house, scroll of seals in hand. She caught sight of Kushina's retreating figure and wore a puzzled expression. Why is Kushina running off? She hasn't finished today's sealing practice. Mito spread the scroll of seals across the table in the courtyard, deftly undoing the seal on the book and flipping to the page that described the legendary would-release jutsu of Hashirama Senju. Rope Tree. This is the section about would-release techniques. Since you've awakened the same power as your grandfather, why don't you give it a try? Rope Tree nodded, stepped up to the book of seals, and began reading intently. Tsunade pursed her lips, feeling a pang of bitterness in her heart. She hadn't awakened the would-release, so studying these techniques was meaningless for her. With a sullen expression, she simply sat aside, quietly sulking. At this moment, Rope Tree was completely absorbed in the book of seals, oblivious to Tsunade's feelings. He lowered his head and flipped through the pages, line after line of techniques filling his vision. Would-release, piercing technique. Would-release, thorn-killing technique. These were the basic applications of would-release. Then came the powerful would-release ninja arts that Hashirama Senju himself often used. Would-release, wood-dragon technique. Would-release, wood-golem technique. Would-release, domed wall technique. Would-release, all-encompassing sack technique. Would-release, advent of the flowering trees. At the very end were the sage arts, which could only be performed in sage mode. Sage art, would-release, silent temple hand. Sage art, gate of the great god. Sage art, would-release, true several thousand hands Buddha. Dozens of wood release techniques filled Rope Tree with both excitement and nervousness. His mouth felt dry, and he wished he could master them all at once. But he also understood that as some of the strongest would release jutsu, these techniques would be far more difficult to learn than he could ever imagine. He forced himself to calm down, deciding not to think about the more advanced moves for now, and to focus first on the simpler techniques at the beginning. Wood release, wood clone, ram dog snake. Rope Tree gathered his chakra, quickly forming 3 hand seals. Compared to the normal clone technique, which required 8 seals, this was much faster. There was no puff of smoke, as with the regular clone technique. Instead, from the top of Rope Tree's head, 2 wooden human figures split off to either side, landing lightly beside him, each looking exactly like him. The wood clone technique was complete. Bored on the sidelines, Tsunade's eyes lit up. She ran over and threw a punch at one of the wooden clones. With a heavy thud, like striking a tree trunk, the wood clone was sent flying by Tsunade's tremendous strength, shattering into a pile of wooden splinters. Rope Tree looked helplessly at his overexcited sister and casually dispelled the other clone. Sis, it's a good thing those weren't shadow clones. If they were, that punch of yours would have left me hurting for a long time. Tsunade ignored Rope Tree's complaint and instead ran up to him, eyes shining. Rope Tree, keep going. Try some of the other techniques. Mito, seeing Rope Tree successfully perform the wood clone technique, smiled warmly, a look of both comfort and nostalgia on her face. She watched Rope Tree with eyes full of anticipation. With no choice, Rope Tree began another sequence of hand seals. Wood release, wood locking wall. This was a simplified version of the wood release, domed wall technique, and as Rope Tree channeled his chakra, the jutsu began to take form. Snake, rat dog, tiger. A row of wooden pillars thrust up from the ground in front of Shengtian's body, quickly forming a wooden wall about 3 meters high. Compared to the ones they would use in later years, this wooden barricade looked far sturdier. Tsunade didn't bother with any words. She simply strode forward and threw a punch. A metallic clang rang out, echoing in the air. As expected, the wooden barricade, one of the rare defensive jutsu of the wood style, stood firm. It only trembled slightly, refusing to shatter like a mere wooden clone. Tsunade glanced at the spot she'd just struck, clearly dissatisfied. She channeled more chakra, her fist shimmering with a blue aura, and hammered down on the wall once more. With a resonant boom and a sharp crack, the wooden wall groaned under the immense force. Cracks spiderwebbed out from the point of impact, quickly spreading until, with a thunderous crash, the entire structure splintered and collapsed. Tsunade blew on her fist, planted her hands on her hips, and offered her assessment. Not bad. This could stop an average Jonin's regular attack. But against me, it's still not quite enough. Standing to the side, Mito's expression darkened. With a flick of her finger, a golden chain shot out and wrapped Tsunade up tightly. You little rascal. Your brother just learned this jutsu. Could you not give him a bit of praise? Why must you always tear him down? And, could you use a jutsu like this when you were 12? Tsunade's struggling abruptly ceased. She hung her head, defeated and dejected. Grandma, I'm sorry. Please let me go. I just wanted to see how strong Shengtian is now. Mito let out a soft huff and withdrew the chain. Tsunade got to her feet, standing awkwardly to the side. Shengtian turned away, fighting to keep a straight face and feigning intense interest in the Book of Seals. Worried Tsunade might notice his stifled laughter and give him another punch. Ahem. Next is an offensive jutsu. Wood-style, piercing technique. Suddenly, a barrage of wooden spikes erupted from the ground, stabbing toward the open space from all directions. Shengtian's hands remained steady as he continued to manipulate the changing shapes of the spikes. The tips of the wooden spikes exploded outward, blossoming into countless sharp branches that gleamed menacingly, a chilling sight. It was easy to imagine the terrifying consequences if this jutsu struck an enemy. Mito nodded with satisfaction, casting a sidelong glance at Tsunade, who was momentarily stunned by the ferocity of the technique, then signaled for Shengtian to continue. Perhaps thanks to his sage body, Shengtian found it easy to combine the basic jutsu he'd learned with wood style. These relatively simple wood style techniques came to him effortlessly. One after another, he demonstrated the wood clone, wood transformation, thorn kill, great forest technique, and even the notoriously difficult tree bind eternal burial, all performed with ease. Shungshu was thrilled with the wood style abilities he had mastered so far. As for those advanced jutsu that required a massive amount of chakra, he knew he'd have to wait until his reserves grew before learning them. Mito was also quite pleased with Shingshu's progress. However, just as she saw a confident smile appear on his face, she suddenly spoke up to remind him. Shingshu, although you've now grasped wood style and gained some ability to protect yourself, Your strength is not yet enough to represent the Senju clan. When you're around outsiders, especially within the Hidden Leaf Village, you should do your best to avoid displaying your wood-style powers. If you reveal your abilities too soon, it will only attract the attention of those with ill intentions. Do you understand? Hearing his grandmother's advice, Shangshu immediately sobered up from his earlier excitement. In fact, he understood the complexities and darkness within the Hidden Leaf even better than Mito imagined, so he nodded solemnly. Don't worry, Grandma. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I'd never reveal my wood style in front of anyone I can't trust. Besides, Lord Orochimaru has given me some water-style and earth-style jutsu scrolls. Using those is more than enough for everyday needs. Seeing that Shangshu hadn't lost his head over his newfound power, Mito nodded in satisfaction. All right, go on and do what you need to do. Let an old woman like me have a little peace and quiet. Tsunade immediately ran to Mito's side, her face full of eager flattery as she started massaging her grandmother's shoulders. Grandma, you're not old at all. When people see you, they might even mistake you for my sister. With a smile tugging at her lips, Mito pretended to be cross and let out a mock huff. You little rascal, you're always saying sweet things. Come on, what do you want this time? Let me guess. Are you out of money again? Realizing her intentions had been seen through, Tsunade could only offer a sheepish laugh. Hee, Grandma, you really are sharp. Could you give me a little more money? I already spent all the reward for my last mission, and now I'm completely broke. Mito turned and tapped Tsunade on the forehead with her finger, her tone full of exasperated affection. You're always picking up bad habits, insisting on following your grandfather's footsteps to the gambling tables. It's all Hashirama's fault, taking you to the casinos since you were little. It's enough to give me a headache. Off you go. Take the money and hurry up. I get a headache just looking at you. Though she scolded her granddaughter, Mito still took a sealing scroll out from her clothes and handed it to Tsunade. Tsunade's eyes lit up, and she snatched the scroll, dashing out the door at once. Yes, now I've got enough to gamble for a few days. The folks in the Leaf Village better watch out. The gambling queen Tsunade is back. Shangshu could only shake his head helplessly as he watched his sister, already obsessed with gambling, rush off once again. Then he bowed respectfully to Mito. Grandma, I'm going to find Lord Orochimaru to ask about my training. I won't disturb you any longer. Mito waved her hand, a gentle, loving smile appearing on her face. Go on then. After stepping out of the Uzumaki clan's gate, Nawaki decided to make a quick stop at Konoha Hospital. Orochimaru-sensei and Jiraiya should both be there. He hadn't gone far when, just outside a yokan shop with a sign reading Sweet Chestnut Delights, he spotted Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sensei. Nawaki dashed over to greet him. Do you like coming here for sweets too, sensei? Orochimaru turned, and, seeing Nawaki running up, a faint smile played on his lips. So it's you, Nawaki? Did you just come from Lady Mito's place? They make wonderful desserts here using apples and eggs. Would you like to try some? Orochimaru handed Nawaki a little paper bag, then picked one up for himself and started eating right there by the shop entrance. Nawaki took the bag and tried a bite. To his surprise, it tasted amazing. Wow, this is really delicious. I always thought ramen was the best food in the village. Orochimaru swallowed his jelly and casually pointed to a row of seats beside them. Let's go sit over there. We can talk while we eat. The two of them sat down, savoring their treats as they chatted. Nawaki, where's Tsunade? Oh, sis just got some money from Grandma, so she's probably off gambling again. You know how she is. Orochimaru enjoyed his sweets, nodding with a smile. That's just like Tsunade. After so many missions, I'm sure she couldn't resist any longer. By the way, how's Jiraiya? I already took him to the hospital. The medical nin checked him out. It's nothing serious. He just needs a few days rest. That's a relief. Nawaki let out a sigh, tossed his empty paper bag into the trash can nearby, then looked at Orochimaru with determination. Sensei. Orochimaru glanced up, puzzled. Yes. I want to go to the battlefield with you. Orochimaru crumpled up his paper bag, landed it perfectly in the trash, then met Nawaki's eyes with a serious look. Why? You just graduated. The situation on the front lines isn't so desperate that we need to send children like you in a battle. Besides, with your current abilities, you couldn't guarantee your own survival out there. You know, as a Jonin of Konoha, I have my own missions. I can't always be by your side to protect you. Unless you can prove you're capable of surviving on the battlefield, I can't agree to take you. Nawaki met his teacher's gaze with unwavering resolve, and the concern in Orochimaru's eyes was unmistakable. A gentle chime sounded in Nawaki's mind. A new choice has been triggered for the host. Option 1. Conceal your mastery of wood style and ask Orochimaru to take you to the battlefield for experience. Reward: Lightning Affinity. Option 2. Show Orochimaru your mastery of wood style ninjutsu, letting him witness your potential. Reward: Wind Style Ninjutsu Mastery. Option 3. Invite Orochimaru to spar, demonstrating the overwhelming power of your wood style in hopes of earning his recognition. Reward. Water Style Ninjutsu Mastery. Without hesitation, Shungshu chose the third option. Ding. Choice complete. Reward. Water Style Ninjutsu Mastery has been granted. Please check your inventory. With unwavering determination, Shungshu fixed his gaze on Orochimaru, his eyes shining with a barely contained fighting spirit. Sensei, I look forward to your guidance. Orochimaru caught the spark of resolve emanating from his young student and gave a slight nod. Very well. Keep up with my pace. I'll give you a chance to prove yourself. Meet me at Training Ground Zero. With those words, Orochimaru gave Shungshu a deep, meaningful look, then vanished in an instant, leaving nothing but the ripple of disturbed air in his wake. A faint smile touched Shungshu's lips as he sped off toward Training Ground Zero without delay. Training Ground Zero was a special facility accessible only to the inner circle of Konoha. Unlike the bustling Training Ground 3, this place was reserved for the Hokage and his trusted confidants. Only those like Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and members of the Senju and Sarutobi clans were permitted to enter. Though such exclusivity might seem unfair, it was simply the way things worked. This spacious arena could easily accommodate thousands of shinobi in training, yet was claimed by only a handful of clans. Ironically, this vast training ground was rarely used. Each clan had its own private facilities, where not only could they receive personal guidance, but their secret techniques remained safe from prying eyes. As a result, what should have been a lively training ground was now quiet and desolate, something Shungshu had long since grown accustomed to. Given his own status, he was already part of the privileged class and had no say in questioning this inequality. Besides, resources were always allocated first to those deemed most valuable. That was simply the reality. Whether one was a protector or merely someone in need of protection was often determined by such distinctions, and the distribution of resources followed suit. Among shinobi, the gap between classes was even starker than the divide between nobles and commoners in the eyes of ordinary people. Orochimaru turned to see Shungshu already behind him, surprise flickering across his face for a split second before it returned to its usual calm. It was no wonder, without considerable talent, this student would never have had the confidence to challenge his own teacher. Shungshu, your speed is truly impressive. Now, show me what you're capable of. Are you ready? Shungshu leapt down from the training grounds wall, landing squarely before Orochimaru. He formed the hand sign of confrontation, and Orochimaru responded in kind, returning the gesture with ceremonial respect, but making no other move. Rope Tree didn't mind at all. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, he began forming hand seals as he spoke. Sensei, then allow me to create an ocean for you first. Orochimaru. Ordinarily, the Grand Water Surge required 18 hand seals to unleash. But thanks to Rope Tree's mastery over water style, he completed it with only 5. Puffing out his cheeks, he unleashed a torrent of water, chakra-infused and vast, from his mouth. The surging flood roared down, instantly turning the entire training field zero into a boundless sea. Fortunately, a barrier protected the training field's perimeter, and the ocean conjured by the Grand Water Surge was under Rope Tree's control. Otherwise, if this sea summoned by the contract of the sea, and fueled by immense water nature chakra, spilled beyond the training grounds, it could easily submerge more than half of the Hidden Leaf Village. Orochimaru fixed his gaze on Rope Tree, who now stood atop the water surface. His eyes suddenly narrowed. Balancing on the water with chakra at his feet, he stared at his student in disbelief. He used only 5 seals to cast such a powerful water style, and his chakra. Before Orochimaru could dwell on it, Rope Tree's hands blurred through another sequence of seals. From the water beneath his feet, a dragon of water spiraled upward, its jaws gaping as it lunged at Orochimaru. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. This time, Rope Tree completed the seals with only 4. The azure dragon, crackling with surging chakra, burst forth from the water, roaring as it charged at his teacher. Orochimaru's expression changed slightly. For seals again? He distinctly remembered Water Dragon Bullet required 44. How could this be? He swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a giant serpent. From the serpent's maw, he drew a long blade, chakra swirling around the steel as he cleaved the incoming water dragon in. 2. Without missing a beat, he formed more seals, executing the earth-style, earth flow wall. Earthen barriers rose around him, shielding against the crashing waves that followed. Orochimaru leapt atop the wall, staring at Rope Tree in astonishment. Rope Tree, I really underestimated you. I never imagined that after awakening your bloodline, your chakra and mastery over water style would reach such heights. Rope Tree's hands never paused in their weaving of seals. His contract with the sea filled him with confidence as he unleashed water-style techniques. Sensei, this is only the beginning. Now witness this next move. Water-style, water-severing wave. A high-pressure jet of water burst from Rope Tree's mouth, sweeping toward Orochimaru as his head tracked the target. Orochimaru knew well the force behind this jutsu and dared not meet it head-on. He leapt high into the air to dodge. A hint of pride flickered on Rope Tree's lips as he shifted his seals once more. Water-style, water dragon, bite explosion. Two intertwining water dragons surged from the surface, spiraling upward toward Orochimaru as he hung vulnerable in the air. With nowhere to gain footing, Orochimaru could only swing his long blade desperately at the attacking dragons. However, the long blade sliced through the water dragon to no effect. The two dragons howled as they swallowed Orochimaru whole. His body, entangled by the dragons, dissolved into a puff of smoke and was swept under by the surging currents. Seeing his water dragon technique succeed, Nawaki's expression suddenly changed, and the seals in his hands shifted once more. Water-style, water formation wall. A shimmering curtain of water surged up from beneath his feet, swirling as it enveloped Nawaki completely. At the same time, dozens of massive water serpents erupted from below, their jaws snapping fiercely at the watery barrier. Nawaki focused all his attention, eyes locked on Orochimaru's form emerging from the water's surface, silently marveling to himself. No wonder he would later become one of the legendary Sanin, feared throughout the ninja world. His use of the shadow clone technique is flawless. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I'd have been in real danger just now. Orochimaru's figure surfaced, the venomous snakes he'd summoned slipping back into his sleeves. A playful smile danced on his lips as his gaze settled on Nawaki. Not bad, to see through my shadow clone in such a short time. Your next move should prove even more interesting. Summoning Jutsu, Manda. At Orochimaru's call, a plume of smoke billowed over the water surface. In an instant, a massive purple serpent, towering like a small mountain, materialized before Nawaki. Orochimaru, what is it this time? You're summoning me again. What do you want? If there's no offering, you know what the consequences will be. Manda flicked its tongue, utterly unconcerned with the situation, issuing a direct threat toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru's expression turned icy, a cold snort escaping his lips. Enough talk. Manda, I just need you to help me test my student strength. We can discuss offerings later. A flicker of menace flashed in Manda's enormous, vertical pupils. The serpent turned its attention to Nawaki, hissing low and deep. If that's the case, I won't hold back. Let's see if your student can entertain me. A sinister laugh slithered from its throat. Orochimaru's lips curled in a faint grin, his eyes fixed on Manda's massive form, a hint of killing intent glimmering in his gaze. Seeing his teacher summon Manda, Nawaki instantly grasped the power and temperament of this giant serpent and acted without hesitation. Water-style, water bullet barrage. With a swift sequence of hand seals, countless water bullets shot from Nawaki's fingertips, striking Manda's scales with sharp, ringing impacts, each blow strengthened by chakra. Manda shook its head, the stinging pain only fueling its rage. When had prey ever dared to attack the hunter first? With a furious roar, Manda lunged, its cavernous maw gaping, venom-dripping fangs aimed straight at Nawaki. Realizing his water bullets had failed to halt the beast, Nawaki's hands flashed through another set of seals, and a shimmering blue mirror of water instantly materialized between him and Manda. Water-style, water mirror technique. With his mastery of water release, Shingu skillfully performed the fourth Mizukage's signature jutsu. A watery mirror slowly materialized, reflecting the colossal form of Manda. Suddenly, Shingu's hand seals shifted, and with a surge of chakra, a gigantic serpent identical to Manda slithered out from the mirror's surface and landed before the original. Manda immediately flew into a rage. Its tail whipped up a violent gust as it lashed out at the imitation serpent before it. The mirror serpent was equally fierce, swinging its tail to meet Manda's strike head-on. The two massive snakes became entangled in a furious struggle, water splashing in every direction. Without hesitation, Shingu made his move. His hands formed seals with lightning speed, and a swirling current of water coiled around his right arm. With a swift motion, he condensed the water into a spear and hurled it forward. The spear struck the giant snakes, instantly erupting into a swirling storm of razor-sharp water blades, enveloping both serpents in its fury. Water release. Hard vortex water blade. Aside from a water-severing wave, this was one of the most devastating area of effect techniques in the water release arsenal. Shingu unleashed it without a second thought. Within the raging maelstrom, the mirror serpent quietly shattered, while Manda howled in agony, its roar deafening. Cursing furiously, it dissolved into a cloud of smoke, vanishing back to the Ryuchi cave. Orochimaru watched Manda disappear, his face etched with disbelief. Shingu, I never expected your water release to have reached such heights. You're almost on par with the second Hokage now. He smiled faintly and continued. Next, I'll test your abilities myself, as your teacher. Ninja art, myriad snake array. Orochimaru bent low, pressing his hand against the water surface. A gigantic summoning array appeared, and from it, countless venomous snakes surged forth, each clutching a long blade in its jaws, forming a writhing wave that crashed toward Shingu. At the same time, Orochimaru slipped into the sea of serpents, his figure vanishing among the tangle, his form impossible to distinguish as he, too, rushed at Shingu. Seeing the oncoming horde of snakes and blades, their edges gleaming with a sinister blue toxin, Shingu realized ordinary ninjutsu would not suffice. He was not skilled in fire release, which could counter poison, and so he had no choice but to reveal his ace in the hole. Wood release, wood locking wall. A sturdy wall of wood surged up beneath his feet, blocking the onslaught of serpents. The relentless thudding of snakes striking wood echoed all around, but Shingu stood atop the barrier, looking down at the writhing mass below, hands already weaving another set of seals. Wood release, cutting technique. Suddenly, sharp black spikes erupted from the water's surface, piercing into the sea of snakes, each impact accompanied by a sickening, stabbing sound. The spikes detonated within the group, bursts of smoke exploding across the water, as countless venomous snakes and blades vanished in their wake. The assault halted in an instant. Orochimaru emerged from the fading swarm, his eyes wide with surprise at the wooden wall and the deadly spikes before him. I thought that even after awakening would release, it would take you a long time to truly master its power. I never imagined your talent for wood release would be so extraordinary. Seeing that Orochimaru no longer intended to attack, Nawaki released his wood release technique and walked over to his teacher's side. Sensei, I truly didn't mean to keep it from you. It's just that after seeing the sealing scroll at Grandma Mito's place, I somehow picked it up and used it without even realizing. Orochimaru waved his hand, signaling for the snakes to disperse. The long sword in his grasp vanished into a puff of smoke. His piercing gaze fixed on Nawaki, lingering for a long time without wavering. Who else knows about this? Grandma Mito, my sister, and Kushina. Nawaki added. And now, you as well, Sensei. A trace of emotion flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Nawaki had entrusted him with such a significant secret, holding nothing back. This showed that, in a student's heart, his place was already as important as family. Yet Orochimaru knew all too well the weight would release carried in the Hidden Leaf Village. His expression grew grave as he faced Nawaki directly. Nawaki, I acknowledge your strength. But from now on, until you possess the power to quell the entire shinobi world, you must never use this ability recklessly. If anyone witnesses you using wood release, no matter who they are, leave no witnesses. You must eliminate them. Nawaki stared at Orochimaru in shock. Even those from the leaf. Kill them. Orochimaru's eyes grew cold as ice. He enunciated each word with chilling clarity. Those who most long to see wood release, yet fear the rebirth of the Senju the most, will never permit your existence. When faced with such people, hesitate not. Remove them. Even if it's the highest ranks of the leaf, there can be no exceptions. Do you understand? Nawaki understood well enough whom Orochimaru meant. After all, in the annals of history, Orochimaru at this period was likely already involved in Root's research on wood release. He nodded solemnly and promised his teacher, Understood, Sensei. I'll remember. Orochimaru stepped forward and patted Nawaki gently on the shoulder. Tidy things up here and come with me to the lab. I'll check your body, just to see if wood release has caused any side effects. Looking into Orochimaru's clear eyes, Nawaki saw no greed, only genuine concern and care. He nodded vigorously in reply. Yes, Sensei. With a spring in his step, Nawaki left Orochimaru's laboratory, feeling the scroll containing the summoning technique. Rashomon training method tucked safely in his robes, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Orochimaru's laboratory wasn't the dark, forbidding place the rumors suggested. Apart from a workbench crowded with vials and jars, the room was lined with shelves overflowing with research materials. After a quick blood draw and examination, Orochimaru casually tossed Nawaki a scroll containing his most powerful defensive ninjutsu, then sent him on his way. I didn't expect that my teacher had already planned for me to gain experience on the battlefield. The only difference is that I have to find my own teammates. That was exactly what Orochimaru had meant. Nawaki, although I acknowledge your strength, going to the battlefield is not a simple matter. As a Jonin of Konoha, it's rarely possible for your teacher to take only you to the front lines for training. You need to find the right teammates and form your own squad. It's just like back in the day with Tsunade, Jiraiya, and me. Jiraiya may have seemed careless most of the time, but on the battlefield he was someone I could trust, someone I could turn my back to without worry. Is growth destined to be a lonely journey? As Orochimaru spoke, he couldn't help but tease Jiraiya, casting a meaningful glance at Nawaki. Nawaki understood clearly. As the sole inheritor of what would release from the Senju clan, his future could never be confined to the role of an ordinary Konoha Jonin. Whether it was the village, leadership, the Hokage title, or even becoming the strongest shinobi in the world, those were his true ambitions. And to stand at such heights, he would need companions he could trust by his side. Just as Uchiha Madara was to Senju Hashirama, and the three advisors were to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Orochimaru didn't want to become a powerful yet lonely figure in the future, which was why he reminded Nawaki that before truly rising to prominence, he had to find reliable allies. In truth, for ordinary shinobi, there was almost no choice in such matters. Only those from Konoha's great clans had the privilege of selecting suitable teammates. Nawaki carefully analyzed the positions and possibilities of each major clan in his mind. The Ino Shikicho trio now firmly support Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the two senior advisors are out of the question. Danzo, if anything, wishes for the Senju clan to disappear as soon as possible. All these factions can be ruled out. That leaves the Hyuga, Uchiha, Aburame, Inuzuka, and Hatake clans. Which one should I approach first? Lost in thought, Nawaki lowered his head and strolled slowly along the street. Among his peers, few hailed from the great clans. Yamanaka Inoichi was the same age as him, but he had already formed a team with the Kimichi Choza and Nara Shikaku. The only ones left were the Hyuga brothers, Hayashi and Hisashi, as well as Uchiha Mikoto. As these two clans came to mind, Nawaki's eyes lit up. The Hyuga excelled at close combat and reconnaissance. The Uchiha were renowned for their jinjutsu and fire release, and combined with his own expertise in water and wood release, the three would form an ideal team. It didn't matter if the squad lacked a medical ninja. After all, his sister had yet to experience that great upheaval in the policy. Requiring every team to include a medical ninja hadn't been implemented in Konoha yet. Since no one had one, it simply wasn't a concern. As a member of the Hyuga main family, Hisashi would never be sent out on dangerous missions so easily. Therefore, the only option was to choose someone from the branch family, like Hayashi, to join the team. But both the Senju and Uchiha clans were among the most powerful families in the Hidden Leaf village. Whether they would show me any respect because of my background was far from certain. As I was lost in thought, a figure suddenly darted out from around the corner, carrying a faint, delicate fragrance, and collided straight into my arms. The force knocked me off balance, and I stumbled, falling flat on my back. Startled, I couldn't help but curse myself for being careless. So caught up in my own thoughts, I hadn't even noticed someone approaching. The person clutched her head and hurriedly scrambled out of my embrace, bowing repeatedly in apology. I'm so sorry. I was in such a rush and didn't see you coming. I knocked you over. I really didn't mean to. I got to my feet, ready to be angry, but the moment I saw the apologizing girl in front of me, my expression froze. Mikoto? So it's you. What a coincidence. Seeing Mikoto, who had just been added to the pool of potential team members, my mind immediately began to work. How could I persuade her to join my squad? The girl looked up and realized that the person she had just crashed into was me. Remembering how she had just flung herself into my arms, her already pale cheeks flushed a delicate pink. So, it's you, Shouju. I'm really sorry. I was too reckless. I shook my head. It's all right. I was distracted and didn't notice you coming, so it's not entirely your fault. By the way, Mikoto, why are you in such a hurry? Mikoto's expression clouded over instantly. She lowered her head, silent, and tears began to fall, one by one, to the ground. I frowned, worried I might have hurt her somehow, and quickly reached out to steady her by the shoulders. I'm sorry, did I hurt you somewhere? Are you in pain? Mikoto looked up at me, her tear-filled eyes shimmering, the two black tomo in her irises slowly spinning. I drew in a sharp breath. My goodness, to have awakened the double tomo Sharingan at just 14. What has she been through? Shouju, tell me, why is there always war in the ninja world? If there were no war, my mother wouldn't have gone to the battlefield. And then she wouldn't have. Her eyes were red with grief, searching for answers from someone her own age. I was silent for a moment, then took Mikoto's hand and pulled her along, running toward the Hokage rock. Come with me. Mikoto had no idea where I was taking her. She had just learned from home that her mother had died on the battlefield, and, overwhelmed by sorrow, she had run out of the house. Grief and confusion swelled inside her. With nowhere to go, she just needed someone to listen. With Mikoto in tow, Shungtu swiftly leaped up the towering Hokage rock, coming to a stop atop the three colossal stone statues. From this lofty vantage point, they gazed down upon the entirety of Konoha village. Mikoto, do you see it? This is our village, founded through the alliance of the Senju and Uchiha clans. In these turbulent times, our ancestors made tremendous sacrifices to spare future generations from the ravages of war. My grandfather, Uchiha Madara, and many others from both clans joined hands to finally bring peace to this land. At this point, Shungtu paused, his expression clouded with sorrow. But not long ago, my parents also gave their lives while supporting the war effort in the land of whirlpools. Now, among the Senju, only my sister and I remain. Shungtu fell silent, lost in thought, then turned to Mikoto. How about you, Mikoto? What kind of person is your mother? Moved by Shungto's emotions, Mikoto felt a complex tide rising within her, momentarily pushing aside her own sorrow. My mother wasn't known for her strength like many in our clan, but she was gentle and strong in her own way. She always looked up to my grandmother, Uchiha Chiri, and hoped that one day she could become a ninja capable of protecting the family, just like her. To grow stronger, she took on missions from both the village and our clan, always seeking to improve herself. And then, Shungtu listened intently, but the more he heard, the more shock he felt. Uchiha Chiri, the legendary ninja who created Izanami? She's Mikoto's grandmother? No wonder Mikoto could use such a powerful jinjutsu later on. So that's where her talent comes from. Shungto's gaze toward Mikoto changed. Not only was she striking in appearance, but her talent was truly extraordinary, a rare prodigy. But he quickly shook his head, forcing those thoughts away. No, stop it. Don't let your mind wander. She's still just a child. He struggled to compose himself, determined to keep listening to Mikoto's story. Some time ago, my mother was assigned a reconnaissance mission to the Land of Rain, but unfortunately, she fell into an enemy ambush. People in the clan said that the rainy climate there made fire release jutsu nearly useless, and the ambush left her with no chance. At this, Mikoto could hold back her tears no longer. They streamed down her cheeks, silent but unending. Shungtu had originally hoped to invite Mikoto to join his squad, but now, faced with her loss, he found himself utterly at a loss for words. He stood quietly by her side, offering silent companionship. Ding! Host! A new choice has been detected. Option 1. Step forward and give her a comforting hug. Tell her that everything will be alright, and not to be sad. Reward. Ninja tool who. Option 2. Invite her directly to join your squad on the battlefield, and tell her that hatred can only be resolved through combat. Reward. Secret technique. Earth grudge fear. Option 3. Tell her you will change this twisted world, and make war vanish from the shinobi world forever. You need her strength, and invite her to become your comrade. Reward. Release chakra. Shungshu looked helplessly at the first two options the system presented, feeling in his heart that this was truly putting him in a difficult position. The second option made some sense. Sometimes violence must be met with violence in order to resolve things. But what was the deal with the first option? Did he really come across as the kind of person who would take advantage of someone's vulnerability? System, I choose option 3. Choice complete. Reward. Release chakra has been granted. Please check your status. He already possessed powerful yang release chakra within his body, and now another force, the release chakra, joined it. These two distinctly different types of chakra collided within him, creating a strange and unique transformation. The energies entwined with each other, growing even stronger than before. They coursed through his body, as if searching for a place to be unleashed, but eventually settled quietly between his brows. Shungshu had never experienced anything like this before and couldn't make sense of it, so he chose to ignore it for now. He turned to look at Mikoto, and after some serious thought, finally spoke. This world is filled with conflict and bloodshed. Life as a shinobi is already hard enough, not to mention for ordinary people. Mikoto, I've always had a wish. I want to change all of this. I want to build a shinobi world without war or killing. If I can do that, then people will no longer need to worry about losing their lives at any moment. They won't have to fear their loved ones dying needlessly on the battlefield. Shungshu gently placed his hand on Mikoto's shoulder, his gaze unwavering as he looked at her. But my strength alone is far from enough. I need comrades who share my ideals. Mikoto, will you help me? Let's create a truly peaceful, war-free world together. Mikoto was stunned by Shungshu's words and his unwavering resolve. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. The light in Xingshu's eyes made her heart race, and she instinctively nodded. Yes, I will, Xingshu-kun, but you're standing a bit too close. Realizing what she had just blurted out, Mikoto's cheeks turned bright red. She lowered her head, too embarrassed to meet his gaze. Xingshu quickly let go of her shoulder and took a step back, coughing awkwardly. Ahem, Mikoto, I've already asked Lord Orochimaru to take me to the front lines at the Rain Shinobi Village for some training. Would you like to come with me? The moment Mikoto heard Rain Shinobi Village, she looked up sharply, the shyness gone from her face. Instead, her eyes shone with determination and deep-seated hatred. In a low, resolute voice, she replied, Rope Tree, if you're going to the Hidden Rain Village, please take me with you. Hearing Mikoto's promise, Rope Tree felt both delighted and a bit sentimental inside. No wonder it's called the Sharingan. Even with just 2 tomo, it can sway someone's emotions. Truly extraordinary. Excellent. Then go home and get yourself ready these next couple of days. 3 days from now, we'll set off together. Mikoto nodded firmly, then turned and left Hokage Rock. Rope Tree watched as Uchiha Mikoto walked away, and only then did he suddenly realize something. He patted his forehead lightly. Ever since his granduncle had moved the Uchiha clan to the outskirts of the village, their territory had ended up right between the Hyuga clan and the border of the Leaf Village. If he'd remembered that earlier, he could have left together with Mikoto just now. The walk would have given them more time to talk and get to know each other. Actually, it's not just about getting closer. After all, we'll be teammates in the same squad soon. He shook his head, dismissing those inappropriate thoughts, then leaped down from Hokage Rock and started walking toward the Hyuga compound. As he passed by the Ninja Academy, Rope Tree saw the younger students, who hadn't graduated yet, taking their final combat class of the semester. He glanced through the school gate and happened to catch sight of Kushina's class, who were on the field for their practical exam. Just as he looked in, it was Kushina's turn to take the stage. Rope Tree decided to perch on the wall, curious to see how she would perform. Kushina's opponent was a blonde boy, a bright smile lighting up his face as he watched her. Most of the other kids in the class were reluctant to face Kushina, getting matched up with her usually mint ending up black and blue. The teacher had no choice but to assign one of the stronger students, Minato Namikaze, to be her opponent. Rope Tree glanced over the group of children and saw that this cheerful blonde boy was the only one who matched Kushina's description of good-looking. He realized at once, this must be Minato. It looked like things were about to get interesting. Minato was standing directly across from Rope Tree, and from the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed someone perched on the wall. He instinctively looked over. When Rope Tree saw Minato glance his way, he waved and made a gesture of encouragement. Minato paused, surprised. Wasn't this Rope Tree the senior who would be graduating this year? They hardly knew each other. Why was Rope Tree going out his way to cheer him on? Kushina, noticing her opponent distracted during their match, immediately called him out with a tone of annoyance. Hey, pretty boy, how dare you zone out and fight with me? Are you looking down on me? Minato snapped back to attention, ignoring the nickname, and replied with a gentle smile, Sorry, Kushina. I just saw someone I know, that's all. Kushina followed his gaze, and soon spotted Rope Tree standing on the wall, waving at her. Xingshu pursed his lips in her direction and then raised both thumbs, bringing them together, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Kushina, seeing Xingshu's expression and gestures, suddenly recalled what her older brother had said to her at home. Glancing back, she caught Minato watching her with a gentle smile, and a wave of panic washed over her. Her cheeks flushed a deep red in an instant. Without caring about the ongoing sparring lesson, she ducked her head and hurriedly dashed out of the classroom. The teacher, who had been observing other students' matches, noticed Kushina's abrupt departure and turned his attention to Minato. Minato, why did Kushina run off so suddenly? Is your match already over? Minato scratched his head, looking genuinely perplexed. I suppose you could say it's over. After all, they were the top students in the class. The teacher rarely had cause to worry about them. Besides, at this age, students began to develop hazy feelings for the opposite sex, and the teacher felt it wasn't his place to interfere in such matters. Shaking his head, he let the matter drop and turned back to watch the other students continue their matches. Finding nothing particularly interesting happening, Xingshu grew bored. He waved at Minato, hopped down from the wall, and strolled off in the direction of the Hyuga clan. Minato, meanwhile, stood rooted to the spot, still puzzled, unable to make sense of what had just transpired. Xingshu crossed the river that ran through the Hidden Leaf Village and soon arrived at the gates of the Hyuga clan. He addressed the guards, stating his purpose. He was here to see Hizashi. Being the only male heir of the Senju family, Xingshu was immediately recognized by the Hyuga guards, who then led him into the clan grounds. Young Master Hizashi should be training with Lord Hayashi at the practice field. Please, this way, young Master Shangshu. Shangshu followed the guard, noticing the different ways the Hyuga referred to the two family prodigies, and couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. Once they reached the training ground, the guard took his leave. Shangshu stood at the edge, watching the two figures sparring in the center. Hayashi, Hizashi. The two on the field paused at the familiar voice, turning to look at Shangshu. Oh, Shangshu, what brings you here instead of training today? Is there something you need from the Hyuga clan? Hayashi rolled his eyes as he spoke. Hizashi said nothing, simply nodding in greeting. Shangshu smiled at Hizashi, then turned his gaze to Hayashi and replied, There's something, actually, otherwise coming to your place and getting glared at by everyone's Byakugan is more than I can take. He cracked a joke, then continued, I just graduated from the Ninja Academy, and Orochimaru Sensei's team is still short a member. I wanted to invite Hizashi to join us. Hayashi rolled his eyes again, let out a snort, took a towel from one of the attendants, and wiped the sweat from his brow before turning to Hizashi. It's your business. Make your own decision. He turned to leave, but as he reached the edge of the field, his steps faltered ever so slightly. His voice carried a tangle of emotions. No matter what you decide, I won't oppose you, little brother. With that, he didn't pause or look back. He walked straight out of the arena, his figure quickly vanishing from everyone's sight. Nichiza stood alone in the center of the field, gazing after Nichizu's departing back, his expression full of conflicting emotions. He remained silent. Shizuku sensed the awkward tension in the air, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words. I've already decided to give up my identity as a Konoha ninja. From now on, I'll serve only as a clan shinobi of the Hyuga family. As for joining your squad, let's put that idea to rest. Nichiza turned down Shizuku's invitation with a cold, detached tone, leaving Shizuku momentarily stunned. Is it because you're from the branch family? Shizuku asked. Nichiza brushed aside the long hair that had fallen over his forehead during the fight, revealing the striking X-shaped mark for Shizuku to see clearly. It's because of the caged bird. As a member of the branch family, my fate is to protect my elder brother from the main house. If I were to join your team, I wouldn't be able to fulfill that duty. So please go back. I have no choice but to refuse your offer. Of course, Shizuku understood what the caged bird stood for, perhaps even more than many of the Hyuga themselves. Among the Hyuga, most believed that the caged bird was, on one hand, a means for the main family to control and enslave the branch family, and on the other, a safeguard to prevent outsiders from stealing the Byakugan. If a clan member marked with the caged bird were to die, the curse would activate automatically, destroying their Byakugan. But that wasn't the whole truth. The power hidden within the Byakugan was far greater than what the Hyuga revealed to the world. The ultimate form of the Byakugan, a legendary I said to rival the sage's own, the Tenseigan, held incredible abilities: mental domination, manipulation of gravity and repulsion, chakra extraction, even the summoning of colossal constructs. It was precisely because Hyuga's ancestors feared that Hamura's descendants on the moon would massacre Hyuga on Earth to seize the Byakugan and create the Tenseigan, that they invented the caged bird seal to protect their bloodline. Yet, as time passed, this history faded into obscurity, and the caged bird transformed from a shield into a shackle, binding the freedom of the branch family. Shizuku gazed at the mark on Nichiza's forehead, his tone calm and steady. Have you already decided to surrender to fate, Nichiza? What about your son? Your descendants? Do you want them to live their lives bound by fate, as you have? Shizuku's words cut like a blade, tearing through the stoic facade Nichiza had struggled to maintain, striking straight at his heart. Nichiza clenched his teeth, eyes bloodshot, glaring furiously at Shizuku. I'm not a coward. What could you possibly understand? Just because I was born 2 minutes later than him, I have to bear this ridiculous mark? Why should that be? And my brother, Hizashi, his talent and strength are both inferior to mine, yet I am fated to protect him. I might even have to sacrifice myself for him at any moment. All of this is because of that damned caged bird. But what else can I do? This is my fate. Like a bird locked in a cage, I can only watch others soar across the sky, while I am forever trapped, powerless to break free. Hayashi's voice gradually faded, his face clouded with disappointment. So, do you want to change all of this? For example, get rid of the mark on your forehead? Hayashi suddenly looked up at Nawaki, but did not answer. Join me. Together, let's change our destinies. Let's change all the things you feel are unfair. Hayashi met Nawaki's gaze, but then unexpectedly shook his head and laughed. If it were the first Hokage himself saying this to me, perhaps I believe it. But you? Oomph. What gives you the right to talk to me about changing fate? Just a few words from you. A crisp chime echoed in his mind. New options have been triggered for the host. Option 1. Tell Hayashi about the ultimate evolution of the Byakugan, letting him know there are even greater possibilities in the future. Inspire him to grow stronger, and then invite him to join your team. Reward: be a Kugen. Option 2. Challenge Hayashi and earn his respect through strength. Tell him that the weak can protect nothing. Ignite his competitive spirit and invite him to join your team. Reward: gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Option 3. Show Hayashi your potential. Give him hope for the future, gain his recognition, and then invite him to join your team. Reward: leaf strong fist taijutsu. Nawaki weighed his options. It wasn't yet the time to reveal the secret of the Tensigen. As for defeating Hayashi by force and coercing him to join, it might provoke conflict with the Hyuga clan. He could only choose the third option, hoping Hayashi would keep his lips sealed and not reveal his secret prematurely. System: I choose option 3. Choice confirmed. Reward: leaf strong fist taijutsu has been granted. Please check your status. Nawaki quickly sorted through the new taijutsu techniques and training knowledge now etched into his mind, but set them aside for now, deciding to focus on Hayashi first. He glanced around. The training ground was empty save for the two of them. Looking at Hayashi, who had just mocked him, Nawaki reached out his hand. Hayashi's laughter stopped. He looked at Nawaki in confusion, unsure of his intent. With this, chakra began to flow in Rope Tree's palm, and a faint green glow slowly emerged. The radiant light, brimming with vibrant life force, cast a verdant sheen across Hizashi's face. You're using wood, MMPH. Rope Tree immediately withdrew the wood-style chakra from his hand and swiftly clamped his palm over Hizashi's mouth, signaling for silence. Don't shout. Now do you believe me? I've inherited my grandfather's power. One day, just like him, I'll stand at the very pinnacle of the ninja world. When that day comes, the so-called caged bird will be nothing more than a trivial problem, easily solved. Your fate and the fate of your future children will both change in days to come. So what do you say? Are you willing to stand by my side? Hope and longing flickered in Hizashi's eyes. He pried Rope Tree's hand from his mouth, locking gazes with him, determination shining in his eyes. If you truly possess the power of the first Hokage, then I'm willing to take this risk. I'll help you unite the strength of the Hyuga branch family and support your path to becoming Hokage. In return, you'll help me break the caged bird curse. I just hope, when the time comes, you won't let me down. Meeting Hizashi's determined gaze, Rope Tree nodded without hesitation. It's a promise. Hizashi, you may not realize it yet, but what awaits you in the future is far beyond your wildest dreams. So, welcome aboard, my friend. Once more, Rope Tree extended his hand toward Hizashi. Hizashi gripped Rope Tree's hand tightly, as though grasping his own future and hope. Thank you. When Rope Tree returned to Orochimaru's laboratory, dusk was already falling. The lab was brightly lit, every corner illuminated in stark clarity. Sensei. Orochimaru was fully absorbed in the instruments on the lab table, his right hand scrawling data rapidly across the page. Hearing Rope Tree's voice, he didn't look up but asked offhandedly, "You're back? Did you find your teammates?" "Yes, I found them. They're Makoto from the Uchiha clan and Hizashi from the Hyuga clan." Only then did Orochimaru glance up, eyeing Rope Tree with keen interest. "I didn't expect your ambitions to be so grand. You're planning to use the strength of those two clans to seize control of the village one day, aren't you?" Rope Tree met his teacher's gaze, unwavering. "You know as well as I do, Sensei, ever since I gained this power, there's been no turning back for me, has there?" Orochimaru set aside his work and nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. You truly are my student. It seems awakening the wood style hasn't just given you power, it's changed the way you think as well. That's a good thing. From now on, I can no longer treat you as a child." A tight knot formed in Shungshu's chest, worried that Orochimaru might have noticed something strange about him today. It wasn't until he heard his teacher's praise that he finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. "Shungshu, you probably know something about that experiment in the village, don't you?" Shungshu did have memories of this incident, so he nodded. "Yes, I know. Members of the Senju clan have been dying one after another in mysterious accidents around the village. There's no way Granny Mito could have kept it a secret. It's all for grandfathers would release power, isn't it?" Orochimaru nodded, handing a file over to Shungshu. "That's right. This is about wood release. Take a look." Shungshu accepted the file and skimmed through it quickly, realizing it contained the results from his physical examination earlier that day. This experiment was originally proposed by the second Hokage. After the first Hokage passed away, its purpose was to continue the legacy of his wood release abilities. But every single Senju clan member who participated died. None of them could withstand the devouring power of the first Hokage's cells. So eventually, the second Hokage put a stop to the research. Today, someone approached me, hoping I would help restart this experiment. Shingshu's pupils contracted sharply. He understood at once. After the second Hokage's death, Danzo was finally putting his plans into motion. I already refused. Because I have you, there's no need to take such a risk. Orochimaru looked at Shingshu's anxious face and shook his head, making his stance clear. Thank you, sensei. Shingshu knew Orochimaru was protecting him. Grateful, he bowed deeply to his teacher. Shingshu, create 2 shadow clones and have them notify your teammates. Tomorrow morning at 7, meet at Training Field 0. I want to see their skills for myself and decide if they're worthy of fighting by your side. Orochimaru laid out their assignment for the next day, giving Shingshu a faint smile. It's almost time for dinner. Why don't you join me? I still have things I'd like to discuss with you. Shingshu nodded and began forming hand signs to create wood clones. But as soon as Orochimaru saw he was about to use wood release, he frowned slightly and interrupted him. Ordinary shadow clones will do. Don't use wood release inside the village. There are many eyes watching in the night. Shingshu immediately understood his teacher's warning. He dropped the hand signs for the wood clone, summoned 2 regular shadow clones instead, and after a few quick leaps, they vanished into the darkness. The 2 of them walked together onto the streets of Konoha and found a barbecue restaurant with private rooms. They ordered a few plates of grilled meat and a bottle of sake. Before long, the food and drink were brought to their table. Shingshu poured a cup for Orochimaru, and the 2 of them sat quietly across from each other. Orochimaru smiled faintly, raised his cup, took a slow sip of sake, and began to speak. Rope Tree, now that you've clarified your goal, you must truly understand the current state of the village. How much do you know about the village right now? Rope Tree shook his head. I've only overheard a few things from Grandma Mito and my sister. I don't really know the specifics. Of course, he couldn't tell Orochimaru that he'd actually watched Naruto and knew quite a bit about the inner workings of the village. But the information from the anime was limited. This was a real world, and many of the details might not match up exactly. Orochimaru wasn't surprised. Rope Tree's experience was still limited. Although his strength had improved, his age and perspective were not enough to grant him access to deeper layers of the village's workings. Then let me teach you the first lesson every ninja must learn after graduating from the academy: gathering intelligence. If you want to become a leader of your own force, you must always have channels to acquire information. For example, the second Hokage founded the Black Ops. However, with your current age and experience, you won't be able to approach the yet. Those people would never take orders from someone so young. So, you need to seek out other methods. Rope Tree nodded with earnest seriousness. In the world of shinobi, information was always the most crucial resource. From ordinary ninja skirmishes to high-level battles, the value of intelligence simply couldn't be underestimated. Then, Sensei, what do you think is the best way for me to gather information? Rope Tree respectfully filled Orochimaru's cup, asking with genuine humility. Orochimaru lifted his sake, holding up 3 fingers with his right hand. There are 3 ways. First, use the transformation technique to infiltrate places you wish to investigate, blending in with your surroundings and using ninjutsu to cover your tracks as you gather information. Second, plant spies near your targets, or turn someone close to them to your side, so they can bring you news from within. Rope Tree frowned slightly, feeling that neither method quite suited his current situation. The important areas of the Hidden Leaf Village were usually guarded by detection barriers. Simple transformation jutsu wouldn't get past these defenses, and infiltrating this way was also slow and inefficient. As for the second method, the risks were even greater. The village had stood for many years, and spies from different factions had long since infiltrated every corner. You could never be sure if the people you recruited or subverted weren't already working for someone else. If you acted recklessly, you might end up chasing false information and being led astray. And the third method? The third method is also the one I recommend most highly. Orochimaru set down his cup with a smile, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. You can form a contract with a clan of summoning beasts, letting those inconspicuous ninja animals become your intelligence network. In that instant, Rope Tree understood, and at the same time, gained a deeper insight into his teacher's nature. You went through all that trouble just to teach me the summoning technique? What a hopelessly stubborn tsundere. Still, excitement flickered across his face. He rose from his seat and bowed deeply to Orochimaru. Sensei, I understand now. I choose the third option. Please teach me the summoning technique. Orochimaru gestured for him to sit down, waving his hand with a hint of amusement, then continued. Teaching you the summoning technique is simple. All it takes is a contract scroll and a few hand signs. But what truly matters is that you decide for yourself who you want to sign the contract with. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and I each formed a pact with one of the 3 great sacred grounds. Which one will you choose? Ryuchi Cave is the domain of the White Snake Sage. That cavern is home to a vast community of serpents and is the birthplace of unique Ryuchi Cave sage arts. Shikatsu Forest is inhabited by the slug sage. According to Tsunade, every slug in Shikatsu Forest is actually a part of her. The entire forest is her countless avatars. They excel in healing and relaying information. Mount Myaboku is the final sacred ground, the one Jiraiya himself signed with. He once said there are 3 great toad sages there, and that Mount Myaboku holds the most complete system and traditions for learning sage arts. The toads you summon from there are outstanding, whether in battle or intelligence gathering. So, what is your choice? Setting down his cup, Orochimaru looked at his student with a glint of anticipation in his eyes. A bright chime echoed in Shoju's mind. A new set of choices has been triggered. Option 1. Sign a summoning contract with Ryuchi Cave. Reward: Ryuchi Cave Sage Arts Beginner. Option 2. Sign a summoning contract with Shikatsu Forest. Reward: Shikatsu Forest Sage Arts Beginner. Option 3. Sign a summoning contract with Mount Myaboku. Reward: Mount Myaboku Sage Arts Beginner. This time, the choices and rewards presented by the system were as clear as day. No matter which was chosen, it marked the pivotal step that would transform him from an ordinary shinobi into a sage. Yet for Shoju, there was really only one path laid before him. On the surface, Orochimaru gave Shoju the freedom to choose. But beneath that, there was a deeper intention at play. If Shoju did not choose Ryuchi Cave, his relationship with Orochimaru would forever remain that of teacher and student, nothing more. But if he chose Ryuchi Cave, Orochimaru would truly regard him as a successor and support him without reservation in the future. In this world where everyone is calculating their own interests, no one's motives are ever truly pure. The bond between master and disciple is fragile. The slightest disagreement might shatter it at any moment. Only when benefits and destinies are tightly intertwined can a bond become truly unbreakable. In the beginning, Orochimaru shielded Shoju, nourishing him so he could grow into a towering tree. In the day Shoju reached his peak, that would be the moment Orochimaru would finally reap the rewards of his investment. Orochimaru always remembered kneeling before his parents' graves as a child, the questions echoing in his heart. Why do people die? What is the meaning of life? Ever since he first tasted power, his goal had never wavered. Immortality. This desire was buried deep within his soul. He kept striving, searching, and waiting. Now, with Nawaki standing before him, carrying the power of wood release, Orochimaru was not about to let this chance for a better future slip by. He wanted to seize hope for himself, offer Nawaki a choice, and fight for a brand new future. Nawaki saw the deep anticipation in his teacher's eyes. In front of both the system and Orochimaru, he spoke up. I choose Ryakudo, the Dragon Cave. Orochimaru's pupils narrowed ever so slightly, and a faint smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. Excellent. Tomorrow morning, I'll bring the summoning contract scroll for Ryakudo. Now let's eat. At the same time, the system's notification chimed in Nawaki's mind. Host has made a choice. Contract with Ryakudo signed. Reward: Ryakudo Sage Arts Beginner. Reward delivered. Please check. After dinner, Nawaki and Orochimaru parted ways outside the barbecue restaurant and each headed home. As he walked along the road, Nawaki received the memories transmitted back from his dissipated shadow clone. Both of his teammates had agreed to meet the next morning with no objections. Satisfied, Nawaki smiled to himself and strolled leisurely toward the clan compound. When he returned, he noticed his sister's room was shrouded in darkness. No surprise there. Tsunade was most likely still locked in. Fierce combat at the gambling house. With the money Grandma had given her, it was unlikely she'd run out or come home anytime soon. Choosing not to concern himself with his wayward sister, Nawaki pushed open his own door and took out the summoning Rashomon scroll gifted by his teacher. Unlike the first Hokage's five-fold Rashomon, the scroll Orochimaru had given him was a simplified version. After all, not everyone, like the first Hokage, possessed such vast reserves of chakra within. With his extraordinary talent, Orochimaru had managed to reduce Rashomon to summon only 3 gates of the underworld. While this lowered its defensive power, it also made the technique far easier to perform and much less taxing on chakra. For Nawaki, whose chakra was only at Jonin level, it was just right. He carefully studied the Rashomon training method, and his admiration for Orochimaru grew even deeper. Truly, he deserves his reputation as the most brilliant scientist in the ninja world. The way he distills complexity into simplicity is nothing short of remarkable. The first Hokage's Rashomon summoned 5 gates in total, each with its own function, beginning with the first, bearing force, then weakening, diffusing, deflecting, and finally, repelling. Back in the days of the final battle at the Valley of the End, Uchiha, determined to prevent the Nine-Tails tailed beast bomb from being blocked again by Hashirama, Senju's with golem technique, hurled the massive sword wielded by his perfect Susanoo straight into the rapidly spinning tail beast bomb. In an instant, the wood golem was shattered. Yet, this overwhelmingly powerful attack was effortlessly blocked by the Rashomon gates summoned by Hashirama. The first 3 gates absorbed most of the force from the tailed beast bomb, while the last 2 gates deflected and redirected it far away, not only neutralizing the attack, but also protecting the surrounding land from devastation. However, such a level of control and chakra expenditure is far beyond what any ordinary person could endure. Therefore, when Orochimaru learned this jutsu from the Scroll of Seals, he chose to retain only the first 3 segments of Rashomon: resilience, dampening, and dispersion. He formed contracts with 3 gates of the underworld, allowing for more flexible manipulation. Moreover, with his meticulous mastery over the Rashomon technique, Orochimaru could adjust the position and angle of the gates as he summoned them, thereby replicating some of the functions of the 4th and 5th gates. Shungshu couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Thank goodness our teacher hasn't followed the path of madness like in the stories. Come to think of it, how can anyone sleep soundly knowing they might one day face someone capable of casually rewriting forbidden jutsu? I'll never understand those predecessor transmigrators. One after another, they treated Orochimaru as a convenient tool for acquiring early jutsu and resources, barely giving him a second thought. Once they became strong themselves, they just toss him aside, or even try to subdue him. Honestly, underestimating such a brilliant and capable force, treating him like some minor villain, it's almost laughable in its naivety. To put it in the words of a Naruto world, it's like a completely inexperienced genin trying to command, no, to enslave, a battle-hardened elite jonin who survived countless life and death struggles. It's beyond absurd. Shaking off these distractions, Shungshu threw himself earnestly into studying the secrets of Rashomon. At this stage, while he possessed an almost limitless ability to recover chakra, his overall chakra reserves still capped the strength of the jutsu he could unleash. That made the triple Rashomon especially practical for him. The night passed swiftly. On the morning of August 10th, year 37 of the Hidden Leaf, at exactly 6:30, Training Ground Zero. After a quick breakfast, Shungshu arrived at the appointed place right on time, only to find Mikoto Uchiha and Hisashi Hyuga already waiting for him at the training ground. Both of them wore training gear, simple, functional, and sharp-looking, radiating energy and focus. Hisashi sported a brand-new forehead protector that neatly concealed the caged bird seal. His long black hair, tied back with a white ribbon, lent him a dignified and composed appearance. "Hey, you two sure are early. Have you had breakfast yet?" Shungshu strode up to them, greeting them with a light-hearted joke. Mikoto flashed Shintaki a sweet smile and nodded gently in response. "Good morning, Shintaki-kun." Hisashi shot Shintaki a sidelong glance, responding with a nasal hum tinged with a hint of pride. Shintaki could only smile wryly. "Hey, Hisashi, I'm saying hello to you. It's barely morning. If you don't want to talk, that's fine, but do you really have to roll your eyes at me?" A few imaginary dark lines seemed to appear on Hisashi's forehead as he gave a cold snort and turned away. "I just got here. Already had breakfast." His words were brief and his attitude blunt. Shintaki let out a helpless sigh. He had wanted to lighten the mood with a joke or two, but it seemed this stuffy, eye-rolling fellow, who acted like a retired old man, wasn't having any of it. Turning, he caught sight of Mikoto hiding her laughter behind her hand, and suddenly felt a lot better. Mikoto is just wonderful. Not only is she beautiful, but she's so gentle too. If only I could marry her and see her every day, how happy I would be. As for Fugaku, well, let's not worry about him. Ahem, don't get ahead of yourself. That's something to consider later. Shintaki found himself gazing at Mikoto, already pondering possible names for their future children. Just then, a familiar, deep and magnetic voice sounded behind him. "It seems my future subordinates are all quite punctual." Orochimaru had materialized silently in the center of the field, his entrance so smooth that not a single person noticed. Shintaki turned to look at Orochimaru, and, together with the other two, greeted him. "Good morning, Orochimaru-sensei, sir." Orochimaru nodded, his gaze falling on the 3 young shinobi before him. "I suppose there's no need for much introduction. I am Orochimaru, disciple of the 3rd Hokage, and currently serving as a Konoha elite jonin." The trio nodded in understanding. "Shintaki is my student, that much goes without saying." Orochimaru shifted his attention to Uchiha Mikoto and Hyuga Hisashi. Both of you are outstanding genin of your generation, but I haven't truly seen your abilities for myself. He continued, since Shintaki picked his teammates, let's have him test your strength himself. Shintaki was taken aback for a moment, then understood his teacher's intention, to let him demonstrate his own strength and establish authority within the squad. A wave of gratitude welled up in his heart. How fortunate he was to have a teacher who always looked out for him. Yes, sensei. Orochimaru swiftly formed a series of hand signs, casting a barrier that enclosed the entire training ground before stepping aside. You may begin. Uchiha Mikoto and Hyuga Hizashi exchanged glances, then turned in surprise to Shintaki. Shintaki-kun, you may be strong, but are you really planning to take us both on at once? There was a trace of doubt in Hizashi's eyes as he looked at Shintaki. Shintaki simply smiled and nodded. That's right. Don't underestimate me. If you're not careful, I might just give you quite a shock. As he spoke, he formed a hand seal with both hands, his gaze unwavering as he looked at his two opponents. Let's go. Seeing that Shantian was truly going to take on both of them at once, Mikoto and Nichiza set aside their earlier sense of superiority. They formed their own seals in earnest, preparing themselves for the challenge. Once he saw they were ready, Shantian drew a kunai from his thigh and quickly performed the shadow clone jutsu, summoning a tangible duplicate at his side. If he wanted to establish his authority, he had to showcase his skills fully, starting from the very basics. The original and the shadow clone charged at Nichiza and Mikoto separately. Neither of them dared to be careless. They responded with all their strength, meeting Shuntian's assault head-on. The Uchiha clan excelled at fire-style ninjutsu and shuriken techniques, but Shuntian's shadow clone possessed formidable defenses and was immune to genjutsu. Mikoto had no choice but to step back, unleashing a flurry of shimmering steel to temporarily halt the clone's advance. Then, with a series of nimble leaps, she drew the clone away from the main battlefield. Byakugan activated. Gentle Fist Art. 8 trigrams palm. The veins at the corners of Nichiza's eyes bulged as his aura shifted, becoming calm yet imposing. He unleashed the Hyuga clan's gentle fist, his attacks both precise and fluid, some strikes aimed for Shuntian's vital points, others landing palm blows on his body. Shantian quickly sheathed his kunai and met him head-on with the leaf-style strong fist. Two entirely different taijutsu styles clashed fiercely at the center of the field. Leaf Whirlwind. Shantian spun, sweeping his leg low to force Nichiza back. Seizing the chance, he aimed a kick at Nichiza's chest and abdomen. Nichiza met the blow squarely with both palms, blocking the attack. Shantian withdrew his leg in one smooth motion, using the momentum to flip in midair, bringing his right heel down toward Nichiza's head. Nichiza remained calm and composed. He tilted his body to dodge, hooked Shuntian's calf with his right arm, and, gathering chakra at his left fingertips, struck several precise points along Shuntian's leg. Then, with a twist, he flung Shuntian far across the field. When Shuntian landed, his right leg gave out beneath him. He nearly collapsed. Damn, I completely forgot he's a master of chakra point strikes. What a costly mistake. I should have just gone all out with ninjutsu from start. Now I'm in real trouble. Seeing that Shantian was struggling to stay upright, Nichiza sprang forward in a flash, the ground beneath them lighting up with the pattern of a massive 8 trigrams diagram. Gentle Fist Art. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Nichiza's hands blurred into motion, striking Shuntian's body in a rapid succession of blows. Shuntian's body shuddered violently, as if being battered by a relentless force. Finally, Nichiza gathered chakra into his palm and struck Shuntian squarely in the chest with a powerful blow. Shuntian let out a cry of pain, and with a sharp crack, his body burst apart in a flurry of scattered wood chips. Nichiza's eyes widened in shock, staring in disbelief at the spot where Shuntian had disappeared. Impossible. Even with my Byakugan, I couldn't see when he used the body replacement technique, and just now, it definitely didn't feel like a shadow clone at all. It wasn't the body replacement technique, nor was it a shadow clone. At that moment, Shinshu emerged from behind a large tree, rubbing his nose a bit sheepishly as he looked at Nichiza. It was my wood clone. Nichiza, your gentle fist is truly impressive. It looks like I'm no match for you in taijutsu. If I want to defeat you, I'll have to use some special methods. Seeing Shinshu step out from behind the tree, completely unharmed, Nichiza let out a sigh. A wood clone, huh? So, wood style really is the formidable power the first Hokage used to bring peace to the warring era. Even the Byakugan can't tell the real from the fake. Come on then, let me see the might of your wood style. Nichiza resumed his gentle fist stance, his gaze fixed intently on Shinshu. Shunshu cast a glance into the distance, where his shadow clone was locked in a fierce water-style battle with Mikoto. A wave of envy flickered across his mind. Sigh, what rotten luck. Why does the shadow clone get to deal with illusions while I have to face this guy myself? Shunshu quickly gathered his focus, preparing for Nichiza's next assault. His hands flew through a series of hand signs. Wood-style, thorn-bind technique. Countless thorn branches erupted from the ground, spiraling rapidly toward Nichiza. With swift, flowing movements, Nichiza shattered each encroaching branch with his palms. Wood-style, four-pillar prison. From massive wooden pillars sprang up from the earth, trapping Nichiza, still wrestling with the vines, inside a wooden cage. Shunshu's hand seals shifted once more. Wood-style, giant hammer. A colossal log materialized in the air above the cage, descending with tremendous force. Inside the cage, Nichiza's expression changed. Chakra surged from every tenketsu in his body as he began to spin at incredible speed. 8 trigrams palm, rotation. A massive sphere of spinning chakra burst forth like a hurricane, obliterating both the wooden prison and the falling log in a shower of splinters. When the spinning stopped, Nichiza stood at the bottom of a deep crater, struggling to catch his breath. He looked at Shunshu and realized that his opponent's chakra, as seen through the Byakugan, was still abundant, while his own reserves had been nearly depleted by the rotation technique. With a resigned sigh, Nichiza lowered his head and released the Byakugan. I concede. Shunshu leapt down into the crater, helped the nearly exhausted Nichiza to his feet, and led him back up to solid ground. By that time, the fight between Mikoto and the shadow clone was coming to an end as well. Mikoto summoned the last of her chakra to unleash the phoenix. Fire technique, but Shunshu's water formation wall easily neutralized the attack. With no options left, Mikoto could only raise her hand and surrender. For Mikoto, this duel felt incredibly stifling. She possessed formidable talent in illusionary techniques and the two-tomo Sharingan. Yet against the shadow clone, she couldn't put any of her strengths to use. Her fire style and shuriken were completely suppressed by water style, making the entire fight seem more like an exchange of ninjutsu barges. By the time her chakra was depleted, she still hadn't managed to inflict any real damage on the shadow clone. Of course, the shadow clone created by Nobuki was deliberately holding back. Aside from leaving Mikoto soaked and her clothes clinging tightly to her body, he made sure not to let her get hurt. When Nobuki saw Mikoto raise her hand in surrender, he immediately dispelled the shadow clone. As the memories flowed back to him, he couldn't help but sigh in reflection. As expected, this shadow clone is quite something. Besides using water style to drench opponents, it seems none of the other moves were even necessary. Am I revealing my true nature here? With the fight over, Orochimaru reappeared in the arena, beckoning the 3 of them to come over. Well done, all of you. Although each of you still has shortcomings, for your age, your performances are already quite impressive. Now, based on what I saw, let me point out some issues I observed. First, Hisashi. Orochimaru turned his gaze to Hisashi, his eyes filled with approval. Among the current Hyuga clan, no one displays greater talent than you. Hisashi lowered his head slightly, his hands unconsciously clenching tight. Your reactions are sharp, and your grasp of timing during battle already surpasses most Chunin. Even Nobuki can't quite match you in that aspect. At this, Orochimaru cast a mildly dissatisfied glance at Nobuki. Nobuki scratched his head awkwardly, knowing full well that his actual combat experience was lacking. However, your weaknesses are just as obvious. Your offense is very strong, but your defense falls short. Aside from rotation, a move that consumes a huge amount of chakra, you have almost no other methods of defense. Moreover, your footwork and speed still need improvement. For example, just now, if Nobuki's wood clone hadn't let his guard down and allowed you to strike his leg's chakra point, would you have been able to keep landing gentle fist hits? You might have ended up like Mikoto, unable to even break through a single clone of Nobuki's. Hisashi opened his mouth, only to find that Orochimaru's assessment was spot on, leaving him a bit dispirited. Your next goal is to improve your speed and footwork. Taijutsu isn't just about fighting with your hands. Hisashi understood how valuable advice from an elite jonin was and nodded earnestly. Yes, Orochimaru-sensei. Orochimaru gave a small nod, then turned his gaze to Mikoto. Now let's talk about Mikoto. Mikoto's cheeks flushed as she heard Orochimaru begin to evaluate her. Embarrassed, she dropped her gaze, but as soon as Orochimaru called her name, she straightened up, listening attentively. Not bad at all. Possessing the double Tomo Sharingan at just 14 is extremely rare, even in the Uchiha clan's history. Mikoto nodded in acknowledgement. Your shuriken skills and basic fire techniques are solid, and your chakra control is impressive. That's quite an achievement. However, your offensive power is somewhat lacking. You don't have any moves that can decisively turn the tide in battle, which will slow down your combat rhythm. On top of that, your chakra reserves aren't outstanding, so if the fight drags on, your advantage will slowly slip away. Next, you'll need to both unlock more of your Sharingan's potential and work on increasing your overall chakra reserves. As for new offensive techniques, I'll help you figure something out. Mikoto bowed deeply to Orochimaru, her gratitude evident. Yes, Orochimaru-sensei. Orochimaru waved a hand dismissively, turning his gaze to Nawaki. Nawaki, after battling your peers today, have you noticed any shortcomings in yourself? Nawaki's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he looked back at Orochimaru. Yes, sensei. Oh, let's hear your thoughts. Orochimaru smiled, his eyes gleaming with interest as he watched Nawaki. My greatest weakness right now is probably my shuriken throwing technique and my lack of experience in close combat. My speed could use some work too, and I'm not very good at Jinjutsu either. The more Nawaki spoke, the more he realized just how many weaknesses he had. Aside from his chakra reserves, his water-style ninjutsu, and the wood-style he couldn't reveal, he felt as though he had nothing to his name. A sense of shame crept over him. But seeing Nawaki's expression, Orochimaru's smile only grew wider. Very good. At the very least, you're self-aware. You haven't let your strength go to your head. Right now, the only thing worth praising is that your chakra reserves are decent. Other than that, you're laughably clumsy in every other respect. Your water-style jutsu packs a punch, but your control over it is terrible. The second Hokage could use a jutsu like water release, wild water wave, and mold it into a defensive water wall. And you? Ninjutsu isn't just a set of rigid techniques. It's something to be controlled with finesse and constantly innovated upon. Orochimaru's tone grew sharper, his words more cutting with each sentence. At least you're aware of your weakness in Jinjutsu, so you used a shadow clone to fight Mikoto. But it's not just that you're weak at Jinjutsu, you're almost completely ignorant of it. If you faced Mikoto head-on with your real body, I can guarantee you wouldn't even have the courage to meet her gaze. Oomph. Nawaki scratched his head awkwardly, sneaking a glance at his teacher who looked about to lose his temper, and mumbled a protest. Well, I could just keep using ninjutsu from distance. If I know I can't handle Jinjutsu, why would I have to look her in the eyes? Orochimaru wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, he nodded approvingly. That's actually a good idea. Although you have quite a few shortcomings, your strengths are just as obvious. Your vast reserves of chakra are more than enough to sustain you through a high-intensity battle. If you can't get close to your opponent, then use ninjutsu to suppress them from a distance. Experience in combat isn't something you can gain overnight. For now, what you need to do is use overwhelming power to make up for your lack of experience. Shangshu nodded earnestly, only to be met by a sharp look from Orochimaru. But you can't neglect training in other abilities. You should know, the first Hokage was never particularly skilled in Jinjutsu. But have you ever heard of anyone who could affect him with it? It's normal to have weaknesses. There's no such thing as a flawless shinobi. But if you want to stand at the very top like the first Hokage, you must compensate for your shortcomings with even greater strength. Otherwise, you'll never reach that height. Orochimaru fixed Shangshu with a deep, penetrating gaze, as if he wanted to etch every word into the young man's heart. Shangshu bowed formally to Orochimaru. Yes, sensei, I understand. I will work hard and never slack off. Only then did Orochimaru nod in satisfaction, retrieving a scroll from within his robes. I acknowledge your abilities. From this day forward, the three of you are my disciples. To celebrate this occasion, I prepared a gift for you. Mikoto, this is also the method I mentioned before to help you strengthen your offensive power. Orochimaru unfurled the scroll before the three of them. Bold characters across the top read, Ryukido, the Dragon Cave. This was a summoning contract. Several names were listed below, with Orochimaru's at the very bottom. This is the summoning scroll for the Ryukido. Originally, I intended to pass it on to Shangshu, but now, all three of you are my disciples, so you all have the right to add your names. Once you form the contract, you'll be able to use the summoning jutsu to call forth the giant serpents of Ryukido to assist you in battle. This will greatly enhance your strength. Mikoto looked visibly excited, her eyes alight with anticipation as she gazed at the contract. Nichiza, on the other hand, only glanced at it curiously and then shook his head. Sensei, I'm not particularly interested in snakes. Besides, there's still much I need to improve in my gentle fist techniques, and I want to focus on my taijutsu for now. If, in the future, I come across a summoning beast that suits me, may I ask for your help then? Orochimaru showed no displeasure at Nichiza's answer, simply smiling and nodding. Of course. I'll keep an eye out for a more suitable contract for you. Thank you, Sensei. Hiruzen bowed to Orochimaru and then stepped aside. Mikoto, on the other hand, had no such reservations. The chance to form a contract with a powerful summoning beast would greatly aid her in her upcoming quest for vengeance in the Land of Rain. She looked at Orochimaru with eager anticipation. Sensei, I would like to sign this contract. Orochimaru nodded, sliding the scroll in front of Mikoto and handing her a calligraphy brush. Write your name in the blank space, then leave a blood imprint over your name. Mikoto took the brush, swiftly wrote her name, and, without a moment's hesitation, slit her palm with a kunai, pressing her bloodied hand onto the scroll to complete the summoning contract. Satisfied, she stepped aside. Shu, however, did not sign right away. He stared at the top of the scroll, his gaze lingering on a name written in darker ink. Taizo, that name rings a bell. Where have I seen it before? Noticing Shu standing there distracted, Orochimaru shot him a puzzled look. Shu, it's your turn. Why are you hesitating? Shu snapped back to reality, pushing aside the nagging sense of familiarity he just couldn't place. He accepted the brush from his teacher, wrote his name on the scroll, and pressed his bloody handprint beneath it. With both students having finished the contract, Orochimaru bent down, rolled up the scroll, and said, "Good. Now that you've both signed the contract, I will teach you the hand signs for the summoning technique." He reminded them sternly, "Pay close attention." Orochimaru began his demonstration. The summoning technique requires 5 hand signs in this order: boar, dog, bird, monkey, and sheep. Once you've formed the last sign, you can perform the summoning. The moment his explanation ended, a thunderous boom echoed through the training ground, followed by a thick cloud of smoke billowing. Up from the ground, as the smoke cleared, an enormous serpent, Manda, loomed over the field, with Orochimaru standing atop its head. "Hey, Orochimaru, why have you summoned me again? I don't have time to play ninja games with your students." Manda's voice was sharp and full of irritation as he complained to Orochimaru. Shu, recognizing the giant snake, grinned and waved in greeting. "Hey, Manda, good to see you again. How have you been?" Manda's massive form tensed, and he turned to glare at Shu with barely restrained fury, as if ready to lash out at any moment. "You again, brat. We still haven't settled things from last time. This time, I'll make sure you see what I'm truly capable of." Perched atop Manda's head, Orochimaru stomped down hard, sending a surge of powerful chakra through his foot. Manda's jaws snapped shut so suddenly he nearly bit his own tongue. Orochimaru spoke coldly. "Manda, I summoned you this time only to demonstrate the summoning technique for my students. If you don't want to be forcefully sent back to Ryuchi Cave, you'd better behave yourself." The myriad snakes were cowed by this blow. They clamped their mouths shut, fixing Shuntian with cold, venomous eyes, but dared not lash out again. Orochimaru turned to Mikoto. "Mikoto, you've used up too much chakra. Wait until you've recovered before you attempt the summoning jutsu again." Then he looked at Shuntian. "Shuntian, you try it now. Let's see what kind of snake you can summon. Remember, the size of the snake depends on how much chakra you pour into the jutsu." Shuntian nodded. Using the blood still lingering in his palm from when he'd signed the contract, he quickly formed the necessary hand signs for the summoning jutsu, then pressed his palm to the ground. With a flash of light from the summoning circle, a colossal crimson serpent emerged from the array. Shuntian's vantage point soared instantly, rising even higher than Orochimaru, who stood atop Manda's massive head. Manda, who had been waiting to see Shuntian make a fool of himself, suddenly saw the enormity of the summoned serpent. His pupils contracted in shock, and he cried out in disbelief, "Shinya, why would you answer the call of a human?" The crimson serpent slowly opened its icy, vertical pupils, casting a cold glance at Manda. In a voice devoid of emotion, it said, "I sense the aura of Azura." "Who is it?" A terrifying aura of oppression spread throughout the entire Number Zero training ground as the colossal serpent known as Shina by the myriad. Snake spoke. The pressure felt tangible like a mountain bearing down, making it difficult for everyone present to even catch their breath. Orochimaru's pupils contracted as he stared in astonishment at the crimson, single-eyed giant serpent. "Mandara, I've been contracted with Ryukido for so long, yet I've never heard of such a powerful snake existing there. Didn't you say you were the king of all snakes in Ryukido? Why does it seem like this one is far stronger than you?" Mandara, caught in the act of boasting, tried to defend itself, its hoarse voice laced with embarrassment and gravity as it muttered. Beneath Orochimaru's feet. Yet, given its massive size and volume, what it took for a whisper was clearly heard by all in the arena. I am, of course, the king of all snakes. But Shinya is different from the others. It never responds to the summons of Ryukido-esque contractors. In fact, According to the three snake princesses of Ryakudo, Shina is an ancient creature that has survived since the era of the Sage of Six Paths. Its power is unfathomable, and it even dares to defy the White Snake Sage. Orochimaru, your disciple, is in for serious trouble. Let me make this clear. If Shina loses its temper, don't expect any help from me. The sight of that menacing mouth spitting out such words was the perfect example of being both fierce and cowardly. Shungshu gazed at the giant snake beneath him, a growing sense of familiarity stirring in his heart. Hearing Mandara mention the era of the Sage of Six Paths, a sudden realization dawned on him. So with Shina, the same giant python that back in the time of the Sage of Six Paths made a contract with Ashura's friend Taizong, the very one that defied the White Snake Sage and boasted it would devour her whole. But for some unknown reason, after Taizong destroyed one of its eyes and abandoned it, Shina grew to hate all humans. It wasn't until Boruto's era, under the dazzling aura of the protagonist, that Shina finally formed a new contract with a human. Thinking of Shina's origins and its overwhelming power, Shungshu found himself unable to hold back a thrill of excitement. I can't believe I managed to summon this guy. What luck! Crouching down, Shungshu patted the massive scales on Shina's head. Hello, Shina. I'm the one who summoned you. My name is Shungshu. Let's get along from now on. Shina's serpentine pupil slanted upward ever so slightly. Although it couldn't see who stood atop its head, the familiar chakra signature kindled a fury in its heart, as if a volcano was about to erupt and unleash its world-ending lava the next instant. You brat who inherited Ashura's power, get off my head now. With a violent toss of its enormous head, Shina sent Shungshu toppling from the slick, scaly surface. Shina stared intently at the figure falling from above, his pupils flashing with a savage, murderous light. He opened his massive, sky-swallowing jaws, snapping at Shungshu. Everything connected to that bastard must be destroyed. Be buried in my belly, brat. Shungshu looked at Shina in utter confusion, unable to understand why he had suddenly turned hostile or why he kept calling him the inheritor of Ashura. The razor-sharp fangs within Shina's gaping mouth were only inches away. Suspended in midair, Shungshu had no time to dwell on his questions. He had to survive this crisis first. Wood release. Raging tree spears. Several vines burst from Shungshu's body, instantly transforming into towering trees. Their razor-sharp roots whipped at Shina, stabbing and entangling. Shungshu kicked off the trunk of one of the trees, using the force to leap from the air to the ground. With a thunderous crunch, Shina bit down and shattered the tree trunk, blocking his path. The countless barbed roots might as well have been made of air. With a toss of his massive head, he snapped them all effortlessly. Rage flared even brighter in Shina's eyes. He lowered his head, glaring at the tiny figure on the ground, and snorted twin streams of white vapor from his nostrils. Oof. So it really is Ashura's would release. If I kill you, I won't have to worry about killing the wrong person. Seeing Shina preparing to attack again, Shungshu quickly shouted, Shina, wait. I only summoned you with the summoning jutsu. I've never even seen you before. Why do you want to kill me the moment we meet? And besides, this person you keep mentioning, and whoever Ashura is, what do they have to do with me? Shungshu kept his understanding to himself and waited patiently. Wouldn't it be better to have such a powerful summoned beast as an ally? If they started fighting, there was no telling what might happen, and if things turned ugly, summoning Shina to fight by his side in the future would become nearly impossible. Best to keep things calm for now. Maybe they could resolve this peacefully, and everyone would be satisfied. But if a fight really broke out, Shungshu could always activate the Ryakudo Sage mode. He wasn't truly afraid of Shina. Shina paused at Shungshu's words, his attack slowing. He let out a cold snort. Oof. What difference does it make? Humans are all a bunch of selfish, treacherous creatures. And you, brat, what right do you have to become my contractor? Seeing that Shina had truly stopped his attack, Shungshu felt a surge of hope. There was a chance yet. Shina, I don't know why my ability to use would release makes you want to kill me. I don't even know why you hate humans so much. But I only want to find a companion who can fight by my side. And I am nothing like those selfish traitors you speak of. As he spoke, Shungshu pointed toward the direction where Orochimaru and Mando were standing. My teacher, Orochimaru. He became a Ryakudo contractor long before I did. His summoned beast is Manda. You know that, don't you? Even a snake with a temper like Manda was never abandoned by my teacher. Do you really think he couldn't kill Manda and just summon a new beast if he wanted to? Manda's pupils narrowed. Remembering all that had happened since his pact with Orochimaru, he couldn't help but harbor a few private thoughts. Shinya, since you've responded to my summoning jutsu, it means our fates are now linked. I hope you'll give me a chance to prove myself, to show that I'm worthy to become your partner. And I hope you'll give yourself a chance to a chance to reconnect with humans. What do you say? Those words, dripping with gentle persuasion, nearly moved Rope Tree himself as he spoke them. Shinya fell silent for a moment, his single eye flickering with a mocking smile. Give myself a chance? Kid, you must still be dreaming. Shinya, have lived longer than your entire ninja world's history. Do you really think I'd care about something like that? Seeing that the approach of gentle reasoning wasn't working, Rope Tree quickly changed tactics. Shinya, the wound on your eye was left by a human, wasn't it? That's why you've hated humans all this time and refused to accept a new summoner. You may have lived for ages, but your heart is stuck in the past. People are not all the same. Why are you afraid to try trusting a human again? As I see it, you're just someone with great power but too afraid to step out of your own shell. A coward. Even Manda is braver than you. Manda, dragged into this for no reason, was about to lash out at Rope Tree. Shinya cast a disdainful glance at Manda, and Manda instantly snapped his mouth shut, even flicking his tongue less frequently. Kid, you're trying to provoke me, but have you considered what consequences that might bring? Rope Tree shook his head at Shinya. I don't care about the consequences. I just want to know, do you dare form a contract with me? See if I'm really like your former master, a cowardly, selfish, and disloyal person. Shinya looked down at the boy standing below him, so small and insignificant, yet lifting his head to meet Shinya's gaze. It reminded Shinya of himself long ago, standing beside Ashura, weak but unyielding. Oh, and how do you plan to prove yourself to me? Shinya's tone suddenly softened, his voice growing distant and mysterious. Ding! The host has triggered a new choice. Option 1. Convince Shinya with your words and ideals. Reward. Wind style, raisin shuriken. Option 2. When in doubt, seek your teacher's help. Join forces with Orochimaru and subdue Shinya with sheer strength, so it learns the true resolve expected of a summoning beast. Reward. Lightning release, Kirin. Option 3. Challenge Shinya head-on, survive its onslaught, and prove your own strength and determination. Reward. Ryakudo Sage Art, Intermediate. Without hesitation, Shungshu chose the third option. In the face of such an ancient being, trying to outweed it with clever tricks would only backfire. Sometimes, it's better to rely on one's own strength and meet the challenge head-on with dignity. System. I choose the third option. Host's choice has been confirmed. Reward. Ryakudo Sage Art, Intermediate, has been granted. Please check and receive your reward. Shungshu turned to Orochimaru, Mikoto Uchiha, and Hizashi, and spoke solemnly. Sensei, I'd like to handle the upcoming battle myself. Please, leave this to me. Orochimaru saw the resolve in his disciple's eyes, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He withdrew to a distance with the other two and Manda, their chakras simmering, ready to leap in at any moment. The natural energy of the world began to gather around Shungshu. He raised a hand, forming a seal of opposition toward Shinya, and said with grave respect, Shinya, please, grant me your guidance. Shinya watched as the youth's aura began to surge, a flicker of surprise in its eyes. The great serpent dipped its head in acknowledgement. Your courage is commendable. Very well, I'll give you a chance to show your worth. Let's see how long you can withstand my power. Shungshu's hands blurred through a series of seals, unleashing a torrent of powerful chakra. Before Shinya, Shungshu dared not be reckless. He had no time to worry about how to explain the origins of sage techniques. He simply pressed his hands together. Sage mode, activate. A blue shadow bloomed around his eyes, the sleeves of his robe rippling in the surge of chakra, while serpentine blue phantoms coiled around his body. Water style, great exploding water colliding wave. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Sage art, inorganic reincarnation. A barrage of jutsu transformed the training ground into a raging sea. Mighty water dragons burst from the surface, roaring as they lunged at Shinya. Simultaneously, countless streams rose at Shinya's feet and twisted upward, alive, seeking to ensnare the great serpent. This time, Shinya was genuinely taken aback. The Ryakudo's sage arts? On the sidelines, the others could not hide their shock at the overwhelming and unfamiliar chakra surging from Shungshu. Orochimaru and Manda's expressions shifted at once, uttering the same words as Shinya in unison. Ryakudo Sage Mode. Orochimaru was astonished. Shungshu had managed to enter Sage Mode on his own, without any guidance. Meanwhile, Uchiha Mikoto and Hyuga Hayashi, standing nearby, heard the term Sage Mode for the first time. They looked at Shunju with puzzled expressions, completely at a loss. After a moment of mild surprise, Shinya's lips curled into an exaggerated grin. Kid, your power is a bit beyond what I expected. But this is merely the basic form of Ryakudo's sage art. It's hardly worth mentioning. No sooner had he finished speaking than Shinya's massive serpent body rolled in the water, sending up waves several stories high. The surge smashed the water chains imbued with life by Shunju's sage technique into nothingness. The serpent's head swayed from side to side, effortlessly colliding with the oncoming water dragons. They burst apart in mid-air, exploding into enormous showers that crashed back onto the surface with a mighty roar. In that instant, Shinya displayed the full extent of his formidable strength and nearly impenetrable defense. Outside the arena, Orochimaru's pupils contracted at the sight, and he clenched his fists in silent worry for Shinju. Shinju, however, was not alarmed. Such a rampaging giant serpent, one that could even challenge the White Snake Sage, could never be brought down by mere tricks. Shinya's colossal size and the vast chakra stored within him nearly rivaled that of a tailed beast. Defeating him through ordinary means would be almost impossible. In that case, I'll use my strongest technique. Sage Art, Inorganic Reincarnation. Drawing upon the amplification of Sage Mode, Shunju pushed himself to the limit, unleashing a powerful ninjutsu that far surpassed the stamina of even elite jonin. With his intermediate Sage Mode on the verge of fading, he managed one final inorganic reincarnation. Though Sage techniques are mighty, their duration has always been the greatest obstacle for the user. Even someone as strong as Naruto in perfect Sage Mode could only maintain it for about 5 minutes. For Shunju, the situation was even more dire. After unleashing a single Sage technique, his Sage energy was nearly depleted, barely enough for one last move. Countless branches burst from the water's surface, surging toward Shinya in a wild frenzy under the power of inorganic reincarnation. The moment the branches touched Shinya's body, a tremendous suction force flowed into him from the point of contact. His chakra was rapidly drained away by the power of the birth of the trees. The chakra-absorbing ability of Wood Release is exceptionally effective against giant creatures. Even a mighty Ninetales was rendered helpless in moments under Hashirama's Wood Dragon technique. Although Shinju's Wood Release was far weaker than Hashirama's, Shinya was no match for the overwhelming strength of the Ninetales either. As the branches continued to entangle and drain him, Shinya's wild thrashing weakened with every passing second. Shunju exited Sage Mode. Seeing that his strongest attack had finally worked, he let out a small sigh of relief. He stood his ground, waiting a while, as the chakra that had nearly been drained from his body began to recover swiftly, aided by the power of the sea. Ignoring the exhaustion that washed over him after exiting Sage Mode, he swiftly formed the hand seals for the water-severing wave technique. A thin, high-pressure stream of white water shot from Shinshu's mouth, aimed at a patch of reverse-growing scales at the 7-inch mark on Shinya's rolling, massive body. There was a barely audible thud as the water struck. Then, as the water-severing wave faded, that singular conspicuous scale, which grew against the grain of the others, broke away from Shinya's body and fell to the ground. Shinya, who had been thrashing and roaring with all his might, suddenly froze. The wild, violent aura that had surrounded him vanished in an instant, as if plunging into deep water. Shunshu released his hand seals, dispelling the rampaging Would Release jutsu, and strode up to the giant snake's limp head, meeting its single eye head-on. "Shinya, do I have the right to be your companion now?" he asked. The fury that once burned in Shinya's eye softened with the loss of his reverse scale, replaced by a complicated, thoughtful look as he gazed at the youth standing before him. "How did you know that was the key to restraining my rage?" Shinya rumbled. Very few knew, besides the man who had betrayed his trust, that the most ferocious serpent of Ryukido's legend had such a vulnerable weakness, that single, tiny reverse scale. Shunshu shook his head and reached out, gently touching the tip of Shinya's nose. The faint warmth of his palm seeped through the scales, sending a shiver through Shinya's immense body. "How many years has it been since anyone touched me so gently?" Shinya wondered. The sensation drew his thoughts back to his youth, to the days he followed. The man who once fought alongside Ashura. That man, too, would stroke his head with such kindness, encouraging him to grow stronger. But in the end, Shinshu drew his hand back, clenching it into a fist and raising it before Shinya's eye. "So, Shinya, will you wager with me again? This time, let's stake both our futures." Shinya looked at the boy's bright, expectant smile, the most genuine he had seen in ages. Deep within his heart, dormant for countless years, a ripple of feeling stirred. "Very well," Shinya replied, his thunderous voice tinged with a hint of anticipation. "I'll wager with you this once more. I only hope you won't let me lose to a human again." With that, Shinya lifted his massive head, the last traces of violence vanishing from his lone eye. He closed it and gently touched Shinshu's outstretched fist with his snout, as if sealing an important promise. A surge of pure joy rose from within. Shinshu opened his arms wide and embraced Shina's head, pressing his face against the snake's icy scales. Thank you, Shina, for trusting me. From today on, we're bound together, through life and death. Startled by the youth's sudden enthusiasm, Shina instinctively stiffened, almost tossing the boy clinging to his head. When he heard Shina speak of companions bound by life and death, Shina felt as if he'd been released from spell. The tension drained from his body, and a gentle light flickered in his single, open eye. Kid, I'll head back to Ryukido for now. If you need me, just summon me again. My partner. With a muffled pop, Shina's body dissolved into a swirl of smoke, voluntarily ending the summoning jutsu and returning to Ryukido. Shinto remained where he was, arms still outstretched, a goofy grin spreading across his face. The spectators outside the arena were all dumbfounded. Manda, with Orochimaru still atop his head, shook his massive serpent head in disbelief. Incredible. Truly unbelievable. Orochimaru, your student has really changed my opinion. Who would have thought that Shinya, the most violent and human-hating of all Ryukido-esque serpents, would willingly become his summon? Orochimaru slowly recovered from his shock, a hint of pride curling his lips into a smile. Of course, Shinto is my most outstanding student, isn't he? Manda suddenly fell silent. After a long pause, a deep rumble issued from beneath Orochimaru's feet. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Orochimaru, if you need anything else in the future, just summon me. With those hasty words, Manda willingly dissolved the summoning jutsu, vanishing in a cloud of smoke. Orochimaru, who suddenly dropped from the air as Manda disappeared, was momentarily alarmed, but quickly steadied himself and landed lightly on the ground. Replaying Manda's parting words in tone in his mind, a sly smile crept onto his lips. That Manda, he really is quite the character. Catching sight of his disciple, still dazed in the center of the field, Orochimaru walked over and gave him a pat. Shinto, well done. And thank you too. Shinto rubbed his head, slowly making a confused gesture. Mikoto Uchiha and Hisashi Hyuga came to stand beside Shinto, their eyes shining with amazement as they looked at him. This boy, younger than both of them, was already far ahead on the path. He possessed a terrifying amount of chakra for his age, powerful water-style jutsu, the wood release of the first Hokage, and now, an unimaginably strong summoning beast. That level of strength, for someone their age, was simply unimaginable. Mikoto gazed at Shinto, eyes sparkling with admiration. Hisashi, recalling the overwhelming power and presence Shinya had just displayed, felt a sudden thought rise in his mind. Actually, having a snake as a summoning beast isn't so bad after all. Should have picked up the reverse scale Shinya had shed on the ground and brought it to Orochimaru. Sensei, could you help me seal this scale in a scroll? Since it came from Shinya, I want to keep it safe. Orochimaru showed a satisfied smile, generously producing a brand new scroll. He carefully sealed the scale inside, then handed it over to Nawaki. Looking at his three disciples standing neatly before him, Orochimaru's expression softened into a gentle smile. All right, that's it for today's team gathering. In a moment, let's go have a meal together as a way to celebrate the official formation of our squad. Take tomorrow to rest well at home. The day after, you'll join me as we head for the battlefield in the Land of Rain. The three nodded in agreement. A fierce and passionate fire lit up in Mikoto's eyes. The Land of Rain, the Rain Ninja. Mother, I hope you're watching from above. I will avenge you. With that, the battle at Training Ground Zero drew to a close. Led by Orochimaru, the three of them went to the same barbecue restaurant they'd visited before, enjoying a meal that marked a perfect ending to their first gathering as master and students. In Orochimaru's presence, both Mikoto and Hisashi promised to keep Nawaki's ability to use would release a secret. Coming from prominent families themselves, they naturally understood how explosive this revelation would be for the Hidden Leaf if it ever got out. After all, Nawaki would be a trusted comrade on the battlefield, someone they could entrust their lives to. At a moment like this, standing by his side was only right. They agreed to meet early the morning after next, just outside the gates of the Hidden Leaf Village, to depart together with the Leaf's ninja forces heading for the front lines. With this settled, Mikoto and Hisashi each said their goodbyes and took their leave. Everything they'd seen and heard today had left them both deeply shaken, and Orochimaru's guidance required time to digest and reflect upon. Orochimaru, meanwhile, led Nawaki back to his own residence, where he taught him some more flexible uses of the summoning technique. He also tested Nawaki's progress with the Rashomon, only letting him go after he was satisfied. In the following 2 days, Nawaki, who had learned to control the amount of chakra he output, thus determining the size of the snakes he summoned was like a child with a brand new toy. He locked himself away at home, completely absorbed in his new discovery. He summoned hundreds of small snakes, sending them slithering from the cracks in his walls into the homes of various leaf clans, thoroughly indulging in his penchant for mischief and voyeurism. This snake should be in the Sarutobi clan's house, right? Let's take a look. That little one must be Asuma, I suppose. Looks about a year old. Sarutobi Hiruzen is already over 40. He's still in good shape. Let's check the memories from this other snake. Whoa, is that baby Kakashi? He looks quite adorable when he's asleep. How did he grow up to be so expressionless? Caught up in his own mischief, Nawaki spied on all the great clans of the village, catching glimpses of many future legends in their childhoods, before their names became known to the world. Asuma, Kurenai Yuhi, and Ibiki Marino, 3 characters who frequently appeared, were all around the same age this year. What surprised Nawaki was that Mizuki and Tobitake Tanbo, 2 minor characters, turned out to be just as old as they were. He also spotted several others who had only recently been born: Kakashi, Might Guy, Obito Uchiha, Rin Noara, and Shizen. They were just tiny babies. One punch would have them wailing for ages. There was no sign at all that these little ones would one day shake the ninja world. Nawaki was browsing through the information sent back by his summoning snakes, clicking his tongue in admiration from time to time. Suddenly, a small snake slithered through the gap beneath the door, glided over to him, spat out an explosive tag onto the floor, and let out a series of urgent hissing sounds. Through his contract with the little snake, Nawaki understood what those hisses meant. What's that? You found this explosive tag inside the rock layers of the Hokage monument? And there are many more inside. You little rascal, didn't I tell you to look for Root's main base over there? Why are you burrowing holes in the Hokage monument instead? Don't you know that's the shelter my granduncle built for Konoha? What if you mess something up by digging around there? The small snake looked utterly wronged, as if to say, you're the one who said Root's base might be hidden underground. How else am I supposed to find a hidden base unless I dig? Nawaki realized he really had given those instructions, and felt a little embarrassed. All right, don't get upset. If there really are more explosive tags, bring a few more of your brothers and dig them all up for me. I want to see just how many there are, since you say there are so many. The little snake nodded, then wriggled out through the door crack once more. Nawaki stroked his chin, pondering who would go to the trouble of hiding so many explosive tags in the Hokage monument. The residential district was all built around the Konoha River, and apart from the bare rock of the monument, only Root's base might be located there. Were the explosive tags meant to blow up the rocks? He searched his memories for a while, when suddenly a flash of inspiration came to him. Explosive tags inside the Hokage monument, and, at this period in time, could it be Geno? Nawaki recalled that in the storyline, the year Tsunade became Hokage, Kanata had accidentally used her Byakugan to spot explosive tags hidden within the Hokage monument. After some investigation, they uncovered Geno, the spy from the village of Yanhigakure, who had been hiding in Konoha for 30 years. Later, using Hinata's Byakugan, they removed all the explosive tags, narrowly averting a disaster that could have destroyed the entire village. In the grand scheme of things, it was just a minor episode. If the little snake hadn't brought back an explosive tag today, Nawaki might never have remembered it at all. Shungshu couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation. That stash of explosive tags was no small haul. If he could collect them all before heading to the battlefield, it would certainly replenish his combat supplies. He waited patiently for a while. Soon, a faint, rustling sound of crawling came from outside the door. Shungshu stood up and opened it. Dozens of small snakes slithered into the room, each clutching several explosive tags in their mouths. Shungshu's eyes lit up as he gathered the explosive tags and did a quick count. There were nearly 200 in total. At the current market price, with even the cheapest tag fetching 300 taels each, the whole lot was worth a hefty 60,000 taels. Feeling quite satisfied, he stored the explosive tags away and waved the tireless little snakes off, looking for all the world like a capitalist squeezing every bit of labor from his child workers. As for Geno, the man who had buried the tags, Shungshu decided to look for him after returning from the battlefield. After all, as a spy who had managed to remain hidden in Konoha for 30 years, he wasn't likely to disappear anytime soon. With his mind made up, Shungshu sat back on his bed and began to browse through the wide array of information the snakes had brought back from all corners of the village. He had to admit, it was far more entertaining than mindlessly scrolling through videos on his phone in his previous life. Of course, there were certain places he deliberately avoided, like the bathhouses Jiraiya frequented. As a modern young man with a proper education, Shungshu held firmly to his moral bottom line. There was no way he'd follow Jiraiya's example in that regard. After all, no one wants the women of their household being spied on while they're bathing, do they? And so, 2 leisurely and eventful days slipped by as Shangshu quietly gathered intelligence, if one could call it that. On the morning of their departure, a thin mist blanketed the clearing outside Konoha's west gate. Today, the unit heading to the Rain Ninja front lines had already assembled there in silence. Shangshu and his 2 companions followed Orochimaru to the gathering point. Shangshu glanced around the assembled crowd, but didn't see any sign of Tsunade. He allowed a quiet sigh of relief. For the past 2 days, Tsunade had been coming and going at odd hours, making her hard to find. Shangshu had wanted to tell her he was heading off to war, but never got the chance. He was afraid she'd be angry if she found out he'd left without saying goodbye, so he was quite nervous about running into her at the assembly point today. Thankfully, units bound for different battlefields were gathering at separate locations, which spared him a great deal of trouble. Orochimaru strode to the front of the formation, scanning the 500-strong group before him, his expression growing solemn. Everyone, by order of Lord 3rd Hokage, I will be leading you to the front lines in the Land of Rain to establish our defenses. No need for further instructions. Everyone knows what to do. As always, the reconnaissance ninja will move out first to clear the way. The rest of you will split into squads, keep your distance, and stay alert for signals from the scouts at all times. We set out now. Arrive in the Land of Rain within 3 days. Yes, sir. The group of ninja answered in unison, their voices echoing through the clearing. From their ranks, over a dozen agile figures broke off, splitting into several directions and vanishing swiftly into the forest. The remaining ninja formed into 3-man squads and set out at a more measured pace. Seeing the teams had departed, Orochimaru turned to look at the 3 beside him, Shangshu and his companions. I need to go ahead and reach the front lines early to make arrangements, he said. The 3 of you, with Shangshu acting as your temporary leader, follow behind the main force and make your way to the front lines on your own. Any questions? The 3 exchanged glances, youthful confidence shining in their eyes. Together, they nodded. No problem, sensei. Good. Move out. Orochimaru's style had always been direct and decisive. Without wasting another word, he issued the order and, in a blur, vanished from sight. With chakra coursing through his legs and feet, Shangshu bounded from branch to branch, the scenery of the forest flashing past him in a green blur. Beside him, Mikoto Uchiha and Hisashi Hyuga advanced in classic ninja fashion, leaping nimbly along the treetops. In his previous life, Shangshu had always thought this way of running looked ridiculous, and had even tried it himself. He finally came to a conclusion. With both arms held stiffly behind you and your head thrust forward, there was simply no way to maintain your balance. After all, when ordinary people sprint, they swing their arms to keep themselves steady. And if you're running at top speed and suddenly need to grab something from your person, you have to slow down to avoid losing balance from that abrupt movement. Only after arriving in the ninja world did Shangshu realize that the forebears who invented this peculiar way of traveling actually had sound reasons for it. Unlike regular people, ninja have chakra. By channeling chakra into their feet, they can cling to branches or the ground, making it unnecessary to use their arms for balance at all. With their hands free, they can draw weapons or launch attacks at will. And truly skilled ninja can even form hand seals while running at full speed, without slowing or disrupting their jutsu. After convincing himself with this logic, Shangshu joined the parade of embarrassing ninja running, without the slightest hesitation. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. No shame in that. As the team's only Byakugan user, Hisashi would periodically activate his white eyes, scanning their surroundings for any sudden danger. Though advance units had already secured a path ahead, and the odds of encountering an enemy were slim, his cautious nature wouldn't allow him to lower his guard for a moment. Mikoto, meanwhile, kept her face taut and silent, focused solely on the journey. Shangshu, not wanting to make small talk and risk killing the mood, simply trailed behind the pair at an unhurried pace. Although the 2 of them were somewhat stronger than the average Chunin, their young age meant they couldn't match adult ninja in chakra endurance or speed. After less than 2 hours of travel, the rest of the team had already disappeared from view. The forest gradually grew unnervingly quiet. Aside from the soft rustling of their footsteps on the branches, even the sounds of insects and birds had faded away. Sensing that something was amiss, Shoju quickened his pace and moved up beside Nichi, signaling for him to stop. Nichi, the forest is far too quiet. I have a bad feeling about this. Mikoto, seeing Shoju suddenly pass both of them to stop ahead, also slowed her pace and came to stand beside the 2 boys. At Shoju's words, Nichi activated his Byakugan, carefully scanning their surroundings. Within the kilometer-wide range of his sight, every flicker of chakra stood out in stark relief. His gaze swept over a low-lying pond 100 meters ahead, and there he spotted several distinct clusters of chakra, their presence sharply contrasting with the rest of the landscape. 100 meters straight ahead, there are chakra signatures. Most likely enemies hiding from our search. Everyone, stay alert. Nichi's expression grew tense as he warned them in a low voice. Shoju silently congratulated himself on his own quick thinking, but kept his expression calm. He signaled to the others and, feigning nonchalance, continued walking toward the pond with the chakra signatures. The other two had both scored higher than Shoju in their academy intelligence courses, so they instantly understood the meaning behind his hand sign, nodding subtly in acknowledgement. Oh, I'm exhausted. Hey look, there's a pond up ahead. Let's take a break here, before moving on. Letting his hair fall down to hide his Byakugan, Nichi replied with deliberate caution, we should be careful. It's wartime, after all. We can't rule out the risk of enemy ninja lying in ambush. Oh, come on. You worry too much. Relax, it'll be fine. We're so close to Konoha. There's no way enemies could have made it this far in. Let's just have some water and rest a bit, okay? We've been hurrying nonstop. I'm about to drop. Mikoto, could you fetch me some water? Please. Shoju, playing his part, flopped down on the ground with a dramatic sigh, looking thoroughly worn out. Mikoto, also putting her acting skills to the test, flashed Shoju a sweet smile. Of course, Shoju-kun, you sit and rest. I'll get the water for you. With that, she picked up the canteen and walked toward the pond. Meanwhile, the three hidden rain ninja by the water's edge exchanged silent signals. One girl is coming over, doesn't even have a Chunin vest. Must be a Chunin, looks like she's from the Uchiha clan. Sato, Kojiro, looks like we've landed ourselves a big catch today. Yamada, don't get cocky. Konoha's Chunin usually have a teacher leading them. Let's wait and watch a bit longer. Don't fall into their trap. Yes, sir. 3 pairs of eyes stared intently at Mikoto, who strolled leisurely to the edge of the pond to fetch water, completely off her guard. To them, she looked just like a pile of walking money. After all, the corpse of a member of the Uchiha clan could fetch a handsome price on the black market. A young Uchiha Chunin, like her, was worth far more than your average Chunin. And she was just a little girl, if they could capture her alive. As the girl drew closer and closer, greed gradually overwhelmed caution in their hearts. Yamada, the ninja, could no longer restrain himself and signaled to his teammates that it was time to act. There shouldn't be any problem. Those 2 brats over there haven't even noticed us. Sato, you and Kojiro circle behind those kids and take them out. I'll deal with the little girl here. Let's make this quick and earn ourselves a nice payout. What do you say? The 2 teammates pondered for a moment, but ultimately couldn't suppress their own greed. Silently, they nodded and began to creep toward Shoju and Nichi, who were sitting on the ground. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Yamada's mouth as he watched the Uchiha girl draw near. The ferocity and greed in his eyes were almost palpable. Little Uchiha girl, let your uncle show you just how dangerous the shinobi world is when you're all alone, with no adults to protect you. Hiv hiv hiv. At the water's edge, Mikoto bent down, lowering her head as she pressed her canteen into the pond. In that motion, her 2-tomo Sharingan appeared in her eyes. Her face still wore a sweet smile, but a cold and lethal intent flashed within her gaze. Yamada's grin widened into a twisted sneer, his greed nearly becoming something tangible. Seeing Mikoto bend down, exposing the most vulnerable part of her body without the slightest hint of caution, he thought, this is my chance. With that, Yamada gripped his kunai in reverse, and in a heartbeat, he leapt from behind the tree near the pond to land behind Mikoto, slashing viciously at her pale neck. The blade sliced through the artery, and a wet spatter of blood reached Yamada's ears. A wild, uncontrollable delight flashed across his savage face. I did it. Just as I thought, she's just a clueless little novice, completely defenseless. Today's my lucky day, what a windfall. He pressed down hard on the kunai, ready to sever the girl's head in one swift motion. But suddenly, a searing pain erupted in his chest. Yamada's body froze. His vision blurred. The girl, whose blood he'd just spilled, now stood perfectly unharmed before him, her crimson eyes calm and unflinching. He looked down to see a short blade thrust through his chest, its hilt firmly gripped in the girl's hand. Yamada stared in disbelief at the blood dripping from his chest, feeling all his strength drain away in an instant. The twin Tomo in Mikoto's eyes turned slowly as she drove the short blade deep into Yamada's chest, twisting it mercilessly. With a forceful kick, she sent him tumbling into the pool below. Hasn't anyone ever told you? When you're facing a member of the Uchiha clan, the moment you think everything is going your way, you're already dead. So, it was all an illusion? The Uchiha truly live up to their name. I really shouldn't have. As death crept upon him, a final thought flickered through Yamada's mind before his consciousness was swallowed by darkness. A wild glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Mikoto's eyes as she muttered under her breath. The first rain ninja. There will be many more to come. Mother, are you watching? While Yamada fell under Mikoto's genjutsu, Sato and Kojiro, who had been silently stalking Shoju and Hisashi from behind, suddenly launched a ruthless ambush. A kunai, gleaming coldly, pierced straight into Shoju's unguarded back. Without even a grunt, his body crashed heavily to the ground. Just as Sato's face broke into a triumphant smile over their success, Shoju's fallen body dissolved into a pool of water. Suddenly, a voice whispered right by his ear. Water style, water prison jutsu. The water on the ground surged upward at once, swirling into a sphere that trapped Sato inside. Mr. Ninja, ambushing someone without so much as a hello. How terribly rude of you. Shoju pressed one hand against the water prison, infusing it with a surge of water chakra, strengthening the prison until it was nearly unbreakable. With his other hand, he waved cheerfully at the trapped rain ninja, grinning as he greeted him. Stunned by this sudden reversal, Sato struggled desperately, trying to break free from the prison's grasp. But the airless confines of the water sphere sapped his strength. His flailing grew weaker and weaker. Meanwhile, Kojiro, intent on ambushing Hisashi, had no idea that his target had already seen through his every move with the Byakugan's penetrating gaze. The instant he struck, Hisashi simply flickered aside, nimbly evading Kojiro's well-aimed attack. With a swift motion, Hisashi tapped several points on Kojiro's body. With surgical precision, the Hyuga's gentle fist disrupted the flow of chakra at Ki Tenketsu, freezing Kojiro in place. With a casual palm strike to the neck, Hisashi felled him before he could even change his expression. His eyes rolled back as he slipped into unconsciousness. The entire sequence was clean and decisive, a display of true mastery. Shoju, watching Hisashi's effortless movements, couldn't help but feel his own performance. Using two jutsu just to finish his opponent seemed somewhat lacking. He pursed his lips and turned to see Mikoto approaching, her presence radiating lethal intent. Mikoto, you're quick on the draw, aren't you? Mikoto nodded, glancing at the two defeated rain ninjas. Her scarlet eyes shimmered with killing intent as she cast a cold, indifferent look towards Shoju and Hisashi. Should we interrogate these two for information, or just kill them outright? Do you need me to do it for you? Hearing the tone in Mikoto's voice, and seeing the cold indifference in her eyes and the murderous aura radiating from her, Shenkshu couldn't help but frown. The impact of the Sharingan on a person's character is truly overwhelming. The way Mikoto is acting now is like she's become a completely different person from her usual self. Mikoto, rein in your thirst for blood. I know you're desperate to avenge your mother, but don't let the urge to kill cloud your heart. The Mikoto Uchiha I know isn't someone who drowns in hatred, who cares only about slaughter, and has no feeling left in her. As he spoke, Shenkshu casually flicked two water bullets, piercing the foreheads of the two rain ninja. The one trapped in the water prison had long since turned red from lack of air, struggling weakly in agony as he suffocated. The instant the water bullet pierced the prison and bored through his forehead, Sato, at last tasting a breath of fresh air, wore a look of relief as he gently closed his eyes in peace. A sudden chime echoed in Shenkshu's mind from the system, but he ignored it for now, his gaze full of concern as he looked at Mikoto and began to speak slowly. For a ninja, killing or being killed is nothing out of the ordinary. But there's something I want you to understand, why we kill in the first place. Just as I killed them, it was only because we met on the battlefield, standing on opposite sides. Their deaths won't leave a mark on my soul. But you can't kill simply for the sake of killing. If you let that happen, even if you finally avenge your mother, you'll lose yourself to the blood you've spilled. Shenkshu stepped in front of Mikoto, feeling the chilling, sinister aura swirling within her Sharingan, and looked her straight in the eyes. The power of the Sharingan is immense, but it's steeped in negative emotions, and those emotions cloud your judgment. You need to learn to master this power. Don't let yourself become its slave. Shenkshu gently brushed Mikoto's cheek, his gaze earnest and his words deliberate. Mikoto, become your gentle, beautiful self again. I don't want your beauty to be forever stained with blood. Do you understand? Feeling the warmth of his touch on her cheek, Mikoto's eyes flickered with intense emotion. The twin Tomo in her gaze gradually faded away, and she looked at Shenkshu with a complicated expression. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. You want vengeance, and both Hisashi and I will help you. Remember, you're not alone. I'll always be by your side. What's the sweetest thing a woman can hear? It's when she's at her most vulnerable, needing comfort, and you open your arms to her. Mikoto threw herself into Shenkshu's embrace, holding him tight as tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. I'm sorry. I don't know what's happening to me either. Ever since I killed that person, all I can think about is killing more, avenging my mother. But I'm not usually like this. I'm so scared I'll turn into the kind of person you described. What should I do? Her sobs welled up again. Mikoto suddenly threw her arms around Shinshu, and his body went stiff. Both his hands hovered awkwardly, unsure where to go. As he listened to Mikoto whimpering, crying in his arms, Shinshu finally understood the reason behind her drastic change in behavior. Relief washed over him. Now that he knew the cause, the solution seemed so much closer. He gently patted Mikoto's back in comfort. It's all right. Don't be afraid. This isn't your fault. It's just your first time taking a life, and you haven't fully mastered the power of the Sharingan yet. That's why it hit you so hard. The first time is always different. Once you get through it, it'll get easier. Mikoto lifted her tear-streaked face from his chest, looking up at him as she asked, Shinshu, have you ever killed anyone before? Nope. This was my first time too. Then why aren't you scared at all? He paused, then grinned. Maybe it's because I'm a guy? If I got scared too, then who would be here to comfort you? A laugh broke through Mikoto's tears. Shinshu, you're so sweet. Thank you. Amused by Shinshu's attempt at maturity, Mikoto couldn't help but smile through her tears, resting her head against his chest once more. All right, enough tears. You're soaking my clothes. Look, even Ichiza is going to tease you. Suddenly realizing she was still clinging to Shinshu, Mikoto's face flushed bright red. She hurriedly pulled away, like a startled ostrich desperate to bury its head in the sand. Nichiza rolled his eyes from the side, sighing in exasperation at Shinshu. Don't mind me. Just pretend I'm not here. By all means, continue. I'll go scout ahead. You two catch up in a bit. Don't take too long. With that, he leapt onto a tree branch and vanished after a few swift movements. Face still burning, Mikoto dared not meet Shinshu's gaze. She stared at her feet and squeezed out a quiet sentence. I'll go on ahead too. Shinshu, hurry and catch up, okay? Without another word, she turned and disappeared into the trees. Watching Mikoto's retreating figure as she fled, Shinshu touched the patch of his chest dampened by her tears, a huge grin spreading across his face. Looks like this beautiful girl is finally within my grasp. Sorry, Fugaku. Guess I beat you to her. Wait, just now the system pinged. What was the notification? He recalled the moment he killed the two ranged shinobi when a sound had chimed in his mind. He'd been busy consoling Mikoto and hadn't checked it yet. Focusing, he called up the system's message in his mind. A familiar chime echoed in his consciousness. Host participation in the second Great Ninja War detected. Host has successfully eliminated an enemy ninja. Battlefield function activated. The host can now earn rewards corresponding to the defeated enemy's strength by defeating enemy targets. Host has eliminated a Chunin. Reward acquired. Kanai X1, Water Release, Water Surge Wave. Host's mastery of Water Release detected. The reward Water Release, Water Surge Wave will automatically merge with your Water Release mastery, resulting in a slight increase in your Water Release power. Host has eliminated another Chunin. Reward acquired. Explosive Tag X1, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Host does not possess Fire Nature Chakra. Reward Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique will automatically be replaced with Fire Nature Chakra Affinity. Ding. Host has gained Fire Nature Chakra Affinity. Rogue Tree's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the suddenly activated battlefield function. He felt as if the bright future itself had just winked at him, then shed all its clothes, sprawled invitingly on a bed, and beckoned him closer. Orochimaru, have you made up your mind? Are you really sure you want to give up being my bodyguard and run off to the battlefield to play house with your students? In the dim underground base beneath the Hokage rock, Danzo, the leader of Konoha's root division, sat with his single visible left eye fixed intently on Orochimaru, who should by rights have already been en route to the front lines in the Land of Rain. Orochimaru, clad in the standard attire of a Konoha Jonin, stood out starkly among the uniformed, masked root operatives. Lord Danzo, Rogue Tree is an exceptionally talented child. Taking him to the battlefield for some real experience will be a tremendous boon for his future. I've already received the Hokage's approval for this. Besides, Rogue Tree is the grandson of the first Hokage, and his sister Tsunade is a close friend of mine. So I can only apologize to you, Lord Danzo. And anyway, with capable subordinates like Ryoma by your side, my absence won't make much difference at all. As he spoke, Orochimaru glanced at one of the root members behind Danzo. That masked root member's appearance was impossible to make out, but the faint sound of countless insects crawling beneath his clothes revealed his identity as a member of the Aburame clan. Orochimaru, have you forgotten your ambitions? Only by following me will you have the chance to attain true power, something Hiruzen can never offer you. Danzo's lone eye narrowed slightly, his words heavy with implication. A subtle, enigmatic smile crept onto Orochimaru's lips as he stared at Danzo's right eye, hidden beneath layers of bandages. Lord Danzo, it was the Hokage's order to halt the wood-release experiments. As a student, I wouldn't dare challenge my master's authority. Or could it be that the injury to your right eye has clouded your sense of identity, making you think you're the Hokage yourself? Hearing Orochimaru's mocking, sarcastic tone, Danzo's hands, hidden in the shadows, tightened abruptly. A chilling gleam flashed from his left eye as he fixed his gaze on Orochimaru. So, you truly intend to betray me and throw your lot in with Hiruzen's faction? Orochimaru shook his head, a bright, sunny smile appearing on his face, one that seemed entirely out of place here. Lord Danzo, you jest. I wouldn't call this betrayal. After all, aren't we both working for the sake of the Leaf? There are still plenty of matters waiting for me to handle on the Rain Country front lines. If I've calculated correctly, my true self should be arriving in the Rain Country any moment now. I'll take my leave. Then, Lord Danzo, until we meet again. As soon as Orochimaru finished speaking, without waiting for any response from Danzo, his body vanished in a puff of smoke. Oomph. Does he really think that just because he's become a commander on the battlefield, he can stand on equal footing with me? He even had the nerve to send a mere shadow clone to meet me. Ryoma, Lord Danzo, your orders. Aburame Ryoma stepped forward, dropping to one knee in front of Danzo. Staring down at his loyal subordinate, Danzo issued a command in a voice utterly devoid of emotion. Since Orochimaru has resolved to break away from Root, there's no need to consider him further. Take your men and find that young Senju. Bring his body back to me. If he resists, you know what to do. Go. Yes, sir. Without another word, Aburame Ryoma's kneeling form vanished in an instant. Danzo withdrew his gaze, raising a hand to touch the bandages covering his right eye. The cold, sinister power seeping out from beneath them sent a shudder through his face. So, Kageme's eye really is different from an ordinary Uchihas. My body is already struggling to bear its power. The research and transplantation of the first Hokage cells must never cease. If ordinary Senju can't withstand the erosion of the first cells, then I'll use the body of his direct descendant for the experiment. Hiruzen, did you really think that by moving Orochimaru out of Root, you could stop my experiments? Oomph. I'll make you and all those who stand against me understand who is the true inheritor of Tobirama-sensei's will. You can keep the Hokage's seat for now, but one day. Danzo's figure slowly faded into the darkness, leaving the underground chamber once again shrouded in utter silence. After examining the newly unlocked battlefield feature of the system, and glancing at the two Rain ninja corpses sprawled on the ground, a sudden thought struck Nawaki. It wasn't that he developed a morbid interest in the corpses or what they carried. He simply wanted to test just how much his reinforced water release technique had improved in power. Yes, and, as a bonus, he could tidy up the battlefield a little. He glanced at the pond where Mikoto had disposed of the bodies, quickly forming a water-style hand sign. Water-style, water surge. A stream of water rose up beneath Shinshu's feet, sweeping up the two Rain ninja corpses from the ground, mixing them with heaps of dead branches and decaying leaves, and surging toward the pond. It doesn't seem all that impressive. It looks like the water just moved a bit faster, that's all. Watching the pond fill with swirling water, Shinshu stroked his chin, a look of mild dissatisfaction on his face. Oh well, there'll be chances to improve later. I'll leave it for now. The battlefield had been cleared, and there was nothing else to take care of. So Shinshu simply turned around and set off after Mikoto. He was just about to leap onto a tree branch when, suddenly, a shadowy figure slipped out from behind a tree ahead. The stranger formed a peculiar hand sign, aiming it at Shinshu, who was caught mid-air. The sight of the mysterious figure's circular hand sign sent a jolt through Shinshu's heart, and he instinctively tried to dodge. But the timing was flawless. The stranger had waited until Shinshu was suspended in the air, with nowhere to gain leverage, and unleashed a jutsu he'd been preparing all along. Mind transfer technique. A cold voice slipped out from beneath the intruder's white fox mask. A surge of mental energy shot through the circle formed by the hand sign, expanding into a ghostly apparition that silently dove into Shinshu's body. Shinshu's whole body seized up. He lost control of his movements, and, with nothing to stop his momentum, plummeted straight to the ground. At the same moment, the fox-masked ninja who had cast the jutsu went limp, only to be caught and held by a hidden comrade nearby. Lord Ryoma, it looks like Ku succeeded. With a rustle, two more figures appeared beside Shinshu. The ninja cradling Ku leapt down from the tree and respectfully reported to Aburame Ryoma. Good. See to Ku's care. The mission is complete. Bring this kid back and hand him over to Lord Danzo. A root member standing by Ryoma hesitated, then spoke up. But Lord Ryoma, he's the first Hokage's grandson, and also Orochimaru's disciple. If Lord Danzo does this... Before he could finish, the ninja holding Ku shot him a look, eyes suddenly wide with terror. A swarm of parasitic insects, controlled by Aburame Ryoma, surged forth, blanketing the speaker and tearing into him with savage ferocity. Ah, Lord Ryoma, why are you attacking me? To kill your own comrades, Lord Danzo won't forgive this. The unfortunate ninja's chakra was drained in an instant, like air escaping a punctured balloon as the insects devoured him. Smothered in a writhing mass of black insects, he rolled on the ground, his cries of agony echoing through the woods. No one may question Lord Danzo's will. Those who resist die. Chilling words spilled from Aburame Ryoma's lips, his cold gaze piercing through his mask, utterly devoid of emotion. Take this brat with us. Let's go. Glancing at the corpse, stripped clean by the swarm of insects, Ryoma reached out to recall the Kikaichu back into his body. He bent down, slung the unconscious Shunshu over his shoulder, and, turning to a subordinate who was holding the limp form of Kong, issued a terse command before preparing to leave with Shunshu. That subordinate was already drenched in cold sweat, terrified by Ryoma's ruthless methods, and didn't dare utter a word of protest. Holding Kong, whose spirit had left his body after unleashing his secret technique, even tighter in his arms, the subordinate couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. I really envy you, not having to see how that guy died. As if hearing his innermost thoughts, Kong stirred slightly, panic flickering in his eyes as he woke. With a sudden gasp, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, splattering the mask with a vivid crimson. Struggling free from his comrade's grasp, Kong craned his neck and shouted desperately at Aburame Ryoma. Lord Ryoma, beware. He wasn't controlled by my secret technique. Time rewinds to the moment Shunshu was struck by Kong's mind-body switch technique. It is often the way of people. After resolving an immediate threat, their vigilance and guard drop sharply. Just like Shunshu, who, having cleared the battlefield, failed to notice the enemy lurking in the shadows nearby. As he leaped for a tree branch, he was caught squarely by the mind-body switch technique. The instant the jutsu hit him, every hair on Shunshu's body stood on end. So in the end, I couldn't escape the fate of dying the moment I set foot on the battlefield. How ironic. Even now that I possess strength, I still fall to the enemy's ambush, all because I let my guard down. My life is truly destined for failure. He watched helplessly as the invading spirit entered his body, taking control of most of it in a flash. With a wry, self-mocking smile, he resigned himself to the fate that seemed sealed for him. But just as Kong's spirit was about to seize complete control of his body, deep within Shunshu's mind, the dormant in-release chakra, see Chapter 6, suddenly shuddered to life. Like a cat catching the scent of prey, it pounced upon Kong's spirit, latching onto the mental tendrils invading Shunshu's mind. The in-release chakra, ravenous as a great whale drawing in water, coiled tightly around the shadowy figure formed by Kong's spirit, greedily devouring the rare, pure spiritual energy. Every mental filament Kong had threaded throughout Shunshu's body was swiftly cut off by the spreading in chakra. All that remained was a vague, human-shaped wisp, drifting like a rootless weed, struggling desperately as the in release power closed in on it. In the next instant, Rope Tree regained control over his body. Delighted, he was just about to guide himself safely to the ground when suddenly, a prompt from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! A new choice has been triggered for the host. Option 1. Seize control of your body and immediately counterattack the enemy upon landing. Reward: be a Kugan. Option 2. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Devour all invading spiritual entities within your body, causing the enemy's spiritual demise, and counterattack upon landing. Reward: 8 gates release formation. Option 3. Use in-release chakra to trap the invading spiritual entities, feign being under control, and upon landing, observe the situation and act when the time is right. Reward: Sharingan. After experiencing so many of the system's choices, Rope Tree had noticed a pattern. The system only presented options when multiple outcomes were possible, and the rewards offered were usually tailored to the current circumstances. Take this ambush, for example. He was presented with 3 possible rewards. The reason he got ambushed was his lack of sensory and detection abilities, so the system had conveniently offered 2 dojutsu, Byakugan and Sharingan, to address this weakness. As for the 8 gates release formation, it ignored boosting his sensory abilities altogether, favoring a head-on, reckless approach. Rope Tree hesitated for a while, then ultimately disregarded both the 8 gates and the Byakugan, opting for the third reward instead. The Byakugan couldn't be concealed. Forget about using it openly in the future. Even right now, if he ran into Hayashi, there'd be no way to explain its origin. Though the 8 Gates release formation was tremendously powerful, Rope Tree's Yang release abilities were nowhere near strong enough to offset the devastating side effects of opening the gates. So that was out of the question as well. That left only the Sharingan. For one, the Sharingan could be activated and deactivated at will. For another, its dynamic vision could make up for Rope Tree's shortcomings in speed and perception, and it would significantly boost his resistance to illusions. The host has made a choice. Reward: Sharingan has been distributed. Please check your inventory. Large amounts of Yin release energy detected in the host body. Sharingan is evolving. A tingling, almost numbing sensation welled up in Rope Tree's eyes. Resisting the urge to touch his face, he let himself drop stiffly to the ground, unmoving. While he adjusted to the changes brought by the Sharingan, he listened intently to the conversation between the ninja who had ambushed him, piecing together the entire story, how things had come to this. So it was Danzo's route all along. No wonder, even under Orochimaru's protection, Rope Tree still died on the battlefield. Although he charged into the enemy's explosive tag trap and was killed by the blast, the mutilation of his corpse later probably had everything to do with Danzo. Well, this is interesting. Old grudges and new enmities all rolled into one. Danzo, I haven't even come looking for trouble with you, but you've already set your sights on me. Just you wait. After today, you'll see. In his heart, Shunshu cursed Danzo up and down, not realizing that the spiritual form ensnared by his Yin release energy had already faded, barely holding its shape. Startled, he quickly loosened his grip, allowing the Yin release to ease its hold on the spirit. Freed as if granted an amnesty, the spirit of Sora summoned its last bit of strength and escaped from Shinshu's body. The moment Sora's spirit returned to his own body, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and, with great effort, managed to sound a warning. Realizing he could no longer keep up the act, Shinshu collapsed on Aburame Ryoma's shoulder, swiftly forming a series of hand seals before pressing his palm against Ryoma's back. Mo-Katan, piercing technique. As soon as Ryoma heard Sora's warning, his years of battlefield experience kicked in, guiding him to make the right decision without a second thought. Ignoring Shinshu's actions on his back, he raised his hand to form a seal, and in an instant, his body scattered into a swarm of Kikaichu beetles. The very next moment, savage wooden spikes erupted from the ground, tearing through the swirling swarm of insects and scattering them in all directions. Ryoma reappeared at a distance, eyes fixed on the wooden spikes bursting from the earth, and let out a cry of astonishment. Mo-Katan. A flicker of excitement flashed in Ryoma's eyes as he waved his arm, unleashing another massive swarm of bugs before his figure vanished from sight. So you've awakened the wood release. That means there's even less reason to let you go. Your existence will grant Lord Danzo even greater power. Secret technique, Insect Jade. A dense cloud of insects surged toward Shunshu, while a root ninja behind him gently laid Sora on the ground, then leapt onto a tree branch to begin forming hand seals. Futon Wind Cutter. Shinshu's Sharingan was still absorbing Yin release energy for its evolution, leaving him unable to activate it or track Ryoma's hidden movements. With the insect swarm closing in from one side and the root ninja from the other, Shunshu had a sudden inspiration. He drew a kunai across his palm, quickly formed another string of seals, and called out, Summoning Technique. As the summoning was complete, Shunshu rose high above the ground atop the massive head of a snake that had appeared in a swirl of smoke, narrowly dodging the incoming attacks. Shinya's enormous, crimson body materialized in the midst of the battlefield, radiating a terrifying pressure that swept over everyone present. The dense swarm of insects crashed into Shinya's enormous body, making a series of sharp, metallic clinks. Shinya turned, opening his jaws and unleashing a spray of venom toward the swarm. Enveloped in the venom, infused with terrifying senjutsu energy, the insects instantly petrified into ashen stone, dropping rigidly from the sky in a rain of stone bugs. The wind blades unleashed by the root ninja struck Shinya's scales but dissipated harmlessly, not leaving so much as a scratch. With a mighty sweep of its enormous tail, Shinya smashed a vast swath of forest into splinters. That ninja hurriedly escaped using a body replacement technique. As for Furin, lying on the ground, he didn't even have time to groan before Shinya's tail crushed him into a mangled heap of flesh. Ding! Host has killed a Chunin. Reward obtained. Genjutsu, the Netherworld's vision. Rope Tree hadn't expected that the ninja slain by Shinya would count toward his own tally. He patted Shinya's head and greeted him with a cheerful smile. Thank you, Shina. A glimmer sparked in Shinya's single eye, and he lifted his serpentine head ever so slightly. Kid, did you summon me just to deal with these pests? With your strength, you should be able to handle them easily. These pests were released by someone else, and now that person's hiding. My sensory skills aren't strong, so I wanted to ask for your help to find and deal with that enemy. Well, can you do it? A scornful snort rumbled from Shinya's nostrils. Oomph. Boy, don't underestimate me. My body is brimming with sage chakra. My sensory abilities are far beyond your imagination. No one's ever escaped my detection. Shinya's snake eyes narrowed. His forked tongue flickered through the air a few times, as if receiving some secret message. His gaze sharpened with a glint of cunning. I found him. Meanwhile, Hinata and Mikoto, who were hurrying along the path, suddenly heard a thunderous noise from behind. Both turned back at once. A massive crimson serpent was lashing its tail, sending clouds of dust billowing as it leveled a whole section of forest. Through the haze, they could just make out a figure standing atop the serpent's head. It was Rope Tree. This is bad. Rope Tree must have run into another enemy. He even summoned Shinya. We need to get back there fast. Mikoto's heart clenched with worry. She spun around and dashed back the way they'd come. Hinata followed at her heels, his expression grave. Mikoto, be careful. You know Rope Tree's strength. If he's had to summon Shinya, the enemy this time must be something else entirely. Mikoto nodded, and the two of them quickened their pace toward Rope Tree's location. I found him. A cold laugh escaped Shinya's lips as he opened his mouth and spat out a stream of venom, aiming it at a towering tree. Rope Tree was close behind, his hands flashing through a series of seals. Water style, water, severing wave. A high-pressure jet of water shot from Rope Tree's mouth, slicing through a swath of trees faster than the venom could reach them. Suddenly, a shadow sprang from behind the tree, dissolving mid-air into a swirling cloud of insects, dodging both the water jet and the venom as it surged toward Rope Tree and Shinya. In an instant, a dense swarm of insects covered half of Shinya's body, turning his scales black as they frantically gnawed at his chakra. Exainya shot a look of disdain, and a surge of mystical energy welled up within him, seeping out from the gaps between his scales. The moment the countless insects touched this power, they instantly turned to stone and fell from Exainya's body. Yet the swarm showed no fear of death. More and more insects surged forward, throwing themselves at Exainya, determined to continue what their fallen comrades had started. Anger blazed in Exainya's eyes. Once more, a torrent of mystical chakra burst from his body, turning the new wave of insects to stone as soon as they landed on him. But the swarm seemed endless. No matter how many Exainya destroyed, an unending tide of insects kept flinging themselves onto him. What's more, as time went on and the feast continued, some of the insects began to reproduce as soon as they reached Exainya's body. Each larva, hatched within the environment of mystical chakra, seemed to develop a resistance to it. They were no longer turned to stone. Instead, they clung stubbornly to Exainya, refusing to let go. Now Exainya was genuinely startled. His scales flexed and contracted, and with another surge of chakra, he shook off the clinging insects. Kid, what's going on with these bugs? Where did you manage to attract such troublesome creatures? Their abilities are just as annoying as your wood style. Do you have a good way to deal with them? If this keeps up, sooner or later these insects will drain all the chakra from my body. Shengshu was surprised as well. He hadn't expected the Aburame clan's insects to be so difficult to deal with. Even mystical chakra was on the verge of losing its effectiveness. He couldn't tell whether Ryoma's insects were unique, or if this was true for all members of the Aburame clan. But now wasn't the time for such thoughts. Staring at the relentless tide of insects, Shengshu quickly formed hand signs for a water-style technique. Water-style, Grand Water Torrent. A massive surge of water erupted under Shengshu's control, washing every last insect off Exainya's body. The insects were swept away by the current, disappearing beneath the waves. Looks like these bugs still fear water. Otherwise, we'd be in serious trouble. Exainya, can you sense that guy's location now? Exainya nodded, extending his senses once more. About 50 meters ahead to the left, there's a strong chakra signature. There's another chakra signature fleeing, but it's just been intercepted by two familiar chakras. Those two must be your teammates. They've already engaged the enemy. Shengshu nodded, now fully understanding the situation. With Nichiza and Mikoto working together, blocking a terrified Chunin would be no problem at all. He had nothing to worry about. Relieved, Shengshu turned his gaze toward Ryoma's hiding place, a cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth. So, you're good at using insects to drain chakra? Let's see which of us can drain faster. Sage mode, activate. A bluish shadow appeared over Shinshu's eyes, and the sage energy radiating from his body wove itself into serpentine phantoms swirling around him. Beneath him, Shina sensed the surge of sage energy from Shinshu and began channeling its own energy into his body. The sage energy spilling from Shinshu suddenly grew even more turbulent and mighty, and the serpentine phantoms became noticeably more solid in an instant. Delighted, Shinshu was surprised to discover that Shina could actually infuse him with sage chakra. What an unexpected blessing. Shina, you're actually able to give me sage chakra? Oomph. Kid, don't underestimate me. When it comes to wielding sage energy, I'm no less skilled than that old white serpent. Overjoyed by the revelation, Shinshu decided to increase the output of his own chakra. All right then, in that case, give me even more sage chakra. I want to try fusing sage energy with wood release. Shinya gave a nonchalant grunt in reply and silently ramped up the flow of chakra into Shinshu. Feeling the endless stream of sage chakra coursing through him, Shinshu shouted with newfound confidence. Sage art, wood release, nativity of the world of trees. The vibrant release energy within him surged along the hand seals he formed, merging with his wood release chakra. Unlike their previous battle, when he could barely muster the technique, now swathes of trees burst from the ground, fueled by sage chakra, and appearing with an even more formidable presence. The wildly growing branches began to wreak havoc in the area where Aburame Ryoma was hiding. Seeing that he could no longer stay concealed, Ryoma sprang out, leaping nimbly from branch to branch to evade the snaking limbs that lashed out at him. However, he underestimated the speed at which wood release could grow when enhanced by sage chakra. Countless branches twisted around him, quickly forming an impenetrable cage. Ryoma's heart skipped a beat as he watched the wooden walls close in. I absolutely can't get caught inside this wood release. With its ability to drain chakra, there's no way I'd survive. Secret technique, bug bomb. Ryoma unleashed his most devastating move against insects, detonating a swarm of destructive beetles around his body. The explosion blasted a huge hole in the top of the cage, giving him just enough space to leap out. Water release, sticky water prison. Shinshu opened his mouth and spat out a mass of viscous, glue-like water, spreading a wide pool of high-adhesion liquid right below where Ryoma was about to land. Ryoma hadn't expected Shinshu's ninjutsu to come so quickly, nor for the water release to cover such a wide area. With no leverage midair, he was about to plunge straight into the sticky trap. Secret technique, bug sphere. Suspended midair, Ryoma Aburame did not give up resisting. Once again, he unleashed his secret insect-controlling technique. A dense cloud of Kikaichu bugs formed beneath his feet, forcefully lifting his falling body back up. Exasperated by these insects, Kiba bared his fangs and, with a snarl and a spit, shot out a glob of venom in Ryoma's direction. Ryoma had only just managed to steady himself in the air, barely catching his balance. He had no time to react before the venom struck him squarely. The petrification began at the spot where the venom touched, spreading rapidly across Ryoma's entire body. In just a few moments, he was transformed into a stone statue. Deprived of their master's command, the Kikaichu, with their simple instincts and no new orders, instantly scattered in all directions. Driven by instinct, they swarmed toward the Mokutan forest created by Shoju. The Mokutan's abundant yang chakra and life energy were an irresistible lure for these now masterless Kikaichu. Greedily, the swarm clung to the vines, pulsing with sage and yin-yang chakra, hungrily absorbing this rare energy. As the insect swarm dispersed, Ryoma's petrified body crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. Rats from a foundation don't deserve to stand on the same land as me. Suetun, water, severing wave. Without hesitation, Shoju formed the hand seals. A high-pressure stream of water shot from his mouth, pulverizing Ryoma's body into dust. A clear chime sounded in his mind. Host has slain a Jonin. Rewards. Chakra reserves increased by 10%. Insect-controlling secret technique acquired. The dust settled. Hearing the system's notification, a peculiar expression flickered across Shoju's face. The increase in chakra reserves seemed appropriate, matching Ryoma's status as a Jonin. But gaining the insect-controlling secret technique, that was intriguing. Exiting sage mode, Shoju glanced at the swarm of bugs still feasting on chakra atop the trees. He decided to try out the newly acquired technique, curious to see its effects. With a series of intricate hand seals, an uncanny spiritual force emanated from Shoju and enveloped the insect swarm. Like a contract being formed, his spiritual energy transformed into fine threads, weaving into the bodies of the bugs. In an instant, Countless insects sent waves of warmth and obedience into Shoju's mind. Master, tasty, power, breed, evolve. Overhearing the thoughts of the insects, Shoju couldn't help but marvel. I hadn't expected the insect controlling technique to let me sense the thoughts of the bugs. This is incredible. The Aburame clan's method shouldn't allow this, right? At most, they can sense the habits and preferences of their insects. The system's rewards really aren't simple things. Watching the swarm devour chakra and evolve at a remarkable pace, a sudden idea flashed through Shoju's mind. If these bugs that have absorbed Senjutsu chakra start multiplying in large numbers, then if I unleash them on an enemy, all of them brimming with Senjutsu energy, even a tailed beast might not be able to withstand that, right? No way, no way. I don't even have space to keep that many bugs. I can't just keep them inside my body like the Aburame clan, can I? I couldn't handle that myself. And if Mikoto found out, she would probably... What should I do? These bugs are so useful. It'd be such a waste to just give them up. But then, where should I keep them? Shangshu rubbed his chin, lowering his head in thought. Hey, kid, now that the battle's over, I'm heading back. If you need anything, just call me out again. Shinya glared irritably at the buzzing swarm of insects clinging to the tree, letting out 2 sharp snorts of white air through his nostrils. Shangshu's eyes lit up as he looked at Shinya below his feet, a fawning smile spreading across his face. Shinya, how about we discuss something for a second? Hearing Shangshu's voice, Shinya suddenly shuddered for no apparent reason. Kid, what do you want to discuss? I'll say this first. I'm not promising anything. Shangshu hopped down from Shinya's head, standing in front of him and rubbing his hands together while giving a sly chuckle. Hiv. I just want to ask if you could do me a favor. Take care of my bugs for a while. Shinya's pupils shrank as his body tensed, looming over Shangshu. No way. I hate these bugs. Don't even think about it. Shangshu's request was shot down immediately, but he wasn't discouraged. With a shameless smile, he sidled up to Shinya's single eye, gently stroking the scales on his cheek as he pleaded. Shinya, I've already tamed these bugs with my secret technique. They won't drain your chakra anymore. But I can't exactly explain to others how I learned this insect control jutsu, and if I keep them myself, I might get into real trouble. Come on, just help me, will you? Seeing Shinya's complete lack of interest, Shangshu's eyes darted as he thought of another angle. How about this? I'll even teach you the insect control technique. With it, you can communicate with the bugs. You're always bored in Ryakudo anyway, right? With these bugs around, even when I'm not summoning you, you could chat with them for company. It'll keep things interesting, don't you think? A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Shinya's eyes. Shangshu noticed and quickly pressed his advantage. Just think about it. These bugs have already adapted to Senjutsu chakra. If you raise them well, then in Ryakudo, if any snake dares to disobey, you just let these bugs loose on them. And Shinya's eyes grew brighter and brighter, his gaze locking onto Shangshu. It's a deal. From now on, these bugs are my responsibility. No one knew what suddenly crossed Shinya's mind, but a low, chilling chuckle escaped his lips. Shangshu, feeling triumphant, made a victory gesture in his heart, then transmitted the secret technique for controlling insects to Shinya through their contract link. Eager to try it out, Shinya received the insect-controlling secret art with barely suppressed excitement. A surge of powerful mental energy radiated from Shinya, enveloping the swarm of insects. The insects stirred in agitation for a moment, but then, as if receiving a command, slowly settled down. Unlike Shangshu, who had received the secret art as a system reward and could use it with perfect ease, Shinya's grasp was still rough. Just having acquired the technique, Shinya unwittingly used too much force, channeling a bit too much mental energy into each insect. The insects that had formed a contract with Shinya's mind now acted as if they were drunk, wobbling and zigzagging as they flew toward him at his command. But Shinya didn't mind his lack of finesse. That was something he could practice over time. He had plenty of it, after all. Amused, he watched the incoming swarm, feeling their obedience and affection for him, and nodded in satisfaction. Kid, this secret art is quite interesting. These insects are mine from now on. If there's nothing else, I'll head back to Ryakudo and study this technique in depth. Shangshu nodded with a smile. All right, I need to hurry and regroup with my teammates. You just relax and raise your insects in Ryakudo. I'll call you out again when I need your help. Shinya gave a slight nod with his massive serpent head, then opened his jaws wide. At his command, the insect swarmed into his mouth. With his mouth full of insects, Shinya spoke in a deep, muffled tone. Well, I'm off then. Call me if you need anything. And with that, there was a soft pop. He disappeared in a puff of smoke, returning to Ryakudo. Watching Shinya depart, Shangshu's face broke into a radiant smile. He turned and dashed toward the direction where Mikoto and the others were engaged in battle. Just then, a shadowy black figure emerged from the ground, watching Shungshu's retreating back. A hint of surprise flashed in its amber eyes. Oh, a descendant of Azura? He's already awakened, would release. I wonder if he's the reincarnation of Azura in this generation. But it doesn't matter whether he's Azura's reincarnation or not. For now, his power can't interfere with my plans. Once Uchiha Madara succeeds in awakening the Rinnegan, I'll look for a chance to approach this kid. The eerie voice faded away, and the black figure slipped back into the earth like a fish into water, vanishing from sight. Well, looks like I arrived late. Shungshu reached the battlefield just in time to see Mikoto, using fire release, incinerate a root ninja who, rendered immobile by Nichihisa's chakra point seal, couldn't even struggle. Shungshu leaped over and greeted the two. Mikoto deactivated her Sharingan, looking at Shungshu with concern. Shungshu, are you alright? Who attacked you? Nichihiza also glanced at Shungshu, concern and curiosity flickering in his eyes. Shungshu waved a hand dismissively. I'm Fine. It was just some insignificant rats, troublesome perhaps, but all dealt with now. How about the two of you? Are you hurt? Nichihiza let out a derisive snort. Oomph. Our skills may not match yours, but it was only a Chunin. He was no real threat to us. A gentle smile appeared on Mikoto's delicate face as she nodded at Shungshu. Shungshu shot Nichihiza a look of exasperation. All right, if none of us are hurt, let's get moving. We've already lost quite a bit of time. With that, the three set off again, continuing their journey toward the Land of Rain. After the two ambushes, the rest of their travels were remarkably peaceful. No one dared try another sneak attack. With frequent stops along the way, they finally arrived at the Land of Rain. On the second day of their journey, the system's prompt sounded in Shungshu's mind. The Sharingan had finished evolving. Taking advantage of a brief rest along the road, Shungshu found a small puddle and secretly activated his Sharingan. Three Tomo now swirled in each of his eyes. As the Sharingan awakened, it felt as if even time itself slowed around him. A cool sensation radiated from his eyes, flooding into his mind, leaving him feeling mentally invigorated. But since they were still en route to the battlefield, it wasn't the time to experiment with its powers. Shungshu quietly deactivated the Sharingan and continued onward with his companions. Following special markers left by Konoha shinobi, the trio arrived at the Konoha frontline camp established in the Land of Rain. After presenting their identification, they inquired with the guards and learned Orochimaru's location. The three of them stood before a tent, brushed the rain from their clothes, lifted the flap, and stepped inside. Sensei, we're here. Orochimaru was deep in conversation with several other shinobi inside. Seeing Shungshu and the others enter, he looked up and greeted them with a smile. What took you so long? Did something happen on the road? Shungshu met Orochimaru's eyes, his expression now at ease. We did run into some rats along the way, but they were quickly dealt with. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed thoughtfully as he nodded. Good, as long as you're safe. Now that you're here, have a seat. I'm compiling the latest intelligence from the front lines. You're welcome to listen in as well. Fugaku, please continue. Hearing that name, Shungshu froze in surprise. He looked over and saw the familiar face sitting across from Orochimaru, turning to greet them, a sight that left him momentarily stunned. Fugaku, you're here too? Now 19 years old, Fugaku had already become the young clan leader of the Uchiha. Why would he appear at the front lines on the battlefield in the Land of Rain? Would the Uchiha really allow their young leader to come to such a dangerous place? Weren't they afraid something might happen to him? Shinka Mikoto, Hayashi, you're here too. The Uchiha arrived here some time ago, someone replied. Before Lord Orochimaru brought his forces, it was our clan who held the defensive line here. I'm currently reporting the situation to Lord Orochimaru. We can catch up later. Fugaku offered the three of them a brief smile, then turned back to continue his report to Orochimaru. Exchanging glances, the three quietly took seats at Fugaku's side, listening intently to his account. Lord Orochimaru, what we've confirmed so far is that Hanzo is not currently in the Land of Rain. The defensive lines established by the Rain Ninja Village are now guarded by a Jonin named Salamander Shinda. And not long ago, Shinda ambushed one of our Uchiha scouting squads, causing us heavy losses. One of those lost was Uchiha Mikoto's mother. As Fugaku spoke, he glanced at Mikoto, whose face darkened with grief. Shinku gently took her hand, murmuring quiet words of comfort. Only then did Mikoto manage to suppress her emotions, slowly regaining her composure. Fugaku observed their interaction, his gaze flickering briefly before returning to its usual calm. He drew a dossier from within his cloak and handed it to Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, this is intelligence about Salamander Shinda, paid for with the lives of our clansmen. His strength is about on par with an average jonin, but his summoning beast is extremely elusive. It can appear anywhere there's water and is highly skilled in Jinjutsu. If the Uchiha didn't possess the Sharingan, facing this creature would have cost us even more dearly. Orochimaru took the report and read it carefully, then set it on the table and turned his gaze to Fugaku. Fugaku, I've witnessed the sacrifices your clan has made. As commander of the land of Rainfront, I will report your achievements to the Hokage exactly as they are. Rest assured, Fugaku, rewards and compensation for the fallen will soon be delivered to the Uchiha compound by order of the Hokage. Konoha never neglects those who have served with distinction. Fugaku stood and bowed respectfully to Orochimaru. Yes, thank you, Lord Orochimaru. I'll go now to organize today's patrols and won't trouble you further. After taking his leave, he offered Shinku, Mikoto, and Hayashi a final smile and nod, then prepared to exit the tent. Suddenly, Orochimaru's voice called out, stopping him. Wait a moment. Fugaku, if possible, temporarily assign these 3 to your patrol squad. Since you've come to the battlefield, you must be prepared to face war at any moment. Nawaki, Mikoto, Izashi, do any of you have any objections? Fugaku hesitated as he looked at the 3 youths before him. The youngest, Nawaki, was only 12 years old. At such an age, joining a patrol unit meant they could so easily lose their lives on the battlefield. Moreover, Konoha had never allowed freshly graduated genin to participate in frontline units. But since this was Orochimaru's request, Fugaku couldn't outright refuse. He could only hope that these 3 genin would have enough self-awareness to decline on their own. Clearly, he was disappointed. No problem, sensei. We'll definitely learn from you, Fugaku. Fugaku rubbed his brow, nodded helplessly, and led these 3 naive genin out of the tent. Fugaku, what's our mission? Are we going to take out some rain ninja? Mikoto could barely contain her excitement as soon as they stepped outside, turning eagerly to Fugaku. Nawaki tugged at her sleeve. Mikoto, did you forget? Orochimaru-sensei just said it's a patrol mission, not a mission to attack the rain ninja. So when we've finished patrolling, when do we get to fight the rain ninja? Watching Mikoto, utterly fixated on the idea of fighting rain ninja, Hizashi could only offer a helpless smile to Nawaki and Fugaku before falling silent and trailing behind them. Fugaku watched as Mikoto, now calmed by Nawaki's gentle coaxing, regained her composure. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Whatever little hope he'd harbored in his heart was clearly dashed. In fact, today is the last time the Uchiha clan will be doing patrol duty here. After I've handed over everything, I'll be taking our people and the belongings of our fallen clansmen back to Konoha. Today I'll have someone show you around and get you familiar with the area. Starting tomorrow, the patrols here will be taken over by the unit brought by Lord Orochimaru. Fugaku composed himself and addressed the 3 beside him. Nawaki nodded. He understood the need for a change of guard. With the land of fire fighting on 3 fronts, manpower was stretched thin. The Uchiha, so skilled in fire-style jutsu, had been holding out in the rain-soaked land of rain for so long that the psychological strain was already at its limit. It was for this very reason that the 3rd Hokage had sent Orochimaru, returning from an outside mission, to bring reinforcements and relieve the Uchiha. Naturally, the 3 had no objections to Fugaku's plan. They joined the patrol squad he assigned and began earnestly learning the ropes. Meanwhile, on the Wind Country front, Tsunade was meeting the man the Sand Ninja now called Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake. At this moment, Tsukumo Hatake's reputation on the land of Wind's battlefield was unmatched. As the commander of the front lines, neither his strength nor his strategic mind could be challenged. No one could shake the status of the White Fang of the Leaf. Not even Tsunade, a disciple of the 3rd Hokage. What's more, Tsunade had not come this time as a primary force on the front lines. The 3rd Hokage's main reason for sending her was to address the poison used by the puppet masters of Sunagakure. Tsunade, I'm so glad you're here. Tsukumo's face lit up with delight as he saw Tsunade arrive. I was just wondering who Lord 3rd would send as reinforcements. I didn't expect it to be you. This is excellent. Tsunade, in front of Tsukumo, was exceedingly respectful. Lord Tsukumo, if there's anything you need from me, please say the word. Tsukumo sighed, his expression turning a bit troubled. You've heard of Chiyo from Sunagakure, right? A few days ago, for reasons I can't quite fathom, she suddenly accused me of killing her son and daughter-in-law. In a fit of rage, she unleashed a massive amount of poison with her puppets, causing serious casualties among our ninja. Tsunade, you're the foremost expert in medical ninjutsu. I need you to find a way to neutralize Chiyo's poison as quickly as possible. This is crucial to our victory in this war. I'm counting on you. Tsunade nodded. Please rest assured, Lord Tsukumo. I'll do everything in my power. Take me to the wounded right away. I need to begin analyzing this poison immediately. After releasing a wave of poison on the Konoha front lines, Chiyo from Tsunade finally felt some of the anger in her heart begin to subside. The moment she returned to camp, a Tsunade scout rushed in with news. The leader of Amage, Hanzo the Salamander, the so-called demigod of the ninja world, had arrived once again. Chiyo bristled with indignation. TCH, that blasted old man with a breathing tube. He just won't give up. Does he really think I can't do anything about his salamander poison? Let's go. Gather everyone. We're going to meet him. Chiyo assembled her team, fuming, and headed to their usual meeting spot to confront Hanzo. Hanzo the Salamander, wearing his trademark gas mask, stood alone at the front of the battlefield. When he saw Chiyo approaching, he let out a sinister chuckle. Well, old puppet hag, is the Land of Wind still unwilling to accept my terms? All I ask is that you acknowledge the Land of Rain as one of the great nations of the shinobi world, and I'll withdraw my forces at once. What do you say? Chiyo looked at the legendary demigod of the ninja world and let out a cold, derisive laugh. You old man, always hiding behind that breathing tube. I've already found a way to counter your salamander's poison. You'd be wise to retreat back to the Land of Rain before you lose your precious title of demigod, right here at my hands. Hanzo sneered as he summoned the poisonous salamander named Abuse. Working in tandem with the venom sac implanted in his own body, he exhaled a thick cloud of deadly poison, directing it toward the ninja from Tsunade. Stubborn old puppet mistress, enough with your boasting. Let's see what you're really made of in battle. At the border between the Land of Earth and the Land of Grass. This is so boring. There aren't any enemies around at all. What's the point of the old man sending me to the front lines in the Land of Earth? Iwagakure is peaceful and quiet. There's not even a hint of an invasion. Jiraiya gazed out at the calm expanse of the Land of Earth and couldn't help but let out a sigh of frustration. I'll scout Iwagakure one more time. If I still don't find any signs that they're planning an attack, I'll head over to the Land of Rain to meet up with Orochimaru. Alright, that's settled. But first, I should stop by Iwagakure's entertainment district and do a little undercover investigation. Who knows, I might get lucky and learn something useful. Ha. Lord Salamander, news from the front lines. The Uchiha clan has already set out to return to Konoha. The command on the battlefield has now shifted to Lord Orochimaru, the third Hokage's disciple. A ninja from Amage, wearing a gas mask around his neck, respectfully reported the latest intelligence from the front to Hanzo of the Salamander, who was seated inside his tent. Because of the venom sac implanted in his body, every breath Hanzo took was laced with the lethal toxin of the Salamander. To prevent his own men from dying by inhaling the poison, Hanzo had ordered every Amage ninja to wear gas masks whenever they stood near him. But breathing through a mask was never comfortable, and now that Hanzo wasn't present, the Amage ninjas had temporarily removed their masks. Salamander Shinra, just like the other Amage ninjas present, had his gas mask hanging around his neck. Hearing the report, he nodded. Have we determined how many reinforcements Konoha has sent this time? Besides Orochimaru, are there any other troublesome figures on the battlefield? What about his teammates, Tsunade and Jiraiya? Reporting, sir. Konoha has sent around 400 to 500 reinforcements this time, but there's no sign of Tsunade or Jiraiya among them. However, a look of confusion crossed Salamander Shinra's face as he listened to his subordinate's report. However, what? Knowing their leader's unpredictable temper, the reporting Amage ninja dared not keep him waiting and hurried to finish his report. However, the squads that have been infiltrating Konoha's encampment these past few days have noticed that Konoha seems to have sent several new generation ninjas to the battlefield. Moreover, Konoha seems to place great importance on these youngsters. No matter the time, there's always a team of elite ninja protecting them. A glint flashed in Salamander Shinra's eyes, and a sneer curled his lips. So Konoha's strength isn't all it's cracked up to be. They're even sending the new generation of ninja to the battlefield now. It seems that under Lord Hanzo's command, the Hidden Rain Village is putting a lot of pressure on Konoha. Salamander Jinda gazed coldly at his subordinates before issuing a command in a steely voice. Keep sending people to infiltrate the Konoha encampment. When the time is right, launch a direct assault on their forces. Make sure to hit them hard. I want Orochimaru to understand that if the Hidden Rain Village can suppress even the Uchiha clan, we can just as easily send him scurrying back to Konoha in disgrace. This war will secure our victory, and the name of the Salamander will echo across the ninja world. One of the Rain Ninja hesitated, then spoke up to offer some cautious advice. But before Lord Hanzo left, he said we should focus on defense until he returns from defeating the Land of Iron and the Hidden Sand. If we launch an attack without thinking it through, I'm afraid. Jinda's eyes narrowed, a cold gleam flickering within them as he shot a chilling look at his subordinate. Fool! I am Lord Hanzo's most loyal follower. It is my duty to spread his renown across the ninja world. Before he left, Lord Hanzo entrusted this command to me in his absence, giving me full authority. So what? Are you questioning Lord Hanzo's orders? The Rain Ninja quickly bowed his head, stammering that he would never dare. Enough. Leave now. Go and relay my orders. Only when we deal a real blow to these major villages will they set aside their arrogance and finally regard the Hidden Rain with the respect we deserve. Ever since Uchiha Fugaku led his clan back to Konoha, after several days of patrolling, Shoju and his companions had gotten a good sense of the surroundings. In the past few days, under the guidance of a team of seasoned Konoha ninja, Shoju had managed to reap a steady stream of rewards from the infiltrating Rain Ninja. His teammates found it odd that Shoju always made sure to finish off the fallen Rain Ninja with a follow-up jutsu, but since the targets were enemies, no one questioned him further. Sigh. Without any major battles breaking out, just taking out these small fry isn't doing much to improve my skills. After dispatching a few more infiltrators with a water-release jutsu, Shoju collected another round of minor rewards, some low-grade ninjutsu, and supplies, barely better than nothing. At first, the 3 Chunin from Konoha, who led Shoju's patrol team, were surprised by the youngster's abilities. But after a few days together, they realized that as ninja who had climbed the ranks through age and experience, they simply couldn't fathom what it meant to be a genius. Now, watching Shoju casually eliminate enemy ninja with water release, they were no longer surprised. All right, the sun's about to set. Let's wrap up today's patrol. Let's head to the rendezvous point and complete the handover with the other teams, then return to report to Lord Orochimaru. Said the leading middle-aged special jonin of the ninja squad, escorting Shunshu and his companions, signaling that today's patrol mission was at an end. After handing over their duties and returning to camp to report to Orochimaru about yet another encounter with the Hidden Rain ninjas, the 3 ninjas responsible for looking after Shinshu's group retired to rest. Orochimaru looked at the 3 who remained in his tent, nodding in approval. It seems you're adapting well to the battlefield, he remarked. After these past few days of patrols, I trust you've all gained some understanding of the situation here. Anything noteworthy you've learned, or any thoughts to share? Mikoto and Nichi exchanged glances, then both turned their eyes to Shunshu, wordlessly inviting him to answer. Shunshu didn't stand on ceremony. Sensei, isn't the fighting between our Leaf Village and the Hidden Rain a bit too subdued? I mean, why is it always patrols and infiltration missions? If we know that Hanzo the Salamander isn't in the Land of Rain, why not launch a direct assault on the Hidden Rain Village? Orochimaru's gaze flickered with a trace of disappointment, which he quickly concealed. He's still just a child. Short-sightedness is to be expected, Orochimaru thought. He picked up a sheet of paper from the table and handed it to Shunshu. Shunshu, have you forgotten what I told you before I taught you the summoning technique? The essence of ninja warfare is intelligence. This becomes even more crucial in conflicts between nations. These are the insights and plans I've compiled from the intelligence we've gathered over the past few days. Normally, I wouldn't share this with you so soon, but since you've asked, there's no harm in letting you take a look. Take it. It dawned on Shunshu that his impatience, driven by a desire for system rewards, had made him short-sighted. A flush of shame crept into his heart. I'm sorry, Sensei, he said, bowing his head. I was too impatient. I'll let you down. Orochimaru shook his head, leaving it at that. Shunshu accepted the battle plan, and Mikoto and Nichi leaned in to read along with him. Sensei is planning a decapitation strike against Hanzo the Salamander, Nichi remarked, showing little surprise. Shunshu and Mikoto looked up in astonishment at Orochimaru. In Mikoto's eyes, a spark of delight flashed. The fire of vengeance blazed fiercely in her heart. Orochimaru watched as his students inferred his intentions from the intelligence, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Exactly. What do you think? Mikoto bit her lip, wrestling with a surge of emotion within her. A bell chimed softly in her mind. Ding! A new choice has been triggered for the host. Option 1. As the right-hand man of the demigod Hanzo, Salamander Chanda's strength is unfathomable. Stay in the camp, keep away from danger, and avoid contact with Hanzo's lieutenant. Reward: Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. Option 2. Salamander Chanda is a formidable opponent, nearly at the Kage level. If you kill him, you'll receive generous rewards. To become stronger, request to join the decapitation mission. Reward: Reanimation Jutsu. Option 3. Salamander Chanda is the culprit behind Uchiha Mikoto's mother's death. To fulfill your promise to Mikoto, request to join the decapitation mission and help her take revenge. Reward: Wind Style Mastery. Shingshu's eyes flashed with determination as he glanced at the system's 3 choices. Seeing Mikoto's anxious expression, he instantly made up his mind. Sensei, please take us with you on this mission. Oh, have you thought this through? Salamander Chanda is the right-hand man of the demigod of the shinobi world. His strength cannot be underestimated. Even I may not escape and scathe from an encounter with that bizarre, summoning beast of his. Are you sure you want to take part? Orochimaru arched an eyebrow at his student's answer. Instead of refusing, he looked at them with keen interest. Mikoto stared at Shingshu in surprise, never expecting him to make such a choice. Shingshu returned her gaze with a gentle smile, giving her a reassuring pat on the back. He turned to face Orochimaru. Sensei, my mind is made up. I promised Mikoto I'd help avenge your mother. Salamander Chanda may be powerful, but I'm no slouch either. Besides, if I don't even have the courage to face a formidable enemy, how can I ever hope to grow stronger? Mikoto trembled, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Shingshu, overcome with emotion. Shingshu-kun. Orochimaru observed the scene with a knowing look. If he weren't present as their teacher, Uchiha Mikoto, overwhelmed as she was, might have already thrown herself into Shingshu's arms. This boy Shingshu, Orochimaru mused, a sly smile tugging at his lips, is far better at handling girls than Jiraiya ever was. He couldn't help but silently mock Jiraiya in his heart. Well then, since you've decided, go get a good night's rest and prepare yourselves. Tomorrow, I'll let you know when the operation begins. Yes, Sensei. In a lively entertainment district of a small town in the land of Earth, Jiraiya lounged in the company of beautiful women when he suddenly sneezed. Achoo. Oomph. It must be that Orochimaru bad-mouthing me again. That guy is such a pain. He's completely ruined my good mood. Jiraiya rubbed his nose, waving off the enchanting women who had been lingering at his side. As one of them squeezed past him, he couldn't resist reaching out for a quick feel, then lecherously brought his hand to his nose and inhaled deeply. What a delightful scent. He watched the women, who giggled and protested coyly, disappear beyond the door. In that instant, the lascivious expression on Jiraiya's face vanished, replaced by steely focus. Ninja art, barrier, heavenly canopy formation. His fingers moved in a blur, weaving a rapid sequence of hand seals as he set up a protective barrier throughout the room. Summoning jutsu. With a puff of smoke, a messenger toad appeared before him, opening its mouth to spit out a scroll, which Jiraiya caught and unrolled. This was intelligence recorded by the toads of Mount Myaboku, written in a special encrypted script. In the entire shinobi world, aside from Jiraiya, perhaps only Minato in the future would be able to decipher it. So, it seems Inoki truly has no intention of attacking Konoha. Well, looks like I've been waiting here these past few days for nothing. Oh well, since the land of Earth's defenses are holding, I might as well head to the land of rain to find Orochimaru. When I see Orochimaru, I'll tell him the mission in the land of Earth is complete. I can't wait to see the look on his face. He chuckled to himself. Jiraiya used the secret code shared among Konoha's ninja to record the intelligence he had gathered on the land of Earth, along with his next destination, before stuffing the scroll back into the toad's mouth. Go on, take this intel back to Konoha and deliver it to Lord Hiruzen. The messenger toad nodded in understanding, then vanished as the summoning jutsu was released. Jiraiya dispelled the barrier, the mischievous glint returning to his eyes as he assumed his usual carefree manner. Laughing and joking, he rejoined the company of the young ladies as they strolled out together. Meanwhile, Hizashi watched as Shinku and Mikoto Uchiha emerged from Orochimaru-sensei's tent and immediately cozied up to one another, a surge of sourness rising in his stomach. The food at the front lines is atrocious. What we've been eating these past days might as well be dog food. I can barely digest it. Hizashi shot the shameless pair a furious glare, a cold snort echoing in his mind. Humph, what a pair of lovebirds. With that, he spun on his heel and left. Inside the tent, Mikoto, who had been restraining her emotions for so long, finally couldn't hold back. She threw herself into Shinku's arms and broke down in tears. As for Hizashi, let him leave. She couldn't care less. Sniff. Shinku-kun, thank you. Thank you for remembering what happened to my mother. If not for you, I wouldn't have known how to bring it up with Lord Orochimaru. Shinku gently stroked her back, comforting her softly. There. Don't cry. Don't worry. I promised you, and I'll keep my word. Go get some rest for now. Tomorrow, I'll find a way for you to get justice for your mother with your own hands. Eyes still red, Mikoto reluctantly pulled herself away from Shinku's embrace. Okay, Minku-kun. You should rest early too. Shingshu waved his hand, watching as Mikoto slipped into the tent. The excitement from the reward he had just received from the system still burned in his heart. Well, the sky's still bright. No harm in finding a spot to test out the wind release ninjutsu. I've been craving the chance to spin up a wind-style Rasengan for 2 lifetimes. He searched for a secluded area, far enough from camp to avoid drawing attention, and then activated his Sharingan to carefully survey the surroundings. Once he was sure no one else would notice what he was about to do, Shangshu extended his hand. Following the instructions the system had imprinted in his mind, he began to gather chakra in his palm. Rasengan! The chakra sphere spun in his palm, stirring up a faint breeze. Focusing his mind, Shangshu slowly infused the Rasengan with wind nature chakra. The wind element, almost tangible under a thin membrane of chakra, began to swirl, chaotically yet with a strange order. Thanks to the heightened dynamic vision of his 3-tomo Sharingan, Shangshu could see the intricate inner workings of the wind release Rasengan with crystal clarity. Layer upon layer of minuscule wind blades spun within, forming streams of air currents, each moving in its own direction, some clockwise, some counterclockwise. As countless tiny wind blades danced, the Rasengan let out a subtle, vibrating hum. Supporting the Rasengan in his palm, Shangshu gently pressed it against a massive boulder. Like a hot knife slicing through butter, the rock was instantly left with a smooth, bowl-sized semicircular hole. He released his grip, abruptly cutting off the chakra supply to the Rasengan. Without the stabilizing force of his chakra, the Rasengan lost its structure, and in an instant, a powerful shockwave erupted. With a thunderous crash, the boulder shattered into a field of rubble. The sheer destructive force was staggering. Incredible! Minato really is a genius. To manipulate wind chakra to this degree is almost unimaginable. Having witnessed the entire process, from the Rasengan's formation to its explosive finish through his Sharingan, Shangshu couldn't help but marvel aloud. Let's try the move Naruto used to punch through the whole series. Wind release. Rasen Shuriken. Once again, Shangshu stretched out his hand. This time, an even denser concentration of wind chakra coalesced in his palm, swiftly taking on the familiar shape of a Rasengan. With careful adjustments, he channeled the wind chakra further, and 4 sharp, blade-like extensions slowly took form around the Rasengan. The compressed, swirling wind chakra emitted a piercing hum, and the Rasen Shuriken began to spin furiously in his hand. The 4 wind blades spun at blinding speed, weaving a dense pattern of razor-sharp shadows. But as the wild wind chakra surged into his palm, a sharp, intense pain shot through Shangshu's hand, startling him. Without hesitation, he slammed the fully formed Rasen Shuriken down onto the ground, severed the chakra flow, and leapt back at top speed. A blinding white light illuminated the forest in the darkness of night. With a thunderous boom, the Rasen Shuriken pressed to the ground suddenly expanded, its countless blades of wind ravaging and slicing across the earth. Shangshu gripped his trembling right hand, staring at the newly formed circular pond before him, easily 10 meters wide. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Whoa, that's incredible. No wonder it's considered a forbidden-level wind-style technique. The transformation and power are practically perfected. No wonder Naruto managed to almost break through the entire ninja world with just this move before the era of 6 paths level powers. He could feel the cells damaged by the wind style, swiftly regenerating under the influence of his sage body. Only then did Shangshu finally breathe a little easier. Naruto had the immense power of the Nine Tails to support him, but the first time he used the Rasen Shuriken, his hand was nearly ruined, and it took quite a while to recover. Thankfully, Shangshu's sage body could heal injuries even at the cellular level. Otherwise, this technique would have to wait until he fully mastered sage arts before he could use it safely. As for the even more powerful Ultra Big Ball Rasengan and Super Ultra Big Ball Rasen Shuriken, with his current strength, unleashing them would leave him struggling for quite some time. Shangshu decided he wouldn't be trying those today. And as for throwing the Rasen Shuriken, a feat possible only when the technique reaches 100% mastery, even with his half-baked sage mode, it was probably out of reach. Summoning Shina for help would make too much noise and risk alerting the patrolling ninja nearby. So Shangshu could only suppress his urge to launch another attack and obediently focus on healing his right hand. In just a short while, feeling returned to his hand. Shangshu flexed his right palm a few times, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Tomorrow's battle. I'm sure it'll leave a deep impression on them. The next morning, Orochimaru led 300 Konoha ninja on a march toward the encampment of the Hidden Range Shinobi, leaving nearly 200 behind to guard the rear and be ready to provide backup at any moment. When we reach the Rain Ninja camp, split into 3 units of 100, we'll launch feints from 3 directions. It's crucial to scatter the Rain Ninja's forces and reduce the number of guard around Hanzo the Salamander to the bare minimum. I'll lead one elite squad to carry out the main mission. Understood. Orochimaru addressed the 300 Konoha ninja, who stood ready and waiting for these final pre-battle instructions. Yes, sir, came the resounding response. The ninjas split off into their assigned squads, slipping away in 3 directions to lie in wait near the Rain Ninja encampment. Shang-Shu watched the others disappear into the distance, realizing that only Orochimaru and the 3 members of his own squad remained. He couldn't help but be surprised. Sensei, does this mean you were planning to carry out the decapitation mission alone? Orochimaru nodded approvingly at the 3, Rope Tree, Mikoto, and Hizashi. Not bad. Although this mission is officially called a decapitation operation, my real goal is simply to eliminate as many of the Rain Ninja's fighting forces as possible. As for Hanzo the Salamander, it would be best if we could kill him. If not, I'll do my utmost to keep him occupied, giving Konoha's shinobi a better environment to fight in. Orochimaru paused, then offered the trio a faint smile. But now that I have your assistance, I'm much more confident about the feasibility of this decapitation plan. So what do you think? Just a few of us. Do you dare to join your teacher and witness the power of a near-Kage-level opponent? Mikoto and Hizashi grew visibly tense at Orochimaru's words. Rope Tree, however, just grinned carelessly. Sensei, don't underestimate me. I've just developed a seriously powerful jutsu. I promise it'll blow your mind when the time comes. Seeing the confident smile on his student's face, Orochimaru gave a non-committal nod. Very well, I'll take you all to the ambush site first. Wait for me there. When the Konoha shinobi launch their attack, I'll lure Hanzo the Salamander out. Then you'll have a chance to show your teacher just how impressive your jutsu really is. Rope Tree flashed a reassuring gesture to Orochimaru. With a faint smile, Orochimaru led his 3 disciples toward the designated ambush site. Today, the land of rain was surprisingly dry. The ever-present clouds in the sky had parted enough to let the sun shine through. The moisture on the ground, touched by sunlight, began to rise as a thin veil of mist. By a crystal-clear lake, Orochimaru brought the 3 to the edge of a forest. The mist here, thickened by the proximity to water, hung heavier than elsewhere. The dense fog draped the woods in a natural camouflage, making it an ideal spot for an ambush. Orochimaru settled the 3 into their positions, gave a few final instructions, and then, with a swift motion, darted off toward the Rain Ninja encampment, vanishing into the mist after just a few leaps. Meanwhile, on the Wind Country battlefield, Hanzo the Salamander watched with clenched teeth as 9 human-shaped puppets in white rampaged through the Rain Ninja ranks. These 9 human puppets, together with the bull-headed puppet now guarding Chiyo, were collectively known as the Chikamatsu 10 puppets. With her masterful puppet techniques, Chiyo manipulated them, each finger linked to a puppet, launching bizarre and deadly attacks from every angle. Among them, a puppet with the form of a woman brandished 2 large blades, tearing through the Rain Ninja formation. Ordinary shinobi couldn't even get close before being cut down by those twin swords. A puppet with a blue face extended countless spiked iron chains from its head, piercing the distant ninja. Those lucky enough to survive were dragged by the tightening steel chains toward the twin-bladed puppet, which dispatched them with a casual slash. Another pair of puppets, one with a red face, the other white, moved in perfect synchrony as if they were a single entity. In the thick of battle against the hidden rain, the red-faced puppet suddenly seized the white-faced one and, with a swift series of motions, dismantled and reassembled it into a colossal Fuma shuriken, which it then attached to itself. As the red-faced puppet charged forward, the enormous Fuma shuriken on its body spun at breakneck speed, creating a swirling storm of blades that carved a bloody path through the Rain Ninja ranks. Such inhuman carnage terrified the Rain Ninja, sending them fleeing in panic, desperate for extra legs so they could run even faster, wailing and cursing their fate as they scrambled to escape. 3 puppets, each extending a long tongue inscribed respectively with the characters Buddha, Dharma, and Monk, suddenly soared into the air, stacking themselves into the formation of arhats. A powerful suction erupted from the strange structure formed by the trio, dragging the fleeing Rain Ninja helplessly back toward the battlefield. A puppet with a head of white hair approached, its arms extending to an exaggerated length as it gathered the recaptured Rain Ninja into a crushing embrace. The white-haired puppet looked down at the trapped ninjas in its grasp, opened its mouth, and spat out a perfectly round bomb. With a thunderous explosion, both the puppet and the cluster of captured ninja were blasted skyward. The human bodies of the ninja stood no chance against the power of such an explosion at point-blank range. Screaming in agony, they were hurled through the air before crashing lifelessly to the ground. Yet under Chiyo's control, Chakra threads swiftly drew the scattered puppet parts back together, reassembling the white-haired puppet to its original form in the blink of an eye. Salamander Hanzo had never imagined that the old woman, whom he had long dismissed as nothing more than a puppet master skilled in verbal sparring, still had such tricks up her sleeve. In their previous clashes, both sides had managed to hold their own. But this time, for reasons unknown, Chiyo had unleashed the Chikamatsu 10 puppets left behind by Monzaemon. A sense of betrayal surged within Hanzo, and rage flared in his heart. With murderous intent, he charged at the puppets, wreaking havoc among the Rain Ninja, his sickle whistling through the air as he launched his assault. True to his reputation as a demigod, Hanzo's inherited swordsmanship and formidable body flicker technique allowed him, in just moments, to dismantle several puppets, reducing them to shattered fragments. Not wanting the Chikamatsu 10 to suffer excessive damage, Chiyo was forced to pull them back to her side, guiding them with her chakra threads. Hanzo glared at Chiyo, now surrounded by her protective circle of puppets, and spat out a venomous threat through gritted teeth. Old puppet crone, don't think you could defeat the hidden rain village with those wooden toys of yours. Let me show you the true power of the salamander. All forces of the hidden rain village fall back. Summoning jutsu. A massive salamander, Ibuse, erupted beneath Hanzo's feet, its jaws opening wide as it unleashed a thick cloud of poisonous mist. Hanzo slapped his abdomen, activating the poison sac implanted in his body, and waves of deadly toxin began to emanate from him. Wind release, great breakthrough. With rapid hand signs, Hanzo conjured the power of wind, whipping the poison mist into a violent gale that surged toward Chiyo and the Sand Village ninjas. Chiyo's brow furrowed. She shouted to the Sand Shinobi beside her, "Everyone withdraw from the fight. Leave this to me." The Sand ninjas, well aware of the salamander's deadly poison, dared not hesitate and retreated swiftly to a safe distance. Facing Hanzo, Chiyo's lips curled into a faint, knowing smile. With a flick of her chakra threads, 3 puppets, each marked on its tongue with the words Buddha, Dharma, Monk, rushed to shield her. Changing her hand seal, Chiyo sent a surge of chakra into the 3 puppets, her voice low and resolute. White's secret technique, sealing art, 3 treasures suction collapse. The 3 puppets struck their formation again, unleashing a powerful suction toward the oncoming poisonous mist. The toxic cloud, rolling forward, was suddenly halted as if its path had been sealed off. Like swallows returning to their nests, the swirling poison was pulled irresistibly toward the formation created by Chiyo's puppets. Most of the poisonous mist was drawn in and neutralized by the 3 treasures suction collapse, and the air on the battlefield quickly cleared. Hanzo's expression shifted. He hadn't expected his tried-and-true poison tactics to be countered in such a way by Chiyo. Chiyo glanced at Hanzo, a sly and unsettling smile spreading across her face. "Old man with a breathing tube, can you still unleash your poison sac now? We've been fighting for so long. I already know your secret. Should I just say it out loud for everyone to hear? Every time you release your poison, your sac. That's enough." The more Chiyo spoke, the darker Hanzo's face became. Hearing his secret truly exposed, he couldn't help but cut her off. "Oomph. So what if I can't use poison? My title as a demigod wasn't earned with toxins alone. Come, witness my true strength." Hanzo tightened his grip on his scythe, adopting the poised, disciplined stance of a samurai ready for combat. Chiyo nudged the 3 puppets, still sealing away the poison, forward, gesturing at Hanzo with a tilt of her chin. "Old man with a breathing tube, what do you think would happen if I let all this poison loose on your hidden rain forces? How many would survive, do you think?" Chiyo's gaze lingered on Hanzo, half smiling, half threatening. Hanzo's body froze just as he was about to make his move. He glanced at the vast amount of poison sealed away by the 3 puppets, and an intense battle raged within his heart. In the end, he let go of his fighting spirit. "This battle I have lost. From today, the Hidden Rain Village will withdraw from the Land of Wind." With those words, Hanzo turned and led the remaining Rain Ninja off the battlefield without looking back. Chiyo watched Hanzo's departing figure and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. With a wave of her hand, she dissolved the chakra threads that controlled her puppets and sealed them back into their scrolls. The deadly poison bound by the puppets began to dissipate, drifting away into the empty battlefield as the puppets vanished. The Land of Wind had been struggling to hold its ground against attacks from both the Rain and Leaf villages. Now, at last, by wielding threats, they had managed to resolve the issue with the Land of Rain. Chiyo thought of the Leaf village, a flicker of sorrow and hatred passing through her eyes. Since the Land of Rain has withdrawn from the battlefield, White Fang of the Leaf, it's time for this old woman to settle things with you. All Sand Ninja, listen to my command. advanced to the Leaf battlefield. With a single order, Chiyo led the Sand Ninja toward the front lines where they would face the Leaf village head-on. Lord Tsukumo, the mission is accomplished. We've neutralized all 20-plus types of poison Chiyo released on the Leaf battlefield. These are samples of the antidotes. They've already been proven effective on our wounded and can now be mass-produced. Tsunade arrived at the resting area for the injured, carrying a small case. She handed the bottles, each containing a different antidote, to Tsukumo Hitaki, who was visiting the wounded ninja. Tsukumo accepted the case, genuine joy lighting up his face. This is wonderful, Tsunade. With these antidotes, the poisons used by the Sand Village's puppet masters will no longer pose a threat to our Leaf Ninja. On behalf of every Leaf Ninja on the battlefield, I thank you. Clutching the antidotes close, Tsukumo bowed deeply to Tsunade. The injured, lying in their beds and awaiting treatment, were moved to tears. They thanked Tsunade over and over again. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Lady Chiyo, our undercover agent in the Leaf Village has risked everything to send back an urgent message. A Sand Ninja respectfully handed a sealed report to Chiyo, who had just arrived at the Sand and Leaf frontline camp. Chiyo took the report, and the words she read made her whole body tremble. Her expression darkened in an instant. Tsunade has already cracked all the poisons. That single, blunt sentence struck Chiyo to her core, plunging her heart into despair. After a long silence, Chiyo raised her head, her voice hoarse as she addressed the Sand Ninja before her. Inform the frontline troops. We're withdrawing to defend the hidden Sand Village. Unless absolutely necessary, we must not provoke another conflict with the Leaf. Watching the Sand Ninja, his face full of shock, leave to relay the orders, Chiyo slumped down inside the tent with a heavy sigh. It seems the revenge for little Sasori's parents will have to wait for another time, she murmured. Suddenly, the silence of the Rain Ninja camp was shattered by the sound of explosions. Salamander Hanzo listened intently as the sounds of battle erupted from several directions, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. He flung aside the tent flap and strode out. A barrage of shurikens shot through the smoke left by exploding tags, catching the unprepared Rain Ninja off guard. We're under attack. Quickly, alert Lord Salamander Hanzo. In the chaos, a Rain Ninja shouted, trying desperately to steady the panicking troops. Hanzo surveyed the chaos. Rain Ninja lying dead from explosions and shuriken, confusion all around. His eyes blazed with even greater fury. Rain Ninja, hold the formation. Use the water formation wall to block their attacks. Hanzo's appearance was like a shot of courage for the disorganized Rain Ninja. Gradually, they began to fight back, using ninjutsu and shuriken to steady their lines. Water style, water formation wall. Water style, wild water wave. The attacking Leaf Ninja saw that the Rain Ninja were regaining their composure and had begun to counterattack. Without missing a beat, they immediately set about executing the tasks Orochimaru had arranged in advance, putting on a convincing show of exchanging jutsu and shuriken with the Rain Ninja while subtly retreating toward the rear. Hanzo watched the Leaf Ninja steadily fall back, his eyes narrowing. Something about this ambush felt unfinished, too abrupt, too incomplete. Suddenly, several cold flashes darted from a hidden spot, aiming for Hanzo's vital points. With a sudden contraction of his pupils, Hanzo swung his ninja blade, batting aside the incoming shuriken. He let out a cold snort in the direction of the attack. Oomph! Cowardly rats who skulk in the shadows. Come out and face me. The hidden assailant didn't answer. Instead, another barrage of kunai and shuriken, some packed with exploding tags, flew out from the darkness. The kunai bound with explosive tags collided in midair, striking sparks. As the tags met the sparks, they ignited in an instant. The sudden flare of burning tags made Hanzo's expression change. With a swift motion, he activated the body flicker technique and vanished from where he stood. A thunderous explosion erupted, a ball of fire surging outward. The blast sent kunai and shuriken whistling in all directions, shrieking as they cut through the air. Hanzo didn't spare a glance for the Rain Ninja, who might be caught in the hail of shrapnel. In a heartbeat, he reappeared at the hidden attacker's position. His ninja blade flashed from his waist, swift as lightning, unleashing a fierce slash. The attacker seemed unable to react in time. With a single strike, Hanzo beheaded him. The body crumpled lifelessly to the ground. Salamander Hanzo let out a cold snort and used his ninja blade to flip over the severed head rolling on the ground, revealing a familiar face he had seen in intelligence reports. Orochimaru. Hanzo's heart skipped a beat. He immediately realized he might have fallen into Orochimaru's trap and cursed inwardly. Suddenly, the decapitated head's eyes snapped open, and it twisted into a bizarre smile at Hanzo. In the next instant, its mouth gaped open at an unnatural angle, and from within burst a thick python, as wide as a bowl, clutching the Kusanagi sword in its jaws. It lunged at Hanzo with lightning speed. Meanwhile, the corpse lying on the ground dissolved into a puff of white smoke. Out of the swirling haze, a pair of hands silently emerged from the earth, reaching for Hanzo's ankles. Earth-style, headhunter jutsu. Hanzo was caught off guard by the sudden assault, but he didn't lose his composure. He parried the Kusanagi sword with his blade, while channeling chakra through his feet and slamming it into the ground. The hands reaching from the earth took the full force of the strike, and, with a sharp eruptive noise, vanished into smoke. Damn it! Another shadow clone. Hanzo's gaze sharpened, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Striking snake hand. The python, knocked aside by Hanzo, suddenly whipped back its head. Out from its gaping jaws slithered Orochimaru himself. From the sleeve of his left arm, dozens of venomous snakes shot forth, their fangs bared, hissing as they snapped at Hanzo. At the same time, Orochimaru drove the Kusanagi sword in his right hand straight for Hanzo's chest. Hanzo quickly dodged back, barely evading the deadly thrust. But the venomous snakes extending from Orochimaru's sleeve stretched like rubber, impossibly long. A tangled mass of fangs sank into Hanzo's body. As the venom coursed through him, his form stiffened, then suddenly dissolved into a puddle of water tainted with poison, seeping into the ground. Orochimaru withdrew the snakes from his left hand and, with a swift motion, slashed the Kusanagi sword behind him. Clang! The blade rang out, perfectly intercepting Hanzo's ninja blade, which had appeared behind Orochimaru in a surprise attack. Orochimaru leveraged the force of the clash to leap far ahead, then turned to glance back at Hanzo, a hint of regret flickering across his face. Lord Hanzo, you truly are the right hand of the demigod of the shinobi world. Your strength is impressive. It seems today's ambush has failed, so I'll take my leave for now. We'll meet again on the battlefield. With those words, Orochimaru ignored the chaos of shinobi locked in mortal combat all around him, turned, and disappeared into the distance. Watching Orochimaru fail in his surprise attack, toss out a casual farewell, and simply walk away, Hanzo was flooded with a burning sense of humiliation. His grip tightened on his ninja blade, veins bulging on his forehead. Damn bastard. How dare you toy with me? Since you're here, you're not leaving alive. Chakra surged powerfully, leaving a deep footprint at the spot, and the figure shot off like lightning in the direction Orochimaru had fled. Sensing the commotion behind him, Orochimaru's lips curled into a subtle smile as he sprinted toward the small lake where he'd arranged to meet his disciples. The tiger has been lured from the mountain. Mission accomplished. The sun was rising higher, its long-withheld warmth returning as if determined to pour out all its energy in a single day. By the small lake, as the temperature climbed, the mist among the trees grew denser and thicker. Hidden within the forest, the three members of the rope tree team were suddenly startled by a sound drifting across the lake. Mikoto, more anxious and expectant than ever, activated her Sharingan and fixed her gaze on the water surface. Two figures burst from the woods in quick succession, landing atop the lake and coming to a halt. Orochimaru, followed closely by the pursuing salamander Hanzo. Seeing her enemy approach alone, Mikoto's heart pounded so fiercely her body began to tremble. She had never imagined that Orochimaru-sensei would actually manage to lure Hanzo from the Rain Ninja camp and bring him here completely alone. The overwhelming surprise wrapped around her entire being, leaving just one thought echoing in her mind. The chance for revenge is right before my eyes. Rope Tree placed a steadying hand on Mikoto Uchiha's shoulder, holding her back just as she was about to leap forward and whispered a few words in her ear. Mikoto, caught up in her excitement, was startled by Rope Tree's sudden closeness, a blush spreading across her cheeks. After listening to Rope Tree's suggestion, an unwilling expression flashed across Mikoto's face. Rope Tree added a few more words of persuasion, and finally, delight shone in Mikoto's eyes as she nodded in agreement. They exchanged a quick, knowing smile. A faint ripple of chakra emanated from them, and with a puff of smoke merging into the mist, the two maintained their prone positions, but had secretly switched places. Off to the side, Hayashi watched in bewilderment. What are those two up to, using the transformation jutsu, for no reason? What kind of trick is Rope Tree trying to pull this time? All at once, Salamander Hanzo, who had been facing off with Orochimaru, spun around, his sharp gaze fixed on the thicket where a faint ripple of chakra had just stirred. As one of the elite ninja who had long fought at Hanzo's side, his strategic mind might not match Orochimaru's cunning, but his battlefield instincts kept him keenly alert to every movement in his surroundings. Who's there? Hanzo's vigilance took the three hiding in the woods by surprise. They hadn't expected even such a faint chakra fluctuation from there. Transformation jutsu to be detected. Realizing their ambush had failed, the three simply leapt out from the trees and stood beside Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sensei, I'm truly sorry. It's just that, when I saw the man who killed my mother appear before me, I lost control of my emotions for a moment, and ever since Mikoto Uchiha leapt out from the small grove, her eyes had remained fixed on Hanzo the salamander across from her. Without even turning her head, she offered a brief explanation to Orochimaru. Orochimaru's gaze swept over his three students, a subtle, almost imperceptible smile flickering across his lips. Hearing Mikoto's words, he simply shook his head, offering no further comment. Hanzo eyed the three youths who had suddenly appeared, instantly recognizing them as the newly graduated genin mentioned in the intelligence reports. So, they were Orochimaru's disciples. To be sent to the battlefield at such a young age, Konoha is truly digging its own grave. His gaze lingered on the young girl who had just spoken, and upon noticing the prominent Uchiha clan crest on her clothing, he nodded in sudden understanding. So, you're a little brat from the Uchiha clan. He let out a cold chuckle. I can't even count how many Uchiha have fallen by my hand. If you're here to avenge your mother, I'm afraid you're still a little too green. How about I send you to join her? When you reach the underworld, remember my name, the one who killed you, Hanzo the salamander. With those chilling words, Hanzo bared his teeth in a savage grin and darted toward Mikoto Uchiha in a blur. He knew full well that Orochimaru was his true adversary here. As for these three brats, he might as well deal with them first. Wouldn't take long, and it would save him the trouble of them interfering once the real battle began. Mikoto's expression hardened, her hands flying through a rapid series of seals. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. A massive fireball, trailing a long tail of flame, shot across the surface of the water toward Hanzo. The intense heat vaporized huge swathes of lake water, shrouding the area in a dense, swirling mist that obscured his vision. Fire style, Phoenix Sage fire technique. Once again, scorching flames erupted from Mikoto's lips as she simultaneously flung a handful of shuriken. The spinning blades struck the streaming fire and instantly split it into several swirling fireballs, each hurtling toward Hanzo from different angles. Hanzo easily sidestepped the slow-moving great fireball and was about to advance when the shuriken wreathed in flames cut off his path. His ninja blade flashed through the air, knocking every flaming shuriken aside. Glancing at Orochimaru, who, for some reason, had yet to make a move, Hanzo's face twisted into a mocking smirk. Didn't your sensei ever tell you that fire-style jutsu lose their power near water? Orochimaru simply spread his hands, a non-committal smile on his face. Why not warm up with Lord Hanzo for a while? I'd like to see how much you've grown. Lord Hanzo, I'll leave my students in your capable hands. With that, Orochimaru actually strode off to stand at a distance, smiling at Hanzo as if to say, I'll just watch while you spar with my students. No need for me to interfere. Nichiza glanced at Shinshu, then followed Orochimaru to the side, watching the three people in the arena. Salamander Shinda's forehead pulsed with veins, his anger surging as Orochimaru's expression provoked him. Fine. 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 Orochimaru, I'll make sure to give your students some very thorough guidance. Summoning Jutsu. King Conk. Come fort. At Salamander Shinda's call, a gigantic, bizarre shell appeared in the middle of the lake. Two massive clam shells opened and closed slightly, releasing waves of misty vapor from the gaps, which merged into the drifting fog above the lake surface. Beneath the clamshell was a spiral-shaped conch body. Along its shell, 2 rows of holes lined up, and from each opening, tendrils stretched out, writhing through the water. Salamander Shinda slapped the shell, and 2 tendril-like appendages extended from within, colliding together as if performing a hand sign. In an instant, thick jets of water shot forth like cannonballs, hurtling straight at Mikoto Uchiha and her companions. Water-style, water bullet jutsu. Shinshu, standing beside Mikoto Uchiha, stepped forward to shield the group, pressing his palms together and thrusting them outward. Water-style, water formation wall. Relentless water bullets crashed against the rising water barrier, but beyond sending ripples through the surface, they had no effect. As the water bullet barrage faded, Shinshu dispelled the shield in front of him and formed hand seals once more. Water-style, water dragon bullet jutsu. Salamander Shinda's eyes narrowed in surprise as he watched Shinshu unleash the water dragon bullet jutsu. What incredible speed with those hand signs! This brat's water style is truly astonishing. The roaring water dragon slammed ferociously into King Konk's shell, forcefully knocking its massive body backward. Reeling from the blow, King Konk's two giant shells snapped open, spewing a dense, shimmering vapor that engulfed both Shunshu and Mikoto. Just as the pair were about to launch another attack, their bodies locked up. It was as if roots had grown beneath their feet. A layer of white frost crept rapidly upward from the ground, spreading over their bodies. Salamander Shindo watched the two trapped in King Konk's Jinjutsu, a cold smirk spreading across his face. Already caught in illusion, have you? Oof. Then sink into that Jinjutsu, forever, and die. King Konk, faster, crash into them. King Konk snapped its shells shut, and the tendrils extending from the rows of holes at its tail withdrew. Powerful jets of water blasted from the holes, propelling the creature's heavy body at great speed toward the immobilized group. Byakugan, activate! Suddenly, Nika, who had been standing at a distance and not joining the fight, let out a furious roar, the veins around his eyes bulging. A surge of mental energy radiated from his clear, white eyes, sweeping over Shunshu and Mikoto Uchiha, scattering the Jinjutsu energy that had invaded their bodies. Both of them shuddered, snapping out of the illusion in an instant. As the massive summoned beasts hurtled toward them, Mikoto Uchiha's eyes suddenly flashed with 3 Tomo, locking onto Lord Salamander and King Turban Shell. The Tomo began to spin rapidly. Jinjutsu binding chains. Taken aback by how quickly the two had escaped the illusion, Lord Salamander had no time to react before he and King Turban Shell were struck by the Jinjutsu. Their chakra faltered, their movements slowed to a crawl, and finally, they froze completely. Seeing their Jinjutsu take effect, Mikoto and Shunshu shouted in unison. Mikoto, now's our chance. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, watching as a second Mikoto Uchiha burst out from the grove. He glanced at the Mikoto in the field, whose spinning Tomo signaled the release of Jinjutsu, and a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, the Shunshu in the field vanished in a puff of smoke, while Mikoto's form dissolved into Shunshu's shape within the mist. The real Mikoto Uchiha appeared at his side, and Shunshu extended his right hand to her. Mikoto, just as I say, channel your chakra into my right hand. Let's do this together. Without hesitation, Mikoto placed her hand beneath his. Powerful wind chakra began to gather in Shunshu's palm, condensing into a massive, tangible sphere of energy. In sync with Shunshu, Mikoto's fire chakra slowly merged into the spiraling ball. Wind and fire chakra intertwined within the Rasengan, casting a swirling blend of blue and crimson. With their hands pressed tightly together, Shunshu and Mikoto raised the spinning, enormous Rasengan above their heads. Mikoto, let's go. Mikoto flashed Shunshu a determined smile, then turned to face her mother's killer, her excitement nearly overflowing. Windfire Rasengan. Hands held high, they pushed off the water's surface in unison, launching themselves toward the struggling Lord Salamander, trapped in Jinjutsu. Though immobilized by the binding illusion, Lord Salamander's mind remained painfully clear. He watched in terror as the massive chakra sphere, swirling with elemental fury, bore down upon him. Terror he hadn't felt in ages flickered in his eyes. For Mikoto's mother. For my mother. Their voices rang out together in Lord Salamander's ears as the giant windfire Rasengan crashed into him. In a swift motion, Shunshu wrapped an arm around Mikoto's slender waist and retreated with her. The salamander god Dan let out a piercing scream, swallowed whole by the sudden eruption of wind and fire. His flesh, blood, and bones were shredded by the frenzied blades of wind, then consumed by the raging flames until nothing remained but ash. Thus, one of the demigod of the shinobi world's greatest lieutenants vanished from existence, erased completely from this world. A clear chime echoed. Host has slain an elite jonin. Reward granted. Significant chakra boost. Summoning scroll, King Shell. The storm stirred up by the windfire Rasengan slowly subsided, leaving behind only the King Shell, its clamshell tightly sealed. With the system notification sounding in his mind, it was officially declared Salamander Dan was gone for good. Chakra surged endlessly from deep within his body. Sensing the change, Shungtian realized that his reserves had increased by almost half. By now, he easily surpassed even Lord Orochimaru in sheer chakra volume. Shungtian steadied his emotions, then gently enclosed the small hand resting beneath his own, turning to look at Mikoto, who was still lost in thought, staring at the spot where the salamander god had vanished. Mikoto, how about that? I hope I didn't let you down. Uchiha Mikoto turned to face Shungtian. The twin Tomo in her eyes began to spin rapidly, and between them, a new Tomo slowly emerged, forming the perfectly balanced 3 Tomo Sharingan. Mikoto, your eyes. Mikoto herself felt a subtle change in her vision. Lowering her gaze to the reflection in the lake, she watched as the three tomo in her eyes revolved in a mesmerizing dance. She stared silently at her own reflected Sharingan for a long while. Then, lifting her head to meet Shengtian's gaze, her eyes were filled with uncertainty. Shengtian, thank you for helping me fulfill my wish. But now I suddenly feel so empty inside. Shengtian drew Mikoto into his arms, holding her close and gently stroking her back with tender affection. It's all right. If you feel like crying, then just let it out. Mikoto rested quietly in his embrace, shaking her head with a soft, muffled sob. My mother's death has finally been avenged, but from now on, I'm all alone. I don't know what I should do with myself. Shengtian hugged her even tighter. No, you're not alone. You have me. I'll be by your side, always, until you grow tired of me, that is. Mikoto lifted her head, gazing into Shengtian's eyes, and saw the gentle affection within them. Her own eyes trembled, her heart fluttering with emotion. Shengtian, do you mean it? Will you really always stay with me? Looking at her lovely face, so close to his, Shengtian reached out and gently wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes. As long as you want me to. A brilliant light suddenly shone in the girl's eyes, and an enchanting smile blossomed on her lips as she nodded firmly. I'll stay by your side too, Shengtian. Always and forever. Standing beside Orochimaru, Hisashi was practically rolling his eyes to the back of his head. For someone like him, who'd never tasted the sweetness of romance, this scene was almost too much to bear. He snapped, hey you two, this is a battlefield, you know. If you want to get all lovey-dovey, could you please do it somewhere else? Spare a thought for me and Lord Orochimaru, would you? Mikoto blushed, lowered her head, and quickly hid behind Nawaki. Nawaki turned to look at Hisashi, who was practically radiating jealousy, and pulled the summoning scroll he'd received as a system reward from his robe, giving Hisashi a subtle lift of his chin. I was actually planning to thank you for breaking that genjutsu for me, and give you a special gift. But after hearing that, I suddenly don't feel like giving it to you anymore. With that, he shook the scroll in his hand and put on a look of mock regret for Hisashi. Hisashi froze, staring at the scroll in Nawaki's hand. What gift? Seeing that Hisashi had no intention of playing along, Nawaki gave up on teasing him and tossed the scroll over with a flick of his wrist. Hisashi caught it and unrolled it. A contract scroll, illustrated with a portrait of the King of Shells, was revealed before his eyes. He looked up at Nawaki in disbelief, then at the massive King of Shells, his voice trembling. This is the summoning scroll for the King of Shells? How did you get it? Nawaki waved dismissively. That's not important. Just say I got it from the Salamander King. So, do you want it? There aren't many summoning beasts that excel at Jinjutsu, Water Style, and Defense all at once. Imagine what you could do if you combine Jinjutsu with your Gentle Fist. The results, well, let's just say I can't even begin to picture it. If you're not interested then, Hisashi, unable to contain his excitement, gripped the scroll tightly and interrupted Nawaki mid-sentence. I want it. I'll take it. I want it. Don't give it to anyone else. Without hesitation, Hisashi sliced his palm, dipped his finger in the blood, signed his name on the scroll, and pressed down his hand to seal the contract. He tucked the scroll safely into his robe, then, barely able to wait, quickly formed the summoning hand signs. Summoning Jutsu. With a puff of smoke, the King of Shells behind Nawaki disappeared and reappeared before Hisashi. The not-so-bright King of Shells, sensing the presence of his new contract holder, still hadn't realized he'd changed masters. Two tentacles stretched from its shell, gently brushing against Hisashi and sending him a wave of joy. Staring up at the enormous King of Shells before him, Hisashi was overwhelmed with excitement. He stroked the friendly tentacles stretched toward him, stumbling over his words in exuberance. This is amazing. Water Style. This can make up for Gentle Fist's lack of long-range moves. Once I master the 8 trigrams air palm and combine it with the King of Shells Water Style Jutsu, in close combat, I can use the shell to block attack so I don't have to rely solely on the chakra-draining heavenly rotation to hold my ground. If I get surrounded, I can unleash large-scale illusions to counterattack. And even if things get tough, I can spit out a torrent of water to speed up my escape. Even if I fall under the influence of a Jinjutsu, I can still use my Byakugan to break the spell for King Belluo. A summoning beast this versatile. That's exactly what I've always dreamed of. Thank you, Shingshu. From now on, whenever you and Mikoto get lovey-dovey in front of me, I'll just pretend I didn't see a thing. Shingshu's face darkened. This rascal, what on earth was he saying? Hey, what's with your nonsense? Orochimaru walked over to Shingshu, cutting off his awkward protests. He stared intently into Shingshu's eyes. Sensei, Shinshu shrank back a little, well aware that the matter of the Sharingan would certainly draw Orochimaru's attention. Explain yourself. How do you have the eyes of the Uchiha clan? And not just any Sharingan, but a fully awakened 3-tomo. Orochimaru, facing the student he had personally trained, didn't hide his curiosity for a moment and asked outright about the Sharingan. Makoto, too, recalled the tomo she glimpsed in Shinshu's eyes a moment ago. She stepped out from behind him, her gaze fixed with curiosity on his eyes. As for Nichiza, he was still lost in the overwhelming joy of just having received his own summoning beast, happily playing with King Belluo. Sharingan or not, what could compare to the thrill of a powerful summoning beast? Shinshu looked at the two people dearest to him besides his sister, torn about whether to reveal some of the truth to them. Ding! The host has triggered a new set of choices. Option 1. Confess to Orochimaru and Uchiha Makoto about the system's existence, and explain that you obtained the Sharingan as a system reward. Reward. The system will unbind and erase all of the host's memories relating to it. Option 2. Fabricate a harmless lie, claiming Uchiha blood runs in your veins, that you awakened the Sharingan long ago and have since evolved it to the 3-tomo form. Say you kept it hidden in the village to avoid exposure. Reward. Be a Kugan. Option 3. Tell Orochimaru and Uchiha Makoto you might be the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths, and summon Shina to share stories from ancient times. Reward. Further evolution of the Sharingan. Shinshu stared in silence at the choices the system presented. After a moment, he raised his head to look at Orochimaru. Sensei, what if I told you I might be the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths? Is there any chance you'd believe me? Host choice detected. Reward. Sharingan has evolved. Reward issued. Please check host. Host Sharingan evolution requirements detected. 3-tomo Sharingan has evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan. In-release chakra is now transformed into Mangekyo ocular power. Host simultaneously possesses Mangekyo Sharingan and Sage Body, generating compatibility traits for the Mangekyo Sharingan. Trait adaptation completed. Host Mangekyo Sharingan has acquired the trait, Harmony of Yin and Yang. Host has gained unique Mangekyo Sharingan abilities. Left eye, Kagaya's birth. Right eye, divine birth. Host is qualified to unlock the first stage of Susanoo. As Shinshu finished his words, a cascade of system notifications rang out in his mind. With immense willpower, Shinshu suppressed the urge to let a look of unrestrained joy break across his face. His gaze remained earnest and focused on Orochimaru. Suddenly, a hush fell over the room. Makoto, not understanding who the Sage of Six Paths was, felt little impact from Shinshu's words. But for Orochimaru, it was a different story. As a ninja who had made immortality the ultimate pursuit of his life, uncovering the origins of shinobi power was a truth he had always prioritized in his research. In ancient texts, Orochimaru had encountered tales of the Sage of Six Paths dispersing chakra and founding the shinobi way. He had always dismissed these as nothing more than myth and legend. Yet now, hearing this rarely spoken name from his disciple and recalling the recent bizarre changes within Shinshu, Orochimaru suddenly found his throat uncomfortably dry. Shinshu, where did you hear the name Sage of Six Paths? If you don't want to tell your teacher what's been happening to you, there's no need to distract me with figures who only exist in legend. Orochimaru's voice was rough, with a hint of skepticism. Sensei, I know all this must sound unbelievable to you, Shinshu replied. But there's another way I can prove it. He shook his head, seeing the conflicted look on Orochimaru's face. Then he asked something that left Orochimaru completely baffled. Sensei, do you remember my summoning beast? Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, not understanding where this was going. Your summoning beast? You mean Shina? Exactly. Shina is a creature that has survived since ancient times. It lived in an era when the Sage of Six Paths still governed the shinobi world. It should know a great deal about what happened back then. Why don't we summon it and ask? After all, my memories have only just begun to awaken. I only have a vague sense that my identity may be connected to the Sage of Six Paths. Seeing the certainty in Shinshu's expression, Orochimaru couldn't help but start to believe him. He nodded and said, very well. I'm quite curious about what really happened in those days myself. Even if you can't prove your identity, it's not a bad thing to learn a bit more about what's going on. Seeing Orochimaru nod, Nawaki decisively formed the hand seal for the summoning jutsu. Summoning jutsu. Deep within Ryukido, in the innermost cave, Shinya was commanding his parasitic bugs to haul a freshly captured giant python before him, waiting for them to toss the prey straight into his yawning jaws. A satisfied glint shone in Shinya's single eye. He had lived for thousands of years, yet never imagined he would enjoy such a blissful life. Ever since he had bred these bugs capable of surviving in Senjutsu chakra, His existence in Ryakudo had been utterly transformed. Food was no longer a concern. Whenever hunger struck, a single mental command would send countless bugs swarming out to hunt on his behalf. They would swiftly bring back prey and deliver it right to his mouth. All he had to do was sit back and eat. The best part was, he didn't even have to bother managing the bugs. With a mere thought, they would breed, hunt, and fulfill their tasks on their own. Like a heartless magnate squeezing his diligent workers, Shina lived a life of decadent ease, guiltlessly enjoying meals that required no effort on his part. Just as Shinya was about to swallow the python presented to him, he suddenly sensed the call of a summoning contract. His heart tightened, worried that something had happened to Nawaki. Shinya instantly sent out a command to his swarm. Without hesitation, the bugs abandoned the python and swarmed over Shinya's body, forming a thick suit of living armor. Admiring his now imposing form, Shinya thought to himself, "This time, I must show that brat Nawaki the fruits of my secret bug-controlling techniques." Once his armor was complete, Shinya immediately responded to Nawaki's call. In a puff of white smoke, he vanished from Ryakudo. The python, drained of chakra by the bugs and awaiting death with closed eyes, suddenly felt all those terrifying insects vanish from its body. The dreadful Shinya, who had dominated Ryakudo for years and become even more formidable, disappeared at the same moment. A wave of relief and gratitude for having survived disaster flooded the snake's heart, so intense it nearly brought tears to its eyes. With a jubilant hiss, it let out a triumphant cry and hurriedly slithered out of the cave. In its heart, it swore, "If I ever come within 1,000 miles of Shinya's cave again, I'll be no better than a dog." A colossal figure materialized in a cloud of white smoke in the middle of a small lake. Shinya's massive body squeezed the shallow lake, causing the water level to surge up by half a meter or more. "Brat, have you run into another troublesome enemy? Let me see. Who dares to harm my contract partner?" Shinya's voice boomed with overwhelming presence, rumbling like thunder as his powerful aura swept out in all directions. The oppressive aura from a higher-level being sent the king of shells, who had just been bonding with Nichiza, into a shivering panic. Its antennae, which had been poking out of its shell, snapped back inside in an instant. Clamping its shell shut, it vanished with a muffled pop, turning into a wisp of smoke and retreating back to the spirit realm. Everyone standing by the small lake had encountered Shinya before and had all experienced his utterly terrifying presence. As they watched this monstrous beast, clad in fearsome black armor, suddenly materialize above the lake, awe and shock swept through them. Yet, amidst their amazement, a question slowly surfaced in their minds. Is this really Shinya? Shungshu's eyes were so wide, they looked as if they might pop right out of his head. As a fellow host of the parasitic worms, he could immediately sense that the armor enveloping Shinya was entirely composed of those very creatures. Yet he had never imagined Shinya would find such a novel use for the worms. This was truly eye-opening. A pang of envy crept into Shungshu's heart, prompting him to silently grumble about Shinya's ingenuity. "My dream of wrapping my Buddha statue with Susanoo still hasn't come true, and here you are donning a living suit of biological armor already? Shinya, you betrayed our friendship." But then, a thought struck Shungshu, and his eyes lit up with sudden realization as he gazed at the insect armor enveloping Shinya. "Shinya, did you actually manage to breed that kind of worm?" Shinya glanced around, taking in the familiar faces of Shungshu's teammates and teachers. He flicked out his tongue to sense the chakra fluctuations in the area, then finally let his fearsome aura subside. Upon hearing Shungshu's question, Shinya stretched his jaws into a slightly smug grin. Eager to show off in front of Shungshu, he silently issued another command to his insects. The swarm received the signal, and the menacing armor on Shinya's snake head rippled and shifted. Slowly, 2 sharp horns sprouted on his helmet. "But of course. So what do you think? Not bad, eh? I've trained these little bugs well, haven't I? Ha ha ha." Shinya was in the midst of his triumphant laughter when he suddenly paused. He bent his massive head down, sniffing curiously in front of Shungshu, his eyes narrowing with confusion. "Kid, apart from Ashura's aura, why do you also reek of that lunatic Indra?" "Don't tell me." Upon hearing Shinya's question, Shungshu silently cheered. What a perfect setup. Orochimaru, who had been standing nearby, could no longer contain his curiosity. He strode forward to stand before Shinya. "Lord Shinya, who are this Ashura and Indra you mention? And what is their connection to Shungshu?" Shinya glanced at Orochimaru, a glimmer of recognition flickering in his eyes. "Oh, it's you. Kid, I remember now. You're the one who formed a contract with Manda. That little snake. You're quite impressive. Manda's been a lot quieter lately. I suppose that's thanks to you, isn't it?" Orochimaru, being called a youngster by Shinya, a being who had lived for thousands of years, didn't find it inappropriate. He simply nodded in response, his eyes burning with curiosity as he continued to gaze intently at Shinya. Shinya felt uneasy under such a piercing stare, so he lowered his head slightly and glanced at Shoju. The Ashura and Indra I mentioned are the two sons of Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Seeing confusion flicker in Orochimaru's eyes, Shinya suddenly realized that humans might not know who Otsutsuki Hagoromo was, so he explained further. He's the sage of 6 paths from your legends. Orochimaru's eyes lit up with excitement. So the sage of 6 paths really existed, and his name was Otsutsuki Hagoromo. What an eye-opener. Shinya then turned his gaze to Shoju. Shoju, what exactly happened to you? It's only been a few days, and yet your powers are already beginning to show the early signs of the 6 paths' strength. Orochimaru simply pulled out a notebook and started jotting down all these unfamiliar terms, eager not to miss a single one. Shoju then repeated to Shinya the explanation he had just given Orochimaru. Shinya nodded and fell into thought. After a long pause, he spoke slowly. You said you've awakened some memories, but they're incomplete. So you want to hear from me about what happened back then, hoping it might help you recall more? Both Shoju and Orochimaru nodded, and even Nichiza and Mikoto edged closer, their ears perked up like curious children waiting for a story. Well, I'll tell you what I remember. Back then, I was still quite weak, and most of what I know I only heard about, so it may not be entirely accurate. Just treat it as a story. No one objected. They all nodded eagerly, their eyes full of anticipation as they watched Shinya. Silently gathering his thoughts, Shinya began to recount his tale. When I met that person, he was following Ashura, the younger son of the Sage of 6 Paths. At that time, the Sage of 6 Paths wanted to pass on the legacy of Ninshu. There were 2 candidates qualified to inherit it, his elder son Indra and his younger son Ashura. So, the Sage of 6 Paths needed to choose one of his sons as the successor. To do this, he set up a trial for both of them. Using the location of Ninshu as a boundary, each son chose a direction and set out to pacify the chaos of the ninja world and bring peace to the people. Based on the outcome, the sage would select the true heir, while the other would assist in managing the ninja world. Though Ashura and Indra were brothers by blood, their personalities were vastly different. As a result, the ways they sought to bring peace to the ninja world were also completely opposite. Gentle and peace-loving, Ashura chose to transform others with love and conviction. If he encountered stubborn enemies who could not be moved by his beliefs, Ashura would subdue them with his formidable would release ninjutsu and sage body, and only then would he plant the seeds of peace. Because of this, more and more people who longed for peace gathered around him, following in Ashura's footsteps and striving together for the peace of the world. Orochimaru suddenly thought of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, who had pacified a chaotic era. His temperament and methods, as the stories went, were almost identical to those of the Sage of 6 Paths' son. But the sage's other son, Indra, was different. He inherited the sage's eye of the sage, and always held fast to the belief that human nature was inherently evil. Indra believed that only by using overwhelming force to eliminate all those who sowed chaos could true peace be achieved in the world. And so, Indra chose the path of conquest and slaughter. To kill more swiftly and efficiently, Indra created a variety of ninjutsu and hand seals, passing these techniques down to those who followed him in pursuit of power. This, in fact, is the origin of the ninjutsu and hand signs you all use in the shinobi world today. As he fought and killed, Indra's power grew rapidly, soon surpassing Ashura and becoming second only to the Sage of 6 Paths himself. What happened after that? Mikoto listened intently, unable to hold back her question. After that, with his overwhelming strength, Indra was the first to bring half the shinobi world under control, ahead of his younger brother Ashura. But when the 2 brothers returned, having completed their tasks and stood before the Sage of 6 Paths, it was Ashura, whose achievements were lesser and who finished later, who was chosen to inherit Ninshu. Indra, who was extreme in temperament, was infuriated by this outcome. From that day forward, the 2 brothers became bitter enemies. And so, a great war broke out. That battle shook the heavens and split the earth. At the time, I was still weak, and watching from afar, I saw the towering would release Buddha and the fully manifested Susanoo locked in combat, and the sheer force left me breathless. At this, Uchiha Mikoto suddenly let out a gasp. Susanoo? Shinya nodded. That's right, Susanoo. Little one, Indra was the ancestor of your Uchiha clan. The eye of the sage you possess was inherited from him. It's just that, over time, no one could reach the heights Indra once did, and so it gradually came to be known as the Sharingan instead. Everyone present was shaken by these words. So the Uchiha clan were actually descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. No wonder the Sharingan was so powerful. Seeing the group fall silent, Shinya continued his story. The battle between those two brothers was so intense that no one could even get close enough to witness it. They only know that Indra was ultimately defeated by the sudden surge of power from Asura, and before long, he passed away. Asura, who inherited the teachings of Ninshu, sent his descendants across the shinobi world before his death, entrusting them with the mission of maintaining peace. Over the ages, the descendants of Asura formed two powerful clans. They became known as the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan. These two clans inherited the sage's body, passed down from the Sage of Six Paths, and excelled far beyond ordinary people in both physical prowess and chakra. But the story does not end here. As the son of the Sage of Six Paths, Indra was unwilling to accept defeat at the hands of his younger brother. So, he caused his chakra to be reincarnated again and again among his descendants, determined to prove to his father that his chosen path was not wrong. Likewise, after Asura's death, in order to stop Indra's heirs from bringing harm upon the world, he too chose to have his chakra reincarnated among his own descendants. And so, under the guidance of the reincarnations of their chakras, the shinobi world entered a long era of warring states. The great clans of the shinobi world battled for centuries. The most recent time their powers manifested together was in your first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and Madara Uchiha. Hearing this, everyone was shaken to the core. They never imagined that the root of the shinobi world's chaos traced back to this. Nor could they have guessed that the founding god of Konoha and Madara Uchiha were actually the reincarnations of the sage's sons, a truly astonishing revelation. At this point, Shinya paused, turning his gaze to Rope Tree. Kid, come to think of it, you're from the Senju clan, aren't you? Rope Tree nodded. My mother was from the Senju clan, while my father belonged to the Uzumaki clan of the Land of Whirlpools. That's why my name doesn't start with Senju like my great-uncles. But if you look at it another way, I can be considered a member of the Senju clan as well. After all, apart from Lady Mito and Kushina, the Uzumaki clan is nearly extinct. Shinya nodded thoughtfully. That's what puzzled me from the beginning. When I first met you, you had awakened the sage's body, and I sensed Asura's presence in you. So, I assumed you were this generation's reincarnation of Asura. But now, both Asura's and Indra's powers exist within you at the same time. The coexistence of Yin and Yang. Aside from the original Sage of Six Paths, this has never happened before. No wonder you could freely use the Sage mode of Ryuchi Cave without ever having visited it. A power that seems to appear from nothing. Maybe it's really as you said. There's a chance you're the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths. After Shinya gave him a crash course on the history of the Sage of Six Paths and his family in ancient times, everyone finally understood why there was a possibility that Shunshu could be the sage's reincarnation. Orochimaru was filled with emotion. So it turns out that the endless chaos in the ninja world over all these years had its roots in nothing more than a family inheritance dispute between the sage's two sons. As he watched Shunshu release the summoning technique to send Shinya away, Orochimaru fixed his gaze on Shunshu, his eyes filled with a complicated mix of emotions. Shunshu, regarding the source of your power, I think your guess is very likely correct. So, who are you now? Are you Shunshu or... Shunshu glanced around at everyone present. Both Nichiza and Mikoto had come back to their senses from the story, and were now looking at him with concern written all over their faces. A lie, once told, often needs even more lies to patch up the holes. Shunshu felt a twinge of guilt, but at the same time, a gentle warmth blossomed in his heart. After all, these people truly cared about him. Thinking of this, a brilliant smile spread across Shunshu's face. Teacher, Mikoto, Nichiza, maybe, in your eyes, because I might be the Sage of Six Paths reincarnate, I was able to gain power that ordinary people could never even dream of. Maybe you worry that with such an identity and such power, I'll lose myself. But all I know is, no matter who I was in a former life, right now, I am simply Shunshu. Looking at them intently, Shunshu spoke with sincerity. Sensing the heavy mood in the room, Shunshu suddenly put his hands on his hips and broke into hearty laughter. Teacher, have you all forgotten what my dream is? I'm a man destined to bring peace to this ninja world and stand at the very top. And since it's possible I'm the Sage of Six Paths reincarnate, let me, as the old father, clean up the mess those two unfilial sons left for the ninja world. He burst out laughing, his voice echoing brightly. Nichiza's expression froze for a second before he hesitantly spoke up. Then, Shunshu, if you really are the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths, doesn't that make the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara your sons? Shunshu's face immediately darkened. He shot Nichiza a sharp look as wind nature chakra quickly gathered in his hands. Nichiza, you bastard, get ready to meet your end. Wait, Shunshu. No, I was just saying it's a possibility. Nichiza spun through the air as Shunshu sent him flying with an unfinished Rasengan. Mikoto watched the two of them roughhousing, her eyes crinkling with laughter. Orochimaru also couldn't help but smile. The tension in his heart finally eased. It seems Shunshu is still the same Shunshu after all. That's a relief, truly a relief. Seeing Rope Tree returning, endlessly apologizing and showing none of the proud aura expected from a Hyuga noble, Orochimaru interrupted the playful banter between the two. All right, now that everyone knows Rope Tree's true identity, and since he chose not to hide it from you, instead granting you his deep trust, I hope that what happened to Rope Tree today remains strictly between us. Can you promise me that? Mikoto didn't need to say a word. She walked straight to Rope Tree's side, standing close to him, her silence a firm declaration of loyalty. Hayashi, too, set aside his playful attitude and nodded vigorously. Orochimaru-sensei, Rope Tree. Please rest assured. From a moment Rope Tree gave me hope to change my fate, I resolved to follow in his footsteps. As the future head of the Hyuga branch family, I swear upon my name, I will never betray him for as long as I live. Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction. Good. That's the end of the matter concerning Rope Tree. Our mission for today has also been completed successfully. I'll report your achievements to the Leaf. This will count as an A-rank mission for all three of you. The three of them lit up with excitement, letting out soft cheers. Now, follow me back to clear the battlefield, then we'll return to camp. Yes. The surprise attack launched that morning ended in a resounding success. Orochimaru led the victorious Leaf shinobi back to their camp. Upon hearing of the day's results, those who had stayed behind erupted in waves of celebration. With Orochimaru intentionally spreading word of Rope Tree's team's accomplishments, the names of Rope Tree and his companions began to circulate in every conversation among the Leaf shinobi. I heard it was Lord Orochimaru's 3 disciples who brought down Hanzo the Salamander this time. What a feat. Absolutely. They're true heroes while still so young. And I heard from Lord Orochimaru himself that Rope Tree's water-style jutsu is incredibly powerful. No surprise, given he's the grandson of both the first and second Hokage. That's right. I also heard the Hyuga kid did great too. He even broke Hanzo's Jinjutsu with his Byakugan. To master the Byakugan at such a young age is really impressive. Why not mention that Uchiha girl? Didn't you hear? She and Rope Tree took down Hanzo together, and she even awakened her Sharingan. Supposedly, she started straight at 3 Tomo. Wait, who told you that? That sounds impossible. I'm just repeating what I heard. When Rope Tree and his friends returned to camp, they were swarmed by Leaf shinobi eager to pester them about what had really happened, thanks to all the wild rumors flying around. Worn out by the constant questioning, the group finally escaped into their tents, shutting themselves away for a bit of peace and quiet. Very few people as young as Shangtai and his friends ever set foot on the battlefield, so the Konoha ninjas looked after the 3 of them with extra care. For their courage to risk their lives for Konoha at such a tender age, each was even given their own private tent. Sitting inside his tent, Shangtai thought about the new ability he had just received from the system. Unable to contain his excitement, he dove into the system to check it out. System, list my current abilities. Ding. Your personal status panel has been generated. Please take a look. Host, Shangtai. Age, 12. Height, 165 centimeters. Chakra nature, water, earth, wind, fire, lightning, yin-yang. Chakra level, Kage level, comparable to Orochimaru's chakra during his elite Jonin years. Summon creatures, Shin Fong, Kage level, parasitic beetles, sage art adaptation. Kekki Jinkai, would release, Mangekyo Sharingan, sage body. Taijutsu, Konoha-style hard fist. Ninjutsu, mastery of wind release, mastery of water release, would release series, fire release. Great fireball jutsu, fire release. Phoenix Age fire jutsu, fire release. Crimson Claw of the Phoenix Flower. Other attributes are omitted for brevity. Shangtai quickly browsed through the list, raising his eyebrows in surprise. He hadn't realized he'd acquired so many jutsu already. Skipping over the ninjutsu details for now, he noticed that under the wood release and Mangekyo Sharingan entries, there were drop-down arrows. With a thought, he opened the wood release tab and saw a list of the wood release jutsu he currently knew. He decided to leave that for later. There were still plenty of wood release techniques he hadn't learned yet. With his strength having soared in one leap, he'd ask Granny Mito for the sealing scroll once he got back and mastered the rest of the wood release jutsu. Focusing on the Mangekyo Sharingan entry, he eagerly opened it. 2 subcategories appeared beneath. Genjutsu and Dojutsu. Shuntai skipped Genjutsu and went straight for Dojutsu. Mangeki Sharingan, Special Trait, Yin-Yang Harmony. Yin-Yang Harmony, a unique Mangekyo Sharingan ability evolved from the Sage Body's Yang release and Yin release. Ocular power consumption can be regenerated through the Sage Body's Yang release, eliminating the risk of blindness. Yin release further accelerates the Sage Body's regenerative ability. The host gains a unique Sage Body trait, healing without seals. Although I expected the Sage Body to synergize with the Sharingan like this, it's still pretty useful. At least there's no longer the danger of going blind from overusing the Mangekyo Sharingan. To Shuntai, having such a trait felt perfectly natural. After all, Uchiha Obito only had half his body constructed from Hashirama's cells, and he could wield Kamui as he pleased without any risk of blindness. And that was just a half-developed Sage Body. Shuntai, who possessed a complete Sage Body, had nothing to worry about. Rope Tree looked further down. Mangekyo Sharingan, left Itakamikura. The ultimate Yin-Yang release, giving rise to immense powers of creation and destruction. When activated, it can channel overwhelming Yin-Yang attributes, bestowing life or death upon all things. Mangekyo Sharingan, right eye Kamimura. An underworld eye that transcends life and death, wielding supreme control over the cycle of reincarnation. Every soul in existence falls under the dominion of this eye. Rope Tree drew in a sharp breath, the sheer power of these eyes sending chills down his spine. The left eye's ability must be the prototype of the six paths power that Shinya mentioned. The union of Yin and Yang births all creation. This much Rope Tree understood. But the right eye's power was simply beyond belief. It could actually control souls. What exactly is a soul? The soul is the very foundation of existence for all living beings. With this ability, the fate of every life and death would lie within a single thought of his. Reanimation Jutsu? Dead demon consuming seal? The netherworld? The Shinigami? Before this eye, they're all child's play. Truly, see, and they perish. Suppressing the shock and wild joy in his heart, Rope Tree scrolled down to read further. Unique Mangekyo ability, Susanoo, first stage. Susanoo, summon the might of a god, manifesting it as a tangible form through pure Yin release. Its appearance shifts with the development of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Can evolve further. Evolved form, complete body, Susanoo. When a Mangekyo's power reaches its peak, a colossal warrior appears, wielding the legendary sword, Tatsuka no Tsurugi. With a single divine slash, all things are obliterated. Reluctantly, Rope Tree exited the system, feeling the powerful energy pulsating within his eyes. A sly smile curled on his lips as he let himself indulge in the sensation. Ha! With this power, when I finally come into my own, who in this ninja world could possibly stand against me? Rope Tree, you little brat, get out here this instant. Hey, Tsunade, Rope Tree's just a kid, don't get rough with him. Jiraiya, move aside, or I'll clobber you too. That little brat didn't even tell me. Just snuck on the battlefield all by himself. Orochimaru, you're a piece of work too. Rope Tree wanted to fight, and you just let him come? Aren't you worried he might get hurt? A familiar pair of voices, one male, one female, rang out from outside the tent, snapping Rope Tree out of his reverie. The woman's voice crackled with anger and exasperation, while the man tried, clumsily, to calm her down. Cease, big brother Jiraiya. Recognizing Tsunade and Jiraiya's voices, Rope Tree's face registered a trace of surprise. Hearing his sister's footsteps drawing closer outside, Rope Tree knew there was no way out of this one. Steeling himself, he stood up, pulled back the flap, and stepped out. Sis, Jiraiya, what brings you here? Rope Tree put on a mask of surprise, greeting the two who were tussling, though inside he felt a bit uneasy. Tsunade, held back by Jiraiya, was full of pent-up frustration with nowhere to vent. Suddenly hearing Rope Tree's voice, she jerked free with a burst of strength, sending Jiraiya flying, then turned to glare fiercely at Rope Tree. Rope Tree, so you grown some wings, huh? You dare sneak off to the battlefield with Orochimaru without even telling your sister. With long strides, Tsunade marched up to Rope Tree, grabbed him by the ear, and roared furiously. Ow! Cease, Imsuri. Let go, you're gonna pull my ear off. Rope Tree cried out in exaggerated pain, begging loudly for mercy. The Konoha ninja in the camp, hearing the commotion, all came out to watch. They pointed and laughed at Rope Tree's desperate pleas. Tsunade's brows furrowed, and she shot a fierce glare at the onlookers. Sensing danger, the crowd scattered in a flash. Tsunade huffed, and finally let go of Rope Tree's ear. Oomph. You little brat, come with me to Orochimaru's tent. I have some questions for you. With that, she spun on her heel and strode off. Jiraiya shrugged at Rope Tree, giving a helpless look before hurrying to catch up with Tsunade. Hey, Tsunade, wait up. Mikoto hurried over to Rope Tree, looking at him with concern. Rope Tree, are you alright? Lady Tsunade looked really angry. Rope Tree took his hand off his ear and gave Mikoto a reassuring smile. I'm Fine. I was just pretending. I've gotten used to it since I was little. She'll calm down soon. Mikoto let out a relieved sigh, glancing after Tsunade with a touch of envy. Rope Tree, you and Lady Tsunade are really close. Rope Tree gave a wry smile, gently ruffling Mikoto's hair as a sudden thought crossed his mind. Mikoto, do you like my sister? Lady Tsunade is amazing and brave. I've always looked up to her as my idol. That's great. I'll introduce you two properly later. I have to go to the tent now. You head back and wait for me. I'll come find you later and teach you a brand new jutsu. With these words, Rope Tree hurried off toward Orochimaru's tent. Tsunade was still waiting, and if he was late, she might just blow up again. Arriving outside the tent, Rope Tree lifted the flap and stepped inside. Jiraiya and Tsunade were seated, looking for all the world like judges at a tribunal, eyes fixed intently on Rope Tree as he entered. Their stares made Rope Tree a bit uneasy. He scratched his head in embarrassment. Haha, sis, why'd you call me here? If there's something you need, you can just talk it over with Orochimaru-sensei. I still have training to get back to. Orochimaru looked at his disciples' shameless antics and couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. Before Tsunade could explode in anger, he hurriedly said, All right, Nawaki, I've already told the two of them that you asked me to bring you to the battlefield. You'll have to explain yourself to Tsunade. Nawaki instantly deflated, casting a resentful look at Orochimaru. Realizing there was no way to worm his way out of this, Nawaki let go of his worries and sat down bravely, putting on a look of gallant resignation, as if he were ready to face his fate. Fine, since you already know, I won't hide it anymore. Ask whatever you want. Tsunade shot Orochimaru a glare, then turned and fixed Nawaki with a fierce, intimidating look. Tell me, why did you want to go to the battlefield without telling me? Nawaki shrank back a little, muttering in a small voice, I was going to tell you, but you're always out gambling. I couldn't find you, so I made my own decision and went to Orochimaru-sensei instead. Tsunade's breath caught, and her expression grew a bit awkward. But then she thought, why should I feel embarrassed for doing what I like? Instantly, her confidence returned, and she continued to glare at Nawaki with fierce intensity. Even so, you should have left a note at home. At least told us before you left. Are you trying to make me worry myself sick? What if something happened to you on the battlefield? How would I explain that to Grandma? Do you have any idea how worried she's been? She was so anxious, she sent messenger hawks all the way to the Land of Wind to ask Lord Tsukumo if he'd heard anything about you. If Lord Tsukumo hadn't mentioned it to me, I wouldn't have even known you'd snuck off to the front lines. The more Tsunade spoke, the angrier she became, her chest heaving as she fumed. Off to the side, Jiraiya stared openly, swallowing hard in awe. Tsunade's even more beautiful when she's angry, Jiraiya thought to himself, smitten. Seeing the anger and worry on Tsunade's face, Nawaki couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. In his heart, he cursed the blasted system that had led him to choose the battlefield. System, you made that decision yourself. Don't blame me. Big sis, I know I was wrong. But you don't have to worry about me. I'm actually strong enough to protect myself now. If you don't believe me, just ask Orochimaru-sensei. Nawaki's mind raced as he quickly tossed the problem back to his teacher. Sorry, Orochimaru-sensei, but you betrayed me first. Orochimaru forced a bitter smile. Seeing Tsunade's furious expression, he could only nod helplessly. Tsunade, Nawaki isn't lying. With his current strength, he might already have surpassed us. Tsunade was stunned by Orochimaru's words and looked at Nawaki with disbelief. Even Jiraiya tore his gaze away from Tsunade, turning in surprise to stare at Nawaki. Nawaki just grinned sheepishly. For various reasons, my abilities have improved significantly recently. The explanation is rather complicated, so I'll tell you both about it when there's more time. It wasn't that Nawaki didn't trust Tsunade and Jiraiya. Rather, given that they were in the middle of the camp, some matters simply weren't appropriate to discuss here. Orochimaru chimed in agreement. That's right. You both know what Nawaki's like. He's not one to boast without reason. Besides, there are a lot of things involved here, some of which truly aren't suitable for public discussion. For now, let's set aside Nawaki's situation and talk about the two of you instead. So, what brings you two to the battlefield here in the Land of Rain? Has the fighting on your end come to an end? Hearing Orochimaru shift to more serious matters, Tsunade shot Nawaki a glare, giving him a look that promised she'd deal with him later, then turned to face Orochimaru with a solemn expression. The battle's not completely over, but things have more or less stabilized for now. Our spies stationed in the Land of Wind have sent back word Salamander Hanzo has already returned to the land of rain with his men. Once Professor Sartobi got the news, he worried you might not be able to handle the pressure on your own, so he sent me here to join up with you for the time being. Orochimaru nodded in understanding, then turned to Jiraiya. How about you, Jiraiya? What's the situation in the land of Earth? Jiraiya's demeanor grew serious as well. He sat up straight, took a document from inside his cloak, glanced at Nawaki, and then handed it to Orochimaru. The land of Earth doesn't seem inclined to start a war just yet. After investigating, I sent my findings back to Konoha, then hurried straight here to join you. This is a message I received on the way from Professor Saratobi. It's about Nawaki. Orochimaru opened the document, his brow arching ever so slightly, and then, without betraying any emotion, passed the information to Tsunade. Tsunade, you should see this too. Tsunade had no idea what kind of secretive game Jiraiya and Orochimaru were playing. She took the document, puzzled, but as soon as she opened it, her eyes blazed. With fury, she slammed the report down on the table. The flimsy wooden table gave a groan of protest before collapsing with a crash, scattering splinters everywhere. Bastard! How dare he lay a hand on Nawaki? Danzo must have a death wish. How long has it been since Grandpa died? Has that scoundrel already forgotten all that the Senju clan has done for him? And now he sends people to ambush Nawaki on the road. And now he even wants to side with the Aburame clan to demand an explanation from the Senju? Just wait until I get back. I'll tear his whole root division apart. Nawaki was just as curious about the contents of the report. He moved closer to Tsunade and, carefully, fished the document out from the pile of splinters. He placed his hand on the ground, called forth the power of wood release, and in passing, crafted Tsunade a new table. Sis, have a seat. Let me see what exactly is written in the report. Tsunade watched as Nawaki casually conjured a table out of wood with his wood release, her irritation forgotten. She gazed at him in astonishment. Nawaki, are you serious? Have you really mastered wood release to this degree? Nawaki waved his hand, signaling Tsunade not to be so surprised, as if to say this was just basic stuff. He lowered his head to study the intelligence report in his hand. This intelligence was written by Hiruzen Sarutobi for Jiraiya. Its general content was as follows. Danzo's root division had always worked tirelessly for the prosperity of Konoha, making significant contributions in the process. By chance, Root's ninja discovered that Nawaki had awakened the first Hokage's legendary wood release and learned that he was soon heading onto a perilous battlefield. In order to protect this precious power from danger, Danzo decided to dispatch 3 elite root ninja to intercept Nawaki and ensure his safety. Unexpectedly, all 3 root ninja perished during the mission, leaving the scene marked by abundant traces of wood release techniques. As the only one present with wood release, Nawaki became the prime suspect in this incident. So Danzo joined forces with the Aburame clan's representative to pressure the Hokage, demanding an explanation from the Senju clan. The Hokage expressed that he, too, was in a difficult position. Thus, he hoped Nawaki could return to Konoha as soon as possible, provide an explanation to the Aburame clan and Danzo, and resolve the matter. He also assured that, should the situation be as reported, he would guarantee the safety of the only surviving inheritor of wood release and strengthen measures for his personal protection. Reading up to this point, Nawaki gained a profound understanding of the Hokage's talent for muddling through village affairs. Such maneuvering, one would need decades of brain fog to pull off something like this. With a half-smile, Nawaki looked at Jiraiya and waved the intelligence report. Jiraiya, you've read this letter too, haven't you? Your Hokage-sensei is quite something, isn't he? Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly, secretly disapproving of his teacher Hiruzen's approach. Nawaki, as Hiruzen said, he'll ensure your safety. Why not just head back to Konoha for a while? Orochimaru gave a cold snort, his gaze on Jiraiya growing increasingly frosty. Jiraiya, have you completely lost your mind? Can't you see this is an obvious trap? If Nawaki goes back, Hiruzen and Danzo will surely confine him and use him as a tool for their own ends. Are you still holding out hope for that Hokage who's in league with Danzo? Jiraiya's expression changed subtly. He glanced at Orochimaru and Tsunade, his face complicated. Orochimaru, but he's still our teacher. I don't think he'd do anything bad to Nawaki. Tsunade gave a snort and turned away. When it comes to the safety of her own brother, what does it matter if it's the teacher standing in her way? Her grandfather was a Hokage for 2 generations. Her grandmother was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and she herself was a princess jointly recognized by both the land of whirlpools and the land of fire. Why should Tsunade show respect to anyone? Who is even worthy of it? Orochimaru let out a cold laugh, his gaze shifting to Jiraiya. Jiraiya, you're always out on missions, so I can understand if there are things you don't know. But there's someone you must have heard of, right? Jiraiya looked up, puzzled, meeting Orochimaru's eyes. Who? Someone who served as bodyguard to the second Hokage, alongside Danzo, Uchiha Kagami. Jiraiya nodded. I've heard of him. As I recall, he's already dead. I remember hearing from Master Sarutobi. After he became Hokage, he once assigned a special mission to the members of the guard. They were sent to the Land of Lightning to recover the second Hokage's remains, and Uchiha Kagami was one of the ones sent. According to Master Sarutobi, the mission was extremely dangerous. Kagami died during the operation, and even Danzo lost an eye before it was completed. But what does any of this have to do with Nawaki? On missions, losses are inevitable, aren't they? Orochimaru glanced at his two closest companions and disciples inside the tent, a chilling sneer escaping his lips. Before I came to the front lines in the Land of Rain, Danzo sent someone to speak with me. Tsunade and Jiraiya both froze, unsure of Orochimaru's meaning. Nawaki watched Orochimaru, a thoughtful look in his eyes. He wanted me to resign my command here and return to Root to continue serving as his bodyguard. And to restart the experiments on the first Hokages would release cells. Tsunade and Jiraiya's faces changed dramatically, staring at Orochimaru in disbelief. Nawaki's expression suggested he had suspected as much, and he quietly resumed his role as listener. Don't worry, I refused. Only then did Tsunade and Jiraiya breathe out in relief. But do you know what I discovered about Danzo? What is it? Stop leaving us hanging, it's infuriating. Tsunade frowned, her patience running thin. Danzo's eye isn't blind at all. He's replaced it with something far more powerful than a 3-tomo Sharingan. Orochimaru finished, casting a satisfied look at the shocked Tsunade and Jiraiya. Jiraiya felt his throat go dry. He swallowed hard before speaking, his voice trembling. When someone from the Uchiha clan knows they're about to die in battle, they destroy their own eyes to prevent the Sharingan from falling into outsiders' hands. No one in the ninja world has ever gotten hold of a Sharingan. How could Danzo have one? Orochimaru, are you sure you saw it right? Unless... Orochimaru saw that Jiraiya was starting to understand, and a sinister smile spread across his face. Unless someone is caught completely off guard and betrayed by the person they trust most, there's no way to destroy their eyes, right? Jiraiya was shaken to the core. A thought rose unbidden in his heart. This was the truth. But even so, that doesn't prove Lord Hiruzen knew about it. Maybe Danzo acted on his own. Orochimaru burst into laughter, and a sudden surge of chakra emanated from his body. Jiraiya, use your sensory ability. After all these years as teammates, how does the chakra from my body feel to you? Isn't it unmistakably familiar? Could you tell it was me instantly, even without seeing my face, just by sensing my chakra? Jiraiya stumbled back and slumped onto a stool. In that moment, the image of Hiruzen Sarutobi as the gentle, perfect elder shattered completely in his heart. No, Lord Hiruzen inherited the will of fire from the second Hokage. How could he possibly allow Danzo to do something like this? Even so, there's no way he'd ever harm Nawaki. Nawaki was Tsunade's brother. Orochimaru let out a contemptuous snort. Jiraiya, don't be so naive. He stopped being the Hokage who cared only for the leaf long ago. He sent the Uchiha, masters of fire style, to fight in the Land of Rain. He sent Tsukumo Hatake, a swordsman and close combat specialist, to the Land of Wind to face the puppet masters and poisons of the sand. Does he not understand the elemental strengths and weaknesses of ninjutsu? Does he not realize that taijutsu is countered by poison and long-range attacks? And yet he did it anyway. Is that something a Hokage who truly cares for the village would do? He's long since been corrupted by power and status. Jiraiya collapsed into his seat, his eyes turning hollow and lost. Jiraiya, let me tell you, Nawaki's talent surpassed everyone's imagination. One day he would have stood atop the entire ninja world, bringing an end to all its conflicts. And before that day comes, I'll stand at his side, helping him reclaim the leaf that the Senju clan founded. So what about you? Will you keep protecting those high-ups already rotted by desire? Or will you join us to create a new order and bring lasting peace to this world? Jiraiya's heart was in utter turmoil. Once again, heavy clouds gathered above the Land of Rain. The steady drizzle shrouded Amagecure's trees, adding a touch of bleakness to the scene. Salamander Hanzo, leading the Amagecure ninja forces retreating from the Wind Country front, gazed through the misty rain at the silent Hidden Rain village, his brow furrowed in thought. The Land of Rain's constant downpours had shaped a way of life in Amagecure that was truly unique. The people living here have long grown accustomed to life under the constant drizzle. As long as they open their oil paper umbrellas, a bit of rain scarcely affects the villagers of Hidden Rain in their daily comings and goings. Though the Land of Rain is currently at war with two other ninja villages, the streets of Amagakure are usually quite lively. Yet now, this strange silence that has settled over the village strikes Hanzo as deeply unnatural. As the famed demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander has no fear of encountering threats right at his own doorstep. Waving off the Aimnin who had been trailing behind him, he signals for them to stay put. In the next instant, he uses body flicker technique, appearing alone at the main gate of the village. Alert the others at once. Someone's trying to break into Amagakure. A ninja concealed in the shadows by the gate suddenly senses an intruder outside and calls out loudly to his comrades. Instinctively, he grabs the signal flare at his waist, ready to fire it off. Hanzo, holding his breath, instantly materializes at the Aimnin's side. He deftly fits the gas mask dangling from the young man's neck onto his face, and with a firm grip, seizes the signal flare from his hand, halting his next move. Excellent vigilance. It's me, the Aimnin, stunned by the speed of the newcomer, who appeared at his side and immobilized him in a flash, prepares to struggle in desperation. But as Hanzo's familiar voice reaches his ears, the tension in his body melts away. He turns, eyes wide with excitement, looking up at the man they all revere as a living legend. Lord Hanzo, you've finally returned. Hanzo, seeing the young ninja, so overwhelmed he looks ready to burst into tears, relaxes his hold, a slight frown creasing his brow. What's happened? Why are you so anxious? Where is everyone? Hearing Hanzo's questions, a wave of grief washes over the Aimnin. He falls to his knees in the rain, and with a wail, bursts into tears. Lord Hanzo, all our brothers at the front have been killed. We've even lost contact with Lord Salamander Shinda. We haven't even been able to recover his body. A glint of cold light flashes in Hanzo's eyes, though his face remains calm. None of the anger the Aimnin might have expected. Stand up. Let the others know I've returned, and send word to all the ninja who came back with me from the Land of Wind. Have them gather beneath the tower at once. The kneeling ninja scrambles to his feet, wiping away his tears. Knowing that Lord Hanzo will surely demand answer from the invaders of Konoha, he responds with an eager yes and dashes off, heart pounding with anticipation, to relay the orders. Hanzo of the Salamander watches the young ninja disappear, sighs, and steps into the village. Along the way, he sees every house tightly shut, the residents hiding indoors. Now and then, the muffled cries of children break through the hush, only to be quickly silenced by stern adult voices. Hanzo hears it all, and the heaviness in his heart only deepens. I just want to make the Land of Rain stronger, so that we can finally break free from the fate of surviving in the cracks between the great ninja villages and no longer be reduced to a battlefield time and again. Was I truly wrong? Salamander Hanzo recalled his defeat on the battlefield of the Land of Wind, and then remembered the words spoken to him by a young samurai during the attack on the Land of Iron. Hanzo the Salamander, you have betrayed the code of the warrior, launching this unjust war on your own accord. You have disgraced the title of demigod. I, Mifune, may not be your match, but before I die, I will never allow you to set foot in the Land of Iron. Hanzo muttered under his breath. Mifune, what you said is true. I admit it. I have acted against the spirit of the samurai. But while I am a samurai, I am also the leader of a village. All I want is to win the right for the Land of Rain to survive in this world of ninja. Salamander Hanzo clenched his fists, silently reaffirming his determination to win this war at any cost. Standing before the great tower, Hanzo gazed quietly at the hundreds of Rain ninja in front of him, each one wearing a gas mask. The hidden Rain shinobi looked back at him with eyes full of awe and excitement. I have returned. The gathering of Rain shinobi erupted in joyous shouts, their voices releasing days of pent-up fear and anger. Hanzo-sama, please lead us in attacking Konoha. Help us avenge our fallen brothers. That's right, Hanzo-sama, give the order. Hanzo raised a hand to calm the Rain ninja, quieting the crowd. I'm already aware that our frontline camp against Konoha has fallen, and that Cheetah may have perished. Our ninja will not have died in vain, and Cheetah's death will demand an answer from Konoha. Those of you who returned with me from the Land of Wind, rest for a day. Tomorrow, I will lead you to take our vengeance on Konoha. The Rain ninja fell silent for a moment, and then, as if a dam had burst, a wave of voices thundered through the rain. Vengeance! 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 Inside the tent, Orochimaru's words left Tsunade and Jiraiya in a heavy silence. The oppressive mood that enveloped Jiraiya made Nawaki feel so suffocated that he quickly found an excuse to slip out. At some point, a gentle rain had begun to fall outside, making it clear that teaching Mikoto ninjutsu outdoors was no longer an option. Dodging the drizzle, Nawaki jogged over to Mikoto's tent. "Mikoto, may I come in?" Uchiha Mikoto, waiting inside, heard Nawaki's voice, rose, and lifted the curtain, greeting him with a warm smile. "Nawaki-kun, welcome back. Please come in." Seeing Mikoto with the air of a wife waiting for her husband to return, Nawaki couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. "Jiraiya brought some news from Konoha, so I stayed in the tent a bit longer. You must have been getting anxious waiting, right?" Mikoto Uchiha shook her head, a gentle, understanding smile appearing on her face. "It's all right, Shoju-kun. We're just here to learn a jutsu. There's no need to rush. It's raining outside anyway. If we can't train today, it's not a problem. I'm just glad you could make it." Her eyes, deep and clear as water, gazed at Shoju, brimming with affection that seemed ready to overflow. Shoju felt a sudden warmth in his chest. He reached out and gently rested his hands on Mikoto's shoulders, barely able to restrain the thoughts swirling in his mind. He silently reminded himself, she's still so young. Again and again, he cautioned himself not to make a fundamental mistake. With a tender smile, he said to Mikoto, "It's all right. I have a way for you to learn this jutsu right here." Shoju closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, his Sharingan, gleaming crimson with 3 tomo, appeared. "Did you forget? I have a Sharingan too. I'll use my ocular power to draw your consciousness into my genjutsu space. We can practice there without worrying about anyone interrupting us." Mikoto's eyes lit up at his words, excitement sparkling as she looked into Shoju's gaze. "Shoju-kun, you're amazing. I never would have thought of something like that." A grin tugged at the corner of Shoju's mouth. "Well, what are we waiting for? Let's get started." Within the illusionary realm, Shoju and Mikoto stood facing each other, surrounded by a training area conjured by Shoju's genjutsu. Chakra surged in Shoju's palm, and a Rasengan slowly began to take shape. The pale blue sphere whirled gently in his hand, stirring a faint breeze in the air. "Mikoto, do you remember this jutsu we used together when we defeated the Salamander King?" Mikoto's eyes were transfixed by the dazzling glow of the beautiful chakra sphere, and she nodded instinctively. Back when they had used the wind-style Rasengan to defeat the Salamander King, Mikoto's heart had been consumed by revenge. Everything else had been left for Shoju to handle. She had simply channeled her chakra into Shoju's hand, then rushed forward together, and the battle was over. Back then, she hadn't noticed just how beautiful this powerful jutsu looked. "It's so beautiful. Shoju-kun, is this the new jutsu you're going to teach me?" Shoju nodded, extending the Rasengan toward her. "It's called the Rasengan. It's an A-rank technique, formed by rotating pure, untyped chakra without any hand signs. This is what it looks like when I add wind nature chakra. Mikoto, activate your Sharingan and study its form carefully. Although this jutsu has an A-rank difficulty, for someone like you with a 3-tomo Sharingan, it shouldn't pose much of a challenge." Mikoto Uchiha nodded obediently, activating her Sharingan and carefully observing the way chakra flowed within the Rasengan in Nawaki's hand. With the powerful insight granted by her 3-tomo Sharingan, it didn't take Mikoto long to fully grasp the intricate structure of the Rasengan. She shifted her gaze away from the swirling chakra sphere, her face lighting up with eagerness as she looked at Nawaki. "Nawaki-kun, after watching you, I think I can do it." Dispersing the chakra he had gathered, Nawaki let the gentle breeze around them fade away. With an encouraging look, he gave Mikoto a warm smile. "Give it a try. For your first attempt, don't add any chakra nature. Take it slow." Mikoto nodded, pursing her lips in concentration as she began to focus chakra into her palm. A transparent, neutral chakra orb started to form in Mikoto Uchiha's hand. Under her careful control, it gradually began to spin. She focused all her attention, following the method she had observed, rotating and compressing the chakra. At last, a softly glowing sphere of white chakra appeared in her palm. Mikoto's eyes sparkled. She looked up at Nawaki. "Nawaki-kun, I did it." Nawaki's face broke into an unrestrained, admiring smile as he nodded his approval. "I knew you could do it, Mikoto. Now, slowly channel your chakra's nature into it and change the Rasengan's properties." Suppressing her excitement, Mikoto began to carefully draw on her fire nature chakra, infusing it into the Rasengan in her hand. Suddenly, a blush of crimson streaked through the white Rasengan, quickly spreading until the entire sphere glowed a fierce red. A wave of heat radiated from Mikoto's fiery Rasengan, casting a warm glow over both their faces. Mikoto looked at Nawaki, her face alight with joy, and extended the flaming Rasengan towards him, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. Somehow, Nawaki instantly understood her intention. He placed his hand gently beneath her small, soft one, and channeled his wind-natured chakra into hers. As the wind chakra mingled with the Rasengan, the sphere in Mikoto's hand transformed into a swirl of red and blue, sending out powerful, fearsome ripples of energy. In a flash of inspiration, Nawaki reshaped the training ground within the illusion, transforming it into the form of a ninja, the very same Hanzo of the salamander who had recently fallen by their hands. Hanzo, now in the underworld, could only sigh, "Why must you do this to my whole family?" Uchiha Mikoto's eyes sparkled when she saw the appearance of the giant salamander, Senshuo Hanzo. She exchanged a glance with Nawaki, and in perfect sync, they both raised their Rasengan and charged toward the beast together. In an instant, a terrifying force of wind and fire raged through the air. Senshuo Hanzo let out a blood-curdling scream and was once again reduced to ashes. Nawaki-kun, is this technique called the Wind-Fire Rasengan? It's amazing. Nawaki seized the moment to grasp Mikoto's delighted hand, lowering his voice suddenly as he spoke. Mikoto, actually, this move has another name. The young girl looked puzzled. Oh, what is it called? This move is called the husband and wife Rasengan. As soon as he finished speaking, Mikoto's cheeks flushed a deep red. But instead of lowering her head like she used to, she summoned her courage and looked straight into Nawaki's eyes. Nawaki could no longer restrain the feelings in his heart. He pulled the girl gently into his arms and slowly leaned his head down. The next day, a gentle, drizzling rain had fallen all through the night, finally coming to a stop just as dawn broke. Yet the sky showed no sign of clearing up. It remained overcast, with heavy, oppressive clouds hanging low, weighing down on everyone's hearts. Senshuo Hanzo hadn't slept a wink all night. He glanced at the gray light outside his window, picked up the chained sickle leaning at his bedside, and stepped out the door. Beneath the tall tower, Rain Ninja were already gathered, unable to hide their impatience. When they saw Hanzo, fully armed, emerge before the tower, the fire in their eyes burned even more fiercely. Hanzo swept his gaze over the assembled Rain Ninja, nodding to himself in silence. Their morale was strong, ready to be put to use. Is everyone prepared? We await your command, Lord Hanzo. Good. We move now. Our target, the Konoha encampment. Yes, sir. Their voices rang out in perfect unison beneath the tower, so powerful that even the clouds above seemed to tremble. Outside the Konoha camp, Ichiro Kamahara, who had been on duty all night, was handing over his post to the next shift. This weather in the land of rain is cursed. Rained all night, and only just stopped at dawn, he grumbled, stifling a yawn. His energy was flagging as he complained to his comrade. Huh, that's just how it is here, the other replied. You'll get used to it eventually. After all, it's the land of rain. Yesterday, the third Hokage's other two pupils, Lady Tsunade and Lord Jiraiya, arrived. With Lord Orochimaru already here, this war should be over soon, right? Then we can finally go home and get some real rest. The Ninja Academy's already on break. I wonder how my kid's studies are going this year. His companion offered comfort to the weary Ichiro Kamahara, a faint look of hope on his own face. Yeah, I sure hope so. This place is just dreadful. All right, I'll leave things here to you. I'm going back for a good sleep. Having finished handing over his duties, Ichiro Kamahara felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He couldn't hold back a yawn, waved goodbye to his companions, and turned to head back to rest. These past days, he'd been patrolling day and night for fear of a sneak attack from the Hidden Rain village. His nerves were stretched to their limit. Watch out, we're under attack. A sudden shout from his comrade jolted Ichiro Kamahara fully awake. Instinctively, his hand darted for his tool pouch. A sickening, wet sound, the unmistakable slice of a blade into flesh, filled the air. Ichiro felt a chill at his throat. His hand, reaching for his weapons, suddenly weighed a ton, unable to move another inch. His body crumpled limply to the ground. In his fading vision, he stared up at the reflection of a Rain Ninja in a gas mask. Almost simultaneously, more Rain Shinobi materialized behind his remaining comrades, sickles held high, striking them down in swift, merciless arcs. Darkness, heavy as his exhaustion, crashed down upon Ichiro Kamahara's mind, dragging him into an endless sleep. Finally, some rest? What a pity. Salamander Hanzo kicked aside the fallen Konoha shinobi's corpse. His gaze was icy as he surveyed the chaos erupting in the Konoha camp. Reaching up, he pulled off his gas mask. With each breath, thick clouds of deadly salamander toxin billowed from his body, drifting menacingly toward the heart of the Konoha encampment. From the woods, a dense crowd of Hidden Rain shinobi, all masked, emerged and assembled behind Hanzo. He raised his right hand high, then brought it down with force, his voice cold and unwavering behind the mask. Kill. A wave of murderous intent surged forth, blending with the rain ninjas' battle cries, flooding the front lines of the Konoha camp. Above them, the low, brooding clouds seemed to shudder with the turmoil below, suddenly splitting open. Fat drops of rain began to fall, soon growing into a relentless downpour. Summoning jutsu. With swift hand signs, Salamander Hanzo called forth his giant salamander, Ibius. No sooner had the massive creature appeared than it opened its jaws wide and unleashed a torrent of venom toward the Konoha camp. The lethal salamander toxin mixed with the rainfall, pouring down in sheets upon the defenders below. The Konoha shinobi, caught off guard and unprepared for such virulent poison, found themselves drenched in the deadly rain. In moments, their skin turned a ghastly shade of blue. Wails of agony echoed through the camp as one by one they collapsed to the ground, silenced forever within minutes. Emerging from his tent, Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock at the gruesome sight of his fallen comrades. His gaze quickly fixed on Tsunade. "Tsunade, do you have any way to neutralize the salamander's poison?" Tsunade's face was grave as she stared at the gigantic, toxin-spewing salamander. Without waiting for Orochimaru's question, she immediately performed a summoning of her own, calling forth Katsu, the giant slug from the Shikatsu forest, and her most skilled healer. Summoning jutsu. A swirl of white smoke quickly dissipated in the rain, revealing a gigantic slug. The slug writhed its enormous body, its four long antennae waving cheerfully as it spoke in a gentle, feminine voice. "Lady Tsunade, why did you use so much chakra this time? This body you summoned for me is huge." Tsunade wasted no words. "Slug, it's an emergency. There's no time to explain. Quick, help detoxify everyone." Sensing Tsunade's urgency, the slug dared not hesitate. The two pairs of antennae on its head touched each other lightly, and it let out a clear, ringing command. "Slug, great division." With a resounding burst, the giant slug's body split apart, transforming into hundreds of cat-sized slugs that swiftly crawled over the poisoned leaf ninja. The slug's mucus secretions shimmered with a soft green glow as they gently seeped into the bodies of the afflicted ninja. "Lady Tsunade, this is a rare type of biological toxin. It's entering through breathing and the rainwater, rapidly destroying the body's organs. I can't completely remove the toxins that have already invaded their systems." Hearing this, Tsunade's brow furrowed deeply. She gritted her teeth and called out to Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, there's no way to solve this poison right now. Have a ninja retreat for now. You're coming with me. We have to take down that salamander. We can't let it keep spraying its venom." "Jiraiya, cover their retreat. Notify everyone. Hold your breath. Don't let the poison touch you again. Nawaki, you and your team, go help Jiraiya. Move." Tsunade instantly assessed the situation on the battlefield and issued her orders decisively. In that moment, the commanding presence of the future fifth Hokage was unmistakable. Nawaki glanced at Abuse, the salamander lying at Hanzo's feet, spewing toxic mist, and the rain ninja wreaking havoc among the leaf ranks. He was just about to step forward and intervene when Tsunade's sudden command left him momentarily stunned. Right then, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. "Ding. Host, you have triggered a new set of choices. Option 1. Obey Tsunade's command and cover the leaf ninja as they withdraw from the land of rain. Reward. Mastery of Earth-style ninjutsu. Option 2. Lead your squad to assist Orochimaru and Tsunade, eliminating the pursuing rain ninja while they attack Hanzo and his salamander. This will buy Jiraiya time to secure the retreat. Reward. Mastery of lightning-style ninjutsu. Option 3. Assign the task of covering the Leaf Ninja's retreat to Uchiha Makoto and Hyuga Hisashi, and stay behind yourself to help Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya defeat Hanzo and the Rain Ninja. Reward. Mangekyo Sharingan Advancement. Shungshu saw the options presented by the system, and, without hesitation, chose the third one. As soon as he made his choice, a refreshing coolness surged through his eyes, and the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan increased dramatically. Moving swiftly, Shungshu formed the hand signs for the summoning jutsu and called forth Shina. "Shina, take Makoto and Nichiza with you, and help the Konoha ninja break out from here. I'm counting on you." He wasted no time on unnecessary words, entrusting the mission to Shina without delay. The moment Shina appeared, he sensed the poisonous toxins saturating the rain. Instantly, he closed the nictitating membrane over his snake eyes, guarding them from the venom. Hearing the urgency in Shungshu's voice, Shina nodded his massive head. He released all the parasites from his body and surged toward the Aim-nin who were chasing the Konoha shinobi. The parasites, capable of thriving in sage environments, adapted to the poison with terrifying speed. In just moments, they were fully resistant to the toxins of the salamander. At Shinya's command, a swarm of parasites swept toward the Aim like a black tide. The pursuing shinobi were immediately blocked, struggling desperately to free themselves from the relentless onslaught. Shinya's enormous body rampaged like a runaway tank, smashing through the perimeter walls around the Konoha camp and opening up a wide escape route. Seeing hope for survival, the Konoha ninja surged toward the breach, scrambling to escape. Mikoto, Nichiza, the two of you stay with Shinya and protect the Konoha ninja as they retreat. I'll stay behind to help my sister and the others. Mikoto looked at Shangshu, her eyes full of worry and reluctance. He gently brushed the rain-soaked hair from her face, his tone softening. Be good. This place is far too dangerous for you two. Don't worry about me. I can take care of myself. Wait for me in Konoha. I'll come back to you. Mikoto knew this was not the time to act like a child and distract Shangshu. Despite her worry, she nodded obediently, biting her lip as she turned and followed Shinya out of the camp. Nichiza nodded to Shangshu as well, then hurried after Mikoto. As Shangshu watched the two of them leave, his heart finally settled. He turned his cold gaze toward Hanzo of the Salamander, who was still locked in combat with Orochimaru and Tsunade. Though Orochimaru and Tsunade were formidable, even they could not fully resist the Salamander's poison. They held their breath and wrapped their bodies in chakra, barely managing to withstand Hanzo's relentless assault. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, covering the Konoha ninja's retreat, quickly stabilized the situation with Shinya's help. Seeing his two companions struggling bitterly under Hanzo's attack, Shangshu, having entrusted the mission to Shinya, turned back and charged into the fray. Summoning Jutsu. On Mount Mayaboku, Gemabunta appeared from the haze, a pipe clamped in his mouth and the webbed fingers of his right arm gripping the handle of the long sword slung across his body. His enormous frog eyes narrowed slightly as he watched the battle unfolding below. Jiraiya, you sure know how to bring me trouble. Just a bit of that salamander's poison, and even I would be miserable for a long time. Jiraiya's face showed none of its usual carefree mischief. Instead, he looked on seriously and explained to Gamabunta, his gaze fixed on the fight before him. Sorry, Gamabunta. I know this is dangerous, but I need to help my friends. I'm counting on you for this battle. Gamabunta took a deep drag from his pipe and exhaled a thick plume of smoke. So what do you need me to do? Hanzo the Salamander is fast. My swordsmanship alone won't be enough to deal with him. We'll handle Hanzo in a moment. Right now, the real problem is the poison abuse is spewing. I'll use fire style. You help me with oil. We'll burn away the toxins. At least then, we won't have to keep holding back in this fight. Gamabunta nodded, approving of Jiraiya's strategy. All right, let's do this. With Gamabunta's agreement, Jiraiya wasted no time. He quickly formed a series of hand seals. Fire style, giant flame bomb. A searing blast of flame erupted from Jiraiya's mouth, instantly morphing into a massive fireball. At the same moment, Gamabunta removed the pipe from his mouth, slapped his belly with his left webbed hand, and spewed a torrent of special oil, merging it into Jiraiya's fireball. Ninja art, Toad, oil flame bullet. True to the saying, adding fuel to the fire, the moment the fireball met the oil, it ignited explosively. The fireball, now greatly enlarged and burning with terrifying heat, roared toward Hanzo the Salamander. Orochimaru, Tsunade, get out of the way! Jiraiya shouted at the top of his lungs. Years of teamwork meant that Orochimaru and Tsunade, still locked in combat, didn't hesitate. They activated their body flicker techniques and darted far away, well out of the fireball's range. Hanzo, seeing the terrifying power of the fireball, knew he couldn't take it head-on. He too used the body flicker technique to evade the attack. The salamander beneath his feet, far too slow to escape, vanished in a puff of smoke, returning to the summoning realm. A thunderous explosion shook the battlefield as the giant flame bomb slammed into the ground and erupted. The intense heat instantly vaporized the rainwater on the earth, and the lingering poison from the salamander sizzled and crackled as it burned away, filling the Konoha encampment with a stench reminiscent of scorched protein. The scorching temperatures all but sucked the air dry for a moment, but with the poison finally gone, Orochimaru and Tsunade could at last breathe a breath of air, tinged as it was with the scent of something charred. Gasping for breath, Tsunade turned back and gave Jiraiya, who stood atop Gamabunta's head, a thumbs up. Jiraiya, well done. Orochimaru, though his face had grown even paler, didn't seem to be hurt. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile, his narrow, serpentine eyes casting a sideways glance at Jiraiya. Who would have thought this fool could actually come up with something clever for once? Jiraiya leapt down from Gamabunta's head, moving to stand guard by his two friends, his eyes fixed intently on Hanzo of the Salamander in the distance. A triumphant laugh burst from his lips. Huh, you slimy snake. Don't underestimate me. I am Jiraiya, the toad sage of Mount Myaboku. Tricks like this are nothing for me. Tsunade restrained the urge to punch him. Her eyes also locked on Hanzo, but her words were aimed at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, didn't I tell you to cover the Konoha ninja's retreat? Why are you back here? Jiraiya darted a sidelong glance at Nawaki, standing off in the distance, and lowered his voice a touch. That kid Nawaki is something else. His summoning beast is no ordinary creature. Honestly, I think it's stronger than me. Once I handed off the escort mission to it, I came back to help out. Orochimaru didn't seem surprised. After all, he'd seen Shinya's strength firsthand, and knew it far surpassed theirs. Tsunade, on the other hand, was taken aback. She hadn't seen Shinya yet, and hearing Jiraiya say this, a pang of jealousy unexpectedly welled up inside her. That brat, to have such a powerful summoning beast and not tell me, making me worry about his safety. Wait till we get back. He won't get off so easily. Jiraiya jerked his chin towards Tsunade, signaling for her to look in that direction. No need to wait. Nawaki didn't leave at all. A jolt of alarm shot through Tsunade, and she began to turn toward Nawaki. Just then, Hanzo saw the flames before him slowly dying under the rain. With a forceful step, he activated the body flicker technique, and in an instant, appeared before the momentarily distracted Tsunade. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a barrage of kunai tag with explosive notes surrounding Tsunade. Explosive flame formation. Hanzo's voice was cold and emotionless. His hands flashed through a new set of seals, and the explosive tags ignited, burning fiercely even beneath the pouring rain. Tsunade, look out! Ninja art, needle Jizo. Jiraiya had kept his eyes glued to Hanzo's position. The moment Hanzo vanished, Jiraiya instinctively pulled Tsunade into his arms. His thick white hair instantly flared out, forming a massive barrier that shielded them both. A thunderous explosion ripped through the air. The forceful shockwave from the violent explosion slammed into the barrier made of hair, instantly tearing open a huge gap. Jiraiya's disheveled, white hair whipped through the air as his body was flung back like a man struck by a speeding train. Clutching Tsunade protectively in his arms, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Hidden Shadow, Snake Hands. Just as Hanzo of the Salamander was about to press the attack, Orochimaru's arms transformed into several thick serpents, slithering through the rain curtain to coil tightly around Hanzo's body. Jiraiya. Seeing his move succeed, Orochimaru turned and shouted. Jiraiya's eyes flashed with renewed resolve. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he struggled to his feet and began forming hand signs at lightning speed. Tsunade reached out and placed her hand on Jiraiya, channeling her chakra into his body in the gentlest way to bolster the power of his jutsu. All right, witness the might of Jiraiya the Gallant. Ninja art Needle Hell. With his chakra surging wildly, each strand of Jiraiya's white hair transformed into countless razor-sharp needles, launching a torrential barrage at the immobilized Hanzo. Hanzo's expression remained unchanged, a flicker of disdain in his eyes, and in an instant, his body dissolved into a stream of water and vanished. Water style, water body, flicker technique. Seeing his all-out attack fail, Jiraiya's heart sank. Unable to withstand his injuries any longer, he collapsed to the ground. Jiraiya, are you alright? Tsunade hurriedly helped him up, gently wiping the blood from his lips as the glow of healing jutsu shimmered in her palm, pressing it to Jiraiya's chest. Coughing up another mouthful of blood, Jiraiya gave Tsunade a thumbs up, flashing a blood-stained grin. Cough, cough. I'm Fine. These little wounds are nothing to Jiraiya the Gallant. Tsunade, are you hurt? Seeing Jiraiya force a smile and still worry about her, Tsunade felt her heart skip a beat. Orochimaru flashed to their side, his expression grave as he watched Hanzo summon the salamander once more. A sinking feeling crept into his heart. Hanzo's body flicker technique is terrifying. Even with the three of us working together, we can't touch him at all. Is this the end? Hanzo stood atop Ibu's head, looking down at the trio with cold arrogance. He slapped his abdomen, striking the poison sac, and a cloud of ghastly green poison mist burst forth, rapidly spreading through the air, rolling in to engulf Tsunade and her comrades. Jiraiya's expression changed, and he was about to unleash another fire-style jutsu when a sudden wave of dizziness swept over him. His chakra was draining away at an alarming rate. Tsunade and Orochimaru both realized their chakra was draining away rapidly, and their expressions changed at the same instant. In just a matter of moments, the three summoning beasts vanished one after another in plumes of smoke, returning to the summoning realm as the chakra sustaining their presence faded. The three of them barely managed to steady themselves, supporting each other, their eyes filled with confusion and a hint of fear as they stared at Salamander Hanzo. At some point, Hanzo had put his gas mask back on. He looked at the three who could barely stand, his gaze growing complicated. The poison sac implanted in his body, nurtured over time by his chakra, had long since become something different from an ordinary salamander's toxin. Not only was it far more potent, but it also spread faster and could even seal off chakra. Its only flaw was that after each release, he needed to accumulate power for at least 5 minutes before he could use it again. During the battle on the Wind Country front, Chiyo had discovered this weakness. Unwilling to let this flaw become common knowledge, Hanzo had retreated back to the Hidden Rain village, albeit reluctantly. Now, the presence of the Rain Ninja had almost entirely vanished from his senses. Staring at the trio in front of him, who could barely remain upright, a flash of wild, killing intent flickered in Hanzo's eyes. But just as quickly as it appeared, that murderous glint faded, replaced by a trace of melancholy. He was afraid. It wasn't fear of these three young prodigies who could already fight him to a standstill. Nor was he afraid of the threat they might pose after fully maturing. With his strength as the demigod of the shinobi world, these as-yet unripe geniuses could be crushed with a flick of his hand. What he truly feared were the consequences that would befall the Hidden Rain village if he killed these three disciples of the Hokage. Nearly 80% of the Hidden Rain's ninja had followed him in this raid on the Leaf Camp, and now, almost all had perished here. If he killed these three young warriors, Konoha's inevitable and frenzied retaliation would be more than he, or his village, could ever withstand. At that realization, Hanzo's fighting spirit evaporated in an instant. He reached into his cloak and pulled out a vial of medicine, tossing it to the three. Tsunade caught it and looked at Hanzo, puzzled, as he sheathed his scythe. This war may very well end here. Konoha will emerge victorious in the end, Hanzo said gravely. Since that's the case, I'll give you a chance to live. Jiraiya jerked his head up, gritting his teeth as he glared up at the imposing Hanzo. We don't need your pity. Come on, let's fight again, he shouted, struggling to rise for another round, only to collapse weakly into Tsunade's arms, gasping for breath. Hanzo watched Jiraiya's stubbornness with an impassive face, his gaze sweeping over the three. Letting you live isn't entirely without conditions, he declared. You three are the most outstanding young ninjas I have ever seen. To have survived both this environment and my attacks, you have earned the right to your own titles. In the name of the demigod of the shinobi world, I hereby bestow upon you the title of the legendary Sanin of Konoha. As the price for surviving, from this day forward, you must bear this name, one at the cost of your lives. The three heard Salamander Hanzo's words, and it was as if a bolt of lightning had struck them. Humiliation, frustration, powerless to refute. They gritted their teeth, eyes burning with fierce defiance as they glared up at the man who stood above them. Proud as they were, when had they ever endured such humiliation? Hanzo saw the storm of emotions flicker in their eyes and sighed inwardly, helpless, as he prepared to turn and leave. After bullying my sister and my teacher, do you really think you can just walk away, Lord Demigod? Summoning technique. Sage art would release. Nativity of a world of trees. In an instant, a vast forest surged up from the earth, covering the immense Konoha camp, blocking all of Hanzo's escape routes. Standing atop the towering head of Shina, Ropeshu looked down at Hanzo. The terrifying energy of sage chakra pulsed around Ropeshu, and with a sweep of his hand, the swarm of Kikaichu, bathed in the power of sage arts, erupted in a chorus of delighted chirping as they rose from Shina's body, encircling Hanzo and Ibuse completely. Ropeshu had only stepped forward at this moment, not to witness the disheveled defeat of Tsunade and the others. He simply wished to see it with his own eyes, to witness the birth of the Konoha Sanin, who would one day shake the ninja world with their unique strength and charisma. Ropeshu knew that in the future, he himself was destined to stand at the very pinnacle of the shinobi world. But without this battle, without experiencing the humiliation of receiving the Sanin title, how could the three of them find a resolve and motivation to climb even higher? To know shame is to find courage. These are not empty words. That's why, the moment Hanzo bestowed the Sanin title, Ropeshu stepped forward. After all, his system mission was not yet complete. Besides, the Land of Rain's impact on the future of the shinobi world would go far beyond this moment. He hadn't forgotten that Nagato, the one who would one day lead the Akatsuki and plunge the shinobi world into chaos, was right now in the Land of Rain under Hanzo's rule. Behind him, the blue serpent-shaped stream of sage chakra extended toward the battered Tsunade and her companions, gently lifting them and returning them to Shinya's back. Ropeshu summoned the power of yang release within him and pressed his palm to each of the three. Immediately, A surge of life force enveloped them. Jiraiya and the others found their wounds healing with astonishing speed, and the chakra within them began to flow anew. Tsunade stared at her brother in shock, mouth opening to ask a question, but the words caught in her throat. Rope Tree waved his hand, an easy smile on his face. Sis, let me reason with the demigod first. If there's any problem, we can discuss it later. Turning around to face Hanzo of the salamander, who was surrounded by the parasitic insects, Rope Tree's smile deepened. Lord Demigod, I have long admired your reputation across the ninja world. I hope you'll honor me with a demonstration of your skills. Hanzo found his retreat cut off by the legendary wood release, then saw Rope Tree standing atop Shin Fong's head, eyeing him with a look that could only mean trouble. His right hand tightened around the hilt of the sword behind his back, his expression growing grave as he regarded Rope Tree. Wood release. I'd assumed you were just another reckless youth, bold enough to spectate as I fought the 3 Sanin. Seems I've misjudged you. Who are you exactly? What's your connection to the first Hokage? Rope Tree pointed at Tsunade and grinned, the eerie blue of sage chakra casting his teeth in a ghastly white. Tsunade is my elder sister. So, what do you think that makes me? A fierce killing intent surged from Rope Tree's smile, radiating from Shin Fong in powerful waves. Sensing Rope Tree's will, the giant tail swung forcefully at Hanzo of the salamander. Hanzo's eyes narrowed. The moment Rope Tree revealed his identity, he knew there would be no peaceful resolution today. Seeing the serpent tail sweep toward him, he immediately tried to use the water instantaneous body technique to dodge with abuse. But the rain from above was blocked by the dense insect swarm, and the water pooled on the ground had been sucked dry by the wildly growing wood release. For a moment, Hanzo couldn't find any medium to activate his water technique. The serpent tail struck with lightning speed, leaving Hanzo no time to shape his environment with water release. Left with no choice, he relied solely on his body flicker, barely dodging the attack on his own. Inwardly, he could only pray that abuse would survive the blow. As Hanzo vanished, Shin Fong's massive tail whistled through the air and struck Abuse with a thunderous impact. Abuse let out a wail, shrill as a crying infant, its huge body smashing a gaping hole through the swarm and crashing heavily against a trunk formed by the wood release. The insect swarm pinned beneath Abuse suddenly acted in unison, surging upward to lift Abuse's body and send it, reeling and wobbling, toward Shin Fong. Rope Tree, seeing this, was momentarily baffled. What's going on? I didn't command the insects to capture the salamander. Shin Fong's old face reddened in embarrassment as he muttered. Ahem, it's just a habit. Back in Ryuchi Cave, whenever I wanted a snack, I'd have these bugs catch me a few pythons or the like. I heard people say the meat of this creature tastes like Sichuan pepper, and I've never tried it before. I just couldn't resist catching one to have a taste. Shangshu looked speechless as he watched the giant salamander, carried by a swarm of insects, writhing and spitting venom in protest. He shot a peculiar glance at Shina, who stood at his feet. Are you sure this thing is even edible? Don't go and get yourself poisoned by accident. Shina awkwardly flicked the tip of his tail and let out a sheepish chuckle. I totally forgot about that. All right, I won't eat it, I won't. What a pity, Shangshu said helplessly, watching the salamander continue to spew venom. Keeping this thing around would only cause more trouble, so he simply seized control of the insect swarm with his mind and ordered them to finish off the salamander and Jinfuku. Receiving orders from their other master, the insects instantly switched from carrying to biting. The salamander let out a series of agonized screams as its venom and chakra were swiftly devoured by the swarm. In the blink of an eye, with a soft pop, it vanished in a cloud of smoke, returning to the summoning realm. If it could help it, the salamander would never want to face that horde of crazed parasitic insects again. It was just too terrifying for any fish. Carefully revealing himself in a spot untouched by the wood release, Hanzo of the salamander sensed that Jinfuku, who'd been surrounded by insects, had suddenly returned to the summoning realm. A sense of wariness toward these insects grew in his heart. What terrifying insects! Even Jinfuku's venom couldn't harm them, and they can even devour chakra. Such dreadful power, and in such numbers. I fear this time. Hanzo's eyes trembled, and his heart slowly sank into despair. Shangshu extended his right hand. A powerful current of wind chakra, laced with the energy of sage arts, slowly gathered in his palm, forming a massive shuriken. Sage art, wind style, raisin shuriken. Maintaining the whirling raisin shuriken in his hand, Shangshu locked his gaze on Hanzo. His face was expressionless, his voice cold as it drifted into Hanzo's ears. Hanzo, for your own desires, you started this war against Konoha without a thought. You destroyed the hard-won peace that my Senju clan had achieved through the sacrifice of 2 Hokage and countless Konoha shinobi. Do you realize how many families in both villages are now torn apart? How many lives have been shattered because of what you've done? Your crimes are unforgivable. Hanzo watched as Shungshu unleashed yet another terrifying jutsu, unlike anything he'd ever seen, the corner of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Yet, upon hearing Shungshu's reproach, he reflexively retorted, "What do you know? Everything I've done is for the peace of the Land of Rain. If I don't lead the Hidden Rain village in resistance, the Land of Rain will forever be caught between the great nations, and even more people will die." Shungshu let out a scornful laugh. "Umph, you make it sound so noble. So why is it that, when both my grandfathers were still alive, you never dared to rebel? Why did you only leap out to start a war the moment the 2 Hokage of the Senju clan passed away? Ah, so-called demigod of the shinobi world? All I see is a petty clown who bullies the weak and fears the strong." Hanzo was instantly consumed by rage. Ignoring the threat of the powerful wind release from the Kikaichu and Nawaki, he yanked his scythe from his back and lunged straight at Nawaki. Nawaki's eyes turned cold. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the Raisin Shuriken he'd been preparing right at Hanzo. The Raisin Shuriken shot from his hand, propelled by the combined force of wind release and sage art. In the blink of an eye, it was upon Hanzo. The fierce gale whipped at Hanzo's armor, making it flap noisily. His eyes narrowed, and, acting on instinct, he raised his scythe to shield himself. The chakra-infused scythe met the Raisin Shuriken with a shriek of grinding metal. The force sent Hanzo skidding backward, scattering the Kikaichu that hovered in the air and exposing the dark, overcast sky above. A single raindrop, swept up by the wind of the Raisin Shuriken, danced in front of Hanzo's face. A spark of hope flashed in his heart. Seizing the moment, he pushed hard against the handle of his scythe, letting the Raisin Shuriken's pressure launch him backward at breakneck speed. He reached out and snatched that raindrop from the air. In an instant, his chakra surged, and his body dissolved into water, vanishing from sight. Hanzo truly lived up to his title as the demigod of the shinobi world. With this single water body flicker technique, there was likely no one in the entire shinobi world, save for the late Tobarama Senju, who could match him. As Hanzo disappeared with his instantaneous movement, his scythe, now deprived of chakra, gave a hideous metallic shriek before being shredded to pieces by the raging wind blades. In the next heartbeat, the full force of the wind release, Raisin Shuriken erupted where Hanzo had been standing. The massive sphere of chakra gouged a crater dozens of meters across into the earth, and everything nearby was reduced to dust by the wild, swirling winds. Hanzo of the Salamander watched the Raisin Shuriken's explosion with lingering dread. His hands and feet felt numb with cold. Though he had grown up in the Land of Rain, he now felt the rain pelting down on him was colder and sharper than ever before. Thanks to the heightened sensory powers of Sage Mode, Nawaki had already pinpointed Hanzo's new location after his body flicker. Almost at the same instant, Nawaki used his own body flicker technique to appear behind Hanzo. Sensing someone suddenly appear behind him, Hanzo spun around on instinct, reaching for his back. But his hand grasped only empty air. It was only then that Hanzo remembered, in his desperate bid to escape just now, his trusty scythe, which had accompanied him through countless battles, had been lost to the storm of wind release. Stunned, Hanzo could only watch as Nawaki, standing opposite him, extended a hand and began to form another Rasengan. Hanzo's heart lurched in shock, and his instincts screamed at him to dodge away. Yet, to his horror, his body felt as if nailed in place. He couldn't move a muscle. Panic surged through him. Hanzo looked up at Shungtiao. A flash of scarlet made the world spin in his mind. Shungtiao was staring at him, both eyes ablaze with the 3-tomo Sharingan. With those hypnotic eyes open, Shungtiao walked step by step until he stood right before Hanzo, then gently raised the spiraling Rasengan to press against Hanzo's chest. "Don't waste your strength. This is the binding technique unleashed by the 3-tomo Sharingan," he said, voice calm yet unyielding. "Your body flicker technique is impressive, but with my eyes, there's no escape." Hanzo swallowed hard, a tremor in his voice and fear flickering in his gaze. "You possess both the wood release of Hashirama Senju and the eyes of Madara Uchiha. Who are you?" A crooked, wild smile curled at the corner of Shungtiao's lips. He tilted his head, whispering softly into Hanzo's ear, "Me? I am the one destined to become the true god who will bring peace to this world." Straightening, Shungtiao's eyes gleamed with a chilling, bone-deep cold that made Hanzo's skin crawl. His voice turned icy as he demanded, "Hanzo, do you wish to live or die?" As these words fell from his lips, The Rasengan in his hand spun ever faster, its whirling power intensifying. He nudged the Rasengan just a little closer to Hanzo's chest. Without a sound, the armor over Hanzo's heart split open in a perfect circle. Razor-thin blades of wind burrowed into his flesh, making the muscles in his chest twitch and shudder, while thin streams of blood seeped from his pores, staining his chest a vivid crimson. At that precise moment, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Host, you have triggered a new set of choices. Option 1. Kill Hanzo of the Salamander and destroy Amagakure. Your name will resound throughout the ninja world, and from this moment, a new god of the shinobi age will be born. Reward. Sage mode of the Shikatsu Forest beginner. Option 2. Show great mercy and let Hanzo go. Hanzo will unilaterally announce Amagakure's surrender to Konoha and spread word of your compassion and strength throughout the ninja world, acknowledging you as the true demigod of the shinobi. Reward. Sage mode of Mount Myaboku beginner. Option 3. Take Hanzo under your command, becoming the true power behind Amagakure and using it as your base for future conquest. Reward. +1 permanent use of Kodo Amatsukami. Xingqiao arched an eyebrow, eyeing the options displayed in his mind. He already possessed the Sage mode of Ryakudo, so the other 2 legendary Sage modes weren't as tempting. Instead, he chose the one famed in the storyline as the ultimate Jinjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami. Even if there was only a single use, the power of Kodo Amatsukami was beyond question. Once again, the system had proven itself remarkably considerate. The moment his mind settled on the third option, Rope Tree felt a sudden heat in his left eye. The 3 Tomo within slowly transformed, morphing into Shursue's 4-pointed pinwheel Mangekyo. A faint smirk curled at the corner of Rope Tree's lips as he murmured, "Now that I possess Kodo Amatsukami, you will no longer matters, Hanzo of the Salamander." Hanzo's pupil shrank. He watched in shock as the Tomo in Rope Tree's left eye shifted into an unusual 4-pointed pinwheel. An ominous foreboding surged in his heart. "No, wait. For the sake of peace, I am willing to lead the land of rain and surrender to Konoha and pledge never to invade again. Please, spare me for the sake of the Sanin. I haven't harmed them. I want to live." Hanzo stammered in panic, his words tumbling out in desperation. Shame and anxiety burned beneath his mask, turning his face crimson. To survive, at this moment, pride and disgrace meant little to a seasoned veteran like him, who had weathered countless storms. If only he could live through today, the news that Konoha now had a ninja awakened to both would release and a Sharingan would spread throughout the ninja world. When that happened, the entire shinobi world would surely turn on Konoha, leaving them overwhelmed. Rope Tree shook his head lightly, gazing at Hanzo with a deep, enigmatic smile. "Don't worry. Not only will I spare you, I'll see to it you live even better than before." Hanzo's expression froze. Now that he was at another's mercy, he couldn't quite grasp the true intentions of this formidable young man before him. "Hanzo, look into my eyes." Rope Tree's command brooked no argument, his voice carrying an almost hypnotic power as it reached Hanzo's ears. Instinctively, Hanzo's gaze lifted to meet Rope Tree's eyes. The black 4-pointed pinwheel spun rapidly under Rope Tree's overwhelming ocular power. A surge of mental energy shot from his left eye into Hanzo's. Hanzo's mind reeled under the force of this powerful energy, his body staggering as he broke free from the illusionary grip of the binding jutsu. A voice, sonorous and resonant as a great temple bell, echoed through the depths of his soul. Hanzo's eyes gradually clouded over, growing dull and unfocused. "The command of the one before you shall become your lifelong creed. Your soul and will are now bound by his command. To grant life or deal death, you must obey, without question." The self that was Hanzo within his soul slowly faded beneath the weight of that voice. From deep within, a new persona quietly emerged, slowly but steadily taking control of all that Hanzo was. Hanzo's gaze gradually cleared. Though he regained control of his body, he made no move to flee or attack. From the depths of his soul, the signals of fear and submission toward the boy before him echoed endlessly, making Hanzo realize he was no longer the man he had once been. "Master!" Salamander Hanzo bowed his head low, setting aside the pride and dignity that came with being hailed as the demigod of the ninja world, before this boy who was much shorter than himself. Yet his gaze remained utterly calm, as if it were only natural for the young man before him to be revered and worshipped by all. Rope Tree nodded, deactivating his Sharingan, which had returned to its 3-tomo form. He looked at Hanzo, whose mind had already been subtly altered by Kodo Amatsukami. "Remember my name. I am Rope Tree, current heir of the Senju clan." For a brief moment, Salamander Hanzo was taken aback. His keen mind immediately picked up on the distinction. Rope Tree had only mentioned the Senju clan, making no reference to being a Konoha ninja. Understanding flashed in his eyes, and he nodded respectfully in acknowledgement. Yes, Lord Rope Tree. Rope Tree inclined his head ever so slightly. Very well. Go back now. Gather the ninjas of Amagakure and await my command. I will have Master Orochimaru withdraw from the Land of Rain. The war is over. Salamander Hanzo hesitated for a moment, then spoke with a trace of uncertainty. Lord Rope Tree, regarding the title of the 3 legendary Sanin. After all, your sister and your teacher are among them. Rope Tree waved his hand dismissively, signaling that it was of no consequence. Just follow your original plan. Focus on developing Amagakure, and do not reveal my existence lightly. As for everything else, use your own judgment. Hanzo nodded in understanding, then reached into his robes and pulled out a summoning scroll, presenting it to Rope Tree with both hands. Yes, I understand. My lord, this is the summoning scroll of the Salamander clan. Please, I implore you to accept it. Even if you do not use it yourself, passing it to another trusted subordinate will make it much easier to convey your commands in the future. Rope Tree smiled and reached out to take the scroll. Very thoughtful of you. Then I shall accept it. Now go. Yes, I will return immediately. Please take care of yourself, my lord. Hanzo bowed deeply in farewell. Raising his head, he cast a calm glance at Orochimaru and the other 2, then in a flash, vanished into the rain. The wood-release forest, born of powerful yang release and sage art chakra, could no longer be dispelled by simply withdrawing his chakra. Rope Tree decided to leave it be, considering it an act of reforestation for the Land of Rain. After a brief exchange with Shina, he released the summoning contract. Rope Tree also withdrew from Sage Mode and made his way to the 3 Sanin, who were waiting for him. Master Orochimaru, the war in the Land of Rain is over. Orochimaru looked at Rope Tree in astonishment, his voice laced with uncertainty as he asked, Rope Tree, why did Salamander Hanzo's attitude change so drastically all of a sudden? What exactly did you do to him? Jiraiya and Tsunade, too, stood wide-eyed in utter disbelief. If anyone were to tell them that the person who had just been standing respectfully before Shunshu was the same legendary demigod who had utterly defeated the 3 of them, and whose name was known throughout the ninja world, Tsunade would have punched that person without a second thought. Shunshu had no way to explain the matter of Kotoeme Tsukumi to them. He simply closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, a pattern completely different from the 3 Tomo, Sharingan, appeared in his gaze. His eyes glowed crimson, the pupils transformed into a single black dot, around which 3 crescent shapes curved, linking end to end, forming a pattern like 3 petals of a flower. Hanzo of the Salamander is now caught in the illusion of my Mangekyo Sharingan. He will no longer pose any threat to us. Orochimaru stared at the pattern in Shinshu's eyes. This advanced form, just like the legendary eyes of Madara Uchiha, was a step above the ordinary Sharingan, and for a moment, even his composure wavered. Shinshu, I never expected you to reach this stage so quickly. Compared to you, I feel like I've wasted my 25 years as a teacher, like I'm nothing but a failure. Tsunade looked at her younger brother, a flicker of anxiety in her eyes. Something about the Shinshu standing before her now felt deeply unfamiliar. Shinshu, how do you have these eyes? What on earth happened to you? Before Shinshu could comfort his shaken teacher, Tsunade's anxious question rang out. Big sis, it's a long story. Let me draw you into my illusion space. You can see for yourself. With just a glance, Shinshu pulled Tsunade's consciousness into the realm of illusion, using Genjutsu to replay the scene when Shina recounted the tale. After a brief hesitation, Shinshu decided to bring the still-shocked Jiraiya into the space as well. Shinshu did trust Jiraiya's character. Despite his eccentricities, Jiraiya had always been genuinely good to him. And with Jiraiya's experience, he would surely understand what the secrets surrounding Shinshu meant, and Shinshu believed he would never speak of them carelessly. Before long, Tsunade and Jiraiya emerged from the illusion space. Realization dawned on Tsunade's face, and as she looked at Shinshu, a smile she couldn't hide broke through. Who cared about all this talk of the Sage of Six Paths, reincarnation, or not? As long as Shinshu was still her brother, nothing else mattered. Well, kid, I never would have guessed. Tsunade glanced at the crystal pendant still hanging from Shinshu's neck, a triumphant grin spreading across her face. Haha, no wonder I've been losing every bet lately. I thought my gambling skills had gone rusty, but it turns out I've given you all my luck. So, how do you plan to thank your big sister? Shinshu smiled wryly, truly feeling a deep gratitude towards Tsunade in his heart. If it hadn't been for Tsunade's punch, he wouldn't have become the person he was now. If it hadn't been for Tsunade activating his chakra system with her mystic palm technique, he wouldn't have gained such power so quickly. Thinking about it, he truly owed Tsunade so much. Sis, you just need to remember, no matter what, I'll always be your little brother. If one day I can stand at the very peak of the ninja world, I'll make all your wishes come true. A broad smile blossomed on Tsunade's face. She stepped forward, swept Nawaki into a warm embrace, and ruffled his hair until it was a complete mess, savoring the long-lost feeling of having him close. You'll keep your word? Nawaki gently extricated himself from her arms, looked straight into her eyes, and nodded with resolute determination. I will. I promise. Tsunade burst out laughing, her face radiant with happiness. She gave Nawaki a gentle punch to the chest. All right, I'll be waiting for that day. Orochimaru watched Nawaki, his gaze flickering. He didn't feel envy for Nawaki's bond with Tsunade. He understood that, in some ways, his own place in Nawaki's heart was just as irreplaceable. He could already see glimpses of his own future. A future filled with hope and sunlight, with life and peace. Jiraiya looked at the three of them standing together, his expression tangled and uncertain. Suddenly, a sense of confusion washed over him. Perhaps it was time for him to return to Mount Myaboku and seek the wisdom of the great Toad Sage, to ask which path he should take from here on. After some laughter and playful banter, Tsunade and Nawaki finally managed to calm their excitement. They had a brief discussion with Orochimaru and decided to return to Konoha for a while. After all, the war in the Land of Rain was over, and they needed to report back to the village. No matter what their futures held, for now, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still the Hokage of Konoha. They had to follow proper procedure. Jiraiya, stop daydreaming. The fight's over. We should get going. Tsunade called out. Seeing that Jiraiya was still lost in thought, she walked over to his side and waved her hand in front of his eyes. After the fierce battle with Hanzo of the Salamander, for some reason, Tsunade suddenly felt a bit embarrassed to sock Jiraiya the way she used to. Jiraiya, sensing Tsunade's presence, lifted his head with a sluggish motion, his eyes clouded with uncertainty. Tsunade, she paused, puzzled by Jiraiya's sudden change in demeanor. Jiraiya, what's wrong? Are you still hurt from the fight? Should I have Nawaki heal you again? That kid's gotten amazing. His healing with Yang release is even better than my mystic palm technique. Jiraiya turned to Nawaki, his bewildered look deepening. Tsunade, I'm alright. It's just, I suddenly don't know how I'm supposed to face Master Sarutobi. He's been our teacher for so many years, after all. Tsunade's expression darkened immediately, and she landed a punch right on Jiraiya's chest. Oomph. Jiraiya, don't you dare mention that old man to me. He actually turned a blind eye when Danzo targeted Nawaki, and even tried to have you trick Nawaki into coming back. A teacher like that, well, I want nothing to do with him. Jiraiya clutched his chest and managed a wry smile. Tsunade's punch hadn't really hurt. It was more out of habit than anything else. Whenever she got angry, her fist just seemed to find him by instinct. Tsunade, maybe you can't quite understand how I feel. I'm not like you or Orochimaru. You're the princess of the Senju clan, born to be someone extraordinary. Orochimaru is gifted. No matter what he tries, he masters it in an instant. No one ever needs to worry about him. But me. At this point, a hint of sadness flickered across Jiraiya's face. I'm just an ordinary kid from a plain old family. My talent is average at best, and I've never been the sharpest tool in the shed. If it hadn't been for Lord Sarutobi's guidance, I never would have made it to your level. I wouldn't even have the strength I do now. Jiraiya glanced at Nawaki, who was walking away, then let out a self-mocking chuckle. Not that this bit of strength is anything to brag about, anyway. Tsunade's eyebrows shot up, and she couldn't hold her temper any longer. She punched Jiraiya squarely on the head, sending him tumbling to the ground. You blockhead. You and Orochimaru are my best friends. Who dares call you ordinary? And besides, even if he taught you, my granduncle taught him. At most, we're all even, aren't we? Not to mention, my granduncle handed him the position of Hokage. If anything, he owes me. Jiraiya stood up, rubbing his face. Though it stung, a warm feeling blossomed in his chest, and he almost teared up. Tsunade, thank you. But, before he could finish, Nawaki, noticing his sister and Jiraiya hadn't caught up and seemed to be arguing, appeared at their side in a flash, cutting him off. Jiraiya and I, sis, why are you two fighting? Tsunade pointed accusingly at Jiraiya. It's this idiot's fault. He drives me mad. With that, she turned away in a huff, her high ponytail swishing from side to side. Nawaki glanced at Jiraiya, quickly piecing things together. Jiraiya and I, is it because of the third Hokage? Jiraiya nodded, his expression complicated as he looked at the boy who used to trail after him, but who had now grown into someone he admired. Nawaki, On behalf of Lord Sarutobi, let me apologize. I am sorry. Nawaki shook his head. Jiraiya and this isn't your fault. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not like you. He's already been blinded by his obsession with the Hokage's seat. He's forgotten that the will of fire is the will of Konoha itself. It's not just Sarutobi Hiruzen's will. But you're different. You're destined to become someone truly great, while he's only fit to lie in a decaying grave, looking up at the shadow of your future. Jiraiya looked at Nawaki in surprise, not expecting to receive such high praise. The confusion in Jiraiya's eyes seemed to fade a little. With a self-mocking, bitter smile, he said, Nawaki, I know I'm pretty strong right now, but are you just saying all this to make me feel better? Nawaki shook his head, dismissing Jiraiya's words. No, that's not what I meant by greatness. There are plenty of shinobi out there stronger than you, but few are truly worthy of being called great. Your greatness lies in your ninja way, in your ideals. The belief that drives you to seek peace. Isn't that the very path you're destined to follow your whole life? Jiraiya was jolted, looking at Nawaki in disbelief. Everything he'd done, guided by the great Toad Sage, was for that grand purpose. Though he'd never told anyone, every action he'd taken was in the hope of finding the prophesied savior who would bring peace to the ninja world. But how did Nawaki know? How do you know all this? Did you hear the great Toad Sage's prophecy too? Do you know that the child of prophecy will be my student? The moment Jiraiya blurted this out, he realized he'd slipped up. Nawaki had clearly signed a summoning contract with Ryuchi Cave. Given the relationship between the two great holy sites, there's no way Nawaki could have gone to Mount Mayaboku to meet the great Toad Sage. Nawaki shook his head and pointed to his own eyes. My eyes, they've seen your future. Jiraiya's face lit up with excitement. He grabbed Nawaki's arm and asked eagerly, Nawaki, what's my future like? Do I really end up taking the savior of the ninja world as my disciple? And, well, do I ever get married in the future? Is it Tsunade? Nawaki's face darkened as he looked at Jiraiya, who had instantly reverted to his usual self. Was that serious expression from before just an act? And now he's thinking about my sister? Nawaki gave him a stern look, shook off Jiraiya's hand, and scolded. I don't know. Go ask the toads yourself. Jiraiya shamelessly circled around in front of Nawaki, grinning and pleading. Nawaki, just tell me, please? Nawaki, growing impatient, shoved Jiraiya's big face away and turned to leave. It's your student. You don't get married. And you die. Jiraiya froze, scratching his head in disbelief. Seriously? How do I die? Hey, wait for me, Nawaki. Even if I never get married in the future, at least tell me who my future student will be. Nawaki quickened his pace ahead, catching up to Orochimaru and Tsunade, and tossed back a reply from a distance. I don't know. You're so annoying. As Nawaki and his companions arrived on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, an event that would forever change the shinobi world was quietly unfolding. Far to the north in the Land of Frost, a peninsula stretched deep into the ocean. Atop a place known as the Graveyard of Mountains, the colossal skeleton of some unknown beast loomed against the sky. Deep beneath the earth, in a shadowy and spacious cavern, an old man with long hair, clad in dark crimson Singakura armor, slowly opened his eyes. Within them, the Mangekyo Sharingan began to spin rapidly, only to halt in an instant. The pattern trembled, then gradually faded from his pupils. A pale violet hue spread across his eyes, the crimson receding. One by one, black concentric ripples emerged, encircling his gaze. Uchiha Madara raised the scythe, chained together with his war fan at his side, studying the new ripples reflected in the blade. After so long, hot-blooded passion surged in his chest once more. Hashirama, everything recorded on the Naka Shrine Stone tablet was true. I really am on the right path. No, it's you who was wrong. Madara reached out to gently caress a pale, human face that had grown from his own chest, murmuring softly to himself. Back before the fateful battle at the Valley of the End, Madara had realized that even with his perfected Susanoo and a mindless Ninetales as command, he might still not be a match for Hashirama Senju. Before the battle, Madara removed one of his own eyes and, searching among the clan's reserves, found another that was a suitable fit, replacing his original. As expected, when Hashirama got serious, entering Sage mode and unleashing his wood release, his power was overwhelming, almost enough to make Madara despair. Even his perfect Susanoo, rumored to have the might to annihilate all things, was fragile as a child's toy before Hashirama's would release, true several thousand hands, no matter how much Ninetales chakra armor bolstered it. In the final moments of defeat, Madara sacrificed the sight in his borrowed eye to unleash the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi, faking his own death. He had gambled and won. Hashirama was still too soft-hearted. At Madara's urging, The Konoha shinobi refrained from desecrating his body. Not even that troublesome Tobirama Senju discovered his ruse. Thus, Madara managed to escape with his life, slipping out from the tomb Hashirama had built for him. In his place, he left behind a shadow clone to lie in that empty grave. Returning to the secret hideout he had discovered long ago, Madara Uchiha replaced his eyes with his own and implanted into his body a piece of flesh, still bloody, that he had bitten off from Hashirama Senju. Everything he had done was for the sake of the inscription on the stone tablet at Naka Shrine. He who possesses the ultimate powers of opposing yin and yang shall grasp the truth of all things and command the very fabric of existence. The one who gains this power over all creation will awaken the true eyes of the sage, the Rinnegan. In all the shinobi world, who else besides himself, the possessor of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and Hashirama Senju, blessed with the perfect body of a sage, could hope to wield the supreme forces of yin and yang? After more than 10 years of bitter waiting, living like a wild man, tearing raw meat with his teeth, Madara had endured it all for the sake of seeing his dream finally blossom. Madara brushed his fingers over his eye sockets, feeling the overwhelming power of the Rinnegan flooding his mind, shimmering with hidden light in his gaze. Yin-Yang release, the Rinnegan's ocular jutsu, the summoning, demonic statue of the outer path, and most importantly, the infinite Tsukuyami, the ultimate technique described on the stone tablet, said to bring everlasting peace to the shinobi world. A slow, wicked smile crept across Madara's lips, his eyes alight with excitement. Hashirama, I told you, but you only scoffed at me back then, dismissing my ambition as sheer lunacy. He chuckled darkly. Now, I have awakened the true eyes of the sage, while you are dead and gone. What a pity! Madara stood up from the stone bed. Despite his aged face, a spark of youthful vigor flashed across his features. Then let me use these eyes to cast the infinite Tsukuyami and bring true peace to this world. Madara's bold declaration suddenly faltered. He looked down at his withered, ancient hands, momentarily lost in thought. So I've grown this old. The sudden realization struck Madara. He was no longer the fierce demon of the shinobi world. He had become an old man, a flickering candle on the verge of being snuffed out. This crushing gap between dream and reality stirred the madness that lay deep within the Uchiha soul. No, I cannot grow old and fade away when the answer is finally within my grasp. Not even aging or death can stand in the way of my plan. The Rinnegan contains a way to resurrect the dead. I must find someone to safeguard these eyes for me, and after my death, wait for the right moment to use the outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique to bring me back. No, even that's not enough. That alone cannot guarantee his loyalty. I must find someone to guide him, someone who will lead him to fulfill my will and complete everything in my stead. Madara's expression flickered with shifting thoughts, until at last he devised what he believed to be the perfect plan. All right, let's put the creative power of Yin-Yang release to the test. I will divide off a sliver of my will and create an entirely new life, one that will fulfill the role of guide in my stead. Having made up his mind, Madara Uchiha closed his eyes tightly and pressed his hand to his eye socket. He blended the force of Yin and Yang with a shard of his own consciousness, activating the creative abilities of the Yin-Yang release. Without a sound, a pitch-black figure emerged from the ground before Madara, its dull yellow eyes glinting with malice as they fixed upon him. Sensing something amiss, Madara opened his eyes in puzzlement. Already a new life has taken form? As expected, the Rinnegan's power is truly formidable. The malice in the shadow's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a look of confusion and innocence as it gazed at Madara, its gaze brimming with reverence. Lord Madara? A timid, soft voice called out, drawing Madara's attention. He finally looked down and noticed the dark figure at his feet, nearly blending into the shadows of the cave. Madara's expression froze, as if he couldn't quite believe his own eyes. TCH, is my will truly this dark? Never mind. It's only my first time creating life with Yin-Yang release. Being a bit clumsy is to be expected. Madara scrutinized the shadowy figure for a moment, then, with a look of distaste, closed his eyes again and muttered, "How hideous!" A muscle twitched between Black Zetsu's brows. He could hardly keep himself from stabbing Madara with a stick right then and there. Biting back his frustration, he forced a cheerful smile, showing off 2 rows of rather sharp teeth. Lord Madara, was it you who created me? Madara reluctantly cracked his eyes open and gave Black Zetsu a brief glance before shutting them again. That's right. Already intelligent, right after being born? As the embodiment of my will, do you have a name of your own? Black Zetsu swallowed his anger, silently reassuring himself. Don't be angry. Don't get angry. It's all for Mother's sake. Madara Uchiha is just a pawn. After a fierce inner struggle, he finally managed to smooth over the wounds to his pride. Putting on a fawning smile, he hastened to reply, Lord Madara, I seem to have a name. I should be called Black Zetsu. Lord Madara, am I truly the manifestation of your will? Madara gave a faint nod. Black Zetsu. It's actually a decent name. That's right. You are my creation through yin-yang release. As the embodiment of my will, you are the one who will guide my successor and see my plan through. A flicker of excitement crossed Black Zetsu's eyes, and he couldn't help but speak up in reminder. Lord Madara, your will. It's just that my strength alone is too limited. Could you perhaps find me some helpers? This way, we'll be able to find your successor in the ninja world much faster. A look of approval appeared on Madara Uchiha's face as he glanced at Black Zetsu. Not bad. As expected from the embodiment of my will, you actually thought of that. It's just a matter of finding some helpers, after all. Madara hesitated a bit. After all, he was now technically a dead man, and until his resurrection plan was complete, he wasn't eager to reveal himself. Black Zetsu instantly picked up on Madara's reluctance and spoke with understanding. Lord Madara, the Rinnegan's summoning technique can call forth the Geto statue. Using yin-yang release through the Geto statue, you could create many beings like me. They'd make excellent assistants. Madara was taken aback, looking at Black Zetsu with a puzzled expression. How do you know so much about the Rinnegan's abilities? And what exactly is the Geto statue? Black Zetsu let out a sly chuckle. Lord Madara, I am the embodiment of your will. After all, everything you know I know as well. You simply didn't think of it for the moment, isn't that right? With Madara's prideful nature, he would never admit to lacking insight. He didn't question how Black Zetsu knew of these things, merely nodded in response. Well then, tell me, what else can the Geto statue do? Inwardly, Black Zetsu scoffed at Madara's attitude before offering his explanation. The Geto statue is the husk of the 10 tails. It can contain the tailed beasts, and when revived, the 10 tails becomes a powerful weapon of war. And the 10 tails is essential for casting the infinite Tsukuyomi. Madara nodded in understanding. So that's how it is. The Geto statue really is no ordinary thing. Let's summon it and take a look. Madara formed the hand seals for the summoning jutsu and pressed his palm to the ground. 2 summoning contracts instantly appeared in his mind. The contract with the 9 tails was sealed off by a powerful force and did not respond to his call. Madara knew the 9 tails was currently sealed inside Uzumaki Mito. With a snort, he gave up on summoning the 9 tails. Inside Mito's body, the 9 tails suddenly shuddered. Its eyes snapped open from their feigned slumber, and a wild surge of chakra erupted from its body. It lifted its head sharply within the seal. Sensing the disturbance in the seal, Uzumaki Mito projected her awareness into the sealed space, fixing the 9 tails with a cold stare. 9 tails, after all these years, why can't you behave yourself? The 9 tails ignored her, focusing intently on the presence it had just felt. Yet the force from the summoning jutsu had come and gone in an instant, leaving no trace behind. With a huff, the 9 tails reined in its chakra, settled back onto the ground, and closed its eyes again. Seeing the 9 tails suddenly quiet down, Mito muttered "crazy beast" under her breath, snorted coldly in return, and withdrew from the sealed space. The closed eyes of the 9 tails slowly opened once more, its pupils narrowing into slits as it muttered under its breath, Uchiha Madara, the moon. Suddenly, the forbidden land of the Otsutsuki clan began to tremble. The shell of the 10 tails, guarded for countless years, was wrenched free from the ground by a force of overwhelming power, vanishing into a swirl of white smoke. Chaos erupted among the descendants of Otsutsuki Himura who lived on the moon. All at once, Byakugan eyes flared open as they searched in panic. But despite scouring every corner of the moon, the Otsutsuki could find no trace of the Geto statue. In the end, they could only abandon their search, the mystery left unsolved. Uchiha Madara, breathing heavily, stared up at the towering Geto statue before him. Even he, who had weathered countless storms, found himself unsettled by the monstrous, grotesque form of the 10 tails husk. Its massive head was thrown back, as if letting out a silent roar. 2 thick arms plunged deep into the earth, the colossus with more than half its body still buried underground. The exposed upper half was bristling with wild, branch-like spikes, and from each of these jutted a cocoon-shaped object, swaying gently from the summoning's aftershocks. Black Zetsu stood at Madara's side, pointing at the cocoons. Lord Madara, these should be the legendary beings the Sage of 6 Paths created with yin-yang release. All you need to do is awaken them with your own yin-yang release and imprint your will upon them. They'll become a legion of followers absolutely loyal to you. Madara looked at the cocoons in astonishment, a sense of unreality stirring in his heart. Could it be that, after awakening the Rinnegan, my luck has changed as well? With a furrowed brow, Madara regarded the scattered, clustered forms of the white creatures, a headache already brewing. Following Black Zetsu's instructions, he channeled yin-yang release into the cocoon suspended from the ghetto statue, activating the humanoid weapons within, creatures known as White Zetsu. Madara, delighted, had no inkling then of just how much trouble these slippery, white beings would cause him. Wow, that spike you got is gorgeous. Why don't I have one? Can you give it to me? One White Zetsu, its entire body smooth and shiny like a freshly peeled egg, gazed enviously at a fellow covered in sharp spikes. The spiked White Zetsu refused flatly. No, don't even think about it. These spikes are a symbol of my masculinity. Smooth White Zetsu blinked, reached down to grope between its legs, and looked puzzled. Masculinity? Wait, do we even have genders? Doesn't matter. I want to be a powerful, masculine White Zetsu too. If you won't give it to me, I'll just take it myself. Saying this, it tackled the spiked White Zetsu to the ground. Heedless of the spikes that left several holes in its own body, snapped off 2 spikes, stuck them haphazardly onto itself, and scampered off with obvious delight. Spiky White Zetsu let out a piercing, mournful scream, as if he had just lost his most precious treasure. He struggled up from the ground, wailing and chasing after that hateful thief. The other White Zetsus, observing the scuffle between the two, burst out in fits of laughter and teasing before going back to their own business. Those digging holes in the ground simply kept digging. Those crawling up and down the walls like spiders continued to study how best to spin their webs, while a cluster of White Zetsus, poring over some dubious books they'd somehow acquired, kept their eyes glued to the illustrations, exclaiming in awe again and again. Wow, look at this guy's chest muscles, so powerful. I'm so jealous. Yeah, totally. Uchiha Madara, meanwhile, kicked away a White Zetsu who was trying to lift the hem of his battle armor from behind, presumably to see how he handled bodily functions. Madara's forehead veins twitched with irritation. This curious fellow had already questioned Madara 3 times about how he managed to relieve himself, and what it felt like to have the urge. How is Black Zetsu supposed to be the embodiment of my will? Madara muttered to himself. Just look at this rabble he's created for me. The particularly inquisitive White Zetsu scrambled off the ground and looked up at Madara, flashing a proud, expectant grin. Hey, Lord Madara, we're actually quite useful, you know. We're not just a bunch of rejects. See, we don't need to eat or sleep at all. White Zetsu stroked his chin, suddenly adopting a grave expression. But there's one thing that really bothers me. Madara turned to look at him, puzzlement in his eyes. It's bad enough that we can't eat or sleep, but to think we can't even go to the bathroom. Suddenly, I feel like the life you created is seriously incomplete. Lord Madara. Madara fought the urge to tear this babbling fool apart, gritting his teeth as he replied. You defective products, besides undermining your creator, what can you actually do? Black Zetsu's been out searching for so long, yet none of you thought to check if he found a suitable Rinnegan host? White Zetsu nodded, agreeing with Madara's point. Right. Lord Madara, you truly are a mighty being who knows what it's like to have bodily needs. Your words make perfect sense. I'll go look for Black Zetsu now, and maybe ask him if he knows what it feels like to need the bathroom. Madara's patience finally snapped, and he was just about to crush this prattling nuisance when, suddenly, ripples spread across the cave floor. Black Zetsu emerged from the ground, cradling a red-haired child in his arms. No need, Lord Madara. I've already found a suitable host for the Rinnegan. Black Zetsu set down the little boy, then turned to White Zetsu, a warning glint in his eye. As a creation of yin-yang release, I don't have bodily needs either. And besides, in order to serve Lord Madara better, all those useless things can be discarded. Receiving a warning glance from Black Zetsu, White Zetsu shrugged and fell silent. Uchiha Madara walked up to the unconscious red-haired boy, studied him for a moment, and a hint of dissatisfaction appeared on his face. Black Zetsu, is this the successor you've found for me? At such a young age, how long exactly am I supposed to wait? Black Zetsu rushed to explain. Lord Madara, you know as well as I do, the power of the Rinnegan is not something an ordinary person can withstand. And as for those with the sage's body, I've only found 2 suitable candidates for now. This child is the most promising among them. Madara fixed his gaze on the boy's red hair, nodding thoughtfully. And what about the other one? Why not choose him? The other, Lord Madara, you know him too. He's Hashirama Senju's grandson, the boy named Nawaki. That child is already awakened, would release. He was originally the ideal choice. But Orochimaru and Tsunade are always by his side, making it impossible for me to get close. I had no choice but to give up. Madara's eyes flickered. Would release. So even Hashirama managed to leave behind a worthy heir. How strong is he now? Black Zetsu hesitated, uncertain, and shook his head. I haven't seen him fight yet. I can only sense that the chakra within him has already surpassed the level of a Jonin. Of course, such strength means little before you, Lord Madara. But my own abilities are limited. If you want him as the vessel for the Rinnegan, you might have to take action yourself. Madara gently pressed a hand to his chest and fell silent for a moment. Forget it. Let him grow for now. Just a Jonin, after all. His strength is still too feeble to disrupt my plans. Perhaps, by the time I'm revived again, he may prove to be a worthy opponent. It would be a bit too lonely if I were the only one left in the shinobi world. Black Zetsu watched Madara's gesture, a flicker of mockery passing through his eyes. He bowed slightly to hide his expression, responding respectfully. As you command. Red hair. Is this child an orphan of the Uzumaki clan? Did you cover your tracks when you brought him here? A sinister smile spread across Black Zetsu's face. Sharp eyes as always, Lord Madara. Rest assured, his parents were just ordinary Uzumaki exiles. I've dealt with them. I knocked the boy out and brought him back. 2 white Zetsus are using transformation jutsu to impersonate his parents. When he wakes up and returns home, he won't suspect a thing. I'll find an opportunity to kill the 2 white Zetsu who are pretending to be his parents, making him witness their gruesome deaths right before his eyes. That shock should trigger the awakening of his Rinnegan. What do you think of this plan, Lord Madara? Uchiha Madara nodded calmly, his expression unchanging. Only 2 lives. Such a trivial matter couldn't stir the slightest ripple in his heart. In fact, he was quite pleased with Black Zetsu's methods. Well done. Once you've replaced his eyes with the Rinnegan, send him back. Be discreet, leave no trace, and don't attract any attention. With his instructions given, Madara parted the boy's eyelids. The power swirling in his own eyes shot into the boy's, and under the sway of the Jinjutsu, the boy instantly slipped into an even deeper sleep. Madara extended 2 fingers and, with practiced ease, removed the boy's eyes, tossing them to the ground and crushing them into an unrecognizable mess beneath his foot. The boy's sleeping body twitched twice, his face twisting in pain. Madara seemed not to notice. The pattern in his own Mangekyo Sharingan spun and morphed, transforming into the shape of the Rinnegan. Without hesitation, he reached into his own sockets and extracted both Rinnegan. Beside him, Black Zetsu hurriedly offered a bottle containing 2 Sharingan, which Madara took without a word. He fumbled slightly as he removed the eyes from the bottle and, expressionless, pressed them into his own empty sockets. Yang-released chakra flowed through him. The freshly implanted Sharingan took root, connecting with his flesh and chakra pathways. Madara opened his eyes, revealing the triple Tomo once again. He blinked, not quite used to the unfamiliar sensation. What feeble ocular power! I never imagined there'd be a day when I, Uchiha Madara, would feel so weak. He shook his head, then took the Rinnegan from Black Zetsu's hands. Looking down at the Rinnegan in his palm, Madara's gaze was tinged with reluctance and unease. After awakening the Rinnegan, he had once used Black Zetsu's floating technique to secretly return to the Naka Shrine. With the Rinnegan's power, he'd finally been able to decipher the remaining secrets inscribed by the Sage of 6 Paths on the ancient stone tablet. Summon the husk of the 10 tails with the Rinnegan, gather the chakra of all 9-tailed beasts, and resurrect the 10 tails. Then, by becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki, he could awaken the infinite Tsukuyami and become a being on par with the Sage of 6 Paths. Only then, through the power of the infinite Tsukuyami, could Madara finally bring about everlasting peace to the world. But Madara also understood that this power, capable of realizing his ultimate goal, was overwhelmingly great. If by chance this boy someday mastered the Rinnegan's power and slipped beyond his control, even Black Zetsu wouldn't be able to stop him. He had to devise a way to put some kind of safeguard on these eyes. Uchiha Madara pondered deeply when all of a sudden, inspiration struck. He remembered a secret technique recorded in the annals of the Uchiha clan. With all his might, the 3 Tomo in Madara's eyes began to whirl wildly, and a hazy pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan gradually emerged within his gaze. Cold sweat beaded on Madara's forehead as he struggled to maintain the flow of ocular power. He channeled a transfer seal into the Rinnegan he held in his hand. Swiftly, he pried open the boy's eyelids and, without hesitation, pressed both Rinnegan into place. Forcing his chakra of the Yang release, he linked the boy's nerves and blood vessels to the transplanted eyes. The pale lavender Rinnegan flickered briefly in the boy's eyes, then faded away, leaving behind the appearance of ordinary black pupils set in a white background. Seeing the operation was complete and the transfer seal embedded within the Rinnegan, Madara finally let out a sigh of relief. But the tremendous strain on his ocular power caused blood to trickle in twin streams from the corners of his eyes, and the Sharingan in his gaze closed on its own. Exhausted, Madara slumped back onto the stone bed, waving his hand weakly. Black Zetsu, take him back. And tell those white Zetsu not to disturb me. I need to rest. Black Zetsu responded respectfully, his eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at the boy lying quietly on the ground. He cradled the boy in his arms and slowly sank into the earth. Nagato, Konan, hurry up. Those 3 ninja fighting Hanzo are about to leave. Let's get ahead of them and wait. A boy of about 5 or 6, with orange hair, urged the 2 younger companions behind him. The purple-haired girl's eyes brimmed with tears as she stared at the lifeless body of a small white dog on the ground, her face full of inner conflict. Yahiko, but little did... The boy called Yahiko turned back and grabbed his friend's hands, tugging them forward. Konan, little, is already gone. When we succeed in becoming disciples of those ninja, I'll come back and give him a proper burial. But now, we need to go. If we're any later, it'll be too late. Pulled by Yahiko, Konan stumbled along, too distracted to mourn, crying out in protest as she was dragged forward. Nagato, his head crowned with red hair, glanced once at the body of the little white dog, then silently followed his companions. Just a few days before, Nagato had been a child with both parents by his side. Life in the land of rain was harsh, but at such a young age, he didn't mind so long as his parents were with him. But that day, 2 ninja broke into their home and killed his parents for a bit of food. In his grief and rage, Nagato somehow unleashed a power from deep within, killing both intruders. The uncontrollable force then buried his parents' bodies deep beneath the ruins of their house. He had become an orphan, losing his parents and family in the war. Homeless, Nagato began a life of wandering, until he met these 2 companions who shared his misfortune. At Yahiko's invitation, he joined their little group. Oh, and there was also a little white dog named Tiny, whom he had picked up along the way. Sadly, the poor thing had already died of hunger. Yahiko, those 3 ninja, which village are they from? Do you think he'll take us in? Konan, breathless from running, struggled to keep up with Yahiko and couldn't help but ask. Yahiko didn't even look back. He kept his eyes fixed ahead, running as fast as he could, desperate to seize this chance that might change their fate. I have no idea. All I know is they fought against Hanzo, the one who started the war. That means they can't be bad people. Hanzo started the war, so he must be the villain. If they're fighting him and trying to stop the war, they have to be good people, right? Yahiko was a little out of breath too. Though he was a bit older than his 2 friends, he was still young and malnourished, hardly in good shape. Konan and Nagato nodded vaguely behind him. Good people, bad people. These are questions they had never really thought about. Did it even matter who was good or bad? What did that have to do with them? Filling their stomachs was far more important. Yahiko led his 2 friends to the side of a main road, only stopping once they were hidden behind a large rock. The 3 of them huddled close together, gasping for air. I saw ninja wearing the same clothes as them on this road before. Now that the fight's over, they should come back this way soon. If we wait here, we're bound to run into them. Konan let out a little sound of understanding, her eyes suddenly lighting up as if she'd remembered something. Yahiko, if I give those ninja a gift, do you think they'd be happy enough to take us in? Yahiko scratched his head, looking a bit conflicted. A gift? I guess that might work. But we can't even feed ourselves. What could we possibly give them? Konan carefully took out a small bundle made of leaves from her pocket and pulled out a piece of white paper that was still mostly intact. It was all ready, filled with writing, and the edges were torn and ragged, clearly something someone had thrown away after using, but Konan had kept it safe all this time. My mother taught me how to fold paper. I can turn this into a flower and give it to them as a present. As she spoke, Konan's small hands quickly folded the paper into the shape of a flower, which she proudly held up for her friends to see. Tajda, isn't it beautiful? Yahiko stared in awe as the scrap of old paper in Konan's hands was transformed, in the blink of an eye, into a beautiful paper flower. He instinctively opened his mouth wide with surprise. Even Nagato, usually so silent, couldn't help but glance twice, deeply impressed by Konan's skillful and clever hands. Amazing. Konan, when I become a ninja in the future, I'll find you even better paper for folding. I promise. Yahiko patted his chest, making his vow with absolute sincerity. Konan's eyes curved into crescents as she nodded her head vigorously. Thank you, Yahiko. She giggled a bright, innocent sound. Up ahead, Orochimaru strolled slowly alongside Tsunade, while some distance behind, Jiraiya was pestering Nawaki, trying to pry from him some hint about his own future. Nawaki, just tell me already. Nawaki walked on, his face impassive, ignoring Jiraiya as he circled around him restlessly. Inside, though, he bitterly regretted ever letting anything slip. If only he'd kept quiet, Jiraiya wouldn't be buzzing around him like a persistent fly, whining in his ear without end. I told you already. Yes. You never got married. You're dead. Stop asking. It's driving me crazy. Hearing Nawaki brush him off with the same few lines yet again, Jiraiya raked his hands through his hair in frustration. Come on, Nawaki, don't be like that. Can't you take this seriously? That's way too perfunctory. Nawaki kept a stony expression, walking off without another word, tossing over his shoulder, believe it or not, that's up to you. Orochimaru watched as Jiraiya was firmly stonewalled by Nawaki, the corner of his mouth curling into a faint smile. Tsunade sneered and let out a dismissive snort. Oomph. Those two are just like children who'll never grow up. Orochimaru smiled softly, about to echo Tsunade's words, when he suddenly sensed movement behind a large boulder at the side of the road. His gaze sharpened, and with a flick of his wrist he sent a kunai flying. Who's there? Why are you sneaking around? With a metallic clang, the kunai struck the stone. Instantly, 3 small companions hiding behind the boulder let out startled cries and scrambled out from their hiding place in a panic. Please, ninja sirs, don't hurt us. We mean no harm. We were waiting here especially for you. We want to become ninjas. Please, take us as your disciples. Yahiko shielded Konin and Nagato behind him, casting a nervous glance at the kunai embedded deep in the rock. He swallowed hard, fear flickering in his eyes as he looked at Orochimaru. His voice trembled a little, but his words rang with determination. He knew this was one of the rare chances they'd ever get to change their fates. No matter how afraid he was, he couldn't bear to let it slip away. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, assessing the 3 children who had jumped out from behind the rock. War orphans from the land of rain. Are you? So, you want to become ninjas? Are you sure you understand what that means? We're enemies of the land of rain, you know. Aren't you afraid I might just kill you all right now? Orochimaru spoke, deliberately releasing a hint of killing intent from his body. Yahiko shuddered slightly, a trace of fear rising in his heart. Tsunade shot Orochimaru an exasperated glance and reached out to give him a light smack. Orochimaru, put away your murderous aura. They're just a few children. At her words, Orochimaru nodded and withdrew his bloodthirsty presence. Yahiko let out a long breath of relief, only then realizing that his clothes were already soaked with cold sweat. Tsunade walked over to the 3 little ones, her heart softening at the sight of their cowering figures. There's no need to be afraid, little ones. Orochimaru didn't mean it. Did he scare you? Yahiko stiffly shook his head, unable to speak. Hiding behind Yahiko, Konin pressed her lips together, gently holding a paper flower in both hands. Timidly, she held it out to Tsunade, the only woman among the adults. Big sister, this is for you. Tsunade carefully took the little flower, folded from old paper, from Konin's hands. Meeting the pure gaze in Konin's eyes, she returned a warm, gentle smile. Thank you for the flower. I really like it. What's your name, little one? Seeing Tsunade accept her paper flower, Konin's face bloomed with delight. She reached out and pulled her 2 friends close, one on each side, and cheerfully introduced them to Tsunade. Big sister, my name is Konin. This is my big brother Yahiko, and this is Nagato. Shizun suddenly stopped in his tracks, his eyes landing on the 3 children standing before Tsunade. Bright red hair, rare purple hair, and the unforgettable orange hair he remembered from the stories of the Heavenly Path. A smile spread across Shizun's face as he grabbed the grumbling Jiraiya by his side. Jiraiya, your disciples are here. Jiraiya blinked in surprise and followed Shizun's gaze. In that moment, it felt as if 2 worlds had collided, reconnecting the destinies of the 4 master and disciple pairs. Nagato stared at the Konoha Jonin vest on Tsunade, his body shaking violently. The image of his parents being killed by ninja flashed once again before his eyes. It's them. The same clothes. The same insignia. Sensing Nagato's trembling arm, Konin turned toward him in concern and reached out to feel his forehead. Nagato, why are you shaking so much? Are you feeling sick? Nagato suddenly knocked her hand away, pushing her small, fragile body far from him. His eyes locked fiercely on Tsunade, and the tension in the air rose sharply around him. Konin tumbled to the ground, rolling a good distance away before crying out in pain. Nagato, why did you push Konin? Konin, are you all right? Yahiko cried out in alarm, rushing to Konin's side and helping her up. Seeing the blood welling from a scrape on her leg, he turned and glared furiously at Nagato. Are you out of your mind? Konin cares about you so much. How could you hurt her like that? All of a sudden, Nawaki sensed the unique aura of yin-yang release radiating from Nagato. Startled, he instantly flickered to Yahiko and Konan's side, pulling them swiftly back to safety. At the same time, he called out a warning to Tsunade and Orochimaru. "Big sis, Orochimaru-sensei, get back now." Tsunade and Orochimaru were watching Nagato with puzzled expressions, unable to understand why such a surge of power was emanating from him. Just moments ago, he'd been an ordinary child. After Nawaki's urgent reminder, both of them tensed and instinctively retreated to his side. Nagato's eyes gradually revealed the swirling patterns of the Rinnegan. He clenched his jaw and let out a guttural roar. "You murderers, go to hell." An invisible force erupted from Nagato's eyes. A tremendous repulsive blast, starting from where he stood, tore up huge chunks of earth and hurtled towards Tsunade's position like an unstoppable wave. Tsunade and Orochimaru's expression shifted. Both immediately gathered chakra, bracing themselves for defense. Nawaki tossed Konan and Yahiko toward the approaching Jiraiya, then slapped his palms against the ground. Summoning Jutsu, triple Rashomon. Under Orochimaru's astonished gaze, 3 towering hellish gates burst from the ground with a thunderous rumble. Orochimaru shot Nawaki a baffled look. "Nawaki, aren't you being a little too cautious? He's just a child. How much harm could he?" Before Orochimaru could finish, the unseen force crashed violently into the Rashomon gates. A deafening boom echoed out. The first gate shattered under the onslaught, its splintered remnants driven into the second gate, which burst apart in a puff of white smoke. The third gate trembled violently, deep cracks spidering across its surface. Yet, in the end, it managed to absorb and neutralize the force. Orochimaru stared at the fissures torn through the final gate, a chill running down his spine. "Sensei, an ordinary child wouldn't warrant such caution, but he's different," Nawaki explained quickly, dismissing the Rashomon gates with a wave and striding toward the now unconscious Nagato. "Wait, please don't hurt Nagato. His parents were killed by ninja. He lashed out in a moment of grief, that's all. Please, I'm begging you." Seeing Nawaki approach Nagato, Yahiko feared Nawaki would finish off the boy who had just attacked them, and cried out desperately from behind. Nawaki paused, turning to look at Yahiko. "He just tried to kill the two of you as well. Don't you hate him for that?" Yahiko bit his lip, then stubbornly shook his head. "No, Nagato isn't like this. Not normally. He may not talk much, but I know he's a gentle person at heart. Konan, you feel the same, don't you?" Nagato gave Konan's knee a shove, leaving a deep gash where it struck the ground. Blood quickly soaked through her pants, staining her lower leg a vivid red. Tears welled in the little girl's eyes from the pain, but when she heard Yahiko speak, she still nodded resolutely. "Big brother, please let Nagato go. He didn't mean to do it." Shinshu looked at Konan, who was doing her best to hold back tears, and a gentle smile flashed across his face. He crouched down, his hand hovering over the wound on her knee. A soothing warmth spread as his yang released chakra flowed from his palm, mending the injury on Konan's knee. He reached out and ruffled her long hair. "Good girl. Don't worry. I won't hurt him, I promise." Shinshu stood up, looking at Yahiko and Konan. His expression grew a bit more serious. "But a civilian attacking a ninja, such a thing can't be forgiven, you know. Are you ready to pay the price for his mistake?" Panic flickered in Yahiko's heart. He'd only brought his friends to seek out these ninja because of his dream of becoming one himself. It had never occurred to him that there might be a price to pay. Gritting his teeth, Yahiko fixed Shinshu with a determined stare, his face set with the solemn resolve of one ready to face death. "I'm the one who brought Nagato and Konan here to find you. Now that Nagato's made a mistake, if you have to punish someone, then kill me. Please, let Nagato and Konan go." He nearly shouted the last sentence, shielding Konan behind him as he squeezed his eyes shut, bracing himself for Shinshu's judgment. Watching Yahiko, who so utterly believed in his own words, Shinshu couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. No wonder he would grow up to lead the Akatsuki, willing to sacrifice himself for his friends. To have such resolve at this young age. But in the end, he's still so naive. Well, perhaps it's time to nudge their fates just a little from this very moment. With that, Shinshu placed his hand firmly on Yahiko's head, his gaze stern. "Very good. Since you already understand the responsibility of being your group's leader, then let the prize fall upon you." Konan clapped her hands over her mouth, trembling all over, certain she was about to witness Yahiko's blood spill before her eyes. Shinshu looked at Yahiko, who, though shaking with fear, refused to back down even a single step. Suddenly, a smile broke across his face. "Then your price is this. From today on, the three of you belong to me." Yahiko opened his eyes, hardly daring to believe what he'd just heard. We're not going to die? Shunshu chuckled, nodding as he patted Yahiko's head. What's wrong? Don't you want to become a ninja? If you died, that dream would be lost forever, wouldn't it? A shiver ran through Yahiko's heart, and an overwhelming surge of joy instantly flooded his mind. As though a revelation had dawned upon him, he dropped to his knees before Shunshu with a thud, bowing his head deeply. Master! Conan was completely caught off guard by Yahiko's sudden action, staring blankly at Shunshu in confusion. Shunshu, noticing Conan's awkward bewilderment, gave her a slight nod of encouragement. And what about you, young lady? Seeing that Conan was still frozen in place, Yahiko hurriedly pulled her down beside him. Conan, bow your head quickly. Still dazed, Conan let Yahiko guide her into a kneeling position. Her little head was pressed to the ground, rubbing against it, and her face instantly became smudged like a little kitten. Amused, Shunshu gave Yahiko a gentle tap on the head, then helped the two children to their feet. All right, at least you're quick on the uptake, kid. Get up now. He helped them rise, then turned and picked up Nagato, who was still lying on the ground. Jiraiya, looking rather disgruntled, walked over to stand beside Shunshu. Shunshu, didn't you say they were supposed to be my students? Why are you claiming them for yourself? And besides, aren't you a bit too young to be anyone's teacher? Shunshu shot him a sidelong glance. Oh, I was just messing with you. As for my age, he handed Nagato, who was in his arms, over to Yahiko, then turned back to Jiraiya. I won't take advantage of your seniority. Why don't we let our skills do the talking? Jiraiya's expression darkened further, but Shunshu paid him no mind. He reached out and used his yang release chakra to gently rouse Nagato from unconsciousness. Nagato slowly opened his eyes, rubbing at his aching temples. Seeing Nagato awake, Yahiko and Conan were overjoyed, quickly helping him sit up. Nagato, you're awake. Nagato looked at his two friends, a sudden anxiety tightening his chest. Conan, are you all right? You're not hurt, are you? I think I remember pushing you just now. Conan gave him a gentle smile, lifting her pant leg to show her now-healed knee. Look, my leg is fine. Master already healed me. Nagato breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I was worried you'd ended up like those other shinobi, hurt by me. Wait, Master. Didn't I kill those ninja just now? He blinked in confusion, the question slipping out before he could stop himself. No, you didn't. Master is amazing. Even though your attack looked really powerful, he blocked it with his jutsu. He just pressed his hand to the ground, and these enormous gates sprang up and shielded us. It was so cool. Oh, right, Nagato. How did you manage such a powerful attack? Was that ninjutsu? I've never seen you use anything like that before. Yahiko, waving his hands animatedly, recounted what had just happened, then, suddenly recalling Nagato's attack, bombarded him with eager questions. Nagato suddenly fell silent, his heart sinking slowly into despair. Those two ninja had killed his parents without hesitation, all for a bit of food. Now that the secret of his power had been exposed, yet he hadn't killed those ninja, what would be the consequences? Your name is Nagato, isn't it? Did you attack us just now because of this? Shinju noticed that after Nagato woke up, he realized they hadn't been killed by him, and his expression turned tense. He walked up to Nagato, pointed at the Leaf Village headband on his own forehead, and asked. Nagato looked up at the familiar emblem on Shinju's headband, clenching his fists in silence. Shinju smiled gently, crouched down in front of Nagato, and met his gaze. There's no need to be afraid. I have no interest in your eyes. Besides, it's best not to rely on them too much. Something that doesn't suit you could become a heavy burden on your body. Shinju's words thundered in Nagato's mind. He knows my power comes from my eyes. What should I do? With his most guarded secret suddenly revealed, Nagato's heart was in utter turmoil. Conan and Yahiko have already become my students. I'll train them to be strong ninja. What about you? Nagato looked up at Shinju, his hands unconsciously touching his own eyes. You want me as your student? Is it because of these eyes? Shinju nodded, then shook his head. Yes, but not entirely. There's tremendous power hidden in your eyes, but you can't control it yet. That power puts a huge strain on your body. I'll teach you how to use it, and won't stop until you can fully master that strength. Nagato stared at the symbol on Shinju's headband, speaking each word with conviction. It was ninja wearing the same headband as you who kill my parents. Aren't you afraid that once I become strong, I'll come after you for revenge? A sly smile played across Shinju's face. Did you see it with your own eyes? Nagato nodded. I saw it myself. Shinju stood up, quickly formed a transformation sign, and with a puff of smoke, turned into Nagato's exact likeness. How about now? I'm Nagato too. Do you really think I'm real? Nagato stared at the perfect copy of himself before him, his pupils contracting sharply. He opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. Shinju ended the transformation and reverted to his usual self, arching an eyebrow at Nagato. Nagato, as your teacher, here's your first lesson in becoming a ninja. In the world of ninja, sometimes what you see with your own eyes isn't the truth. Deception and false accusations. These are common tricks among ninja. I can tell you with absolute certainty, the ones who killed your parents were definitely not ninja from the Leaf Village. Nagato was silent for a while before he looked up at Shinshu. I'll get to the bottom of this someday, if it really was a Konoha ninja who killed my parents. Shinshu smiled. When that time comes, it's up to you. So what's your choice now? Nagato knelt properly on the ground and bowed deeply to Shinshu. Teacher. Shinshu nodded and helped him to his feet. Get up. Remember this. Don't make decisions lightly before you found out the truth. Sometimes, you not only end up hurting others, but you could hurt yourself as well. Nagato glanced at Konin and Yahiko, who had almost died by his own hand, and nodded respectfully. Yes, sir. Shinshu, they're from the land of rain. Are you planning to take them back to Konoha? The issue of what happens to war orphans has always been a concern for every nation during times of conflict. This could cause you a lot of trouble. Orochimaru stepped in front of Shinshu, pointing out the problem without reservation. Teacher, don't worry. I have no intention of taking them back to Konoha. Shinshu shook his head. Jiraiya, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Jiraiya shot Shinshu an exasperated look, grumbling. You've already snatched my students away. What's left to discuss? Don't tell me you're planning to give them back to me. Shinshu knew Jiraiya wasn't truly angry, and a sly grin appeared on his face. Jiraiya, it's not completely out of the question. Jiraiya paused, unsure what Shinshu was up to. What do you mean? Seeing that Jiraiya had taken the bait, Shinshu patiently explained, Jiraiya, aren't you still hesitating about whether to go back and face the third Hokage? I have an idea. See if you think it'll work. Jiraiya's interest was piqued. Let's hear it. Shinshu encouraged him. First, I'll teach them the Senju clan's chakra refining technique, laying the groundwork for them to become ninjas. Then, you can send a message to the third Hokage, asking to stay in the land of rain under the pretense of teaching your students, and help me guide their training. This way, you don't have to deal with the awkwardness of facing the third Hokage, and you still get to be the one to teach them ninjutsu. Isn't that the best of both worlds? Jiraiya's eyes lit up, and he stroked his chin thoughtfully. That's actually not a bad plan. It's just, I still feel like there's something off about it. Seizing the opportunity, Shinshu grabbed Jiraiya's hand. Jiraiya, what could possibly be wrong with this? I'm only doing this for your own good. Think about it. The third Hokage assigned you to trick me, but you didn't go through with it. You're a loyal person, so there's no way. You betray my secret. If you go back now, and the third Hokage starts asking questions, how are you supposed to explain yourself? Jiraiya flipped his hair back with a carefree flourish. Of course. I watched you grow up, after all. I, Jiraiya, am a man of loyalty. How could I ever sell you out? Nawaki nodded in agreement and continued. Besides, what's our relationship anyway? My students are your students too, aren't they? If you end up teaching them better than I do, wouldn't that just prove you're stronger than me? Jiraiya nodded. That makes sense. Nawaki glanced at Tsunade, then leaned in close to Jiraiya and whispered. And there's one more thing. Something really important. You like my sister, don't you? I happen to know there's a guy back in the Leaf named Dan Kato, a pretty boy who's been trying to win her over. I'll keep an eye on him for you when I get back. I won't let him get near my sister. How's that sound? Jiraiya's eyes lit up. He grabbed Nawaki's hand and shook it enthusiastically. Deal. The two of them exchanged glances, then burst out laughing together. They watched as Tsunade and Orochimaru walked away. Then Nawaki and Jiraiya set off with the three children, heading back toward Amigakure. Nawaki, are you really planning to leave those three in the Hidden Rain village? Jiraiya asked, recalling the war that had just ended and unable to hide his concern. Isn't that a bit risky? Nawaki shook his head, a faint smile on his face. Don't worry, there won't be any trouble. They're children of the land of rain to begin with, and besides, their so-called demigod is on our side now. Jiraiya nodded uncertainly, but doubt lingered in his eyes. Nawaki, I know you have a lot of faith in your Jinjutsu, and you're sure Hanzo of the Salamander won't turn on us. But if I stay in a land of rain and my identity gets exposed, even with Hanzo's help, it could still be a real mess. Nawaki glanced at Jiraiya, then untied his own forehead protector and waved it in his hand. There's an easy fix. Just take off your forehead protector. Jiraiya was taken aback. But that's the symbol of us Leaf, Shinobi. A hint of sarcasm curled at Nawaki's lips. The symbol of the leaf. Wasn't the true symbol of the leaf my granduncle's will of fire? Since when did a scrap of metal, painted with the crest of the Uzumaki clan, abandoned by the third Hokage, become what represents the leaf? Jiraiya looked at Nawaki, his expression complicated. After a moment's silence, he finally took off his own forehead protector, just as Nawaki had done. So you want me to stay away from a leaf for now and hide my identity while I remain in a land of rain? Shunshu, I want to know, what is it that you truly intend to do? Shunshu halted in his tracks, gazing at the complex expression on Jiraiya's face. His tone was resolute as he replied, "If the roots of a great tree begin to rot, then you must pull it out and plant a new one in its place. And if the very foundation of a village is rotten as well, then it's better to tear it all down and rebuild from scratch." Such impassioned words struck Jiraiya to his core. He murmured, almost to himself, "But if you do that, how could the village's leaders ever agree? How would you deal with the pressure from all those clans in the village?" A confident smile played on Shunshu's lips as he curled his fingers in, one by one. "With Lady Mito and the power of the Nine Tails, with my sister, with Orochimaru sensei. In the future, there's the Hyuga branch under Hizashi's leadership, and the entire Land of Rain. When we return, I'll seek out the Uchiha clan personally and bring them onto my side. And then there's myself, and Kiba. With all this power, do you think I can't stand up to the factions under the third Hokage?" As Shunshu listed the forces he could rely on, Jiraiya's heart surged with a storm of emotions. He swallowed hard, lips parting as if to speak, but no words came out. He hadn't expected that, in such a short time, Shunshu had gathered such formidable support. It seemed Hiruzen Sensei and Danzo truly had, just as Shunshu claimed, allowed their minds to be clouded by power. Someone with such terrifying talent and means as Shunshu, rather than seeing him as the village's hope for the future, they schemed to seize his strength for themselves. No wonder Orochimaru had severed ties with Hiruzen Sensei without hesitation and placed all his bets on Shunshu. It turned out his vision reached much farther than anyone realized. "I'm not nearly his equal." The two of them fell silent, saying nothing more as they led Nagato and the other two onward, gradually approaching the Rain Village. Shunshu gazed at the distant silhouette of the Rain Village, then, after a moment's thought, reached into his cloak and pulled out the summoning scroll that Hanzo of the Salamander had entrusted to him. His eyes swept over the three young ones before finally settling on Yahiko. "Yahiko, come here. Your teacher has something good for you." "Teacher, what is it?" Yahiko dashed over, excitement dancing on his face as he scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. Shunshu unrolled the scroll, then took out a kunai and waved it in front of Yahiko. "Are you afraid of pain?" Yahiko eyed the gleaming blade, his face tensing up all at once. "I'm not afraid, teacher. Not at all." Shunshu couldn't help but chuckle and flick Yahiko lightly on the forehead with his finger. "Don't worry. I'll just make a small cut on your finger. It won't hurt much." Yahiko rubbed his forehead, still smarting from the flick, and finally let out a sigh of relief. With a look of righteous resolve, he held out his hand to Shunshu and declared, "Sensei, go ahead. A real man isn't afraid of a little pain. That's the spirit." Without any hesitation, Shunshu took the kunai and made a small cut on Yahiko's index finger. Immediately, bright red blood began to flow. "Can you write your own name?" "I can." "Good. Write your name on this scroll, then leave your handprint. The rest is up to me." Yahiko looked at his bleeding finger, nodded earnestly, and hurried to sign his name on the scroll as instructed. The wound scraped against the paper, making him grimace with pain. Though it hurt, Yahiko didn't forget the handprint. Gritting his teeth, he smeared the blood onto his palm and pressed it firmly onto the scroll. He then stretched out his injured finger toward Shunshu, wearing a pitiful expression as he gazed at his teacher. "Sensei, I'm done. My blood's about to run dry. Please heal me, hurry." "Oh, weren't you just acting all brave? How come you look so miserable now?" "Don't worry. With me here, you're not going to die." Shunshu teased Yahiko, then with a flick of his finger, sent a pulse of yang release energy. Instantly, the small wound on Yahiko's finger closed up as if it had never been there. "Look into my eyes, and don't be afraid. I'll use Jinjutsu to control your body and help you finish the last step." "Okay." Yahiko had no idea what Jinjutsu was, but he trusted his teacher completely. He obediently widened his eyes and stared straight into Shunshu's. "Whoa, Sensei, your eyes turned red, and there are three little tadpole-looking things spinning around inside." But before he could finish his sentence, Shunshu's three-tomo Sharingan activated, cutting him off mid-thought. Under the influence of Shunshu's illusion, Yahiko's hands began to slowly form the seals for the summoning technique. For someone with no ninja training, his fingers moved clumsily, almost as if they didn't quite belong to him. Unsurprisingly, his seal forming was slow and awkward. After a full 10 seconds of stumbling through the hand signs, he finally managed to complete all 5. Seeing Yahiko had finished, Shunshu grabbed his right hand and pressed it to the ground. Carefully, he guided chakra from Yahiko's hand into his body, channeling about as much as a beginner ninja. Instantly, a summoning circle appeared on the ground. The summoning jutsu was complete. Shunshu immediately released Yahiko from the Jinjutsu, bringing him back to full awareness. A cloud of white smoke puffed up. When it cleared, a salamander about the size of a puppy appeared on the ground, affectionately rubbing against Yahiko's leg and letting out a series of baby-like wails. Yahiko looked down at this strange creature, fish-like, yet with 4 legs, and couldn't help but pull a face of distaste. Teacher, what is this supposed to be, anyway? It looks so ugly. Nearby, Chunin and Nagato, who just moments ago had been watching with envy as Yahiko received special attention from the teacher, now wore matching looks of distaste when they saw what had been summoned. Looking at Yahiko's clearly unimpressed face, Shunshu rapped him on the head, his tone exasperated. You're already judging a fish by its looks at such a young age? Don't underestimate it. This creature is intelligent. It can actually understand what you say. Yahiko looked down, and indeed, he saw that after he'd called it ugly, the little salamander had slumped to the ground, letting out pitiful cries. It sounded just like a wronged child, sobbing loudly after being bullied. A surge of guilt washed over Yahiko. He bent down and scooped the creature into his arms, gently rubbing its smooth head and doing his best to comfort it. I am sorry. I shouldn't have said that. Please don't be sad. There are good things about you, really. The little salamander stopped crying, looking up at Yahiko with hopeful eyes. Yahiko racked his brains, searching for the right words. For example, your skin. You might not be the cutest, but you actually feel pretty nice to touch. At these words, the little salamander burst into even louder sobs. Shunshu cut off Yahiko's half-hearted apology, retrieving the salamander from his arms. You really have no sense, he chided. This is a summoning beast from the same clan as the legendary salamander of the shinobi demigod. Once it grows up, it can become a powerful ally for any ninja. The title of shinobi demigod owes a great deal to creatures just like this one. Hearing that, Yahiko's eyes lit up. He looked at the little salamander with newfound admiration, swallowing hard as he reached out, eager to hold it again. Shunshu shot him a stern look. That's enough. I have a mission for this little one. If you want to get close to it, wait until you become a ninja and summon one by your own strength. Just so you know, this creature is poisonous. The mention of poison left Yahiko conflicted. In the end, he steeled himself, giving himself a pep talk. So what if it's poisonous? Worst case, I'll just wear a mask like those rain ninja do. There's nothing shameful about doing what it takes to get stronger. Shunshu shook his head, not bothering to explain why the rain ninja wore masks. He simply rubbed the head of the little salamander in his arms. Little one, do me a favor. Go deliver a message to Hanzo. Ask him to send out a few cloaks and Rain Village headbands. I need to bring these kids into Amage Cure. Soothed by Shunshu's touch, the little salamander stopped crying. Upon hearing the command, it nodded its now wrinkled head and vanished in a puff of smoke. All right, let's wait here for a while. In the meantime, I'll explain something about ninja training to you. Rope Tree clapped his hands, signaling for Chunin and Nagato to come closer. Before you begin your training, let me tell you about the source of a ninja's power, an energy called chakra. Chakra is a supernatural force created by refining the physical strength from the body's 130 trillion cells, combined with mental energy. I'm going to teach you the Senju clan's unique method for extracting chakra. Listen carefully and remember every detail. All right, that's the Senju clan's exclusive chakra extraction technique. Compared to the regular method, this one puts less strain on the body. You're all still young. Except for Nagato, Chunin and Yahiko shouldn't practice extracting chakra for more than 2 hours a day. If you use up your bodily energy too quickly, you might not grow tall in the future. Jiraiya stood off to the side, watching as Rope Tree spoke earnestly, and the 3 little ones listened with rapt attention, their faces serious. He couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. It seemed Rope Tree wasn't just acting on a whim, looking for some kids to pass the time. He was even teaching them the Senju clan's precious chakra extraction technique. It was clear these children truly mattered to him. A figure approached from the distance, swiftly closing the gap with a few light steps, until he came to stand beside Jiraiya. It was Hanzo, who had arrived after receiving a message from his salamander. Jiraiya tensed up in an instant, instinctively moving into a defensive stance as he watched Hanzo warily. Hanzo, however, paid no mind to Jiraiya's reaction. He simply glanced at him calmly, nodded in acknowledgement, and then ignored him. Turning to Rope Tree, who was still teaching, Hanzo took a bundle from behind his back, holding it out respectfully with both hands. Lord Rope Tree, here is what you requested. Rope Tree had sensed Hanzo's arrival earlier. After explaining the final chakra extraction points to the three children, he stood up and accepted the bundle from Hanzo. Thank you for going to the trouble. The three kids stared in amazement at the legendary salamander Hanzo's respectful attitude, their admiration for their young teacher growing even deeper. This was the demigod of the ninja world, and yet he was so respectful to their teacher. Seeing the looks on their faces, Rope Tree suddenly felt Hanzo's demeanor toward him might be a bit inappropriate. He frowned slightly and said to Hanzo, "There's no need to act so formally when others are around. You are, after all, the demigod of the ninja world. Don't let the children see you lose your stature." After a moment's thought, Rope Tree shrugged, then added with a smile, And maybe change how you address me, too. Calling me Lord all the time feels a bit awkward. I'm only 12, you know." Salamander Hanzo looked troubled. Deep within his soul, his loyalty to Nawaki compelled him to obey any command. Yet, it was precisely this sense of obedience that made Hanzo feel that omitting an honorific would be disrespectful to Nawaki. Hanzo hesitated for a long moment. Seeing that Nawaki wasn't joking, he finally let go of his internal conflict. Straightening his back, he gave Nawaki a small, respectful nod. "Yes, Nawaki-kun." Jiraiya, watching from the side, couldn't help but be secretly impressed. His respect for Nawaki's methods grew even deeper. Nawaki untied the bundle he was carrying and took out several cloaks and forehead protectors. That little salamander had been quite thoughtful. It had even relayed word about the children to Hanzo. Amazingly, there were 3 small cloaks tucked inside the package. He handed the small cloaks to the 3 children, instructing them to change, and tossed a cloak and a ninja headband to Jiraiya as well. "Jiraiya and I go ahead and put these on." Jiraiya looked down at the AIM headband in his hands, troubled and conflicted. "Nawaki, are you really making me wear this? If someone from Konoha sees me like this, they might mistake me for a rogue ninja. That could get complicated fast." Nawaki chuckled inwardly. This was exactly his intention. Only by cutting Jiraiya's ties to Konoha for the time being could he gradually distance him from the 3rd Hokage. When the time came for him to act against the Konoha leadership, he wouldn't have to worry about Jiraiya's feelings. In a way, he was doing this for Jiraiya's own good. While these thoughts ran through his mind, Nawaki smiled warmly. "Jiraiya and I, this is just a temporary measure. Think of it as a small sacrifice for our students' sake. Besides, with Hanzo protecting you here in the Hidden Rain Village, I doubt anyone from Konoha will find out." Jiraiya hesitated for long, while before finally gritting his teeth, pulling the cloak over his Konoha vest, and tying the AIM headband around his forehead. The 3 children changed into their new cloaks as well. The clean fabric wrapped snugly around their small bodies, leaving only their little faces peeking out, making them look even more adorable. Konan walked over to Nawaki, her tiny hand tugging at the hem of his robe. Seeing that her teacher hadn't changed into a cloak like the rest, the clever Konan seemed to understand something. "Sensei, are you leaving?" Nawaki crouched down, gently patting her on the head. "Konan, I need to return to Konoha for a while. When I have time, I'll come back to visit all of you. Yahiko, while I'm gone, you're responsible for taking care of Konan and Nagato. Listen to Jiraiya-sensei, all right? Nagato, work on controlling your emotions. If you want to uncover the truth, you must become the master of your power, not be controlled by it." Nagato's face was expressionless, while Konan and Yahiko looked at Nawaki with reluctance in their eyes. After giving his instructions, Nawaki stood and turned to Hanzo. "They'll be staying in the Hidden Rain Village from now on. Please keep an eye on them for me." "Yes." With the public declaration from Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of the Hidden Rain Village, the rain unconditionally surrendered to Konoha. Thus, the Second Great Ninja War, which had been sparked by the deaths of Konoha and Cloud's second Kages and fanned into flames by Hanzo, drawing in the nations of Iron, Rain, Fire, and Wind, came to a temporary end. At the same time, a piece of earth-shattering news spread throughout the shinobi world from Hanzo's own lips. The 3 students of Konoha's 3rd Hokage, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, had distinguished themselves brilliantly in this war, and were personally granted the title of the legendary Sanin of Konoha by the so-called demigod of the shinobi. For a moment, the entire shinobi world was in an uproar. In Konoha, the news spread like wildfire, with shinobi celebrating as if it were a festival. The fame of the 3 Sanin soared to unprecedented heights within the village. Even Konoha's White Fang, who had achieved countless feats on the sand battlefield, could not outshine the brilliance of the Sanin. It was during this time, amidst the jubilant chatter of the villagers, that Nawaki returned to Konoha. It was autumn, in the 37th year of Konoha. This year, some had perished, some were left grieving, some rose to fame, while others remained lost in obscurity. Yet, there were also those whose destinies quietly changed, nudged by the flutter of Nawaki's butterfly wings, setting their futures on an unpredictable path. Nawaki found Tsunade and Orochimaru in the cemetery beside Konoha Hospital. After the hero's triumphant return from the battlefield, what followed was a solemn and dignified memorial. The surviving shinobi donned their finest to return home in glory, while the belongings of the fallen were sent to the cemetery, their names carved into memorial plaques to be remembered by all. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood before the memorial stone, delivering a stirring speech, his righteous will of fire igniting the hearts of every shinobi present. As they listened, each ninja felt a surge of emotion, their sorrow for fallen friends and family suddenly replaced by a burning desire to return to the front lines and fight with all their might. Young people are the hope of the future. It is the duty of the older generation to trust and protect them. The sacrifices of our elders are not meaningless. They inspire the young to become the pillars of tomorrow. As the second Hokage once said, where the leaves dance, the fire burns ever bright. The flames will continue to illuminate the village, nurturing the growth of new leaves. That is the will of fire that defines us, the shinobi of Konoha. My friends, let us encourage one another. With the will of fire as his final words, Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded the memorial address. The atmosphere by the memorial stone grew fervent, young shinobi looking up at the third Hokage with yearning and admiration in their eyes. Seeing the spirit he had ignited, Sarutobi nodded in satisfaction, then, accompanied by several hidden Anbu guards, strode away from the scene with quiet dignity. Orochimaru cast a disdainful glance, mocking as he watched Sarutobi Hiruzen walk away. Nawaki, it seems you were right after all. Teacher Sarutobi really has sunk so low, resorting to such foolish words to brainwash Konoha shinobi. The first and second Hokage, both of them always led from the front lines in battle, doing everything they could to protect the shinobi of Konoha from harm. That's how the will of fire came to be. But look at what the will of fire has become now. A cold, derisive chuckle escaped Orochimaru's lips. It's turned into nothing more than a tool for those old men, perched high above, issuing orders as they please. They send young shinobi off to war, while they sit back in the village and reap the rewards. I can already see what Konoha's future will be like under their leadership. Nawaki nodded in full agreement. Tsunade, standing nearby, let out a snort of contempt. Umph. I used to think the old man genuinely cared for the younger generation, that he guided and inspired them as a kind elder. Now, what a joke. Tsunade glanced around, not seeing Jiraiya anywhere, and her eyes settled on Nawaki with a trace of confusion. Nawaki, where's Jiraiya? Didn't he come back with you? Nawaki shrugged. Big brother Jiraiya said he wanted to stay in the land of rain to help me teach Yahiko and the others, so he's not coming back. Tsunade shot him an exasperated look. That idiot. You really tricked him into staying in a land of rain? Hey sis, how's that tricking him? We had a deal. He helps me teach my students, and I, keep an eye on you, cough cough. Nawaki almost blurted out the price he'd paid to buy Jiraiya's help, but quickly clamped his mouth shut. Tsunade arched an eyebrow and grabbed Nawaki's ear. Oh, keep an eye on me for what exactly? Spill it. With Tsunade's hand clamped firmly on his ear, Nawaki had no choice but to confess. Okay, I'll talk. Big brother Jiraiya said he wants to marry you someday, and he asked me to keep an eye on you. He's worried you'll get swept off your feet by some pretty boy named Dan Kato. Nawaki's words tumbled out, tearing away any pretense between Tsunade and Jiraiya in one fell swoop. But this Tsunade was not the same as in the original story. Having experienced Nawaki's death and driven by grief, she proposed to Konoha's higher-ups that every shinobi squad should have a medical ninja to prevent such tragedies from happening again. When the higher-ups rejected her proposal, it was Dan Kato who stood by her, winning her affection. The two quickly fell in love, and whatever faint feelings Tsunade once had for Jiraiya were left far behind. Next, in order to prove to the higher-ups the importance of medical ninja within a squad, Tsunade formed a temporary team with Dan Kato and Kyun Ganin, and together the three of them set out to the front lines in the Land of Wind to carry out mission. But then Dan Kato lost his life, and Tsunade, devastated by the deaths of both Nawaki and Dan in such quick succession, developed a crippling fear of blood. From that moment on, her spirit was broken. Jiraiya, too, was never able to find his way into Tsunade's heart after that. But now, things were different. Nawaki had survived, and Tsunade never had a chance to meet Dan Kato. On top of that, the subtle feelings that had grown between her and Jiraiya on the battlefield of Amagakure were enough to make one wonder if, in the future, Jiraiya might actually have chance with Tsunade. Tsunade had never heard such straightforward words before. Her cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Embarrassed and angry, she landed a punch that sent Nawaki flying, then turned on her heel and stormed off. Rubbing his chest, Nawaki made his way back to Orochimaru's side. Ow! Even my sage body felt that punch. She really doesn't hold back, even though I'm her own little brother. Orochimaru looked at Nawaki, amused. Nawaki, have you been spending too much time with Jiraiya? Is that why you're getting dumber? Your sister isn't like Mikoto. She's not some naive girl you can win over with a few sweet words. Nawaki bristled at that. Orochimaru-sensei, what I have with Mikoto is real. You make it sound like I tricked her or something. Anyway, I didn't come here to argue. I just wanted to check in and let you know I'm safe. Now that I've seen you, I'm off to find Mikoto. See you tomorrow. With a wave to Orochimaru, Nawaki set off to meet up with his girlfriend. Left alone, Orochimaru stood quietly before the memorial stone. A gust of autumn wind swept by, carrying a chill in the air. It's getting cold. Many Uchiha clan shinobi had also fallen on the battlefield in the Land of Rain. The belongings of these fallen clan members were gathered and interred together in a single cemetery. Fugaku Uchiha, as the next in line to lead the clan, personally led the Uchiha in carving the names of the fallen into the memorial stone. After paying their respects, he led the others as they prepared to return to the Uchiha compound. Ever since the former clan leader Madara Uchiha had defected, everything here, the grass, the trees, seemed to send an unceasing message of rejection to the Uchiha. With every minute Fugaku lingered, a sense of oppression grew heavier in his heart. In truth, Fugaku Uchiha belonged to the faction that sought friendship with the Hokage. The person he admired most in his life was Sarutobi Sasuke, who had guided him as a child, the father of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, a truly great ninja who would sacrifice his own life for the sake of his allies. But after Madara Uchiha's defection, the entire Uchiha clan was engulfed in a mood of unease and simmering anger. As the chosen candidate for clan leader, he was forced to suppress his closeness with the Hokage's faction due to the opposition among his clansmen. He tried instead to gradually change the views of both his own people and the ninja of Konoha, hoping that one day, the Uchiha clan could once again become an integral part of the village. But he knew all too well this would not be easy. Ever since the Uchiha took on the responsibility of the police force, the clan had slowly drifted away from Konoha's political center. Some of the younger, hot-blooded members couldn't help but let their emotions spill over while carrying out their duties. Little by little, in the eyes of Konoha's villagers, the Uchiha transformed from the founding family who established the hidden village into a despised and reviled clan, shrouded in suspicion. Uchiha Fugaku felt a deep melancholy, the weight of responsibility pressing down on him with suffocating heaviness. The conflict between the village and the clan, and the uncertain path ahead for the Uchiha. These burdens piled onto his shoulders, nearly overwhelming him. Fugaku Mikoto. Lost in thought, Uchiha Fugaku snapped back to reality at the sound of his name. Standing by the roadside was Nawaki, waving to them with a friendly grin. In the procession, Uchiha Mikoto's face lit up with joy when she spotted Nawaki. Unable to contain herself, she broke away from the group and hurried over to greet him, her concern clear in her tone. The Uchiha ninja around her frowned at Mikoto's actions. The feud between the Senju and Uchiha clans had deep roots. It stretched all the way from the Warring States era, raging on until the founding of Konoha, and only ended when Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha finally shook hands in peace. But after the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, enacted various targeted policies against the Uchiha, the old conflict had begun to flare up once more. Lord Fugaku, Mikoto awakened the three-tomo Sharingan at such a young age. She's a prodigy rarely seen in our clan, and she's sure to play a vital role in the Uchiha's future strength. We can't let her get too close to a boy from the Senju clan, especially since he's the Hokage's grandson. The speaker was Uchiha Yatsushiro, standing beside Fugaku, a staunch hawk and the police force's second-in-command. At the sight of Mikoto growing close to Nawaki, Yatsushiro's expression turned icy. He leaned in and spoke quietly into Fugaku's ear. Fugaku's face remained impassive, his composure unbroken as he gave a small, subtle nod. Elder Yatsushiro, please take the others back to the compound first. I'll handle this matter myself. Uchiha Yatsushiro fixed Nawaki with a long, pointed look, then nodded and led the group of Uchiha back toward their quarters. Once the clan members had gone, Fugaku walked over to Nawaki and Mikoto. Nawaki-kun, when I saw Mikoto return alone, I feared something might have happened to you. I'm just glad you're both safe. Nawaki and Mikoto broke off their conversation and turned to face Fugaku. Brother Fugaku, are you preparing to take your clansmen back home? I actually have something I wanted to discuss with you. I was just about to pay a visit to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at Rope Tree and the young Mikoto, who was tugging at his sleeve. His expression darkened ever so slightly, a shadow flickering in his eyes. What a coincidence. I also have something I'd like to talk to the two of you about. Mikoto paused, clearly caught off guard by the complex relationship between the Senju and Uchiha clans. She only knew she liked Rope Tree and wanted to be with him. As for Fugaku's sudden change in demeanor, she instinctively felt the panic of a young girl whose secret crush had just been discovered by her parents. Anything beyond that, she simply couldn't imagine. Noticing Fugaku's expression, Rope Tree calmly took Mikoto's small hand in his own. He lifted his head and met Fugaku's gaze, who was half a head taller than him, with an open, easy smile. Sure, let's find somewhere to talk. Fugaku gave Rope Tree a long, searching look, then nodded. All right, follow me. Naka River. The water flowed quietly, running from the western edge of the Leaf Village, crossing the tributaries at its center and winding its way toward the Uchiha clan's territory in the southwest. Fugaku led Rope Tree and Mikoto to the riverside, turning his back to them as he stared at the gently flowing current. Rope Tree, are you aware of the history between the Senju and Uchiha clans? Fugaku stood in silence for a moment before finally speaking. Rope Tree glanced at Mikoto, then addressed Fugaku's back. I know a bit. Why do you ask, brother Fugaku? Fugaku turned to face them both. Then you must know, the blood of the Uchiha clan never flows outside our own, especially when it comes to marriage with the Senju. That is strictly forbidden by our clan's rules. Panic flickered in Mikoto's eyes. She looked helplessly at Rope Tree. A new set of choices has been triggered for the host. Option 1. Only the strong deserve the right to choose their partner. Challenge Uchiha Fugaku and prove your strength. Reward, the 8 Gates technique. Option 2. Naka River is an excellent place for murder and body disposal. With no one around, kill Uchiha Fugaku and elope with Uchiha Mikoto. Reward, black market bounty increases to 100 million. Option 3. Reveal your Mangekyo Sharingan to Uchiha Fugaku. The shock will make the clever Fugaku see you as a chance for the Uchiha to integrate into the Leaf Village. He will use his influence to quell opposition within the clan on your behalf. Reward, Susanoo, Stage 2 unlocked. Staring at the system prompts in his mind, Rope Tree saw, as always, 2 reckless choices and one that fit the situation perfectly. He secretly curled his lips, dismissing the first option that ridiculed him as a brainless brute, as well as the second, which was even more outrageous. Without hesitation, he confidently chose the third option. Host has completed the selection. Reward, Susanoo second stage unlocked. Reward has been issued. Please check and receive. A surge of release energy roiled within him, and Shungtu could clearly sense the power in his eyes ascending to a new level. This transformation happened in the blink of an eye, so subtle that no one around noticed a thing. With his mind withdrawing from the system, Shungtu gently patted Mikoto's small hand in reassurance, signaling that she didn't need to worry. He looked up and offered Fugaku a faint smile, letting the 3 tomo in his eyes slowly reveal themselves. So, what if I possess the same bloodline as you? No, even stronger than any of you. Fugaku stared at the 3 tomo Sharingan in Shungto's eyes, utterly shocked. He instinctively backed up 2 steps, nearly stumbling into the river. When he regained his composure, a sharp, murderous intent burst from within him as he locked his gaze onto Shungto's eyes. How could someone from a Senju clan possibly have her clan's eyes? Don't tell me. Was it you who killed Uchiha Kagami? Did you steal his eyes and transplant them into yourself? Shungtu. Uchiha Fugaku glared at Shungtu, his face brimming with killing intent, as if he was ready to fight to the death if he didn't get a clear explanation. Fugaku had always been mild-tempered. Even when the wife the clan had chosen for him was taken by Shungtu, he hadn't truly lost his temper. He simply thought that Mikoto was still young and hadn't yet recognized his inner worth. But now, upon seeing the Sharingan in Shungto's eyes, the sense of duty as the Uchiha heir surged up within him. As always, one thing was certain. No matter what, the Uchiha bloodline must never flow outside the clan. Shungtu was not angered by Fugaku's attitude. He offered a gentle smile, and with a surge of formidable ocular power, the 3 tomo in his eyes began to spin rapidly. What about now? The 3 tomo in Shungto's eyes transformed into the kaleidoscopic pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Powerful release energy surged from within him, slowly coalescing behind him into the half-formed skeletal frame of Susanoo. In its second stage, Susanoo now possessed a basic combat consciousness. The skeletal mouth stretched wide, and under Shungto's control, it let out a silent, earth-shaking roar at Fugaku. Brother Fugaku, Do you really think an outsider who merely transplanted a Sharingan could summon Susanoo? As Shangtu spoke, he grumbled inwardly. Of course, outsiders don't include someone like Kakashi. With Obito's 6 paths powers as his cheat, nothing he pulls off would surprise me. Stimulated by the overwhelming ocular power, Fugaku's own Sharingan involuntarily activated, its crimson glow flickering to life. Feeling his body begin to tremble under Susanoo's almost tangible pressure, Fugaku's throat worked twice as he struggled to swallow. He kept muttering to himself, "This can't be. How is this possible?" Watching Fugaku's dazed expression, Naoki dispelled Susanoo and stepped forward, taking Fugaku's hands in his own. His voice was earnest as he said, "Big brother Fugaku, the truth is, we're actually brothers." Fugaku snapped out of his trance at Naoki's touch, only to be utterly dumbfounded by Naoki's outrageous claim. "You? What do you mean, brothers? What nonsense are you spouting? My father only ever had one son. And besides, my father and mother are devoted to each other. How could he possibly have a child with someone from the Senju clan?" Seeing Fugaku so adamant about having no siblings, Naoki couldn't help but twitch in exasperation, nearly tempted to slap him. "You're dreaming. Even if your father wanted a child with someone from the Senju, he'd have to see if my grandfather agreed first. Isn't he afraid 1,000 fists would come crashing down on the Uchiha compound?" Naoki cleared his throat. "Big brother Fugaku, you've misunderstood. When I say brothers, I mean that our bloodlines share the same root. The entire Senju and Uchiha clans both descend from a common ancestor." A wave of relief washed over Fugaku. For a moment, he'd feared his revered father's reputation would be tarnished. But when he heard Naoki mention ancestral bloodlines, confusion clearly clouded Fugaku's face. "That's an interesting claim. But in all the names recorded in the Uchiha family genealogy, not once is there any mention of ties to the Senju. How can you prove what you're saying is true? You should know, the reason our Uchiha clan has fallen so far lies with the second Hokage. If we truly came from the same ancestor, how could the second Hokage have treated us the way he did? If you're just trying to make your relationship with Mikoto easier, I can put in a word for you with the elders, for the sake of your Sharingan. I'll do my best to support you. But as for this absurd talk, there's no need for it." Naoki could see that even if Fugaku didn't believe him, his attitude had at least softened. So he pointed confidently at his own eyes, staring at Fugaku with unwavering conviction. "Big brother Fugaku, I know you wouldn't trust the words of Senju so easily. But I have proof, solid evidence that what I'm saying is the truth. The question is, do you dare to see it?" Fugaku's heart clenched. As a member of the Uchiha, how could he not know the terrifying consequences of meeting the gaze of a fully awakened 3-tomo Sharingan? Instinctively, he glanced at Uchiha Mikoto, who was standing beside Nawaki. Seeing him look her way, Mikoto instantly understood what Fugaku was worried about. She nodded reassuringly at Fugaku. "Young clan leader, everything Nawaki said is true. It was his summoned beast, a giant serpent said to have survived since ancient times, that revealed it. I was there at the time as well." A pang of sorrow tightened Fugaku's heart. "So you address me as young clan leader, but call Nawaki by his given name? I really misjudged you, Senju Mikoto." He clenched his teeth, but in the end, he still had some faith in his clansman. Resolving himself, he turned and looked straight into Nawaki's eyes, deactivating his own Sharingan before nodding slowly. "All right, let me see this evidence you speak of." Nawaki didn't waste any words. He immediately used his ocular power to draw Fugaku's mind into a Genjutsu realm, perfectly recreating the scene where Shina told his story. While Fugaku would take some time to awaken, Nawaki took Mikoto by the hand and walked over to the riverside, whispering quietly. "Mikoto, when you all broke out of Amage Cure with Shinya leading the way, nothing happened on the road, right?" Touched by Nawaki's concern, Mikoto's face lit up with a brilliant smile. "No, nothing at all. Shinya was so strong that no Amage Cure ninja could stand his way. And Hizashi was protecting me the whole time. I didn't get hurt at all. It's just that when Shinya was suddenly summoned back by you, I was really worried you might be in danger. Now that I see you're all right, I'm so relieved." Nawaki nodded. "Good, I'm glad to hear that. Hizashi really put his heart into it. Make sure to thank him properly when you get the chance." Mikoto agreed with a nod. Suddenly, as if she'd remembered something, Mikoto's eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned to Nawaki. "Nawaki, do you remember when I awakened my 3-tomo Sharingan in the Land of Rain?" Nawaki nodded, a bit puzzled. "Of course I do. Why? Is something wrong with your eyes? Let me take a look." As he spoke, Nawaki started to reach out to examine her, but Mikoto quickly caught his mischievous hand, her cheeks flushing bright red. "No, that's not it. After I awakened my 3rd tomo, my chakra surged all of a sudden. Seeing how powerful your and Hizashi summoned beasts were, I just couldn't resist giving it a try myself. Blushing, Mikoto continued, her voice tinged with excitement. And to my surprise, I succeeded on the very first try. I managed to summon a giant serpent too. She gestured with her hands. Well, maybe not quite as gigantic, about half the size of Shina, I'd say. Nawaki's interest was instantly piqued. Even in Ryuchi Cave, it was rare to find a serpent both massive and intelligent. What's that snake's name? Is it intelligent? Yes. Its name is Blue Snake. It's very clever, and even gentler than Master Orochimaru's manga. Rope Tree paused, suddenly recalling the green snake that Sasuke would summon in the future, and for a moment, he felt as though his own summoning beast had been stolen from him. What in the world is going on? Is this the ninja world's version of the student surpassing the master? Fugaka slowly opened his eyes, the shock in them gradually fading. He truly hadn't expected that the Uchiha and Senju, two clans who had battled each other since the Warring States period, could share such a connection. Yes, he believed it now. That giant serpent named Shina, with its overwhelming strength, made even Orochimaru, standing beside it, seem insignificant by comparison. And there was Orochimaru, looking like a diligent schoolboy, listening intently and taking copious notes. Fugaka couldn't help but believe everything he'd seen. Turning his head, Fugaka looked at Rope Tree and Mikoto, who were chatting cheerfully by the riverside. Quietly, he made up his mind. Clearing his throat, he drew their attention to himself. Ahem. Rope Tree turned around and greeted Fugaku with a smile, noting his serious expression. Fugaku, you've watched it all, haven't you? Now do you believe what I said? By all accounts, we really are brothers. Fugaka nodded, his face remaining stern. I believe what you've told me, and I trust what I saw and heard in that illusion. Of course, that's assuming you didn't tamper with the Jinjutsu. Rope Tree spread his hands innocently. How could I? When it comes to something this important for both our clans, how could I possibly joke about it? Fugaka neither confirmed nor denied his words, glancing at the two of them. We'll set aside your personal matters for now. Rope Tree, I'd like to take you to the Uchiha compound. I hope you can share what you know with several of our elders. If this were just about the two of you, it wouldn't matter as much. But when it involves the bloodline legacy of both our clans, I can't make this decision alone. If the elders confirm this, it will change the Uchiha's attitude toward the Senju and Konoha forever. Indeed, as a clan whose lineage stretches back to the Warring States, perhaps even earlier, the Uchiha have always valued bloodline inheritance with utmost seriousness. Much like the Hyuga clan, who would go so far as to use the caged bird seal, originally meant to protect the Byakugan, as a way to control its inheritance. Cruel though it may be, it is a simple, direct, and effective method of preserving the clan's bloodline. Those clans who neglect such matters might flourish for a time, but as warring years pass, they inevitably vanish into the tides of the ninja world. For example, after the Uzumaki clan's ability to host tailed beasts and their mastery of sealing techniques were revealed, they vanished from the shinobi world without a trace following the death of Hashirama Senju. Only a handful of clan members remained, forced to hide and wander across the land, living each day unsure if they'd survive the next. Seeing Fugaku's serious and solemn expression, Nawaki dropped his playful demeanor and nodded back at Fugaku with equal gravity. All right, I'll go with you. Mikoto, looking anxious, grabbed Nawaki's hand. She wanted to say something, but struggled to find the words. Nawaki gently patted her small hand, holding it in his, and together they followed Fugaku toward the Uchiha clan compound. Inform the elders and all members ranked Chunin and above to gather here. Tell them, I have an important announcement to make. Upon returning to his residence, Uchiha Fugaku assumed the full authority of the clan's young leader and solemnly issued his order to the guards. The Uchiha clansman, noting Fugaku's stern expression, dared not be careless. He immediately formed hand seals on the spot, producing several shadow clones to deliver the message throughout the clan. Fugaku led Nawaki and Mikoto to a spacious training ground in the courtyard, where they stood quietly, waiting for the clansmen to arrive. The Uchiha truly lived up to their reputation as an elite family. Within moments, Fugaku's training ground was filled to capacity. Young master, it isn't time for the regular clan meeting yet. Why have you suddenly called everyone here? An elder, addressing the younger Fugaku, showed no sign of condescension, asking the question casually out of habit. Fugaku nodded respectfully to the elder, but didn't answer right away. He scanned the crowd with his eyes, but didn't see Uchiha Yatsushiro anywhere. Fugaku frowned. Yatsushiro was a leading voice among the radicals in the clan, and his stance could greatly influence everyone's opinion. Elder, why is an elder Yatsushiro here? The elder was quite advanced in age, and his memory seemed to be failing. After thinking for a while, he finally recalled the answer. Oh, Yatsushiro took a group to the Naka shrine to prepare memorial tablets for a fallen clansman. He hasn't returned yet. Fugaku nodded in understanding. Then let's wait for Elder Yatsushiro a bit longer. Once he's back, I'll explain everything to everyone. No need to wait. I've already returned. Fugaku, you've suddenly summoned everyone here, and you've brought a member of the Senju clan into our compound. What's going on? A voice rang out from outside the crowd. The gathered Uchiha parted to make way, and under the respectful gazes of the clan, Uchiha Yatsushiro strode into the training ground with deliberate composure. Uchiha Hakadai's gaze swept over Shinku and Mikoto, finally settling on Fugaku. He raised his hand and pointed sternly at Shinku, his voice sharp and commanding. Fugaku, as the young clan leader, you're well aware that this boy harbors improper intentions toward Mikoto, yet you've still brought him into our clan grounds without permission. So, this is the solution you spoke of? This is how you intend to handle matter? The moment these words left his mouth, most of the gathered shinobi immediately voiced their agreement. That's right, young clan leader. We've heard about Mikoto's situation too. She's the prodigy of our Uchiha clan. How could she possibly be allowed to associate with a boy from the Senju clan? Exactly. The Uchiha have never intermarried with outsiders. Has young Master Fugaku forgotten our clan's rules? The clan members unleashed a torrent of criticism at Uchiha Fugaku, as if he were a traitor to their people. Yet, faced with this barrage of reproach, Fugaku's expression did not so much as flicker. He already carried the composure befitting a future leader of the Uchiha. Elder Hakadai, I brought Shinku to our clan compound not because of his relationship with Mikoto. Shinku, it's your turn now. With a wave of his hand, Fugaku stepped back, giving Shinku center stage to face the elite shinobi of the Uchiha directly. Yet Shinku showed no sign of fear. His gaze calmly swept the crowd before turning to Elder Hakadai with a composed smile. Elder Hakadai, you see me as an outsider simply because I am of the Senju clan. So you think I have no right to be with Mikoto, or even to set foot in the Uchiha compound? Hakadai gave a dismissive snort, refusing to answer. But there was no mistaking the scorn that flickered across his face. The Senju clan? Aside from the still-living Mito, Uzumaki, the rest? Nothing but paper tigers and straw dogs. The Uchiha around them heard Shinku's words and looked at him with mocking eyes. Host, you have triggered a new set of choices. Option 1. Convince Uchiha Hakadai to enter your Jinjutsu realm. If he learns of your shared bloodline, perhaps he will even permit you to marry into the Uchiha. Reward, Chakra Scalpel. Option 2. Unleash the power of your Senju bloodline's formidable wood release, letting the Uchiha see that the Senju are far from fading with their forebears passing. Reward, Chakra Burst, Senju Hashirama variant. Option 3. Reveal the power of your Mangekyo Sharingan and summon Susanoo. With the might of your shared bloodline, show the Uchiha what the true Sharingan is. Reward, 6 Red Yang Formation, simplified version. Gazing at the 3 options provided by the system, Shinka hesitated only a moment before dismissing the first. Not everyone was worthy of his patience, nor was he inclined to slowly explain the origins of his power through Jinjutsu. As for the second option, if Shangtu were to use wood release, it's uncertain whether it would alarm the villagers, but the Uchiha clan here would almost certainly turn against him on the spot. Shangtu wrestled with his thoughts for a while, before finally choosing the third reward. Only magic can defeat magic. These stubborn Uchiha, aren't they convinced that their Sharingan is unrivaled? Then let them experience what it feels like to be defeated by an even higher form of the Sharingan. Shangtu glanced at the system's description of the simplified 6 Crimson Ray formation and quickly grasped its essence. By using 6 Kunai in place of Yin-Yang release black rods, a hexagonal barrier could be formed, boasting formidable defense and isolation capabilities. It was perfect for shielding the upcoming battle from prying eyes. The system truly was his ever-thoughtful little helper. Host has made a selection. Reward, 6 Crimson Ray Formation, simplified version, has been issued. Please check your inventory. With his choice confirmed, Shangtu looked at the expressions on the faces of the Uchiha and let out a sly chuckle. Elder of the 8th generation, let's see if this so-called fallen Senju is qualified to stand here. He pulled 6 kunai from his ninja pouch, infused them with yin-yang release chakra, and hurled them to 6 points around the training ground, his hands flashing through a rapid sequence of hand signs. Horse, rabbit, monkey, boar, rat, ox, tiger, rooster, dragon, snake, rabbit. Ninja art, 6 Crimson Ray Formation. Crimson chakra surged from the 6 kunai, instantly forming a hexagonal barrier that enclosed the entire training ground. The Uchiha inside the barrier were visibly shaken, scrambling to draw kunai, shuriken, or explosive tags from their pouches. Uchiha 8th generation hadn't expected Shangtu to act so suddenly, and his face darkened with anger. You little brat from the Senju clan? You actually dare to make a move against the Uchiha? Do you really think we'd be afraid to strike back? A grin spread across Shunto's face as the Mangekyo Sharingan slowly appeared in his eyes. Why don't you try me? Suzuno. A colossal blue skeleton rose from the ground, enveloping Shunto within its ribcage. Its hollow eyes burned with brilliant blue flames, fixing their gaze on the Uchiha. The metallic clatter of dropped weapons rang out as Uchiha clan members stared, lips trembling, their eyes wide with fear and disbelief. The Uchiha elder stood frozen in shock at the towering skeletal form before him, his mouth falling open. How can this be the power of God? Elder of the 8th generation, do I have the right to stand here now? Activating his ocular power, Shunto unleashed the Dojutsu Kami no Mikoto from his right eye. A terrifying wave of spiritual pressure swept across the field, deliberately avoiding Mikoto and Fugaka behind him, but engulfing everyone else. A chorus of muffled groans erupted from the ordinary Uchiha clan members on the field, as a pain akin to having their souls reaped by death itself pierced deep within them. Clutching their heads in agony, they collapsed to the ground, their bodies convulsing uncontrollably. The more powerful Jonin, unable to resist, instinctively activated their Sharingan. They shielded their minds with in release, gritting their teeth and barely managing to hold on. Oh, not all of you collapsed. Is it your 3-tomo Sharingan that you're relying on? In that case, let's see what happens next. A cold sneer curled at the corner of Rope Tree's lips as he intensified the outpouring of his ocular power. Feel it clearly now, your so-called pride and power, how utterly feeble and insignificant they are before my eyes. As Rope Tree's ocular force surged, it was as if a black wind of souls swept through the field. From within the wind echoed the wails of the damned, as if rising from the depths of hell itself. A spectral figure of death appeared among them, scythe in hand. An icy chill swept over all present, cutting straight to the bone. Uchiha Yatsushiro and the Jonin, who were still barely standing, felt a terror so deep it seemed to claw at their very souls, their teeth chattering uncontrollably. Within the eye sockets of the spectral death, soul fire flickered. In a gesture of humility, it bowed to its almighty creator, then lowered its gaze greedily upon the delectable souls gathered before it. This, after all, was the feast that its master had prepared for it. Rope Tree was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected that the divine birth chamber possessed the power to create a Shinigami. But then again, given that the divine birth chamber wielded dominion over the netherworld, it seemed only reasonable that it could produce a ruler of that realm. This death god is different from the one created by the Uzumaki clan. There's a certain intelligence in its eyes. Uchiha Yatsushiro gazed at the Shinigami floating in the air, and the death god, in turn, fixed him with a hungry, covetous stare from its soul-lit eyes. As the strongest Uchiha present, Yatsushiro's soul shone especially bright and enticing to the death god. With no further instructions from its creator, the death god assumed that these souls were all gifts for its consumption. Without hesitation, it raised its scythe high, the wails of souls echoing around it, and brought it down toward Uchiha Yatsushiro. A primal sense of being preyed upon by a natural enemy surged up from deep within Yatsushiro's heart. Seeing the scythe swinging down, Yatsushiro instinctively tried to dodge. But the shuddering terror gripping his soul left his body frozen, unable to respond. All the arrogance and disdain he once felt vanished in an instant. Only one desperate thought remained. My life is over. The death god's audacity drew a slight frown from Rope Tree. Glancing at Yatsushiro, eyes tightly shut as he awaited death, Rope Tree realized he had no desire to let things go beyond the point of no return. Fixing the death god with a cold stare, Rope Tree barked a stern command. Enough! The creator's furious rebuke sent the soul fire within the death god's eyes into a wild frenzy. The scythe, mid-swing, halted abruptly above Uchiha Yatsushiro's head. The Reaper's grip loosened uncontrollably, and the sharp scythe of souls grazed Yatsushiro's nose as it clattered to the ground. With a faint ringing sound, it dissolved into a wisp of black mist and drifted away. The Reaper's body trembled as it knelt in the void, the soul fire in its eye sockets growing dim. Now is not the time. These people cannot die yet. I know you need to devour souls to grow stronger. When the time comes, I'll take you to the Uzumaki clan's homeland. There, you'll find plenty of your kind to feast upon. Now disperse. The Reaper looked up in delight, the soul fire in its eyes blazing even brighter. With the Creator's promise, how could it care about these ordinary morsels anymore? It opened its jaws wide and inhaled, sweeping up every lingering trace of soul energy from the battlefield, as effortlessly as a gale clearing away the clouds. Its body then transformed into a streak of light, merging into Shintaki's right eye. Shintaki gazed at the limp form of Uchiha Yatsushiro, and the group of jonin sprawled on the ground, feeling a sudden wave of boredom. He dismissed his Susanoo and concealed the Mangekyo Sharingan. At once, the oppressive atmosphere in the arena dissipated. The Uchiha clansmen began to gasp for breath. The pride on their faces utterly vanished, replaced only by the sheer relief of surviving certain death. Fugaku walked over to Shintaki's side, looking at him with gratitude. "Shintaki-kun, thank you for not using that technique on me." Shintaki waved his hand dismissively, his interest already faded. "I'll leave the rest to you. To be honest, I find this all rather tiresome. To think the mighty Uchiha would crumble before death just like any ordinary person. What a disappointment." Fugaku chuckled awkwardly, then turned to look down at Uchiha Yatsushiro. "Elder Yatsushiro, you saw it too, didn't you? Shintaki-kun isn't some outsider. He, just like us, carries the bloodline of our common ancestor." Fugaku, like a gifted storyteller, launched into an animated account, vividly describing to Uchiha Yatsushiro and the clan everything he had witnessed in Shintaki's illusion. As Fugaku spun his tale, Yatsushiro's expression shifted from suspicion to shock, and then from shock to joy. His eyes shone ever brighter with happiness, and bracing himself on the ground, Uchiha Yatsushiro managed to rise. He gazed at Shintaki with a look of elation, his lips trembling as if searching for the words to say. Shintaki felt uneasy under Yatsushiro's suddenly transformed gaze, a chill running down his spine. Is there something wrong with Yatsushiro's head? Why is he looking at me like that? He grumbled inwardly. Truly, the Uchiha clan was full of lunatics. Well, except for Mikoto, of course. She's always been sweet and well-behaved. Fugaku. No, I mean my lord young clan leader. Lord Shenshu, could you please remove the barrier first and let the clansmen return home? There are some things I'd like to ask you personally. Lord Shenshu, if it's not too much to ask. Uchiha Hakadai looked at Shunshu with pleading eyes. Perhaps it was because of that peculiar bond between Shunshu, Mikoto, and Fugaku that even his attitude toward Fugaku had softened. Fugaku turned to Shunshu, his gaze seeking Shinshu's opinion. Shunshu, since they all know the truth now, perhaps. Shunshu nodded indifferently and casually dispelled the 6 Crimson Yang formation, gesturing for Fugaku to handle things as he saw fit. Fugaku looked at the clansmen, whose faces showed a strange exhilaration, and addressed them sternly. What happened today must not be spoken of outside the Uchiha clan. Is that clear? Uchiha Hakadai followed Fugaku's gaze, sweeping the gathered clansmen with eyes that carried a hint of lethal warning. Did you all hear the young clan leader? If anyone dares betray the clan, I'll be the first to deal with them. The clansmen's faces tightened with anxiety. One by one, they bowed their heads in assent and, after casting a cautious glance at Shinshu, quietly left the training grounds. Uchiha Hakadai then turned back, approaching Shinshu with an ingratiating smile. Lord Shinshu, you can rest assured. Our Uchiha clan would never expose your identity. Shinshu raised an eyebrow, amused by the way Hakadai said our Uchiha clan. There was a certain cleverness to it. Watching Hakadai's ingratiating smile, Shinshu responded with a polite but insincere smile. Elder Hakadai, aren't you being a bit too familiar? We merely share the same bloodline origin. I never said I was a member of the Uchiha clan. Hakadai, as expected of someone 5 years older than Fugaku and a seasoned veteran, seemed unfazed by Shinshu's attitude. He simply chuckled. Hey, it's all the same. We're all the same, aren't we? Lord Shinshu, you don't bear the Senju surname either, do you? Your name is yours to choose, after all. Shinshu couldn't help but feel a kind of grudging respect. When someone is truly shameless, there's nothing you can do about it. All right, out with it. I can tell you clearly have something you want from me. No need to beat around the bush. For Mikoto and brother Fugaku's sake, I'll listen to what you have to say. Hakadai's expression grew a little more serious, and he looked directly into Shinshu's eyes. Lord Shinshu, since you possess both Senju and Uchiha blood, I wonder, are you interested in the treasure our 2 clans' ancestors left behind together? Shinshu studied Hakadai thoughtfully and nodded. Oh, what treasure? Let's hear it. Uchiha Hakadai spread his right hand wide, bending his thumb inward, his gaze burning as he looked at Rope Tree. The position of the 4th Hokage. Ever since Hiruzen Sarutobi inherited the title of 3rd Hokage, the situation for our 2 clans has been getting worse and worse. It's time to reclaim that seat and put it back in our own hands. Rope Tree raised his eyebrows. This old man really knew how to make an entrance. And what if I say I'm interested? The expression on Uchiha Hakadai's face grew solemn, his eyes shining with fervor. He took a half step back, then dropped to one knee before Rope Tree. I swear upon these very eyes, the Uchiha clan will become your most loyal supporters. Rope Tree hadn't expected Hakadai to go to such lengths for the sake of the Uchiha, and his usual nonchalance faded away. Very well. Stand up. I accept the Uchiha clan's goodwill. Oh, by the way about me and Mikoto. Seeing that Rope Tree hadn't rejected his sincerity outright, Hakadai's heart was set at ease. As Rope Tree mentioned Mikoto, Hakadai quickly stood up, a smile on his face. We're all family. Whatever you decide is perfectly fine. Satisfied, Rope Tree nodded, took Mikoto's small hand in his, and waved to the two of them. Well, then I'll take my leave. I've been back for a while now, and still haven't had a chance to visit Grandma Mito. Take care. Hakadai bowed deeply as he watched Rope Tree and Mikoto depart. Only when their figures disappeared from sight did he straighten up. Fugaka looked at Hakadai, his expression complicated. Counselor Hakadai, Rope Tree is actually a decent person. You don't have to go so far. Without turning, Hakadai calmly finished Fugaku's sentence. You mean, I don't have to lower myself like this? Fugaku, Rope Tree shares the same bloodline as us. Supporting him as Hokage can only benefit the Uchiha clan, never harm us. Besides, with Mikoto's place in his heart and his attitude toward you, there's no need to fear he'll ever do anything against the Uchiha. Everything I do is for the future of our clan. My talents are limited. This is probably as far as I'll ever go in my lifetime. For the sake of the Uchiha, a little pride means nothing at all. Hakadai turned, a mature and satisfied smile softening his features. Fugaku, from now on, the Uchiha clan is in your hands. I'll consult with the elders. Soon, you'll formally take over as clan leader. In the shadowy underground base of Root, Danzo pressed a hand over his eye, his face grim as he tapped the armrest of his chair with his left hand. The steady tapping echoed through the darkness. The Root shinobi who had brought news of Orochimaru and Tsunade's return to the village knelt before Danzo, head bowed low, barely daring to breathe. Danzo's mood lately had been nothing short of abysmal. As one of Danzo's most capable subordinates, Ryoma Aburame died an inexplicable death during the mission to capture that brat, Nawaki. This completely dashed Danzo's hopes of obtaining Mokutan experimental material, while also framing the Cloud Village in the process. And what about the possible consequence of successfully pinning the blame? War breaking out between the two villages. Why should Danzo care about that? Isn't that Sarutobi Hiruzen's problem to worry about? Let him lose sleep over it. Maybe, if war did erupt, Danzo could even seize the opportunity to accuse Hiruzen of incompetence for inciting conflict, and drag him down from the Hokage's seat. But all these schemes were shattered the moment Ryoma failed his mission and died. Furious, Danzo personally went to the site of the battle to investigate. There, he made a discovery that filled him with wild delight. Mokutan, the wood release of Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi who brought peace to the world and founded Konoha. This power, which Danzo had exhausted every resource trying to acquire, had suddenly appeared before his very eyes. Danzo knew his chance had arrived. Following the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, now yet another legendary power of the shinobi world beckoned to him. Without hesitation, Danzo manipulated the Aburame clan's ambitious leader, who was eager to climb Konoha's ranks, into submitting a joint proposal to Sarutobi Hiruzen, calling for Nawaki's recall. Hiruzen, for his part, was no saint. After feigning hesitation for a while, he finally nodded in agreement. The opinion of the Senju clan? At worst, Hiruzen could simply push forward the transfer of the tailed beast Jinchuriki. That girl from Uzushio, Kushina Uzumaki, was already 10, wasn't she? She should be old enough to bear the power of the Nine Tails. As for the grim fact that a former Jinchuriki would die once the tailed beast was removed, wouldn't that fall on the Hokage's shoulders? What did that have to do with Shimura Danzo? Danzo waited with high expectations for Jiraiya to bring Nawaki back to Konoha, and so he waited and waited. Finally, news arrived. Hanzo had surrendered, and Orochimaru and Tsunade had returned victorious with their teams. But Jiraiya, who carried the hopes of both Danzo and Hiruzen, sent only a brief message to Konoha saying he would stay in the Land of Rain to teach disciples. After that, he disappeared without a trace. When the news reached Konoha, Danzo flew into a rage and smashed the Root's meeting room to pieces. Useless. What kind of so-called demigod of the shinobi world is this? He couldn't even deal with a few brats. And now look, the name of the Sanin has spread across the entire shinobi world. It'll be even harder to get at Nawaki under their noses. And that Hatake Tsukumo, what did he ever do to deserve it? Yet that bastard Sarutobi Hiruzen bestowed upon him the Hokage's white robe, It's enough to make this old man furious. Danzo pressed his right eye, which was swollen with emotion, and slowly settled into his chair. His left hand tapped the armrest rhythmically as he gradually quelled the anger and resentment simmering inside him. A figure darted into the conference room, utterly ignoring the chaotic scene. With practiced respect, the newcomer dropped to one knee before Danzo. Lord Danzo, Shunshu went with Uchiha Fugaku to the Uchiha clan's compound and stayed there for about half an hour. Fugaku's home was shrouded in a barrier. I was unable to discover what happened inside. After leaving the Uchiha compound, Shunshu took Uchiha Makoto and headed for the Senju estate. Listening to the root agent's report, Danzo narrowed his eyes, thoughts churning beneath his calm exterior. Understood. Suspend surveillance on Shunshu for now. Uzumaki Mito is able to sense your presence. There's no need for you to go to the Senju estate. Yes, Lord Danzo. Are there any further instructions? The Ninja Academy has finished its courses for the year. Go to their archives and gather information. See if there are any promising young talents. Root needs fresh blood. Yes, sir. In a flash, the Root agent vanished. Danzo rose, casting a cold glance at another Root ninja, who knelt nervously on the floor. Tidy up this place. I'm going to see Hiruzen Sarutobi. Yes, Lord Danzo. A thin, cold smile crept across Shimura Danzo's face. To think they'd bring a member of the Uchiha clan so close to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of their own accord. Kid, you're still too young. Hokage office building. Born 5 years before the founding of the Leaf, Hiruzen Sarutobi had become a 42-year-old, chain-smoking middle-aged man. At this moment, Hiruzen sat smiling, pipe clenched between his teeth, as he looked at the two prize students standing before him. Tsunade, Orochimaru. The two of you performed admirably on the battlefield this time. You even earned the title of the legendary Sanin of Konoha. What an extraordinary achievement. When I was your age, as your teacher, I could only dream of such a claim. Hiruzen didn't bother to ask why Jiraiya hadn't returned with him, sparing everyone a bit of awkwardness. Sitting beside him were Koharu Yutane and Hamura Mitokado, the Hokage's advisors, both watching Tsunade and Orochimaru with warm smiles. Orochimaru's face wore his signature mischievous smile as he nodded politely to the three Leaf Elders. Hiruzen-sensei, your praise is too generous. Truly, we should be thanking you for your teachings. And as for the title Legendary Sanin, it was nothing more than the mercy of Hanzo the Salamander for his defeated foes. To be honest, Hanzo only let us live out of respect for your formidable reputation, sensei. When Hiruzen Sarutobi heard Orochimaru's flattering words, he couldn't help but feel deeply gratified. He burst out laughing heartily. Tsunade shot a discreet side-eye at Orochimaru, who was spouting nothing but lies, then turned her head slightly to hide the way she was curling her lips in disdain. This Orochimaru, how shameless can he get? Lying through his teeth without even blushing? I wonder who he learned that from. Koharu Yutane watched the two of them with a gentle, knowing smile. Tsunade, Orochimaru. The two of you, along with Jiraiya, made significant contributions to Konoha's victory on the battlefield this time. Hamura and I have discussed it with Hiruzen, and we've decided you deserve a proper reward. If there's anything you want, don't hesitate to say it. As long as it's not unreasonable, the advisors and Hiruzen will all agree to it. Orochimaru and Tsunade exchanged a glance, communicating silently. Understanding passed between them, and Tsunade nodded. She stepped forward and voiced the plan they had already prepared. Lord Sarutobi, through our conflict with Tsunade, I've noticed there are some issues with the way our ninja teams are organized. Hiruzen's face showed a spark of interest as he took a puff from his pipe, gesturing for Tsunade to continue. Tsunade nodded and pressed on. Many of our injured shinobi on the battlefield didn't receive timely medical assistance. Wounds that should have been minor worsened due to improper treatment. A considerable number of ninja lost the use of their arms or legs and could no longer serve Konoha, all because their injuries were allowed to deteriorate. Some even lost their lives needlessly, simply because they weren't cared for properly. I propose we establish a dedicated institution for training medical ninja. Those who aren't as gifted in combat can be trained to serve Konoha as medical specialists, reducing unnecessary losses caused by severe injuries. Tsunade's voice grew impassioned as she spoke, her words ringing with conviction. Hiruzen's face was obscured behind the rising smoke from his pipe, making it impossible to read his expression. Hamura Mitokado adjusted his glasses and exchanged a look with Koharu Yutane. The two shared a silent understanding and gave a subtle nod. Clearing his throat, Hamura looked at Tsunade through his lenses. Ahem, Tsunade, I think your proposal makes a lot of sense. Here's what we'll do. Draft a detailed plan. Advisor Koharu and I will study it carefully and give you our response later. Is there any other reward you'd like? Tsunade shook her head, then stepped back to Orochimaru's side, nudging him lightly with her elbow. Orochimaru, seeing that Tsunade had indeed come back empty-handed, let a barely perceptible hint of mockery flicker in his eyes. Lord Sarutobi, I heard that after this campaign, Lord Tsukumo was appointed captain of the ANBU. Is that true? Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded slightly. This was hardly a secret. In order to celebrate the achievements of Konoha's White Fang, almost all of his appointments had been made semi-public. That's right. The name of Konoha's White Fang, just like the three Sanin, has already resounded throughout the ninja world. That's why I've decided to entrust him with a great responsibility. He turned to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, is there a particular reason you're asking about this? Orochimaru replied with genuine sincerity. Yes, there is. After this battle with Hanzo the Salamander, I realized I still have many shortcomings. So, I'd like to ask you, Sensei, to allow me to join the UMBU and spend some time studying under Lord Tsukumo. I hope you'll grant me this request. Hiruzen was quite pleased with Orochimaru's attitude. Seeing his disciple's humility and eagerness to learn, how could he refuse? Very well, I grant you permission. His eyes swept over Tsunade and Orochimaru, and a warm, kindly smile appeared on his face. Tsunade's reward will require a bit more time to discuss. In addition to Orochimaru's request, I will also allow both of you to read from the Book of Seals and choose a ninjutsu technique that suits you for further training. Hamura, Koharu, do you have any objections? The two advisors didn't mind letting them learn an extra jutsu from the Book of Seals. After all, it was just Hiruzen handing over the keys with his right hand instead of his left. It was bound to happen sooner or later, so why not use it to gain some goodwill? No objections. Their contributions are more than enough for these rewards. Nor do I. Both nodded in agreement. Wait, I have an objection. Danzo Shimura suddenly pushed open the door and strode in, his single eye flashing coldly as he glanced at Tsunade and Orochimaru before sitting down near Hiruzen. Have you all gone senile? Why are you only talking about their merits, and not the damage they've caused Konoha? Hiruzen's brow furrowed slightly, displeased with Danzo's sudden challenge to his authority, but he silently took a drag from his pipe and chose not to interrupt. A glint of ice flashed in Orochimaru's eyes as he locked his gaze on Danzo's single eye. Danzo snorted and looked back at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, your student killed 3 of my root's elite shinobi, including one of the Aburame clan's top jonin. This has been a heavy blow to Konoha's strength. How are you going to account for that? The atmosphere in the Hokage's office instantly turned tense as Danzo spoke. Danzo, watch your tone. I am the Hokage. Seeing Orochimaru's expression turn grim, Hiruzen feared his disciple might act rashly out of loyalty to his student, and so he barked angrily at Danzo. Danzo, hearing Hiruzen assert his authority as Hokage once again, clenched his teeth in silent resentment and let out a cold snort. Tsunade was in no mood to be patient. Suddenly, she burst forth with chakra, stomping heavily on the floor, shattering the wooden boards beneath her feet. Old man, you sent people to kill my brother, and now you've got the nerve to demand an explanation from us. I'm right here today. I'd like to see what you plan to do to my brother. Faced with Tsunade's sudden outburst, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a headache coming on. Tsunade's position made things complicated. He couldn't resort to force, yet reasoning with her was likely futile. It was all Danzo's fault for not knowing when to keep his mouth shut. Now he provoked Tsunade's anger, creating a whole new mess to deal with. But what could Hiruzen do? Danzo was, after all, his closest friend. Hiruzen set down his pipe and cleared his throat, preparing to do what he did best. Ahem. Tsunade, calm down for a moment. Elder Danzo didn't mean it that way. He only lost his temper because he's upset about losing his men, nothing more. You have my word. As your teacher, I will never allow anyone to harm Nawaki. How about this? Haven't you wanted to establish a medical ninja system? Since all the elders and advisors are present, why not seize the day and settle the matter right here and now? With a genial laugh, Hiruzen let his gaze sweep over his old friends, a subtle warning in his eyes. Mito Kato Hamura and Udatane Koharu, both feeling awkward thanks to Danzo, could only nod in reluctant agreement with Hiruzen. Yes, Tsunade, Hiruzen is right. Let's all take a seat and discuss this calmly. Tsunade snorted, dragged a chair over, and sat down with a commanding presence, her gaze fixed squarely on Danzo. Old man, you say my brother killed your men. Where's your proof? Why should we take your word as law? Or do you think you're Hokage or something? Danzo's eyes narrowed coldly. Oof. Hiruzen, look at the kind of disciple you've raised. This is how she speaks to her elders? For a princess of the Senju clan, She certainly lacks manners. Tsunade leapt to her feet, slamming her fist on the table and jabbing a finger at Danzo's face in fury. You decrepit, one-eyed geezer. Calling me uncivilized? Don't think I don't know exactly what you're plotting. If you think you can lay a finger on my brother, think again. Orochimaru turned his head slightly, unable to bear watching Tsunade's display any longer. Danzo snorted coldly. I won't lower myself to argue with a little girl like you. You want proof? My men were killed by wood release techniques. Everyone in the shinobi world knows who can use wood release. I have every reason to believe that Nawaki has awakened the first Hokage's wood release and is deliberately hiding it from us. I only wanted to bring him back to the Leaf Village for his own protection, and yet he used wood release to kill the ninja sent to protect him. This matter demands an explanation from the Senju clan to the village. Tsunade felt her anger boil over at Danzo's shameless twisting of the facts, especially now that he was escalating the issue to the level of the entire village. She was on the verge of losing control, but Orochimaru reached out and gently pressed her back in her seat, signaling her to let him handle it. Breathing heavily, Tsunade sat down, glaring daggers at Danzo with fury in her eyes. Lord Danzo, you say the one who used wood release must be from the Senju clan, but is that really the case? I recall that someone has made rather extensive studies into wood release. Who's to say there isn't someone else out there who can use it? A cold, knowing smile flickered across Orochimaru's face as he spoke, his implication hanging heavy in the air. The two advisors' expressions shifted, their eyes darting toward Tsurutobi and Danzo, searching their faces for any hint of the truth. Noting their confusion, Orochimaru's expression turned playful, almost taunting. Oh, it seems our esteemed advisors aren't quite up to speed on this matter. Shall I enlighten you both with some details? Hiruzen Tsurutobi's face darkened immediately. Orochimaru, that's enough. The second Hokage ordered the wood release experiments to be stopped long ago. What are you insinuating? In that instant, Tsunade threw herself into the fray. Leaping from her chair, finger pointed accusingly at Danzo as she unleashed her fury. Well, you old snake, you actually dared to tamper with my granduncle's corpse. Seems like you've grown tired of living. Just wait, I'm going straight to tell Granny Mito. The mention of Mito's name made Danzo's heart clench with anxiety. Truth be told, no matter what, Danzo would never have dared to admit to such a thing while Mito was still alive. The thought of the wrath of a Jinchuriki, host of the Nine Tails, was enough to make even him shudder. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. I was the second Hokage's student. How could I ever stoop to such deeds? You two would do well not to slander others without cause. Hiruzen Tsurutobi rose from the Hokage's seat, moving between Tsunade and Danzo to block their angry stares. Orochimaru, don't bring up matters for which there's no evidence again. Tsunade, you need to control your temper. This is merely Orochimaru's conjecture. Why take it so seriously? As he spoke, Hiruzen shot Orochimaru a warning glance, signaling for the matter to end here, then returned to his seat. A flicker of disappointment crossed Orochimaru's eyes, but he quickly masked it. With a hint of apology on his face, he nodded to Danzo. Lord Danzo, I lost my head for a moment and spoke out of turn. I hope you won't hold it against me. Danzo snorted coldly and sat back down. Tsunade, arms akimbo, refused to sit, her eyes still burning into Danzo, unwilling to let the matter drop. You say we can't speak recklessly without evidence? Sarutobi-sensei, if that's the case, then when Danzo accused my brother of killing his subordinates without any proof, wasn't that also baseless? Why is it that Danzo can make wild accusations, but I, Tsunade, cannot? What is it? Just because the Senju clan is dwindling, you think we're easy to push around now? Danzo's eyes narrowed. Only then did he realize Tsunade and Orochimaru had been putting on an act all along. Tsunade, don't stir up trouble here. Whether Nawaki has awakened the wood release or not, bring him here and ask him yourself. Having seen through Tsunade and Orochimaru's intentions, Danzo gave a cold, dismissive smile. He no longer wanted to entangle himself in their argument. Turning away, Danzo suddenly seemed to remember something and said to Hiruzen Tsurutobi, by the way, I just received some intelligence. Nawaki left for the Senju compound, accompanied by a member of the Uchiha clan who has awakened the Sharingan. Hiruzen, you know what that means, don't you? Hiruzen Tsurutobi and the two advisors instantly turned pale. With a start, they rose from their seats. Come on, let's go pay our respects to Lady Mito. Inside the Senju compound, Kushina Uzumaki sat hunched over a pile of scrolls, biting her finger in frustration as she struggled with a complicated sealing formula. The Ninja Academy had been on break for more than half a month now. Kushina had hoped to spend her vacation running wild and having fun, But Lady Mito had dragged her back home and forced her to study these dry, tedious sealing techniques. Peeking up from behind the pile of scrolls, Kushina stole a glance at Mito. Lady Mito was reclining with her eyes closed, gently rocking in a chair, looking perfectly at ease. A surge of secret delight bubbled up in Kushina's heart. Finally, she could steal a moment to slack off and rest. These sealing formulas were simply too complicated. The twisting, interwoven lines looked like some indecipherable script from another world, densely packed and crisscrossed so much that they made her dizzy just looking at them. Kushina really had no interest in any of this, but Lady Mito had firmly instructed her to study sealing arts with full dedication. With no other choice, Kushina forced herself to stay alert, trying her hardest to stuff all this knowledge into her head. The Uzumaki clan sealing techniques were quite different from those commonly known in the ninja world, and learning them was exceptionally difficult. Not only did they require intricate hand signs, but one also had to master hundreds of unique sealing runes. Only by combining these runes in the right way, along with specific rituals or hand gestures, could a seal take effect. The learning curve was steep, but the results, once mastered, were equally astonishing. At the highest level, the Uzumaki sealing arts could imprison even-tailed beasts, those monstrous beings made of pure chakra. They could even call upon the legendary Shinigami to directly seal away an enemy's soul. Setting the scroll aside, Kushina gazed at Mito, her eyes filled with longing. Oh, if only I could awaken the adamantine sealing chains like Grandma Mito. It's so powerful. I don't even have to learn all those messy runes. It's just too hard. I can't take it. Mito lay quietly on her rocking chair, eyes still closed, when she suddenly spoke, startling Kushina. Kushina, why are you slacking off again? Have you mastered the four-symbol seal yet? Kushina pouted, her face full of frustration as she looked at Mito. Grandma Mito, not yet. These runes are just too difficult. And I still don't get how the elemental cycle of the four symbols works, or what it all means. Mito opened her eyes and looked at Kushina, who was clearly struggling, and sighed softly to herself. She's still just a child. Kushina, the four-symbol seal, is the foundation of the Uzumaki clan's advanced sealing techniques. It's something you must master. All the more complex seals, the inner four symbols, the five-element seal, the 8-trigram seal, and even the dead demon consuming seal, are all derived from the four-symbol seal. You can't just think about playing all the time. These things are crucial for your future. Kushina lowered her head, afraid to see any disappointment in Grandma Mito's eyes. Watching Kushina's pitiful expression, Mito's heart softened. She got up from the rocking chair, walked over, and gently stroked Kushina's bright red hair. Kushina, don't blame Grandma for being strict with you. It's all for your own good. If you can't master the sealing techniques, the big beast inside Grandma won't obey you in the future. Grandma just wants to teach you everything she knows as quickly as possible. I'm old now, and if one day... At this point, Mito suddenly stopped speaking and turned to look at the gates of the clan compound. Their familiar chakra was approaching rapidly. A smile appeared on Mito's face as she patted Kushina lightly on the head. All right, you've been at it for quite a while. If you're really tired, take a little break. Perfect timing. Your brother Nawaki is back. Didn't you say you had something to talk to him about last time? Hearing that she could rest for a bit, a look of delight spread across Kushina's face. But when she heard Nawaki had returned, her expression immediately changed, and she scrunched her nose with a little huff. Oof, just as well he's back. I got a bone to pick with him. Mito couldn't help but laugh, ruffling Kushina's hair with mock annoyance. You little rascal, your brother Nawaki was just teasing you. Why do you hold such a grudge? But to be fair, Nawaki was right. The boy named Minato really is quite impressive. Kushina, have you thought about it? Grandma is rooting for you. Kushina's face instantly flushed bright red. Shyly, she clung to Mito's hand, wiggling in embarrassment and protesting in a soft, flustered voice. Grandma Mito, how could you say that about me too? You're so mean. Grandma, I'm here to see you. Rope Tree led a somewhat shy Mikoto into the courtyard, smiling as he greeted Mito. Mito carefully sensed Rope Tree's physical condition and nodded with satisfaction. Good. I'm glad you're back safe and sound. Seems like you gained quite a bit on the battlefield this time, didn't you? Your chakra is even stronger than before. Rope Tree nodded and gave Mito a thumbs up. You're amazing, Grandma. You saw through me at a glance. I did learn a lot from this trip to the front. As he spoke, Rope Tree pulled Mikoto closer to Mito and introduced her. By the way, Grandma, this is Mikoto. She's well, haha. Mito looked at Rope Tree's expression, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Well, not bad at all. You already know how to win a girl's heart at such a young age. You're better than your grandpa ever was. Mito turned her gaze to Mikoto, not at all surprised by her Uchiha heritage. To be honest, in all of Konoha, If someone appeared at Rope Tree's side, there was hardly any news that could escape Mito's notice. Mikoto, is it? Uchiha Mikoto gave a formal bow, her voice soft and timid. Lady Mito, I'm Uchiha Mikoto. Mito's eyes curved as she studied the lovely girl with jet black hair. Her looks and demeanor were truly outstanding. She had to admit, Rope Tree had good taste. Very nice. No need to be so formal. Just call me Grandma, same as Rope Tree. Mikoto's cheeks flushed instantly, and she stammered in a voice barely above a whisper. Yes, Grandma. Mito nodded with satisfaction, stepping forward to gently take Mikoto's hand from Rope Tree. Noticing the girl's lingering shyness, she spoke in a soothing tone. Mikoto, being with that rascal Rope Tree, I hope he hasn't bullied you too much? No, not at all. Rope Tree has been wonderful. He's always looking out for me. Mito smiled, shooting Rope Tree a mock glare, while he just scratched his head and grinned sheepishly at her side. No need to be nervous. There are only a few of us Senja left, so there's no need for so many formalities. Just treat this place like your own home. Rope Tree, that little rascal, has been spoiled rotten by Tsunade and me since he was small. He's always been a handful. From now on, I'll be counting on you to help me keep him in line. Mikoto was so embarrassed, she looked as if she wanted to sink into the floor. Her head bowed as she fumbled for a reply. Kushina, who had been quietly watching since Rope Tree's return, suddenly realized no one was paying attention to her. Old grievances and fresh annoyance flared up at once. She stomped over in a flash, one hand on her hip, the other pointing straight at Rope Tree. Rope Tree, you're back at just the right time. I have something to ask you. Rope Tree, huh? Was it your idea to put that effeminate pretty boy up to this? He keeps coming to talk to me every single day, for no reason at all. He's driving me crazy. I don't even dare step outside anymore. Hearing Kushina's complaint, Mito couldn't help but burst out laughing. Kushina, isn't the real reason you're staying in these days because you have to study sealing techniques? And besides, if I remember correctly, you didn't look all that unhappy when that boy came looking for you. Kushina stomped her foot in frustration. Oh, Grandma Mito, why are you like this? I don't care. This is all Brother Nawaki's fault. Ever since he sneaked a peek at our combat class at school, that pretty boy has just gotten more and more, Kushina stammered for a moment, struggling to find the right word. Nawaki looked at her teasingly, then suddenly chimed in. More and more smitten with you? Kushina answered on reflex. Exactly. Wait, no, that's not right. Brother Nawaki, you're the worst. Flustered by Nawaki's teasing, Kushina's face turned bright red. She lunged at him, flailing her arms in mock outrage. Mito gave Nawaki a stern look and quickly stepped in to block Kushina. Silly girl, your brother Nawaki is just teasing you, and you still fall for it every single time. Come on, tell Grandma. Do you actually have a little crush on that boy? Kushina instantly lost all her bluster, and like a sloth, she turned and buried her face in Mito's arms, her cheeks burning as she grumbled. Grandma Mito, don't say things like that. A gentle smile appeared on Mito's face. She had worried that after accepting the 9 tails, Kushina might struggle to fit in here. But now, it seemed her concerns might have been unnecessary. Besides Nawaki and Tsunade, it was clear that others were starting to accept Kushina's presence too. How wonderful! Mito softly patted Kushina's back, her eyes full of warmth and comfort. Lady Mito, Hiruzen is here to visit. The voice of the 3rd Hokage called out from beyond the gate, breaking the cozy atmosphere that filled the courtyard. Mito gently extricated Kushina from her embrace and nudged her toward Mikoto with a tender smile. Mikoto, why don't you and Kushina go inside and have a chat? Nawaki, stay here with me. Mikoto understood that the 3rd Hokage must have come for something important. She nodded obediently and led Kushina into the house. Nawaki answered quietly, standing silently at his grandmother's side. Mito's smile faded as she turned back to her reclining chair, her voice calm and even. So it's you, Hiruzen. Kumain. Yes, ma'am. Hiruzen Tsurutobi entered with his 2 advisors and Danzo, followed by Orochimaru and Tsunade, forming a quiet procession. You're not busy in the Hokage's office today? What brings you all the way to visit an old relic like me? Is something the matter? Without even lifting her eyelids, Mito tapped the floor with her foot, gently rocking the chair she sat on. Shungshu offered Orochimaru and Tsunade a polite smile and nod, then quietly took his place behind Mito. Hiruzen Tsurutobi glanced at Shungshu, a kindly smile appearing on his face. Lady Mito, now that the war has ended and the village is entering a time of peace and development, there really aren't as many official duties demanding our attention. That's why we finally have time to come visit you. Mito responded with a hum, opening her eyes and sweeping her gaze over Hiruzen Tsurutobi and Danzo. Well, how thoughtful of you. But this old woman still has a few good years left. You don't need to worry about me, suddenly dropping dead one day. After all, my grandson is still so young. He needs me to look after him. Don't you agree? Hiruzen's eye twitched, and for a moment he wasn't sure what to say. Danzo, feeling the weight of Mito's gaze, shivered inwardly. Lady Mito, the main reason we're here is that the Umbu reported someone from the Uchiha clan trespassing on Senju grounds. The few of us were worried about your safety, so we thought we'd come and check on you. You know, the Sharingan has special implications for what's inside. Mito suddenly looked as if she'd had an epiphany, straightening up and patting Shingshu's arm beside her. Oh, you must be talking about Mikoto. She's the granddaughter-in-law my precious grandson brought home for me. Not some Uchiha intruder. Still, your information network is impressive. No sooner has something happened here than you seem to know about it instantly. This old lady is truly overwhelmed by your concern. Mito's eyes sparkled with a hint of mockery as she glanced at Hiruzen and Danzo, her lips curling into a half-smile. Hiruzen forced an awkward laugh. Lady Mito, please, you're too kind. We youngsters just worry about your safety, so we've arranged for people to keep an eye out and protect you at all times. Mito gave a grunt of acknowledgement, leaning back in her chair once more. Well, at least you remember there's still an elder here. That's something. Now, tell me, what's your real reason for coming here? If it's simply about my future granddaughter-in-law, surely it wouldn't take all of you to make such a fuss. A bead of cold sweat formed on Hiruzen's forehead. Dealing with an old fox who'd survived since the Warring States era was truly exhausting. Her words bristled with sarcasm, yet he didn't dare lose his temper. Without revealing his discomfort, Hiruzen subtly stepped back, pushing Danzo forward and giving him a look that said, "You handle this." Danzo shot an irritated glance at Hiruzen, gritted his teeth, and raised his hand in a formal bow to Mito. Lord Mito, Hiruzen and a few of our elder advisors have come here to trouble you unexpectedly. Besides worrying that the Uchiha clan might pose a threat to your safety, we also hope to clarify a few matters while we're here. Mito arched an eyebrow, fixing her gaze on Danzo's concealed right eye, and a faint, almost imperceptible smirk appeared at the corner of her lips. So it's you, Danzo. It's been a while. What happened to your eye? Do you need me to take a look at it for you? A bead of cold sweat slid down Danzo's forehead. He lowered his head slightly, trying to avoid Mito's piercing stare. Thank you for your concern, Lady Mito. It's just a minor injury. Nothing to worry about. Well, that's good. I'd only worry if you lost your eye. Putting it back would be quite the hassle. All right, tell me, what is it that you want to know from me? Danzo's heart quivered, and he silently cursed Hiruzen Sarutobi. That scoundrel, always setting him up, never changing. Stealing himself, Danzo forced down his unease and finally spoke up. Lady Mito, I heard that Nawaki has awakened the first Hokage's would release. I wonder, is there any truth to this rumor? Mito paused for a moment, casting a sidelong glance at Nawaki, who discreetly winked at her. Instantly understanding, Mito turned her attention back to Danzo and the silent Hiruzen. Oh, and where did you hear such a thing? Hiruzen, it seems your Yanbi needs a thorough shake-up. Are you really letting baseless rumors like this circulate? Do you have any idea how difficult it is to awaken would release? If this kind of news spreads, do you realize what pressure it would put on Nawaki as he grows up? Hashirama and I have only this one grandson. Can't we allow him a safe and peaceful childhood? Danzo's face froze, and he looked up at Mito in disbelief. Mito's expression didn't waver. She met his gaze with earnest seriousness. But, Lady Mito, but the fact is, my subordinates really were killed by would release jutsu. There needs to be an explanation for this. We're all Konoha shinobi. When someone dies for the village without reason, we owe their families an answer, don't we? Mito's demeanor changed in an instant. Rising from her chair, she fixed Danzo with a stern, commanding presence, her aura swelling with barely contained fury. Now that you mention it, I do recall something. After Hashirama's death, Tobirama was always trying to figure out how to awaken the wood release in our clan. But he never succeeded, and eventually I put a stop to it. What now? Don't tell me you've secretly resumed human experiments, and one of your test subjects escaped and killed Konoha shinobi. You certainly have some nerve. A low, menacing rumble seemed to fill the room as crimson, demonic chakra began to seep from Mito's body. The spectral form of a ferocious fox loomed behind her, its cold, slit-pupiled eyes locked unblinking on Danzo. A sudden, chilling intent to kill enveloped Danzo, as if at any moment it might pounce and tear him to pieces. A pang of regret surged in Danzo's heart. I never should have come here today. Within the sealed space, the Ninetales, who had been dozing, suddenly sensed its chakra draining away. Its eyes cracked open just a sliver. What is Mito up to this time? Why would she suddenly start drawing on my chakra for no reason? Following the flow of chakra through the gap in the seal, The Ninetales extended its senses beyond its prison. Its eyes snapped wide open. The aura of the Sage of Six Paths? No, not quite the Sage, but it certainly feels similar. But whoever it is, they must be connected to that old Sage. No, I have to get out and see for myself. Mito, loosen the seal. I need to go out and take a look. The Ninetales chakra surged with a sudden, explosive force, making the adamantine chains binding its body rattle and clang. Outside, Mito's chakra began to flare and lash wildly, as though the Ninetales was on the verge of breaking free from within her. Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and Danzo both sensed the beast's presence, and their faces changed. They instinctively took a step back, tense and wary. Mito froze, caught off guard by the Ninetales' sudden outburst. Since its last eruption of chakra inside her, the fox had been unusually quiet. She had even loosened its chains a little, having seen it behave so well, and the Ninetales hadn't shown any sign of wanting to escape. So why this sudden surge of chakra again today? Could it be that the Ninetales had some secret affliction, needing to act up from time to time? Unable to fathom what was going on, Mito simply plunged her consciousness into the seal's inner world. Ninetales, I'm only borrowing a bit of your chakra. Why are you acting so crazed? Mito's face was cold as she looked at the fox, which was venting its chakra in a frenzy. With a flick of her hand, she tightened the chains binding the beast. The chains bit into the Ninetales, forcing a muffled grunt from its throat. It bared its teeth at Mito, eyes flashing. Mito, just let my consciousness out for a moment. There's something important I need to confirm. Seeing Mito's frown deepen, the Ninetales hurriedly added, Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble. I just want to take a look, just a glance, nothing more. It's really important to me. Mito hesitated, studying the fox, and couldn't see any sign of deceit. After a moment's thought, she decided not to push things too far between them and nodded. All right, but you gave your word. If you dare use this chance to cause trouble, you know exactly what awaits you afterward. The Ninetales snorted, 2 gusts of white vapor puffing from its nose in irritation. Oomph. Don't worry, we tailed beasts aren't like you humans. We keep our promises. Back in my day, I was living peacefully in the shinobi world, but then... Oomph. The Ninetales started to speak, but halfway through, memories of that dark chapter resurfaced. It clenched its teeth and fell silent. Mito knew, at least in part, what Hashirama and Madara had done to the Ninetales back then. She could never quite understand the actions of those 2 men. Now, seeing the fox's aggrieved expression, she found herself feeling a twinge of sympathy for it. All right, but just this once. I have some matters to take care of outside. In a moment, I'll release the chains binding you. Wait until then before you go out. The Ninetales nodded, suppressing its impatience, and settled back down onto the ground. Mito's consciousness withdrew from the sealed space. Her gaze fell once again upon Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo. The Ninetales chakra within her was growing more and more violent, gradually forming a shimmering red cloak around her. So, do either of you have anything left to say? Her frosty stare, charged with the wild chakra of the Ninetales, bore down upon the 2 men. Hiruzen fought the urge to act, his face darkening as he spoke. Please, Mito-sama, calm your anger. The experiments with wood release have not resumed. This is all just a misunderstanding. Danzo simply misspoke in a moment of confusion. I believe you're right, Mito-sama. The Umbu of the Leaf Village is in sore need of reform. If even news like this can be mistaken, I sincerely apologize for the trouble we've caused you, Mito-sama. I promise, once we return, I will reorganize the Umbu and give you a proper explanation. Danzo kept his head bowed, enduring the pressure of the Ninetales chakra, ignoring Hiruzen's words entirely. Only one thought consumed his mind. This heavy mountain pressing upon them must be removed as soon as possible. A cold glint flashed in Danzo's eyes as he secretly resolved that, once they returned, he would immediately urge Hiruzen to accelerate the plans for transferring the tailed beast. Mito gave a cold snort, dispersing the beastly cloak of chakra from around her. Oomph. It had better be just a misunderstanding. Since you've got Umbu to reorganize, I won't keep you here any longer. Tsunade and Orochimaru will stay. The rest of you, get back to your duties. And remember, don't come troubling an old woman like me over baseless rumors. Yes, ma'am. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a respectful bow. Danzo, silent, turned and strode away. Kohor Utatane and Hamura Mitokado, not knowing quite what to say, offered Mito an awkward bow and hurried off after the others, leaving the Senju compound with their tails between their legs. Watching them go, Tsunade flashed Mito a thumbs up. Grandma, you were amazing. Those old geezers didn't even dare to breathe. Mito waved her hand, signaling Tsunade to save her words for later. With a focused thought, she released the Vajra seal within her body. Her thumbs curved slightly as the other 8 fingers ignited with the glow of chakra. Pressing her hands lightly against her lower abdomen, she gave the seal a gentle twist, opening a narrow gap in the 8 trigram seal. The Ninetales crimson chakra slowly seeped out from the opening, not with the wild, murderous intent of before, but gathering quietly behind. Mito, gradually forming the enormous figure of a fox. Its face, ferocious by nature, now shone with a trace of excitement in its eyes. Seeing the Ninetales' docile demeanor, Mito nodded in approval. Ninetales, remember what you promised. The beast didn't answer. Its senses swept over everyone present. Then its gaze finally settled on Nawaki. Orochimaru watched the Ninetales manifest before him, curiosity and astonishment flickering in his eyes. So this is the tailed beast sealed inside Lady Mito? The amount of chakra is terrifying. It's hard to imagine how the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha ever managed to subdue such a creature. The Ninetales lowered its massive head beside Nawaki, its eyes filled with suspicion. Kid, why do you have the aura of yin-yang release about you? Nawaki was taken aback. This was his first time ever seeing the Ninetales, and he hadn't expected such a question. Hello, Ninetales. My name is Nawaki, Grandmother Mito's grandson. Nice to meet you. He almost blurted out the Ninetales' real name, but caught himself just in time, settling for a proper introduction. The Ninetales, however, seemed uninterested, snorting impatiently. Kid, I know who you are, but you haven't answered my question. How did you learn yin-yang release? Mito was surprised by the question. She knew about yin release. Secret techniques manifested by spiritual power typically fell under that category. She also understood yang release, used for physical healing and enhancement. But this yin-yang release, what was it exactly? Nawaki looked up at the Ninetales, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Why don't you take a guess? The Ninetales lowered its body, baring its canine fangs just slightly, and let out a deep, rumbling growl. Are you trying to test my patience, kid? Nawaki reached out and tapped the Ninetales' nose, giving it a light pat. Don't get angry, I was just teasing you. For a moment, the Ninetales froze. Then, realizing what had happened, it erupted in fury. Its chakra burst forth like a raging volcano. Startled, Mito's eyes hardened. From her sleeve, 5 golden chains imbued with the power of the 5 elements seal shot out, clattering through the air as they wrapped the Ninetales tightly. Ninetales, don't you dare! Vajra seal! A surge of powerful sealing energy instantly enveloped the creature, and the chains tightened at Mito's will. The Ninetales let out a muffled groan as it was forced down to the ground, struggling in vain. The raging chakra flames that had been streaming from the Ninetales were immediately suppressed and snuffed out. With a backward tug of her right hand, Mito dragged the still-resisting beast and forced it back into the sealed space within her body. Mito, wait. The Ninetales' furious protest was cut short as it was yanked straight into the sealing chamber. For the first time, Tsunade and Orochimaru witnessed how effortlessly Mito subdued the Ninetales. Their jaws dropped in utter shock. Kushina and Mikoto, who had come out of the house upon hearing the commotion, gazed at Mito with open admiration. Nawaki, you're far too reckless. The Ninetales is the most powerful of all the tailed beasts. If it weren't for Grandma's seal, your foolish stunt just now would have cost you your life. Still shaken, Mito's face was stern with anger as she scolded Nawaki. Nawaki scratched his head sheepishly. Grandma, but you were watching over me, weren't you? Can I see the Ninetales just one more time? I haven't finished what I wanted to say. Mito's temper flared. She marched over and landed a solid punch on Nawaki's head. You little rascal, don't let a bit of newfound strength go to your head. You're still a long way from being able to face a monster like that. Rubbing his sore head, Nawaki finally understood where Tsunade had inherited her temperament. Grandma, please don't be angry. I really do have something important to discuss with the Ninetales. If you're worried, why don't you come with me? I promise I won't do anything reckless. Seeing that Nawaki wasn't just being impulsive, Mito eyed him with suspicion. This is your first time meeting the Ninetales. What could you possibly have to discuss with it? Nawaki felt a headache coming on. Explaining would be far too complicated. But he also couldn't keep using the story about being the sage of 6 paths reincarnation as an excuse. So he shook his head and said earnestly, Grandma, I'll explain everything later. Let's go into the sealing space first. Realizing Nawaki wasn't joking, Mito hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded in agreement. After all, they would be entering the space where she herself had sealed the Ninetales. She was confident she could keep Nawaki safe. Mito placed 2 fingers on Nawaki's forehead, channeling the secret mental technique of the Uzumaki clan. All right, relax your mind. I'll take your spirit into the sealing chamber. Nawaki looked up at Mito, a smile spreading across his face, the pattern of the mangekyo shimmering in his eyes. That won't be necessary, Grandma. I can do it myself. As he activated his ocular powers, Nawaki's spirit instantly followed the connection through Mito's eyes and entered the sealed space. Mito's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the kaleidoscope in Shintaki's gaze. Her heart skipped a beat, and suddenly she recalled Hashirama and Madara. Within the sealed space, the Nine Tails lay on the ground, bound tightly by chains, looking utterly humiliated. Sensing someone enter the seal, the Nine Tails assumed it was Mito. It struggled to lift its head, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, until it caught sight of Shintaki standing there, and the kaleidoscope spinning in his eyes. The Nine Tails froze for a moment, then suddenly burst into a fit of wild, almost maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha! Mito, you never saw this coming, did you? Hashirama Senju has betrayed you. He and Uchiha Madara even have a child together. Ha ha! This is killing me. Shintaki. Enough. Hashirama would never do something to betray me. Nine Tails, if you keep spouting nonsense, I'll tear your mouth to shreds. Mito appeared in the sealed space, her face dark and stormy, glaring viciously at the still laughing Nine Tails. Oh, then explain this. How does this brat have the eyes of the Uchiha clan? And not just any eyes, but the same Mangekyo Sharingan as Uchiha Madara? Mito's expression faltered. Her gaze dropped to Shintaki's eyes. Shintaki, be honest with your grandmother. What's going on with your eyes? How did you come to possess the Mangekyo Sharingan? Could it be? Shintaki looked at the suspicious Mito with exasperation. Grandma, don't listen to a word it says. I'm your grandson, through and through. These eyes have nothing to do with Uchiha Madara. As for my eyes, I'll explain everything once I'm finished with the Nine Tails. With a brief explanation to Mito, Shintaki turned his attention to the Nine Tails. Nine Tails, I have a question for you. The Nine Tails stopped laughing, its massive eyes locking onto Shintaki. Brat, you haven't answered my questions, but now you start questioning me? Shintaki paid no mind to the Nine Tails' attitude and pressed on. Nine Tails, can you tailed beast become a human summoning beast? And did Uchiha Madara ever make a summoning contract with you? The Nine Tails fell silent, memories of those bitter, humiliating days surfacing in its mind. Controlled by Madara's Sharingan, forced to sign a summoning contract, and in the end, beaten into submission by Hashirama's would release. Brat, how do you know about that? That's right. I was indeed controlled by Uchiha Madara's Genjutsu and forced to sign a summoning contract. This revelation startled Mito. She had always believed Madara had merely used Genjutsu to control the Nine Tails back then. She never imagined he'd gone so far as to sign a summoning contract. Nine Tails, you really made a summoning contract with Uchiha Madara? Then last time, when your power suddenly went out of control, was it because of that? The Nine Tails snorted in response. Oomph, not bad. Do you really think I, after being sealed away for so many years, would experience a sudden chakra upheaval for no reason? That time, I suddenly sensed the summoning of the summoning jutsu. That's why there was a surge in my chakra. If the seal on you had loosened even a little, I would have been summoned out already. At that moment, a chill swept through Mito's heart as she suddenly recalled something. So what you're saying is you could actually be summoned out of the sealed space. Wait a minute. The only one who signed a contract with you is Uchiha Madara. He's the only one who could summon you. So that means Uchiha Madara is still alive? That's impossible. Mito was stunned by this shocking conclusion, so much so that she forgot to wonder how Nawaki knew about the summoning contract between Uchiha Madara and the Nine Tails. She had never imagined that Uchiha Madara, who should have died long ago, could still be alive. Of course, Nawaki knew the truth about Uchiha Madara's survival. Seeing how shaken Mito was by the news, he didn't disturb her further. Nawaki glanced at the Nine Tails, who looked rather pleased with itself, and decided to interrupt its malicious gloating. Nine Tails, even though my grandmother might be in serious trouble if she loses you, if you end up being summoned by Uchiha Madara, I doubt things would turn out much better for you. Maybe you'd just end up as his pet again, just like before. The Nine Tails' expression froze, a flicker of shame and anger flashing through its eyes. What do you know, brat? If I hadn't been caught off guard by his Genjutsu back then, how could I have ended up in such a humiliating position? Uchiha Madara. Nawaki watched the Nine Tails as it tried to defend itself, a small smile appearing on his lips. The Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes shimmered, sending a wave of spiritual energy straight into the mind of the Nine Tails. His words echoed softly in the Nine Tails' mind, yet they thundered like a sudden storm in its heart. So, Do you want to break free from Uchiha control and truly regain your freedom, Kurama? Within the Nine Tails spiritual world, Nawaki's figure slowly appeared. Who are you, really? How do you know my real name? The Nine Tails was stunned to hear Nawaki call out the name that no one had known for countless years. Its consciousness entered its spiritual world, staring at Nawaki in amazement. In a distant future, there will appear a blue-eyed boy. He will call out the names of the nine beasts, play and laugh with them, and bring new change to this world. Kurama, you remember the dream that Gamamaru showed the Sage of Six Paths, don't you? Nawaki smiled as he watched the shocked Nine Tails. That prophecy, apart from the old man and the nine of us, no one else should know about it. For someone as young as you. Are you the boy the old man spoke of, the one who could bring change to the world of shinobi? No, that's not right. The Nine Tails muttered, dismissing its own guess, and then stared into Shungshu's eyes. I remember now you, like Hashirama Senju, have black eyes. Who are you, really? How do you know my name? The Mangekyo Sharingan in Shungshu's eyes began to turn, the tomo swirling slowly. Kurama, does it really matter who I am? As for how I know your name, it's because these eyes can see through past and future and alter the cycles of life and death. As Shungshu spoke, he activated the ocular power seal within his left eye, the Takomamushi. A force that mingled creation with destruction began to manifest around him, glowing softly. The Nine Tails saw it clearly. Though raw and unrefined, this power was unmistakably that of pure yin-yang release. So it's true, the yin-yang release I sensed was coming from you. Feeling the surge of yin-yang release, the Nine Tails gazed at Shungshu, its expression a complex mix of emotions. This power feels so familiar. For a moment, I thought you were the Sage of Six Paths Reborn. Seems I read too much into it. Still, since you possess this power, I'm inclined to believe you might truly have the ability to see through past and future, as you claim. At the very least, you seem a lot more dependable than that old toad, who does nothing but dream all day. Shungshu deactivated the ocular technique in his left eye, his face growing a shade paler. This pure power was far stronger than the yin-yang chakra he could generate within himself, but its cost was much greater as well. Even in this brief exchange, Shungshu could feel most of his ocular power draining away. Boy, what you said earlier about restoring my freedom, did you really mean it? Now that it understood the source of Shungshu's yin-yang release, the Nine Tails lost interest in his identity. Its eyes narrowed slightly as it shifted the topic. After all, before Shungshu had spoken its name, he had asked whether the Nine Tails wanted to be free. That, clearly, was what he cared about now. Meanwhile, the power drained from Shungshu's eyes was slowly replenishing, thanks to the interplay of yin and yang. Hearing the Nine Tails question, however, he didn't answer right away. Instead, he took his time, surveying the spirit world around him. The Nine Tails grew suspicious. What are you looking at? This is my spiritual domain. Aside from the hatred left behind by those I've killed, there's nothing else here. The beast spoke the truth. Aside from Shungshu and the Nine Tails, the only thing that filled this space was a wild, hateful intent, heavy and oppressive. With just a glance, Shungshu felt a surge of violent urges rise up from deep within. The howling, frenzied thoughts echoed in his mind, urging him to slaughter, to destroy, like a dark tempest threatening to consume his reason. Shungshu let out a cold snort, and a surge of formidable mental energy erupted within him, driving out those lingering thoughts. His right eye flashed with a Mangekyo Sharingan, and a shadow shot out from his eye, transforming into a Grim Reaper wielding a scythe. Clean this place up. The Grim Reaper bowed to Shungshu, the soul flames dancing joyfully in its hollow eyes. For Shinigami, these grudges formed by the souls of departed beings were a rare and delectable treat. Upon receiving the order, the Grim Reaper instantly opened its mouth wide. Under the stunned gaze of the Nine Tails, it drew in all the negative energy from the spirit world as effortlessly as a great whale swallowing water. Satisfied, the Grim Reaper snapped its jaws shut, its jawbones clattering together as if savoring the taste. The flames in its eye sockets burned even brighter with excitement. Kurama, how exactly did Uchiha form the summoning contract with you? Where's the mark of that contract? Shungshu paced around the now empty spiritual realm, finding nothing, and simply called out to the Nine Tails to ask directly. The Nine Tails paused, surprised. So you were looking for the mark of the summoning contract? Why didn't you say so sooner? That thing, Uchiha branded it right onto my soul. Shungshu nodded, walked up to the Nine Tails, and pressed his hand against its body, carefully sensing within. This time, the Nine Tails didn't show any agitation. Its innate sensitivity to malice told it that Xiangshu harbored no ill intentions. I found it. So, this is where it's hidden. Xingshu's senses traveled through the Nine-Tails body, finally discovering Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan mark right at the center of the beast's soul. Once he confirmed the spot, Xiangshu withdrew his senses and looked at the Nine-Tails with a serious expression. Kurama, if I can remove the summoning mark from your soul, it will cost you a certain amount of power. Are you willing to accept that? The Nine-Tails had clearly loathed the summoning mark for a long time. Every time he recalled being treated like a mere tool, at Madara's beck and call, it made his blood boil. Yet, hearing that it would affect his strength, the Nine-Tails hesitated, anxiously asking, how much of an impact will it have? Xiangshu stroked his chin and gestured at the spot between the Nine-Tails' brows. Roughly, it would be like splitting you in half right here. The Nine-Tails was taken aback, shaking his head emphatically. No way. Even though tailed beasts can't truly die, if I'm split down the middle, the loss of power would be enormous. I refused. Xiangshu sighed, disappointment in his voice. I thought you longed for freedom more than anything. You've got both yin and yang chakra, haven't you? I was actually planning to split you in two, leave half inside my grandmother to keep her alive, and set the other half free. But since you're not willing, forget it. Xiangshu shook his head, looking regretful, and turned as if he was about to leave. The resentment in your mind has already been cleared away. From now on, you won't have to suffer as much. There's nothing else I need to do here, so I'll be going. I'll come visit you again when I have the time. The moment the Nine-Tails saw Xiangshu turning to leave, it grew anxious. Wait, who said I wasn't willing? What's wrong with only half my chakra? I'd still be the strongest of the tailed beasts. But can you really set half of me free? Are you not tricking me? With the hope of regaining freedom flickering before it, the Nine-Tails even forgot its usual arrogance, hurriedly blocking Xiangshu's path and asking, torn between hope and uncertainty. Xiangshu turned around, looking helpless on the surface, though secretly he was struggling not to laugh. Of course it's true. You should be able to sense whether I'm lying or not, right? I know you, being the strongest of all tailed beasts, have that kind of ability. The Nine-Tails could certainly feel the sincerity from Xiangshu. It gritted its teeth, then declared, resolute and unwavering. Fine, I agree. Xiangshu's eyes lit up, but he put on a worried face. But listen, Nine-Tails, let's be clear about this first. I know you carry a deep hatred for the harm my grandfather and Orochimaru did to you, but you have to promise me, once you're out, you mustn't harm Konoha. Konoha is my grandfather's legacy, and it's my home, too. If you can't promise that, I can't risk my grandmother's anger by letting you go. You know how people in the ninja world see tailed beasts. No one else would stand here and treat a tailed beast as an equal, the way I do. The Nine-Tails hesitated for a while. In the end, its longing for freedom overcame its desire for revenge, and it nodded fiercely. All right, I promise you. As long as the people of Konoha don't attack me, I swear I won't harm Konoha. Xiangshu nodded with satisfaction. Good. Then get ready. I'm about to begin. It might hurt a bit, you know. Go ahead, as if I'd be scared of a little pain like that. The Nine-Tails put on a look of heroic resolve, quietly waiting for Xiangshu to divide its soul. Xiangshu nodded at the Nine-Tails, then withdrew his consciousness from its spiritual world. His right eye's Mangekyo spun, and the Shinigami was summoned once more. Pointing at the Nine-Tails, which was bound by adamantine chains, he commanded, sever the summoning contract embedded in its soul. Then split its soul into yin and yang halves, but don't harm the source of its soul. Can you do it? The soul flame burning in the Reaper's eye sockets stared intently at the Nine-Tails, as if trying to see through its very essence. After a long moment, the Reaper withdrew his gaze and nodded to Rope Tree. That will do. Split the Nine-Tails soul right down the middle. Just make sure both sides are even. At the command, the Reaper stepped before the Nine-Tails' massive head and extended his left hand. The skeletal hand, devoid of any flesh, curled into a claw and snatched at the beast, wrenching its soul free in a single motion. Raising the scythe high in his right hand, the Reaper brought it down upon the captive soul. With a faint, brittle crack, the summoning seal left by Uchiha Madara at the center of the Nine-Tails' brow shattered. The Nine-Tails' soul let out a howl of agony, echoing through the space, and in an instant it was split into two, one dark, one light. Again, the scythe swung, and the physical body of the Nine-Tails, now emptied of its soul, was cleanly divided in two. Without the soul to anchor it, the chakra form of the Nine-Tails began to unravel, twisting and writhing until it became two distinct masses of chakra. With a wave of his hand, the Reaper thrust the two halves of the soul, one black, one white, into the two uneven clumps of chakra. Under Mito Uzumaki's astonished gaze, The chakra masses fused with the corresponding halves of the soul, swirling and shifting within the sealed space until at last, two nine-tails stood there, each sporting a different shade of fur. One had a brilliant, vivid orange coat. The other, though also orange, had fur that gleamed much less brightly. Rope Tree, what just happened? Why are there two nine-tails now? Mito, visibly shocked, approached Rope Tree and gazed at the two-tailed beasts. Grandma, I used my ocular jutsu to erase the summoning contract between the nine-tails and Uchiha Madara, and then separated its yin and yang aspects. That's why it's split in two. Though this weakens the nine-tails a bit, it also keeps us safe from Madara summoning it away again. With the power of his eyes swirling, Rope Tree withdrew the Reaper back into his right eye, then turned to explain to the now-recovering Mito. Mito looked at Rope Tree, bewildered. Why would you do such a thing? Rope Tree smiled as he looked at the two newly formed nine-tails on the ground. Grandma, I made a promise to the nine-tails. I'd break Madara's summoning contract for it, and then set half its chakra free. The condition is that, from now on, the nine-tails will never again bear any hatred toward Konoha. Mito's face was suddenly filled with alarm. What? Release the nine-tails? Rope Tree, how could you trust the word of a tailed beast? You're being completely reckless. Rope Tree took Mito's arm, looking at her with determined sincerity. Grandma, the tailed beasts aren't as savage as you think. They have souls and thoughts of their own. It's just that, over countless years, their souls have been tainted by human greed. Grandma, try sensing the state of the nine-tails again. You'll understand it now. Mito, still somewhat skeptical, extended her senses, scanning over both of the nine-tails. A look of astonishment appeared in her eyes. How can this be? The madness and ferocity within the nine-tails' soul. They're gone. Nawaki smiled and said, Grandma, I used the power of my Mangekyo to purify the corruption in its soul. From now on, you can try communicating with the nine-tails as equals, like with a friend. After all, tailed beasts are lonely too. Mito gazed in silence at the two nine-tails lying on the ground. The beliefs she had always held about tailed beasts were suddenly challenged by Nawaki's words. Yet the reality before her eyes forced her to admit that what Nawaki said might very well be true. At this moment, aside from their immense chakra and formidable size, there was nothing left of the legendary terror that was said to bring disaster upon humankind. The nine-tails groaned, that hurts. The young nine-tails complained, Kid, you said it would just hurt a little. How could you trick me like that? The nine-tails chimed in, exactly, and to think I actually trusted you. The young nine-tails huffed. That pain, like my soul being torn apart. I never want to go through that again. The two nine-tails, now restored to their full forms, took turns voicing their grievances to Nawaki, clearly displeased with how he'd tricked them. Sorry, I honestly thought a little pain wouldn't be a big deal for the strongest of all-tailed beasts, Nawaki replied, spreading his hands in a half-hearted apology. Off to the side, Mito stared in disbelief. She could hardly accept that these two foxes, now complaining to Nawaki, were the same fearsome nine-tailed foxes of legend. It was as if she were watching ordinary people grumbling to a friend after being teased. Are you really the nine-tails? After a moment's shock, Mito finally asked, her voice hesitant. After all those years living sealed inside you, you still can't recognize me as the nine-tails? The young nine-tails snorted, casting her a disdainful glance. This woman hasn't changed one bit, still as oblivious as ever. All right, you two, why don't you decide who's coming out with me first? There are people waiting for me outside, and I don't have time to sit here with you forever. The two nine-tails exchanged a glance, suddenly stumped by this new dilemma. I'm on half. Why don't I go out first? You, being Yin, probably wouldn't enjoy the lively outside world, right? Yin prefers peace and quiet. I think the sealed space suits you just fine. The young nine-tails looked earnestly at his other half, as if he was only thinking of Yin's comfort. And why can't I go out first? I've been cooped up in here long enough. The two nine-tails immediately began quarreling about who would leave and who would stay, while Mito sat quietly on the side, munching on melon seeds as she watched the spectacle. Seeing that their argument was going nowhere, Nawaki spoke up to break the deadlock. Actually, there's something I forgot to tell you just now. The two nine-tails stopped bickering at once and turned to Nawaki in unison. Brat, what else are you hiding from us? Did you suddenly change your mind and decide not to let me out after all? The young nine-tails snorted in frustration. I knew it. In the end, you're just like the rest of those humans. Nawaki quickly shook his head. No, that's not what I mean at all. I gave you my word, and I'll never go back on it. Only then did the young nine-tails' anger subside. It said dismissively, as long as you keep your promise, nothing else matters to me. So, what is it you want to say? Nawaki spoke each word clearly and carefully, Uchiha Madara has awakened the Rinnegan. What? The Sage of Six Paths' eyes. Nawaki nodded. That's right. Though those eyes aren't currently with Madara, I've seen them with my own eyes. That's why, no matter which of you leaves the seal, life won't be as free and easy as it used to be. The ninja world isn't safe anymore. No one knows where Madara is hiding or what schemes he's planning in secret. At that, both Ninetales fell silent, contemplating the gravity of the Rinnegan's return. The Mangekyo Sharingan alone was troublesome, but at least the Ninetales had some chance to resist. The Rinnegan, however, was a different story. The sealing techniques it possessed could suppress tailed beasts in ways they could hardly imagine. My advice, whichever of you leaves, stay hidden in Konoha and don't reveal your true identity. That way, you'll avoid drawing Madara's attention again. What do you think? The two Ninetales were silent for a long moment. The Ninetales glanced at Mito, then finally spoke first. If leaving just means staying in Konoha, then I'll remain here. In the end, it doesn't really matter which of us goes out. Having made its decision, the Ninetales gave up the chance to leave and let its other half go instead. The young Ninetales scoffed, To think my other half would lose its nerve over Madara Uchiha. You've really disgraced the name of the tailed beasts. The Ninetales ignored this, curling up on the ground in its own world. Now, with the soul-binding summoning mark erased and its chains cut by Nawaki, and with no sign that Mito intended to use the adamantine sealing chains again, life was better for the Ninetales than it had been in a long, long time. Besides, Yan Kurama is also me. What's the point of arguing with myself? In Kurama decided to simply ignore Yan Kurama's pretentious display, laying down and pretending to doze off. Shungshu waved his hand with a chuckle. All right, no more scolding yourself. Tailed beasts are naturally restrained by the Rinnegan. There's nothing to be done about that. Come on, let me introduce you to a new friend. For the time being, you'll be staying by her side. After all, once my grandmother eventually transfers you from the seal, you'll be living with her for quite a long while. Yan Kurama snorted angrily. I knew it, kid. You're up to no good. You say you're setting me free, but in fact, you just want me to be Kushina's babysitter. I'm telling you, I've seen right through your schemes. Shungshu patted Kurama's forepaw and spoke earnestly. Kurama, these are the rules of the shinobi world right now. Power that can't be controlled is either erased or sealed away. You need to learn to get along with Kushina. In the future, when I've grown strong enough to change the rules of this world, I'll grant true freedom to all the tailed beasts. Kurama was stunned for a moment. He knew the potential of the boy before him. With strength on par with the Sage of Six Paths, he would undoubtedly reach that point someday. Since you put it that way, I'll just have to trust you one more time. Remember your promise. Shungshu nodded. I always keep my word. After that, Shungshu explained what he could to Mito about his own situation within the seal space. Only then did Mito gradually accept the reality. With a sigh about how children grow up so quickly, she silently approved of Shungshu's decision. Kushina, Big Brother has someone new to introduce to you. Kushina and Mikoto had been anxiously waiting beside them while their consciousnesses entered the seal space. As soon as the two returned to themselves, the worry faded from their faces. Curious at the sudden mention of a new friend, Kushina looked around, hoping to spot the newcomer. Grandma, would you let out? Mito shot Shungshu a look, pressed her hand to her lower abdomen, and drew forth a miniature version of Kurama from the seal. Shungshu grabbed the scruff of the little Kurama's neck, lifted it from Mito's hand, and promptly plopped it into Kushina's arms. Here you go. His name's Kurama. Be sure to get along with him from now on. The fluffy sensation in her arms made Kushina's eyes light up. She held Kurama in her hands, and, seeing how adorable he looked, her heart melted at once. Wow, so this is the tailed beast sealed inside Grandma. He's so cute. If I had known I'd have such an adorable tailed beast as a friend one day, I would have mastered sealing techniques a long time ago. Kushina buried her face in Kurama's fur, rubbing herself against him enthusiastically, a look of utter satisfaction on her face. Mikoto watched from the side, unable to hide her envy, and couldn't resist reaching out to give Kurama a gentle stroke. Her eyes sparkled with delight. It's really so soft. I never imagined a tailed beast could be like this. How cute. Kurama was clearly uncomfortable being hugged like this. He wanted to struggle, but was afraid of hurting the little girl, so he could only twist his head to look at Shoju and bare his teeth ever so slightly. Hey kid, get her, let me go. If this keeps up, I'm gonna get mad. Shoju couldn't help but chuckle at Kurama's helplessness, but he still spoke up to Kushina. Kushina, you can't treat a friend like a pet. You need to learn to respect your friends. Hearing Shoju's words and seeing the look of displeasure on Kurama's face, Kushina finally understood. Reluctantly, she released her hold and gently set Kurama down on the ground. I'm sorry, Kurama. I shouldn't have treated a friend that way. Please don't be angry. Kurama lifted his little head with a haughty air and let out a soft huff, turning his face away. Fine, I forgive you, but don't ever do something like that again, or I really will get angry. Kushina instantly broke into a radiant smile, sweeping Kurama back into her arms in a joyful embrace. Thank you. From now on, we're best friends. Brother showed you, Grandma Mito. Look, I made a new friend. Kurama gave a token struggle or two, but soon resigned himself to resting in Kushina's arms, a barely noticeable smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. This feeling actually wasn't so bad after all. As a civilian who had moved to Konoha to escape the ravages of war, Minato Namikaze's living conditions could only be described as extremely harsh, especially after his long-suffering parents, worn down by years of hardship, finally succumbed to illness and passed away, leaving 10-year-old Minato to fend for himself. Life became even more difficult. Fortunately, after Hiruzen Sarutobi became the third Hokage, he introduced support measures for orphans who had lost their parents for various reasons. Each month, they could collect a living allowance from the supply office. Minato was one of those who received this aid. Because of this, he always felt a deep gratitude toward the third Hokage in Konoha, making it his goal to become Hokage and protect the village. He had been working tirelessly toward that dream ever since. On a clearing at the edge of the woods near the civilian quarter, Minato wiped the sweat from his brow and carefully pulled a thrown shuriken from a tree stump. Looking at the blade, now nicked and worn, Minato scratched his head in frustration. Sigh. Looks like this one won't last much longer, either. Seriously, why does the school have to go on break? I'm already low on money, and now I have to buy my own shuriken for training. Looks like I'll have to stretch this month's living expenses even further. Minato tucked the shuriken into his ninja tool pouch, gave the training ground a quick tidy, and looked up at the sun, which was about to set. It was glowing red, like a perfectly ripe tomato. Suddenly, an image of a girl popped into Minato's mind, and he found himself grinning at the sunset. She's so beautiful. It's been days since I last saw Kushina. I wonder what she's up to. Thinking of Kushina, Minato felt an urge to go see her. Though, honestly, every time he went, Kushina never greeted him with much warmth. But Kushina's grandmother is really so gentle. She puts so much care into guiding Kushina's training. She must be a truly powerful kunoichi. I really envy that. That's it. Tomorrow, I'll visit Kushina's grandmother again and see if she'll give me some training advice too. And it's definitely not because I want to see Kushina. With a bright, determined smile, Minato pumped his fist and cheered himself on. When he got back to his modest home, Minato threw together a simple meal to take care of dinner, then sat cross-legged on his bed and began refining his chakra. As a child from a civilian family, the only way Minato could hope to succeed as a ninja was through relentless effort. Only then could he narrow the gap between himself and the children born into powerful clans. Fortunately, Minato was gifted. The material taught at school came easily to him, so he could spend much more time honing his combat skills and refining his chakra. After years of study and constant hard work, paired with his natural talent, Minato's abilities had surpassed most of his peers, securing him a spot among the top students in his grade. His sunny good looks, gentle manners, and outstanding grades made Minato the center of attention at school, admired by his classmates. But none of that mattered much to Minato. His sights were set far beyond being the best among his peers at the academy. The title of Hokage, that was his one unwavering goal. That's why, when that red-haired girl had stood up in class and boldly declared, "I'll be Konoha's first female Hokage," Minato couldn't help but notice her. From that day on, he realized his dream wasn't a lonely one. The next morning, Minato was up with the dawn. As usual, his good habits made this routine second nature. After tidying up and grabbing a quick breakfast, he locked the door and took off running toward the Senju district. After the war ended, smiles returned to the faces of Konoha's residents. As Minato made his way through the area where the villagers lived, he greeted familiar faces along the way. Outside the Senju clan compound, two hidden ninja standing guard immediately noticed Minato's arrival. "A kid is coming this way. I'll go chase him off." One of the guards, who clearly recognized Minato, shook his head to stop his companion. "No need. Lady Mito already said, this boy is Kushina's classmate. If he comes by, just leave him be. And besides, didn't you sense that presence in the courtyard yesterday? Do you really think anyone could stir up trouble at the Senju compound and make it out alive?" His companion's eyes flashed with a hint of awe. He nodded and melted back into the shadows. Completely unaware that he was being watched, Minato hurried up to the great gates of the Senju compound. He quickly straightened his well-worn training uniform, then reached up and knocked. Inside the courtyard, Rope Tree had been watching Kushina play with the Ninetales. Hearing the knock, he stood up. He pulled open the door. Bathed in the morning sunlight, A head of golden hair shimmered brilliantly. Rope Tree was momentarily surprised, then broke into a smile. "Oh, it's you, little son. Here, to see Kushina? Come on in." Minato was caught off guard by Rope Tree's nickname for him, but quickly recovered and offered a wide grin. "Rope Tree senpai." Rope Tree led Minato into the courtyard. Kushina, hearing the commotion, set the nine tails down on a table piled high with scrolls. She turned and immediately caught sight of Minato behind Rope Tree, a strange light flickering in her eyes. The nine tails, annoyed after being tousled by Kushina, shook out its fur, casting a sideways glance at Minato and curling its lips into a mischievous grin. Its tail quietly stretched out, giving Kushina a gentle shove in the back. With a startled gasp, Kushina flew straight toward Rope Tree. Rope Tree froze, ready to catch her. But just then, the nine tails gave a little cough. Rope Tree glanced up and saw the beast wink at him. Noticing the sly grin on the nine tails' face and recalling that Minato was behind him, Rope Tree instantly understood. He quickly retracted his outstretched hands and stepped aside, exclaiming in mock surprise, "Whoa, such force! I can't catch her. Minato, help me out." Before Minato could process what was happening, Rope Tree moved aside, and a flash of red came flying toward him. By sheer instinct, he reached out to catch her, but Kushina, propelled by a sudden burst of speed, crashed straight into his arms. Thrown off balance, Minato toppled over, and the two of them tumbled to the ground in a tangled heap. The nine tails withdrew the tail it had pressed against Kushina's back and shot a quick, conspiratorial glance at Nawaki, signaling a job well done, before darting into the room in a flash. Minato, who suddenly found Kushina sprawled on top of him, blushed furiously. "She's so close to me." With a startled cry, Kushina pushed herself upright, bracing her hands against Minato's chest. Catching Minato staring at her, she felt a surge of embarrassment and anger, and without a second thought, swung her fist right at his face. "You jerk, Minato! How dare you take advantage of me? I'll beat you to a pulp." For Nawaki, it was the first time witnessing this fiery, peppery side of Kushina in person. He couldn't help but click his tongue in silent amazement. Her cheeks were still flushed red, yet she kept raining punches down on Minato's face with relentless energy. In that moment, the formidable physique passed down through the Uzumaki clan bloodline clearly dominated the scene. Minato cried out in protest, trying to explain himself, but Kushina pinned him so firmly that he couldn't move an inch. Feeling a pang of sympathy, Nawaki stepped over, grabbed Kushina by her collar, and hoisted her up. Still fuming, Kushina thrashed wildly in midair, flailing her fists and snarling. Minato scrambled to his feet, clutching his eye, and quickly backed away a couple of steps. "Kushina, stop it. This isn't even Minato's fault. Don't you remember you were the one who knocked Minato over?" Kushina's struggling abruptly ceased as the memory of the push from behind flooded back to her. She instantly recalled the real cause behind the whole incident. "It must have been that scoundrel Kurama, traitor to our friendship. I won't let it get away with this. Nawaki, put me down. I'm going to settle the score with Kurama." Her anger shifted direction in a heartbeat, and she shouted about getting revenge on the nine tails. Nawaki, amused by the commotion, obliged and set her down. Kushina shot Minato a glare, snorted, then turned on her heel and stormed into the room. "Kurama, you traitorous fiend." "Kushina, this is just a warning. Mind your manners around me in the future, understood? I don't care. You betrayed our friendship. Prepare to die. Keep your distance. Don't come any closer." Pandemonium erupted from the room, with the sound of chaos and uproar echoing outside. Nawaki shrugged and turned to Minato, offering an awkward but polite smile. "Minato, are you all right?" Minato lowered his hand from his eye, attempting a smile, but as it tugged at his bruised face, pain shot through him, twisting his mouth into a comical grimace. "Ow, Nawaki-senpai, I'm fine. Kushina's always been like this. I'm almost used to it by now." Looking at Minato, who seemed resigned to his fate, Nawaki couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What a mess. "Minato, come here. Let me patch you up. If you go out with a pair of black eyes, it really won't do your reputation any favors." Minato stepped forward as instructed and looked up at Shinku. "Senior, you know medical ninjutsu too? That's amazing." Shinku placed a hand over Minato's bruised eye, letting a gentle flow of yang chakra seep into Minato's body. "Oh, it's not exactly medical ninjutsu," Shinku replied with a smile. "It's just that my chakra has a slightly unusual nature." "All right, that should do it." Shinku let go, gesturing for Minato to check for himself. Minato rubbed the spot, then squeezed his eye shut and opened it wide. Sure enough, there was no pain or discomfort at all. "Incredible. Thank you, senior," Minato exclaimed. Shinku waved his hand dismissively. By the way, I heard from Kushina that you've been training hard every day. So why aren't you training today? What brings you here? And you even got yourself into a bit of trouble, didn't you? Minato scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Did Kushina tell you that? Oh, it's nothing really, Minato replied, trying to sound casual. I just feel like I've already mastered what the academy teaches, but training alone isn't helping me improve much anymore. So I wanted to come and ask Kushina's grandmother for some guidance, hoping to learn a thing or two from her. A mischievous grin played on Shinka's lips. Oh, so you're just here for advice, huh? Are you sure it's not because you want to see Kushina? Minato's cheeks flushed red, and he let out a couple of embarrassed chuckles. Shinka found it amusing and gave Minato's shoulder a friendly pat. No need to be embarrassed. My sister is adorable. It's perfectly normal to like her. Go for it. You have my support. Shinku gave a thumbs up, leaving Minato scratching his head with uncertainty, unsure how to respond. Suddenly, the door burst open. Two figures, bound in golden chains, were unceremoniously tossed out of the room. Mito stepped out, her face stern as she looked at the two troublemakers, feeling a headache come on. Kushina was one thing. She'd always been a bundle of energy. But ever since the Nine Tails gained its freedom and shrank down in size, it seemed its mind had shrunk as well. Now, it spent all day bickering and causing chaos with Kushina. These past few days had driven Mito nearly to her wits' end. She felt her nerves fraying more and more. The moment Minato saw Mito emerge, he bowed deeply in respect. Ma'am. Mito turned toward Minato, and her face immediately softened. Oh, it's little Minato, here to play with Kushina again today. Minato shook his head, blushing and stammered. And no, not at all. Ma'am, I actually came to ask if you could guide me a bit in my training, if that's all right. A gentle, apologetic smile appeared on Mito's face. What a polite boy you are. But I'm afraid today I need to keep an eye on Kushina as she studies sealing techniques. That girl's been running wild these days. If I don't rein her in soon, she'll be completely out of control. Shingshu, why don't you help Grandma guide little Minato? With your abilities, I doubt it'll be any trouble for you. Shingshu nodded and agreed readily. Don't worry, Grandma. Leave this to me. Kushina really does need a little discipline. Adding fuel to the fire without showing it, Shingshu watched with a cheerful smile as Kushina was pinned down by Mito and given a few firm pats on her backside before being tossed into the pile of scrolls. Kushina shot Shingshu a resentful look, but Shingshu only responded with a gentle smile. Kushina instantly grew furious, glaring at him with clenched teeth. Mito reached out and gave her a light tap on the head. Take this seriously. Kushina let out a quiet, oh, looking aggrievedly at the mountain of scrolls before her. The Nine Tails let out a sly chuckle, sneaking out from under the table in a flash and disappearing without a trace. Shingshu gave Minato a few instructions, asking him to wait in the courtyard for a moment, then turned around and went inside to fetch a chakra test paper. According to the Book of Seals, Minato Namikaze possessed wind, fire, lightning, yin, and yang, 5 chakra natures. Yet throughout the entire Naruto series, Minato was only seen using space-time ninjutsu and wind release. Shingshu wanted to run a little test, to see if he could help Minato improve in other areas. Minato, you've already reached a point at the Ninja Academy where it's hard to make much more progress. If you want to get stronger quickly, you'll have to start learning some real ninjutsu. Minato nodded, but a shadow of worry crossed his face. Senpai, I know that, but... Shingshu handed him the chakra test paper. No worries. Since Grandma's entrusted you to me, you don't need to stress about ninjutsu anymore. This is a chakra test paper. Infuse your chakra into it, and you'll see your chakra nature. That way, I can teach you some basic ninjutsu that suits your affinity. Given your current chakra reserves, anything too advanced would be out of reach for now anyway. Minato hesitated for a moment, but seeing Shingshu's sincerity, he reached out and took the paper, channeling his chakra into it as instructed. As Minato's chakra flowed in, the paper instantly began to change. It split cleanly down the middle, one half fluttering to the ground while the piece in Minato's hand wrinkled and then suddenly burst into flames. Startled, Minato quickly dropped the burning paper and looked up in confusion at Shingshu. Senpai, what just happened? Shingshu stroked his chin and nodded thoughtfully. Just as I thought, your strongest affinity is wind, followed by lightning and fire. As for yin and yang nature, the test paper can't really detect those, so who knows if you have them. But the Flying Thunder God technique requires powerful mental focus to pinpoint coordinates, so Minato's yin nature must also be exceptionally strong. After some thought, Nawaki decided it would be best to first teach Minato some wind release jutsu. Given Minato's chakra reserves, winning with speed was truly the most suitable combat style for him. Since the Rasengan would one day bear Minato's name, Nawaki felt it only right to compensate by teaching him some wind release techniques. He'd pass the Rasengan on to Minato in the future. Just imagining it made him a little giddy with excitement. Pulling his thoughts back, Nawaki began explaining to Minato what the changes in the chakra paper signified. Minato, if the paper splits down the middle, it means you have an affinity for wind. If it wrinkles, that's lightning. If it burns, that's fire. But your affinity for wind is clearly much greater than for either lightning or fire. So, I suggest you start with wind release techniques. Minato suddenly understood. With his current circumstances, there was no way he could have come by this knowledge on his own. Hearing Nawaki's advice, he nodded eagerly, gratitude shining in his eyes. Yes, thank you, senpai. Nawaki waved his hand dismissively, signaling there was no need for thanks. Next, I'll teach you a basic wind release technique. Wind release, Gale Palm. Watch closely. Gale Palm is a C-rank jutsu. With it, you can blast your enemies away with a powerful gust. You can also throw shuriken or kunai first. With the Gale Palm's boost, their power increases exponentially. Dog, dragon, then bring both hands together. He gathered chakra within himself, extended his right hand, and thrust it forward. A fierce gust erupted from Nawaki's palm, and the courtyard was instantly swept up in a miniature storm. Scrolls scattered from the table with a rattling clatter, and Kushina let out a startled cry, covering her head with a scroll and ducking down. As the wind died down, Mito shot Nawaki a sharp look. You brat, what's with the show? Why use so much chakra just to teach little Minato a jutsu? Planning on tearing the house down? Nawaki chuckled awkwardly, but couldn't help feeling a bit proud when he turned and saw Minato's face filled with awe. Ahem, Minato, did you catch the hand signs? Minato nodded. There were only 2 seals, plus the familiar gesture for molding chakra. He had it memorized after a single glance. Good, now give it a try yourself. Minato nodded again, his expression turning serious. He stood firm, rapidly formed the seals, pressed his palms together, then thrust his right hand forward with force. Wind release, Gale Palm. A rush of air shot from Minato's palm, sweeping up a large cloud of dust from the ground. Nawaki looked on in admiration. No wonder Minato would become the legendary Yellow Flash on talent alone. Such learning ability was truly astonishing. Minato watched the dust swirling from his own wind release, his excitement shining unmistakably in his eyes. Senior, I did it. Shungshu nodded approvingly. Minato, your talent truly is remarkable. I heard from Kushina that your dream is to become the Hokage. Train diligently, and one day your dream will surely come true. Minato's eyes lit up. He was surprised that Kushina still remembered his dream. Delighted, he looked at Shungshu and asked, Senior, really? Do you think I could become the 4th Hokage? Shungshu shook his head. No, you'll become the 5th Hokage. Minato was puzzled. Why? Shungshu raised his thumb to himself and burst out laughing. Because the 4th Hokage will be me. Ha ha ha. Minato was momentarily stunned. Then a genuine smile spread across his face. In the 41st year of Konoha, a letter sent from the village, an invitation to the joint Chunin selection exam, appeared on the desks of leaders from every faction across the shinobi world. Amigakure, Hanzo of the Salamander, sat in his office, reading the letter in his hand. A faint smile appeared in his eyes as he put the letter away. Then in a blink he vanished from the office. Jiraiya, dressed as a hidden range shinobi, was standing by a training ground, watching 2 young boys sparring. Konan stood demurely by Jiraiya's side, her gaze full of concern as she watched the 2 in the arena. Inside the ring, Nagato swiftly dodged a kunai thrown by Yahiko, then spun and flung a shuriken back in return. Wind style, great breakthrough. A powerful gust whipped up, propelling the shuriken toward Yahiko at high speed. But Yahiko remained unruffled, forming hand seals with practiced ease. Water style, water formation wall. His cheeks bulged as water streamed from his mouth, instantly forming a glistening barrier in front of him. The shuriken struck the watery shield and was stopped cold, while the fierce wind sent ripples shuddering through the wall. Yahiko pressed his palm against the water barrier, steadying it. With a flurry of hand seals, he slapped the surface, and the wall exploded in a rush of water, sweeping up the embedded shuriken and surging toward Nagato. Water style, wild water wave. The churning torrent surged forward, engulfing Nagato completely, only for his body to vanish in a puff, replaced by a wooden log. Having unleashed 2 powerful jutsu in quick succession, Yahiko was clearly spent. When Nagato vanished so suddenly, Yahiko's heart skipped a beat. Before he could guess where Nagato had gone, a muffled thud echoed from underground. Earth style, headhunter jutsu. Nagato's hands shot up from below, grabbing Yahiko's ankles. Yahiko let out a startled yelp and was instantly dragged into the earth, leaving only his head poking out above the ground. "I surrender." Looking up at Nagato, who stood beside his head, Yahiko squeezed his eyes shut and exaggerated his surrender. Conan hurried over and, together with Nagato, pulled Yahiko out of the earth as if they were tugging up a stubborn radish. She gently dusted the dirt off Yahiko's clothes, worry written all over her face as she checked on him. "Brother Yahiko, are you all right?" Yahiko shook his head to show he was fine. He laughed heartily and reached out, giving Nagato a friendly pat on the shoulder. "Nagato, you're getting stronger and stronger. From now on, Conan and I will have to count on you to protect us." Nagato didn't argue. Ever since he learned about the formidable power hidden in his eyes, a sense of fear and caution toward the unknown made him reluctant to use their abilities. Yet even so, the Rinnegan granted him an affinity with all chakra elements, and combined with the natural vitality of the Uzumaki clan, Nagato's strength grew by leaps and bounds. Nagato nodded solemnly, looking earnestly at Yahiko and Conan. "Don't worry. I promise I'll protect both you and Conan." The three friends exchanged glances, then burst into laughter together. Jiraiya watched them with a look of deep satisfaction. After 4 years of teaching and learning, Nagato, Yahiko, and Conan had all grown remarkably fast. Nagato, in particular, had made astonishing progress since mastering chakra refinement. Blessed with all 5 elemental affinities, he possessed an extraordinary talent for ninjutsu. Over the years, Shizen had also visited Amagekure a few times, bringing news to Jiraiya about Nagato's possession of the Rinnegan. Jiraiya was thrilled when he learned the secret, unable to contain his amazement. No wonder it's called the legendary eyes. Sometimes he found himself wondering, could Nagato, with the Sage of Six Paths eyes, be the child of destiny he had been searching for? But whenever he asked Shizen about it, she would just shake her head and smile, giving nothing away. Jiraiya could only sigh and focus on teaching Nagato, hoping to gradually instill his ideals of peace into this potential child of destiny. Conan was just as impressive. Incredibly, once she gained chakra, she awakened the ability to manipulate paper at will. Whether this was a Kekkei Genkai or not, Jiraiya couldn't say. But seeing Conan transform herself into paper and even conjure explosive tags from thin air, it was clear this power was formidable indeed. As for Yahiko, his talent wasn't lacking, but his sole affinity for water put him at a disadvantage when facing more versatile opponents. Fortunately, the salamander gifted to him by Shizen helped to offset this weakness, giving Yahiko some reliable means to defend himself. But in the end, Jiraiya thought, these were all things for that rascal Shizen to worry about. As for himself, he was just a teacher in charge of their ninja training. A sour feeling lingered in Jiraiya's heart as he mused. "Jiraiya, a letter from Konoha. They're inviting Amagekure to participate in the joint Chunin exams." Hanzo the salamander, masked as always, appeared at Jiraiya's side and handed him the letter. Jiraiya took it, opened it, and after reading, a peculiar smile spread across his face. Watching the 3 boys in the field, their faces alight with laughter, Jiraiya waved them over. "Nagato, Yahiko, Conan, come here." "Jiraiya-sensei, is there something you need?" Conan jogged over and asked. Upon seeing Hanzo the salamander, she bowed respectfully. "Lord Hanzo." Hanzo nodded in acknowledgement. "Konoha has sent an invitation, hoping that the Hidden Rain Village will participate in the upcoming joint Chunin selection exams. Your teacher's suggestion is that I lead the team and take the young generation of our village to Konoha. What do you 3 think?" Conan's face lit up when she heard the invitation was from teacher Nawaki, but then she glanced at Nagato, remembering his feelings toward Konoha. Nagato's long red hair fell over his face. Through the strands, he caught the hesitation on Conan's face and gave a small, reassuring nod. Yahiko clapped Nagato on the shoulder and, throwing an arm around his neck, joined Conan's side. "Lord Hanzo, please take us along. It's been a while since we last saw Sensei. This is the perfect chance to visit Konoha and see if those so-called genius shinobi our teacher always talks about are really as exceptional as he says. Jiraiya-sensei, will you come with us?" Jiraiya shook his head. "Your teacher said he's found another student for me. I should go back ahead of time and meet them. I'm afraid I'll need to return to Konoha first. Besides, I've taught you 3 for 4 years now. Each of you has grown tremendously. It's about time for me to move on." Land of Earth, Hidden Stone Village. Inoki the 2 scales floated in front of his desk, studying the documents in his hands with care. Despite his short stature, he possessed a formidable power. Apart from a late second Tsuchikage Mu, Inoki was the only shinobi in the world to master the rare Kekkei Toda, Dust Release. A joint Chunin selection? Inoki hesitated for a moment. 30 years ago, he had accompanied the second Tsuchikage Mu to Konoha, only to be utterly defeated by Madara Uchiha. That crushing defeat left a deep scar in the heart of the young Inoki. He had always carried a sense of frustration because of it, but back then, Konoha's strength had forced him to swallow his pride and return to a Wagakure alongside his teacher. Now, however, most of Konoha's old guard had passed away, and the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was just a few years his junior. Inoki no longer felt any fear of Konoha. The thought filled him with renewed confidence. It wouldn't hurt to take a look and maybe get a sense of Konoha's current strength. Go and fetch Hikaru, Oishi, and Majirai, those young ones. This time, I'll lead the team to Konoha myself. Land of Lightning, Hidden Cloud Village. As soon as the Reikage, heard that Konoha was going to host the joint Chunin selection exams, he immediately wanted to take his entourage and join in the excitement. However, his secretary managed to talk him out of it. Reikage-sama, please don't be so impulsive. We've just completed the transfer of the 8 tails. The iron armor sealing technique isn't nearly as secure as the Uzumaki clan's sealing jutsu. We might not be able to keep the 8 tails under control. If you leave for Konoha now and something goes wrong, our village could be in serious trouble. Hearing this, the Reikage realized her concerns were valid. Frustrated, he slapped the table. Then what do you suggest? The great lords of every nation have been invited to witness this selection. Are we just supposed to sit back and watch the other villages show off their strength and steal our mission commissions? The secretary, a poised and elegant woman, adjusted her glasses with confidence. It said that after the Uzumaki clan was wiped out, all their records on sealing techniques ended up in Konoha's possession. Reikage-sama, we can send Jonin Tudai to lead a team to participate in this selection. Let's use this opportunity to visit Konoha, see if we can obtain some stronger sealing techniques, and strengthen the seal on the 8 tails. This would also boost the strength of our hidden cloud village. The third Reikage nodded in agreement. Good. I'll leave this matter to you. If you can't find sealing techniques, capturing someone who knows how to use them will do. Yes, sir. At the same time, in Tsunade, the third Kazekage was deep in discussion with the elders Chiyo and Ebizo. In the end, they decided that Elder Ebizo would lead the team of young Suna shinobi to Konoha to participate in the selection exams. Among the group were 2 of their most outstanding Kekkei Jinkai users, Raza, the magnet release ninja, and Pakura, famed for her scorch release. Along with them was Kurura, a particularly talented student from the Ninja Academy. For a time, all across the ninja world, except for the remote, overseas Kirigakure, which was busy preparing its own selection for the 7 swordsmen, villages large and small were abuzz with the news, making their way to Konoha. Meanwhile, in Orochimaru's secret base, the very architects of this joint Chunin exam were gathered together, discussing their next moves. It had been 4 years since the end of the war. The new generation of young ninja in the villages had gradually started to mature, but they lacked real combat experience. What they needed most was a true trial by fire. Using this as his justification, Orochimaru proposed the idea of a joint Chunin exam to the third Hokage. On one hand, it was a chance to showcase Konoha's strength. On the other, it would test and train the new generation, giving them valuable experience. With the backing of Tsunade, head of Konoha's medical corps, Orochimaru, the leader of the ANBU's special unit, and the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, the proposal quickly won the approval of Konoha's upper echelons. Now, with the true mastermind seated before him, Orochimaru finally voiced the question that had been weighing on his mind. Shungshu, what made you suddenly think about the joint Chunin exams? You, Mikoto, and Hizashi, you're all already Chunins. What do you stand to gain from this? At 16, Shungshu had truly grown into the figure of an adult. The traces of youth on his face had faded, and he now stood taller than most of his peers. Shungshu's gaze swept across everyone present. Orochimaru, Tsunade, Uchiha Fugaku, and Hizashi, all of them looked at Shungshu with curiosity in their eyes. Sensei, for this Chunin exam, I plan to have Jiraiya return early from the Land of Rain. Partly because I want to see the 3 of you together again, but more importantly, I want to use Nagato's eyes to lure out that old fox, Danzo. That's why I need someone to keep Hiruzen Sarutobi occupied. Neither you, Sensei, nor my sister would be suitable. Bringing Jiraiya back is to make sure that Hiruzen doesn't step in at a crucial moment to save Danzo. Everyone present already knew that Nagato's eyes were the Rinnegan, but hearing Shungshu's bold plan now, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. In Root's underground base, Danzo watched Brahu at work on the laboratory table, his face dark and brooding. One bizarre animal organ after another was carelessly grafted onto the body of a person lying on the table. The test subject opened their mouth in agony, wanting to scream, but their vocal cords had long since been severed by a sharp chakra. Scalpel. Their mouth, filled with fangs, opened and closed in mute anguish, while a forked tongue flicked in and out relentlessly. Even someone as cold-blooded as Danzo couldn't help but feel a chill crawl down his spine at the sight. He cast a look of disgust at the cages around them, filled with all kinds of snakes, insects, and some ninja beasts with unusual abilities. Danzo's voice was low and stern as he spoke. "Baru, I didn't save you from Orochimaru's pursuit just so you could waste time tinkering with this trash. I've already fulfilled my end of the bargain and convinced Hiruzen to approve Orochimaru's proposal for a joint Chunin exam. And you? How is your research on the wood release cells coming along?" Baru, who paused his work, turned to Danzo, and a twisted smile appeared on his bandaged face. When he opened his mouth, it revealed a jaw full of sharp, predatory teeth, nothing human at all. "Lord Danzo, my Gue Yaluo technique is at a critical juncture. As long as one of the ninjas sent by the great villages has the Kekkei Genkai I need, I'm sure my theory will succeed. And then, not just the wood release. Lord Danzo, we could become immortal, indestructible beings. It's not just a dream." Danzo gave a cold snort, cutting off Baruhu's wild ambitions. "Oomph. Just based on your speculation, you want to mobilize so much of Root's resources. Too many people have gone missing from the Leaf lately. Hiruzen has started to take notice. You'd better restrain yourself." Baruho shot back an utterly indifferent look. "Lord Danzo, we're partners now. Don't try to shackle me with your Root rules. Those ants should feel honored to offer their lives for our strength. Unless, Lord Danzo, have you grown soft-hearted and started to cherish the lives of ordinary people? How amusing. As for the experiment with wood release cells, let's talk about it when you deliver a Sharingan from the Uchiha for me." A cold glint flashed in Danzo's lone eye, and he wished he could crush this man, one even more unruly than Orochimaru, right then and there. Once nothing more than a rogue ninja, fleeing like a stray dog, Baruho had steadily turned the tables after learning of Danzo's obsession with wood release, relying on his extensive experience in human experimentation to take control of the partnership. "After this Chunin exam, if your demon bud technique fails, you'd better devote yourself to wood release experiments for me. Otherwise, oomph." Danzo let out a cold snort, hurled this threat over his shoulder, and turned to leave. Baruho watched Danzo's silhouette disappear, the corners of his mouth twisting into an exaggerated grin, his sharp fangs gleaming menacingly beneath the lights. "Orochimaru, Tsunade Jiraiya, just wait. When my demon bud technique is perfected, the entire ninja world will kneel before me." A cold, murderous glint flickered in Baruho's eyes. "Danzo, one day, you'll know exactly what it cost to cross me, Baruho." Gazing at the two holes in his palm, the mark of his dark release, Baruho let out a low, rumbling laugh. No one knew that his demon bud technique had already succeeded in fusing two rare Kekkei Genkai, dark release and steel release. He was no longer the man he once was. If, during this joint Chunin exam, he could uncover a few more suitable bloodlines. The deep, maniacal laughter echoed through the laboratory, sending every beast and venomous insect cowering in their cages. The fierce creatures, so fearsome in the wild, now trembled violently, curling up in the corners, desperate to avoid catching the attention of this madman. A small snake slithered up Orochimaru's shoulder, hissing softly into his ear. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. He reached across the table, picked up a piece of dried meat, and popped it into the little snake's mouth, a reward for delivering its message. The snake swallowed the treat, nuzzled affectionately against Orochimaru's cheek, then slid down his body and vanished back into the shadows. "The messenger snake just told me. Jiraiya has returned." Orochimaru's eyes twinkled with amusement as he addressed the group, clearly pleased with the news. Tsunade, however, showed little outward reaction, yet the slight flicker in her gaze betrayed that, deep down, she was far less calm than she appeared. Shizen stood up and glanced around at everyone. "All right, that's enough for today. Let's go meet up with Jiraiya. I've been meaning to introduce Minato to him as a potential pupil." A smile appeared on Orochimaru's face, and he nodded in agreement. "Yes, Minato's a remarkable kid. After helping you train your students for 4 years, introducing Minato to him can be seen as a way to make up for his loss." Minato paid his bill, bid farewell to the young ramen shop owner, and stepped out of Ichiraka Ramen. 2 years ago, Minato graduated from the Ninja Academy and became a proud genin of the Hidden Leaf Village. Though he had no idea why the higher-ups hadn't assigned him sensei or teammates, Minato still pushed himself, training daily and picking up odd D-rank missions like searching for lost cats and walking dogs. Who could guess how so many pets managed to go missing in the Leaf Village every single day? The missions paid little and were tedious, but Minato didn't mind at all. At last, he had become a ninja, one who could contribute to Konoha. After 2 years of steady missions, he'd managed to save up some money. The ninja tools he used for training no longer had to be kept even after their blades dulled. He even had enough left over to occasionally treat himself, like today, improving his meals with a bowl of Ichiraku's ramen. Having finished today's assignment ahead of schedule, Minato turned in the task, collected his reward, and enjoyed lunch at Ichiraku. With nothing but training planned for the afternoon, Minato thought he might as well pay another visit to the Senju compound. He and Senior Shizun had agreed to meet someone there in the coming days. According to Shizun, that person was none other than Lord Jiraiya, renowned alongside Lady Tsunade and Lord Orochimaru as one of the legendary Sanin. Minato couldn't help but feel excited at the prospect of meeting the last of the legendary trio. So, whenever he finished his missions early, he made a special trip to the Senju compound in the afternoons. Today marked his 3rd visit. After slipping through the alley behind Ichiraku, Minato emerged onto Konoha's hot spring street. He immediately noticed someone perched in a large tree outside the Antler Hot Springs. Minato approached quietly. There, nestled in the leafy branches, was a white-haired man, one hand gripping a branch, the other holding binoculars, peering intently into the bathhouse and chuckling to himself in a decidedly mischievous way. Minato immediately realized what was going on. So this was a peeping Tom, in broad daylight. Witnessing such an act unfold right before his eyes, a surge of righteous indignation welled up within him. However, mindful of the reputation of the guests in the hot spring, Minato decided not to make a scene. He resolved to deal with the matter quietly. Since this voyeur could stand atop a tree, he was most likely a ninja, or at the very least, an exceptionally agile individual. With that thought, Minato swiftly formed a hand seal for a wind release technique. Compressed wind chakra took the shape of a blade, which he aimed at the tree branch beneath the man's feet. Wind release, wind cutter. As his hands shifted into another seal, a fierce gale surged forth, following the wind cutter technique toward the man. Wind release, gale palm. Before the 2 jutsu could fully take effect, Minato quickly grabbed a kunai from his ninja pouch and dashed toward a spot where he estimated the man would land if he fell. There was a sharp crack as the wind blade struck the branch. The man lost his footing and let out a startled cry, his body plummeting from the tree. The raging wind from the gale palm caught him midair, sending him tumbling helplessly, howling as he was swept toward the nearby Konoha River. Minato's heart skipped a beat. He had assumed the person lurking in the tree was a ninja, but the man seemed to have no resistance whatsoever against even low-level wind release techniques. Just an ordinary person, after all. This is bad. Without a second thought for anything else, Minato channeled wind chakra to his feet, sprinting toward the man who was about to plunge into the river. He arrived just in time beneath the falling figure, leapt up, and grabbed the man by the collar, yanking him out of the air. The white-haired man's body slammed heavily into the ground, and with a dull thud, he transformed into a wooden log. Minato froze, barely able to believe his eyes. So, he really is a ninja? And that was an incredibly fast body replacement technique. Suddenly, a large hand clamped down on Minato's shoulder from behind. He jumped in alarm, a cold sweat breaking out across his forehead. Without time to think, Minato instinctively ducked low, twisting free from the grip. His kunai, now sheathed in wind chakra, slashed backward in one seamless motion. Not bad, kid. Sharp reflexes. The man stepped back, dodging Minato's attack, a look of amused interest on his face. Minato regarded the man warily. A head of white hair, 2 streaks of paint across his face. Which village are you from? Where's your forehead protector? Why are you in Konoha? Minato fixed the man with a steely gaze, firing off questions as he lowered his stance, muscles tensed, chakra at the ready. The man seemed to consider Minato's tense expression, his eyes flickering with calculation. Suddenly, his face grew cold, twisting into a menacing scowl. Oomph. I didn't expect that. Just coming to Konoha to gather some intel. I'd end up discovered by a brat like you. Looks like I can't let you walk out of here alive today. When Minato heard the man reveal his purpose, his heart tightened. So he's a ninja from an enemy nation. There's nothing more to say. Since you're a spy from an enemy village, I'll capture you first and hand you over to Konoha's security force. His fingers danced through a rapid sequence of hand signs, and 2 shadow clones appeared at Minato's sides. The 3 figures hurled shuriken at the man, while Minato's true self quickly formed another set of hand signs. Wind style, gale burst. A fierce wind swept up from the ground, whipping dust into the air and filling the surroundings with swirling debris, obscuring the man's vision. Yet the man remained calm, eyes narrowed, and skillfully deflected each shuriken that came his way. Seeing his shuriken knocked aside, Minato did not lose heart. Seizing the moment before the dust settled, his two shadow clones charged from the left and right toward the man. Minato flung a kunai, then dashed forward himself, joining his clones in a coordinated pincer attack, surrounding the man in the middle. The man's skills were formidable. He caught one of the incoming clones, spun on the spot, and hurled it at the other advancing Minato. A pair of explosive bursts echoed, and both shadow clones collided and vanished in a puff of smoke. The man staggered slightly, dodging another kunai, thrown by Minato, then reached out to grab the real Minato as he closed in. Minato's expression remained steady, determination clear in his eyes. Suddenly, he dropped low, bracing one hand against the ground. Chakra surged into his legs as he launched a powerful upward kick aimed at the man's chin. The man reacted smoothly, lowering his hand to catch Minato's ankle mid-kick. With a forceful heave, he lifted Minato's entire body and slammed him hard into the ground. The sound of two more explosive impacts rang out as the Minato, in his grasp, dissolved into smoke. Almost at the same instant, the kunai the man had dodged earlier erupted in a cloud of smoke, transforming into Minato himself. A brilliant blue sphere of chakra blossomed in Minato's palm. With a technique he had only recently mastered, he drove the Rasengan into the man's back with lightning speed. Rasengan! The man let out a painful cry and vanished in another burst of smoke. Minato's eyes narrowed sharply as he instinctively leapt backward. A shadow clone? When did he? A crisp series of claps echoed through the clearing. The man emerged from behind the tree where he'd been concealed, applauding softly and regarding Minato with an expression of genuine appreciation. So, you're Minato Namikaze? Just as Shikaku said, a rare genius indeed. Minato froze for a moment. From the man's words, could it be that he actually knew Senior Shikaku? The man swept his white hair back with his hand, then gave himself a thumbs up, announcing with great flair, I am Jiraiya, the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboka. Kid, surely you've heard my name before? Minato stood there utterly dumbfounded. This legendary Sanin, Master Jiraiya, was actually a notorious peeping Tom. Their skirmish, which felt more like a test than a real fight, ended in a rush. With Minato still questioning everything he knew, Jiraiya dragged him off, and together, they headed for the Senju clan's compound. Crossing Konoha River, they passed in front of a ninja tool shop called Mantendo. Not far ahead was the very spot where, once upon a time, Nawaki and Orochimaru had shared some desserts. It was rather amusing. Ever since Orochimaru became the captain of an Umbu squad, he'd moved his secret base right near this sweet chestnut dessert shop famous for its pudding. He claimed this was for the sake of easier intelligence exchange with others. Of course, Nawaki wouldn't expose Orochimaru's true nature, possibly that of a zealous dessert lover. On the contrary, he expressed strong support and approval for his teacher's new arrangement. Orochimaru was quite pleased, and the bond between master and student only grew stronger. News of the upcoming Chunin selection exam had already spread among Konoha's genin, turning Mantendo's ninja tools business into a booming trade. Every day, genin flocked in to buy training gear and ninja tools, keeping the shop owner beaming with joy. Through the bustle of genin hurrying to buy their supplies, Nawaki easily spotted Jiraiya and Minato making their way down from Konoha Bridge. There was no mistaking the pair. One, a tall man with a wild mane of white hair and an untamed air. The other, a sunny, handsome boy with golden hair and a gentle demeanor. The sight of them walking side by side instantly brought a vivid memory to life in Nawaki's mind. After a moment of nostalgia, Nawaki waved, calling out to the two approaching figures. Big brother Jiraiya. Minato. Jiraiya, in the midst of regaling Minato with stories of his research adventures, recognized the familiar voice and looked up, breaking into a wide grin. He strode through the crowd and, reaching Nawaki and his friends, slung an arm around Nawaki's shoulders. When he tried to ruffle Nawaki's hair as he used to, he realized the boy was now as tall as he was, so he settled for a gentle thump on Nawaki's chest instead. Jiraiya nodded at Fugaku and Hizashi as a greeting, then turned his attention to Orochimaru and Tsunade. Long time no see. Orochimaru, Tsunade. Orochimaru's lips curled into a subtle smile, and he nodded slightly. Jiraiya, it's been a while. A faint, barely noticeable smile flickered in Tsunade's eyes, though she merely snorted and said, Oomph, coward. Hiding out in the land of rain for 4 years before showing your face again. Might as well have stayed lost forever. Jiraiya let go of Nawaki and scratched his head. Huh, Tsunade, see? I'm back, aren't I? Oomph. Still can't act serious, as always. Tsunade glanced at him sidelong, but a faint smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Welcome back, Jiraiya. Jiraiya's hand froze mid-scratch, Tsunade's words shining through him like a beam of sunlight, warming his heart in an instant. Nawaki, watching Jiraiya standing there dumbfounded, felt a bit embarrassed and couldn't help but cough to break the silence. Ahem. Big brother Jiraiya, I'm just glad you're back. I was planning to introduce you to Minato after we got to the Senju compound, but it turns out you two have already met. So what do you think? Are you satisfied with Minato? A satisfied smile blossomed on Jiraiya's face. Yeah, Minato's talent is truly impressive. Nawaki, I'm glad you haven't forgotten your big brother Jiraiya. After all, I'll take him as my student. From today on, Minato will be my successor. In this world of shinobi, there's a world of difference between a student and a successor. A teacher can guide many students. There's affection, of course, but students mostly just learn some ninjutsu and knowledge without forming a deep bond. But a successor is different. A teacher will pass down everything they know to their successor. Their skills, their philosophies, even their way of a ninja. It's the difference between a casual mentor and a true master. A relationship as close as parent and child. Orochimaru and Tsunade were a bit surprised by Jiraiya's decisiveness, but with Minato's character and talent, they felt he was worthy of such a choice. Orochimaru glanced at Nawaki, then turned to Jiraiya with a sly smile. Congratulations, Jiraiya. Jiraiya grinned back at Orochimaru, a burst of hearty laughter escaping him. Nawaki, noticing Minato's troubled expression, stepped forward and gave him a gentle push. Minato, what's with that face? Becoming a disciple of one of the legendary Sanin, are you not happy about that? Minato snuck a glance at Jiraiya, who was still laughing, then leaned in to whisper by Nawaki's ear. Nawaki-senpai, when I first met Lord Jiraiya, he was peeking outside the women's bath. It's an honor to become a student of the Sanin, but Lord Jiraiya's hobbies. Everyone present was a formidable figure among their peers, and Minato's supposed whisper sounded as clear as if he'd shouted it. Jiraiya's laughter cut off abruptly, his body freezing in place as if he'd turned to stone. Tsunade's fist clenched tight, her eyes blazing with fury. She strode up and socked Jiraiya right in the eye. Jiraiya, you scoundrel, still up to your old tricks. You just get back to Konoha, and the first thing you do is spy on women in the bath? Let's see if I don't pound you flat. Jiraiya clapped a hand over his eyes and leapt behind Minato and Nawaki, stammering an explanation in a panic. Tsunade, let me explain. It's not what you think. I was only hiding there to test Minato, I swear. If I really meant to peek, how could I possibly let Minato catch me? Tsunade paused at Jiraiya's words. For a moment, it almost sounded reasonable. But then, another thought struck her, and her expression darkened again. There's so many places in Konoha you could have hidden, so why did you just happen to choose outside the women's bath? Jiraiya froze, suddenly at a loss for a convincing answer. He hadn't really thought that one through. Tsunade instantly realized Jiraiya was just making excuses. Her anger boiled over, and, gritting her teeth, she punched Nawaki, who had been standing between her and Jiraiya, sending him flying. So you really were lying to me. I'll beat you to a pulp today, just you wait. Minato rushed to the spot where Nawaki had landed, helping him up from the ground. Nawaki wore the look of a man who'd lost all hope, his strength utterly useless in the face of his sister's wrath. Nawaki-senpai, are you all right? Nawaki shook his head, clearly not in the mood to talk. Minato scratched his head, staring in confusion at Tsunade, who was now chasing after Jiraiya, fists flying. Nawaki-senpai, I agree that Master Jiraiya peeking at the women's bath is probably wrong, but isn't that just a personal hobby? Why is Tsunade-senpai so furious? She wasn't even inside at the time. Nawaki turned, fixing Minato with an intense glare. Minato, keep talking. If you've got something to say it now. Who knows if you'll get another chance? Minato blanched, staring back at Nawaki in bewilderment. All at once, Tsunade, who was still chasing Jiraiya, froze in her tracks. A flush spread from her forehead all the way down her neck. She turned her murderous gaze on Minato. Minato shrank behind Nawaki, swallowing hard and trying to make himself as small as possible. Nawaki felt his sister's eyes burning into him. He gave her an awkward grin. Hey sis. Hey Hith. Look, there are so many people out on the street today. Why don't we just let this go, all right? With an excuse handed to her, Tsunade finally relented, lowering her fist. Her gaze flickered uncertainly over Jiraiya before she snorted and turned away. Oomph. What a waste of time. Nawaki, patch that idiot up for me. I'm heading back. Jiraiya struggled to his feet, staggered over to Nawaki, and asked for some healing. He gave Minato, who was hiding behind Nawaki, a big thumbs up. Minato, you really are worthy of being my apprentice. Minato scratched his head again, secretly wanting to say he hadn't even agreed to be a student yet. Jiraiya stretched, then flashed Nawaki an appreciative grin. Nawaki, you're really something. I feel like your yang release healing skills are even stronger than your sister's now. Nawaki waved his hand dismissively, as if to say, that's just basic stuff. Jiraiya, why don't you come to my place? We can also hold a proper apprenticeship ceremony for Minato. After all, he's your very first true disciple. It shouldn't be done carelessly. Jiraiya hesitated for a moment and glanced over at Orochimaru. I think I'll go and see Lord Hiruzen first. As for taking on a student, I should let him know about it. After all, Orochimaru merely nodded, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Then we'll wait for you at the Senju compound. With that, they turned and left. After witnessing the whole spectacle, Fugaku and Hayashi were also preparing to take their leave, but Nawaki stepped forward and grabbed Uchiha, Fugaku by the arm. Fugaku-senpai, is the police force's workload really that heavy? I haven't seen Mikoto in days. Fugaku looked at Nawaki, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. Nawaki, I have to say, you're truly outstanding. Mikoto works hard every day just to keep up with you. I hope you won't let her down. Fugaku patted Nawaki on the shoulder and walked away. Nawaki stood there in a daze, his hand resting gently on his chest. He could feel a warm sensation there, almost as if it was burning. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi was listening to the current captain, Tsukumo Hatake, as he reported on his work. Lord Hokage, for the joint Chunin selection exam, I believe the first security zone by the east gate of Konoha would be the most suitable location. It's far enough from the village's most critical areas to prevent anyone with ill intentions from spying on Konoha's secrets. Plus, the first security zone is close to the Hot Springs district, which will encourage the nobles to visit and spend money. This could significantly boost the village's tax revenues this year. Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, a look of approval spreading across his face. Well done, Tsukumo. You really do think things through. I was actually considering holding the exams in those old training grounds that hardly anyone uses, but now that I think about it, that'd be inappropriate. It's clear I'm getting old. I just can't keep up with your generation anymore. Tsukumo bowed his head slightly, replying humbly, You flatter me, Lord Hokage. I'm only making suggestions. The final decision still rests with you. Hiruzen was quite pleased with Tsukumo's attitude and nodded. Very well, no need to change anything. Let's do it your way. This joint Chunin exam will attract not only the nobles as spectators. The daimyos from various countries have also sent word, expressing their intent to attend. So we must make sure the village's security and the protection of the visiting dignitaries are flawless. There can't be any mistakes. Tsukumo nodded. Yes, sir. I plan to have the Hyuga clan take charge of the outer perimeter surveillance and reconnaissance. There be a Kugin can help identify any suspicious individuals who might have slipped into the village. As for inside the village and the examination grounds, I'd like to assign some members from the Uchiha police force to cooperate with the Umbu, ensuring the safety of both the villagers and the daimyo. Hiruzen Sarutobi fell silent for a moment, tapping his pipe and gently shaking his head. The security within the village is of utmost importance. The police force is entrusted with patrolling and maintaining order, a responsibility too great to be easily reassigned. As for the safety at the event venue, leave that entirely to the Umbu. If you're shorthanded, I'll have some of Danzo's men transferred to assist. That's settled then. Tsukumo, I trust in your abilities. I know you won't let me down. Go ahead and make the arrangements. With that, Hiruzen Sarutobi lowered his head and returned to what seemed like his never-ending stack of paperwork. From the Hokage's words, Tsukumo Hatake could sense his distrust of the Uchiha clan. Tsukumo's gaze flickered briefly, but he knew it wasn't his place to comment. After all, he was only an Umbu captain. The Hokage's decisions were not his to question. Yes, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen glanced up for his papers and offered Tsukumo a kindly smile. Go on then. Tsukumo opened the office door and stepped out. Just then, a tall, white-haired figure appeared before him. It was Jiraiya, who had brought Minato along. Jiraiya? What did you get back? Seeing Tsukumo, Jiraiya broke into a cheerful grin. Tsukumo-senpai, I just got back. I want to talk to Sensei about a few things. Orochimaru mentioned you're now the Umbu captain in the village. Must be keeping you busy, huh? Tsukumo nodded. That's right. There's never a shortage of things to handle in the Umbu. I just finished reporting to Lord Hokage about this week's work and was about to head back to make arrangements. His gaze shifted to Minato, who was standing quietly beside Jiraiya. Tsukumo casually asked, Jiraiya, who's this genin with you? If it's nothing urgent, it's best not to disturb the Hokage's work. Sensing Minato's discomfort, Jiraiya patted him reassuringly on the back and replied to Tsukumo. He's my new student. I wanted to introduce him to Sensei. Shouldn't be a problem, right? Tsukumo nodded. If he's your student, then it's fine. All right, you two go ahead. I've got Umbu matters to attend to. so I'll take my leave. When you have time, let's get Orochimaru and Tsunade together and catch up. Jiraiya agreed, waving goodbye to Tsukumo as they parted ways. Minato, don't mind Senior Tsukumo's attitude. It's simply his duty as a member of the Umbu. The more you get to know him, the more you'll realize that Senior Tsukumo is actually a very gentle person. Minato nodded. Yes, understood. Good, come in with me. Without bothering to knock, Jiraiya pushed open the door and strode in. Hiruzen Sarutobi, thinking it was Tsukumo Hatake returning, didn't even look up as he spoke. Tsukumo, is there something else? Jiraiya looked at the white hair, beginning to show atop Hiruzen Sarutobi's head. A trace of emotion flickered in his eyes as he softly called out. Sensei Sarutobi, I'm back. Hiruzen Sarutobi lifted his head, surprise and delight lighting up his face as he stood from his seat and looked at the unexpected Jiraiya. Jiraiya, you rascal, you finally decided to come back? There was a slight tremor in Jiraiya's eyes as he gazed at his somewhat weary-looking teacher. He nodded gently. Yes, sorry to have worried you, Sensei. Hiruzen Sarutobi came around the desk, raising his hand to pat Jiraiya's shoulder, which was now a bit higher than his own, as he spoke with feeling. It's good you're back. That's all that matters. Now that you're here, I can finally be at ease. Why not stay in Konoha from now on? I need you here, Jiraiya. Jiraiya's lips trembled slightly, but in the end, he couldn't bring himself to say the word of acceptance that hovered on the tip of his tongue. Sensei, you know what I'm like. I was born a wanderer. I just can't stay in one place for too long. A hint of disappointment touched Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes, but he managed to smile. That's all right. Just come back and visit when you miss your old teacher. I just worry that you'll be away so long. One day you'll come back, and this old man will be gone. Jiraiya felt a sting in his nose, fighting back the ache in his chest. He tilted his head back and forced a laugh. Haha, Sensei Sarutobi, I've just returned to Konoha and already found a promising young talent. I'm planning to take him as my disciple. Minato, come here. Minato stepped up beside Jiraiya, bowing respectfully to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Lord Hokage, my name is Minato Namikaze. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the blonde youth he'd been keeping an eye on for some time, surprised to learn Minato would now be Jiraiya's student, his own student. Recalling Minato's impressive performance reported from the Umbu, Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, a sudden idea springing to mind. Since Orochimaru and Tsunade had grown increasingly distant, and Jiraiya had no wish to become Hokage, perhaps a bold thought took root in Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart, sprouting like wild grass. As Konoha began its intense preparations for the joint Chunin exams, the villagers soon noticed that their usually peaceful village had grown lively and bustling. The major ninja villages were still on their way to Konoha for the Chunin selection exams, but some ninja from smaller villages and merchants had already caught wind of the event and arrived in Konoha ahead of time. Take the Hot Spring Street near Konoha's East Gate as an example. Merchants from various countries brought goods rarely seen in Konoha, setting up their stalls along the street and occupying much of the roadway on both sides. The street, once fairly spacious, suddenly felt crowded and bustling. In response, the Konoha police force set up a temporary marketplace just for these merchants, relocating the stalls from the cramped street to the new area. This move earned high praise from both merchants and visitors, who said that the Uchiha clan, in charge of the police force, was not only powerful, but also remarkably thoughtful. Of course, some of Konoha's higher-ups didn't quite see it that way. After many days, Nagashi finally saw Uchiha Mikoto, who seemed hopelessly absorbed in her training day in and day out. As the saying goes, a day apart feels like 3 years. Though Nagashi and Mikoto hadn't shared the kind of intimacy that married couples might, they had tried nearly everything lovers could do. Holding hands, sharing an embrace, gentle kiss, those sorts of things. For Nagashi, a shy young man who had been single for 2 lifetimes, having a girlfriend was a dream come true. When the two finally ran into each other on the hot spring street after more than half a month apart, they couldn't help but indulge in a bit of affectionate banter. After exchanging heartfelt words about how much they missed each other, they decided to stroll hand in hand through the merchant's temporary market, a little break for Mikoto from her long, monotonous training. One tall and handsome, the other calm and graceful. The sight of them walking together drew many envious and admiring glances from young men and women alike. Nagashi paid no mind to any of it, happily leading Mikoto by the hand as they browsed every stall that caught their attention. He was just feeding Mikoto a skewer of grilled tuna, brought by a merchant all the way from the Land of Wind, when he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. Orochimaru sensei. Orochimaru, who was chatting amiably with a bespectacled middle-aged merchant, turned at the sound of his name and nodded warmly to Nagashi and Mikoto. Nagashi, Mikoto, are you two here to join the festivities as well? Nagashi came over with his tuna skewers and offered one up. It's not easy to get Mikoto out for a date, so we wanted to enjoy the market together. Sensei, have a grilled tuna skewer. They're really good. Orochimaru politely shook his head. No, thank you. I still prefer something sweet. Before he could finish, Nagashi reached into his bag, pulled out a box of cake, and pressed it into Orochimaru's hands, cutting him off mid-sentence. Knowing that you have a sweet tooth, I specially bought some cakes made with Wind Country honey. Just about to bring them back for you. Sensei, did you run into someone you know? Who is this? Orochimaru looked at the honey cakes in his hand. Their enticing sweetness seemed to reach into his heart, and a wave of comfort swept through his whole body. He carefully put the cakes away, then smiled as he introduced the merchant, who had been staring at the Uchiha clan crest on Mikoto's clothes ever since she appeared, to Nawaki. Nawaki, Mikoto, this is an old friend of mine, Mr. Onoya Joan, the president of Ketsu Real Estate. He's a famous and influential businessman. I never expected that even the Chunin exams in Konoha would draw him over this time. Joan, these are my students, Nawaki and Uchiha Mikoto. The man named Onoya Joan shifted his gaze from Mikoto, adjusted the round glasses perched on his nose, and gave the two students a kindly, smiling look. So these are Orochimaru-sama's esteemed students. No wonder they have such presence. When Nawaki heard the name Onoya Joan, his brow arched in realization. Now he understood why this man had been eyeing Mikoto so intently just moments ago. Onoya Joan hailed from the Chinoi clan, residents of the Land of Lightning. Nawaki and Mikoto greeted Onoya Joan and instantly recalled the intelligence they had about the Chinoi clan. It was said that before the era of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, one of the former wives of the daimyo of the Land of Lightning came from the Chinoi clan. Later, after the daimyo's sudden and mysterious death, the primary wife accused the Chinoi clan of killing the daimyo with forbidden arts, and so the entire clan was exiled to Hell Valley, branded as traitors. At that time, it was the Uchiha clan, acting on the orders of the Land of Lightning, who guarded Hell Valley. Given how the Uchiha were in those warring times, it was only natural that they gave the Chinoi clan no kindness. The feud between the two clans began then. No wonder Onoya Joan had been staring so intently at Mikoto's crest. But, as far as Nawaki remembered, Onoya Joan should have a daughter named Chino, yet she was nowhere to be seen. Chino made her first appearance in the novel Sasuke Shinden. Her mastery over blood manipulation, the ability to turn people into living bombs, and the powerful jinjutsu of the Ketsuryugen. All of these made her a force to be reckoned with. As Nawaki was pondering this, a little girl came out from the tent behind Onoya Joan, struggling to carry a big box. Joan-sama, where should I put these goods? Unmoved, Onoya Joan glanced at the girl and casually pointed to an empty spot on the stall. Just set them here. Onoya Joan's indifferent attitude took Nawaki by surprise. Could this little girl not be his daughter Chino, after all? The little girl set the enormous trunk down on the ground and began taking out the goods one by one, carefully arranging them on the stall. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she looked up at Uya Joan and flashed him an adorable smile. Master Joan, everything's ready. Is there anything else you need Chino to do? Hearing the way the girl referred to herself, Nawaki's thoughts shifted, and he recalled all that Uya Joan had done to protect Chino. Of course, in the story, Uya Joan had taken drastic action to prevent his daughter Chino from falling into the same hatred for the Uchiha clan as the rest of their people. He had single-handedly wiped out the entire Chinoi clan. Then, with young Chino in tow, he lived a life in hiding under the guise of a merchant. To protect her, aside from subjecting Chino to intense shinobi training, Uya Joan never revealed to her that he was her father, nor did he speak of the blood feud between the Chinoi and Uchiha clans. It wasn't until a ninja named Kazukakuro, who practiced futon, uncovered Chino's true identity through ancient records that Chino finally learned about the history between the Chinoi and the Uchiha. Consumed by this revelation, she set out to assassinate Uchiha Sasuke, the last surviving member of the Uchiha clan at that time. But what she didn't know was that even the information about Sasuke's whereabouts had been deliberately leaked to her by Uya Joan. His true intent was to let Chino witness Sasuke's overwhelming strength, hoping it would make her abandon her desire for revenge for the Chinoi clan. If that's the case, Uya Joan's visit to Konoha must be with peaceful intentions. Lost in these thoughts, Nawaki watched as Uya Joan calmly nodded to Chino. Very good. Stay right here. I'll have a chat with Lord Orochimaru. The stall is in your hands. If any customers are interested, just sell the goods at the usual price. Chino's eyes sparkled, as if she had just received an important mission, and she nodded vigorously. Yes, understood, Master Joan. Uya Joan nodded in approval, then turned his gaze back to Nawaki and Uchiha Mikoto, a gentle smile appearing on his face. Since the two of you are Lord Orochimaru's students, if anything here catches your eye, please take it. Consider it a little gift from a friend of your teacher. Nawaki and Mikoto politely declined, thanking Uyajon for his kindness. Nawaki glanced at little Chino, who was waiting eagerly for customers, a smile flickering in his eyes. He then turned to Uyajon and said, Lord Joan, is this your daughter? She's very mature for her age. Uyajon's pupils narrowed for an instant, but he waved his hand dismissively, pretending not to care. No, she isn't. Chino is a war orphan whom I took in. Originally, I hoped to train her as a ninja, so that she could one day protect my businesses. But as it turned out, she didn't have much talent for being a ninja. So I decided to keep her by my side and start teaching her about business, so that in the future, she could help me manage my enterprises instead. Shu nodded, a look of sudden understanding on his face. Oh, Lord Joan, you are truly kind-hearted. Not only do you take in these poor war orphans, but you also give them a way to make a living. Such conduct is truly admirable. Uyajon waved his hands, modestly replying, I wouldn't dare accept such praise. Not at all. It's just what little I can do. Hardly worthy of such compliments from you. Lord Shu, standing nearby, Orochimaru's expression shifted slightly. Shu was not the type to show such warmth to a stranger at a first meeting. Even among friends, this was unusual for him. Could there be something suspicious about this Uyajon and the little girl called Chino? With Shu involved, Orochimaru's attention sharpened. Though Joan counted as a friend, if he posed any threat to Shu, Orochimaru would not hesitate to take measures, even against a friend. With this in mind, Orochimaru glanced over Joan and Chino, then put on a slightly warmer smile. Lord Joan, we're all usually busy with our own affairs. But since fate has brought us together in Konoha, why not let your staff look after the stall for a while? Let's find a place to sit down and catch up properly. And bring along the young girl Chino as well. I can see Mikoto is quite fond of her. Uchiha Mikoto, ever the clever girl, caught on immediately. Following Orochimaru's words, she smiled and gently patted Chino on the head. That's right, Lord Joan. Chino is so adorable. I've always wanted a little sister just like her. Chino was taken aback by the attention, blushing furiously as she lowered her head and fiddled with the hem of her clothes, stealing shy glances at Uyajon from time to time. Seeing the look in Chino's eyes, Joan felt a soft spot in his heart. He nodded to Orochimaru. Very well. Since Lord Orochimaru has invited us, I'll leave the stall in my people's care. There's nothing particularly valuable here, anyway. Chino, would you like to come along? Chino's face lit up with delight as she looked up at Joan. Watching over the stall was interesting, but the chance to dine with Lord Joan was by far her preferred choice. Lord Joan, may I? Joan remained reserved, giving a dignified nod. If you'd like to join us, then come along. Others can handle things here. Chino nodded enthusiastically, her face alight with excitement, as Mikoto led her to stand beside Nawaki. From where he stood, Hamura Oyakata watched the three Konoha ninja subtly gather around Chino, an unspoken sense of protection emanating from them. He felt a sudden pang in his heart, the uneasy suspicion that perhaps he had made a mistake. He shook his head quietly, brushing aside such a ridiculous idea. How could that be? The Bloodpond clan had been wiped out for so many years. Those who knew that part of history were likely no longer alive. Maybe this Uchiha girl genuinely liked Chino? That might actually be for the best. The more friends Chino makes, the more she'll be able to let go of that ancient hatred, one that should have been buried by time, if she ever learns the truth about her past when she's older. But still, after all these years, when will Chino finally grow up? Yakiniku Q, a famed barbecue restaurant run by the Akimichi clan on Konoha's main street. The prices were a bit steep for the average villager, but compared to ordinary izakayas, ninjas often preferred this semi-self-service barbecue spot for their gatherings and celebrations. For one, each private room was well insulated, allowing guests to speak freely and laugh as loudly as they wished. For another, the do-it-yourself aspect of grilling added a lively, cheerful atmosphere to any get-together. The group found themselves in one of Yakiniku Q's private rooms. After ordering a selection of tender, easy-to-digest meats suitable for children, they sat down facing one another. Orochimaru and Hamura Oyakata sat side by side. Between Nawaki and Mikoto, Chino gazed longingly at the sizzling, juicy cuts of meat, her mouth watering uncontrollably. Nawaki and Mikoto exchanged a knowing glance, and Mikoto quickly caught on. Orochimaru-sensei, Lord Oyakata, why don't you two eat and chat at the same time? Just look at little Chino. She's practically starving over here. Chino's cheeks flushed a rosy red, and she ducked her head in embarrassment, doing her best to avoid looking at the fragrant, tempting barbecue. Orochimaru smiled and raised a sake cup, signaling to Hamura Oyakata. Lord Oyakata, Mikoto is right. Shall we eat while we talk? Hamura Oyakata hurried to lift his own cup, gently tapping it against Orochimaru's, then turned an inviting gaze to Nawaki across the table. Lord Nawaki, will you join us? Nawaki, always agreeable, picked up his cup as well. At 16, he was old enough for a little sake. Orochimaru-sensei, Lord Oyakata, cheers. With the first cup down, the atmosphere quickly grew warm and convivial. Chino could barely contain herself. She'd been waiting for a taste of the barbecue. With a gentle smile, Mikoto kept turning the meat on the grill until it was perfectly soft and succulent, then placed a piece into Chino's bowl. Chino responded with a sweet smile, then buried her face in her bowl, happily digging in. Rope Tree glanced over at Chino, who was being cared for by Mikoto, then set down his wine cup and, as if by chance, began to strike up a conversation with Onoya Joan. Lord Joan, my teacher mentioned that you're the president of Q's Real Estate. Since you manage such a vast trading company, I imagine you've traveled to quite a few places, haven't you? Joan raised his wine cup, a proud smile appearing on his face. Well, I can't claim to have visited every corner of the shinobi world, but our company does have business in most of the well-known regions. Rope Tree nodded, offering a word of praise. That's truly impressive. As such a well-traveled merchant, I wonder, have you ever heard of something called the Blood Dragon Eye? Mikoto and I came across it in the Uchiha clan's ancient records. It's said to be a bloodline limit that can rival the Sharingan. We're quite interested in this eye, but since we've never ventured far from home, our experience is limited. So we thought to ask your opinion. Joan's hand tightened around his wine cup, his pupils shrinking sharply as a glint flashed across the lenses of his round glasses. Oh, Lord Rope Tree, are you also of the Uchiha clan? To have access to the clan archives, your abilities must be on par with Lord Orochimaru, truly formidable. As for the Blood Dragon Eye, I'm afraid I haven't heard of it. After all, I'm just an ordinary merchant. My knowledge of ninja matters is rather limited. A slight curve formed at the corner of Rope Tree's lips. He idly poked at the grilled meat with his chopsticks, but his gaze was fixed on Joan's eyes, where three tomo began to slowly emerge. It seems Lord Joan would prefer not to answer that question here. In that case, why don't we find somewhere more private to have a proper conversation? Don't worry, I mean you no harm. Upon seeing the Sharingan in Rope Tree's eyes, Joan was struck with alarm. He was about to leap to his feet when, suddenly, the space around him began to twist and blur. In the blink of an eye, he found himself standing in a vast crimson canyon. Scalding magma bubbled up, turning the springs in the valley into boiling cauldrons. The thick stench of blood mingled with wisps of rising steam, saturating the air. All around, the ground was littered with the bodies of countless members of the Pool of Blood clan, strewn in disarray. Joan himself stood in the midst of the carnage, covered in blood. Joan's face paled dramatically. In disbelief, he removed his glasses, staring at the hauntingly familiar scene that pierced straight to his soul. His eyes had shifted, the pupils now a horizontal line, a pair of blood-red blood dragon eyes. He muttered under his breath, Hell Valley. Lord Joan, the Naruto mirror technique reveals the deepest fears and most vivid memories hidden within your heart, and the power of the Sharingan can project them into reality. By the look of it, this must be the memory you least wish to recall. Lord Shiroyama, your eyes truly are connected to the legendary Blood Dragon Eyes of the Blood Pool clan. Shingshu's figure appeared before Miyako Shiroyama, the three tomo in his eyes slowly spinning as he gazed directly at him and spoke. Miyako Shiroyama returned the stare, his own eyes burning crimson, and asked in a low, deep voice. The Sharingan. So you really are from the Uchiha clan. I didn't expect you to know my identity, nor that you could pull me into this place with a single instant of Jinjutsu. I underestimated you, disciple of Orochimaru. Shingshu shook his head slightly, neither confirming nor denying his Uchiha lineage. Lord Orochimaru has no idea of your true identity. All of this, I saw with my own eyes. I forgot to mention, my eyes can see through everything. A trace of mockery flickered in Miyako Shiroyama's eyes. Oh, is that so? If you truly see through everything, then why don't you realize that the mere three-tomo Sharingan doesn't stand much chance against the Blood Pool clan? Your illusions alone aren't enough to trap me. A crimson light flashed from the Blood Dragon Eyes in Shiroyama's gaze. In an instant, the spring waters of the Blood Pool in Hell Valley surged upward, transforming into a churning sea of blood. From its depths, two fearsome blood dragons erupted, letting out thunderous roars as they lunged toward Shingshu, jaws gaping. Facing the oncoming blood dragons, Shingshu's expression remained utterly calm. As the attack closed in, he simply raised his head and glanced at the two dragons. The power in his eyes erupted silently, clashing with the dragon's monstrous forms without a sound. Both blood dragons let out a mournful wail and then, with a resounding crash, dissolved into a cascade of blood that rained down. Shengshu's gaze swept over the blood sea. The towering waves stilled in an instant, and the tempestuous waters fell silent. In a heartbeat, the blood sea vanished, and the scene returned to its former state, as if nothing had ever happened. Only then did Miyako Shirayama's expression change, his eyes grave as he looked at Shengshu. It seems I was mistaken. I never imagined your ocular power would be this formidable. Your Sharingan is more than just the 3 tomo, isn't it? Shengshu nodded, neither confirming nor denying. Lord Shengshu, the grudge between the Bloodpool and Uchiha clans. I've already let it go. My name now is Miyako Shirayama. I am nothing more than a common merchant. Besides, the Bloodpool clan is down to just myself and my daughter. I don't want these old feuds to touch her life. I know I'm no match for you. For the sake of Chino, who knows nothing of any of this, I beg you, let her go. Let the hatred between our clans end with me, here and now. Shengshu shook his head. The 3 tomo in his eyes slowly morphed into the pattern of the Mangekyo, as a destructive force radiated from his left eye, enveloping all of Hell Valley. Under the immense pressure of this force, the illusionary space rippled and trembled, as if it might collapse at any moment. Yu spoke calmly. Lord Uya, I believe you've misunderstood. As I said before, I bear no ill will toward the Bloodpool clan. If I wished, I could kill you with nothing more than a glance. Uya Jowan stared in terror at the Mangekyo Sharingan in Shoshu's eyes. He had no doubt about what Shoshu said. The terrifying power of destruction lurking there seemed capable of melting him away in an instant. But the many years spent enduring hardship and doing business had given Uya Jowan a wealth of experience. He understood that if an enemy chooses not to take revenge when the opportunity arises, it can only mean they have a greater scheme in mind. Gritting his teeth and enduring the crushing pressure from Shoshu's left eye, Uya Jowan managed to bow slightly with great difficulty. Lord Shoshu, what is it you want from me? In terms of strength, surely there are many among the Uchiha who surpass me. As for status, influence, and wealth, I am now nothing more than a merchant of modest means. And for someone as young and powerful as yourself, such things would be easy to obtain. I don't understand, my lord, why expose the secret of my Bloodpool lineage, yet refrain from killing me? What is it you truly seek? Shoshu withdrew the power from his left eye and looked at Uya Jowan, who was now gasping for breath as if he'd survived a great disaster, then shook his head with a gentle smile. No, what I value is precisely your assets. Or, more accurately, your identity as a merchant. Uya Jowan looked up in surprise, studying Shoshu's eyes for a long moment. Yet he saw no trace of greed for wealth in them, deepening his confusion. Still, confusion aside, money was nothing compared to Chino's life in Uya Jowan's heart. If Shoshu wanted it, he could have it. Lord Shoshu, I am willing to offer up all my assets under your name. I only ask that you spare Chino's life. Shoshu shook his head. Lord Jowan, you've misunderstood me. What I want is for your trading company to deepen its ties with the future Konoha. Konoha, as the founder of the One Country One Village system, currently relies solely on funding from the Fire Daimyo and various commission missions to support its expenses. If things continue this way, it's hard to imagine any great development. You must understand, the resources required to train a ninja are far from insignificant. How many talented civilian ninjas are surpassed by mediocre clan heirs, simply because they lack the necessary resources? That's why I hope your trading company can become a partner to Konoha in the future. If there's a promising business opportunity or a task to commission, I hope you'll give Konoha priority. Mayakaho stared at the probing look in Nawaki's eyes, his mind racing with countless thoughts. A young man of only 15 or 16, yet already considering matters from the perspective of the entire village. Could he be the next Hokage in line for Konoha? No, that can't be right. Mayakaho's gaze lingered on the Sharingan in Nawaki's eyes, and he shook his head subtly, dismissing the idea at once. Although he had set aside his identity as a shinobi many years ago, his trade network spanned nearly every corner of the ninja world, and his sources were everywhere. He was well aware of the tense relationship between Konoha's leadership and the Uchiha clan. Based on everything he knew, there was no way Konoha would ever allow a member of the Uchiha to become Hokage. That was a political certainty. If that possibility was out of the question, then the most unlikely scenario suddenly became the only plausible one. A bitter taste crept into Mayakaho's mouth. If things truly were as he feared, he might be about to tie his fate to a family intent on seizing power, maybe even open rebellion. And it would likely be a ship doomed to sink. Drawing a deep breath, Mayakaho steadied himself clinging to a sliver of hope, ventured cautiously. May I ask, Lord Nawaki, when you speak of the future of Konoha, do you mean? Nawaki was clearly pleased with Mayakaho's ability to read the room. He nodded and replied, That's right. The Konoha of the future. The Konoha of the Senju clan. Nawaki's answer left Mayakaho's face clouded with confusion. He clearly possessed the Sharingan of the Uchiha. He had even awakened the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. That godlike power was impossible to fake, especially to someone like Mayakaho, who belonged to the Bloodpawn clan. So why did he claim it was the Konoha of the Senju clan? Lord Nawaki, I don't quite understand, he admitted. Your eyes are obviously those of the Uchiha, so why? Nawaki smiled faintly and concealed the Mangekyo in his eyes, leaving only the 3-tomo Sharingan needed to maintain the illusion. Lord in truth, I am the sole heir of the Senju clan. Tsunade, one of the legendary Sanin, is my elder sister. As for why I possess the Uchiha Sharingan, yet the Uchiha have not opposed me, and even my fiancé is a member of the Uchiha clan. Nawaki met Mayakaho's gaze directly, his words carrying a hidden meaning. When the time is right, you will understand. Seeing the look in Nawaki's eyes, Mayakaho realized he might have stumbled on secrets he was never meant to know. Life and death now rested on Nawaki's whim, and he had discovered that Nawaki, a Senju heir, possessed the Uchiha Sharingan. If he didn't understand the message in Nawaki's words by now, he might as well have wasted all the years he'd lived. Now, there were only 2 paths left before him. The first was to refuse Shintaki's offer, and then, together with Chino, simply vanish from this world without a trace. The second was to bury all of this deep within his heart and follow this boy, who stood with the might of both the Senju and Uchiha clans behind him, down a road with no turning back. It was obvious. As long as Chino had even the slightest hope of survival, Goyashiro Endo would never give up. In truth, in this ninja world where the strong ruled, what real choices did ordinary people have? Most so-called choices were merely the handful of paths others pointed out for you, and you had no choice but to pick one. With this thought, Goyashiro Endo hesitated no longer. He knelt respectfully before Shintaki, lowering himself in the manner of a vassal, and offered his loyalty to the young man who now held the power of life and death over both him and his daughter. Lord Shintaki, I, Goyashiro Endo of the Bloodpawn clan, pledge my loyalty to you. Yet, Goyashiro Endo was not without caution. He understood that asking for too much could backfire, so he did not request mercy for his daughter at this moment. It seemed Shintaki saw through his concern. He simply nodded gently, accepting the pledge. You needn't worry about your daughter. Once this Chunin joint selection is over, leave Chino here in Konoha. I'll arrange for someone trustworthy to look after her. Goyashiro Endo's heart tightened, but then he heard Shintaki continue. As for Chino's condition, her inability to mature physically, I'll see what I can do to help with that as well. After all, in the entire ninja world, there's probably no one more skilled in human physiology than my sister and my mentor, Orochimaru. Goyashiro Endo looked up in disbelief, his eyes filled with hope and surprise. It didn't matter how Shintaki knew about Chino's condition. This news instantly dispelled his suspicion that Shintaki might use Chino to threaten him. He bowed deeply once more, his voice trembling with emotion. Thank you, Lord Shintaki. I will devote myself fully to creating greater prosperity for Konoha and the Senju clan. Finally, Shintaki gave a satisfied nod. With a sweep of his hand, a surge of immense chakra lifted Goyashiro Endo to his feet. That's enough. Once you leave, think carefully about what to say. Let no one learn what happened here. Goyashiro Endo bowed his head respectfully. Yes, my lord. I understand. The illusion quietly dissolved, and the minds of Shintaki and Goyashiro Endo returned to their bodies. Other than Orochimaru, who had been watching intently, even Mikoto, seated right beside Shintaki, sensed only the faintest ripple of chakra. Turning her head, Mikoto glanced at Shoju with a hint of confusion. Shoju replied with a reassuring look, signaling her not to worry, so Mikoto let the matter drop. Orochimaru observed the subtle but distinct change in the presence and spirit of Onishiro Hamura, a trace of doubt flickering in his mind. Yet, since Shoju hadn't brought it up himself, Orochimaru figured he must have his own reasons, and so refrained from asking further. Hamura collected his thoughts, then picked up the sake flask on the table and poured a cup for Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sama, there's something I wish to ask of you. I wonder, for the sake of our many years of friendship, would you be willing to help me with a small favor? Orochimaru accepted the cup, swirling the clear sake within, and cast a questioning glance at Shoju. Shoju gave a slight nod, and Orochimaru instantly understood. Turning to face Hamura, Orochimaru's lips curled into a gentle smile. There's no need for such formality, Hamura-kun. If there's anything you need from me, just say the word. Pretending not to notice the wordless exchange between Shoju and Orochimaru, Hamura let his gaze settle on Chino, who was busy devouring her food. Orochimaru-sama. Chino's age isn't quite what she appears to be. She encountered an accident when she was very young, and even after all these years, she still hasn't grown at all. I've sought out many famous doctors and even some medical ninja because of her condition, but none of them could offer a solution. This time, I came to Konoha partly to expand the Commerce Guild's market in the Land of Fire. But more importantly, I came for Chino's sake. I've heard that Tsunade Haim, who is as renowned as you, Orochimaru-sama, is said to be a miracle worker in medicine. So, I hope you might introduce us. If there is any chance Chino could be cured, I would be eternally grateful. A person of Orochimaru's caliber immediately caught the crucial points in Hamura's words. Coming to Konoha to invest and to seek treatment for Chino. These two matters must have been decided quite recently. Orochimaru could more or less guess what Shoju had said to Hamura, and judging by Hamura's current attitude, he'd already made the choice Shoju had hoped for. A surge of pride welled up in Orochimaru's heart. Shoju truly was growing up. He was already laying foundations for Konoha's future. As a teacher, how could he simply stand by and watch his student carry the burden alone? Hamura-dano, there's no need for such formal requests. It's only a matter of asking Tsunade to take a look at Chino. Once the Chunin exams are over, why not stay in Konoha a few days longer? I'll personally take you to see Tsunade. What does that sound? Seeing Orochimaru agree, Hamura kept his composure and shot a quick glance at Shoju, who answered with a warm, approving smile. He raised his glass and clinked it with Orochimaru's. With gratitude glowing on his face, Hamura Oyashiro looked at Orochimaru. Then let me thank you in advance, Lord Orochimaru. Please be my guest. As the date of the Chunin selection exam drew nearer, the atmosphere in the Hidden Leaf Village grew ever more lively. With that came an increase in patrol duties and security work for the village's guard squad, who found themselves busier than ever. Mikoto Uchiha also threw herself back into training and missions. Rope Tree had originally wanted to ask Fugako Uchiha for a temporary patrol assignment, so he could stay close to Mikoto. But all those thoughts were swept away in an instant by a piece of devastating news. The wife of the first Hokage, Mito Uzumaki, the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, had fallen ill. When Kushina came running to Rope Tree in tears to tell him the news, he felt his whole world crumble. Wasn't Grandma always in good health? How could she fall ill so suddenly? Grabbing Kushina by the hand, Rope Tree dashed anxiously toward the Senju clan compound, peppering her with questions as they ran. Tears welled in Kushina's eyes. I don't know either. This morning, Grandma Mito was teaching me sealing techniques, as usual. She seemed just fine, but when I showed her the 8-trigram seal I just learned, she suddenly collapsed. I called for Sister Tsunade right away, but after checking on Grandma Mito, Sister Tsunade told me to find you. She said Grandma Mito might not have much time left. A chill ran through Rope Tree's heart. He realized that perhaps his grandmother's illness wasn't the real reason. Maybe, now that she'd seen Kushina master the sealing technique, she was ready to let go at last. Rope Tree quickened his pace, and with a few swift leaps, he reached the Senju compound. By the time he arrived, Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and several senior advisors, having been alerted by the ANBU, were already there. Tsunade, eyes red from crying, pressed her hands on Mito Uzumaki's chest, trying desperately to revive her grandmother's strength with medical ninjutsu. But Mito gently shook her head and pushed Tsunade's hands away from her body. She looked up at Rope Tree, who had just arrived, and offered him a gentle smile. Her gaze swept over everyone gathered in the room. So you're back, Rope Tree. Why isn't that girl Mikoto here? I was hoping to see her one more time. Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at Rope Tree and cleared his throat softly. Lady Mito, what happens next is vitally important. It's best if the Uchiha aren't present. Rope Tree's eyes turned cold as he looked at Hiruzen's back, but he simply clenched his fists tighter and said nothing. He stepped forward and gently took Mito's now weak hand in his. Grandma, I know what's in your heart. Kushina has finally mastered the sealing technique, and now at last, your worries can be put to rest. But what about me and my sister? Grandma, don't you care about us anymore? Mito saw that Nawaki had guessed her true feelings, and a gentle, loving smile appeared on her face. Nawaki, you really have grown up. It's not that Grandma doesn't want to take care of you and Tsunade. It's just that Hashirama has been waiting for me down there for a long time, and I don't want to keep him waiting alone any longer. Your sister has already made a great name for herself in the shinobi world, and you've grown into a ninja who can stand on his own. The two of you, you don't need Grandma to worry about you anymore. As she spoke, Mito gently caressed Tsunade's cheek, then ruffled the hair of Nawaki and Kushina. She looked up and gave Hiruzen Sarutobi a gentle smile. Hiruzen, prepare a quiet place to transfer the 9 tails into Kushina. That fox must be tired of keeping this old lady company by now. The half of the 9 tails inside Mito gave a low, grumbling noise, its eyes dimming with resignation. It understood. This was the destiny of every Jinchuriki. In every village, Jinchuriki shared the same fate. Rather than letting the tailed beast vanish alongside the Jinchuriki's natural death, it was better to transfer the beast into a new vessel before the end. Yes, a vessel. In the eyes of Konoha, Kushina was the vessel for the 9 tails. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded with a heavy heart. Compared to Danzo, Sarutobi at least felt some sentiment for the Senju clan. Lady Mito, are you truly resolved to have the beast extracted? What if something happens to Kushina? Mito waved her hand gently and looked at Kushina with deep affection. I believe Kushina can become a true partner with the 9 tails. You can, can't you? Kushina bit her lip and nodded with all her strength, determination blazing in her eyes. Mito's face blossomed into a radiant smile. All right, let's get ready. Seeing that Mito's mind was set, Hiruzen no longer tried to dissuade her and hurried to prepare the site for the transfer. Considering Mito's frail condition, Hiruzen quickly cleared out a secret room in the Umbu headquarters, not far from the Senju compound. He evacuated all Umbu members from the area, calling in only the sealing team, who laid layer upon layer of protective seals around the room. Kushina lay quietly on the bed, while Mito, supported by Tsunade and Nawaki, made her way to her side. Mito steadied herself, then gently pushed away her 2 supporters. Bringing her hands together, she performed a hand sign, her voice clear and resolute. Seal, release. A surge of chakra burst forth from the diamond-shaped mark on Mito's forehead, flooding through her entire body in an instant. The appearance she had maintained as a middle-aged woman changed before their very eyes, her features quickly returning to the youthful beauty of an 18 or 19-year-old. With a constant flow of chakra pouring in, Mito's body seemed to regain a renewed vitality. She reached toward her abdomen, and 5 chains surged from her sleeve, burrowing into her body. The 9 tails, bound by adamantine chains, let out a couple of symbolic low growls of resistance before being drawn out of the seal by Mito. Sorry, 9 tails, but it looks like you'll have to move to a new home. I hope you'll come to like your new place. The 9 tails gazed at the woman who had sealed it away for decades, its eyes filled with complex emotions. With an almost imperceptible nod, it closed its eyes, quietly accepting its fate. From the sidelines, Danzo watched, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. This woman is finally about to die. Once she's gone, it'll be so much easier for me to do as I please in the village. But seeing the 9 tails offer far less resistance than he expected, a hint of relief crept into his gaze. Even a monster like the 9 tails can't fight back in her presence. It's a good thing she's about to die. Otherwise, for now, no one paid attention to whatever schemes Danzo was plotting in his mind. All eyes were on Mito, anxiously awaiting her next move. After all, as a newly chosen Jinchuriki, whether Kushina could become a true asset for the village depended on her body's ability to withstand the tailed beast chakra. Lying on the bed, Kushina gave Mito a nod. Mito smiled back at her. Placing her right hand over Kushina's abdomen, Mito's adamantine chains, carrying the essence of the 9 tails, surged into Kushina's body with a resonant, metallic rush. A massive surge of tangible chakra flooded into Kushina, her face contorting in pain as an involuntary cry escaped her lips. Though the 9 tails tried its best to restrain the fluctuations of its chakra, its very presence still placed an immense burden on Kushina's body. Seeing the 9 tails cooperate and enter Kushina, Mito couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Now only the final step remained. Forming hand seals with both hands, one upright, one inverted, Mito wove together 2 4-symbol seals, combining them into a single 8-trigram seal, which she branded onto Kushina's abdomen. On one hand, this would prevent anyone from discovering Kushina's true identity. On the other, it would also shield the existence of the 9 tails from Madara Uchiha's eyes. With the 8-trigram seal now complete, Mito finally let go of her lingering worries. As her taut nerves relaxed, the chakra in her body began to drain away like a flood bursting through a dam. Her thick red hair turned snow white at the roots, the color quickly spreading to the very tips. Fine wrinkles began to appear on Mito's once smooth face, and her youthful features aged visibly, moment by moment. Her body staggered, and she collapsed into Nawaki's arms. Nawaki tightened his embrace around his grandmother, exchanging a meaningful glance with Tsunade. Big sister, I'll leave Kushina to you. I'll take Grandma back first. With those words, he didn't wait for any objections. He gently lifted Mito up, kicked open the door inscribed with sealing jutsu, and disappeared from the room in a flash. Danzo's eyes gleamed with a calculating light. He leaned in close to Hiruzen Sarutobi and whispered, Hiruzen, let me take charge of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. I swear I'll turn her into Konoha's most powerful weapon. Hiruzen glanced at Tsunade, whose expression had already darkened at Danzo's words. He cursed inwardly at Danzo's utter lack of tact and shot him a fierce glare. Danzo, the nine-tail sealed inside Kushina, is Konoha's greatest safeguard right now. She's not some weapon for you to use. Let go of these unrealistic fantasies. She deserves to live in the sunlight, not to be touched by your darkness. And don't forget, I am the Hokage. It was only then that Danzo remembered Tsunade was still standing there and realized how inappropriate his words were at this moment. But Hiruzen's declaration, I am the Hokage, struck a nerve deep within him. Oomph. Hiruzen, you're too soft. You'll regret this. With that, Danzo flung his sleeve and strode out through the door Shikaku had smashed open. Tsunade watched the performance between Hiruzen and Danzo with a frosty expression, snorting inwardly in disdain. She bent down and gently picked Kushina up. Now that the transfer of the nine-tail seal is complete, I'll take Kushina home first. In Grandma's final moments, she would have wanted us by her side. As for the rest of you, there's no need for you to come. We'll handle Grandma's affairs ourselves, Hiruzen-sensei. The Senju clan does not welcome those with ill intentions. With Kushina in her arms, Tsunade left. Hiruzen exchanged an awkward glance with his two advisors, then silently turned and departed as well. Within the Senju compound, Shikaku carefully placed Mito onto her bed in her room. His hands formed seals swiftly and would release chakra surged around the room. Wood style, wood pillar wall. Thick wooden walls sprang up from the ground, instantly sealing off the room from any intrusion. As for the ruined furniture, Shikaku couldn't care less about those right now. He formed another set of hand seals, and two wood-style clones split off from his body, taking up positions on either side of the room to stand guard. Uzumaki Mito forced her tired eyes open, watching Shikaku's actions with a puzzled look. Shikaku, what are you doing? Shikaku gently took her hands in his, looking at Mito's aged face, and felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Grandma, you haven't seen the birth of mine and Mikoto's child yet, or whether Big Sister and Jiraiya will finally end up together. You still have so much you haven't seen. I won't let you leave me just like this, no matter what it costs. Mito's clouded eyes revealed a trace of comfort, and she gently patted Nawaki's hand. Silly child, no one lives forever. I've lived long enough. It's time for me to go down and see your grandfather. Besides, now that the Nine Tails has been drawn out from my body, even with the Uzumaki clan's resilience, I can't survive this. Nawaki shook his head, unconcerned with what his grandmother might think. Call him selfish or arrogant, it didn't matter. Today, he was determined to save her life. Not even the god of death could take her away. Grandma, just close your eyes and rest for a moment. Everything will be fine soon. Mito gently shook her head, but obediently closed her eyes. She truly was exhausted. As if already on the threshold of death, hallucinations began to appear. In the haze, she saw the god of death standing before her. But that god of death was no mere figment of her imagination. At that very moment, Nawaki had activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. The ocular power parasitizing his right eye was the first to awaken, and the Shinigami answered his summoning, bowing respectfully to Nawaki while holding its scythe. Guard my grandmother's soul. Do not let her spirit spill out from her body. Receiving the Creator's command, the soul fire in the Shinigami's eyes leapt fiercely, and a wisp of it shot into Mito's body, locking her nearly dispersed soul firmly in place. Seeing the Shinigami stabilize his grandmother's soul, Nawaki hesitated no longer. He unleashed the power of the Mangekyo in his left eye. This time, Nawaki abandoned the destructive force of Kamu Mikoto, drawing forth only its power of creation. A torrent of life force instantly swept through the room. Lifeless tables and chairs, like withered trees touched by spring, began to sprout tender green leaves. The wood release Nawaki wielded sent forth shoots and branches all around. Yang release, Genesis. With a low, resolute cry, Nawaki drove the overwhelming power of Yang release from his left eye. Waves of surging life energy, flowing as if limitless, poured into Mito's body, now at the very brink of exhaustion. The life force lost from having the tailed beast extracted was suddenly stemmed, like a flood dammed at its breach, and her vitality slowly began to return. Ripples of life began to emanate from within Mito, and the exhaustion on her face gradually faded. Deep wrinkles were gently smoothed away, while the white hair on her head fell away at the roots, replaced by a brilliant cascade of red. Her heart, nourished by this surge of vitality, gained strength, its faint, faltering beats growing strong and steady. Thump thump, thump thump. Feeling her heart once again beating with vigor, Mito opened her clear eyes in astonishment. Instinctively, she raised her hand before her eyes and was greeted by the sight of smooth, supple skin. She pinched it gently, marveling at its youthful elasticity like that of a young girl. Mito turned to look at Nawaki with astonishment, just about to ask him what had happened. Nawaki, seeing Mito restored to her youthful appearance, allowed a satisfied smile to spread across his face. The tension in his heart finally eased, but then his vision suddenly blurred. The world spun around him, and before he knew it, his eyes rolled back and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Meanwhile, Danzo returned to the underground base of Root, his face dark with anger. The memory of Sarutobi Hiruzen's self-righteous expression just moments ago made fury boil up inside him. Damn monkey! How dare he show me up in front of Koharu and Hamura? The phrase, "I am the Hokage," echoed endlessly in his mind, stoking his irritation with every repetition. On the desk, there was a group photo of Tobirama's team. Sarutobi Hiruzen's triumphant smile in the picture now seemed more blinding and infuriating than ever. Yes, you're right. You are the leaf bathed in sunlight, while I am merely the root buried in darkness. Hiruzen, if you insist on preserving your radiant image as Hokage, then don't blame me for resorting to other means. A shadow flickered in Danzo's eyes as he called out into the darkness. Someone come. In an instant, several Root operatives emerged from the shadows, dropping to one knee before Danzo. Lord Danzo! Danzo looked over the group of Root ninja, none stronger than an elite jonin. He felt a pang of disappointment, and his resentment towards Sarutobi Hiruzen only deepened. All the talent, all the resources, they're yours, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and I'm left to pick over your scraps. All because you're Hokage. One day, he forced that ever-present thought back down for now, taking a moment to steady himself. The Nine Tails has already been transferred from its seal into Uzumaki Kushina. The previous Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Mito, will soon pass away. Send people to monitor the Senju compound. Report immediately if there's even the slightest disturbance. Yes, sir. Two shadows received the order, bowed respectfully, and vanished with a swift rustle. How are the newcomers recently recruited into Root performing? Any particularly outstanding prospects? Reporting, Lord Danzo. In recent years, among the top graduates from the Ninja Academy, aside from the clan children, very few civilian ninja have shown exceptional promise. Danzo's gaze turned cold as he fixed it on the Root ninja who had spoken. Not a single one. Feeling the prickling chill of that stare, the Root operative shivered involuntarily and hurried to explain. There is one, a kunoichi named Nanoyu Yakushi, who graduated alongside Kushina, Uzumaki, and Minato Namikaze, possesses remarkable talent as a medical ninja. It took considerable effort on my part before she finally agreed to join the Foundation and serve under Lord Danzo. Danzo's expression softened slightly. A female ninja with medical talent. Is it? Very well. Train her as a spy-type ninja. Her identity as a woman will allow her to gather intelligence for the Foundation more effectively. Yes, sir. And what about that Minato Namikaze, who was in the same class as Kushina Uzumaki? Why wasn't he recruited into the Foundation as well? The Foundation member hesitated, glancing up at Danzo's now darkening gaze. His heart skipped a beat, and he replied cautiously. My lord, the third Hokage has always taken a special interest in Minato Namikaze. I sent people to make contact, but they were turned away by the Hokage's ANBU. Moreover, just a few days ago, Jiraiya, the third Hokage's own student, one of the Sanin, accepted Minato as his apprentice. Danzo's face twisted in rage upon hearing this. With a furious kick, he sent the Foundation member flying and roared. Useless fool, why couldn't you have informed me sooner and acted more quickly? Why is it always Hiruzen? Fuming, Danzo slumped into a chair, sweeping an old photograph of Tobirama's class from his desk and shattering it on the floor. Keep searching. If you can't find suitable candidates among the commoners, then look within the clans. The Yamanaka and Aburame clans, I have connections with them. Go and see if there are any suitable prospects to join the Foundation. If you can't find enough geniuses for me, how am I ever going to replace Hiruzen Sarutobi and become the next Hokage, relying on incompetence like you? The Foundation member, trembling with fear, knelt and accepted this daunting task. Danzo cared nothing for his subordinate struggles. With a cold snort and a flick of his sleeve, he strode out of the office. Hibiyuro, I accept your request. Danzo found Hibiyuro in his laboratory, watching him work intently at the bench. In a deep voice, Danzo announced his decision. A hint of mockery flickered in Hibiyuro's eyes, but he didn't stop what he was doing. Oh, and what request does Lord Danzo mean? Danzo snorted coldly. Oomph. For the upcoming joint Chunin exams, I'll have you assigned to the ANBU security unit. You'll be free to seek out suitable Kekiai Genkai ninja to complete your chimera technique. A trace of delight appeared on Hibiyuro's face as he turned to Danzo. A wise decision, Lord Danzo. As long as I can complete the chimera technique, I will fulfill any request you have of me. Danzo glanced at Baruhu's body, which was swathed in bandages, a flicker of disgust flashing through his eyes. I hope you won't disappoint me. In the Senju compound, inside Mito Uzumaki's room, Mito, who had been examining her own, now young body, was startled when she saw Nawaki suddenly collapse. She hurriedly helped him onto the bed. She carefully checked Nawaki over and, realizing that he had only fainted, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Outside the room, Tsunade, who had carried Kushina back to the Senju compound, was taken aback by the scene before her. Her grandmother's room was sealed tightly with wood release, and in some places, branches and flowers had even sprouted. Grandma, Nawaki, are you both all right? Mito, who had been watching over Nawaki, heard Tsunade's call and quickly replied. Tsunade, I'm fine. Nawaki just overexerted his chakra. That's why he passed out. Come in yourself. Hearing Mito's strong and energetic voice, Tsunade felt a bit puzzled. But when she learned that Nawaki had fainted, anxiety immediately welled up inside her. She created a shadow clone, handed Kushina over to it, and strode up to the door. With a swift kick, she shattered the ordinary wooden door, but the inner wall made by wood release didn't budge an inch. Tsunade paused for a moment, her brow furrowing. Channeling her monstrous strength into her fist, she punched the wooden wall with all her might. With a crack, a gaping hole burst open in the wall. Tsunade ducked and slipped inside, followed closely by her clone carrying Kushina. Grandma, your appearance. Tsunade stared at the now youthful Mito, her mouth dropping open in astonishment. Mito waved her hand dismissively and glanced at Nawaki, who lay on the bed. It's all because of Nawaki. He insisted on saving me, no matter the cost. I don't even know how he managed it, but when I opened my eyes, I looked like this. Tsunade couldn't help but marvel at her brother's abilities, seeing her grandmother now even younger than herself. I never imagined Nawaki could do something like this. Grandma, how is he now? Mito, her experience outstripping Tsunade's by far, quickly adapted to her new body and cast a worried look at the traces of wood release in the room. Tsunade, Nawaki should just be unconscious. Our real problem now is how to erase all these signs of wood release. If anyone sees this, Nawaki, Tsunade started, snapping back to her senses. She glanced at the tables and chairs already sprouting leaves, then nodded to Mito. Don't worry, Grandma. Leave it to me. With that, Tsunade rapidly formed the seals for the summoning jutsu. As her chakra surged, a cloud of white smoke billowed up. Summoning jutsu. The massive slug materialized in the room in a swirl of smoke, instantly crowding the wooden chamber until it splintered and broke apart. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Lady Tsunade. I didn't mean to destroy the house. Mito put her hands on her hips and shot Tsunade an exasperated look. Tsunade, is this really your solution? Tsunade waved her hand dismissively and addressed the slug. Don't worry about the house, Katsu. I summoned you here on purpose. I want you to use your slime to dissolve every trace of wood in this place. Make sure nothing remains. Upon hearing Tsunade's command, the slug undulated its body and engulfed the entire house, beginning to secrete a viscous fluid onto the plants born of the wood release technique. Its four antennae perked up and wiggled excitedly, clearly intrigued by the vibrant life force within the wood release. Wow, such intense life energy. I love it. Lord Nawaki's wood release is truly powerful. At that moment, the root operatives, acting on Danzo's orders, arrived at the Senju compound, only to find a gigantic slug had appeared. Go back and report to Lord Danzo. Tsunade has summoned the slug, apparently to heal the former Jinchuriki. Yes, sir. Another root ninja quickly melted into the shadows, returning to headquarters to deliver the news to Danzo. Danzo's eyes narrowed in suspicion as he received the report. HM? Back so soon. Did you discover something? The root ninja replied. Lord Danzo, Tsunade summoned the slug at the Senju estate. It seems she intends to heal the previous Jinchuriki's injuries. A sneer flickered across Danzo's face at the report. How naive. Once the tailed beast is extracted from a Jinchuriki, survival is impossible. Forget about her. She's just wasting her time. Keep watch, and send word immediately if there's any change. Yes, sir. Ever since being set free, the young half of the Ninetales had spent every day frolicking with Kushina at the Senju compound. At first, it had been amusing enough, but after a while, the great fox grew restless, longing to explore the world outside. Kushina kept Nawaki's warning firmly in mind, and was reluctant to let the Ninetales out to play. But after much cajoling and sweet-talking from the crafty, ancient fox, she finally relented, on one condition. The Ninetales would have to master the transformation jutsu, disguising itself as another animal or even a human before it could roam freely. This stumped the Ninetales. If you asked at the level of fortress or spread terror, a single-tail beast ball would do the trick. Child's play for an old fox like this. But summoning hand signs to perform ninja techniques? With those razor-sharp claws of its, that was a different matter entirely. Quite a challenge for a fox indeed. But in order to go out and have some fun, the Ninetales steeled its resolve and diligently spent some time learning how to form hand seals with its claws. Fortunately, the transformation jutsu was only a basic Durang technique, requiring nothing more than a simple ram hand seal. This greatly lowered the difficulty for the Ninetales to master the technique. At last, fortune favors the determined fox. On a bright and breezy morning, after 3 days of hard study, the Ninetales finally learned to control its wild chakra with hand seals and successfully performed the transformation jutsu. When Nawaki saw Kushina happily hugging a strange fox and telling him that it was actually the Ninetales transformed with ninjutsu, he was truly stunned. He hadn't expected it. Aside from the one-tailed Shikaku, who was known for its sealing skills and could use wind release and sealing techniques, even the Ninetales had managed to learn the transformation jutsu. What a rare sight indeed. To make it easier for the Ninetales to move around Konoha under its new identity, Nawaki, with its consent, simply took the Ninetales to the Ninja Beast Registration Office to get it an official Konoha forehead protector. Now that it could freely run around the village with a legitimate identity, the Ninetales was overjoyed. It immediately hung the forehead protector around its neck and dashed off, tail swaying, disappearing from sight. After another day of running wild outside, the Ninetales finally remembered Nawaki's warning not to get carried away and to come home. On time, still savoring the delicious food it had tasted on Hot Spring Street, it ambled contentedly back toward the Senju compound. Isn't that a slug? What's Tsunade up to now, summoning such a giant slug right here in the clan grounds? TSK. The house is completely crushed. Watching the enormous blue and white striped slug and a collapsed house in the distance within the Senju compound, the Ninetales muttered gleefully, delighting in others' misfortune. Suddenly, a wave of malice brushed against the Ninetales' senses. Its slit pupils narrowed slightly as it tracked the direction of the animosity. So, someone spying on the Senju compound? This feeling is all too familiar. It must be those old rats who used to lurk in the shadows and whom Mito once chased away. I thought those guys wouldn't dare show up again. Who would have guessed I'd run into them today? The Ninetales scratched its chin, and an idea popped into its mind. Nawaki said that Danzo is no good, so if I get rid of them, it shouldn't be a problem, right? After all, I'm now the Senju clan's ninja beast. Taking out a few sneaky spies, gathering intel, seems perfectly justified, doesn't it? That's just how tailed beasts think, simple and direct. The ones liked by those I like too. The ones disliked by those I like, I won't bother with either. Once it had an idea, the Ninetales would act on it. That had always been its style. Otherwise, it wouldn't have spent 3 days stubbornly mastering the transformation jutsu just to have some fun outside. Quietly, the Ninetales crept up behind the spot where the 2 root ninjas were hiding. Its bushy tail swelled up, growing larger. In an instant, and with an unstoppable force, it swatted the 2 ninjas, sending them flying straight toward the Senju compound. Completely unprepared, the 2 root ninjas had no way to withstand the ferocious attack unleashed by the tailed beast. They let out a blood-curdling scream, tumbling through the air like a pair of rag dolls before crashing into the Senju grounds. 2 heavy thuds echoed through the room, startling Tsunade, who was in the middle of treating Nawaki. Mito, who was tending to Kushina nearby, stared in surprise at the 2 suddenly appearing bodies on the floor. She exchanged a puzzled glance with Tsunade, her eyes full of questions. I'll leave home for just 1 day, and look at the mess you've all made of the place. There are enemies spying outside, and none of you even notice. Honestly, the lot of you are such a disappointment. With a swagger, the Ninetales hopped onto the slug's back, looking down imperiously at Mito and Tsunade below. Kurama, you're back. Mito recognized the Ninetales and greeted it with a gentle, warm smile. The Ninetales nodded haughtily, but then seemed to sense something amiss. It stared at Mito's face for a long moment, uncertainty flickering in its gaze. "Mito, why do you look younger all of a sudden?" it asked, a hint of confusion in its voice. "Wait, something's off. Where's my other half? Why don't I sense it inside you anymore?" The Ninetales leaped in front of Mito, peering intently at her abdomen. Mito pointed to the bedded Nawaki and Shina, then gave a brief explanation to the Ninetales. Understanding dawned on its face, and it nodded in realization. So that's what happened. No wonder this girl Tsunade could summon such a gigantic slug. But honestly, you've all been far too careless. Danzo's men crept right up to your doorstep, and you didn't even notice. Mito, it seems that after removing my other half from your body, your sensory abilities have dropped quite a bit. A wry smile crossed Mito's face. The Uzumaki clan's sensory prowess was impressive, but it still couldn't match the Ninetales' instinctive ability to sense good and evil. "Thank you, Kurama." The Ninetales nodded and turned to Nawaki, extending its senses to examine the boy's condition. There's a bit of imbalance between yin and yang chakra inside this kid, but it's already starting to stabilize. He should wake up before long. No sooner had the Ninetales finished speaking than Nawaki's eyelids began to tremble. Slowly, he opened his eyes. "Ow!" he hissed, wincing at the pain. "My head hurts. It looks like with my current eye power, it's still too much to fully unleash the ability of my left eye," he murmured, feeling the persistent ache in his left eye and noticing the difference in clarity between his two eyes. He couldn't help but cover his left eye, sighing softly. "All right, Grandma." Shungshu jolted awake in bed, and only when he saw Mito standing at his bedside, smiling gently at him, did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, Grandma, you're all right. At least all that effort wasn't for nothing." Mito and Tsunade hurried over to Shungshu's side as soon as they saw he had regained consciousness. "Shungshu, how are you feeling? Your eye. Is there something wrong with it?" With a worried and guilty look, Mito gazed at Shungshu's left eye, which he was still covering with his hand. "Grandma, I'm fine. It's just that I overused my visual power a bit. It'll recover after some rest." Thanks to the balance of yin and yang in his mangekyo, Shungshu's eyes would never go blind from overuse. In fact, as a cool, refreshing sensation spread from his mind to his left eye, Shungshu could feel the limits of his ocular power slowly increasing. He dropped his hand from his left eye and gave the two of them a reassuring smile. But then his gaze fell on the two corpses lying on the floor, and he looked puzzled. "Grandma, these two are clearly root operatives. How'd they end up dead here?" At that, the Ninetales immediately leapt onto the bed. "Kid, those two were taken care of by yours truly. They were sneaking around outside, spying on this place, so I simply dealt with them." Shungshu nodded and absent-mindedly stroked the fox's fur. "Well, thanks, Kurama. And you've reminded me of something." Turning to Mito, Shungshu wore an apologetic expression. "Grandma, this was my oversight. Kurama has already been transferred into Kushina. You, in the eyes of Konoha, are as good as dead now. You may have to put up with some inconvenience and disappear from the public eye for a while." Mito patted Shungshu's head and smiled at him with heartfelt affection. "All right, if my precious grandson doesn't want me joining your grandfather just yet, then I'll stay with you a few more years. So, tell me, where should Grandma hide?" Glancing at the house that had been almost completely corroded by the slugs, Mito gave Tsunade a mock-stern look. "How about go to the Uchiha? The Uchiha clan counts as family now, and there's no risk of being exposed if Grandma goes there. Besides, I could help guide Mikoto in her training too, and that gives me a reason to visit you even more. What do you think?" A knowing smile appeared on Mito's face as she tapped Shungshu's forehead with her finger. "You little rascal. I bet sending Grandma to the Uchiha clan is just an excuse. You really just want to see that girl Mikoto, don't you? Well then, I'll play along and go to the Uchiha clan. After all, I'd love to meet my great-great-grandchild as soon as possible." Shungshu rubbed his forehead where Mito had poked him and, just like when he was a child, let out a silly chuckle. After the group discussed a temporary place for Uzumaki Mito to stay, the Ninetales released its sensory ability to confirm that no one was still watching the Senju compound. Only then did Tsunade cancel the summoning of the slug. Shungshu recalled the layout of Uzumaki Mito's original house, formed the hand seals, and pressed his hands to the ground. Wood style, 4 pillars house. In that moment, Shungshu seemed possessed by a master builder. An exact replica of the original house sprang up from the ground. Well, except it looked a bit newer than before. Rubbing his chin, Shungshu scrutinized his work. Then, deciding to go the extra mile, he channeled chakra to darken the exposed wood, giving it a more aged and weathered appearance. Finally satisfied, he nodded. All done. Now it's time to send Grandma to the Uchiha clan. Kurama, I need you to accompany Grandma to the Uchiha compound and stay by her side for the time being. If anything unusual happens to her health, let me know right away. Kurama shot Shungshu a sideways glance and snorted twice through his nose. Brat, why aren't you going yourself? Shungshu shrugged. At a time like this, shouldn't a grandson be heartbroken at home, making preparations for his grandmother's funeral? If I show up, it wouldn't be appropriate, would it? Kurama propped his head up with one paw, suddenly understanding. That actually makes sense. Very well. At most, I'll just hang around the Uchiha clan a bit longer than usual. Might as well check out what kind of folks Madara's descendants have turned out to be. Ha. Uzumaki Mito looked at the cackling Kurama as if he'd lost his mind. Couldn't Shungshu just use a shadow clone or transformation jutsu to go instead? What a foolish fox. Fooled and still counting money for others. Watching Kurama and Mito, now disguised as Mikoto, leave, Shungshu turned to the bed and began forming seals. Wood style, wood clone. A wooden clone appeared at Shungshu's side, nodded to the original, and instantly transformed into Mito's aged appearance after the nine tails had been extracted. Then, it lay down stiffly on the bed. Shungshu's right eye flickered with the pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan. A wave of deathly energy shot from his eye into the wooden clone. A faint aura of death immediately appeared on the clone's body, making it look exactly like someone who had passed away some time ago. Satisfied, Shungshu nodded and turned to Tsunade. Sis, leave Kushina to me for now. Could you go and notify Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others? Tell them that, to avoid causing panic in the village, you're planning to hold Grandma's funeral tonight and invite them to pay their respects. And remember, make it convincing. Tsunade shot an exasperated glare at Nawaki and scoffed. You little brat, always scheming. She huffed, then added with a sly grin. But don't you ever underestimate your sister's flair for theatrics, just because she's a woman. Nawaki simply nodded, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. He wasn't sure if Tsunade truly had a gift for acting, but he knew she was a master at making a fuss for no reason at all. When she set her mind to stirring up chaos, no matter how clever someone was, whatever trouble arose, it was nearly impossible for anyone to suspect Tsunade. Bending down, Tsunade grabbed the bodies of the two root ninjas lying on the ground, one in each hand, and strode boldly toward the Hokage tower. Nawaki watched his sister, unfazed as she carried the corpses, and couldn't help but look on with admiration. Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood silently by the window, pipe clenched between his teeth, gazing out at the stone visage of the first Hokage carved into the mountain. Behind him, his two advisors exchanged glances. Hamura Mitokado nudged Koharu Yutane, prompting her to break the heavy silence in the office. Koharu shot him a glare, but after a moment's thought, she decided some things were better said out loud. She cleared her throat. Ahem. Hiruzen, I have to say, Danzo actually has a point. The current Jinchuriki is far too close to the Senju clan. That's not a good thing for the village. Hamura and I both believe that such power, the tailed beast, should remain under the village's direct control for the sake of Konoha's stability. And, lately, Tsunade's attitude toward you has grown much colder than before. Hiruzen let out a sigh as he slowly turned to face his two old friends, concern etched across their faces. He knew exactly what was on their minds. All their talk of doing this for Konoha, for the village's peace, was nothing but empty words. Just like Danzo, they simply wanted all power concentrated in their own hands. Is there truly no one else, like me, whose only concern is for Konoha's well-being? Hiruzen mused inwardly. Koharu, Hamura, you know Danzo's true intentions. He only wants a force strong enough to overshadow me. I won't stand by and watch him turn Kushina Uzumaki into an emotionless weapon. The two advisors fell silent. Lady Mito has already passed away. Now, there's no one left in the village who can easily restrain a berserk Nine-Tails. If Danzo takes Kushina away, and the Nine-Tails breaks free from its seal, or if Kushina were to unleash it on purpose, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hamura pushed his glasses up, hesitating before he spoke. Hiruzen, while I admit that scenario is possible, the Nine-Tails is ultimately the village's asset. If the Senju clan continues to monopolize its power, Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head, a confident smile spreading across his face. I've been observing the people around Kushina. Aside from Tsunade and Nawaki, they're the young ninja named Minato Namikaze, a civilian by birth, who seems quite fond of Kushina. And as it happens, Minato is now Jiraiya's student. The two advisors, upon hearing this, paused to think, and then drew a sharp breath in surprise. Could this really be just a coincidence? Hiruzen's foresight and cunning stretched so far into the future. It was truly frightening. I plan to focus on cultivating Minato Namikaze when the day comes that he matures. As for the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, he let out a low, knowing chuckle. Sometimes, to control someone, you don't always have to resort to forceful means. What do you both think? The two advisors exchanged glances, both visibly shaken. They suddenly recalled Danzo's long-held ambition to replace Hiruzen as Hokage. But faced with someone like Hiruzen Sarutobi, that hope seemed all but lost. Suddenly, the door to the Hokage's office crashed open with a loud bang, and Tsunade strode in, dragging two lifeless bodies behind her. Under the astonished gazes of Hiruzen and his two advisors, she flung the corpses unceremoniously at their feet. Old man, these two are rogue shinobi who tried to ambush Kushina. I took care of them on the spot. No need to thank me. Brushing the dust from her hands with a stiff expression, Tsunade pointed at the bodies on the floor, clearly dressed in Konoha Enbu attire, lying through her teeth without a trace of guilt. And one more thing, I'm here to let you know. To prevent news of Grandma's death from spreading and causing panic in the village, her funeral will be held tonight. Go if you want, or not. I don't care. Tsunade, adding her own dramatic flair, rattled off her lines all at once. With a cold toss of her last words, she spun on her heel and left, leaving Hiruzen and the two advisors staring at each other in speechless confusion. Kohyudatane looked hesitant, scarcely able to believe what she'd just heard. She turned to Hiruzen and asked, Hiruzen, these two must be Danzo's men, right? But how could Danzo possibly order them to do something like this? Hiruzen nodded grimly, his face darkening. I never expected Danzo to make his move this quickly. Lady Mito's body isn't even cold, and he dares lay a hand on the Jinchuriki already. Someone, bring Danzo to me. I want to see for myself just what he's up to. The shinobi guarding from the shadows didn't dare delay, vanishing instantly to carry out the order. The two elder advisors also felt that Danzo had crossed a line, and so they fell silent, waiting quietly for his arrival. Before long, the sound of footsteps echoed from beyond the door that Tsunade had kicked open. The group exchanged glances, then each took their seat, their eyes all turning to Danzo as he entered from outside. Danzo's gaze immediately fell upon the two corpses lying on the floor. His eyes narrowed, but he raised his head calmly, facing the trio of Hiruzen Sarutobi and his companions, who were seated in judgment as if holding a formal tribunal. Hiruzen, why have you called me here? My root division still needs to assist the Umbu with defense. I am extremely busy. Hiruzen Sarutobi signaled to Danzo to look at the two bodies on the ground. Danzo, Tsunade just brought these here. Tsunade said these two tried to ambush Kushina Uzumaki. They're from your root, aren't they? Danzo fixed his gaze sharply on Hiruzen, his eyes suddenly blazing with anger. Well, Hiruzen Sarutobi, you're certainly skilled at slinging mud. Feigning concern, he crouched down, pulled off the masks from the bodies, and after a brief look, shook his head with a sigh. This was my oversight. My original intention was to have them protect the Jinchuriki, but who could have predicted that these two would betray the village and attempt to harm the Nine Tails host? It was my failure in judging character, and I accept whatever punishment is due. Give me a chance to meet with Kushina Uzumaki. I must apologize to her in person. At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi's understanding of Danzo's shamelessness reached a new level. Still hoping to get close to the Nine Tails host? Danzo must be dreaming. He waved his hand, brushing the matter aside. It wasn't his Umbu who had died, after all. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt no need to grieve. Danzo, Tsunade, says Lady Mito's funeral will be held tonight. Would you care to join us? Danzo considered for a moment and decided he should go. After all, the deaths of these two Root ninjas were far too suspicious. Root's ninjas were experts in stealth. To think that, while monitoring a former Jinchuriki who had lost her tailed beast and a newly appointed one, they'd be discovered and their bodies dumped in front of him, was simply unbelievable. If there wasn't some trickery here, Shimura Danzo would be the last to believe it. Perhaps that old woman Mito had faked her death, trying to deceive someone as young as him. Unless he saw Mito Uzumaki's corpse with his own eyes, Danzo wouldn't be at ease. Very well, I'll be there. After all, Lady Mito gave her life for Konoha. As an elder of the village, I'd feel uneasy if I didn't send her off myself. Night fell. The road from Konoha Hospital to the cemetery had been sealed and placed under strict guard by order of the Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Afterward, he led the three black-clad elder advisors to the Senju compound. Informed in advance, Orochimaru and Jiraiya also came to attend Mito Uzumaki's funeral. At Hiruzen Sarutobi's subtle suggestion, Jiraiya even brought Minato Namikaze along to bid farewell to Uzumaki Mito. The intention was clear without needing to say it out loud. Shizune led the way at the front, holding a photograph covered with a black cloth in his arms. Orochimaru and Jiraiya, one at the head and one at the foot, carefully carried the coffin containing Uzumaki Mito's body, following closely behind Shizune as they made their way toward the Senju clan's burial ground. Kushina, having more or less adapted to the chakra of the Nine Tails, was being supported by Tsunade. Step by step, they followed at the end of the procession. Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and several of the village's elder advisors wore somber expressions, silently watching the coffin ahead. Danzo, feeling the faint aura of death drifting from the coffin, allowed a flicker of satisfaction to pass through his single visible eye. He thought to himself that the great mountain that was Uzumaki Mito, once pressing down on him, had finally fallen. The stone weighing on his heart was at last lifted. Minato Namikaze stood at the very back, stealing worried, pained glances at Kushina, who was still being steadied by Tsunade. The procession moved forward in silence. Only the sound of their footsteps and the soft rustling of wind through the leaves accompanied them. Upon reaching the cemetery, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who possessed mastery over all 5 chakra natures, stepped forward. At Tsunade's direction, he used earth release to dig a grave at the designated spot. Orochimaru and Jiraiya gently lowered the coffin into the grave. Shizune handed the photograph, shrouded in black cloth, to Kushina and asked Orochimaru to help look after her. Together with Tsunade, they filled in the grave, raising a mound of earth over it. Tsunade set up a blank gravestone at the head of the mound, then knelt beside Shizune. Everyone formed a line before the grave and bowed deeply 3 times, offering their final farewell. Kushina, who had fainted earlier from adapting to the Nine Tails chakra, knew nothing of Shizune's arrangements. She had already cried herself into a mess of tears. If Orochimaru hadn't been holding her up, she would have collapsed on the ground. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Tsunade, her head bowed and shoulders trembling, and at Shizune, his face etched with grief. He stepped forward to comfort them. Tsunade, Shizune, he said gently, the departed have found peace. Lady Mito devoted her life to the leaf. Now, she deserves a rest. You are both still young, with a long road ahead. Try to gather your strength sooner. Don't let sorrow overwhelm you for too long. Neither of them lifted their heads, but they nodded faintly in response. Hiruzen let out a quiet sigh in his heart. Don't worry, I'll assign the AMBU to stand guard here in shifts. No one will disturb Lady Mito's slumber. Shizune turned and gave Hiruzen a grateful look. Thank you, Lord Hokage, he replied. Hiruzen nodded. Very well. I still have some work to attend to, so I'll take my leave. You shouldn't let grief weigh you down either. Go home and rest soon. After all, Kushina still needs time to recover. Tsunade, Shizune, and Mito's gatekeeper Yin each stepped forward to comfort Tsunade and Nawaki before leaving together with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Danzo, for his part, didn't say much. He simply cast a lingering look at Kushina, then turned and followed after the others. Nawaki watched them go, then stood up and brushed the dirt from his knees. Jiraiya, it's getting late. Why don't you take Minato home first, he suggested. My sister and I will stay with Grandma a little longer. With Orochimaru-sensei here to keep watch, we'll be fine. Jiraiya looked at Nawaki and Tsunade, worry etched on his face. He hesitated, but finally nodded. All right then. Sarutobi-sensei was right. You shouldn't be too sad. I'll take Minato back now. Orochimaru, I'll leave things here to you. With a wave to Orochimaru, Jiraiya turned and led Minato away. Orochimaru watched as Jiraiya and Minato disappeared into the distance. At last, he couldn't help but voice the question that had been nagging at him. Nawaki, why did Sensei think? Before he could finish, Tsunade, who had been kneeling all this time, began to tremble even more. Suddenly, she clapped a hand over her mouth, her body shook, and she toppled over onto the ground. Nawaki shot his sister a glare, seeing right through her act. You call that good acting? You almost blew your cover, you know. Tsunade pounded her fist into the earth, and then she burst out laughing. Huh, Nawaki, you've still got a long road ahead of you. Don't get too downhearted. Ha 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 ha. Nawaki's face darkened instantly. He marched over and gave Tsunade a swift kick. The moment he did, he regretted it. Sure enough, Tsunade, still shaking with laughter, sprang up from the ground and landed a punch right on Nawaki's forehead. He scrambled to defend himself, but his mighty sister pinned him down with all the force of a mountain and pummeled him mercilessly. You little brat, kicking your sister's backside. Looks like you're getting cocky. Seize, Imsuri. Kushina was so startled. She forgot her grief for a moment and stared in disbelief at Tsunade and Nawaki, now brawling beside Mito's grave. Inside the seal, the Nine-Tails let out a derisive snort and said to Kushina, "Silly girl, those two have been putting on an act the whole time. That woman Mito isn't dead at all. Think about Nawaki's abilities. He has the power of yin-yang release. Saving a Jinchuriki whose tailed beast has been extracted is child's play for him. It's only a simple-minded girl like you who'd fall for their tricks." Kushina's curiosity was instantly piqued. Clumsily, she sent her consciousness into the seal, eager to question the Nine-Tails for details. "Hey, other half of Kurama, tell me, what's really going on here?" Nine-Tails seemed quite content with this new home, rolling over on the ground with satisfaction. Its eyes opened just a sliver, gazing at the little one in front of it. "Since you want to hear it, old man will tell you the story. At that time, you weren't able to handle my power yet, and you passed out from the surge of my chakra." Orochimaru stepped forward, gently pulling Tsunade aside and helping Nawaki up from the ground, brushing the dust from his clothes. "Are you two hiding something from me?" Tsunade, who had still been fuming at Nawaki, couldn't help but burst into laughter again when Orochimaru repeated the question. Seeing Tsunade in this wild mood, Orochimaru realized he wouldn't get an answer from her, so he turned his gaze directly to Nawaki. Nawaki scratched his head, grinning sheepishly as he explained. "Sensei, actually, all of this was just to fool those old geezers. Grandma was saved by my yang release, and now she's already been sent over to Mikoto." Orochimaru looked at him in surprise. "Isn't Lady Mito a Jinchuriki? So the Nine-Tails wasn't extracted after all?" Nawaki shook his head. "No, the Nine-Tails was indeed extracted. It's now sealed inside Kushina." Nawaki recounted to Orochimaru the whole story, from splitting the Nine-Tails to saving Mito. Only then did Orochimaru understand, and he couldn't help but deeply admire Nawaki's resourcefulness. He didn't ask why Nawaki had sent Jiraiya away or kept these matters from him. After all, the fewer people who knew about this, the better. Moreover, Jiraiya never could let go of his feelings for Hiruzen Sarutobi. If he knew that Nawaki was plotting against Sarutobi, it would only trouble him further. Now that Orochimaru understood the full story, he let the matter rest. "Since you've saved Lady Mito, what's your plan for what comes next?" Nawaki looked up at the Hokage rock, his gaze growing deep and contemplative. "Next, we wait for the start of the joint Chunin selection exams. There are some debts that need to be settled. It had been over half a month since Konoha sent invitations for the joint Chunin exams to all the major shinobi villages. Teams from the major villages had been arriving in Konoha one after another to participate in the exams. At Konoha's west gate, the Sand Village elder Ebizo led his team in, trailing the desert winds behind them as they entered Konoha. The boys and girls following him, children of the land of wind, raised amidst endless sandstorms, had never seen a village with such pleasant weather and beautiful scenery. Raza and Karura walked side by side, marveling at Konoha's sights and letting out exclamations of wonder from time to time. Pakura's eyes sparkled as she took in the bustling streets of Konoha. The local villagers passing by couldn't help but feel a surge of pride at the sight of these outsiders, who looked every bit like country folk come to the big city. Heads held high, they walked with the confident bearing of true Konoha citizens. Ebizo noticed the way the people of Konoha were looking at them and felt a bit embarrassed. He turned to remind the group of young people following behind to rein in their behavior a little, then led them toward Konoha's reception office. For this joint Chunin selection exam, Tsukumo Hatake had arranged a reception office between the grounds of the Konoha military police force and the Sarutobi clan. To the west, it bordered the territories of the Inoshikucho trio's families, while to the east lay the most bustling commercial street, which would one day be renamed Ichiraku Avenue. This arrangement ensured that visitors remained under Konoha's watchful eyes, while also allowing them to experience the village's prosperity. Ebizo led his group along the street to the reception office and handed over their invitation to the staff. The staff registered the names of all the genin preparing to take part in the Chunin selection exam. They also assigned someone to guide Ebizo to the accommodations prepared for the visiting team's leaders and informed him that the Hokage himself would meet with him in due course. "Find your rooms, settle in, and focus on your training. Don't go causing trouble in Konoha," Ebizo instructed. "Yes, sir," the group replied in unison. After giving his instructions, Ebizo left with the staff member who had come to guide him. Once Ebizo was gone, the genin could no longer contain their excitement and let out a stifled cheer. After all, it was a rare chance to leave the village. How could anyone focus on training right now? Raza looked at his eager teammates, feeling the urge to go out and explore as well. Even if it wasn't just for fun, it would be worthwhile to observe the strength of genin from the other villages who had come for the exam. This time, Sand Village had sent 6 participants to Konoha, divided into 2 teams. Raza's team consisted of 3 members, the slightly older Raza as captain, Yitsong as the muscle, and Karura as the team's lucky charm. The other team was led by Karura's younger brother, Yashimaru, who brought along 2 ordinary genin. After a quick discussion, Raza and Yashimaru decided to split up, each taking their own team to gather information on the other contestants. Yashimaru, spirited and youthful, waved a quick goodbye to his sister and dashed off with his 2 teammates, eager to enjoy his newfound freedom. Raza shook his head as he watched the still somewhat immature Yashimaru leave. He exchanged a glance with Yitsong, and together they started asking around as they made their way toward Konoha's training grounds. Meanwhile, the ninja sent by Danzo to keep watch signaled quietly to his partner from the shadows. The 2 slipped into an unoccupied house and used transformation jutsu to disguise themselves as a pair of teenagers, then started tailing Raza's group discreetly. As for Yashimaru's team, they too were being followed by other hidden ninja, so there was no need for these 2 to worry about them. Konoha's training grounds stretched around the outer edge of the village, numbered from 0 all the way to 44. Although some were off-limits to outsiders, most of them were open for visitors to observe. The catch is, you have to be willing to risk getting hit by a stray shuriken or being taken out by some ninjutsu gone wrong. Raza and his 2 companions followed the directions they gathered and headed toward the Konoha training grounds. They had just left the bustling marketplace and hadn't even caught sight of the training field when, all of a sudden, 2 teenage ninjas with Konoha forehead protectors sprang out from the roadside. "Hey, you 3 brats over there. Which village are you from? Here for the Chunin exams too. Isn't it obvious? Just look at them. Covered in sand, clothes all tattered and worn. Where else could they be from but that backwater, the hidden sand village? You're lucky enough to visit Konoha, but instead of enjoying the sights, you sneak out here. What's the matter? Afraid you'll flunk the exams and planning to run away? Figures. Ha ha ha." The 2 Konoha ninjas bantered back and forth, letting out a burst of raucous laughter. Raza's pupils narrowed slightly, and he held back Yakura, who looked furious and ready to strike. "Gentlemen, we're only here to take in the sights of Konoha. We have no intention of starting trouble with your villagers. And for the record, our hidden sand village is no backwater. I'd appreciate it if you showed a little respect for Tsunade, which, after all, is one of the 5 great hidden villages." The Konoha ninja, who'd been mocking them, wore a look of disdain, his eyes sharp and unfriendly. "Respect? You're nothing but losers who've already fallen to Konoha. Let me make it clear right now. Your sand village is a backwater, and all its ninjas are cowards, just like you." Raza clenched his fists suddenly, his eyes locked onto the Konoha ninja before him. Chakra began to seep from his feet into the ground, as he quietly started manipulating the gold dust below with his magnet release. The Konoha ninja arched an eyebrow, a mocking smile on his face as he stared at Raza. "Oh, you think balling your fist is going to scare me? Too afraid to even make a move. Just proves you're nothing but a coward." Yakura could no longer restrain his anger. With a flurry of hand signs, he opened his mouth and unleashed a blazing fireball at the Konoha ninja. "Scorch release, fireball." Upon hearing "scorch release" and feeling the searing heat from the incoming ball of fire, the Konoha ninja's eyes widened with a hint of excitement. This is way hotter than ordinary fire release. Scorch release? So this must be the bloodline limit master Hiriko is after. Suppressing the thrill of fulfilling his mission, the Konoha ninja's expression hardened as he shouted, "Bold move. How dare you attack? Konoha ninjas here. Let's get them. These spies pretending to be exam candidates. We'll take them straight to Lord Hokage." Right. The 2 Konoha ninjas immediately fell into fighting stances, their hands weaving through rapid seals. Earth release, earth-style wall. The fireball crashed into the rising earthen wall, erupting with a thunderous explosion. The searing heat scorched the earth-style barrier until cracks spread across its surface, and where the fireball struck directly, the intense temperature baked the earth into a glazed, ceramic-like finish. One of the Konoha shinobi, witnessing this scene, couldn't hide the mix of shock and excitement in his eyes. As expected, the temperature of this Kekii Genkai is truly terrifying. If we keep fighting, our identities might be exposed. Retreat. He exchanged a quick glance with his companion, formed a string of hand seals for a water-style technique, and unleashed a powerful jet of water from his mouth. Water-style, surging wave. The torrent slammed into the earthen wall, now glowing red with heat, and instantly, a thick veil of steam rose up. Taking advantage of the dense mist, the 2 vanished in a flash. Just as they disappeared, a chilling male voice echoed through the swirling fog. Magnet-style, gold dust shuriken. Countless shuriken, fashioned from fine gold sand, pierced the mist and shattered the earthen wall, now weakened by the water. The deadly barrage continued, sweeping over the spot where the two Konoha shinobi had just stood. A muffled thud sounded as the shuriken embedded themselves in the ground. Raza frowned in confusion. Karura unleashed a wind-style jutsu, dispersing the lingering steam and revealing the broken wall and the now empty ground. Raza's expression darkened. Damn it! Those two bastards were clearly here to gather intelligence. Now Yakura's scorch release has been exposed. Hurry! We need to report back to Elder Chiyo. In the underground root base, Hiru received word that Danzo had tracked down the Kekkai Genkai shinobi. Setting aside his experiments, he made a rare appearance in Danzo's office. The root ninja who had taunted Raza was now briefing Danzo on the gathered information. Lord Danzo, it's been confirmed. Among the Sand Village representatives at the Chunin exams, there is indeed a shinobi possessing the Scorch Release Kekkai Genkai. The one with Scorch Release is a young woman, registered at reception under the name Yakura, 16 years old. Her Scorch Release allows her to create fireballs radiating terrifying heat. Her abilities seem to be above those of an ordinary jonin. Judging by her age and strength, it's highly likely that the Sand Village concealed her true rank during registration. That's all. Danzo nodded, unsurprised by the Sand strategy of hiding their shinobi's ranks. To earn favor with the daimyo and nobles, which would bring more funding and missions to the village, Danzo considered such tactics entirely routine. Hiru, we've already identified a Kekkai Genkai shinobi who can wield Scorch Release. So what do you think? Are you interested in a bloodline that grants control over such intense heat? Baruhu naturally heard Genin's earlier report, and when he listened to Danzo's questioning, he shook his head with a hint of regret. This Scorch Release ability, I suspect, comes from the combination of wind and fire chakra natures, producing a high-temperature Kekkai Genkai. Although its attack power is formidable, I doubt its versatility or potential ceiling is all that high. I'm not a fan of it. Any other findings? Genin shook his head in reply. Just as Baruhu was about to turn away in disappointment, another Genin burst into Danzo's office, reeking of singed flesh. Without regard for the black arcs of electricity still flickering across his body, he hurriedly reported the intelligence he had gathered. Lord Danzo, there are people from the Hidden Cloud village. Their leader is a jonin named Tsukadai. Among them is a young ninja who uses a strange lightning release technique that combines both lightning and water styles. His lightning release appears jet black, and its piercing power against other jutsu is both extremely potent and remarkably stable. This could be an entirely new Kekkai Genkai. Moreover, his lightning release seems to have an automatic tracking ability. I was nearly exposed before I realized it. Baru, who had been about to leave, couldn't help but brighten at the mention of these jutsu characteristics. He turned on his heel and approached the Genin. You're saying that person's lightning release is highly penetrative and can even track targets? The Genin, having not noticed Baruhu earlier, instinctively looked to Danzo for permission when questioned. Danzo nodded indifferently, signaling that it was fine, though he himself was now intrigued by this peculiar lightning release. Seeing that Danzo had no objection, the Genin turned to Baruhu and nodded in confirmation. Yes, Lord Baruhu. Baruhu's eyes shone with excitement, and he nodded repeatedly in approval. Excellent, excellent. Bring me their files and take me to where they're staying. I want to see this lightning release for myself. Danzo, noticing how eager Baruhu was to act at the mere mention of a new Kekkai Genkai, quickly spoke up to restrain him. Baruhu, don't be hasty. The people of the Land of Lightning have only just arrived in Konoha. If something happens now, I'll have a hard time explaining it to Hiruzen Surutobi. Wait a little. The Chunin exams are being held on the outskirts of the village. Once the tests begin, you'll have plenty of opportunities to make your move. Baru paused mid-step, turned his head slightly toward Danzo behind him, and let a wicked smile curl across his lips. Don't worry, Lord Danzo. I'm just going to plant the seed of the ghoul bud technique. I won't devour him just yet. A low, sinister chuckle escaped him. Lead the way. After Baru finished speaking, he grabbed the root ninja beside him, and the two of them vanished instantly. Reception Hall of the Land of Lightning. Nami, usually laid back and languid, now wore a grave expression as he led his teammates back to their lodgings. I didn't expect Konoha's people to suddenly make a move to test us. The fact that I possess storm release abilities has probably already been exposed. Let's just stay in our rooms for now and wait for Lord Tudai to return before we make any decisions. The son of the third Reikage had stayed behind in the village to work on teamwork drills with his newly assigned partner, while his partner, Killer Bee, had only recently become the Eight Tails Jinchuriki and was still getting used to the tailed beast powers, busy communicating with the beast itself. That meant the two strongest young ninjas of the Hidden Cloud had both remained in the village. As for Nami, the star contestant sent from the hidden cloud to participate in Konoha's Chunin exams. While he usually came across as lazy and carefree, his strength and wits easily marked him as one of the standouts among his generation. Just earlier, his squad, much like Raza's squad from the Hidden Sand, were ambushed by a few young Konoha ninjas while out and about. Nami's two teammates, unable to swallow the provocation, got into a scuffle with them. Seeing his teammates getting the worst of it, Nami had no choice but to step in, catching the Konoha ninja off guard with his storm release and injuring one of them. To his surprise, after his intervention, the Konoha ninjas only tested them briefly before decisively retreating. Nami sent something off and promptly led his team back. His two teammates, realizing they'd acted rashly and might have exposed Nami's bloodline limit, now stood with heads bowed, faces full of remorse. Meanwhile, Baruhu had already questioned the root ninja who was guiding him about the composition of the Hidden Cloud squad. He learned that the one wielding black lightning was a robust, white-haired youth with tattoos for lightning and water on his shoulders. Baruhu then pulled out the dossier on Tsunade, the Jonin leader from the Hidden Cloud, and studied it for a moment. Using the transformation jutsu, he assumed Tsunade's appearance. Then, channeling chakra to his vocal cords, he perfectly mimicked Tsunade's voice as remembered by the root ninja. With unhurried confidence, he strode up to the door of Nami's squad's room and knocked. "Open up. I'm back." Hearing the familiar voice from inside the room, Nami's two teammates brightened instantly and were about to get up and open the door. But Nami's face clouded with suspicion. He stopped his teammates and whispered, "Wait, something doesn't feel right." Lord Tsunade just accepted an invitation from the Hokage to go greet the third Tsuchikage, Onoki. There's no way he should be back this soon. The teammates froze, realizing Nami made a good point. They stopped in their tracks, cautious now, and asked tentatively, "Namai, do you think it's possible that the person outside is an accomplice of those who attacked us earlier? They followed us all the way here." Namai shook his head. "I'm not sure either. You two be careful. I'll go open the door and take a look. If anything seems wrong, shout for help immediately. There are ninja from several nations here, and the Konoha security force is right next door. They won't just stand by if we're in danger." The two teammates nodded, drawing their weapons and eyeing the door nervously. Namai walked up to the door and called out, "Lord Tsunade, is that you? Weren't you meeting with the third Hokage of Konoha? How did you get back so quickly?" Hiryu, disguised as Tsunade, heard someone answer from inside and allowed himself a relaxed smile. Just as he'd expected, these inexperienced kids were easy to fool. They gave everything away without even being asked. "I was discussing the Chunin exams with the third Hokage, but then I heard you'd been attacked in Konoha. I was worried about your safety, so I came back to check on you. Open the door and let me see if anyone's hurt." Hearing this, Namai immediately realized that the person outside, using Tsunade's voice, was an imposter. Quietly, he gathered his chakra, preparing for a fight. "No need, Jonin Tsunade. None of us are hurt. You should go back and rest." Hiryu sensed the surge of chakra from behind the door, and his expression darkened, knowing he'd been found out. A cold, mocking smile flickered in his eyes. If he couldn't trick these kids, then brute force would do just fine. They were only young genin. After all, planting a seed in them would be no challenge for Hiryu. With a resounding crash, Hiryu coated his right hand in steel release and smashed the door into splinters with a single punch, revealing Namai, standing just behind it. Looking at the white-haired, broad-shouldered youth before him, Hiryu's face broke into a satisfied grin. Namai was startled, but his hands flashed through a series of seals. A surge of black lightning, entwined with water, shot from his palms towards Hiryu. Storm release, laser circus. Seeing the jet of black lightning streaking toward him, Hiryu's eyes sparkled with delight. Storm release. A Kekii Jinkai that can fully control lightning through water? Fascinating. With an ability like this, I have to integrate it into my demonic bud technique. In a split second, Hiryu thrust out his left hand to meet the oncoming lightning. Two diamond-shaped holes opened in his palm. Dark release, inhaling maw. The black storm release chakra vanished instantly into the holes in Hiryu's palm, as if it had been swallowed whole. Namai, who had never witnessed anything like this, stood there in shock, momentarily stunned. Baruhu swiftly extended his right hand and pressed it against Nami's forehead. Channeling a trace of his Jayamura technique, he left a red eye-shaped mark on Nami's brow, which quickly faded from sight. Retracting his hand, Baruhu nodded in satisfaction and vanished in an instant. Uchiha Fugaku scowled at the spot where the figure had disappeared, letting out a low, resentful grunt. Just moments earlier, Fugaku had heard the commotion from the police force headquarters and rushed to the scene as quickly as he could. Seeing that the ninja who had attacked the Chunin exam candidates from the Hidden Cloud had already fled, he immediately began his pursuit. Truthfully, the fugitive's speed wasn't particularly impressive. With Fugaku's strength, he should have been able to catch up in no time, barring any complications. Just as he was about to overtake the fleeing shadow, several shuriken suddenly shot out from the darkness, whistling toward Fugaku. Startled, he dodged at once, remaining alert for any further ambushes from the shadows. But because of this interference, all he could do was watch helplessly as the figure slipped around a corner and vanished into the labyrinth of streets, taking with him any hope of pursuit. He stood tense and vigilant for a while, but the attacker in the shadows did not strike again, seemingly having retreated quietly into the night. With nothing to show for his efforts, Fugaku had no choice but to return to the hidden cloud ninja's lodgings, hoping to glean some clues from the attack candidates. Standing before the shattered room of Nami's squad, Uchiha Fugaku surveyed the shaken group. "You're the ninjas from the hidden cloud here for the Chunin exams, aren't you? I'm truly sorry that you were attacked while under the protection of the police force. Were any of you harmed, or did you lose any belongings? If so, please make a list, and Konoha will see that you are properly compensated." Nami held back his two furious teammates, shaking his head calmly. "We weren't really hurt. Thank you for your concern." Fugaku glanced at the splintered door, then gestured at the debris scattered across the floor. "You must have fought with the assailant, right? If you can share any information about the attacker, the police force might be able to use it to determine who they are." Nami nodded and described the sequence of events to Fugaku. "I see. So, you're saying he only pressed your forehead lightly and did nothing else?" Nami nodded again, puzzlement flickering on his face. "Yes. The man's actions were very odd. Aside from trying to trick us into opening the door at first, he didn't say a single word." Nami paused, thinking for a moment. "Oh, that's right. I attacked him once with a lightning release jutsu, but he absorbed it using two strange holes in his palm. He called the technique dark release, inhaling maw." Fugaku's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself. "In release, absorbing acupuncture points. Yes, this information is extremely valuable. Thank you for your cooperation. I'll have someone arrange a new room for you, so you can rest at ease. Please rest assured, the security corps will use the clues you've provided to track down the assailant as soon as possible. If there's any progress, the security corps will inform you immediately." Since Fugaku had already offered a courteous apology and made the necessary arrangements, Namai's teammates felt it would be inappropriate to press the security corps for more responsibility. After a round of polite exchanges, Fugaku excused himself and left. Turning things over in his mind, Fugaku decided to return to the Uchiha compound and consult with the knowledgeable Mito, Uzumaki. As one of their own, Nawaki naturally had no intention of hiding anything from Fugaku, especially since his grandmother lived right in Uchiha Mikoto's house. Even if he wanted to keep secrets, it would be impossible. Thus, Uchiha Fugaku was also one of those privy to the details of the Nine-Tails incident. Back at the compound, Fugaku headed straight for Mikoto's house. By chance, he ran into Nawaki, who had come to visit his grandmother. "Fugaku, you look troubled. Is something wrong with the security corps?" Recognizing Nawaki, Fugaku saw no reason to hide the truth and nodded. "There's indeed a bit of trouble. One of the cloud's candidates for the Chunin exams was attacked by an unknown person just now." The method was rather Fugaku's eyes lit up as he muttered under his breath. "Dark release, suction cavities. Yes, this information is incredibly valuable. Thank you for your cooperation. I'll have someone arrange a new room for you. Please, rest assured and relax. Don't worry, the security corps will follow the clues you've provided and track down the attacker as soon as possible. If there are any developments, we'll make sure to inform you right away." Seeing that Fugaku had already offered a polite apology and made proper arrangements, Namai's teammates decided not to press the security corps further. After exchanging a few customary pleasantries, Fugaku took his leave. Fugaku pondered for a moment and decided to return to the Uchiha compound to consult the well-informed Uzumaki Mito. As an insider himself, Shinku had no reason to hide anything from Fugaku, especially since his grandmother lived right in Uchiha Mikoto's house. Even if he wanted to keep something secret, it would be impossible. Thus, Uchiha Fugaku was one of those in the know about the Nine-Tails incident as well. When he returned to the compound, Fugaku headed straight for Mikoto's house. By coincidence, he ran into Shinku, who had come to visit his grandmother. "Big brother Fugaku, why the long face? Is there trouble with the security corps?" Seeing it was Shinku, Fugaku didn't hide anything. He nodded and said, "There is indeed some trouble. A moment ago, a participant from the hidden cloud in the Chunin exams was attacked by an unknown assailant. The technique used was rather unusual. I wanted to consult with that esteemed lady. She's seen so much, she might know what sort of person would use such a technique." Shinku's curiosity was piqued, and he pressed on, Unusual technique? How unusual are we talking? It's a jutsu that creates 2 holes in the palm, capable of absorbing lightning release ninjutsu. They called it dark release. Judging by the name, I think it must be a Kekkei Genkai, which is why I said it's quite unusual. When Shinku heard dark release, it reminded him of someone. Dark release. Did you ask whether the attacker did anything else to the hidden cloud ninja? Fugaka thought for a moment and replied, I believe so. That person touched the forehead of the young ninja from the hidden cloud, though I have no idea why. I even used my Sharingan, but I couldn't see any changes in the cloud ninja's body. My guess is it's probably someone from another village, trying to test the cloud participants' abilities ahead of time. A faint smile appeared on Shinku's face, and he shook his head gently. Big brother Fugaku, you've guessed wrong this time. Someone who can use a Kekkei Genkai like Dark Release. If you ask anyone else, they probably wouldn't know. But you happen to ask me, so you're in luck. Fugaku was puzzled. You know who that person is? Shinka nodded. That's right. If that person hadn't done anything else, I wouldn't have been able to confirm who they were. But now, I'm almost certain who that person is. Ooh, do you remember last time, when the 3rd Hokage sent Orochimaru-sensei on that mission to hunt down a rogue ninja? Fugaku spoke thoughtfully. You mean the renegade who murdered comrades in the village and performed human experiments? The police force also received the notice to classify him as a rogue ninja. I think his name was... Seeing Fugaku racking his brain, Nawaki couldn't help but chime in, Orochiho. Oh, yes, that's right. His name was Orochiho. Suddenly enlightened, Fugaku's face then turned doubtful as he asked, But how do you know it was him? Nawaki smiled. Big brother Fugaku, you might not know this. Orochimaru-sensei told me that Orochiho developed a forbidden technique that allows him to devour others' bodies and steal their power. The demonic sprout technique. When Orochimaru-sensei went after him, he saw with his own eyes Orochiho use a steel release, Kekkei Genkai, with defenses even greater than Earth release, Earth Spear, as well as a dark release that could absorb all elemental ninjutsu attacks. Unfortunately for him, he happened to run into Orochimaru-sensei, who wielded the legendary grass gutter sword and specialized in snake-style jutsu. Orochiho's abilities were completely outmatched. Fugaku looked puzzled. In that case, shouldn't Orochiho have been captured? Nawaki nodded and let out a sigh. Just like what happened to you earlier, someone rescued him halfway through. Suddenly understanding, Fugaku's expression grew grave. So, that means the one who attacked Kumobikura this time was Orochiho. He's a rogue ninja from Konoha, and yet he dares to openly attack in the village. I'm afraid. Exactly. Someone in the village is protecting him, and whoever it is must have considerable status and power. Otherwise, there's no way ninjas would secretly cover Orochiho's escape. Nawaki spoke with absolute certainty, his suspicion already fixed firmly on Danzo. Whenever chaos breaks out in Konoha, blaming Danzo is almost never wrong. Oh, Danzo, even without Orochimaru-sensei's help, you just can't give up your wicked ambitions. You found Orochiho to continue your wood-release experiments, didn't you? Sheltering a Konoha traitor and conducting human modification experiments. Well then, now I have one more reason to take you down. Nawaki snickered coldly to himself, then waved at Fugaku. Big brother Fugaku, let's not investigate this any further for now. I already have a good idea of who's helping Orochiho. Once this Chunin joint selection is over, I'll deal with these people myself. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted at Konoha's western gate, drawing Nawaki and Fugaku's attention away from their conversation. Turning his head, he saw a group of ninjas wearing Rain Village forehead protectors and gas masks entering Konoha through the west gate. Some well-informed villagers of Konoha, upon seeing the man at the front, let out a startled cry. That attire, it's the leader of the legendary Land of Rain, the one they call the demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo the Salamander. What? You mean the mighty warrior who bestowed the title of the legendary Sanin of Konoha upon Lord Orochimaru and the others? I can't believe he's come to Konoha this time. Yes, indeed. As soon as the crowd learned of Hanzo's identity, a wave of awe and admiration rippled through them, regardless of whether they'd ever met him before. Hanzo the Salamander, his gaze unwavering, led Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan deeper into the heart of Konoha village. Rope Tree watched the approaching group, a smile appearing on his face. Turning to Uchiha Fugaku, he said, Fugaku, the legendary demigod of the ninja world is here. Should we go over and have a look? Fugaku, clearly unimpressed by the Rain Village ninjas, only cast a cold glance at Hanzo and let out a disdainful snort. He's nothing but a butcher who incited war for his own selfish ends. At that, Rope Tree suddenly remembered that the Uchiha clan had suffered great losses on the Rain Country battlefield, including Mikoto's mother. This realization made the situation seem much more complicated. If the Uchiha couldn't accept Hanzo the Salamander as an ally, and Mikoto grew dissatisfied with him because of it, what was he supposed to do? Fugaku, quick to notice Rope Tree's troubled expression, looked at him in puzzlement. Rope Tree, are you alright? Rope Tree snapped out of it, gave a couple of awkward laughs, and hesitated over how to explain. Ahem, I'm Fine, Fugaku. But Fugaku gave Rope Tree a questioning look, sensing his hesitation. But what? After a moment's struggle, Rope Tree steeled himself and spoke. What if I told you that Hanzo the Salamander now wants to form an alliance with us? How would the Uchiha clan feel about that? Fugaku was taken aback. He hadn't expected Rope Tree to ask such a question. Hanzo the Salamander was, after all, the leader of a village, and a demigod in his own right. If there were to be any alliance, it would be something to be discussed directly with the third Hokage. As for the Uchiha clan's opinion, did it really matter? That would depend on the third Hokage. It's not something the Uchiha clan alone can decide. Rope Tree, why are you suddenly asking me this? Rope Tree glanced over at Hanzo the Salamander, who was now walking their way and had already nodded in greeting. No, I don't mean an alliance with the third Hokage. I mean an alliance with us. Rope Tree fixed Fugaku with a serious gaze, enunciating each word. Finally, Fugaku caught on, looking at Shoju with a hint of uncertainty. You mean to say that Hanzo the Salamander is now on our side? Shoju nodded. At that time, Master Orochimaru and the others were defeated by Hanzo the Salamander. Then I defeated Hanzo myself, and, using the Sharingan's Genjutsu, put him under my control. He's now working for me. So, Fugaku understood what Shoju was leaving unsaid, and suddenly everything became clear. So, you're saying that Hanzo the Salamander is now one of us? Shoju nodded again, his eyes filled with worry as he looked at Fugaku, afraid he might refuse. Even though, with his current strength, Shoju could easily bring the Uchiha clan to heel. Still, since Mikoto was part of the Uchiha, it was better to find common ground, if possible, rather than strain the relationship. Fugaku pondered for a moment. Then, a look of reassurance spread across his face, and he patted Shoju on the shoulder. So you were worried about how the Uchiha clan would see this? He let out a hearty laugh. As shinobi, dying in an enemy's hand is nothing out of the ordinary, especially in times of war. And besides, the Uchiha are no fools. We all know why the third Hokage sent us to the battlefield in the Land of Rain. This wasn't your fault, not by a long shot. On the contrary, Hanzo the Salamander's strength is well known. Now that he's on our side, we've gained a powerful ally. Seeing that Shoju still looked uneasy, Fugaku added, you don't need to worry about Mikoto either. You've already defeated Sanshuo Shinda and avenged Mikoto's mother, haven't you? For the sake of the bigger picture, I trust Mikoto will understand. True to his status as the head of the clan, Uchiha Fugaku had seen straight to the heart of the matter. Hearing Fugaku's words, Shoju's furrowed brow finally relaxed. He shot Fugaku a grateful smile. Thank you, brother Fugaku. Fugaku laughed heartily. Come on, now that we're all on the same side, we ought to give him a proper welcome. Right. The two exchanged a smile and strode together toward Hanzo the Salamander. Lord Demigod, your journey must have been arduous. I am Fugaku Uchiha, current head of the Uchiha clan, and in charge of making arrangements for the shinobi from every nation who have come to Konoha. If you would, please allow me to escort you to your accommodations. As the captain of the police force, Uchiha Fugaku was responsible for organizing the security for all the visitors. He stepped forward, a warm smile on his face, and began exchanging polite greetings with Hanzo the Salamander. Salamander Hanzo recognized Fuyue's origins from the insignia on his clothes, a little surprised that a member of the Uchiha clan would treat the leader of Amigakure with such warmth and respect. Noticing Rope Tree standing beside Fuyu, nodding at him in greeting, Hanzo immediately understood that this man was an ally. He silently admired Rope Tree's skillful maneuver, and though his face was hidden behind a mask, a smile appeared on his lips. You are too kind. Please, would you be so good as to show me the way? This way, please. The two strolled ahead, chatting and laughing as if they were old friends, with no sign that this was their very first meeting. Trailing behind Hanzo were three little figures. As they passed Rope Tree, they suddenly stopped in their tracks. Heads lowered and eyes hidden beneath their hoods, the three exchanged glances. Then all at once they spun around and lunged at Rope Tree. Ah, got you! A young girl's voice rang out with a playful challenge. At the sound, Rope Tree's face broke into a broad grin. He stood his ground, neither dodging nor flinching. As the three barreled into him, he swept them up in one motion, gathering the little ones into his arms. Haha, so, you little rascals still think you can sneak up on your teacher? Aren't you afraid I'll have to give you a good scolding? He reached out and pulled back their hoods, revealing Konan, Yahiko, and Nagato. Konan snuggled into her teacher's embrace like a kitten, rubbing her little head against Rope Tree's chest, clearly relishing this long-missed warmth. Yahiko and Nagato, on the other hand, looked a bit embarrassed and wriggled, trying to break free. Rope Tree patted each of them on the head, then took Konan's small hand. So, people from all the other nations have arrived, but I hadn't seen you three until now. I was starting to wonder if maybe you didn't want to come to Konoha to see me at all. Yahiko scratched his head and let out a sheepish chuckle. Sensei, Lord Hanzo put us through some extra training before we left, so we set out a bit late. But we've been looking forward to coming to Konoha every day. Isn't that right, Nagato? Yahiko nudged Nagato with his elbow. After hesitating for a moment, Nagato nodded shyly. Rope Tree released Konan and ruffled Yahiko and Nagato's hair with exaggerated affection. All right, I understand how you feel. Come on, let's head to the Senju clan's compound together. Yahiko, I'll give you some special training today. Yahiko's face lit up with delight, and he nodded eagerly. The first time he received this special training, Rope Tree had gifted him a summoning beast. He learned the true meaning of what a blessing ever since. Konan, Tsunade still keeps the flower you gave her. She's always talking about how she wishes you'd come to see her again. Konan answered crisply, her eyes crinkling with a bright smile. Rope Tree looked at Nagato, a trace of emotion flickering in his eyes. Kamen, let me introduce someone to you. She might just be one of the few relatives you have in this world. Kamen jerked his head up, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. Sensei, are you serious? Yes. Her name is Shina Uzumaki. She's my younger sister. She should be about 5 years older than you, right? And just like you, she has red hair. Rope Tree nodded as he spoke to Kamen. Kamen instantly grabbed Rope Tree's hand, which was resting on his head, and held on tightly. Sensei, please take me to her. Of course. When Rope Tree brought the three little ones back to the Senju compound, they arrived just in time to see those two shameless fellows each circling around Tsunade and Kushina, trying to win their favor. As soon as Konan spotted Jiraiya at the Senju compound, she immediately slipped free from Rope Tree's grasp and dashed toward Jiraiya with quick little steps. Jiraiya-sensei, we're here. Jiraiya, who had been busy trying to impress Tsunade, turned at the sound of her voice. When he saw Konan running toward him, his face lit up with a smile as warm as a proud father's. He crouched down and opened his arms, scooping up Konan's small figure and spinning her around in a joyful circle. After 4 years together, these children had become a part of his life. Now, after more than 2 weeks apart, seeing them again filled his heart with happiness. Yahiko, Kamen, was the journey long? Are you tired? Yahiko and Kamen, not as outwardly affectionate as Konan, simply looked at Jiraiya with eyes sparkling with delight and shook their heads. Jiraiya-sensei, we're not tired at all. Nearby, Minato was drawn over by the sudden appearance of the three children. He approached Jiraiya and asked, Sensei, who are they? Jiraiya set Konan down and introduced them to Minato. Minato, these are Konan, Yahiko, and Kamen, my disciples from the land of rain, whom I've taught for 4 years. Then, turning to the three children, he pointed at Minato and said, You three little rascals, let me tell you, he's nothing like Rope Tree or me as a teacher. This is Minato Namikaze. He is my one and only apprentice. Ha ha ha. After 4 years living with Jiraiya, the kids already knew what kind of person he was. None of them bothered to respond to his playful antics. Konan stepped forward, graceful and polite, and extended her little hand to Minato. Hello, I'm Konan, Jiraiya-sensei's disciple. I'm 9 years old. A sunny smile spread across Minato's face as he reached out to shake her hand. But Yahiko wouldn't have it. He sprang forward in a flash, placing himself in front of Konan, blocking her from Minato, and shot a wary look at the slightly more handsome newcomer. Well, maybe just a little more handsome, but I definitely look more manly than him. Yahiko thought to himself, not without a trace of pride. Nagato stood quietly by Yahiko and Konan's side, looking every bit like their little follower. He gave Minato a slight nod, a subtle gesture of greeting. Kushina's eyes were fixed intently on Nagato's red hair. She muttered to herself, Red hair, the same color as mine, and Grandma Mito's. Unable to resist, she stepped forward, standing in front of the boy who was just a bit shorter than her, and looked him over carefully. So your name is Nagato? What's your family name? Nagato looked up at the red-haired girl before him, a wave of warmth and familiarity welling up from deep inside. But when he heard Kushina ask about his surname, memories of his late father and mother surfaced, and his expression dimmed. I don't have a family name, he answered softly. Without hesitation, Kushina reached out and grabbed Nagato's arm, sensing the chakra flowing within him. This chakra was so vibrant, so full of life. And with that red hair, who else in the shinobi world could he be descended from, if not the Uzumaki clan? Kushina shook her head gently. No, that's not true. You do have a family name. My name is Kushina Uzumaki. You should have the same name as me, Uzumaki Nagato. Looking at Kushina, who radiated the warmth of family, Nagato suddenly felt a sting behind his eyes, as if he might cry. Deep within Kushina, the Nine-Tails stirred abruptly, its pupils narrowing to slits. The Rinnegan? A surge of chakra emanated from the Nine-Tails, slowly seeping through the seal and manifesting outside Kushina's body. Shinju's eyes widened in alarm. He shouted, Jiraiya, the barrier! Jiraiya, having sensed the emergence of the Nine-Tails chakra, didn't dare to hesitate. At Shinju's warning, he quickly formed the necessary hand seals, and a great barrier technique unfolded, cutting off all the fluctuations within the Senju compound. Kushina looked at the sudden appearance of the Nine-Tails chakra on her body, surprised. Kurama, why have you come out? The Nine-Tails ignored Kushina's confusion. Its chakra slowly took the shape of a fox's head on Kushina's body, its eyes fixed on Nagato's face, partially obscured by his hair. Shinju, the Nine-Tails said, this brat bears the aura of the Rinnegan. The Uzumaki clan has no foundation that would allow for the awakening of the Rinnegan. He can't possibly be another exception like you. Shinju wasn't surprised by the Nine-Tails' rather biased opinion. After all, he himself had once displayed the power of Inyang. Release and the Sharingan in front of the Nine-Tails, and only then, after revealing his potential, did he barely win its recognition. Even with such potential, his current abilities still fell short of awakening the Rinnegan. And yet Nagato, just an 8 or a 9-year-old boy, how could he possibly possess the power to awaken the Rinnegan? He truly does have the Rinnegan. However, he truly does possess the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived even after the Rinnegan's power erupted twice. Nagato looked in confusion at his teacher, who was conversing with the fox formed of chakra. He couldn't quite grasp what they were talking about. What was the Rinnegan? What was this Uzumaki bloodline? Suddenly, the Nine-Tails recalled something that Rope Tree had once said. Its eyes flashed, and a chilling, murderous aura began to radiate from its body. If that's the case, then there's only one possibility. The Rinnegan in his eyes, it must be that bastard Uchiha Madara's doing. I'll destroy it right now. Whatever Madara's plans are, once he loses the Rinnegan. Letting out a sinister laugh, the Nine-Tails raised its massive paw, ready to strike at Nagato. Wait! Rope Tree stepped forward, blocking Nagato and stopping the Nine-Tails' attack. Move aside. I won't kill him. I just want to destroy the Rinnegan. At worst, you could just make him a new pair of eyes. Rope Tree shook his head, then turned to face Nagato. He gently brushed aside the long red hair, falling over Nagato's face, fully revealing the Rinnegan. Nagato felt unsteady at the sudden clarity in his vision, shrinking back slightly. In the light purple rings of the Rinnegan, a trace of confusion flickered. Nagato, Kurama is actually telling the truth. These eyes, they aren't your original eyes. You truly carry the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. There's no doubt about that. But at the same time, because you've inherited the Uzumaki clan's sage body, it's impossible for you to awaken the sage's eye on your own. So, the choice is yours. Keep these eyes, or destroy them, and let your teacher create a new pair that truly belong to you. Whatever you choose, I'll support you. Nagato was silent for a long moment, as if making up his mind, his purple eyes fixed on Rope Tree. Teacher, are these eyes connected to my parents' deaths? Rope Tree nodded. Then, the original owner of these eyes, was it the Uchiha Madara you were talking about? Again, Rope Tree nodded. Then why did he choose me? Why would he even kill my parents? Rope Tree was quiet for a moment, then spoke softly. Uchiha Madara is a man who will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Since he chose to do this, he must have had his reasons. Even I cannot give you the true answer. Nagato's expression darkened. But, there's one place where you might find the answer. At this point, Rope Tree's tone suddenly shifted. Nagato's eyes widened with hope, and he asked urgently, Teacher, where is it? The Uchiha clan's Naka shrine. There's a stone tablet there, said to have been left by the sage of 6 paths himself. It contains secrets about the sage's eye, and the method to obtain the power to control all things in the world. Back then, Uchiha Madara once told my grandfather that he had found a way to achieve everlasting peace in the shinobi world from the stone tablet. Maybe it has something to do with these Rinnegan eyes. Hope glimmered in Nagato's gaze as he gripped Shinshu's arm. Sensei, please take me to see that stone tablet. Shinshu agreed to Nagato's request. Leaving the younger children in Tsunade's care, he prepared to take Nagato to the Naka shrine. Jiraiya, worried for his student, insisted on coming along. Shinshu didn't object. After removing Nagato's Amage-cure attire and forehead protector, and dressing him in a set of Konoha-style clothes, the three of them set out from the Senju compound, heading toward the Uchiha clan. The young ones had no idea what the Rinnegan was, nor did they understand its true significance. Instead, their attention was drawn to the fox formed from chakra that had suddenly appeared within Kushina's body. They crowded around her, full of questions. Kushina had never received so much attention before. With Tsunade's silent approval, she launched into a lively explanation for the two children and Minato about the origins of the Nine Tails. Listen up, you guys. This is my biggest secret, so you absolutely can't tell anyone else. Konan and Yahiko nodded eagerly, eyes shining with curiosity, barely able to contain their excitement about the talking chakra. Hearing that this was Kushina's greatest secret, Minato perked up, listening intently to every word. That big fox is called Kurama, the most powerful of all the tailed beasts. The Nine Tails. Konan raised her hand and asked, Kushina is the strongest tailed beast only as big as what we just saw? Kushina shook her head. No, not at all. It looks small now because it's sealed inside me. But if you let it out, it would be as tall as a mountain. It could squash you flat with a single step. Konan looked up at Kushina in awe, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Wow, Kushina, you're amazing. You can actually seal such a huge fox inside your belly. Did it hurt a lot? Kushina puffed out her chest with pride, trying to appear unfazed. That's nothing. Let me tell you, when I sealed the Nine Tails. Minato listened quietly as Kushina told her story, watching her animated gestures and lively expressions. His hand slowly curled into a tight fist. So this is the burden Kushina carries behind that bright smile. So all her years of hard work learning sealing techniques were so she could one day seal the Nine Tails for Konoha. So it turns out, I've never truly cared about or understood her pain. I'm such a fool. Minato sank deeply into self-doubt. But Minato was Minato after all. His resilience and unyielding spirit quickly pulled him back from despair. No, even if I cannot share Kushina's pain, I will dedicate myself to my training. One day, I will become Hokage and protect Kushina with all my strength. After all, I was personally recognized by Senior Nawaki as the 5th Hokage. With eyes blazing with determination, Minato fixed his gaze on Kushina, silently vowing in his heart. Nawaki and his companions walked in silence for a long while before finally arriving at the Uchiha compound, where they met Uchiha Yatsushiro. Lord Nawaki, Master Jiraiya, welcome to the Uchiha clan. Is there something that brings you both to our home today? Clan leader Fugaku mentioned that if he is away, any matter Lord Nawaki has can be entrusted to me. Yatsushiro greeted them warmly, turning to Nawaki with genuine enthusiasm. Jiraiya glanced between them in surprise, unable to quite grasp why the Uchiha elder was treating Nawaki with such hospitality. Nawaki, however, offered no explanation to Jiraiya. Instead, he nodded to Yatsushiro and brought Nagato forward. Elder Yatsushiro, this child is my student. The reason we've come to the Uchiha clan today is on his behalf. Yatsushiro studied Nagato for a moment. Then his face broke into a kindly smile. I see. To possess such an abundance of chakra at such a young age, truly a prodigy. No wonder he was chosen as your student, Lord Nawaki. Yatsushiro offered Nagato a few words of praise before turning back to Nawaki with a smile. So, is there something troubling your student? If there's any way I can assist, please don't hesitate to ask. Nawaki nodded. I've heard that within the Naka shrine of the Uchiha clan, there's a stone tablet left by the sage of 6 paths. I'd like to bring him to read the inscription. Would that be possible, Elder Yatsushiro? Yatsushiro's expression turned slightly hesitant as he met Nawaki's gaze. Lord Nawaki, I'm not sure where you heard about this, but that particular stone tablet is reserved for the eyes of the Uchiha clan leader alone. Seeing Nawaki's face darken at his words, Yatsushiro quickly added, Please don't misunderstand. What I mean is, while only the clan leader is ordinarily allowed access, your status, Lord Nawaki, naturally exempts you from such restrictions. It's just that. The tablet's inscription can only be read by those who have awakened the Sharingan. As for your student, Nawaki waved his hand dismissively. Elder Yatsushiro, you don't need to worry about the Sharingan. Just take us there. If Fugaku blames you afterwards, I'll explain it to him myself. Uchiha Yatsushiro could hear the underlying meaning in Shichiku's words. There was clearly a secret here that he wasn't meant to know. Since Shichiku had already taken responsibility upon himself, Yatsushiro decided not to press further. Nodding, He led the three of them to the entrance of the underground chamber beneath the Naka shrine. "This is where the stone tablet is kept," Yatsushiro said, pointing to a concealed entrance as he addressed Shichiku. "Lord Jiraiya, please stay outside with me." According to the Uchiha clan's rules, outsiders aren't allowed to enter this place without good reason. Jiraiya was already aware that Shichiku possessed the Sharingan, so he didn't mind the special treatment or think much of it. He nodded, taking his place beside Yatsushiro. Together, they watched as Shichiku and Nagato entered the underground chamber. Inside, the chamber was shrouded in darkness. Shichiku looked around, then used a fire release technique to light 2 candelabras. Instantly, the chamber's features were illuminated, casting flickering light over the scene. Aside from a stone altar that held the revered tablet and the Uchiha clan emblem hanging behind it, the chamber was otherwise empty and bare. Shichiku approached the altar. The stone tablet, rough to the touch, seemed to be veiled in mist, its surface shrouded in a hazy blur. "It seems only the Sharingan can truly read the contents of this tablet," he mused. With that thought, Shichiku activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and looked at the stone once more. With the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, the mist covering the tablet appeared to dissipate, revealing lines of text carved into the stone. Only a small section on the left remained obscured, still hidden behind a veil of mist and difficult to make out. Shichiku didn't mind. He called Nagato over, and together the two of them stood before the tablet, reading its ancient secrets. Though the limits of his Sharingan prevented him from seeing the final section, Shichiku still found himself fascinated by the accounts of the ancient era that he could see. After a while, he couldn't help but grumble inwardly about Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu really has no scruples, editing the Sage of Six Paths words, leaving some parts in and changing others. He didn't alter the method for advancing the Sharingan, but the events of the ancient ninja world have been completely rewritten. The battle where the Sage of Six Paths sealed Kagaya Otsutsuki was erased entirely, and the creation of the tailed beast from the Ten Tails chakra was barely mentioned. Even the conflict between Ashura and Indra, the heirs of Ninshu, wasn't included at all. So the only thing left on the tablet is how to awaken the Rinnegan and bring peace to the ninja world. The Sage of Six Paths left behind this stone tablet, mainly in hopes of using the hard-won piece of the shinobi world to enlighten the reincarnations of Indra's chakra. But after Black Zetsu's tampering, TSK, Rope Tree shook his head, sighing quietly to himself. Uchiha Madara really was a fool. He believed every word written on this stone. If the method recorded here, using infinite Tsukuyami to achieve peace in the shinobi world, were truly the sage's will, would someone as selfless as him, who gave up everything for the shinobi world, really have left such a mess for his descendants? As I thought, Madara's mind must have been completely muddled by what released back then. Otherwise, how could he have failed to see through this? How pitiful. Nagato's Rinnegan glimmered faintly with a purple light, revealing every word inscribed on the stone tablet. The content of this tablet was divided into 3 parts. The opening narrated how the Sage of Six Paths founded the shinobi faith, distributed chakra, and expressed his hopes for future peace in the shinobi world. The middle section, just as Rope Tree could see, detailed the process of awakening and evolving the sage's eye techniques. It described the progression of the Sharingan through its stages, from a single tomo to 3, from 3 tomo to the Mangekyo, and from Mangekyo to the Eternal Mangekyo, outlining the necessary steps for each transformation. At the end of this section, the tablet explained how to obtain the power of creation of all things, and hinted at the possibility of evolving the Sharingan into the Rinnegan. The last part of the inscription, which had once been read by Uchiha Madara, now presented itself clearly before Nagato's eyes. In order to prevent the shinobi world from falling into endless war, the Sage of Six Paths left behind a way to achieve true, everlasting peace. This method is called Infinite Tsukuyami. Summon the husk of the 10 tails, Gedo statue, through the Rinnegan, and gather the chakra of all 9-tailed beasts. Fuse the 9 beasts as one and resurrect the 10 tails. Become its Jinchuriki, direct its power upon the moon, awaken the eye of the moon, and cast the ultimate illusion, Infinite Tsukuyami. Only then will this world know true peace. As Nagato read these final words, a surge of emotion welled up inside him. He reached up to touch his eyes, murmuring under his breath. So this is the true power of the Rinnegan? Infinite Tsukuyami, a way to bring eternal peace to the shinobi world. Though Rope Tree could not see the last section of the tablet, he already knew its contents well, thanks to his familiarity with the story. He therefore felt little curiosity about what only the Rinnegan could reveal. Instead, his attention was drawn to Nagato, who was gradually lighting up with excitement as he read on. Hearing Nagato's murmurs, Rope Tree couldn't help but reach out and give him a firm smack on the head. "You brat, are you really going to let yourself get brainwashed by what's written on that stone so easily? Have you forgotten the reason you came here? Did you understand the evolution process of the Rinnegan? Now, do you think these eyes could truly be your own?" Nagato was jolted awake by Shinshu's words, and at once, the surge of excitement and exhilaration within him faded away like receding tides. That's right. As powerful as the Rinnegan is, the inscription on the stone tablet made it clear. The Rinnegan can only be born from the union of the ultimate yin and yang forces, creating the power to command all things. And I don't even possess the Sharingan, which represents the power of yin. So how could I possibly awaken the Rinnegan myself? It seems these eyes really do belong to that man, called Uchiha Madara, just as the fox said. Nagato turned his head to look at Shinshu, the Rinnegan in his eyes shimmering faintly. "Sensei, I think I've figured out what Uchiha Madara wants to use me for." A look of keen interest appeared on Shinshu's face as he watched Nagato, and said, "Oh, let's hear it. If, as you said, he lived in the same era as the first Hokage, then by now he'd be extremely old, or perhaps already dead. He wants to use a technique recorded in the Rinnegan's memory, so that in the future I'll resurrect him and help him complete the ultimate illusion described on the stone tablet. Infinite Tsukuyomi, to bring eternal peace to the shinobi world." Shinshu nodded. "So, do you think his plan would succeed? And do you really believe that infinite Tsukuyomi could bring true, lasting peace to the shinobi world?" Nagato shook his head, uncertainty in his voice. "I don't know. I don't even know who Uchiha Madara really is. Why is he so sure I would resurrect him in the future? As for infinite Tsukuyomi, judging by the Rinnegan's abilities recorded on the stone tablet, I think it might actually be possible to achieve peace." Shinshu shook his head. "Nagato, think again. What is the full name of infinite Tsukuyomi?" The full name? Nagato was puzzled by his teacher's question. He thought for a while and ventured, "The ultimate illusion?" "Exactly, illusion." Shinshu snapped his fingers and nodded seriously at Nagato. "No matter how grand its claims, no matter how powerful the Rinnegan, in the end, it's still just an illusion. Do you really think the shinobi world would become peaceful if it were trapped in a jinjutsu?" Nagato shook his head slightly. "No, it wouldn't. Even though I don't know exactly what infinite Tsukuyomi's effects are, I do know that when someone falls under a jinjutsu, it's just like dreaming. When they wake up, everything returns to the way it was before. Those destined for the battlefield will still go to war. Those who must go hungry will still go hungry." Shinshu clapped his hands in admiration. "It seems you've understood. That's right, an illusion, no matter how powerful, can never bring about true peace for the shinobi world. If the method inscribed on this stone tablet was truly left behind by the Sage of Six Paths, then with his abilities, if he could actually achieve everlasting peace, why didn't he use it himself? And if he did use it, yet the shinobi world is still in this state, then infinite Tsukuyomi must be nothing but a lie. Uchiha Madara. He's just another fool who fell for that lie." Shinshu paused for a moment, gazing into Nagato's eyes. "As for why Uchiha Madara is so certain that you would resurrect him in the future, I have some guesses, if you'd like to hear them." Nagato nodded, his expression earnest as he looked to his teacher. After all, the technique recorded in the Rinnegan required the caster's life as a price to bring someone back. Nagato couldn't help but take it seriously. "You're absolutely right. As far as I know, Madara isn't dead yet, but he's already near the end of his life. He no longer has the time or energy to carry out this so-called Eye of the Moon plan and unleash infinite Tsukuyomi. That's why he needs a successor, a vessel to inherit the power of the Rinnegan and carry out his plan after his death. And who could be more fitting than a child from the Uzumaki clan, whose parents were brutally killed by Leaf Shinobi, whose heart is filled with resentment at the world's injustice?" Shinshu's pointed words made Nagato's body tremble. The ordinary life before age 4, his sudden fainting, his parents' tragic death before his eyes, his own sudden awakening of the Rinnegan. Scene after scene flashed through his mind, and Nagato murmured, "Yes, who could be more fitting than me?" Shinshu continued, "But simply finding someone suitable isn't enough. The first step in the Eye of the Moon plan is to gather the tailed beasts. But the tailed beasts are all controlled by the major shinobi villages. They're the village's most important strategic assets. So, to gather the tailed beasts means standing against every village in the shinobi world. It means waging war on the entire world." At the mention of war, Nagato couldn't help but clench his fists. So how could one push this chosen successor to resolve himself to start a war against the entire shinobi world? Shinshu's eyes grew cold and grim as he stared into Nagato's eyes. pronouncing each word with chilling clarity. The answer is this: kill the one he cherishes most. Nagato's eyes flew wide open, staring at his teacher in disbelief. Nagato, if you all grew up with Yahiko's love of peace, wouldn't you band together, working for peace in the shinobi world? Thinking of Yahiko and Conan, Nagato couldn't help but smile knowingly and nodded hard. We absolutely would. A trace of amusement flickered in Sheng Tiao's eyes as he continued. Then, if Salamander Hanzo wasn't your teacher's subordinate, and in the future you refused to accept his policy of waging war in the Hidden Rain Village, what would you do? Nagato thought for a moment, hesitating slightly. Yahiko would probably keep fighting for peace, searching for more like-minded people, spreading the dangers of war throughout the Hidden Rain Village. The smile in Sheng Tiao's eyes grew deeper. That would mean there would be two voices in the Hidden Rain Village, one belonging to Salamander Hanzo, and another to you. At that point, Salamander Hanzo would surely try to consolidate the forces of the Land of Rain, making sure only one voice remained. So, Hanzo would capture Conan and Yahiko, trying to force you to join the war. If you refused, he'd kill Yahiko and Conan. What would you do then? Nagato knew this was only his teacher's speculation, but he couldn't help but answer angrily, I'd kill him. Sheng Tiao nodded. Good. So, Salamander Hanzo kills Conan and Yahiko, and you kill Hanzo. The entire Land of Rain falls under your rule. But Conan and Yahiko are already dead, and you're left consumed by pain and hatred. It's at this moment that someone suddenly appears and tells you to use the Rinnegan to summon the demonic statue of the Outer Path, to gather the tailed beasts, and unleash the infinite Tsukuyami. They say you could create an entirely new world, where Conan and Yahiko would live again. Would you believe it? Nagato hesitated. I suppose I might believe it. Sheng Tiao looked at Nagato's conflicted expression and smiled gently. Good. You agree to the Eye of the Moon plan, and begin gathering the tailed beasts across the shinobi world, starting a war. More and more people die because of you. In the end, the shinobi world is thrown into chaos, and you become its strongest figure, a godlike being. You're ready to unleash the Eye of the Moon, to revive Yahiko and Conan. Nagato nodded slightly at this point. If nothing unexpected happened, that was indeed how things would likely unfold. But Sheng Tiao wasn't finished with his conjecture. Seeing Nagato acknowledge his words, he smiled softly and continued. Then, at the crucial moment, that very person suddenly seizes control of your body, and with the Rinnegan, resurrects Uchiha Madara. All your efforts vanish in an instant. Everything you did, your entire life, becomes nothing but a stepping stone for Uchiha Madara's plan. Nagato frowned, puzzled, and looked at Sheng Tiao. But sensei, even if that person was sent by Uchiha Madara to watch me, how could he possibly control someone with the Rinnegan? Sheng Tiao pointed to his own eyes, smiling as he explained to Nagato. Once a member of the Uchiha clan awakens the Mangekyo Sharingan, they gain an ability known as Transcription Seal. The Transcription Seal allows a jutsu to be sealed in advance within the eye, to be triggered under specific circumstances, leaving the target completely unaware and powerless to resist. If Madara Uchiha had already inscribed a resurrection jutsu into the Rinnegan, then he could easily take control of your body and use you to unleash the Rinnegan's power to bring the dead back to life. This was the first time Nagato had ever heard of such an unreasonable ocular jutsu as the Transcription Seal, and for a moment, he fell silent. It seemed that while these eyes granted him immense power, they also carried with them even greater dangers. Perhaps, just as the Ninetales had suggested, he really should destroy these eyes. After a long pause, Nagato finally made up his mind. He was about to ask his teacher to create a new pair of eyes for him. But when he looked up and saw the gentle smile on his teacher's face, a sudden thought struck him. Teacher, do you have a way? Is there a way to prevent Madara Uchiha from controlling the Rinnegan? Shingshu's lips curled into a teasing smile. What's this? Can't bear to part with such powerful eyes. A faint blush crept onto Nagato's cheeks. For the first time in front of Shingshu, he looked genuinely bashful. Yes. If possible, I want to use these eyes to better protect Yahiko and Conan, and also do my part to help you bring peace to the shinobi world. Shingshu nodded approvingly, reaching out to gently rest his hand on Nagato's head. Good child. I've told you before, whether you choose to keep the Rinnegan or destroy it, I'll stand by your decision. My word is my bond. Nagato looked at Shingshu in surprise, gripping his teacher's hand in excitement as he asked, Teacher, is it true? Can you really remove the transcription seal that Madara Uchiha placed in the Rinnegan? Shingshu shook his head slightly, and seeing Nagato's disappointment, said reassuringly, Nagato, don't worry. The Rinnegan's ocular power is far too great. Right now, I still can't completely resolve the trap Madara Uchiha left behind. But trust me, Before long, once my strength grows a bit more, I'll be able to take care of this for you. I'll make these eyes truly yours, once and for all." When Nagato finally emerged from the underground chamber, he still hid his face behind his long hair, but a rare, relaxed smile played at the corners of his mouth. And it was no wonder. He had once believed that it was ninja from his teacher's village who had killed his parents, and for so long, Nagato had suffered, torn between his feelings for his teacher and his hatred for Konoha. But now, the truth was clear. Just as his teacher had always told him, his real enemies were others entirely. Though Nagato had lost his parents, he had gained the love of two teachers and the companionship of Yahiko and Konan. All things considered, Nagato felt truly content with his life as it was now. If you think about it carefully, without realizing it, his fate had already been quietly altered in many ways by his teacher. Starting from a land of rain, when they won over Hanzo of the Salamander, they avoided the potential conflict that might have arisen between the three of them and the hidden rain village as they grew older. Now, having come to Konoha, his teacher had revealed to him the truth behind his parents' death, as well as the secrets of the Rinnegan and Uchiha Madara's schemes. Nagato could sense that, in some mysterious way, the shackles that bound his destiny were slowly loosening their grip. He would no longer become that fool, betrayed by all, desperately trying to overturn the shinobi world, just as his teacher had once feared. Now that he knew the truth, although Nagato still harbored some worries about the sealing technique Uchiha Madara had left within the Rinnegan, he believed that as long as his teacher was there, all these issues would eventually be resolved. Shangshu had been enjoying a rare period of leisure these past few days. Apart from supervising Yahiko's practice of the water style, jutsu left by his great-uncle, he would use the excuse of visiting his grandmother to sneak off to the Uchiha compound to see Mikoto. Jiraiya had mocked him more than once for this obvious pretense, but Shangshu would retort with disdain, "It's perfectly natural for me to visit my girlfriend. If you've got the guts, why not confess your feelings to my sister?" At that, Jiraiya would immediately retreat in disarray. Days slipped by unnoticed, and at last, the much-anticipated day of the Chunin joint selection exam arrived. Nagato and his friends returned to Hanzo's side, joining the Land of Rain's team as they made their way to the exam location. Jiraiya escorted Minato and Kushina, seeing them safely into the arena. Tsunade, meanwhile, had received orders from Hiruzen Sarutobi to select a few medical nin from the medical corps to stand by outside the arena as the support team. Shangshu, too, was entrusted with a special task from Orochimaru and went to the exam site to help. A large open area had been cleared in Konoha's first security district to serve as the tournament grounds, with tall grandstands and walls built up around the perimeter. The stands rose in tiers, each higher than the last. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood atop the highest platform, nodding courteously to the various representatives from each nation at his side. His gaze swept over the bustling arena, and with a casual gesture, he cast a wind-style ninjutsu on himself. His steady, powerful voice instantly quelled the commotion around the stadium. "May I have your attention, please?" The spectators surrounding the field and the genin on the arena floor all turned their eyes toward Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen nodded, a warm smile on his face. "Thank you all for taking time out of your busy lives to attend and participate in this joint Chunin selection exam, hosted here in Konoha. As the third Hokage of Konoha, I am honored to represent our village in welcoming each and every one of you." The Konoha villagers in the arena erupted into enthusiastic cheers and applause, while spectators and ninjas from other nations offered polite, symbolic claps. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked out over the energized crowd, nodding in satisfaction. This joint Chunin selection was originally planned to have 2 rounds. The first round would assess overall qualities, and the second round would focus on actual combat. However, due to some unexpected circumstances, the esteemed daimyo have conferred and decided to merge the assessment into a single round. The first round, the overall qualities assessment, has been cancelled. We will proceed directly to the second round, the combat exam. A wave of hushed whispers rippled through the stands as people expressed their surprise at this sudden change. Although the representatives of the major nations had already been informed of this outcome, they couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Inoki and Elder Chiyo even let out audible scoffs, casting mocking glances at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Now, our chief examiner for this Chunin selection, renowned as Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, will announce the rules for this exam. Perhaps mindful that not all present were from Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi refrained from his usual speeches about the will of fire, keeping this announcement concise and to the point. Most of the spectators had some knowledge of the famous ninjas from each nation, and naturally, the name Konoha's White Fang was well known. As soon as they heard he would be the chief examiner, a wave of barely suppressed excitement swept through the crowd. The White Fang of Konoha. I never thought I'd get to see the legendary White Fang at this Chunin exam. This trip was well worth it. Elder Chiyo glared darkly at the white-haired, gallant man as he strode steadily to the center of the arena, a trace of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. Inoki hovered before his seat, watching as Tsukumo Hataki's presence grew ever more formidable. He shot a jealous glance at Hiruzen Sarutobi. With a hint of regret, Inoki looked away and turned to Hiruzen, forcing a smile as he spoke. Hokage, you really don't hold back. Konoha truly is overflowing with talent. To have someone of such strength acting as a referee, no wonder you're the leader of the 5 great nations. Those present couldn't help but wince at Inoki's biting remark. But Hiruzen Sarutobi remained unfazed. After finishing his speech, he offered the crowd a calm nod before returning to his seat. He wore a practiced, insincere smile as he responded to Inoki's compliment. Thank you for the praise, Lord Tsuchikage. Truth be told, Konoha is running short on capable hands, so we had no choice but to ask someone as well known as Tsukumo to lend us some support. But I must say, this generation from the land of Earth is truly remarkable. So many young geniuses have emerged. Lord Tsuchikage, you are indeed a figure worthy of respect. Your guidance for the next generation is exceptional. Iwagakire's future is very promising. The 2 big shots faced off on the stands, while the other representatives, none of whom were their village's Kage, could only sit quietly by the side, eating snacks and watching the spectacle, unable to get a word in edgewise. So this is how the highest leaders of the 5 great ninja villages communicate? I must say, it's quite an eye-opener. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Inoki exchanged glances, sharing a knowing, secretive smile. Both of them cursed inwardly at the same time. Old fox. Meanwhile, on the arena floor, the young examinees, all brimming with youthful arrogance and a sense of invincibility, looked at the so-called White Fang of the Leaf, seeing only an ordinary-looking man, and couldn't help but underestimate him. Oishi, who excelled at Genjutsu, quietly extended his sensory perception. Sensing that White Fang's chakra levels were not particularly impressive among the powerful ninja he had encountered, he leaned over to Hako and Majurai and muttered softly. So that's the White Fang of the Leaf. He doesn't look like much. His chakra reserves seem awfully low. But Majurai, who had no intention of belittling the legendary Tsukumo Hatake, simply shook his head slightly at Oishi's remark. Don't underestimate this man. Did you see the short blade on his back? They say he carved out his reputation as the White Fang of the Leaf with that very blade, cutting down enemies on the battlefields of the Wind Country. A master of sword and blade like him can't be measured just by the amount of chakra he has. You could have all the chakra in the world, but a single stroke from him would still be the end of you. What good would all that chakra do then? Oishi nodded thoughtfully, taking the lesson to heart. As a master swordsman, Tsukumo Hatake was incredibly sensitive to the gazes directed at him. He turned his head ever so slightly, his eyes landing directly on Oishi and Majurai, who had just been talking about him. Without drawing upon any chakra at all, a pure and chilling killing intent slowly radiated from Tsukumo, pressing down upon the group of genin standing before him. These rookies, who had never set foot on a real battlefield, had never experienced such murderous intent, tempered from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. A few of the less steady genin suddenly found themselves overwhelmed by visions of bloody carnage, terror rising up uncontrollably and their bodies beginning to shake. Realizing he had made his point and fulfilled the Hokage's instructions, Tsukumo gradually withdrew his intimidating aura. He cast an apologetic glance at the frightened genin. My apologies. As your chief examiner, it's my duty to ensure you all listen carefully and respectfully to the exam rules. I will now announce the rules for this Chunin exam. I hope you will pay close attention. The genin, cowed by his stern presence, could only nod silently in response, not daring to utter a single word. A special viewing area prepared for the students of the Ninja Academy, a young Uchiha boy, wearing goggles, watched the imposing Tsukumo Hatake with awe. Clutching his friend's arm beside him, he burst out in an excited shout. Kakashi, did you see those arrogant guys? Lord Tsukumo didn't even have to raise a hand. Just one look from him, and they were scared out of their wits. No wonder White Fang is my idol. He's just so unbelievably cool. When I awaken my Sharingan one day, I'll be just like Lord White Fang, able to defeat my enemies with just a single glance. Rin, do you think I could become as strong as Lord White Fang? The little girl sitting next to him squinted her eyes and smiled warmly. I believe in you, Obito. You can definitely become as strong as Lord White Fang. So do your best. Obito Uchiha scratched the back of his head, a sheepish and silly grin spreading across his face. Kakashi shot him a sideways glance, muttering softly, "Idiot." Then he turned to look at his father, standing in the arena. his eyes full of admiration and longing. Tsukumo Hatake drew a scroll from his robe and slowly unrolled it in his hands. The rules for this joint Chunin selection are as follows. First, this is an elimination exam. We'll draw lots. Each time, 2 ninja will be chosen at random to face off. The winner advances. The loser is eliminated. Second, in this exam, you may use any ninja tools or techniques, with the exception of explosive tags. That includes ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, summoning techniques, and all manner of ninja tools. Third, victory will be determined if one combatant loses the ability to fight or concedes of their own accord, as judged by the examiners. Once someone surrenders, the opponent is forbidden from attacking again for any reason, or they will forfeit the match. Fourth, each bout will last 10 minutes. If neither side wins within that time, the match will be declared a draw, and both participants will be eliminated. Fifth, after reciting the rules, Tsukumo rolled up the scroll and swept his gaze across all the candidates. These are the complete rules for the exam. If you have any objections, you may reserve them for now. I wish all of you the best of luck. May you excel and advance to Chunin under the gaze of all. Rope Tree approached Tsukumo, lugging a large transparent box and making exaggerated faces. Big brother Tsukumo, here's the list of candidates. Tsukumo chuckled, shaking his head at Rope Tree, surprised to see the little guy here at all. What brings you here? Rope Tree grinned mischievously. Lord Orochimaru arranged it. He wanted me to broaden my horizons. Tsukumo could only sigh and pat Rope Tree on the shoulder, teasing, with your skills, do you really need to see more of the world here? I suspect Orochimaru's more worried that I might make a mess of things. So he sent you to keep an eye on me, didn't he? Shungshu certainly couldn't admit to anything, so he pushed the box a little closer to Shumao. What nonsense are you talking about? Big brother Shumao, let's draw lots. There are so many people waiting on stage. Shumao nodded, reaching into the box and randomly pulling out 2 small white wax sealed balls containing the candidates' names. He raised the 2 balls high for everyone to see, signaling to the crowd that there was no possibility of any underhanded dealings. The spectators in the stands could see the process clearly. The box was transparent, and the names were sealed inside identical little balls, making it nearly impossible to cheat. Seeing that no one had any doubts, Shumao gently rubbed the wax seals off the balls, revealing 2 slips of paper inside. For the first match, Conan from the Hidden Rain Village versus Xia Ri from the Star Shadow Village. All other candidates, please return to the observation stand. Conan hadn't expected to be called up first, and immediately felt a rush of nervousness. Nagato and Yahiko cheered her on, giving her words of encouragement before joining the other contestants on the special viewing platform. Shungshu, still holding the box, followed Shumao to the edge of the arena. He gave Conan a reassuring look, and her anxious heart finally settled a bit. She returned her teacher's encouragement with a sweet smile. Turning to face her opponent across the field, a girl with deep red hair and a serious expression, Conan formed the sign of opposition with her hands. Conan from the Hidden Rain Village, please take care of me. Xiaori from the Star Shadow Village. Xiaori didn't underestimate Conan just because she was another girl. She, too, formed the sign of opposition, ready and alert for the match. Seeing that the first bout was between 2 adorable girls, the audience burst into animated discussions. It's 2 little girls. They're both so pretty. This should be an exciting fight. Yeah, I'm rooting for the one with the purple hair. I heard she's come with a legendary demigod of the shinobi world, so she must be strong. Don't be so sure. I'm more optimistic about the girl from the Star Shadow Village. I've never heard of that village, but this girl looks a bit older. She might be stronger. Ignoring the chatter from the stands, Xiaori observed Conan in her simple clothing, noting that she didn't even carry the standard ninja tools pouch. She doesn't use ninja tools. Is she some kind of special secret technique user? But I'm not bad myself. Let's see whose secret techniques are stronger. With her mind made up, Xiaori didn't hesitate. She drew a kunai from her pouch and charged at Conan, at the same time flicking a slender, gleaming Senbon needle toward her. Conan remained calm in the face of Xiaori's attack, her hands swiftly forming signs. Paper shield. Sheets of white paper shot from her sleeves, layering in front of her to form a sturdy shield. The sharp Senbon needles struck the shield, producing a crisp sound like a sudden downpour on banana leaves, but the paper shield blocked them with ease. With a simple gesture from Conan, the shield before her instantly dissolved into fluttering sheets of white paper, and the Senbon embedded in it clattered to the ground. Layer upon layer, the white papers folded themselves rapidly in midair, transforming into countless paper shuriken. With a wave of her hand, the paper shuriken began spinning rapidly, slicing through the air with a keen whistling sound as they shot toward Xiaori. Shiori hadn't expected such thin sheets of paper to be fashioned into so many intricate techniques in Conan's hands, and she couldn't help but feel a surge of secret amazement. Seeing the paper shuriken flying her way, Shiori crossed her hands and formed a peculiar seal. Peacock's art eye. The moment the sign was completed, starlight seemed to shimmer in Shiori's eyes. The chakra traces within the paper shuriken hurtling toward her were vividly illuminated before her gaze. A confident smile spread across Shiori's lips as she twisted and dodged, deftly knocking every paper shuriken out of the air with her kunai. Watching her paper shuriken fall, a sudden pang of regret flashed through Conan's mind. What a pity! We're not allowed to use explosive tags in this match. Unaware of the thought, Tsukumo Hatake stood off to the side, while Shiori was now surrounded by a flurry of scattered paper fragments. Paper style, paper spear. The snowflake-like scraps of paper gathered before Conan, assembling into a sharp spear that spun rapidly and shot forward. With the slightest motion of her finger, the shattered paper shuriken behind Shiori slowly unfolded, morphing into fluttering paper butterflies that hovered and circled silently in the air. Paper style, wind-blown snow. Seeing the sheer size of the paper spear, Shiori knew she couldn't take it head-on and prepared to dodge aside. But suddenly, the paper butterflies behind her beat their wings with a rustling sound, like the slicing of sharp blades, swiftly closing in to encircle her. With a deadly spear in front and a blade-like formation at her back, Shiori's heart raced. Forced into a corner, she had no choice but to use her most closely guarded technique to escape this peril. Peacock's art wing. Starlight surged from within Shiori, forming 3 pairs of radiant wings on her back, each one fanned out like a peacock's tail. With a gentle flap, Shiori leapt from the ground and soared into the sky. The onlookers erupted in astonishment. Look, that girl from Hashikage village just grew wings. She can actually fly. So this is the power of a ninja? Now that purple-haired girl is in real trouble. Conan looked down at her petite frame, then gazed up at Shiori, soaring gracefully above, her eyes brimming with envy. She's so beautiful, just like a peacock unfurling its tail. Yet, high in the sky, Shiori could not share in that admiration. She had hoped to save this trump card for the final, desperate moment, but faced with danger in the very first match, she was forced to reveal it far earlier than planned. Although she felt a twinge of regret, now that her abilities were exposed, she decided to use the peacock art to win this battle. Peacock art, beast mimicry. With a swift hand sign, Xiaori summoned a flock of birds, each one forged from starlight. They let out piercing cries as they swooped down from the sky toward Conan. Conan gazed at the approaching starlit birds. The shimmering light scattered by their wings dazzled her, leaving her entranced for a moment. Fortunately, she remembered she was still in the arena. She hurriedly quelled her longing and, with a focused expression, began weaving her own hand signs. Paper shield. Paper release. Dance of the butterflies. A massive shield of paper unfurled before her, blocking the incoming birds and protecting her from harm. Meanwhile, the countless paper butterflies that had failed to make an impact earlier now spun together, transforming into a gigantic whirlwind shaped like a paper shuriken. It surged toward Xiaori, who hovered above. Xiaori's wings fluttered gently, carrying her safely away from the heart of the vortex. Her hands flashed through another sequence of signs, and more beastly forms crafted from starlight lunged relentlessly at Conan. Conan quickly found herself overwhelmed, barely holding up her paper release techniques. She struggled to defend herself, growing more desperate with each passing second. After holding on for a while, Conan realized there was no hope of victory. With a resigned expression, she poked her head out from behind her paper shield and raised her hand in surrender. Senior Xiaori, I can see, having spent so long flying through the air with the peacock art, Xiaori's chakra reserves were nearly depleted. She looked noticeably pale. Seeing Conan admit defeat, Xiaori promptly dispelled her peacock art and floated gracefully down to the ground. Tsukumo watched the two girls, both of whom had performed far above the level of ordinary genin, and a smile appeared on his face. Excellent work, both of you. Don't worry about the loss, little one. Just try even harder next time. He offered Conan a word of encouragement, then walked over to Xiaori and nodded approvingly. This match is over. Conan of the Hidden Rain surrenders. The winner, Xiaori of Star Shadow Village. With tears in her eyes, Conan returned to the spectator seats as the defeated contestant, no longer eligible to participate further in the match. Shungshu noticed that Conan seemed upset and grew concerned about his young student's emotional state. He split off a shadow clone, handed it the box he was carrying, and quietly slipped over to Conan's side. It's all right to lose, kid. There will be plenty of chances to win in the future. You're still young. Opportunities abound. Conan looked up, her eyes swimming with tears. Seeing her teacher there to comfort her, she couldn't help but break down. She grabbed Xingshu's hand, her emotions overflowing as she cried out. Teacher, did you see that? Xiaori is so beautiful. She can fly. I want to be like her. I want to grow wings and soar through the sky. She burst into tears again. All the words of comfort and encouragement Xingshu had prepared stuck in his throat, neither able to be spoken nor swallowed. His expression shifted several times before he finally understood Conan's train of thought. Conan, so you're not upset because you lost a match? You were actually just envious of her wings. Conan nodded repeatedly, her eyes wandering over to Natsuka in the winner's seats, full of longing. Rope Tree gently tapped Conan on the head and pointed toward Natsuka, saying, Conan, the power of the peacock technique really is versatile. It even gives you a big advantage against opponents who can't fly. But that power comes from something called the Star in Hokage Village. They paid a huge price for it. And that price is the future and the very lives of all the village's shinobi. Conan's expression of envy froze instantly. She stared at Rope Tree in shock. Sensei, is that really true? You mean Natsuka? She'll have to pay for that power too? Rope Tree nodded. She's still young, so the influence of the Star hasn't sunk in too deeply yet. She probably won't die so soon. But it's only a matter of time. Besides, shinobi are destined to face death, eventually. Seeing Conan's spirits sink again after hearing this, Rope Tree couldn't help but ruffle her hair. Conan, don't you want to fly? Actually, if you develop your own paper jutsu further, it's not impossible for you to take to the skies as well. Conan's fascination with Natsuka's peacock technique had always been about flying, so when her teacher said she could fly too, her spirits lifted immediately. Sensei, do you mean I can use paper jutsu to fly? Rope Tree nodded firmly. Of course. She might be a peacock soaring through the sky, but you'll become an angel descended to earth. Conan's eyes filled with hope again as she murmured, An angel! After this opening duel between two beautiful young girls, the crowd's excitement was thoroughly ignited. In the matches that followed, it was either ordinary genin facing off against each other, or prodigies utterly overwhelming the average genin. Though these fights didn't feature as many novel jutsu as the Conan versus Natsuka match, the close-quarters danger between genin kept the audience on the edge of their seats, unable to hold back their cheers. This year's selection included not only the four major, well-known shinobi villages and Hanzo the Salamander's hidden reign, but also some obscure, lesser-known villages. There was Hashikage village from the land of bears, Takigakure, hidden in the shadows and once entrusted with the seven tails by the first Hokage, and Kusagakure, stuck between larger villages and doomed to become a battlefield again and again. These villages sent anywhere from 3 to 6 genin each to take part in the selection. With the addition of the Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka trio from the Leaf Village, along with Minato Namikaze, Kushina, Uzumaki, and others, there were now just over 20 participants left. After several rounds of selection, the winners took their seats on the victor's bench, while those who were eliminated returned to the audience. The number of contestants waiting to compete had dwindled to just a handful. Tsukumo Hitaki once again reached into the box, pulled out 2 small balls, broke the wax seals, and glanced at the names on the slips of paper. A faint smile played on his lips. His gaze swept over the remaining contestants before he announced in a clear, loud voice. Next match. From the Leaf Village, Minato Namikaze will face. From the Leaf Village, Kushina Uzumaki. Hearing his name, Minato instinctively looked towards Kushina, surprised that fate had paired him with her. Kushina flashed a mischievous grin, raised her fist in a playful challenge to Minato, and strode confidently to the center of the arena. Minato scratched his head with a wry smile, then walked down to the field to stand opposite Kushina. In the audience, Jiraiya had been sitting idly, but when he saw Minato step up, his eyes lit up and he sprang to his feet. Ignoring the curious stares from those around him, he cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, Minato, you can do it. A buzz of conversation immediately rippled through the crowd. Isn't that Lord Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sanin from the Leaf Village? What's his connection to this Minato Namikaze? Could he be Jiraiya's disciple? I bet he is. Otherwise, why wouldn't Lord Jiraiya cheer for any of the other contestants? This match is going to be interesting. That red-haired girl might be in trouble. Minato, hearing Jiraiya's cheer, gave Kushina an embarrassed smile. Haha. Kushina, I didn't expect to run into you in this round. Kushina snorted. Oomph. Cut the chatter. I've been wanting to see what you've picked up from that. That notorious pervert who's always pestering Lady Tsunade. Come on, let's have a proper fight. Minato glanced nervously in Jiraiya's direction, then turned to Kushina. Jiraiya-sensei can be a bit. But don't worry, I won't be learning any of his bad habits. Kushina blushed, clicked her tongue, and shot back. Who cares? I'm coming for you. You'd better watch out, or I might just knock you out with a single punch. Minato nodded seriously. All right, I may not be your match yet, but I'll give it my all. Seeing these two familiar youngsters chatting away, Tsukumo couldn't help but clear his throat. Ahem. Both contestants, get ready, begin. At the signal, Kushina didn't even bother to form the customary seal of confrontation. With a spirited shout, she pushed off with her feet, chakra surging as her small fist rocketed straight for Minato's chest. Minato knew that Kushina had learned some advanced techniques for using her strength from Lady Tsunade, so he dared not take her punch head-on. His hands flashed through a series of seals, and wind-style chakra surged from beneath his feet, making his body feel lighter in an instant. With a swift movement, his dazzling blonde figure blurred into a streak of light, dodging Kushina's monstrous punch in the blink of an eye and reappearing behind her. Wind-style Gale Palm. As Minato unleashed his wind-style jutsu, he flicked his wrists and threw two shurikens. Caught in the wild gusts, the shurikens spun at high speed, slicing through the air toward Kushina's back. Kushina knew she couldn't match Minato's agility or speed, and had always guarded against an attack from behind. Halting her forward motion, she spun in place with uncanny precision, as if she had eyes in the back of her head, and caught the incoming shurikens in her hand. The fierce wind from the shurikens whipped up dust from the ground. Narrowing her eyes, Kushina swayed slightly as the wind pressed against her. A chance! Minato's eyes gleamed. He quickly summoned a shadow clone, and together, he and his clone charged at the unsteady Kushina. Hearing the rapid footsteps drawing near, Kushina's lips curled into a sly smile. You think just because you've blocked my vision, I don't know where you are? You're underestimating me. With a forceful grip, she crushed the shuriken in her hand. Guided by her senses, she flicked her wrist, sending a flurry of shimmering shuriken fragments flying toward Minato. Minato's expression shifted. He gained a new respect for Kushina's strength. His real body quickly ducked behind his shadow clone. With a sharp explosion, the shadow clone was riddled with fragments and vanished into a puff of smoke. Rolling low along the ground, Minato narrowly avoided the flying shuriken shards. Using the cover of the lingering smoke, he rapidly formed another seal with his hands. He sprang out of the smoke, closing in on Kushina. In a flash, he slashed his kunai toward her throat. Kushina's eyes flew open. As she saw the incoming attack, she stomped hard on the ground. With a thunderous crash, the earth beneath her erupted, forming a crater nearly 2 meters wide at her feet. A web of cracks spread out from where Kushina stood. Minato lost his balance, and his kunai veered off course. Kushina bared her teeth at Minato in a wicked grin. Her leg shot up, aiming a vicious kick at Minato's chest. With nowhere to escape, Minato's face changed dramatically. In a final act of resistance, he hurled his kunai at Kushina. Kushina tilted her head, easily dodging the feeble throw. Then, planting her foot, she delivered a powerful kick squarely into Minato's chest. There was a heavy, resounding thud. After taking such a heavy blow to the chest, Minato's face twisted in pain. With a dull thud, his body transformed into a kunai, which Kushina sent flying with a powerful kick. Kushina stared in surprise as the Minato she had kicked turned into a kunai. The nine tails sealed within her couldn't bear to watch any longer and erupted in furious roars within Kushina's mind. What a disgrace to me! You foolish girl! Can't you even recognize a transformation jutsu? Where's your sensory perception? A sudden realization dawned on Kushina, and she spun around instantly. The kunai she had dodged morphed back into Minato in a flash. Chakra rapidly gathered in his hand, forming a Rasengan, which he drove toward Kushina. Minato hadn't forgotten what Senior Ropetree had told him. When using the Rasengan against allies, he must control its power, lest he actually hurt his comrades. Obedient as always, Minato carefully reined in the Rasengan's intensity, and then, "You scoundrel! How dare you use the jutsu my brother taught you against me? You're in trouble now." 4-symbol seal. Seeing the blue chakra orb in Minato's hand, Kushina's long red hair flew wildly around her as she shouted. With a loud yell, she smashed Minato's Rasengan-wielding right hand aside with her left fist. Her right hand, each fingertip blazing with chakra, pressed firmly onto Minato's body. Minato stiffened as the last vestiges of chakra within him were sealed away by the 4-symbol seal, leaving him completely drained. Rigid and powerless, he was sent flying by Kushina's punch and crashed to the ground with a heavy thump. In one swift movement, Kushina dashed over, straddled Minato, and rained down a flurry of punches. I'll beat you flat. Let's see if you dare try that again. Up in the stands, Jiraiya covered his face, unable to watch any longer. It's over. As expected, any girl who hangs around Tsunade is not to be trifled with. Minato, I can see your future now. On the field, Tsukumo's mouth twitched as he hurried forward to stop the rampaging Kushina. Kushina, if you keep this up, I'm going to declare Namake's Minato the winner of this match. But Kushina was well aware of her limits. She was simply making sure every punch landed. Hearing Tsukumo's warning, she glanced at the battered Minato and, satisfied, dusted off her hands and stood up. I'll let you off this time. Let's see if you dare use the Rasengan on me again. Minato also realized he had been a bit reckless to attack Kushina with the Rasengan. No wonder she was so angry. His eyes, still able to move, turned to Kushina with a look full of apology. Kushina finally calmed down, bent over, and tapped Minato, undoing the sealing jutsu. She took his hand and hauled him up from the ground. Minato held Kushina's soft little hand, and all at once, the pain from his earlier injuries seemed to fade away. It's just some scrapes and bruises. I'll go see Tsunade for treatment in a bit. I'll be good as new soon, Tsukumo said, glancing at Minato's wounds and giving a gentle reminder. Thank you, Lord Tsukumo. Minato, still unwilling to let go of Kushina's hand, scratched his head with his free hand and grinned sheepishly at Tsukumo. Tsukumo shook his head, choosing to ignore the silly boy. For this match, Namake's Minato is unable to continue. The winner is Uzumaki Kushina. A few cheers broke out here and there in the stands, but most of the audience began to whisper among themselves, pointing at Minato and Kushina. Hey, don't you think those two little ninja are acting a bit strange? So you noticed it too? Yeah, honestly, it looked more like playful flirting than an actual fight. That girl is so strong, yet she didn't really hurt him at all. Makes you wonder. Why do you care? Maybe that's just their way as a young couple. It's actually kind of fun to watch, haha. Haha, it really is. Up in the stands, a man named Tutai watched Kushina, his eyes flashing with keen interest. So that red-haired girl's surname is Uzumaki. The technique she used to immobilize that boy. That must have been some kind of Uzumaki clan sealing jutsu, right? Haha. To think I'd find an Uzumaki who can use sealing techniques so easily. Looks like this mission might be completed without much trouble this time. Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake, reached into a box and retrieved the last 2 wax-sealed slips with names, then looked at the 2 boys on the field wearing the forehead protectors of the Hidden Rain Village. For the final match, Yahiko of the Hidden Rain Village against Nagato of the Hidden Rain Village. Will both participants please step forward? Yahiko glanced at Nagato, stopping him as he started to move. He gently placed an arm around Nagato's shoulders and raised his right hand high. White fan, sir. For this round, I forfeit. Tsukumo looked at Yahiko and spoke. This joint Chunin selection is a rare opportunity for you. It's a chance to showcase your talent and ability in front of so many people. Yahiko from the Hidden Rain Village, as the chief examiner for this match, I must confirm your intent. Are you sure you want to withdraw from this bout? Yahiko let go of Nagato's shoulder and nodded earnestly to Tsukumo Hatake. Yes, White Fang, sir. I'm certain I forfeit. Long as Nagato gets the chance to go further, that's enough for me. He's stronger than I am, and I want to see him go as far as he can. A hint of appreciation flickered in Tsukumo's eyes as he smiled and nodded at Yahiko. Very well. As a ninja, although this may sound a bit out of place, but I hope you can always maintain this attitude towards your companions. I wish you all the best, and hope you go even further together in the future. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged a smile. Then I hereby announce, in this match, Yahiko of the Hidden Rain Village has voluntarily conceded. The winner is Nagato of the Hidden Rain Village. Tsukumo watched as Yahiko and Nagato left the arena, then addressed the audience in the stands in a clear, resonant voice. Today's assessment ends here. Tomorrow, the advancement matches for the winners group will be held here. Please refrain from making noise and leave the venue in an orderly fashion under the guidance of the guard ninjas. The spectators in the stands, still savoring the excitement, quietly discussed the day's battles with their companions as they slowly filed out of the stadium along the pathway cleared by the Leaf Village guards. Hiruzen Sarutobi rose from his seat and offered a smile to the representatives beside him. Gentlemen, it's getting late. Why don't we have a meal together? It would also be a good opportunity to discuss the arrangements for tomorrow's matches. What do you say? Inoki floated up from his seat, casting a sidelong glance at Hiruzen. No need for dinner. Our little ones from the Hidden Stone Village lost to your Leaf Genin today. I'm worried they might take it too hard, so I'd best go check on them. If there's anything tomorrow, just send someone to inform me. With that, he turned and flew away before anyone else could respond. Hanzo of the Salamander also stood up, his voice muffled and deep behind his gas mask. Lord Hokage, my body contains a lot of salamander poison, so it's not suitable for me to dine with others. I'll excuse myself. Take care. Seeing the third Tsuchikage and the demigod of the ninja world leave one after another, the other guests also found various reasons to politely decline Hiruzen's invitation and went their separate ways. Hiruzen watched the others depart, but there was no hint of disappointment on his face. Thinking back to Minato's match where he lost to Kushina, a satisfied smile appeared on Hiruzen's lips. Losing isn't so bad after all. Outside the venue, Minato, his face covered, walked over to Nawaki, hoping Nawaki could help heal him. Nawaki glanced at the bruises on Minato's face, and, seeing they were nothing serious, didn't even bother to treat them. He shot Minato a sideways look and said, Minato, I saw what happened earlier. You actually used the Rasengan on Kushina, TSK. I taught you the Rasengan, so you could help me protect Kushina in the future. And look at you now. With behavior like that, it's hard for me to entrust my little sister to you. You deserve that beating. I'm not treating your injuries. Now get lost. Minato, his head hanging low, was pulled away by the blushing Kushina to go look for Tsunade. Jiraiya, who had been following along, let out a couple of hearty laughs and sidled up to Nawaki. Nawaki, so, how do you feel about your big brother Jiraiya? Jiraiya placed his hand on Nawaki's shoulder, grinning mischievously as he asked his question. Nawaki shot him a sidelong glance and snorted in response. It's nothing special, he replied with a hint of pride. Jiraiya reached out and made a grasping motion in front of Nawaki, miming as if he were pressing something away. Say, could you teach me that move of yours, the Rasengan? He continued, it's one thing for Mikoto to have learned it, but now even Minato can use it. Don't you think it's a bit much not to teach it to me, too? Nawaki brushed Jiraiya's hand away and started walking toward the Senju compound. You want to learn it, huh? Jiraiya nodded eagerly, not hiding his enthusiasm. Nawaki smiled slyly. Well, when you finally win over my sister, I'll give you this technique as her dowry. Jiraiya was left speechless. At the Senju compound, Sensei, Yahiko and his friends slipped quietly into the Senju grounds and found Nawaki. Ah, you're here. Nawaki greeted them warmly. Yahiko did well today. You really looked like a leader. Yahiko beamed at the praise, scratching his head sheepishly. Well, it's just that I can't beat Nagato. If it were anyone else, I would have really shown them the might of the water-style air. Nagato looked up at Nawaki, hesitation flickering in his eyes. Nagato, is something on your mind? Sensei, about tomorrow's test. If I encounter an opponent I can't handle with ordinary jutsu, can I use the power of the Rinnegan? Nawaki patted Nagato's head, a gentle smile on his face. You can use it. In the entire ninja world, only a handful have even heard of the Rinnegan, let alone seen it. The Rinnegan's power may be extraordinary, but to most people, it's just a rare and unusual secret technique. And besides, Nawaki paused, noticing Nagato's look of relief. Sensei, and besides what? Nagato asked, puzzled by the unfinished sentence. Nawaki's eyes sharpened, a cunning glint in them. Besides, I want to use your Rinnegan to draw out a few rats hiding in the shadows. It doesn't matter whether those rats know what the Rinnegan is. As long as it's power, they'll be interested. A trace of worry crossed Conan's face. Sensei, if too many people find out about Nagato's eyes, won't it be dangerous? Yahiko also glanced at Nawaki, concern in his eyes. Nawaki shook his head reassuringly. Don't worry. Those people are too greedy to let any treasure slip through their fingers. There's no way they'd let others find out. And besides, I'll protect Nagato. I won't let any harm come to him. Hearing this, Conan and Yahiko both breathed a sigh of relief. Nagato, meanwhile, remained quiet. He simply nodded at Nawaki's words, silently accepting his teacher's plan. Shungshu gazed into Nagato's eyes, but his thoughts drifted elsewhere. Danzo, once you learn about the existence of the Rinnegan, will you act just like in the story, approaching Hanzo of the Salamander and plotting against Nagato? I'm quite looking forward to it. At the Cloud Village team's quarters, Todai had secretly gathered a few of his subordinates who had entered Konoha through other means, bringing them to his private residence. Facing the assembled Chunin, Todai's expression turned grave. Everyone, before we left, Lord Reikage gave me a direct order to ensure the Eight Tails Jinchuriki remains safely sealed. Lord Reikage has tasked us with finding a stronger sealing technique or a ninja who excels in such arts. As you all know, the Uzumaki clan, renowned for sealing jutsu, has been wiped out, and their techniques are now in Konoha's possession. My purpose in bringing you here besides protecting our village's young ninja, is to seek out in Konoha a sealing jutsu that can reinforce the eight-tail seal. Although we haven't located the specific sealing techniques yet, today at the arena, I spotted a Konoha ninja who appears adept at sealing. What's more, her surname is Uzumaki. Here is her portrait. Todai pulled out a drawing of Kushina Uzumaki from within his cloak and passed it around to his subordinates, making sure they memorized her features. This survivor of the Uzumaki clan may have some skill, but she's only somewhat stronger than an average genin. Find an opportunity to bring her back to the Cloud Village. The subordinates etched Kushina's appearance into their minds and nodded in unison. Yes, Lord Todai. All for the sake of the Cloud Village. Lord Danzo. Those genin from the Hidden Rain have once again slipped quietly into the Senju compound. A member of Root arrived before Danzo, reporting the latest intelligence. Danzo opened his one visible eye, a cold smirk appearing on his face. Let them be. It seems those brats are the disciples Jiraiya has been training in the Hidden Rain these past years. Jiraiya, just like Hiruzen, is too soft. He'll never amount to much. After a sneer, Danzo turned to question the Root ninja further. In today's exams, were there any ninja particularly worth noting? The Root operative, not daring to slack off, recounted all the information collected that day. Of the 3 genin from the Hidden Rain, 2 did not take any action today, so there wasn't much useful information to gather. The girl called Conan, however, used a unique paper release secret technique. That certainly stood out. There is also a ninja from Hashikage village who can use a technique called the peacock art. This jutsu lets him grow wings from his back and fight in midair. A look of intrigue appeared on Danzo's face, and he nodded thoughtfully. Both of these secret techniques are quite interesting. Keep observing tomorrow. If these secret arts don't have any serious side effects, find a way to get them into our hands. Root must absorb any power that can strengthen itself. Danzo tapped the armrest, then suddenly turned to the Root ninja at his side. You may go now. Bring Abuse here. I have some questions for him. Yes, sir. Time moved on to the second day of the joint Chunin exams. The undercurrents swirling in Konoha had little effect on the genin who still needed to continue the trials. After a night's rest, the ninja leading each team from the various villages analyzed the intel they had gathered about other contestants during the day. Those who advanced on the first day had memorized the strengths and weaknesses of every possible opponent, filling themselves with confidence as they returned to the testing grounds. Tsukumo Hatake strode to the center of the arena, letting his gaze sweep over the contestants. Without wasting words, he reached into the box and drew out 2 small balls containing names. The Chunin exams will now continue. Nami from the Hidden Cloud will face Hyoka from the Hidden Stone. Will both contestants please enter the arena? Hyoka, hearing his name, vaulted into the ring, casting a provocative glance at the Cloud Village side. Nami rose from his seat and strolled calmly to stand opposite the massive stone. I'm Nami from the Hidden Cloud. Please show me your skills. Hyoka grinned, flashing his sharp white teeth. Hyoka from the Hidden Stone. Seeing both fighters were ready, Tsukumo Hatake waved his hand decisively. Begin. He flashed to the edge of the arena. After performing the sign of confrontation, Hyoka seemed unable to hold back, launching into action at once. Earth style, hardening. Hyoka's arms stiffened with earthen chakra. He clapped them together, activating a mechanism at his wrists. A pair of soft metallic clicks rang out, and 2 sharp, handleless short blades sprang from his sleeves, locking onto the backs of his hands. With a sweep of his now-armed arms and a forceful push of his feet, Hyoka charged straight at Nami. Nami curled his lip dismissively, drawing a long blade from his back and channeling chakra through its length. Using Earth Style and Kenjutsu in front of me? How naive. With contempt in his heart, arcs of lightning crackled along Nami's sword as he slashed at the incoming Hyoka. Hyoka parried the long blade with his left arm's short knife, holding it at bay, while his right hand slashed fiercely at Nami's abdomen. Nami tensed his stomach, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he thought to himself. You're asking for it. With both hands, he pressed down hard, and lightning exploded along his blade. The arm wrapped in the Earth-style technique glowed with a dull, earthen hue, but under the influence of lightning-style chakra, it tingled with numbness and the hardened light flickered, growing unstable. Taking advantage of the moment, Nama-e swung his blade, parrying the short knife aimed at his abdomen. With a swift twist of the wrist, he slashed upward, aiming for Huoguang's chest. Huoguang rolled aside, narrowly evading Nama-e's relentless assault. He knew his Earth-style jutsu was at a disadvantage and could not meet Nama-e's attacks head-on. Suppressing the numbness spreading through his arm, Huoguang quickly formed several hand seals. Earth-style, rock concealment technique. Channeling chakra into the ground, he transformed the nearby earth into solid rock, and in a flash, his figure vanished, burrowing beneath the surface. Namayi's expression hardened. Keeping his long blade at the ready in front of him, he pushed off the ground and leapt away from his original position. Earth-style, subterranean fish reflection. Beneath the earth, Huoguang quietly activated a detection jutsu, allowing him to observe Namayi's movements through the soil. Nama-I, alert and wary, scanned the ground around him. Lacking any sensory jutsu, his only defense was to keep moving, hoping to avoid a sudden ambush at any moment. The strain of intense focus, coupled with the effort of maintaining lightning-style chakra along his blade, slowly drained both Namayi's spirit and chakra reserves. This won't do. I can't just sit here and wait for defeat. If that guy stays underground, my chakra will be depleted in no time. I have to find a way to force him out. In the stands, the audience watched nervously as Nama-I darted and dodged across the field, their eyes scanning the ground as if they could help spot any sign of Huoguang's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Huoguang, concealed underground, felt completely at ease. Skilled in stealth and assassination, he might not match Nama-I in direct combat, but when it came to patience, well, that was his domain. A cold smile crept across Huoguang's face as he watched Nama-Yi's restless movements above. I refuse to believe you can keep up your chakra and focus forever. Sooner or later, your guard will drop. Hiv. Nama-I truly found himself in a bind. Lightning style had a natural advantage over earth style, but Huoguang refused to fight head-on, leaving Nama-Yi's full strength unused. Regret gnawed at him. If only he'd known his opponent would be this slippery, he would have given it his all from the start, using Storm Release to defeat Huoguang outright. Now he was stuck in this passive stalemate. Time slipped by. Frustration made it harder and harder for Nama-I to concentrate. His chakra reserves had dwindled to half, and he knew he couldn't afford to drag this out any longer. He stopped moving, rapidly forming hand seals. Dark lightning flickered at his palm. Storm Release, Black Spot Charge. Nama-I let out a sharp command, driving his long blade forcefully into the ground. Black lightning erupted from the point of impact, racing outward and weaving a massive net of crackling darkness. A piercing scream tore through the air as Huoguang, trembling all over, emerged halfway from beneath the earth. Nama-Yi's eyes lit up. With a sweeping motion, he slashed his sword downward, radiating an unstoppable momentum. Found you, you coward, skulking in the shadows, prepare to die. Huoguang's entire body was paralyzed by the gale release. Seeing Nama-Yi's blade descending, he managed to raise his arms, crossing his short blades above his head in a desperate attempt to fend off the attack. A sickening sound of tearing flesh echoed as Huoguang, terror written all over his face, was ripped open by Nama-Yi's blade. But the familiar sensation of steel slicing flesh made Nama-Yi's expression shift instantly. No, that's a clay clone. I've been tricked. To the astonishment of the audience, Huoguang's bisected body collapsed, only to dissolve into two pools of mud. Earth-style decapitation technique. Suddenly, two arms clutching short blades burst from the earth beneath Nama-I, seizing his ankles and driving both blades deep into his calves. Nama-I screamed in agony as blood gushed from his legs, before being yanked underground. Huoguang's figure slowly rose from the ground, coming to stand before Nama-I. A gale-release ninja. Is it? TSK, what a pity. Restricted by the tournament rules, Huoguang couldn't kill Nama-I outright in front of Hatake Sakumo. He simply regarded Nama-I's exposed head with a look of regret. Nama-I gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Huoguang. Don't count me out just yet. With a sudden surge, the last of his chakra exploded, lightning crackling violently and blasting the earth apart. Arcs of electricity danced across Nama-I's battered body as he leapt out of the ground, battered but not beaten. A cold smirk played at the corner of Huoguang's lips. Just the last kicks of a dying horse. Huoguang nimbly stepped back to dodge Nama-I's final burst. Forming a hand seal, he let his voice carry an eerie power straight into Nama-I's ears. Genjutsu, Eternal Slumber. Nama-I's body froze, his eyes instantly glazing over. The arcs of lightning flickered out, and he collapsed limply to the ground. Huoguang lowered his hands, ready to step in and finish the job, when a white-haired figure appeared in a flash, blocking his way with an outstretched arm. Nama-I of the Cloud-Hidden Village is unable to continue. The match is over. Huoguang's pupils contracted, his entire body tensing up, staring at the man before him, Hatake Sakumo. He couldn't help but swallow hard. So strong. I didn't even see him move. So this is the power of the white fang of the leaf. Huang dared not move recklessly. He carefully took 2 steps back, sheathed the short blades on his arms, and respectfully bowed to Hatake Sakomo in the manner of a junior. Yes, Lord White Fang. Kakashi Sakomo turned to look at Hikaru, nodding in approval. A fine display of tactics. Hikaru was instantly flustered by the unexpected praise. For this match, the winner is Hikaru of Awagakure. Medical Nin, take the Kimogakure contestant for treatment. The competition continues. The medical team, waiting outside the arena, quickly rushed to Namai's side, gently placed him onto a stretcher, and carried him out for medical attention. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched Inoki with a cheerful smile. That contestant from Kimogakure seems to possess some sort of lightning release, Kekiai Genkai, doesn't he? Lord Suchikage, your village's young ninja managed to claim victory. Truly, the new generation of Awagakure is impressive indeed. Inoki's eyes flickered with satisfaction as he glanced at Hikaru, but when he heard Sarutobi's words, he let out a hearty laugh. Huh, you flatter us, Lord Hokage. Hikaru's just a clever kid. Really, his actual strength isn't worth mentioning, not at all. Despite Inoki's humble words, the deep lines on his old face blossomed into a broad smile, betraying just how delighted he truly felt inside. Seated nearby, Tsunade suddenly rose and bowed apologetically to the assembled delegates before hurriedly leaving the viewing platform, his expression tense. Namai was currently the only gifted ninja in Kimogakure with a rare storm-release bloodline. He couldn't afford to let anything happen under his watch. The unconscious Namai was brought before Tsunade, who took a single glance at him before handing him over to her medical team students. This kid's under a simple jinjutsu, and he's drained too much of his chakra. Apart from a wound on his lower leg, there's nothing serious. No need for my own intervention. I'll leave him to you for practice. Just heal up the wound on his leg. Yes, Lady Tsunade. 2 young medical nin responded promptly and began using healing jutsu to treat the injury on Namai's leg. When Tsunade arrived at the medical tent, he saw that Namai had already regained consciousness under the care of the medical nin and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Namai, how do you feel? Tsunade approached Namai's bedside, his tone full of concern. Namai was still mired in the sting of defeat. Hearing Tsunade's question, he suddenly sat up, pounding the bedboard with a frustrated thud. Damn it, Lord Tsunade, I was too careless. My opponent knew I specialized in lightning release, yet from the very start he used earth release, throwing off my judgment. He made me believe he was a ninja skilled in earth techniques and swordsmanship. I never imagined he was actually an expert in assassination and jinjutsu. Truly despicable. Tsunade looked at the indignant Namai and let out a quiet sigh. Most of the ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village were known for being straightforward and direct. Namai, a rising star among the younger generation, had made quite a name for himself in the village thanks to his mastery of storm release. He might seem laid back and easygoing most of the time, but deep down he was just as proud and arrogant as most from the Hidden Cloud, a trait he'd learned early on. Still too young and inexperienced. But perhaps a little hardship will do him some good. Better to taste defeat in a competition than to lose your life on the battlefield later. With these thoughts in mind, Tsunade offered a few more words of comfort. Namai, this is just a Chunin exam. Failing isn't the end of the world. Straighten out your attitude as a ninja. Don't let your guard down. There will be other chances. The will of a Hidden Cloud man can't be crushed by a single failure. Thanks to Tsunade's consolation, Namai finally managed to calm the resentment simmering in his heart and lay back down. His calf wound was still bleeding badly, and with his chakra nearly depleted, the excitement faded quickly, leaving Namai drained and listless. Seeing this, Tsunade told him to rest there for now and promised to bring him back to his quarters once the day's assessments were over. Namai watched Tsunade leave, and as fatigue washed over him, he soon drifted off into a heavy sleep. At that moment, Bru, dressed in full ANBU attire, quietly emerged from the shadows at a nearby corner. He watched Tsunade's figure fade into the distance, a cold smirk playing at the edge of his lips, then turned and made his way toward the outer edge of Konoha's first security zone. Along the way, he encountered 2 Hyuga clan ninja on patrol. Suppressing his greed for there be a Kugen, Buruhu reached into his cloak and produced a writ. Under orders from Lord Danzo, I am here to carry out a confidential mission. I ask the 2 of you from the Hyuga clan to withdraw from this area for now. The 2 branch members of the Hyuga clan, responsible for patrolling that sector, took the writ from Buruhu and examined it closely. Sure enough, it bore the mark of Konoha's elder, Danzo. Confronted with an ANBU in a mask, the Hyuga branch members dared not be lax. They respectfully returned the writ to Buruhu and bowed. The writ is authentic. Sir, we shall take our leave now. Baruhu slipped the writ back into his cloak and issued a cold warning in a low voice. Don't let anyone know you saw me here. If Lord Danzo's mission is delayed, you know what the consequences will be. The Hyuga ninja, well aware of Danzo's reputation, immediately tensed at his words and nodded hastily. Understood. Please rest assured, sir. I know the rules. Satisfied, Baruhu nodded and disappeared into the depths of the forest. Once Baruhu's figure had vanished, one of the branch members activated his Byakugan to scan the direction Baruhu had taken. Seeing he was already far away, he nodded to his companion. Lord Hizashi truly has foresight. There really are people from Danzo sneaking into the first guard zone. Let's go. We need to report this to Lord Hizashi immediately. In reality, Hizashi Hyuga did not possess such prophetic abilities. After Hiriko attacked the Cloud Ninja participating in the exams, through Fugaku's description, Tsunade's younger brother, Nawaki, surmised that Hiriko was likely the one targeting Kumogakure. Especially after witnessing Namai's storm release during the very first day of the competition, Nawaki became even more certain of this fact. Throughout the entire Naruto series, there are only a handful of ninja who possess the storm release bloodline. Besides Darui, the future fifth Raikage, the only other one to use storm release was Hiriko, who appeared in a movie. Hiriko's chimera technique allowed him to absorb and fuse bloodline limits by devouring ninja with those abilities. And since Darui remained alive and well until the end of the story, that left only one possible source for Hiriko's storm release. The answer was clear. Namai, the ninja he once attacked, who bore the chimera mark on his forehead. After Namai was branded, he stayed in the Leaf Village, aside from participating in the Chunin exams. Following the previous attack, the Konoha police force tightened their protection of foreign participants, making it even more difficult for Hiriko to find a chance to strike. Moreover, as an outsider, Namai couldn't realistically be compelled to walk out of the Hidden Leaf solely by the curse mark's control. Remember how, when Kakashi was under mind control and tried to leave the village, Izumo Kamizuki and Kotetsu Hagane stopped him? Although, in the end, they didn't really manage to stop him. So Nawaki deduced that Hiriko would have to activate the curse mark ahead of time, coinciding with the Chunin exams. The forest of the first guard zone was the closest area to the arena. If Hiriko wished to avoid attracting too much attention, he would have to find a way to lure the patrolling ninja away and guide Namai's body into the nearby Konoha forest. Knowing that the Hyuga clan was assigned to patrol the outskirts during the Chunin selection exams, Nawaki shared his suspicion with Hizashi, instructing him to notify him immediately if any clan member encountered trouble or if any root members ventured deep into the Konoha forest. Following Nawaki's instructions, Hizashi relayed the order, which is why these two Hyuga branch members were so impressed by Hizashi's supposed foresight. Hiriko pressed on, deeper and deeper into the forest, until the distant clamor from the exam grounds faded away. He continued forward a while longer, then finally found a clearing deep in the woods. Turning to face the direction of the Leaf Village, he formed a hand sign. Chimera curse mark, release. Hiriko pressed his palms together, his eyes snapping wide open. Two crimson beams shot from his gaze, piercing the void and vanishing in an instant. As Namurai lay on the infirmary bed, a red eye-like pattern suddenly appeared on his forehead. His eyes snapped open, and his pupils turned blood red, glowing with an eerie, unnatural light. In an instant, Namurai sat bolt upright in bed, startling the two medical nin who had come to check on him. Hey, your wounds have only just healed. Lady Tsunade specifically told us you mustn't get out of bed or move around. Namurai acted as if he hadn't heard a word. He threw back the blanket, got out of bed, and strode toward the door. The two young medical nin panicked and rushed forward, one on either side, grabbing Namurai's arms in an attempt to force him back onto the bed. What's wrong with you? Why won't you listen? You're not even healed yet, and you're already trying to run around. If you fall and hurt yourself, we'll have to patch you up all over again. Namurai offered no retort. With a sudden, forceful swing of both arms inward, he knocked the two medical nin off balance. Caught off guard, they collided with each other. There was a muffled thud as the two medical nin, who lacked any real combat ability, rolled their eyes and collapsed limply to the floor. Releasing his grip, Namurai strode out the door and headed straight for the depths of the forest, never once looking back. In the room next door, Tsunade had already heard the commotion. She assumed it was just the injured, unconscious young ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village throwing a tantrum, so she didn't pay it much attention. She'd seen her share of unruly patients. If those two youngsters couldn't handle it, she'd step in and deal with it herself. In the realm of medical care, there wasn't anyone who dared defy her authority. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, she suddenly heard two bodies hit the floor. Tsunade's expression darkened. With a single kick, She smashed a hole in the wall and strode into the next room. Her two young subordinates were already lying unconscious on the floor. Tsunade checked them over. Seeing they were merely knocked out, she let out a breath of relief, though a flicker of anger lit up in her eyes. That little brat from the Hidden Cloud Village actually dared to knock out my people. He must have a death wish. Fuming, Tsunade got to her feet and quickly caught up with Namurai before he could get far, blocking his path. Hey, brat, you can't just walk away after attacking my people. Namurai's eyes, still glowing red, stared straight ahead. He ignored Tsunade's words entirely and continued walking directly toward her. Tsunade frowned, watching Namurai approach, and raised her fist, ready to teach this insolent kid a lesson. Wait, don't act rashly. A hand suddenly reached out from the side, grabbing Tsunade's raised fist and pulling her aside. It was Nawaki, who had hurried over after receiving word from Hayashi. Namurai seemed completely unfazed by Nawaki's sudden appearance, continuing to walk forward at a steady pace. Tsunade was pulled aside, her frown deepening as she watched the storm-release boy move forward like a soulless puppet. Weren't you supposed to be helping Senior Sakuma over there? How did you end up here? And what's wrong with this kid? He looks a bit strange. Shizen replied offhandedly. I sent a shadow clone to hold things down for Brother Sakuma for a while. Let's deal with this first. Big Sister, in his current state, his mind and body are being controlled by a cursed seal. Let's follow and see where this leads. Following Shizun's suggestion, Tsunade dispersed the few guard ninja who had come over, curious about the commotion. The two of them trailed quietly after Namai, step by careful step, deeper into the Konoha forest. Once inside the woods, Shizun deliberately slowed her pace, keeping Tsunade back so they trailed Namai from a distance that made them hard to spot. Tsunade was puzzled. She could tell Shizun seemed to know something, so she came right out with it. Shizun, do you know what's going on here? Shizun nodded. Yeah, I know a bit. If things go as expected, you might be seeing an old friend soon. Tsunade shot Shizun a surprised look, not quite understanding. An old friend? Yeah, someone you and Lord Orochimaru both know well. Not too long ago, Sarutobi sent Orochimaru to hunt him down. Tsunade paused, memories stirring. You mean Orochimaru? Shizun shook her head. No, not him. I mean Orochimaru's old associate. Orochimaru was sent after him by Sarutobi Hiruzen not long ago. Tsunade's expression changed as realization dawned. You're talking about Hiriko? Shizun nodded. That's right. Last time, he was caught abducting Konoha ninja for human experiments, and Sarutobi declared him a rogue ninja. Then that old fox Danzo helped him escape. This whole mess is his doing again. Tsunade was left a bit stunned. Why did Danzo seem to be involved in every shady business? She was about to press Shizun for more details when Shizun quickly made a gesture for silence. Tsunade understood at once and crouched beside Shizun in a patch of tall grass, watching in the direction Shizun indicated. Hiriko eyed Namai as he approached, scanning behind him to ensure no one else was following. Satisfied, he ripped off his ANBU mask, revealing a face swathed entirely in bandages. Tsunade glanced at Shizun, silently questioning if this really was Hiriko. Shizun nodded in confirmation. Only then did Tsunade look away, baffled at how unrecognizable Hiriko had become. A twisted grin spread across Hiriko's lips as he gazed at the vacant-eyed Namai. The feverish anticipation in his eyes was almost palpable. Storm release. Such a rare and powerful bloodline limit, yet you can't even hold your own against your peers. What a waste that it's been given to you. Why not surrender to me and become one with me, achieving immortality together? A low, sinister laugh rumbled from Baru's throat. As the sound rolled out, a violent surge of chakra began to rise from his body, shredding his Umbu uniform into tatters. The bandages that wrapped him unfurled, exposing the flesh beneath. For the glory of Lord Baru, offer up everything you have. Technique of the Ghoul Seed. Baru's hands formed seals, and under the effect of the Ghoul Seed technique, his mouth stretched wide, transforming into a blood-red maw. A powerful force erupted from his gaping mouth, latching onto Nami and pulling him in with irresistible strength. Nami's face twisted in agony, his body contorted by the relentless pull, and before long, he was swallowed whole by Baru. A mad, pained gleam flickered in Baru's eyes. His grotesquely distended belly strained against the bandages, which split apart to reveal his distorted, hideous form beneath. His skin looked like it was patched together from scraps of differently colored flesh, sewn crudely like a rag doll from various creatures, giving him a ghastly, unsettling appearance. On his two withered arms, blue-black scales grew in thick patches, running from the backs of his hands up along his arms and across his hunchback. The scales glistened with a slick, oily sheen as Baruhu's body writhed. Across the rest of his body, here and there, other animals' organs or patches of skin could be glimpsed. With his mouth full of jagged fangs, Baruhu's appearance was enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. Tsunade looked at Baruhu, who no longer bore even a trace of humanity, and shivered with disgust. She lowered her head awkwardly and gave Nawaki a discreet nudge. Nawaki, don't you think this is revolting? Why can't you stop staring? Nawaki shook his head. It is pretty grotesque, he admitted, but I'm just fascinated by how he merges Kekkei Genkai with that forbidden technique. It looks excruciating. This guy is ruthless, he added. Baruhu, grotesque and bloated, seemed to care nothing for his monstrous appearance. Dragging his awkward, swollen body, bloated from swallowing a man whole, his eyes burned with even greater madness. I can feel it. The power of the storm release. Let it fuse with me. Baruhu stretched out his arms, which now seemed spindly compared to his enormous frame, and formed another hand seal before him. Summoning jutsu. With two thunderous bursts, smoke exploded on either side of him, revealing two monstrous, abominable summoned beasts. One was a lion with a single horn. The other, a winged creature covered in scales, had the body of some unknown beast for powerful legs, and a long scorpion's tail arched behind it, the venomous tip gleaming coldly. These were the results of Baruhu's experiments with the ghoul seed technique, summoned monsters stitched together from pieces of various ninja beasts. Guard the perimeter. Don't let anyone near this place. The two summoned beasts, upon hearing Hiruho's command, let out deep, guttural growls and moved to guard him, one on each side. Satisfied, Hiruho nodded and once again formed the hand seals for the Ghost Bud Luo technique with both hands. That signature crimson chakra of the Ghost Bud Luo technique began to ooze out from the seams of Hiruho's stitched-up skin, slowly wrapping his body into a cocoon as red as blood. Rope Tree watched Hiruho's actions and shook his head in disdain. Sis, your old classmate doesn't seem to be the sharpest tool in the shed, does he? Sure, he summoned two pretty formidable-looking beasts, but to just blatantly perform a secret fusion technique right here. Where does he get that kind of confidence? Tsunade fell silent, at a loss for words. Rope Tree thought back to Hiruho's antics in the movie version and felt even more speechless. In the original story, just before Hiruho tried to snatch Kakashi's Sharingan, he somehow managed to broadcast his projections to almost the entire shinobi world. He openly challenged the 5 great nations, trying to spark the 4th great ninja war all on his own. When Rope Tree first saw that plotline, he thought the author was deliberately making the villain act stupid. Looking at it now, maybe that was unfair. This Hiruho is just an oddball, through and through. Tsunade sat in silence for a while, glancing at Hiruho's cocoon form and the two equally grotesque summoned beasts. The sense of discomfort in her heart only grew stronger. Rope Tree, are we really just going to stand by and watch Hiruho devour that little cloud kid? That doesn't seem right, does it? If he manages to complete this fusion, won't he be even harder to deal with? Rope Tree looked at the now fully formed blood-red cocoon and let out a cold chuckle. Cloud Village didn't come to Konoha with good intentions. The 8 Tails was just transferred to a new Jinchuriki. They wouldn't show up here at this timing just for the Chunin exams. There's definitely more to it. I wouldn't be surprised if the 3rd Reikage is eyeing the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. Tsunade shot Rope Tree a puzzled look. And how would you know that? Rope Tree grinned mysteriously. Don't forget, sis. According to Inuzuka Shinya's theory, I'm the reincarnation of the Sage of 6 Paths. There's nothing that happens in this world of shinobi that escapes me. He boasted shamelessly, entirely unbothered by his own self-aggrandizement. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him. If you don't want to say, fine. Stop with the mysterious act already. Sage of 6 Paths, reincarnation. Huh. Maybe you'd fool Orochimaru with that nonsense, but not me. I raised you myself. Rope Tree. I know exactly what kind of person you are. Rope Tree scratched his head, a little embarrassed by Tsunade's blunt description, and gave an awkward laugh. Tsunade shot him another exasperated look, but then, as she suddenly recalled the connection between the Sage of 6 Paths and the Senju clan, her brows furrowed in thought. You little brat. Were you just taking advantage of me with your words? Since when did I become your junior? You're asking for a beating. Shangshu was just about to explain. Hey, we're siblings. How could I take advantage of myself? But Tsunade didn't give him the chance. With a loud thud, she sent Shangshu flying with a single punch. With a heavy crash, Shangshu hit the ground, the sound startling Orochimaru. From within his cocoon of blood, Orochimaru's voice rang out, both shocked and furious. Who's there? Shangshu got up calmly, dusting the dirt from his clothes. Orochimaru, your secret's out. Lord Danzo sent me to silence you. Inside the bloody cocoon, Orochimaru was taken aback and quickened the pace of his devouring. Fortunately, this wasn't his first time absorbing a Kekii Genkai. Under the accelerated power of the demonic blood art, the blood cocoon throbbed violently a few times. A sharp cracking sound erupted. Like an eggshell shattering, countless fissures snaked across the blood cocoon. Orochimaru's figure began to emerge from within. He glanced at Shu, now standing before him. Seeing only a young man in a Konoha Chunin vest, a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Moving unhurriedly, Orochimaru rewrapped his grotesque body with bandages, then flashed Shu a sinister grin. So that old fox Danzo really can't be trusted, after all. But only sending you to kill me? That's underestimating me. Orochimaru. Kill him. The two summoned beasts had been itching for action. At Orochimaru's command, they let out menacing roars and lunged at Shu. One shot into the air, its wings whipping up a fierce gale that forced Shu to squint. The other charged from the ground, maw wide, open and ready to bite, its massive scorpion tail arcing down like a steel hook, reeking with venom as it struck toward Shu. Stunned by Orochimaru's reaction, Shu could hardly believe it. No way. Does he really think Danzo sent me? When Tsunade sent Shu flying with her punch, she instantly realized she'd overreacted. Now, seeing Shu under attack, her heart seized with worry and she leapt from her hiding place. Orochimaru, you dare lay a hand on my little brother? In a flash, she appeared before Shu, catching the striking scorpion tail with her hand. Channeling her monstrous strength, she spun it around. The giant summoned beast let out a panicked screech, and with a heavy crash, collided with its airborne companion. The two beasts roared in fury, tumbling and rolling far across the ground. Orochimaru stared at the suddenly appearing Tsunade, his pupils contracting before a crazed smile spread across his face. Ha 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 ha. So Danzo didn't just send a mere Chunin after me. It's you, Tsunade. Did that old geezer Danzo team up with the third Hokage? No wonder you managed to find this place. At this moment, Tsunade couldn't help but marvel at Orochimaru's bizarre way of thinking. Had this guy fused with too many things and ended up ruining his own mind? But it doesn't matter. Since you're the first to uncover my secret, I'll use my newly gained power to send you both on your way. I'll show you that I'm no longer the talentless loser you used to mock. Storm Style, Thundercloud, Resonance Wave. As Orochimaru activated the power of Storm Style, dark clouds began to gather above the forest. Under the influence of chakra, the clouds swirled into a vortex, pressing ominously close to the treetops. Lightning flickered within the vortex, and bolts of electricity crashed down from the thunderclouds, striking toward the spots where Nawaki and Tsunade stood. The two of them dodged swiftly, springing back at harm's way. With a shout, Tsunade stomped the ground, cracking it beneath her feet, and then launched herself toward Orochimaru like a cannonball. Her fist, wrapped in terrifying chakra, smashed down with full force at Orochimaru's deformed body. Seeing this, Orochimaru quickly formed hand seals. Steel Release. After fortifying himself with Steel Release, Orochimaru's gaze turned mocking as he slowly extended his right hand to meet Tsunade's incoming punch. A diamond-shaped cavity opened up in his palm. Dark Release, Absorption Hole. Noticing the contempt in Orochimaru's eyes, Tsunade clenched her teeth in frustration and bellowed, bringing her fist down squarely onto his outstretched palm. A twisted grin stretched across Orochimaru's face, exposing a mouthful of menacing fangs. Tsunade, it's useless. With my Dark Release, I can absorb any chakra. Your ninjutsu has no effect on me. It might as well be nothing. With just your physical strength, you'll never break through my Steel Release defense. I have surpassed the Sanin. I am now someone you can only look up to. He broke into maniacal laughter. Tsunade's brows knitted into a fierce scowl as she forced out a sentence through clenched teeth. Don't you dare underestimate the power of the Senju clan, you bastard. In the next instant, her monstrous punch collided with Orochimaru's hand, fortified by both steel and dark release. There was a thunderous impact, followed by the sharp crack of breaking bone. A shocked cry escaped Orochimaru. No, this can't be. Indeed, dark release was worthy of its reputation for absorbing ninjutsu. Most of the chakra wrapped around Tsunade's fist was drained away the moment it touched his palm. But Tsunade's monstrous strength was never just about chakra. Wrapping her fist in chakra was nothing more than a protective layer, a way to avoid direct contact with Orochimaru's grotesquely twisted body. As Orochimaru watched the chakra on her fist vanish at a pace visible to the naked eye, his pride swelled even further. Just as he was about to mock Tsunade's overconfidence once more, a terrifying force suddenly surged through his right hand. Under this crushing power, his entire arm gave a sickening crack, bones shattering and tendons tearing in an instant under Tsunade's blow. The shock traveled up his arm, slamming into Iryuko's body. He let out a pained scream as he was sent flying backward, his broken arm dangling uselessly. Tsunade withdrew her fist and gave a disdainful snort. "TCH, is that all you've got?" Gritting his teeth in fury, Iryuko scrambled up from the ground, his eyes burning with rage, almost as if they could spit fire. Luck really wasn't on his side. Last time, he'd been hunted down by Orochimaru, his steel release shredded by the legendary Kusanagi blade, unable to withstand the onslaught. To make matters worse, Orochimaru's expertise lay in summoning snake techniques, and Iryuko's own dark release proved utterly useless against him. Losing that battle was just fate, he told himself. After all, few in the entire shinobi world wielded divine weapons or specialized in snake-style jutsu. As long as Orochimaru was at large, he'd just have to keep a low profile until his own ghost sprout technique reached its peak. This time, he'd finally fused the storm release bloodline limit, and pride swelled in his chest. Yet, fate had thrown him against Tsunade, a legend renowned for her medical ninjutsu and monstrous strength alone. Without grasping the depths of Tsunade's power, he'd miscalculated and paid dearly for it. Meanwhile, Nawaki dodged bolts of lightning that burst from the thunderclouds above, barely suppressing a laugh as he watched Iryuko's sorry state. Iryuko shot Tsunade a venomous glare, crimson ghost sprout energy surging over his body. In moments, the arm Tsunade had broken snapped back into place, fully healed. "That was just carelessness on my part. I didn't expect your strength to be so overwhelming. But now, I won't make the same mistake again. Let me show you the true power of Storm Release." Storm Release, Storm Demon Dragon. As Iryuko completed the hand seals, the swirling thunderclouds above suddenly roiled and churned. Lightning gathered, coiling into a massive dragon formed entirely of crackling energy. With a thunderous roar, the dragon surged downward, its serpentine body of lightning twisting as it lunged at Tsunade. Tsunade stared grimly at the awe-inspiring beast, sensing its terrifying power. She doubted even she could withstand this attack. She hesitated, considering whether to unleash the Een seal she had yet to fully control, just to stand a chance against Iryuko's storm release, when suddenly, Nawaki stepped in front of her. "Sis, step back. Leave this guy to me." Knowing full well that Nawaki's strength far surpassed her own, Tsunade didn't protest. "All right, be careful. That lightning dragon might be like his dark release. It could have the power to absorb chakra." Nawaki nodded, his eyes never leaving the descending dragon. A hint of disdain flickered across his face. "Don't worry. Sharingan, activate." The Sharingan emerged in his eyes, and the intricate pattern of the Mangekyo slowly unveiled itself. Across from him, Ryuko caught sight of the Sharingan in Shoju's eyes, and a wild delight flickered in his gaze. "Huh. So it's the Sharingan. Fortune truly favors me today, with no effort at all. Kid, your power will be mine." Ryuko broke into manic laughter, his hands shifting into a new sequence of signs as he commanded the Storm Demon Dragon to coil toward Shoju. He intended for the Storm Demon Dragon to bind Shoju, drain him of all his chakra, and then find a place to slowly devour his Sharingan at leisure. Susanoo. To avoid drawing too much attention, Shoju only channeled a fraction of his ocular power, and the radiant blue Susanoo giant manifested with only its upper body. Susanoo's defense was formidable, yet, being formed from tangible chakra, it wasn't immune. Storm Release's absorbing ability worked just as well on Susanoo. But Shoju hadn't called forth Susanoo to do battle. He just needed to buy himself a little more time. Ryuko stared at the towering chakra giant that had appeared out of nowhere, and his expression grew even more feverish. Yes. I never imagined the Sharingan could do more than illusions. Such incredible power. Such might is fit only for someone like me, Ryuko. Kulme, I can hardly wait to become one with you. Shoju let out a cold, mocking laugh. If you're so fond of my eyes, then feel their true power for yourself. Kodo Amitsukami. The ocular technique hidden in his right eye came alive, and the power of death began to seep from his gaze. The shadowy figure of the death god, scythe in hand, took form in the void. "Deal with him. I've got plans for the body," Shoju instructed, glancing at the Susanoo being devoured by the storm demon dragon as he gave his command to the death god. The death god gave a silent bow in the air, then, obedient to its creator's will, turned and swept toward Ryuko. From its hollow sockets, the spectral flames of its soul stared at Ryuko, as if looking on him with a hint of disdain. What a filthy, tangled mess of a soul, thought the Death God. But this was the Creator's will, and the Death God had no choice but to comply. At worst, it would simply extract this tainted soul and scatter it to the winds. The scythe arced high, then swept down toward Baruko. A primal terror gripped Baruko, and his pupils shrank as instinct urged him to evade the Death God's strike. But the Death God's overwhelming spiritual lock was not something Baruko, with his fragmented soul fused from countless bodies, could resist. The black scythe of the soul sliced through Baruko in an instant. His body froze, eyes widening as the madness and terror vanished from their depths. The storm demon dragon let out a mournful cry in the sky, then disappeared along with the thunderclouds, leaving no trace behind. Host has slain an elite jonin and received the following rewards. Chakra reserves increased by 10%. Technique acquired. Onakimiaro no Jutsu. Rope Tree was momentarily stunned when the system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. It seems I've grown too comfortable these past 4 years in the village. I almost forgot that I'm a man with a system. He shook his head inwardly, denying his own mistake. No, it's definitely not me who forgot. It's the author who's forgotten all about the system. Rope Tree dispersed the Susanoo, whose head had been half devoured by Raging Dragon, and summoned the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper, clutching the struggling soul of Baruhu in his bony hand, approached Rope Tree. The soul's flame sent a questioning signal to its creator. Rope Tree had no desire to probe into the mind of this soul, which was full of wicked thoughts yet clearly lacking in intelligence. He waved a hand nonchalantly, signaling for the Grim Reaper to handle it as he saw fit. Deal with it however you like. With permission granted, the Grim Reaper squeezed Baruhu's soul into a wisp of black smoke, shook his skeletal claws in distaste, and then vanished in a beam of dark light, returning to the Creator's gaze. Rope Tree then walked over to the 2 summoned beasts that Tsunade had sent flying. He pried open their eyelids, and the Mangekyo's light flickered in his eyes. Instantly, the 2 beasts lost all sense of self, falling into a deep, dreamlike trance. Big sister, lend me a hand. Could you toss these 2 big guys into the Shikatsu forest? There's plenty of space there. Asked the slug sage to look after them for a while. Tsunade eyed the 2 bizarrely shaped summoning beasts with evident distaste. She simply couldn't fathom why Rope Tree would want to keep such ugly and not particularly powerful creatures. What do you even want these for? Sure, they're big, but they're completely useless. Rope Tree patted the wing of one of the beasts and replied, It doesn't matter if they're weak. The important thing is they have wings. I don't plan to keep them for myself anyway. Once Nagato's Rinnegan is further developed, I'm thinking of giving these to him. He'll find them useful. With that brief explanation, Rope Tree turned and walked back to Baruhu's lifeless body. He pulled out a sealing scroll he had prepared in advance and sealed Baruhu's body inside. When Nagato returns from Konoha, this can serve as material for the animal path in the future. This gift should be something Nagato will be very pleased with. Seeing that Rope Tree already had everything planned out, Tsunade simply decided to go along with her brother's wishes and summon Katsuyu. After a quick discussion, the reasonable and understanding Kato, worthy avatar of the slug sage, readily agreed to help take care of the 2 summoning beasts. Lady Tsunade, Lord Rope Tree, do drop by Shikatsu Forest for a visit sometime. I'll take my leave now. Katsuyu opened a wide mouth on her belly, enveloped the 2 beasts ensnared by Jinjutsu, and with a round, rolling body and ethereal voice, bade them farewell before returning to Shikatsu Forest. Rope Tree glanced up at the position of the sun in the sky. Judging by the time, he figured there was still a chance to catch some of the matches. Sis, let's head back. There's still Nagato and Kushina's match today. Want to go watch it together? Tsunade snorted. Not interested. A bunch of genin who can barely handle chakra are no match for Kushina or that kid Nagato. It'd be boring to watch anyway. I'd rather go back to the medical unit and have a DR. She coughed, catching herself just in time. Do my work. Tsunade almost let slip her habit of slacking off on the job, but she brushed Rope Tree off with a couple of casual words and turned to leave. Rope Tree was left speechless. Sneaking back into the Chunin selection exam arena, Rope Tree quietly swapped places with his shadow clone. Thanks to the memories passed back from the clone, he was up to date on the outcomes of the previous matches. After Hikaru defeated Nami, the next bout was an internal fight between Raza and Yakura from the Hidden Sand Village. The 2 rare bloodline limit holders battled fiercely, but in the end, Raza's masterful use of magnet release overwhelmed Yakura, whose attacks were relatively one-dimensional. In the 3rd match, Kushina decisively defeated Yamanaka Haichi, who tried to control her with a mind transfer jutsu. With sheer brute force, she steamrolled him and advanced to the next round. Up until the end, Yamanaka Haichi never figured out what had blasted his spirit out of Kushina's body with just a single shout. The fourth match, however, was hardly worth mentioning. It was a drawn-out pecking contest between two rookies who had lucked out with weak opponents on the first day. After a long stalemate, Tsukumo Hatake declared the match a tie, eliminating them both. By the time Ropetree arrived, he caught the match between Nagato and Natsuka, who was soaring through the air. This was also the last fight of the second round. At the start, Nagato relied on his mastery of all chakra natures and the abundant reserves of the Uzumaki clan, unleashing a relentless barrage of jutsu, and Natsuka, as if chakra cost nothing at all. Natsuka managed to hold out for a while, but eventually, she couldn't withstand Nagato's continuous onslaught. She immediately activated the Peacock art, taking to the skies. Peacock art, beast mimicry. With a powerful cry, Natsuka beat her wings and launched a diving attack from above. A flock of starlight-shaped beasts materialized, letting out wild, piercing cries as they charged at Nagato. Nagato lifted his head ever so slightly, his red hair sliding down from his face to either side, revealing his eyes to the crowd for the first time. His pale lavender Rinnegan radiated a unique, overwhelming energy. Raising his right hand toward the incoming phantom beasts, he intoned in a low, steady voice. Shinra Tensei. An invisible force exploded outward from Nagato, slamming into the charging beasts as if they had crashed into an impenetrable wall of steel and stone. A series of thunderous impacts echoed across the arena. A series of dull, heavy thuds echoed from the invisible barrier of air. The starlight behemoth, struck by a sudden repulsive force, was flung away and dissolved into countless specks of starlight, vanishing with a mournful cry. Shiori stared in astonishment, her eyes wide with confusion, unable to comprehend what had just happened. The spectators outside the arena were equally bewildered. How could a simple arm movement cause the attack from that girl of Xingying village to be instantly deflected? Nagato, however, paid no mind to others' opinions. Having already received his teacher's permission, he had long been waiting for an opportunity to test the power of the Rinnegan in actual combat. Feeling the familiar, mysterious energy coursing through his eyes, a faint smile tugged at Nagato's lips. He extended his hand, fingers curling slightly into a claw, and reached out towards Shiori, who was still suspended in the air. Universal Pool. With that gesture, Shiori, still dazed in midair, suddenly felt a powerful gravitational force emanate from Nagato's outstretched hand. She flapped her wings desperately, struggling to break free from its grip. But the pull was astonishingly strong, far beyond anything she could resist. A startled cry escaped her lips as her body, like a falling star, was yanked inexorably toward Nagato. Nagato's left hand drew a kunai from his waist, its tip pointed directly at Shiori. Eyes wide with terror, she watched the blade draw ever closer, hastily shifting her wings in front of her as a shield. A sharp clang rang out. At that moment, under Shiori's desperate effort, the peacock-feathered wings transformed into a sturdy shield, clashing forcefully with the kunai and producing a crisp, metallic sound. Thank goodness. I blocked it. Before Shiori could even catch her breath, Nagato, who had been silently counting the seconds, suddenly pressed his hand against the peacock wings. Almighty push. A wave of despair washed over Shiori. How is this attack so weirdly powerful? And he doesn't even need to form seals. This is just too much. A tremendous repulsive force erupted. Still wrapped within her wings, Shiori tumbled like a rag doll, sent rolling rapidly across the field by the shockwave. With a heavy thud, her dazed head struck the edge of the arena, her eyes rolling back as she fainted on the spot. Just before slipping into unconsciousness, a single thought surfaced in Shiori's mind. Finally, it's over. Getting tossed around like this. I've really had enough. Tsukumo Hatake stepped forward to check on her, then gave Nagato a nod of approval. For this round, the victory goes to Nagato of the Hidden Rain Village. Nagato's performance in today's Chunin exam brought great pride to Jiraiya, his former mentor. At that moment, Jiraiya was eager to share his joy with someone. He took a stroll through the Senju compound, only to hear from Kushina that Nawaki and Orochimaru had sneakily taken a scroll and headed off to a secret base. Knowing that Ropetree and Orochimaru might have something important to discuss, Jiraiya decided not to interrupt them intentionally. Instead, he left the Senju compound and wandered around until he found Tsunade at a casino, her face flushed and neck tense from gambling. Tsunade was caught up in a losing streak, and when she saw Jiraiya appear before her with that mischievous grin, she immediately assumed he was there to mock her gambling skills. Her temper flared, and she threw him out with a wave of her hand. Don't bother me. I refuse to believe it. There's no way I'll keep losing today. Come on, deal another round. I'm going all in on big. With a determined push, Tsunade shoved her entire stack of chips onto the big bet. The moment Tsunade entered the casino, the other gamblers had gathered around her table as if it were a festival, grinning ear to ear as they raked in their winnings. Now, seeing Tsunade bet on big, the gamblers swarmed to place their chips on small, piling them up into a miniature mountain in that section. Tsunade glared at the heap of chips, teeth clenched and eyes blazing. These bastards, do they all think I'm an easy mark? Just watch, I'll hit big this round and wipe you all out. The dealer's eyes narrowed to slits with delight at the mountain of chips on the table. Last bets. No more bets. Let's see the result. A triple. House wins all. A wave of protest erupted from the gamblers, who shouted accusations of cheating and demanded the dealer return their money. Seeing her last gamble go up in smoke, Tsunade slammed the table in frustration. Damn it, you're cheating me out of my money, aren't you? No wonder I keep losing. The crowd of gamblers jumped in to support her. That's right. You're rigging the game. Give us our money back. Refund. Refund. The dealer paid no mind to their commotion and swept the chips into his arms, all the while putting on a polite smile for Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, you're one of our most esteemed guests. We'd never cheat you. Besides, with your strength as one of the legendary Sanin, even if I wanted to pull a trick, I wouldn't dare try in front of you. Seems like luck just isn't on your side today. Why not go home, get some more cash, and come back to win it all back another day? Tsunade paused, thinking there was some truth to that. Fine. No more gambling today. Maybe next time. I'm out of here. She waved her hand dismissively, not even glancing at the chips left behind, and got up to leave the casino. Outside, Tsunade remembered that Jiraiya had come looking for her earlier. She scanned the street, but he was nowhere to be found. What did that guy run off to? Earlier, when Jiraiya saw Tsunade betting everything with that wild look in her eyes, he'd realized that if she lost, she'd probably take her anger out on him. So he had wisely disappeared long before the dust settled. Unable to find anyone to share his joy with, Jiraiya didn't even have the heart to go out and gather material for his writing. Bored, he wandered the streets, and before he knew it, found himself near the Hokage's office building. Lord Jiraiya, the third Hokage requests your presence. An AMBU operative appeared suddenly before Jiraiya, respectfully delivering Hiruzen Sarutobi's summons. Jiraiya's eyes lit up, and he nodded at the ANBU. Understood. Thank you for your trouble. With a flicker, the ANBU vanished. Jiraiya looked at the Hokage building in the near distance, a smile spreading across his face. Teacher Sarutobi taught me, Orochimaru and Tsunade. I in turn have taught Nagato, Yahiko, and Konin. By that measure, I'm already just as accomplished as Teacher Sarutobi in this regard. Haha. Inside the Hokage's office, Jiraiya pushed open the door, greeting Hiruzen Sarutobi with a broad, cheerful grin. Teacher Sarutobi, I'm here. Hiruzen heard Jiraiya's voice, set down his pipe, and glanced up at him. Jiraiya, I've called you here because there's something I need to ask. The child who defeated the Star Shadow Village Ninja at the Chunin exams today, he's the disciple you took in the Land of Rain, isn't he? A proud smile spread across Jiraiya's face. He gave a thumbs up and tapped his chest. That's right. Nagato is the most outstanding of my 3 students. So, Teacher Sarutobi, what do you think? Aren't you surprised? Who would have thought I'd become as excellent a teacher as you? He laughed heartily. Hiruzen's brows furrowed slightly as he gave a perfunctory nod. His gaze toward Jiraiya grew a bit more serious. After a brief pause, Hiruzen tapped out his pipe and slowly refilled it with tobacco. Nagato, why have you never mentioned that child's eyes before? Is it because you didn't know, or have you forgotten that you are a ninja of the hidden leaf? Jiraiya's smile froze on his face. He stared at Hiruzen's calm expression for a while, his own voice dropping to a somber tone. Teacher Sarutobi, Nagato, is my student. Hiruzen lit his pipe and took a puff. Through the curling smoke, his eyes regarded Jiraiya with grave seriousness. But he's from the Land of Rain, a subordinate of Hanzo. With Hanzo's ambition, it's only a matter of time before he becomes an enemy of the leaf. Those strange eyes of his could bring great harm to our village. As Hiruzen recalled the uncanny power of Nagato's eyes, how, at such a young age, he could unleash such overwhelming attacks, leaving his peers utterly defenseless, his concern deepened. What kind of person will he become when he grows up? Another Hanzo the Salamander? No, he might even become more terrifying than Hanzo himself. Just the thought sent chills down Hiruzen Sarutobi's spine. Jiraiya swallowed hard, his gaze darting away uneasily. Nagato and the others all yearn for peace. They're good kids. They're nothing like Hanzo the Salamander. And who can guarantee that? Sarutobi cut off Jiraiya's defense without hesitation, his eyes fixed intensely on him. Jiraiya's expression dimmed. He lowered his head slightly and spoke in a hoarse voice. Then, Sensei, what do you want me to do? Sarutobi stood up and walked to the window, his eyes lingering on the Hokage rock outside as he drifted into thought. A heavy silence filled the room. After a long moment, Sarutobi turned to Jiraiya, his tone resolute as he voiced his decision. In your name, make him a shinobi of the leaf. Otherwise, Konoha will never allow another demigod to rise in the land of rain. His words rang out, firm and unyielding. Jiraiya's lips trembled. Sensei, Sarutobi, do you really think I would betray the leaf? Sarutobi looked at the disappointment in Jiraiya's eyes, feeling a pang of guilt. His voice softened a little. I believe you never would. But that boy's not you. Sarutobi shook his head slightly. I am his teacher. I know him. Just as you know me, Nagato would never willingly harm a leaf. I promise you. Jiraiya cut off Sarutobi's words, his tone pleading. But Sarutobi didn't know that this plea was not for Nagato. Jiraiya had always known just how much resentment Nawaki harbored toward the current leadership of the Leaf. It was no exaggeration. If Nawaki were ever given the chance to act with legitimate cause, not a single one of the old guard, Sarutobi, Danzo, or the others, would be spared. Hearing his student's entreaty, Sarutobi's eyes flickered briefly with disappointment. He turned his back, refusing to look at Jiraiya again. Jiraiya, I know this is a difficult choice for you, but as Hokage, I cannot allow a genius shinobi from an enemy nation to mature unchecked. If you don't want to hear news that he died on the way back to the Land of Rain, then do everything in your power to keep that child in the leaf. Jiraiya looked at Sarutobi's back. At that moment, he seemed more like a stranger, a politician, than the kind and caring mentor he once knew. With a sense of loss, Jiraiya lowered his head and turned toward the door. Sensei, I'll talk to Nagato. But before that, I hope you'll promise me, don't do anything unnecessary behind my back. If possible. Jiraiya paused for a moment. For the sake of my students, Nagato, and the others, please don't take things too far. I'm leaving now. Jiraiya cast a deep, lingering look at Hiruzen Sarutobi's back, then opened the door and walked out. The Hokage's office fell into a suffocating silence. After a long while, Hiruzen let out a weary sigh. Jiraiya, are you two becoming more and more distant from me, just like Orochimaru and Tsunade? Everything I've done has been for the sake of the Leaf Village. Why? Why can't even you understand me? He turned and returned to the Hokage's seat, his hand gently brushing the Hokage hat resting on the desk, his expression gradually darkening. Bring Danzo to me. Outside the window, an umbu tasked with the Hokage's protection responded softly and departed to carry out the order. If Jiraiya refuses to get involved, then I can't afford to strain our relationship over this. I'll leave this matter to the Foundation. In the underground base of the Foundation, Danzo searched through and around Ibiki's laboratory, but found no sign of him, and an uneasy feeling crept into his heart. The Chunin exam ended today. Why hasn't Ibiki returned yet? Danzo returned to his office with a grim look and questioned a Foundation ninja responsible for watching Ibiki. Lord Danzo, I deserve punishment. Ibiki tricked me with a shadow clone and disappeared in the middle of my surveillance. I don't know where he went, either. Danzo narrowed his eyes, already preparing to discipline this incompetent fool. Lord Danzo, the Cloud Ninja, are causing a scene. They claim that their bloodline ninja, the one who wields Storm Release, has gone missing while in the medical squad's care, and they're confronting the two medics who are on duty today. The security team has already gone over. A Foundation ninja hurried in, dropping to one knee before Danzo to report. Danzo's pupil shrank. He instantly understood the reason behind Ibiki's disappearance. That idiot, of all times, why'd he have to act now? Couldn't he at least wait until the Cloud Ninja had left the village? If I get exposed, how am I supposed to explain this to Hiruzen? Arrogant fool. Does he really think he's indispensable for the wood release experiments? Just wait until he gets back. I'll show him how I deal with disobedience. Danzo ran a hand over his bandaged eye, his irritation plain as he waved dismissively. Ignore it. With Tsunade in the medical corps, the Cloud won't be able to stir up real trouble. Anything else to report? The messenger from the Foundation hesitated for a moment, uncertainty flickering in his eyes, then spoke up. Just now, a member of the Umbu came by. He said that Lord Hokage requests your presence. Danzo frowned, a flicker of unease crossing his face. What a coincidence. Could Hiruzen have sensed my connection with Hiru? Danzo composed himself and asked, did the Umbu mention why Hiruzen wants to see me? Roots Ninja shook his head. I'm not sure, sir. I only overheard that Jiraiya just left the Hokage's office, and Lord Hokage didn't look pleased. Danzo nodded thoughtfully. Seems it's not about Hiru. In that case, I'll go and see what sort of scheme Hiruzen is brewing this time. Arriving at the Hokage's office, Danzo pushed open the door and stepped inside. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was alone in the room, Danzo finally felt a sense of relief. Hiruzen, you called me here so suddenly. What's the matter? I just received word that a ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village has gone missing. I was about to go and deal with it. Hiruzen, it seemed, had not yet received the Umbu's report. He gave Danzo a curious glance. A cloud ninja has disappeared? I haven't heard anything from the Umbu about that yet. But it's a minor issue. It can wait a little longer. The real reason I called you here is that I want to assign a mission to your route. Danzo found a seat and sat down, a hint of suspicion in his voice. What kind of mission requires Root's involvement? Hiruzen picked up a sheet of paper from his desk. On it were notes he'd just compiled concerning Nagato's eyes. Take a look at this. The boy from the land of rain competing in the exams, Nagato, displayed two extremely powerful abilities during today's test. As Hiruzen spoke, he took up his pipe and began to smoke at his leisure. Reading the dossier in his hand, a cold glint gradually appeared in Danzo's solitary eye. Purple, ripple-patterned pupils. Suspected to be an entirely new dojutsu bloodline limit. No hand seals required, but the user can unleash tremendous force to pull or repel objects. Danzo abruptly looked up, greed and murderous intent plain in his gaze. Such a powerful, I must be in our hands alone. Hiruzen, that brat Nagato must not be allowed to leave Konoha alive. Hiruzen nodded expressionlessly, then, as if remembering something, added, oh, by the way, that child happens to be one of the 3 disciples Jiraiya taught in the Land of Rain. Danzo was momentarily stunned, then a mocking smile crept onto his lips. Huh. So, monkey, you're finally dropping that facade of false compassion in front of me. He's Jiraiya's student. Can you really be so ruthless to the grand disciple of your own pupil? Hiruzen Sarutobi straightened his back, took the pipe from his mouth, and spoke solemnly. As much as I am Jiraiya's teacher, above all, I am the Hokage of Konoha. Personal feelings mean nothing before the village. Everything I do is for Konoha. Danzo. Tsukadai's expression darkened as he glared at Tsunade, who had suddenly stepped between him and his target. Lady Tsunade, Namai went missing in your Konoha, and it happened right under the noses of your own medical unit. Konoha owes us, the Hidden Cloud, an explanation for this matter. Tsunade shielded the 2 trembling young girls behind her, frowning at Tsukadai's furious face. So, you're Tsukadai the Jonin, right? I've already told you. Your Hidden Cloud ninja left on his own. This has nothing to do with Konoha. Besides, he injured 2 of my medical nin. Their heads are still swollen from the attack. Do you have any idea how precious medical nin are to a village? If I hadn't arrived in time, your Hidden Cloud people might have beaten these 2 girls to death. Tsunade pursed her lips and pointed at the bruises on the girls' foreheads, her voice ringing with righteous indignation. Tsukadai glanced at the injuries on the 2 young medical nin, gritting his teeth with a disgruntled snort. How do we know you're not just putting on an act to shirk responsibility? Even if it's true, these 2 genin only suffered minor injuries. It's not like they lost their lives. But the fact remains, Namai disappeared from your medical unit. We demand an explanation. Tsunade shot Tsukadai a dismissive look. If that's how you want to play it, then Konoha has every reason to suspect that you're the ones hiding your missing ninja. Maybe you're using this incident as an excuse to make trouble for Konoha. After all, the Hidden Cloud's reputation is well known throughout the ninja world. The crowd of onlooking foreign shinobi nodded in agreement at Tsunade's words. After all, the Hidden Cloud's bandit-like behavior was infamous across the ninja world. Seeing the crowd siding with Tsunade, Tsukadai's face turned an ugly shade of green with anger. I have no patience for your nonsense. Namai possesses the rare storm release bloodline, and he's a top talent fostered by our village. If the Reikage learns that something happened to him in Konoha, he'll demand answers personally. If that happens, Konoha will be blamed as the instigator of the 3rd Great Ninja War. Tsunade responded to Tsukadai's threat with a cold, mocking smile. You really think I scare that easily? So the Reikage's a big deal, huh? 3rd Great Ninja War? If he's got something to say, let him come and say it to my face. Let me show you firsthand the strength of the Hidden Leaf Village. That way, every random upstart won't think they can just jump out and challenge us. Tsukadai, left at a loss for words by Tsunade's blunt remarks, flung his arm in frustration and strode off toward the Hokage's office. I'm done talking to you. I'm going to see the Hokage myself. I refuse to believe that even the Hokage of the Leaf can be as unreasonable as you. Hokage-sama. Tsukadai, Jonin from the Hidden Cloud, requests an audience. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo, who have been deep in discussion about upcoming matters, paused their conversation. Danzo stood, gave Hiruzen a nod, and spoke up. Hiruzen, leave this matter to me. I will make sure that this formidable power is brought back to the leaf. Just wait for my good news. As for the business with the hidden cloud village, you handle it as you see fit. I won't interfere. Hiruzen nodded, then asked offhandedly. Danzo, that missing ninja from the hidden cloud, is it that young one with the storm release who was attacked last time? Do you have anything to do with this? Danzo, halfway out the door, hesitated just a moment before continuing on without turning back, his denial curt and firm. No, I'll go make the arrangements now. With that, Danzo stepped out, closing the door behind him, and walked past Tsunade without so much as a sideways glance. Hiruzen's brow creased slightly. Danzo's denial had seemed a little too quick and clean, not even offering a word of explanation. Remembering that Tsunade was still waiting outside, Hiruzen composed himself and called out. That's Tsunade, Jonin of the Hidden Cloud, outside, isn't it? Please come in. Tsunade sidestepped Danzo as he passed, then made his way to the Hokage's office door and entered. Hokage-sama. With a genial smile, Hiruzen stood and gestured invitingly. Tsunade, Jonin, what brings you to my office today? Please have a seat. Forcing a smile, Tsunade picked a seat at random and sat down. Hokage-sama, the reason I'm here is to ask for your help regarding the disappearance of one of our ninjas participating in the Chunin exams. Hiruzen nodded. I see. I've only just received a report on this from the ANBU, so I'm not clear on all the details myself. Would you mind telling me what happened, Tsunade? If you can provide any leads, that would be even better. It'll help us send people from Alif to assist in the search. Seeing that Hiruzen didn't seem as obstinate as Tsunade had been, Tsunade felt relieved and quickly recounted the entire incident for the Hokage. Hokage-sama, that's how it all happened. When the exams ended today, I went to pick up Namatame, but he had vanished without a trace. I spoke to your disciple Tsunade, but she flatly denied any involvement. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a drag from his pipe and offered a gentle smile to Tutai, standing on the earthen platform. Chunin Tutai, there's no need to worry. I'll call Tsunade and the two genin who came into contact with Namei here, and we'll discuss this face-to-face. Perhaps, by talking it through, we might discover some overlooked clue that could explain Namei's disappearance. Right now, Tutai was out of options. He'd already tried threatening Tsunade once, but that had clearly fallen flat. Facing the Hokage, he simply didn't have the courage to challenge his authority alone. Sarutobi turned to the ANBU who had delivered the message earlier and gave him a directive. Go fetch Tsunade and those two medical genin. Also, make a trip to the Nara and Yamanaka clans. Invite their clan leaders here and let them know it's a matter of great importance and we need their help. Yes, Lord Hokage. The ANBU accepted the order and swiftly departed. Sarutobi gave Tutai a kindly, squinting smile and offered a brief explanation. The Nara clan excels at analyzing information, and the Yamanaka clan are masters of memory investigation. Their clan heads are experts in these arts. By bringing them in, we'll have a much better chance of quickly tracking down the missing ninja. Tutai had certainly heard of the two clans' reputations in the ninja world, and seeing the Hokage arrange things so personally, he felt deeply grateful. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Regardless of whether we find out what happened to Namei, just the fact that you've shown such concern for a ninja from the hidden cloud is something I will report to Lord Reikage upon my return. May our villages always remain on good terms. Sarutobi stroked his beard, his eyes turning to cheerful crescents as he smiled. Excellent. Summoned by the third Hokage, Tsunade arrived at the Hokage's office, accompanied by two medical genin from her team. Without hesitation, Tsunade found herself a seat and sat down coolly, meeting the gazes of both Tutai and Sarutobi. I brought them with me. I've already made myself perfectly clear. This matter has nothing to do with our medical team. Old man, I'll leave the rest to you. Sarutobi offered a reassuring glance to the anxious Tutai, then turned to Tsunade with an easygoing smile. Tsunade, my dear, I know you care deeply for your medical ninja, but a hidden cloud ninja has suffered an incident in Konoha. It's only right that we investigate thoroughly. This has become a matter of diplomacy between our two villages. We can't afford to let personal feelings interfere. Tsunade scoffed inwardly, but said nothing more. A heavy silence settled over the Hokage's office, as Tutai waited anxiously for the Nara and Yamanaka clan leaders to arrive. At length, the current heads of the Yamanaka and Nara clans arrived together. Lord Hokage. The two of them bowed respectfully to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Sarutobi regarded them both and nodded. Welcome, Clan Leader Yamanaka, Clan Leader Nara. This is Tokudai, a Jonin from the Hidden Cloud Village. The reason I've invited you both here today is to help Jonin Tokudai solve the case of the missing cloud ninja, Namei. Tokudai quickly got to his feet and greeted the two. Greetings, esteemed elders. Namei is of vital importance to the Hidden Cloud. I'm relying on you both. The two clan heads, however, did not show much warmth. They simply nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Lord Hokage, may I ask what you require of me? The Yamanaka clan head inquired. The two Chunin standing beside Tsunade are the medical ninja who last saw the missing Cloud Shinobi. I'd like you to use the Yamanaka clan's secret mind-reading technique on them to help us find Namai's last whereabouts. The moment Hiruzen Sarutobi finished speaking, Tsunade, who had been silently listening off to the side, exploded with anger. I do not agree. Old man, don't you know that the Yamanaka clan's secret technique can cause irreversible damage to the brain? Since when are the lives of Cloud Village shinobi more precious than those of our own Leaf Ninja? Why should I risk my valuable medical ninja just to save an outsider? Tsunade slammed her hand on the desk, staring at Hiruzen in disbelief. Just moments ago, when she saw the heads of the Yamanaka and Nara clans arrive together at the Hokage's office, Tsunade had yet to realize what was about to happen. But as soon as Hiruzen mentioned using the Yamanaka technique to probe memories, a surge of fury overcame her. You are the Hokage of the Leaf, not theirs. Tsunade's furious outburst instantly plunged the room into a heavy silence. Hiruzen's expression darkened as he tapped his pipe, signaling to the Yamanaka clan head with a glance. The Yamanaka head wore an awkward look, his gaze flickering between Hiruzen and Tsunade, clearly at a loss. Lady Tsunade, in truth, if we only look into some recent, superficial memories, it shouldn't cause significant harm to their brains. Perhaps if... But Tsunade cut him off with a cold stare at Hiruzen, her eyes filled with disappointment. That won't do either. My answer stands. Unless you can guarantee the absolute safety of my medical ninja, I will not allow this. I don't believe the Leaf has sunk so low that we must sacrifice our own for the sake of others. The tension in the room thickened, making the atmosphere even more awkward. The Nara clan head, who had remained silent, glanced at the two young women trembling beside Tsunade, and a trace of pity flickered in his eyes. As a member of the Ino, Shika, Cho trio, he knew all too well the damage that probing someone's mind could inflict. It was almost always irreversible. The Nara clan leader glanced around at everyone, then gave a soft cough, breaking the heavy tension that hung over the room. Ahem. Lord Hokage, I have a suggestion, if I may be permitted to speak. Hiruzen Sarutobi lifted his eyelids, his gaze briefly resting on Tsunade, before turning to the Nara clan leader. What is your suggestion? The Nara leader gestured toward the two medical nin. Lady Tsunade's subordinates are just ordinary genin. Their mental strength and chakra are nothing exceptional. If we recklessly use secret techniques to probe their memories, while it may not endanger their lives, it could indeed have negative effects on their future potential. Instead, why not invite a ninja skilled in genjutsu to hypnotize them? This could gently guide them to recall and share what really happened at the time. Hiruzen's expression stiffened for a moment. He gave the Nara leader a deep, considering look. As expected from the wise Nara clan, this is indeed a solution that serves both sides well. Tsunade, what do you think? Some of the anger faded from Tsunade's face. She shot the Nara clan leader an appreciative glance. Hearing Hiruzen's words, she let out a cold snort and replied, We'll do as the Nara clan leader suggests. Use genjutsu. Hiruzen withdrew his gaze and nodded in agreement. After a moment's thought, he gave instructions to the Umbu. Send someone to bring Jonin Kurenai Yuhi here. The Umbu stationed outside the door acknowledged the order and hurried off to fetch her. The Yuhi clan had followed the Senju into battle since the Warring States era, earning great merit for Konoha with their genjutsu, which rivaled even that of the average Uchiha. However, unlike the Uchiha, whose power could surge dramatically upon awakening the Sharingan, the Yuhi clan's genjutsu, though formidable, developed at a far slower pace. Battle after battle, fewer and fewer strong shinobi remained among their ranks. By now, the once renowned genjutsu family had dwindled to just an ordinary small clan. If not for the emergence of a powerful kunoichi like Kurenai Yuhi in recent times, the Yuhi clan might well have faded into history altogether. Lord Hokage, upon receiving Hiruzen's summons, Kurenai Yuhi dared not delay and hurried to the Hokage's office, escorted by the Umbu. Hiruzen managed a faint smile and nodded to her. Jonin Yuhi, please use genjutsu to hypnotize these two medical nin. Be careful not to harm them. The Jonin from Kimagakure, Tsukadai, wishes to hear the truth from their own lips. I'm counting on you. How astute and perceptive a person was Kurenai Yuhi. With just a single sweep of her gaze across everyone present, she had already grasped the general outline of what had transpired. She walked over to Tsunade's side, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Tsunade, you still have that impatient temperament. Tsunade gave a slightly embarrassed laugh, but in her eyes as she turned to Kurenai, there was a hint of respect. "Kurenai-senpai, I'm entrusting these two children to your care." She pulled the two little girls forward, placing them in front of Kurenai with a sense of earnest responsibility. Kurenai nodded and replied, "Don't worry. It's only a simple genjutsu for guidance. I'll be sure to keep it gentle." She bent down slightly before the two bewildered girls, reaching out to softly pat their small heads. "Don't be afraid, little ones. I promise I won't hurt you. I have a daughter just as adorable as you both. I truly hope that when she grows up, she can become an outstanding ninja, just like you will." Since arriving at the Hokage's office, no one had genuinely considered their feelings. No one except Lady Tsunade. Now, feeling Kurenai's undisguised warmth and care, the girls' hearts tightened with emotion, and they nearly burst into tears. They nodded vigorously, their eyes shining with newfound determination as they looked up at Kurenai. "Kurenai-senpai, we're not afraid." Kurenai smiled tenderly and reached out to gently wipe away the tears gathering at the corners of their eyes. "All right then, let's begin. Just focus on my eyes, and there's no need to be nervous." Her warm, nurturing voice was like a soft breeze brushing over the girls' hearts, and gradually, their expressions began to relax. With a gentle flick of her fingers, a subtle genjutsu with hypnotic guidance wove its way into the air. The girls' gazes grew distant, and they stood there, motionless, lost in the spell's gentle embrace. "Hokage-sama, it's done. However, please be quick. Even though this is the mildest form of guidance genjutsu, they're still very young. Prolonged exposure may have negative effects on their minds." Kurenai straightened up and stepped back to Tsunade's side, addressing Hiruzen Sarutobi. Sarutobi nodded and looked toward Tutai. "Elite Jonin Tutai, you may begin your questioning. Just avoid anything related to Konoha's confidential matters." Tutai, who had been waiting impatiently, nodded eagerly and stepped in front of the two girls to begin his questions. "Who treated Nami's wounds?" With vacant eyes, one of the girls replied slowly. "Lady Tsunade said it was just a minor injury, so she left it for the two of us to handle." Tutai nodded in response. That matched exactly with what Tsunade had told him. "Other than the two of you, has anyone else come into contact with Namai?" "No one." Tudai's eyes dimmed as he continued questioning. "Did Namai leave the medical team on his own?" "Yes." Tudai grew a bit anxious. "How exactly did Namai leave?" "He got up from the bed and tried to walk out on his own. The two of us tried to stop him, urging him to rest, but he attacked us and knocked us down, then left by himself." Tudai felt a jolt of anxiety. Was it really Namai who overpowered the medical ninja and left on his own? Where did he go in the end? "He headed toward the Konoha forest. After that, we blacked out. Lady Tsunade found us later, worried for our safety. She revived us and then sent us back to the village." The trail had gone cold again. Disappointed, Tudai shook his head and turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Lord Hokage, it appears I have truly misunderstood Lady Tsunade." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, a subtle hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes. The Nara clan leader, always attentive to the room, caught the fleeting look in Sarutobi's eyes. His pupils constricted sharply, and he quickly lowered his head. Tudai turned and bowed to Tsunade, apologetic. "Lady Tsunade, I'm truly sorry." Tsunade let out a cold snort. "I told you before, my medical team had nothing to do with this. Did you really think I was the kind of woman to make trouble without reason? You've wasted my time." Without sparing another glance at anyone else, Tsunade placed her hand on the two little girls by her side, and her chakra instantly dispelled, the faint genjutsu effects clouding their minds. Taking each by the hand, she marched out of the Hokage's office without looking back. With Tsunade's departure, the atmosphere in the Hokage's office grew even more awkward. The clan heads of the Yamanaka and Nara exchanged glances and nodded slightly. The Nara leader stepped forward and bowed to everyone. "Lord Hokage, everyone. Since it's clear Lady Tsunade's medical team is not involved, there's no need for me to stay. There are matters in the clan to handle, so the two of us will take our leave for now." Sarutobi Hiruzen took a long drag of his pipe, beaming at the two clan heads. "Very well. Thank you both for making the trip. If clan business calls, please go ahead. Thank you for your understanding, Lord Hokage. We'll take our leave." With that, the Nara clan leader took the Yamanaka head by the arm, and together they left the Hokage's office. "Shikako, you don't look well. Why the sudden rush to leave?" "I haven't heard of any urgent matters in the Nara clan." Yamanaka Inoichi, Tudai's longtime companion, grabbed his friend's arm and voiced his doubts. Nara Shikako grasped Yamanaka Inoichi's arm, his eyes sweeping over their surroundings before he whispered, "Far, I don't really know what's going on here, but I saw it. There's something off in the way Lord Hokage looks at Tsunade." There's definitely something wrong here. Let's go. Let's head over to the Akimichi clan's place and discuss. Maybe we can figure out if something big has happened recently with the Senju or Sarutobi clans. Lord Hokage, if there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. Kurenai is still very young, and she doesn't know when to stop playing. I want to go back early and supervise her training. Seeing Shikaku and Inoichi getting ready to leave, Yuhi Makoto also took the opportunity to excuse herself. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood up from his seat and walked over to Makoto, a warm smile lighting up his face. I almost forgot. That little Kurenai is about the same age as my boy, isn't she? She must be 5 this year, right? At the mention of her daughter, a gentle, loving smile appeared in Makoto's eyes. Yes, Lord Hokage. Kurenai started at the Ninja Academy this year. She's in the same class as Sakomo's little Kakashi and with Asuma too. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a hearty laugh, patting Makoto on the shoulder. Wonderful. They're all bright kids. I hope when they grow up, they'll become great companions. All right then. Since you're eager to get home to your daughter, I won't keep you any longer. Makoto gave a slight bow and took her leave. With a broad smile, Hiruzen saw her out the door, then turned and sat back down behind his desk. Jonin Tutai, you can see how things are right now. It's not that I don't want to help you look for your missing ninja from the hidden cloud. It's just that, honestly, my hands are tied. Tutai could see Hiruzen's efforts, but he was still reluctant to give up. After all, that missing ninja was one of the most valuable bloodline limit users in the cloud, apart from the Jinchuriki. How could he possibly face Lord Raikage if such a person simply vanished from Konoha without a trace? Lord Hokage, I know that asking any more might seem unreasonable, but Namai was brought here from the cloud to participate in the Chunin exams under my watch. If I don't do everything I can to find him, I truly can't accept it. Hiruzen's expression grew stern as he frowned at Tutai. Jonin Tutai, as Hokage, I have a mountain of duties to attend to. I can't spend all my time helping you search for a single genin. You need to know your place. Seeing Hiruzen taking such a commanding tone, Tutai immediately felt a surge of anxiety. But since he needed something from Hiruzen, he could only lower his voice and plead once more. I wouldn't dare trouble you any further, Lord Hokage. I am aware that you, Lord Hokage, assigned the Hyuga clan to patrol the forests of Konoha. So, I request your permission to visit the Hyuga clan to question the shinobi who were on patrol at that time. Hiruzen Sarutobi regarded Tsunade with an expressionless face, silently weighing his options. It's just a matter of asking the Hyuga clan for some information. There shouldn't be any issue with that. May as well let him go. It would save me further trouble. Very well. I can have the Umbu deliver your request to the Hyuga clan, but this is the last favor I can grant you regarding this matter. Do you understand? Tsunade bowed deeply. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Regardless of the outcome, both I and the Hidden Cloud Village will remember your help. I'll take my leave now. Hiruzen waved him away, summoned an Umbu, gave a few instructions, and paid Tsunade no further mind. Tsunade, being perceptive enough, expressed his gratitude to Hiruzen once more, then followed the Umbu out of the Hokage's office, heading toward the Hyuga clan's compound. Lord Hayashi, Lord Hizashi. The third Hokage's Umbu have arrived at the compound, bringing Tsunade from the Hidden Cloud Village with them. They say they're acting on the Hokage's orders, hoping to gather some information from our clan members who are on patrol in the Konoha Forest today. My lords, would you like to meet with them? A ninja stationed outside the Hyuga compound entered the courtyard to deliver his report. Hayashi and Hizashi Hyuga, the two brothers, were in the garden discussing something when they heard the news. Hayashi nodded to the guard. Since this is at Lord Hokage's request, the Hyuga clan must not fail in courtesy. Please have the Cloud Ninja wait in the guest room. I'll be there shortly. The clan member received his orders and left. Hayashi turned to his younger brother, his gaze tinged with complicated emotions. Hizashi, have you truly decided to stake the future of the branch family on that Senju boy? Hizashi nodded resolutely, looking at his elder brother with a gentle smile. Trust me, brother, I believe in my judgment. Besides, you've seen that summoning beast yourself, haven't you? Hayashi recalled the enormous king Shell Hizashi had shown him before and shook his head slightly. That summoning beast does prove that young Nawaki's intentions are sincere, but you are my brother, the future head of the Hyuga branch family. Relying on a single summoning beast isn't enough to make the entire Hyuga clan side with the Senju. Hizashi shook his head gently. Brother, there are some things I can't explain to you in full detail. But please trust me, the future of the Hyuga clan rests with Nawaki. The day when the rope tree reveals his true strength to the hidden leaf, you'll feel, just as I do, grateful that he's not your enemy. Hayashi Hyuga gazed at his younger brother's earnest expression. After a moment's hesitation, he gave a gentle nod. Very well. I'll help you both this once. After all, we are brothers, aren't we? A bright, open smile spread across Hisashi's face as he bowed deeply to Hayashi. Then let me thank you in advance, brother. Hayashi gave a soft huff, swept his sleeves, and strode away. After Sarutobi Hiruzen's Umbu escorted Tsutai to the Hyuga clan, they promptly returned to the Hokage's side. What came next was none of his concern. A mere Umbu operative had no need to get involved in the affairs of the great Hyuga clan, especially not on behalf of someone from the Hidden Cloud. Tsutai followed the guards as they led him through the winding paths of the Hyuga compound, eventually arriving at the reception hall. Honorable Tsutai, please wait here for a moment. The young clan head will be with you shortly. I still have my duties as a guard, so I'll take my leave now. Though the guard was just a branch family member, his conduct was measured and dignified, embodying the grace of a noble house. Tsutai dared not show any disrespect. He offered his thanks and watched as the Hyuga clansmen departed. He sat quietly in the hall, careful not to make the slightest improper move. That prickling sensation on his back reminded him that, from the shadows, countless pairs of Byakugan eyes were likely watching his every move, piercing through walls and barriers. The sound of steady footsteps reached him from outside the door, prompting Tsutai to rise at once. You must be Tsutai, the Jonin from the Hidden Cloud village? I'm Hayashi Hyuga. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hayashi entered the reception hall with a commanding presence, bowing his fists in greeting, a warm smile on his face. Tsutai responded with equal courtesy, not daring to be impolite. Tsutai of the Hidden Cloud greets the young clan head. Hayashi nodded slightly and gestured invitingly. Please have a seat. Someone, bring tea for Honorable Tsutai. Tsutai sat down with Hayashi, noticing the gracious hospitality, and quickly waved his hands. You're too kind, young clan head. There's no need for tea. I've come to visit the Hyuga clan today because I have a request. Hayashi signaled the maid to serve tea, then turned to look at Tsutai. I've already heard from my clansmen about your purpose here. Since it is at the Hokage's behest, the Hyuga clan has no reason to refuse. What information do you wish to know from us? As long as it doesn't concern clan secrets or village affairs, I will answer whatever I can. Hayashi's openness eased Tsutai's nerves at once. Many thanks, young clan head. I wanted to ask, during your clan's patrol in the 1st Security District today, did any of your guards catch sight of Namai? Oh, Nami is the missing genin from our Hidden Cloud village this time. If the Hyuga clan has any information about this, I would greatly appreciate it if the young clan leader would share it with us. Hayashi took the tea the maid handed him, sipped it quietly, then gently set the cup back on the table and nodded to Tsuchidai. We do indeed have some information on the matter. A flicker of hope lit up in Tsuchidai's heart. He unconsciously straightened his back, looking at Hayashi with anticipation in his eyes. But I'm afraid this news may not be what you're hoping for. Tsukidai's expression tightened. He hurriedly asked, Young clan leader, what do you mean? Hayashi glanced at the anxious Tsukidai and let out a gentle sigh. In fact, a member of our Hyuga clan did come across that missing Hidden Cloud ninja at the time. But, Tsukidai pressed, but what? Hayashi shook his head. When the 2 members of our clan tried to approach and question him, they were driven away by a ninja, carrying an official order from one of Konoha's elders. Tsukidai's face changed, a sense of foreboding rising within him. A Konoha elder's order? Hayashi nodded. That's right. At first, I thought this matter might involve a Konoha elder. After my clansmen reported back to me, I intended to keep this matter forever buried in my heart. But since you have come with the Hokage's approval to inquire, there's no longer any reason to withhold the truth. Tsukidai grew anxious, unable to sit still. He stood up from his seat. Please, young clan leader, may I ask which Konoha elder's order it was? Hayashi hesitated. Tsukidai, I believe I've already fulfilled my duty to the Hokage by telling you this much. Any further details, if revealed, could create friction between the Hyuga clan and Konoha. So, Tsukidai stepped forward and bowed respectfully before Hayashi. Young clan leader, I beg you, please tell me the answer. I understand that Nami is most likely lost to us forever, but I only wish to know who is responsible. Please, young clan leader, grant me the truth. I pledge upon the honor of the Hidden Cloud village that I will never reveal what you share with me to anyone. So I implore you. With those words, Tsukidai bowed deeply to the floor, sincerity written plainly on his face. Hayashi looked at Tsukidai's earnest posture, shaking his head with a sigh. Oh, very well. After all, the fault lies with him in the first place. The order was signed by none other than Konoha's elder, Shimura Danzo. With that, Hayashi fell silent. He picked up his teacup, gently blew to cool it, and slowly took another sip. Tsukidai bowed deeply once again to Hizu, saying nothing, and turned to leave the Hyuga clan grounds. The moment he stepped out of the Hyuga compound, the sincerity vanished from Tsukuda's face. Fury blazed in his eyes, barely contained, as he clenched his teeth and cursed bitterly in his heart. What a third Hokage! What a Danzo Shimura! What a Konoha! Fine. Just fine. If I don't avenge this, I swear I'm no shinobi. Tsukudai returned in silence to his quarters, where he summoned the handful of cloud shinobi who had secretly come to Konoha. Closing the door behind them, he began a covert discussion. Everyone, I fear that Namai has already met with disaster. The hidden cloud will not swallow this humiliation. A cold glint flashed in Tsukudai's eyes as he spoke through gritted teeth. Hearing what had transpired, the cloud shinobi present were instantly outraged, their voices rising in indignation. Lord Tsukudai, it's clear the Hokage and that Danzo of the Elders have colluded to target our cloud ninja. That Sarutobi Hiruzen pretends to help us look for clues? What a sham. Namai's disappearance is definitely tied to the two of them. We can't just let this go. We must strike back. A Chunin in black spectacles slammed his fist on the table in anger, declaring his eagerness for action to Tsukudai. The other two Chunin immediately echoed his sentiment. That's right, Lord Tsukudai. Konoha's persecution of our hidden cloud shinobi can't go unanswered. Tsukudai swept his gaze over the three, then nodded lightly. You're right. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo must pay for what happened to Namai. His expression grew dark and ruthless as he locked eyes with the subordinate in sunglasses. How was the plan I tasked you with coming along? Have you investigated the identity and background of that Uzumaki genin in Konoha? A confident smile played at the corners of the man's mouth. Rest assured, Lord Tsukudai, everything has been checked thoroughly. That genin, Uzumaki Kushina, currently lives in the Senju compound. I personally scouted the Senju grounds. Of the three Sanin, Tsunade spends all her time gambling or at the Konoha hospital. Inside the Senju compound, aside from Kushina, there's only a slightly older Chunin named Nawaki. If we decide to act, the few of us can handle them with ease. Tsukudai nodded in satisfaction. Good. Very good. But we can't be careless. Make sure to plan our retreat ahead of time. Tomorrow is the final day of the joint Chunin selection exam. The main security focus in Konoha will undoubtedly be on protecting the daimyo and those nobles. We'll look for an opportunity to act and bring Uzumaki Kushina back to our village. The Uzumaki clan excels not only in sealing techniques, but their physical constitution is also extraordinary. Besides, Kushina herself is just a girl. If we succeed, the benefits she could bring to the village would more than make up for our earlier mistakes. A fiery eagerness flickered in the eyes of the Cloud Ninja, and they nodded in unison. Yes, with no one pressing charges, Hiruzen Sarutobi was only too happy to enjoy some peace. The uproar caused by the disappearance of the Cloud Ninjas participating in the Chunin selection seemed to gradually subside, fading into the background. After all, few care about people or matters unrelated to themselves. The disappearance of Namai might have been a tremendous loss for the Cloud Village, but for the ninja of Konoha and other nations, it was little more than a topic for idle conversation over tea. And so, a quiet night passed, and the sun rose on the third day of the joint Chunin selection. After 2 days of intense trials, stood out from more than 20 contenders, Raza of the Sand, Hikaru of the Stone, Kushina, Uzumaki of the Leaf, and Nagato of the Rain. Today, the final victor would be decided. Tsukumo Hataki strode onto the arena and stood tall, his gaze sweeping over the remaining 4 contestants, one by one. Today is the final day of the joint Chunin selection exam. The ultimate winner will be chosen from among you 4. I hope all of you can deliver an outstanding performance in today's matches. With a few words of encouragement, Tsukumo reached into a box and drew 2 names. For the first match, Hikaru of the Stone versus Kushina Uzumaki of the Leaf. Would both contestants please enter the arena? The match begins now. Kushina and Hikaru took their places, facing each other in the center. Tsukumo stepped to the edge of the field and officially started the match. Kushina Uzumaki of the Leaf. Kushina lifted her chin ever so slightly, announcing her name with crisp confidence as she formed the seal of opposition toward Hikaru. Hikaru narrowed his eyes and mirrored her gesture. This Kushina Uzumaki. In the past 2 days, aside from her taijutsu, she's never shown any other techniques. She must have hidden abilities. I have to be cautious. Hikaru understood that Kushina was strong, so he had no intention of charging in for close combat. Instead, he quickly formed the signs for the Earth Release, hardening technique, encasing his upper body and arms in protective armor. With his defensive ninjutsu prepared in advance, Hikaru moved on to his next technique. Earth release, earthen spike. The ground beneath Kushina's feet trembled violently. Suddenly, a sharp earthen spike burst out from below, shooting toward her with breathtaking speed and ferocity. But Kushina was not someone so easily caught off guard. Channeling chakra in her feet, she pushed off the ground with force, nimbly dodging the attack and leaping to the side. A glint of calculation flashed through Hikaru's eyes as he tracked Kushina's landing spot. Without hesitation, he slammed both palms down onto the ground. Earth-style, rending earth palm. With a deafening rumble, a huge fissure split open right where Kushina was about to land. Caught midair with nowhere to brace herself, Kushina plunged straight into the gaping crack. Hikaru's heart leapt with anticipation. He rushed to the edge of the fissure, flicking his wrist to send several shuriken flying toward Kushina, who was now trapped inside. At this distance, in such a narrow space. I thought she was a master hiding her true strength all this time. Turns out she only knows a bit of taijutsu. A lucky survivor who made it this far by pure chance. You've got no luck facing me. Hikaru smirked inwardly, already picturing Kushina being struck by the shuriken, blood spilling, and finally raising her hand in surrender. Yet inside the fissure, Kushina's eyes widened in surprise. Then, a cold smile curled her lips. So I'm being underestimated. Does he really think such low-level ninjutsu is enough to defeat me? Time to show him the new technique I learned from Lady Tsunade. Super strength, heaven-splitting kick. In a sudden surge, Kushina's chakra exploded outward. She slammed her right foot into the bottom of the crevice. With a thunderous crash, like a mountain collapsing, a massive wave of stone erupted upward from within the fissure. Hikaru's shuriken, in the face of this stone wave, were as insignificant as insects. They rattled harmlessly against the rising rock before vanishing without a trace. Using the immense force of the stone wave, Kushina launched herself out of the fissure in a single bound, aiming a punch straight at Hikaru, who stood at the edge. Super strength fist. Hikaru's expression changed dramatically. He quickly clapped his hands together, and two short blades sprang from his sleeves, crossing in front of him as a shield. Kushina, undeterred by the gleaming blades, didn't hesitate for a second. Her fair, petite fist drove straight down onto the crossed weapons. A tremendous boom echoed out, followed by the sharp snap of metal. The supposedly unbreakable blades shattered instantly under Kushina's overwhelming strength. Without losing momentum, her fist crashed into Hikaru's chest. It was as if Hikaru had been struck by a bolt of lightning. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body sent hurtling backward. Clutching his chest, which now seemed slightly caved in from the blow, Hikaru gritted his teeth against the searing pain and swiftly formed a string of hand seals. Earth-style rock concealment technique. In a flash, the figure wreathed in fire vanished into the earth, leaving behind nothing but a fresh pool of blood on the ground. Within the sealed space inside Kushina, the Ninetail's mouth curled into a contemptuous sneer. TCH. Such a pitiful trick. Does he really think hiding underground can escape my senses? Girl, 5 meters to your left. A sly glint flickered in Kushina's eyes as she feigned vigilance, pretending to scan her surroundings warily. This guy's concealment technique really is something. I can't sense him at all. Oh well, I'll just pick a spot at random and give it a try. Muttering to herself, Kushina followed the Ninetail's guidance, leaping right above Firelight's hiding spot and stomping down with all her might. Heaven's pain kick. Hiding beneath the earth, Firelight finally let out a breath of relief, thinking Kushina lacked any sensory abilities. Watching her resort to random strikes in hopes of finding him, a mocking smile crept onto Firelight's face. The secret arts of a Wagakure. There's no way someone like you could break through them so easily. You think you can just stumble upon me like this? Ridiculous. Before he could finish the thought, Kushina soared high into the air and drove her foot down directly onto his hiding place. No way. A violent tremor shook the ground. Crushed beneath the earth, Firelight suddenly felt a tremendous force pressing down from above as the surrounding soil and stones began to squeeze in around him. No. Stop. I give up. A blood-curdling scream echoed up from the pit Kushina's stomp had created. Firelight, battered and bleeding, raised a trembling hand in surrender. Blood streamed from the corners of his mouth, pouring out even faster as he cried out. Kushina wrinkled her nose in distaste and hopped back up onto the surface. With a flicker, Tsukumo Hatake appeared at the bottom of the pit, hoisting Firelight up. He glanced over Firelight's injuries and couldn't help but whistle in surprise. Kushina, your strikes pack a punch. Not much different from Tsunade's at this rate. Kushina stuck out her tongue sheepishly. Tsukumo-senpai, it was pure luck. Who knew he'd pick this exact spot to hide? Hearing this, Firelight's wounds seemed to ache even more. He tugged weakly at Tsukumo's sleeve, anguish etched across his face, trying to speak, but as he opened his mouth, another mouthful of blood gushed out. Tsukumo took one look at Firelight's condition and knew he couldn't delay. Cradling Firelight in his arms, he called out loudly to the arena. This match is over. The winner is Kushina Uzumaki of Konoha. She advances to the final round. With that, he vanished, taking Firelight off to the medical squad to find Tsunade. The spectators in the stands had never seen a ninja so badly injured in a match before. The crowd erupted in a wave of astonishment. Whoa, this young girl is incredible. She managed to defeat that hidden stone ninja with a single punch. Yeah, she was really lucky, too. She even guessed exactly where he was hiding. That poor guy just ran out of luck. I'm not so sure it was just luck. I heard she's Lady Tsunade's younger sister. She must have some way to sense where he was hiding. That's how she found him in one shot. You might be right about that. Kakashi Hitaki handed the gravely wounded Hibana over to Tsunade, then quickly returned to the arena. For the second match, we have Nagato from the Hidden Rain Village up against Raza from the Hidden Sand Village. Both contestants, please enter the field. The match begins now. Yahiko stood in the stands, waving enthusiastically and shouting, "Nagato, you can do it." Nagato turned and glanced at Yahiko and Konan, giving them a small, confident nod and a smile. Nagato of the Hidden Rain Village, pleased to meet you. Having been taught by Nawaki, Nagato wasn't as wild as Kushina. He greeted Raza politely and with composure. Raza didn't dare to show any disrespect and returned the greeting in kind. Raza of the Hidden Sand Village, at your service. The two faced each other, standing firm. Nagato appeared calm and at ease, not moving from his spot, his entire posture relaxed. A hint of caution flashed in Raza's eyes. The fight between Nagato and Natsuki yesterday was still fresh in his memory. That invisible form of attack, no matter how Elder Chiyo analyzed it, Raza still didn't feel certain of victory. It was just too strange. How could such a simple movement unleash that kind of overwhelming power? Raza gazed into Nagato's unique eyes and took a deep breath. Magnet release, gold dust shuriken. Countless specks of gold dust rose from beneath Raza's feet, swirling in the air to form a dense barrage of golden shuriken. With a wave of his hand, Raza sent the shuriken hurtling toward Nagato. Earth release, earth flow wall. Nagato stood his ground, bent down, and slapped the earth. Instantly, a tall wall of earth erupted up, blocking all the incoming shuriken. Raza quickly formed another set of hand seals, causing the fine gold dust to coalesce into brilliant streams of light, gradually shaping into an enormous, gleaming drill. Magnet release, gold dust drilling spear. The pointed drill, forged from gold dust, shot toward the earth wall at lightning speed. With a thunderous crash, the seemingly solid barrier crumbled like tofu, leaving a gaping hole as the drill continued straight for Nagato. Shinra Tensei. Nagato raised his hand, his Rinnegan flashing with power. In an instant, an immense repulsive force erupted from his body. The oncoming gold dust drill slammed into what felt like an impenetrable barrier, spinning to a halt in midair. Then in the blink of an eye, the drill slipped from Raza's control, whirling around and hurtling back the way it had come. Raza's pupils contracted, and he darted aside to evade his own attack. Again with this ability, how bizarre. Magnet release, gold dust wave. The gold dust that had been gathering beneath his feet surged upward with a sudden force, forming a raging torrent of sand that crashed toward Nagato like a tidal wave. Having just used Shinra Tensei, Nagato was unable to call upon it again, so soon due to the Rinnegan's limitations. He watched the oncoming wave of golden sand, his eyes narrowing slightly as his hands flashed through a rapid sequence of signs before him. Water style, water formation wall. Just like the one unleashed by Nawaki, a massive stream of water formed a circular barrier, enveloping Nagato at its center. The surge of gold dust slammed into the watery barrier. The thin wall of water shuddered violently, but managed to hold its ground. Nagato's expression softened as he observed the gold dust, noticing something new. The gold dust that had been touched by water suddenly slowed in its flow. As the golden sand continued to be drenched, its movement became sluggish. Once it met water, the gold dust, which had previously danced so nimbly at Raza's command, became increasingly difficult to control. But Raza paid no mind to this development. His focus was entirely on the water barrier Nagato had summoned, a hint of doubt glimmering in his eyes. Why didn't he repel the gold dust with that mysterious force, and instead chose to defend with a water-style technique? Could it be that this strange repulsive power has a cooldown period? Let's find out. Wearing a look of intrigue, Raza began weaving hand signs once more. Magnet release, grand gold dust burial. He slammed both hands to the ground, and countless grains of gold dust erupted from beneath the earth, the ground itself rising like a colossal wave. Stronger than before, this surging tide of gold dust rolled forward, battering toward Nagato. Nagato's face remained impassive as he calmly raised his right hand. Shinra Tensei. Invisible force exploded forth in an instant. The lingering water barrier in front of Nagato shattered under the immense pressure, scattering into countless droplets. Under the influence of that repulsive force, the water droplets transformed into a barrage of densely packed water bullets, each carrying a devastating power as they shot in all directions. Raza's wave of gold dust was instantly riddled with holes by the water bullets and disintegrated into a cloud of fine golden grains, which were then swept up by the repulsive force and sent shrieking back toward him. Now's my chance, Raza thought to himself, his expression turning serious as he swiftly formed another set of hand seals. Magnet release, gold dust barrier. A sturdy shield of gold dust rose up before Raza, blocking the returning wave of golden sand. Without wasting a second, Raza's hands blurred through another sequence of seals, pressing firmly onto the ground once more. Magnet release, shattered glass. Almost at the very moment Raza was swallowed entirely by the gold dust, the water-soaked grains scattered around Nagato surged up, swirling to envelop Nagato in a shimmering cocoon. Raza strained to maintain the barrier of gold sand before him, regaining control over the grains that had lost their momentum after being stopped by a shield. The surging wave of gold sand gradually subsided. Carefully manipulating the sand around him, Raza carved out a passageway and stepped forward from within. Reasserting command over the tide of gold sand had taken a considerable toll on him. Chakra was rapidly depleting from his body, leaving him with a wave of exhaustion that made him pause, catching his breath with a few shallow inhales. Steadily calming his breathing, Raza focused on gathering chakra as quickly as possible, his gaze locked intently in Nagato's direction. Has he been bound by the shards of crystal glass? So, it's true. There's a real interval between uses of that uncanny power of his. Though how long is it exactly? A glint flashed in Raza's eyes as he kept them fixed on the spot where Nagato had been buried beneath the golden sand, silently counting the seconds. Almighty push. With a thunderous crash, Nagato shattered the restraints of the crystalline shards, breaking free from the golden sand to reveal himself once more. 5 seconds? That's fast. Watching Nagato use the almighty push again so quickly, Raza couldn't help but frown. With such a short interval, there's no way I alone can inflict any real damage. There simply isn't enough time. And by the look of it, the previous fight barely drained any chakra from him at all. This guy really is a monster. I need to come up with a plan. Raza pondered silently, strategizing his next move. Freed from the crystalline shards, Nagato glanced at Raza, his eyes reflecting a new seriousness. What keen intuition! With just 2 jutsu, he's already probed the weakness of the almighty push. If he ever grows to his full potential, he'll surely rival any of the 5 Kage. It's a pity. My teacher always said I haven't mastered the Rinnegan nearly enough. Otherwise, someone like him wouldn't have spotted a flaw so easily. The two of them eyed each other warily, each sensing they'd finally met a worthy opponent. Your abilities are truly impressive. Do they come from those extraordinary eyes of yours? Raza broke the silence, his voice echoing between them. He had no choice. After casting 2 large-scale jutsu in succession, his chakra reserves were running dangerously low. He had to find a way to stall for time. Nagato, noticing Raza's slightly labored breathing, instantly understood his intent. But Nagato wasn't bothered by Raza's attempts to delay. He knew that not everyone was like himself or his teacher, with seemingly endless chakra reserves. For most shinobi, especially at Raza's age, the amount of chakra they could command was limited. To unleash 2 large-scale jutsu and only be left a little winded, that already marked Raza as someone of rare talent. Nagato shook his head slightly. The source of power doesn't matter, as long as you can use it. Do you need a moment to rest? Because I'm about to launch my attack. Nagato looked at Raza, whose face had regained some color, and asked earnestly. Raza's expression froze, and for a moment, he wished the ground would swallow him up in embarrassment. Damn it, this guy. Yet, being young and proud, Raza was not about to show any weakness before his opponent. He straightened his neck and snorted. Oomph. You may be a worthy opponent, but don't underestimate me. Magnet release, gold dust shuriken. While Raza's words were fierce, he still chose to use the shuriken technique that consumed the least chakra, sending them flying toward Nagato. Nagato, of course, didn't take such a feeble attack seriously. With a subtle shift of his body, he easily dodged the scattered shuriken. The corner of Raza's mouth twitched. This guy, he can't even be bothered to use ninjutsu? He's completely looking down on me. Gritting his teeth, Raza gathered what chakra he had left, trying to control the shuriken and continue his assault on Nagato. Universal Pool. Nagato paid no mind to Raza's inner turmoil. After sidestepping the shuriken, he simply reached out his hand and drew Raza toward him with a powerful force. Raza's heart skipped a beat as he realized the danger. Damn, how could I forget he can control gravity too? Magnet release, gold dust armor. Seeing himself being pulled closer and closer to the kunai in Nagato's hand, Raza summoned what little chakra he had left to form a protective layer around his body, trying to withstand Nagato's attack and find a chance to counter at close range. But in the end, Nagato's kunai never struck Raza. Instead, Nagato pressed his left hand onto Raza as he flew toward him, and a wave of siphoning energy surged into Raza's body. Seeding technique, chakra absorption. As Raza struggled, he felt his chakra rapidly draining away. His body went rigid, and he stared at Nagato in disbelief. You? The little chakra Raza had was instantly sucked dry by Nagato. The golden dust armor, losing its source of chakra, crumbled and fell from Raza's body. The emptiness inside left Raza barely able to utter a single word before his eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. Nagato released his grip and stepped back, letting Raza's body fall heavily to the ground. Tsukumo Hatake appeared at Raza's side in an instant, reached out to check on him, and shook his head slightly. He's a kid who just doesn't know when to quit. The winner of the second match, Nagato from the Hidden Rain Village. From the stands, Elder Chiyo watched Raza collapse, rose from her seat, nodded her apologies to the other delegates, and hurried down to bring Raza back to his quarters. After the incident in Hidden Cloud Village with Namai's disappearance, no one dared to entrust their own village's gifted ninja to Konoha for treatment anymore. No one could guarantee that Raza, another ninja with a Kekkei Genkai, wouldn't suffer the same fate as Namai. Seeing someone step forward to take responsibility, Tsukumo Hatake gladly relinquished the task. He handed the unconscious Raza over to Chiyo, then turned and beckoned to Kushina. Come on down. You two are the only ones left. Kushina had been listening to the Ninetales muttering in her belly about just how powerful the Rinnegan was. She had long wanted to see it for herself. It was also a good chance to witness firsthand the talent that Nagato, the little brother whom Brother Nawaki had placed his hopes on, truly possessed. The final round of the Chunin selection exam. Kushina Uzumaki of the Hidden Leaf versus Nagato of the Hidden Rain. Both sides, please prepare yourselves. Begin. No sooner had Tsukumo announced the start than Kushina, who had been itching to get going, leapt eagerly into the arena. Nagato, you did great. You didn't embarrass your big sister at all. Landing in front of Nagato, Kushina flashed him a big thumbs up. Nagato looked at Kushina and smiled gently, nodding in reply. Yeah, not bad. I managed not to let Sensei down. Kushina's face froze for a moment at his response. Then she let out a huff. You only remember your teacher? Don't tell me your big sister hasn't treated you well. Nagato wasn't sure how to respond, so he just smiled at her. At that, Kushina felt a surge of irritation. The red hair, trailing behind her, began to ripple, as if caught by an invisible wind. She narrowed her eyes at Nagato. You little brat? Looking down on me, are you? Let's see what you're really made of. Take this. In a flash, Kushina charged forward, her small fist swinging straight at Nagato. Nagato, unwilling to hurt Kushina, didn't immediately use the Rinnegan's power to push her away. Lightly he sprang aside, his feet barely making a sound. With a tremendous crash, Kushina's pale fist struck the spot where Nagato had just been standing, sending soil and dust flying everywhere in a spectacular display. Missing her mark didn't faze Kushina at all. She spun and aimed a fierce kick at Nagato, who wasn't far away. Nagato didn't dare take her lightly. Kushina's monstrous strength was inherited from Tsunade, and he couldn't just meet it head-on. Still, beyond his Rinnegan, he had other means at his disposal. Earth-style, Earth Spear. With a flurry of hand signs, Nagato's body hardened instantly under the power of Earth Release, his defenses rivaling steel. Empowered by the jutsu, he didn't dodge. He simply raised his hand to block Kushina's incoming kick. A heavy impact rang out. Their limbs collided, and a dull thud echoed through the air. Kushina instantly felt as if she'd slammed into a wall made of stone and steel, her shin buzzing with numbness from the impact. Suppressing the urge to rub her leg, Kushina forced a look of nonchalance onto her face and taunted Nagato. Not bad for a kid. You've got some guts, daring to take my monster's strength head on. But aren't you going to use that move of yours? Or do you think I'm not worth the trouble? Nagato wasn't having the easiest time either. The force of Kushina's blow sent him stumbling backward, and the arm that had met her attack trembled uncontrollably. Hearing her jibes, he could only muster a wry smile and shake his head. If you're not going to use it, don't blame me for not holding back. Seeing that Nagato still didn't seem interested in engaging with her, Kushina's temper flared. Clenching her fists, she charged at him once again. Nagato dared not lower his guard, meeting her attacks with utmost caution. The longer the fight went on, the more frustrated Kushina became. Nagato was as slippery as an eel, always managing to block her attacks at the last possible moment. And if he couldn't block, he'd dodge away in a flash. Her hopes of teaching Nagato a lesson were being dashed time and again. Kurama, can't you think of something to help me out here? This brat's just too slippery. He won't fight me head-on at all. If her own strength wasn't enough to beat Nagato, then it was time to call in reinforcements. After all, her brother Nawaki had always told her, Kurama's power is her power. So if she defeated Nagato with Kurama's help, it would still count as her own victory. Deep within the seal, the Ninetales rolled over, letting out a dismissive snort. You little rascal, always scheming. Already thinking of borrowing my power? I'm afraid your body can't handle it. Or have you forgotten the pain you suffered right after you sealed me inside you? Kurama closed his eyes, resting his chin on his forelegs, his tails lazily swaying behind him. Besides, didn't that brat Nawaki warn you not to reveal my power during this trial? Even if I were willing, would you really dare to use it? Kushina faltered, torn. She wasn't worried about what Kurama's chakra might do to her body. Kurama would be careful not to hurt her, after all. Besides, even if she did get hurt, wasn't Nawaki and Tsunade there to heal her? Kushina Uzumaki wasn't afraid of a little pain. But Nawaki had indeed told her, unless absolutely necessary, she must not use the Ninetales' power in this match. Remembering this, Kushina found herself at a loss. Yet watching Nagato darting around in front of her, bursting with energy, she couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration. Kurama, is there any way to use your power without anyone noticing? I am, after all, Nagato's older sister. If I can't defeat him, how will I ever hold my head high in front of that little brat again? The Ninetales, never one to shy away from trouble, grinned wickedly at Kushina's question, the corners of his mouth curling up in mischief. Of course I have a way. If you're not afraid of that brat Shinshu scolding you, I won't stop you either. In fact, I'm quite curious myself to see just how strong this kid who inherited the Rinnegan has become. Here, take it. This is chakra I refined when I was bored. It's yours now. A sphere of pure chakra spilled from the Ninetales' mouth, slipping through the cracks of the seal, and slowly merging into Kushina's body. As the Ninetales' chakra flowed into her, Kushina felt a wave of coolness spread through her entire being, as if the world itself had transformed and become new. Kurama, this power feels just like the sage mode my brother Shinshu uses. A satisfied smile played on the Ninetales' lips. Sharp eyes, little girl. That's right, this is sage chakra. Among all the tailed beasts, only I can refine sage chakra so effortlessly. However, even though the sage chakra won't hurt you while I'm controlling it, you can't use it for too long. If you do, the sage energy will scatter your own chakra, and you'll end up weak as your chakra runs dry. You've only got one shot, whether you defeat that Nagato kid or not. I'm taking this power back after your attack. Do you understand? Kushina, marveling at the changes brought by the sage chakra, answered absent-mindedly. Her eyes gleamed as she watched Nagato bouncing in front of her, a wicked smile spreading across her face. Hey kid, let your big sister give you a little surprise. Monster Strength Punch. The same technique, now quietly enhanced by sage chakra, transformed into something entirely different. Kushina's speed more than doubled in an instant. Sage energy swirled around her small fist, crackling as it tore through the air, and she lunged at Nagato. Nagato, caught off guard by Kushina's sudden burst of speed, barely had time to react. As her fist shot toward him, he instinctively threw out a hand. Shinra Tensei! A surge of repulsive force exploded out, halting Kushina's fist just before it reached him. Kushina felt the powerful backlash ripple up her arm. She gritted her teeth and let out a fierce shout. Get back! Huh! Nagato still couldn't fully control the repulsive force generated by the Rinnegan, and for a moment it clashed against Kushina's fist, neither side giving way, until at last his power began to falter. With a spirited shout, Kushina unleashed all the sage chakra within her body, paying no heed to restraint. It was as if the air itself rang with the sharp crack of shattering glass. The invisible force field of Shinra Tensei crumbled under the impact of her punch. Nagato's expression shifted dramatically as he was suddenly hurled backward by the forceful backlash. He had never imagined that the Shinra Tensei, unleashed by the Rinnegan, could be forcibly broken by an even greater power. Caught off guard, he was overwhelmed by the fierce gale stirred up by Kushina's blow and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Within the ceiling space, the Ninetales' pupils narrowed and it let out a furious curse. This crazy girl, why is she so stubbornly competitive? We agreed she'd only use one attack. The Ninetales, worried that Kushina might recklessly launch another sage-powered assault, quickly withdrew the sage chakra from her body. Kushina, her face alight with excitement at having sent Nagato flying, was just about to press the advantage when she suddenly felt the sage chakra inside her vanish in an instant. Before she could even register what had happened, a wave of emptiness and exhaustion swept through her entire body. Without so much as a sound, her eyes rolled back and she collapsed limply to the ground. Nagato climbed unsteadily to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked in astonishment at Kushina, who now lay motionless on the ground, utterly baffled by the turn of events. From the sidelines, Nawaki had been watching in confusion, wondering how Kushina suddenly became so fierce that she could even shatter Nagato's Shinra Tensei with a single punch. But when he saw Kushina collapse, realization dawned. No longer caring whether he revealed the extent of his abilities, Nawaki flashed across the field, arriving at Kushina's side ahead of Tsukumo Hatake. He pressed his hand to her abdomen, allowing yang-released chakra to flow gently into her body. Reaching through the seal, Nawaki projected his consciousness into her inner space and immediately began scolding the Ninetales. Kurama, you bastard. Kushina doesn't understand the dangers of sage mode for the human body. Don't tell me you don't either. The Ninetales' massive ears instantly folded down, shutting out Nawaki's voice. It's not like anything serious was going to happen. I'd rather pretend I don't know. Tsukumo Hatake soon arrived as well, casting an inquiring look at Nawaki. Nawaki, how's Kushina? Nawaki shook his head. She'll be fine. That girl's reckless. She has no sense of limits at all. Looks like she needs to be taught a lesson. Tsukumo-senpai, I'll take her back first. Shungshu gently lifted Kushina into his arms, turned to give Tsukumo a quick instruction, then nodded softly to Nagato before carrying Kushina out of the arena. After watching Shungshu leave, Tsukumo approached Nagato, then turned to face the audience seated in the stands and announced in a clear, resonant voice. The champion of this joint Chunin selection exam is Nagato of the Hidden Rain Village. Thus, the joint Chunin selection exam, which had spanned 3 days, came to a close with Nagato emerging as the final victor. The regional lords and the leaders of each ninja village gathered for a brief discussion. In the end, they selected several genin who had distinguished themselves during the exam and officially granted them the rank of Chunin. Kushina Uzumaki from the Leaf Village earned the recognition of the lords for her exceptional taijutsu. They unanimously agreed that she had the potential to become a powerful ninja, perhaps even a next Tsunade. Although Minato and Namikaze had been defeated by Kushina in their match, his resourcefulness and agile tactics caught the eye of Hiruzen Sarutobi, who personally nominated Minato for promotion to Chunin. Other outstanding participants from various villages, such as Raza from the Hidden Sand, Nagato from the Hidden Rain, Natsuhi from Hokage Village, and Hikaru from the Hidden Stone, were all added to the list of new Chunin. Although only Hikaru from the Hidden Stone succeeded in being promoted, his commendable performances throughout several matches ensured the village's efforts did not go unrewarded. Inoki, the third Tsuchikage, seemed content with the outcome. At least his village had not returned empty-handed. Now that the list of Chunin promotions had been finalized, Inoki cited Hikaru's serious injuries and his need to recuperate as his reason for leaving. He promptly led the Hidden Stone Ninja out of the Leaf Village. Elder Chiyo, from the Hidden Sand, was also pleased with Raza's performance in the arena. After offering him a few words of praise and encouragement, she led her ninja back toward the Land of Wind. With 2 of the great ninja villages and several smaller ones departing in succession, the once bustling Leaf Village gradually settled back into its familiar calm. While everyone eagerly awaited the announcement of the new Chunin, Shungshu quietly made his way to the temporary quarters of the Rain Ninja. After tending to Nagato's injuries inflicted by Kushina during their match, Shungshu handed him a scroll and advised him to open it only in case of danger. He then gave Hanzo the salamander a few instructions before slipping away without a sound. Soon after, Hanzo himself wasted no time in lingering in the leaf. He gathered Nagato, Yahiko, and Konin and set out immediately, returning to the Land of Rain. The group pressed on, drawing near the border of the Land of Fire. Suddenly, a ninja dressed in the attire of the Leaf's Umbu appeared before them. blocking Hanzo and his companions. He extended a letter to Hanzo. Lord Hanzo, this letter is from Lord Danzo. Hanzo gestured for the three behind him, Nagato and his companions, to halt, his gaze fixed on the ninja before him, clad in the unmistakable uniform of Konoha's Umbu. Are you from Konoha's Umbu? What business does Danzo have with me? A cold glint flashed through Hanzo's eyes as he mused silently. As Lord Ropetree predicted, Danzo will surely seize this opportunity to try and claim Nagato's Rinnegan. Oomph. What a greedy and foolish man. The root ninja stared straight ahead, his expression unflinching as he faced Hanzo the salamander. I serve directly under Lord Danzo from the root division, not an Umbu under the third Hokage. Lord Danzo is well aware that Your Excellency the demigod has always aspired to elevate the land of rain to the ranks of the 5 great nations. He deeply admires your strength and ambition. That is why he wishes to use this opportunity to forge even closer ties between Your Excellency and the land of rain. A hint of interest flickered across Hanzo's face as he accepted the letter handed over by the root ninja. He glanced at it casually, a trace of disdain passing through his eyes. So, the infamous shadow of Konoha wishes to work with an old man like me? Well, I must admit, my curiosity is piqued. Hanzo turned to look at Nagato and his companions, signaling to them with his eyes before speaking. Yahiko, you Nagato, and Konan go on ahead. I'll meet with this elder from Konoha and catch up with you shortly. Yahiko nodded in agreement, and together with Nagato and Konan, the three set off ahead. As he watched them leave, the root ninja allowed a faint smile to play across his face beneath the mask, then bowed respectfully to Hanzo, the salamander. Your Excellency, please follow me. Lord Danzo has instructed that, since this partnership with the Land of Rain is of great importance, we must find a quiet place to discuss it in detail with you. Hanzo nodded slightly, following the root ninja as they veered off the main path and arrived at a secluded spot. There, ahead of them, stood a middle-aged man with his eyes wrapped in bandages and a shadowy, severe countenance. Hanzo came to a halt. Are you the elder of Konoha, Lord Shimura Danzo? Danzo's eyes lit up as he regarded Hanzo the salamander, who had arrived with his subordinate. Forcing a thin smile onto his grim face, he nodded at Hanzo. Your Excellency, I have long awaited this meeting. I am Shimura Danzo, leader of Konoha's root division. Hanzo nodded back, raising the letter in his hand and addressing Danzo directly. I wonder, Lord Danzo, what is the nature of this cooperation you mentioned in your letter? Danzo studied the look on Hanzo's face and, rather than answering directly, posed a question of his own. Your Excellency, the 3 young genin who came to Konoha for the Chunin selection, are they not your disciples? Hanzo seemed taken aback by the question, looking at Danzo in confusion. What exactly do you mean, Lord Danzo? A hint of mocking amusement flickered in Danzo's eyes, his voice deep and low as he spoke. I learned from the Foundation's intelligence that those 3 children are orphans Jiraiya adopted in the Land of Rain. Isn't that right? Their sense of belonging to the Land of Rain can't possibly compare to the bond they share with Jiraiya. Can it? Hanzo's expression darkened, his grip tightening on the letter until it crumpled in his hand. Oomph. Danzo, if you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush. A trace of satisfaction flashed in Danzo's eyes as he gently shook his head. Lord Hanzo, have you ever considered this? If that child with the special eyes truly grows up, will the Land of Rain still look to you, and you alone, as their demigod? When that time comes, the Land of Rain may no longer be a place where only your word matters. Hanzo, the salamander. A chill glinted in Hanzo's gaze as he stared daggers at Danzo. I'm the demigod of the ninja world. Why would I ever fear the rise of a promising ninja from my own village? Danzo, you underestimate my magnanimity. If you call me here just to spout such pointless drivel, then I'll be taking my leave. Hanzo spoke with disdain, clearly unwilling to prolong the conversation. He turned on his heel, ready to depart. Danzo couldn't help but burst out laughing at Hanzo's words, his laughter echoing through the room. Lord Hanzo, you might fool others, but you can't fool me. If I didn't know you well enough, do you think I'd risk coming here? Pausing, Danzo fixed his gaze on Hanzo's retreating back, his eyes brimming with certainty. You and I, we're both men who refuse to live under anyone's shadow. Hanzo, join forces with me. You lead the Land of Rain to support me in becoming the 4th Hokage, and I'll lead the Leaf Village to elevate your Rain Ninja Village to become the 6th Great Ninja Village. Hanzo stopped abruptly, turning with a look of astonishment, as if truly seeing Danzo for the first time. Are you serious? Danzo noticed the stir of interest on Hanzo's face and felt a surge of satisfaction. Absolutely. To show my sincerity, I'm willing to sign a mutual alliance pact with the Rain Ninja Village. Hanzo narrowed his eyes slightly. What is it you want from me? Danzo's gaze sharpened, his words firm and unyielding. Those eyes. Meanwhile, Nagato followed behind Yahiko and Konin, his hand unconsciously touching the scroll hidden at his chest as they slowly made their way toward the Land of Rain. He couldn't help but recall what teacher Nawaki had told him before they set out, a sense of unease stirring in his heart. Will it really happen the way Sensei said, someone ambushing us on the road? We're almost out of the Land of Fire now, and just at this moment, Salamander Hanzo isn't around. If someone was planning an ambush, this would be the perfect time, wouldn't it? Nagato mulled this over, all the while discreetly scanning his surroundings with the corner of his eye. Other than the sound of their own footsteps, everything around them was utterly still. It's so quiet, no matter how you look at it. It doesn't seem like anyone's lying in wait. Could it be that Sensei was just being overly cautious? Maybe he just wanted us to stay alert on the road. Nagato frowned, beginning to think their teacher might indeed be worrying too much. After all, no one knew that his eyes were the legendary Rinnegan. It seemed unlikely that anyone would try to steal them, just because they'd seen him use them a few times. Wasn't that a bit of an overreaction? But as these thoughts swirled in his mind, Nagato suddenly felt a jolt of realization. Wait, it's too quiet. This is the forest on the Land of Fire's border. How could there not even be the sound of insects or birds? There has to be someone lying in ambush nearby. With this thought, Nagato quickly strode forward, positioning himself between Yahiko and Konin. In a low voice, he said, Yahiko, Konin, it's far too quiet here. There could be an ambush up ahead. Be careful. Yahiko and Konin, alerted by Nagato's warning, immediately tensed, their bodies instinctively coiling as their eyes swept the forest, wary of any movement. Not far ahead, a group of masked, black-clad shinobi lay in wait, hidden in the roadside forest. Seeing the trio suddenly stiffen and adopt a battle-ready stance, the leader of the ambushers, his single eye glinting coldly, flashed a series of hand signals to his companions, the order to attack. These brats are more alert than I thought. They've sensed the trap. Oof. But it's too late now. Move in. At the leader's command, dozens of black shadows burst from the woods on either side of the road, swiftly encircling Nagato and his friends. 4 figures leapt to the outer edge, stationing themselves in the 4 cardinal directions. With practiced precision, they formed a rapid sequence of hand signs, then pressed their palms to the ground. Ninja art, 4 violet flames formation. From the earth, 4 walls of violet-red energy surged upward, forming a massive barrier that enclosed Nagato, Yahiko, Konin, and the masked shinobi within its glowing walls. The sudden appearance of the barrier shocked Nagato. He quickly shielded Yahiko and Konin behind him, reaching into his ninja tool pouch and pulling out several shuriken, which he hurled at the barrier to test its strength. A sharp clang rang out, followed by a sizzling sound, as the shuriken spun and struck the violet wall. They met with a crisp metallic impact before being completely dissolved, vanishing without a trace. Nagato's face darkened as he realized the barrier couldn't be broken from within. A heavy feeling settled in his chest as he fixed his gaze on the advancing masked shinobi. Who are you people? Why are you lying in ambush here for us? Lord Hanzo is nearby. You'd better think carefully. If you attack us, do you know what kind of consequences you'll face for angering the demigod of the ninja world? A one-eyed man stepped forward from the crowd, his gaze fixed greedily on Nagato's Rinnegan. He let out a cold, sinister laugh. Heh. Youngsters like you have no idea how vast the world is. You parade around with such a priceless treasure. It's only fitting that you end up like this. As for this Hanzo of the salamander you mentioned, the one-eyed man gave a chilling chuckle. Don't kid yourself into thinking he'll ever find out what happens here. Right now, he's probably off with a clone of mine, dreaming his grand dreams of ruling the ninja world together. As Nagato reflected on his teacher's foresight, he fixed his gaze on the one-eyed man before him. I don't understand what you're talking about. What treasure? What do you want from us? The man's eyes remained glued to Nagato's, as if he were staring at the rarest gem in the world. Your eyes. Hand them over to me, and I might let your 2 friends walk away alive. Otherwise, prepare to die. Konin's expression changed at once, her eyes anxiously darting to Nagato. Yahiko grabbed Nagato's arm, glaring furiously at the man. Don't even think about it. Those eyes are Nagato's most precious gift. There's no way we'll let anyone have them. If you want these eyes, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Nagato felt a rush of warmth at Yahiko's words. He patted Yahiko's hand, signaling him not to worry. Yahiko, it's all right. There's nothing to be afraid of. Did you forget what our teacher gave me? He said it was for a time like this, that I could use it when it mattered most. Now, Nagato glanced around at the circle of ninja, his face full of trust in his teacher. He reached into his cloak and pulled out the scroll that Shoju had given him earlier. If you want my eyes, perhaps you should ask my teacher for permission first. A look of scorn flashed across the man's face as he watched Nagato brandish the scroll. He shook his head slowly. Your teacher? What? You mean that fool Jiraiya? Nagato unfurled the scroll, placing his hand on it, and channeling his chakra into the paper. The summoning array inscribed on the scroll began to glow with a soft, pulsing light. Bathed in its radiance, Nagato looked up at the man and smiled faintly as he spoke. You must be Shimura Danzo, the very person my teacher warned me about, aren't you? But there's one thing you got wrong. Jiraiya-sensei did teach us. And as far as I'm concerned, Jiraiya-sensei is no fool. He's one of the few truly noble ninjas in the Leaf Village, far superior to someone like you, who only knows how to hide in the shadows and weave plots and schemes. And besides, who told you that Jiraiya-sensei is our only teacher? As Nagato spoke, he rose to his feet and took 2 steps back, letting the glowing scroll's seal burst into life. The light radiating from the scroll grew ever brighter, until it became almost blinding. Danzo, whose identity had just been unmasked by Nagato, narrowed. His single eye warily, uncertainty flickering across his face as he stared at the scroll, which radiated a power unlike anything he'd seen before. What is that thing? With a sudden bang, the light seemed to reach its peak and exploded in a burst, sending up a billow of white smoke. 2 tall figures emerged, their silhouettes gradually becoming clear in the haze. Nagato bowed deeply to the 2 figures, his voice reverent as he called out softly, Sensei. Konan and Yahiko, faces alight with joy at the sight of their teachers, whom they'd only recently parted with, rushed forward without a second thought. Sensei, I can't believe the scroll you gave us was actually meant to summon you here. You scare me half to death. One of the young men stepped from the smoke, ruffling Konan and Yahiko's hair affectionately before nodding in approval at Nagato. Don't be afraid. We're here now, he reassured them. Jiraiya stepped out of the smoke as well, his eyes filled with complex emotions as he looked at Danzo. Danzo-sama, I never imagined that you and Master Sarutobi would truly lay hands on my students. I am deeply disappointed. Shinju let go of Konan and Yahiko, walking over to stand beside Jiraiya, a smile playing on his lips as he faced Danzo. Danzo-sama, I finally have my chance. Do you know how long I've waited for this day? For long years. Danzo stared at the sudden appearance of Jiraiya and Shinju, a glint of excitement flashing in his solitary eye. Rather than being rattled, a sly smile crept across his lips. Hearing Jiraiya's question, Danzo responded with a cold, dismissive snort, clearly regarding Sarutobi's disciple and his ideals as nothing but naive nonsense. Ignoring Jiraiya, Danzo's gaze settled on Shinju, and the greed in his eye nearly outshone even his longing for Nagato's fabled eyes. Nagato's eyes were indeed powerful, but to Danzo, their true nature remained unknown, especially since they had been defeated by Uzumaki Kushina during the Chunin exam. In Danzo's narrow worldview, nothing could rival the importance of wood release in his eyes. After all, it was the ultimate power that once brought peace to a war-torn era. If he could seize the wood release for himself and combine it with the Mangekyo Sharingan he'd already transplanted from Uchiha Kagami, then the nine-tailed seal within Uzumaki Kushina would be nothing more than a pet, utterly under his control. When that moment came, with the combined might of the Senju and Uchiha clans at his command, and the perfect mastery over the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. What Sarutobi Hiruzen? What Uchiha? What Hyuga noble clan? All of them will bow at my feet. The seat of Hokage, the tailed beasts. Power. I am a chosen one, the new god of the ninja world. At this moment, Danzo's eyes gleamed as he looked at Shunshu, as if he were gazing upon a rare and priceless treasure. Despite himself, a self-satisfied smile crept onto his usually gloomy face. Brat, there's something wrong with what you just said. It should be, I, Danzo, have waited 4 long years for this very day. Who would have thought? Danzo subtly signaled to the root shinobi surrounding Nagato, his gaze fixed greedily on Shunshu. In the leaf, you were always protected by Tsunade and Orochimaru, with even the monkey reluctant to let me lay a hand on you out of sentiment. I never expected you'd leave the village and walk right into my grasp. In that case, both your body and your wood release, today they're mine. Danzo let out a low, menacing chuckle. He raised his right hand high, then brought it down with force, barking in order. Take him. At Danzo's command, the root shinobi instantly abandoned their assault on Nagato and unleashed their techniques toward Shinshu. Earth style, Swamp of the Underworld. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Wind style, Wind Cutter. A barrage of jutsu, mixed with deadly ninja tools, came crashing down on Shinshu's position. Jiraiya at his side, as well as Nagato and his companions standing behind, were all swept up in the onslaught. Suddenly, the ground beneath Shinshu and his group transformed into a mire, sucking at their feet. Facing the relentless wave of attacks, Jiraiya shot Shinshu a meaningful glance, then swept Nagato and his two friends into his arms and leaped out of the swamp with a flash of movement. Ninja Art. Needle Jizo. In an instant, Jiraiya's white hair grew and extended, weaving itself into a massive cocoon that shielded Nagato and his companions. Shinshu, watch yourself. Jiraiya's voice, barely containing his anger, echoed from within the cocoon of hair. Shinshu looked at the overwhelming assault bearing down upon him, yet a hint of disdain curled his lips. Wood release. Wood locking wall. A row of wooden barricades shot up from the earth, forming an impenetrable wall that blocked every attack with flawless defense. Seeing Shinshu's wood release, Danzo's eyes burned even brighter with desire. As I thought, my judgment was right. You really have awakened the wood release. That old hag Mito, Uzumaki, actually tried to hide it for you. Too bad, she's dead now. This time, no one can protect you. Shinshu's expression turned icy in an instant, killing intent flashing openly in his eyes. He parted the wooden wall before him, fixing Danzo with a cold stare, as if looking at a dead man. Danzo, you've just given me another reason to kill you. How dare you insult my grandmother? Danzo glanced at Nawaki with contempt, a cold, mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Kill me? With your wood release, is that it? So you've awakened the wood style. But if you think that meager power is enough to take my life, you're sorely mistaken. For the future of the leaf, offer your body and your bloodline to me. Nawaki had no patience for further words. He pressed his palms together before him, his voice turning icy as he snapped. My power. What makes you so sure my wood style ends here? Wood style, deep forest emergence. A surge of chakra exploded from within Nawaki. The ground trembled, rumbling beneath their feet, as countless wooden tendrils burst forth from the earth at breakneck speed. The root shinobi who had been advancing on Nawaki scattered in all directions, desperately trying to evade the onslaught of wooden branches. But encircled by the four violet flames formation, where could they possibly run? Under Nawaki's control, the branches rising from the ground seemed alive, swiftly growing into towering trees that filled nearly every inch inside the barrier. With no way to escape, the root shinobi were instantly swallowed by the expanding forest, trapped in an ocean of wood. Danzo's pupils contracted as he watched Nawaki unleash such overwhelming wood style. He hadn't expected this. I underestimated you. In just 4 years, you've mastered the wood style to this degree. As I thought, the old monkey's softness has only raised a tiger in his own house. Today, I'll be the one to correct his mistake. A grim determination flashed in Danzo's solitary eye. He quickly formed hand seals in front of his chest, his cheeks ballooning as he gathered chakra. Wind style, vacuum bullets. A relentless barrage of invisible wind bullets shot from Danzo's mouth, slicing through the air with piercing shrieks as they rained toward Nawaki. Nawaki dodged with swift movements, but Danzo didn't let up. He adjusted his aim, using the remaining wind bullets to shatter the wood-style branches trapping his men. The root shinobi, suddenly freed, mustered what little chakra they had left after being drained by the wood style and hurried to Danzo's side, forming a protective barrier around him, eyes fixed warily on Nawaki. Standing within his circle of subordinates, Danzo lifted his chin and looked down at Nawaki. Boy, let me teach you something. No matter how powerful a jutsu, it all depends on the hands that wield it. Such formidable wood style, what a waste in your hands. It belongs to me. Nawaki wasn't surprised by this display. After all, Danzo was a veteran Kage-level shinobi, on par with Hiruzen Sarutobi. This level of wood style alone was not enough to truly threaten him. But it didn't really matter. Using wood release just now was only to clear out these rude underlings. Even if Danzo managed to save them, it wouldn't make much difference. Hearing Danzo's taunt, Nawaki simply leapt down from the branch, landing directly in front of him. The murderous intent in his eyes remained undiminished, yet a faint, ambiguous smile played on his lips, neither fully amused nor dismissive. Lord Danzo, there's something I'd like to ask you. I wonder if I could get an answer from you. Danzo let out a derisive snort, a flash of contempt flickering in his gaze. Kid, are you here to beg for mercy from me? If you're willing to let me carve a seal onto you and obediently cooperate with my research on the wood release, perhaps I'd consider letting the Senju bloodline survive by a thread. Nawaki's eyes blazed even more intensely, and he slowly shook his head. You misunderstand, Lord Danzo. I just want to know, how many Sharingan do you currently have on your body? Danzo was caught off guard, clearly not expecting such a question. Instinctively, he reached a hand up, as if to touch the bandages on his head. Seeing Nawaki's enigmatic, almost mocking expression, a chill ran down Danzo's spine. His hand, which had been halfway to his chest, paused in midair. His single eye revealed a flicker of surprise, and he looked at Nawaki with a shadowed, stormy expression. Nonsense. I have no idea what you're talking about. Nawaki watched Danzo's movements and understood everything. He nodded at Danzo and said, So it seems you're down to just the one Sharingan in your eye. In that case, making you die twice should be enough. Danzo froze for a fraction of a second at Nawaki's words, then his gaze darkened, turning vicious. Arrogant little brat. No matter how you manage to learn a few of my secrets, it doesn't matter anymore. Because you will never have the chance to tell anyone else what you know about me. Danzo's face turned icy cold, his lone eye radiating murderous intent as he glared at Nawaki, unwavering. Summoning jutsu. With a billow of smoke, a massive summoning beast appeared before Danzo, its form as imposing as an elephant. It was Danzo's contract beast, the Baku, renowned for its mastery of wind-release ninjutsu. The moment the colossal Baku materialized, it swung its long trunk and unleashed a powerful inhalation toward Nawaki. A fierce wind whipped up out of nowhere, and the tremendous suction force drew directly at Nawaki, pulling him uncontrollably toward Danzo. Wind release. Vacuum great sphere. Danzo's eyes glinted with cold amusement. He puffed up his cheeks, and in an instant a wind-infused bullet shot from his mouth straight at Nawaki. Yet as the wind-style chakra bullet hurtled ever closer, Nawaki's face showed not the slightest trace of panic. Susanoo. Suddenly, the kaleidoscope pattern shimmered to life in his eyes. With a sharp command from Shunshu, a towering, azure Susanoo materialized around him. The suction force that had seemed so formidable just a moment ago was now utterly insignificant against the immense form of Susanoo. It was like an ant trying to shake a mighty tree, completely powerless to affect Shunshu in the slightest. The next instant, the massive vacuum sphere crashed into Susanoo's body, yet not even the faintest ripple broke its calm, as if nothing had happened at all. Danzo's pupils shrank in shock as he stared in disbelief at the colossal giant formed from tangible chakra, now standing before him. How is this possible? That's Susanoo? How do you possess the Uchiha clan's eyes? Shunshu stood proudly upon Susanoo's brow, looking down at Danzo, who now seemed no more than an ant beneath his feet. A cold, mocking smile curled at the corner of his lips. Danzo, do you realize? To me, you've always been just like this, an ant standing beneath Susanoo. Greedy, foolish, and self-important. With just your abilities, you think you can lay hands on the power of both the Senju and Uchiha clans? Danzo tightened his grip on the kunai, instinctively stepping back, his face tense as he stared at the formidable Susanoo before him. So the Senju clan has been secretly conducting human experiments all along. How else could a descendant of the Senju possibly possess Uchiha eyes? Shunshu laughed softly, not bothering to waste words on someone already doomed. He pressed his palms together, and strands of blue sage chakra began to swirl around him. Sage mode, activate. Sage art, wood release, advent of the flower tree world. The once quiet forest, born from his previous technique, suddenly awakened with new life under Shinshu's power. Atop the towering trees, enormous flower buds began to bloom. With a steady flow of his chakra, the massive buds slowly unfurled, releasing clouds of pollen heavy with a powerful paralytic toxin that drifted toward Danzo and the other root members. The potent toxin quickly enveloped Danzo and his men. Only Danzo, who managed to use wind release to blow away the pollen in time, remained standing. The rest of the root members collapsed limply to the ground the moment the pollen touched them. Holding his breath, Danzo stared at Shunshu, a mix of fear and disbelief in his eyes. This was a power from legend, the sage art and the advent of the flower tree world. Technique said to belong only to the first Hokage, now unfolding right before his eyes. But Shunshu paid Danzo's astonishment no mind. He sneered, pressed his palms together once more, and called upon even greater power. Sage art, wood release, true several thousand hands. From the earth rose a colossal wooden Buddha, its height unfathomable, shaking the ground as it ascended. Susanoo instantly wrapped itself around this giant statue, and together they stood, awe-inspiring and unyielding, before Danzo. The barrier formed by the four violet flames formation didn't stand a chance. Summoned by sage art, the gigantic statue burst through it in an instant. The Four root shinobi maintaining the barrier dropped as if struck by lightning, blood spurting from their mouths as they collapsed, their fates uncertain. Danzo, this is the power you've dreamed of. Try to embrace it. The colossal thousand-armed Buddha statue bowed slightly, its fists shrouded in the armor of Susanoo, hurtling toward Danzo like a raging storm. Facing the oncoming flurry of fists, Danzo's heart raced with terror. Gritting his teeth, he tore off the bandages from his head, revealing the Sharingan he had seized from Uchiha Kagami. No, this power, it should have been mine all along. I refuse to fall here. With a thunderous shout, Danzo summoned every ounce of chakra in his body and charged toward the giant Buddha. The transplanted Sharingan in Danzo's right eye spun rapidly, instantly forming a complex Mangekyo pattern. A strange ripple surged through Danzo's body, and under its influence, he flickered across dozens of meters in an instant, narrowly evading the Buddha's crushing fist before rushing to Nagato's feet. Wind style, vacuum blade. The kunai in Danzo's hand glimmered with razor-sharp wind chakra as he drove it fiercely toward the base of the giant Buddha. A sharp, metallic sound rang out as the supposedly unstoppable vacuum blade struck Susanoo's armor, only to shatter into fragments. It had merely been a test, and Danzo showed no sign of frustration. Issuing a command to his summoned beast to hold the enemy at bay, Danzo darted toward Jiraiya and Nagato, who were hiding behind the statue. There's still a chance for me. With grim determination, the Mangekyo Sharingan in Danzo's right eye spun faster and faster, unleashing a powerful Jinjutsu that swept over Jiraiya and his companions. Jiraiya, already overwhelmed by the chaos unfolding before him, fell into a trance under the influence of Danzo's illusion. He unwittingly released his protective hold on Nagato and the other two. Konin and Yahiko, unshielded by Jiraiya, collapsed to the ground, unable to withstand the assault. Standing beside them, Nagato seemed just as affected by the Jinja. His body swayed, as if about to topple. A gleam flashed in Danzo's eyes. He lunged forward and seized Nagato by the throat. Ha ha! Fate isn't finished with me yet. Shinju, if you don't want your disciples to die by my hand, you let me walk out of here unharmed. I can pretend your attack on Konoha's elders never happened today. But if you defy me, I'll return and have Hiruzen spread word throughout the ninja world, branding you, the heir of the Senju clan, as a traitor. Clutching Nagato's throat, Danzo edged step by step toward Shinshu, unleashing a barrage of threats. A peculiar smile flickered across Shinshu's face as he shook his head at Danzo. You've sown these seeds. Now reap what you deserve. Danzo froze for a moment, unable to comprehend why, at a time like this, Shinoki showed not a hint of concern for his own student. As he was questioning this, Nagato suddenly placed a hand on the wrist that was gripping his own neck. Danzo's heart skipped a beat. Instinctively, he glanced at Nagato in his grasp. Nagato's eyes were clear, showing no sign whatsoever of being affected by Jinjutsu. A wicked grin suddenly crept across Nagato's face. The Rinnegan in his eyes flashed, and a terrifying suction force erupted from the palm resting on Danzo's wrist. Sealing technique, absorption seal. In an instant, the chakra within Danzo surged forth like a raging flood, pouring uncontrollably along the point of contact into Nagato. Feeling the sudden emptiness inside him, Danzo gritted his teeth and swung his arm, his fingertips sharpening into 5 wind-infused blades, which he drove mercilessly toward Nagato's eyes. Nagato, his face full of mockery, simply stretched out his hand and murmured softly, "Shinra Tensei." A terrifying, repulsive force exploded outward. For the first time, Danzo experienced the true might of the Rinnegan up close. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he was hurled backward, shock and disbelief written across his face. With a tremendous crash, Danzo's body, driven by the overwhelming force, smashed through dozens of towering wooden trees conjured by the wood release. He landed in a crumpled, lifeless heap on the ground, like a discarded rag doll. Nagato lowered his hand and shook his head as he glanced at where Danzo had fallen. To think you'd try to ambush us without even investigating Sensei's abilities. With an ending like this, you truly brought it on yourself. He turned and walked over to Konin and Yahiko, bending down to help the two, who were still trapped in a Jinjutsu, to their feet. But as Nagato turned, Danzo's broken form, which had lain limp on the ground, began to blur and fade like an illusion, until it vanished completely. At that very moment, in the spot where Nagato had just been standing, a completely unscathed Danzo reappeared. His once crimson right eye now ashen, his face contorted with madness as he drove a kunai at Nagato's unprotected back. Jiraiya, who had just come to his senses, caught sight of this scene. His eyes widened in horror, and he cried out a warning to Nagato. "Nagato, look out!" Jiraiya shouted, launching himself forward in a desperate attempt to reach Nagato and shield him from the attack. Hearing Jiraiya's warning, every hair on Nagato's body stood on end. But having just unleashed Shinra Tensei, he was still within its 5-second cooldown, unable to react in time. Danzo's face twisted with reckless desperation as he drove the kunai down with all his might. In that perilous instant, a cool and commanding voice suddenly rang out. "Wood release, cloth sack technique." In a flash, a giant wooden hand emerged from the ground beneath Danzo, just as Shinoki's voice faded. As easily as picking up a child's toy, the hand seized Danzo's body and hoisted him into the air. "Danzo, did you think I asked you how many Sharingan you have just now for no reason? The only chance you had to use Izanagi is already gone, isn't it?" Shungshu's voice echoed down from the colossal thousand-armed Buddha, cutting into Danzo's ears. Trapped inside the wooden hand, Danzo's frantic struggles froze, as if a bucket of ice-cold water had been poured over his head. "You? No. Impossible. This is a secret jutsu I found in Lord Tobarama's notes. There's no way you could know about it." Danzo had paid the price, losing the Sharingan he stole from Uchiha Kagami, in an attempt to deceive Shungshu and the others with Izanagi, hoping to seize back the initiative. But to his shock, Shungshu had foreseen everything. Shungshu looked down with disdain at Danzo, who writhed helplessly in the grip of the wooden hand, murderous intent boiling in his heart. He tightened his control ever so slightly, and Danzo suddenly coughed up a great mouthful of blood, his cry echoing out. Just as Shungshu was about to squeeze harder and crush Danzo to death, a sudden system prompt flashed in his mind, causing his hand to pause. Host has triggered a new choice. Option 1. Shimura Danzo, with a heart steeped in darkness, commits acts of darkness. Under the guise of doing everything for Konoha, he relentlessly persecutes Konoha's finest ninja and conducts inhumane human experiments to satisfy his own desires. Kill Shimura Danzo and put an end to the darkness of the shinobi world. Reward: mastery of Uzumaki clan sealing techniques. Option 2. Though Shimura Danzo is known as the darkness of the shinobi world, his actions are inseparable from the seemingly benevolent third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Great virtue may conceal great evil, and those deemed evil may not be without goodness. Control Shimura Danzo, and use him to expose the truth that Hiruzen Sarutobi is the real mastermind behind the scenes. Unite the great clans of Konoha and seize the Hokage seat from Sarutobi. Reward: affinity with space-time attributes. Shungshu frowned as he studied the new options. Use Jinjutsu to control Danzo and bring down Hiruzen Sarutobi. The reward is tempting, but unfortunately, evil is evil. Only when evil is destroyed can true good be born. As for Hiruzen Sarutobi, your turn is coming soon. With a cold sneer, Shungshu made his choice in his mind, while simultaneously clenching his hand tight. Danzo gritted his teeth, his lone eye filled with unwillingness and despair. But the wood release continued to drain his chakra, leaving him too weak to even attempt the suicidal reverse 4-symbol seal. As the wooden hand squeezed tighter and tighter, Danzo let out a muffled groan. His bones cracked and splintered under the force, and his body slipped limply from the wooden grasp to the ground. Thud! The shadow of the ninja world, who would one day stir up chaos, persecute the White Fang of Konoha, annihilate the Uchiha clan, and even ascend as the 6th Hokage, now stood at the end of his life, filled with deep unwillingness. At last, the system's long-awaited notification sounded in Shungshu's mind. Host has made a choice. Reward: proficiency in Uzumaki clan sealing techniques has been granted. Please check and accept. A pleasant chime followed. Host has defeated 1 Kage-level ninja. Rewards received: Mangekyo Sharingan advancement, +1. Chakra capacity increased by 20%. Feeling the sudden changes within his body, a satisfied smile slowly spread across Shungshu's face. An eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, is it? In the current ninja world, aside from the Otsutsuki Ishiki, who clings to life by possessing Jigen and remains hidden, who else could possibly stop me now? Meanwhile, in another place, Hanzo the Salamander was enjoying a lively conversation with Danzo when, all of a sudden, Danzo erupted into a cloud of smoke and vanished. Beneath his gas mask, Hanzo revealed a knowing smile. It seems Lord Shungshu has already finished his business. Standing up, Hanzo instantly flashed to the 2 root ninja, standing guard nearby. With swift, practiced movements, he drew his kunai and slit their throats in one fluid motion. The 2 root ninja, still reeling from Danzo's sudden disappearance, felt their pupils dilate in shock. Blood spattered as they tried to gasp, but collapsed lifelessly to the ground, eyes wide open in death. Hanzo crouched down, wiped the blood from his kunai with one of their uniforms, then rose and strode away, leaving no trace behind. Shungshu dismissed his Susanoo and walked slowly to Danzo's corpse. He pulled out a scroll from his robes and sealed Danzo's body inside. Nagato, come here to your teacher. He waved at Nagato, who was standing beside Konin and Yahiko. Hearing his teacher's call, Nagato entrusted Yahiko and Konin to Jiraiya, then hurried over to Shungshu. Teacher, Yahiko and Konin have fallen under Danzo's genjutsu. Shungshu gently shook his head and took out another scroll, passing it to Nagato along with the first. Don't worry about them. Your teacher Jiraiya will know what to do. These two scrolls contain the sealed corpses of Hiriko and Danzo. Think of them as a farewell gift from your teacher. Nagato hesitated as he took the scrolls, not understanding why his teacher would give him two corpses. Teacher, this is... Shungshu patted Nagato's shoulder, his tone earnest and sincere. I have a task for you. When you return to the Land of Rain, find an opportunity to summon the demonic statue of the Outer Path. It won't be long before someone seeks you out to guide you in awakening the power of the Rinnegan. In time, you'll understand the true purpose of these two corpses. Nagato stared at Shungshu in surprise, uncertainty coloring his voice as he asked. Sensei, the person you mentioned who would guide me in awakening the power of the Rinnegan, is he Uchiha Madara's puppet? Shungshu shook his head slightly, his expression grave as he met Nagato's gaze. Quite the opposite. It's actually Uchiha Madara, who is being controlled like a puppet. If nothing unexpected happens, that person's name should be Zetsu. Remember what I told you at the Nanga Shrine. Don't let yourself be deceived or manipulated by him. Nagato's heart tightened as realization dawned on him. He nodded solemnly to Shungshu in acknowledgement. Yes, sensei. Jiraiya approached with Yahiko and Konin, who had already regained consciousness. He looked at the sealing scroll in Nagato's hand. The character for corpse scrawled upon it, his expression complicated. Shungshu, I know you've always wanted to deal with Danzo. But Danzo is, after all, an elder of the leaf. If you just kill him like this, and the higher-ups in the village catch wind of it, you're acting too rashly. Seeing the look on Jiraiya's face, Shungshu let out a quiet sigh. Brother Jiraiya, Danzo has always walked the path to his own destruction. Killing him is no great loss. He paused briefly, then spoke again, this time with some hesitation. Besides, taking care of Danzo is only the beginning. Brother Jiraiya, you should leave the leaf for a while. What I'm about to do next, you might not be able to accept. Jiraiya's body tensed, a wave of anxiety rising from deep within him. He swallowed hard, his voice hoarse as he asked, Shungshu, is killing Danzo not enough? Are you planning to go after Lord Hiruzen as well? He's the third Hokage of the Leaf. If you kill him, your reputation in the village will be ruined. In that moment, seeing that Jiraiya was still worrying about him despite everything, Shinshu's face softened into a genuine smile. He gently shook his head at Jiraiya. Brother Jiraiya, don't worry. Hiruzen Sarutobi's influence runs deep in the Leaf. Killing him would have dire consequences for the village, and I would never do something so reckless. I only want to move him out of his position. The Sarutobi clan has already drawn too many resources from the great tree that is Konoha. It's time for them to give something back. Hearing Shinshu's words, Jiraiya's tense expression finally began to ease. After a moment's hesitation, he let out a weary sigh. Shinshu, as your brother, all I ask is that you consider my feelings and let him leave with some dignity. Shinshu smiled and nodded, agreeing to Jiraiya's request. As long as Hiruzen Sarutobi is willing to relinquish his power, I won't make things difficult for him. Jiraiya let out a heavy sigh, forcing a smile onto his face. All right then. If things truly come to that, I won't have any grounds to defend Master Sarutobi anymore. I just hope Master Sarutobi can see the reality for what it is. After a brief silence, the easygoing hero in Jiraiya resurfaced. He reached out and gave Nawaki a hearty pat on the shoulder, his broad, cheerful smile returning. Nawaki, I have to say, your strength these days is becoming more and more unfathomable. I wouldn't be surprised if you've already reached the level of the first Hokage himself. Seeing Jiraiya put on a happy face, Nawaki couldn't bear to reveal the truth and simply nodded in agreement. I never witnessed my grandfather's full power myself. If it just would release, I might not quite be at his peak. But if you add the Sharingan into the mix, I'd say there's not much difference. Jiraiya sighed, nodding thoughtfully to himself. That's true. You've kept growing, and so have Tsunade and Orochimaru. He shook his head slightly, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Huh. As one of the legendary three, I can't let those two leave me in the dust. That settles it. I'm heading to Mount Mayaboku to resume my sage training. Nawaki clearly approved of Jiraiya's decision, nodding in agreement. You really should give it your all. My sister's recently working on a powerful, forbidden technique. Once she masters it, with your current strength. He clicked his tongue, feigning concern. Catching up to my sister will only get tougher. A sense of urgency flashed across Jiraiya's face. And I've heard that Orochimaru sensei has gotten his hands on an incredibly powerful secret technique. Supposedly, it can even alter a person's bloodline. At this rate, it won't be long before Orochimaru's strength changes dramatically as well. Jiraiya stiffened, grumbling under his breath. That Orochimaru, always tangled up in those bizarre experiments. No way. I can't let him surpass me, not a chance. Nawaki, I'm heading out for Mount Mayaboku right now. Just wait. In no time, this sage will stun everyone with his new power. With those words, Jiraiya swiftly formed the hand signs for the summoning technique and slammed his palm to the ground. A rush of white smoke billowed up, and the enormous figure of Gamabunta appeared at Jiraiya's feet. Pipe clamped in his mouth. Gamabunta surveyed the area with narrowed eyes, then glanced down at Nawaki. Nawaki, we meet again. Judging from the aftermath here, your strength has grown a great deal. As he exhaled a plume of smoke, Gamabunta's voice brimmed with admiration for Nawaki. Nawaki waving greeting to Gamabunta. Gamakichi, it's been a while. Gamakichi nodded, rolling his eyes upward to look at Jiraiya, who stood above him. Jiraiya, the battle here is already over. Why did you summon me? Jiraiya crouched down on Gamakichi's head, giving him a gentle pat. Gamakichi, I'd like to ask a favor. Could you use the reverse summoning technique to send me back to Mount Mayaboku? I want to continue learning sage jutsu from Fukasaku-sama. I'm counting on you. A sly grin curled at the corner of Gamakichi's mouth, but his reply was a dismissive snort. They told you long ago to settle down and train properly, but you just wouldn't listen. With your half-baked sage mode, you're an embarrassment to Mount Mayaboku. Jiraiya scratched his head and gave Gamakichi a sheepish grin. Well, I've realized my own shortcomings, and now I want to train in sage jutsu properly, don't I? Please help me out. Gamakichi let out a nasal grunt and gave a slight nod. All right, just wait here. In 5 minutes, I'll use reverse summoning to send you to Mount Mayaboku. With that, Gamakichi nodded in farewell to Shunshu, then vanished in a puff of smoke, returning to Mount Mayaboku. Jiraiya flipped down to the ground and walked over to Shunshu. Shunshu, I'll probably be staying in Mount Mayaboku for a while. Could you look after Minato for me in the meantime? When you think he's reached Jonin level, I'll bring him to Mount Mayaboku and start his sage jutsu training. Until then, I'm counting on you. Shunshu nodded in agreement, accepting the task without hesitation. Nagato, Yahiko, Konan. Your teacher will be away for a while, so take care of yourselves. And don't slack off, all right. Yahiko and Konan looked at Jiraiya with reluctance in their eyes. This farewell might mean they wouldn't see their teacher for a long time. Nagato, with a serious expression, nodded firmly to Jiraiya and said, Don't worry, Jiraiya-sensei. I'll protect the other two. Jiraiya laughed heartily, patting Nagato's head with affection. Good. You're all fine kids. Then I'll be going. I hope that next time we meet, all of you will have become strong enough to stand on your own. Lord Shunshu. In a flash, Hanzo of the Salamander appeared at Shunshu's side and bowed respectfully. Shunshu tore his gaze away from where Jiraiya had departed and looked at Hanzo. It's all settled. Take Nagato and the others back for now. Hanzo nodded in acknowledgement, then took out a letter from his robes, handing it over to Shunshu with both hands. This is a letter written personally by Shimura Danzo. I thought it might be helpful for your plans, so I kept it. Shunshu took the letter, examined it for a moment, then nodded slightly, a faint smile appearing on his face. Not bad. It will indeed be of some help. You put thought into this. Once you return to the Land of Rain, have Nagato and the others head out more often to gain experience. I've already given certain instructions to Nagato. In the future, all you need to do is offer him your judgment as needed. As for the next steps of the plan, I'll find time to inform you. Hanzo nodded in agreement. Nagato, Yahiko, Konan. You three will return to the Land of Rain with Hanzo. I still have matters to attend to, so I won't be seeing you off. When I have time, I'll visit you in the Land of Rain, just like before. Although the three were reluctant to part ways with Shunshu, they understood that what he was about to do concerned the future of Konoha. After all, on the surface, they were still ninja of the Hidden Rain Village. It wouldn't be appropriate for them to get involved in Konoha's internal affairs. Shu watched as Hanzo led Nagato and the others away, then turned his gaze to the root ninja lying on the ground. These root members had long since been stripped of their humanity by Danzo. Keeping them alive would only bring more trouble. With a casual flick of ninjutsu, he ended those who had been knocked out by the pollen's poison, then turned and left the scene. As for the system's constant chiming with rewards, to Shu at this point, they were little more than trivialities. Konoha Village, Fire Country Conference Hall. The daimyo of the Fire Country and several nobles, who should have left by now, were still seated in the spacious meeting room, accompanied by a few of Konoha's most influential figures. Your Excellency Daimyo, this is Lord Gakaho Enka, President of Ketsu Real Estate, Orochimaru said with a smile, introducing the man beside him. The daimyo fanned himself with a small fan, his face showing a hint of indifference and his tone carrying a touch of impatience. Orochimaru, what exactly is Lord Enka's relationship with your Konoha? If I recall, the Hokage is still the third, isn't he? Even if there are matters to discuss, shouldn't the third Hokage be the one to make introductions? Don't you think you're overstepping your bounds a bit here? A cold glint flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, but his smile remained unchanged as he replied. You misunderstand, Your Excellency. As Konoha's most loyal ally, Lord Enka heard that you, Your Excellency, have been living with particular hardship every year due to the vast sums of funding you must allocate to Konoha. Lord Enka believes that, given all your hard work and dedication to the prosperity of the Fire Country, such a life of austerity is simply unworthy of someone of your status. Therefore, Lord Enka hopes to bring in some additional revenue for the Fire Country's treasury. Might Your Excellency be interested? The daimyo's hand paused mid-action, and a glimmer of light seemed to flash in his eyes. His usually languid posture straightened just a little as he turned, casting an intrigued glance at the merchant named Yajuin. Oh, I hadn't expected Lord N to be such a loyal and devoted subject concerned for the Land of Fire. How remiss of me. Please don't take offense. Truly, no offense at all. N wore a modest smile, adjusted his glasses with a gentle push, and nodded politely to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. You flatter me, Your Excellency. It was my own fault for not making my intentions clear from the start. I see how I may have caused a misunderstanding. To demonstrate the sincerity of Ketsu Real Estate, I'd like to offer a small token of appreciation, a humble gift to make up for any inconvenience I've caused you. As he spoke, Un lightly patted his palm. Standing behind him, Chino, with some effort, lifted a heavy chest she had been carrying and set it down on the conference table. Un gave the chest a gentle push, sliding it toward the daimyo. One of the daimyo's guards, standing behind him, reached out to steady the chest, his eyes wary as he watched Un. There's no need for such tension. This is the hidden leaf village of the Land of Fire, after all, and with the likes of the legendary Sanin, Orochimaru, and Tsunade present, who could possibly dare to harm me here? The daimyo rebuked his guard, waving him away. He reached out, running his hand over the chest, feeling its reassuring weight, then carefully cracked the lid open. The chest was packed full of banknotes, so many that they nearly dazzled the daimyo's eyes. Though he held the lofty title of daimyo of the Land of Fire, his daily expenses were tightly controlled by the treasury officials. Even wishing for a single moment of extravagance required layer upon layer of approval. To see so much money laid out before him for the first time sent the daimyo's heart racing uncontrollably. Reluctantly tearing his gaze away from the cash, he patted the chest. Composing himself, the daimyo looked up at the assembled shinobi of the Leaf Village seated around the conference table. There was the legendary Sanin, Orochimaru and Lady Tsunade, Uchiha Fugaku, the clan head of the Uchiha, Hyuga Hayashi, the head of the Hyuga main family, and Hyuga Hizashi, head of the branch family, head of Ketsu Real Estate, and seated beside Tsunade, a mysterious woman cloaked in a hooded mantle. Haha. The longing in the daimyo's eyes slowly faded as he pushed the chest back across the table. Leaning back in his chair, a playful smile curled on his lips. Let's hear it then. What is it you wish to gain from me? If it's simply a request for next year's funding for the Leaf Village, you can have the third Hokage come to me directly. There's no need for such theatrics. And one more thing. This person, the one who's been silent since the start and keeps their hood drawn, who might they be? To share a table with such company, their identity can't be ordinary, can it? Or is it that you all have come to see me behind the third's back because of this mysterious guest who refuses to reveal their identity? At that moment, the cloaked figure let out a soft, amused chuckle upon hearing the words of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Slowly, they removed their hood, unveiling a strikingly beautiful and youthful face. To think that the daimyo of this generation actually possesses some wits and hasn't been blinded by the lure of money right away. The daimyo's eyes widened in shock as he took in the person's appearance. His fan slipped from his trembling hand and fell to the floor with a thud. Staggering to his feet, his voice quivered uncertainly. Could you be Lady Mito, Uzumaki? Mito smiled warmly and nodded, evidently pleased by the daimyo's reaction. For generations, the land of fire and the land of whirlpools had been joined by ties of marriage. As a princess of the land of whirlpools and a figure who had lived through the Warring States era, Mito Uzumaki was, by all accounts, a senior to the daimyo. At least you remember you still have an elder like me. Sit down, let's talk. The daimyo, both anxious and reverent, sat back down, hastily wiping the sweat beading on his brow. But how could he not be nervous? First, there was Mito Uzumaki's seniority. By rights, he ought to call her grandmother. Second was her status. Princess of the land of whirlpools, wife of the god of shinobi. From any angle, she far outshined a newly appointed daimyo like himself. Lady Mito, may I ask what urgent business brings you to me today? Mito's gentle eyes swept over the others nearby, and she spoke with a touch of mild reproach in her voice. It's nothing too grave. It's just that these children hope that this old relic might request a favor from the daimyo. Anything that could move Mito Uzumaki to speak in person could hardly be a trivial matter. These venerable figures who had survived since the Warring States era, none of them were easy to deal with. Suppressing the urge to bolt from his seat, the daimyo's voice trembled as he replied, Please, Lady Mito, go ahead. Mito regarded the anxious daimyo with a gentle smile. These children wish for the Hokage of Konoha to once again hail from the Senju clan. The daimyo's hand paused mid-motion as he dabbed his sweat, and he couldn't help but breathe a quiet sigh of relief. He'd feared Mito Uzumaki might ask him to do something against his principles, but hearing it was merely a matter of choosing the next Hokage, his worries eased. The Hokage, is it? Does it really matter who holds the title? Whoever it is, they serve the land of fire all the same. What's more, the daimyo cast a sidelong glance at the chest brimming with bills, secretly delighted. Sarutobi Hiruzen only ever comes calling when it's time to demand the military budget. He's never offered me any real benefit. Lord Mito is different. He understands my difficulties and is a compassionate elder who truly cares for the younger generation. While making his calculations inwardly, the daimyo of the land of fire put on a troubled expression. Lord Mito, but did the third Hokage do something to displease you? As far as I know, though Sarutobi Hiruzen may not be as skilled in governance as Lord Tobirama, his reputation in both the land of fire and Konoha is still quite decent. If there haven't been any major mistakes, to rashly strip the third Hokage of his title, it would be hard for me to explain this to the people of the land of fire. He offered Mito an easy way out, all the while urging her silently in his heart. Hurry up and give me a reason if you have any negative information about Sarutobi Hiruzen, and add some money on top of that. Everything can be negotiated. With a look of concealed hope in his eyes, the daimyo cast a pained glance at Mito Uzumaki, his gaze sliding quickly over the box at her side. Mito simply shook her head and let out a gentle laugh, choosing not to expose the daimyo's little schemes. She turned to Orochimaru with a subtle smile and nodded lightly. Orochimaru understood and stood up, pulling out a stack of documents, densely covered with writing, from within his robes. These are some reports I collected during my time as a captain in Konoha Zumbu. Please have a look, Your Excellency. The daimyo gave a small nod, and the guard behind him stepped forward to receive the documents, respectfully placing them in front of the daimyo. He spread out the papers and glanced over them, a faint frown creasing his brow. The intelligence was organized into a series of tables. The first page detailed the total annual funds allocated by the land of fire to Konoha. The daimyo's eyes swept across the columns of numbers, tens of millions, even billions, and his heart ached with every figure. That's all his money, after all. He shook his head slightly, set the first page aside, and continued on. The second page contained more data. It listed the yearly stipends received by civilian ninja and those from clans without their own businesses. The daimyo saw the modest numbers next to the names of these ninja and felt not the slightest ripple of emotion. He casually turned to the next page, where a few brief paragraphs recorded the income and expenses of the Sarutobi clan each year, as well as how the Sarutobi, once a middling clan during the Warring States era, had in just a few years grown into a massive family with nearly 1,000 active ninja. That number even surpassed the combined total of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, making the Sarutobi the undisputed top clan in Konoha. The daimyo's pupils contracted. He flipped back to the previous page, comparing the ordinary ninja's benefits with what he'd just read. Suddenly, his cheeks twitched in anger, and he slapped the intelligence report down onto the table with a resounding smack. That scoundrel. He actually dared to embezzle the military funds allocated by the Land of Fire, just to expand his own clan? What an astonishing appetite for power. Mito let out a sigh, paying no heed to the feudal lord's anger-fueled actions. I never imagined that, after becoming Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi would do something like this, she said. Orochimaru, smiling pleasantly, glanced at the lord before producing another dossier and handing it over. Lord Daimyo, here are a few more unsavory details about Sarutobi Hiruzen's time in office, how he suppressed other ninja clans and weakened the Land of Fire. Would you care to take a look? The feudal lord waved his hand irritably. What did those oppressed ninja clans have to do with him, after all? What mattered most now was that his money had been used by Sarutobi Hiruzen to raise his own private army. Just look at those costly medicines, the chakra-conducting metals, and a whole array of training supplies. All of it had been bought with the money he'd painstakingly saved through frugality. Why, as the feudal lord, did he have to file a report just to spend his own money? And yet Sarutobi Hiruzen could dip into his coffers for official reasons and use the fund for his personal gain? Staring at those shocking numbers, the feudal lord found his anger smoldering ever more fiercely. Fine, he declared. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you spend my money and still deny me a comfortable life? Well, you won't have an easy time of it either. It's time for someone else to take the Hokage's seat. The feudal lord of the Land of Fire stood abruptly, fixing Mito Uzumaki with a fiery, resolute gaze. Lady Mito, it seems the third truly isn't fit to be Hokage. I will convene a council of the Land of Fire's top officials at once, and strip Sarutobi Hiruzen of the title of third Hokage. But suddenly, a thought occurred to him. He scanned the room with a hesitant look and asked, Lady Mito, do you have any recommendations for the fourth Hokage successor? It would help me officially pass on the title smoothly. Mito was just about to reply when, as if sensing something, her eyes brightened. She shook her head at the feudal lord. He's already here. From this point on, this old woman will step aside. You young folks should take this opportunity to get to know each other. The feudal lord was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, he noticed a striking young ninja standing at Mito Uzumaki's side, gazing at him with a subtle, knowing smile. Lady Mito, and who might this be? He asked. Mito patted the young man's arm, her expression soft with grandmotherly affection. This is Nawaki, grandson of Hashirama and my own flesh and blood, Tsunade's younger brother. The feudal lord's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He hesitated, then said, Lady Mito, isn't this a bit hasty? With someone so young taking on the role of Hokage, I fear there will be considerable resistance. As the feudal lord gaped in surprise, Mito slowly closed her eyes and fell silent. A gentle smile appeared on Nawaki's face. He raised his hands and formed the seal for the wood clone technique. With a rush, the sound of leaves unfurling filled the air. A series of wooden thuds echoed through the conference room as, behind every noble and official of the Land of Fire, including the daimyo himself, a wooden clone of Nawaki suddenly appeared. The ninja assigned to guard the daimyo was startled and rushed forward to protect him. Yet Nawaki's wooden clone instantly materialized behind the guard, pressing a sharpened wooden spike, grown from its palm, against the man's neck. The slight prickling pain froze the guard in place. Having never faced life and death before, he dared not move a muscle. How dare you? You would release. The Land of Fire's daimyo, mistaking Nawaki's actions for an attack on his person, began to rebuke him in panic. But then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the wooden spike poised at his guard's neck. His expression turned grave as he spoke, clearly shaken. Nawaki waved his hand, dispelling the wooden clones, and smiled broadly at the daimyo, nodding politely. Please don't be alarmed, Lord Daimyo. I was merely playing a small prank with my wooden clones. I trust such a little jest doesn't trouble you, does it? The daimyo stared blankly at Nawaki, his mind conjuring the image of that legendary man whose wood release had once subdued the entire shinobi world. He swallowed hard, struggling to regain his composure. If you have awakened the wood release, then inheriting the title of Hokage left by the first seems only right and proper. Why bother with such tricks before me? The daimyo cast a glance around the room, a wry and helpless smile spreading across his face. In his eyes, the passing of a father's mantle to his son was the natural order of things. Now that the Senju clans would release had a new successor, for Sarutobi Hiruzen to return power to the Senju was little more than what was expected. After all, hadn't he himself inherited his own position as daimyo from a previous disciple of the Senju lineage? Nawaki, not wishing to waste time explaining to the simple-minded daimyo, spoke directly and laid out his request. There's no need for Lord Daimyo to trouble yourself with these matters. Let the shinobi handle shinobi affairs. All I ask is that you grant me the official title of Hokage, so I may rightfully become the fourth Hokage of the Hidden Leaf." The daimyo thought for a moment and quickly realized there must be some discord between Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Senju clan. "So, you wish to replace Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage, but also want the formal title bestowed upon you, so as to preserve the honor of the Senju name. That means—" His mind raced, and suddenly the daimyo understood the significance of his own role in this contest for the Hokage seat. A sense of confidence and self-assurance welled up within him. "Nawaki, you are truly a talented youth. Such strength at your age. There's hope yet for the Senju clan." He laughed heartily, showering Nawaki with praise. But then, his tone changed abruptly. "However, strength alone is not enough to claim the title of Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen may have made some mistakes, but under his leadership, Konoha has flourished and prospered. If you don't have a decisive and irrefutable reason, Lord Nawaki, I'm afraid it won't be easy to replace Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage." Nawaki looked at the pompous feudal lord, a cold sneer flickering in his heart. He spoke slowly, his voice calm and deliberate. "Konoha's annual funding will be cut in half. And in addition, the Wedge Real Estate Guild will provide the daimyo's estate with 50 million ryo a year for living expenses, along with personal protection from members of the Uchiha clan." The daimyo's heart skipped a beat, and for a moment he almost blurted out his acceptance of Nawaki's offer. But greed is a common human failing. There's always the desire for more. The third Hokage has served for many years, after all, and has worked hard for the village. I just can't bear to see him dismissed so suddenly. Nawaki's expression darkened slightly, and he cut the daimyo off. "Konoha will send medical ninja to the capital of the Land of Fire to provide the very best medical care for everyone." The daimyo absently stroked his growing belly, remembering the ache in his back and waist each morning as he dragged himself from his soft bed. His face betrayed his growing interest. Actually, but greed knows no bounds. The more you give in, the more insatiable the desire becomes. Nawaki's gaze turned icy, and a lethal intent surged from him in an instant. Or perhaps, the Senju clan could simply select a new daimyo for the Land of Fire. The chill in Nawaki's voice sent shivers down the spines of the pampered daimyo and his assembled nobles. The daimyo's teeth chattered as he looked at Nawaki, terror in his eyes. "He's serious." Nawaki stared back coldly, his presence swelling in the room. It felt as though, with a single shake of the head, thunder would strike without warning. "I accept. Sarutobi Hiruzen is indeed not a suitable Hokage. I am willing, on behalf of all the nobles of the Land of Fire, to support Lord Nawaki as the fourth Hokage." The daimyo blurted out his answer in panic, signaling frantically to the other nobles with his eyes. With their lives on the line, the nobles abandoned all pretense of dignity, rushing to echo the daimyo's words. "Yes, exactly. I too am willing to pressure Sarutobi Hiruzen and support Lord Nawaki as the fourth Hokage." The murderous aura faded instantly from Nawaki, replaced by a gentle, reassuring smile. A wise decision. Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his chair, pipe clenched between his teeth, anxiety clouding his face. Danzo must have made his move by now. That Nagato from the Hidden Rain, if he grows stronger, he could truly become a grave threat to Konoha. I wonder if Jiraiya will blame me for this. As Hiruzen Sarutobi thought about his two disciples, Orochimaru and Tsunade, growing ever more distant from him, a wave of melancholy washed over his heart. "Why can't you understand the burdens your teacher carries as Hokage? Everything I've done has been for one purpose, to make the Hidden Leaf stronger. If because of what happened with Nagato, Jiraiya ends up like Orochimaru, then I will truly be left all alone in this world." Sighing inwardly, Sarutobi's gaze fell upon a photograph resting on his desk. Looking at Asuma's cheerful face in the picture, a gentle, fatherly smile appeared on Sarutobi's lips. "Asuma, you must grow up to be an outstanding ninja, just like your brother. Jiraiya's student may be just an ordinary ninja, but as your father, I will raise you to be a worthy successor. When you come of age, you'll inherit the precious legacy I've set aside for you. By then, your brother will oversee the Umbu, and the entire Sarutobi clan will stand behind you. I'm certain you will become an even greater Hokage than I am." Sarutobi's eyes grew distant as he silently mapped out Asuma's future in his heart. "Hokage-sama, his lordship, the daimyo, has sent someone to invite you to the conference room. He wishes to discuss some matters with you." A member of the Umbu appeared suddenly in the Hokage's office, pulling Sarutobi from his thoughts. Sarutobi snapped back to attention, set down the photo, and turned his eyes to the umbu, a hint of doubt flickering within them. The daimyo. Hadn't he already left the village and returned to the capital? Why is he in the conference room here in the Hidden Leaf? Did his representatives mention what matters they want to discuss? The umbu shook his head. I'm afraid I don't know, sir. Sarutobi pondered in silence for a moment, but could not guess what this could be about. Who among the umbu captains and squad leaders is present? The umbu thought for a moment before answering. Only Lord Whitefang is here. Sarutobi nodded. Please ask Tsukumo to come and accompany me to meet the daimyo. Yes, sir. Watching the umbu leave, Sarutobi let out a quiet sigh. His eldest son was still away, searching for a suitable chakra-conducting weapon for Asuma, while his old comrade, Danzo, had not yet returned. Kohor Yuditane and Hamura Mitokado were hardly up to the task, and members of the Inoshikacho trio had seldom reported to the Hokage's office lately. As he mulled over his options, Sarutobi suddenly realized that, apart from Tsukumo Hatake, he had no one he could truly rely on. He could not help but fall into deep thought. Why has it come to this? Hokage-sama. Dressed in full umbu gear, Tsukumo Hatake pushed open the office door and bowed respectfully to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi snapped out his daze and waved a hand at Tsukumo Hatake. Tsukumo, you're here. There's no need for all these formalities. There are no outsiders here. But Tsukumo was unmoved. He completed his bow with deliberate respect before slowly straightening, giving Hiruzen a slight nod. Yes, sir. A look of satisfaction flickered in Hiruzen's eyes as he nodded back at Tsukumo. You know, you can be so rigid sometimes. There are moments when I feel you're even more formal than people my age. You're the white fang of the leaf. There's no need to stand on ceremony before me. Tsukumo shook his head gently, a faint smile appearing beneath his mask. You're the third Hokage, the leader of our village. As the captain of your umbu unit, it's only right that I show the proper respect. Hiruzen let out a hearty laugh, his expression radiating the pride of an elder. All right, I know well how loyal you are to the leaf. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked you here. Tsukumo nodded slightly, his face behind a mask, as calm as ever. Since you're already here, come with me for a bit. Take off that outfit and accompany me to see the feudal lord. After giving his instructions, Hiruzen picked up the Hokage's ceremonial hat from the table and placed it on his head. Yes, sir. Without hesitation, Tsukumo removed his mask and cloak, revealing a resolute face framed by silver hair. Hiruzen nodded approvingly, took his pipe in hand, and led the way out of the Hokage's office. The meeting hall for the Land of Fire's envoys in Konoha was located in the village's northwest corner. Aside from Hiruzen Sarutobi himself, who occasionally attended the Fire Daimyo's meetings, few ever set foot there. With Tsukumo following, Hiruzen soon arrived at the entrance to the meeting hall. 2 guards brought by the Fire Daimyo stood at attention on either side of the door. Tsukumo stepped forward and bowed to the guards at the door. I ask you to announce us. The third Hokage has come at the Daimyo's invitation. As luck would have it, one of the guards was the very same shinobi who had witnessed everything in the meeting room earlier, standing by the daimyo's side. He nodded and returned to Tsukumo, his eyes carrying a trace of sympathy as he glanced at Hiruzen, then stepped aside and gestured toward the meeting hall. The daimyo has given instructions. The third Hokage may enter directly. The daimyo and the other elders have been waiting for quite some time. Catching the look in the guard's eyes, Hiruzen couldn't shake a sense of foreboding. He pressed his hat lower to hide his expression and stepped through the doors into the meeting hall. Tsukumo Hatake followed closely behind, the guards making no move to stop him. Instead, they simply offered a polite smile to the famed white fang of Konoha. A hint of confusion flickered in Tsukumo's heart. He couldn't quite grasp why this guard's attitude toward Lord Hokage and himself differed so starkly. Returning the smile, Tsukumo furrowed his brow ever so slightly and proceeded to walk in with Hiruzen Sarutobi. The conference room was spacious and filled with light. On either side of a massive oval table, the people of Konoha and the officials of the Land of Fire sat facing one another. At the head of the table sat the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Opposite him, a single, solitary chair stood apart, clearly reserved for Hiruzen Sarutobi. As the sound of Hiruzen and Tsukumo's entrance reached the room, the dozen or so people already present turned their heads one by one. Their gazes, some cold, some calm, some tinged with mockery, fell upon Hiruzen. As Hiruzen took in the identities of those seated around the table, an uneasy feeling gnawed at him, growing stronger with every glance. From right to left, he saw Fugako Uchiha, the Hyuga brothers, a bespectacled merchant whom Hiruzen didn't recognize. Seated beside this merchant were Orochimaru, Tsunade, and then, when Hiruzen's eyes landed on the woman beside Tsunade, he felt a sudden chill sweep through his limbs. She looked far younger than memory served, but the familiar red hair and air of nobility made her instantly recognizable. Mito Uzumaki, the former Jinchuriki, wife of the first Hokage, long believed dead during the transfer of the Nine Tails. A wave of staggering disbelief crashed over Hiruzen, so much so that he didn't even notice Nawaki seated just below the daimyo. Lady Mito, I thought you'd already. Mito Uzumaki nodded expressionlessly, her gaze falling upon Tsukumo. To the younger man who had once cared for Tsunade, she offered a faintly apologetic smile. Yes, it's you, Tsukumo. I hadn't expected Hiruzen to bring you along. I'm afraid there wasn't time to prepare a seat for you, my apologies. Tsukumo, fully aware of Mito Uzumaki's identity, hurried to pay his respects as a junior. Lady Mito, you're too kind. It's no trouble for me to stand. Mito nodded gently, withdrawing her gaze from Tsukumo and turning instead to the daimyo. Since everyone is here, let's begin. Watching Mito Uzumaki take command of the room, every bit the host, Hiruzen felt his heart sink lower and lower. He walked slowly to the far end of the table, sat down facing the daimyo. The daimyo exchanged meaningful glances with the assembled nobles and officials, each nodding in silent agreement. Clearing his throat, the daimyo addressed Hiruzen. Third Hokage, we have invited you here today to consult with you about the future funding from the Land of Fire to Konoha Village. Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had been deep in thought, was caught off guard. He hadn't expected that the topic of this meeting would be the issue of military funding. A wave of inexplicable relief washed over Hiruzen. He raised his pipe to his lips out of habit, but suddenly remembered that this was hardly the right occasion. He hurriedly tucked the pipe back into his sleeve. With a slight furrow of his brow, Hiruzen put on a look of puzzlement and addressed the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Your Excellency, hasn't the matter of Konoha's military budget already been decided upon? Has something changed again? The daimyo, looking perfectly at ease, waved his little fan and let out a light sigh. Alas, to be perfectly honest, there's been a parasite among the high officials of the Land of Fire. They embezzled the majority of the military funds meant as subsidies for Konoha, and I am deeply ashamed. Although we've identified the culprit, due to their status, the embezzled funds are as good as lost forever. Hiruzen's expression shifted in alarm. He looked at the daimyo with growing unease. Then what about Konoha's military budget for next year? The daimyo shook his head, regret clear in his voice. It's not just next year. After discussions with the other nobles, we've decided that starting this year, the military budget for Konoha will be cut in half. Only once the previous losses have been recouped will the funding gradually return to its original level. At that, Hiruzen's face changed drastically. This cannot be. Your Excellency, the village is the foundation of a nation's military might, and the shinobi are the very core of the Land of Fire's defense. Cutting the budget is absolutely unthinkable. If the shinobi are deprived of their rightful support, the consequences for the Land of Fire could be dire. The daimyo's expression darkened as well. With a sharp huff, he tossed the stack of documents over to Hiruzen. As I see it, even half the budget is more than enough to cover the shinobi stipends in Konoha. It's just that there will be less extra for you to skim from it. Isn't that so? Isn't that right? Clan leader Sarutobi. Those final words were practically spat out, each syllable squeezed bitterly through clenched teeth. A chill ran through Hiruzen. Ignoring the daimyo's biting sarcasm, he snatched up the stack of reports for a quick look, and his face instantly fell. Line after line of evidence, in handwriting he recognized all too well, laid out detailed records of his misappropriation of military funds, mercilessly tearing away the mask he wore. His whiskers trembling, Hiruzen fixed a piercing stare on Orochimaru. Orochimaru, so you used the authority I gave you to investigate me? Was this all part of your plan from the start? You've been scheming against me for 4 years now. Truly, you are a remarkable student of mine. A trace of contempt flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. From a moment you silently allowed Danzo to lay hands on Nawaki, you ceased to be my teacher. Nawaki is my disciple, Tsunade's younger brother. How could you be so heartless? Hiruzen Sarutobi paused, turning his gaze to Nawaki, who sat beside the daimyo. For a brief moment, realization flickered in his eyes. So it was all because of you. Meeting Hiruzen's stare, Nawaki curled his lips into a slight grin. Like a beast that had lain dormant for years, he finally revealed his fangs before his prey. Hiruzen let out a low grunt and looked away, tossing the intelligence reports in his hand onto the table. Since you've already uncovered everything, I won't deny that I once diverted a portion of military funds to support the Sarutobi clan. Standing behind Hiruzen, Tsukumo Hataki's eyes flickered with uncertainty. The just and noble image he held of the third Hokage dimmed, if only a little. Hiruzen's gaze swept across everyone present as he continued. The Sarutobi clan has fought alongside the Senju since the Warring States era. How many of us have laid down our lives? Now that the shinobi world enjoys peace, the Sarutobi clan, too, deserves a time of rest and recovery. Besides, in recent years, many outstanding young members have been born into our clan. They will become the backbone of Konoha's defense in the future. Everything I've done has been for Konoha. My conscience is clear. Hiruzen's words immediately stirred an uproar among those present. Fugaku Uchiha and the Hyuga brothers let out a cold, unified snort. Oomph. So, what you're saying, Third Lord, is that apart from the Sarutobi, the sacrifices made by our two clans, and the other ninja families of Konoha, are worthless? Hiruzen glanced at Fugaku Uchiha, whose face was dark with anger, and replied with righteous conviction. The Uchiha clan did make sacrifices for Konoha, but Madara Uchiha's betrayal inflicted devastating harm upon the village. Merits cannot cancel out faults. The position the Uchiha clan holds today is already the greatest compromise that Tobirama-sensei and I could make. Tsukumo Hatake frowned, feeling that Hiruzen's words were over the line. But as an outsider, it wasn't his place to interfere in the feud between the two clans. He shook his head silently and continued to stand quietly behind Hiruzen. Clap, clap. Orochimaru slowly clapped his hands and rose to his feet, a smile playing on his lips. What a convenient notion. Merits cannot cancel out faults. I happen to have some intelligence here. Perhaps clan leader Sarutobi would care to explain? Orochimaru produced a neatly folded dossier and, with a flick of his wrist, tossed it toward Hiruzen. Tsukumo Hatake stepped forward, catching the report in his hand. After a brief hesitation, he shot Hiruzen a questioning look. Hiruzen Sarutobi furrowed his brows and reached out to take the report from Tsukumo Hatake's hand. Turning to look at Orochimaru, he let out a cold snort. Oomph. Since I succeeded the position of Hokage, I have always conducted myself with dedication and diligence, with nothing to hide from others. I'm curious to see how you, as my student, have chosen to slander your teacher. Orochimaru sat back in his seat with a cold smile on his face. Hiruzen Sarutobi unfolded the report and began to read it carefully. The bold headline that caught his eye made his cheek twitch uncontrollably. The crimes of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Crime 1. Abuse of power for personal gain. During his tenure, he repeatedly diverted military funds from the Land of Fire to strengthen and expand the Sarutobi clan. Crime 2. In collusion with Shimura Danzo, leader of Konoha's Root Division, he blatantly disregarded the will of the previous Hokage. Continuing. Experiments on human subjects with wood release, resulting in the deaths of many members of the Senju clan and ordinary Konoha shinobi. Crime 3. Suppression of other ninja clans. Take the Uchiha clan as an example. During the Second Great Ninja War, he ordered a large number of Uchiha to the Land of Rain, using flawed strategies. Due to the weather and the nature of their jutsu being countered, many Uchiha perished on the battlefield there. Reading through these so-called charges, Hiruzen's expression remained utterly composed. He admitted to himself that he had, indeed, done these things. But it was all for the strength and prosperity of Konoha. Some casualties were simply unavoidable in the process. As for the claim about suppressing other ninja clans, only when a single voice leads a faction can it achieve true strength. He shook his head inwardly, finding Orochimaru's tactics naive and hardly worth his concern. He continued reading. Crime 4. To prevent the Hokage position from slipping away, he had, on several occasions, sought to harm the only would-release inheritor of the Senju clan. Hiruzen paused, lifting his gaze to look at Nawaki. So, what Danzo said was true after all. Tsunade's brother really did awaken the first Hokage's would-release? A tangle of emotions stirred within Hiruzen, and suddenly he had no desire to continue reading. He put the report aside, his expression calm as he spoke. These so-called accusations are nothing more than baseless conjecture on your part. I would like to know, what exactly is it that you want? Do you really think you can use such groundless claims to force me to step down? Ridiculous. The daimyo of the Land of Fire tapped his fan lightly on the table, drawing everyone's attention. Lord Third, as for your mistakes as a ninja, I do not wish to pass judgment here. But regarding your embezzlement of military funds and abuse of authority for personal gain, such actions are absolutely intolerable to the Land of Fire. After discussions with the nobles, the leadership of the Land of Fire has unanimously agreed that you are no longer suited to continue as the head of the Hidden Leaf Village. It's time for you to step down. Hiruzen Sarutobi stared in disbelief at the daimyo of the Land of Fire, never expecting such a betrayal at this critical moment. Lord Daimyo, The daimyo waved away his protest, fanning himself as he gestured at everyone present. As the leader of a village, you must unite all forces and strengthen the power that protects our nation. Look at the situation now. Even the two most powerful clans in the village, an elite shinobi like the legendary Sanin, are dissatisfied with your rule. A leader who cannot inspire unity within the village is not what the Land of Fire desires. Take a look at those who once supported you. Whose side do they stand on now? Do you still not understand? Hiruzen's expression froze as his gaze swept across the faces in the room. He saw schadenfreude, mockery, and even hatred, but not a trace of recognition or acceptance. Turning back, he looked at Tsukumo Hatake, who stood behind him, holding on to a faint glimmer of hope. Surely the White Fang, who had always been loyal to the Leaf, would stand by him? But Tsukumo, expressionless, slowly shook his head. The Hatake clan once swore before the first Hokage to forever serve the village, not any one person. If Lord Daimyo believes there is someone more suitable to hold the title of Hokage, then, Third Lord, I am truly sorry. The hope on Hiruzen's face drained away, replaced by a cold, ashen look. Slowly, he turned his head to glance at Nawaki, seated at the daimyo's side. I underestimated you. Nawaki let out a cold laugh, locking eyes with him without a hint of fear. I'd originally planned to deal with you while taking care of Danzo, but before he left, Jiraiya asked me to spare your life. If you wish to preserve the dignity you once had as Hokage, let go of your hunger for power and focus on leading the Sarutobi clan well. If not, a tremor ran through Hiruzen's heart as he looked at Nawaki in disbelief. You killed Danzo? A powerful energy began to radiate from Nawaki. Across the conference room, young green shoots began to sprout from the floor and the furniture, nourished by an overwhelming force of life. That's right. Not all Senju are as soft-hearted toward their enemies as my grandfather was. The fate of the Sarutobi clan now depends on your choice. State your decision. The light in Hiruzen's eyes faded little by little under Nawaki's unyielding pressure, just like the sky outside, growing darker with each passing moment. Mito Uzumaki, who should have died, was resurrected. The daimyo of the Land of Fire, who had always supported him, suddenly betrayed him. Orochimaru and Tsunade had turned their backs on him, and the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, whom he had desperately tried to control or eliminate, now harbored deep resentment toward him. On top of all that came news of Danzo's death and the cold attitude of Tsukumo Hatake. In that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi finally understood what it meant to be utterly abandoned by both friend and ally. He reached up and removed the Hokage hat from his head, setting it slowly down on the desk before him. His face seemed to grow even older, the light in his eyes dim as he gazed at Nawaki's face and gave a faint nod. You win. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave to prepare for the transition of the Hokage office. This is what you all wanted to see, isn't it? Hiruzen's eyes lingered on the Hokage hat for a moment longer. Supporting himself on the desk, he rose to his feet with effort. Third Hokage, please wait. Nawaki stood up, his voice halting Hiruzen in his tracks. Hiruzen looked at Nawaki with a stony expression, anger flickering in his eyes. What is it? As the winner of this contest, do you want me to stay here and listen to your victory speech? Nawaki shook his head slightly. You misunderstand, Third Hokage. It's just that, as someone about to succeed you, my reputation in the village is still far from sufficient. A trace of disdain flashed in Hiruzen's eyes, and he snorted. If you wanted to become Hokage, you should have been prepared for this. I may admit defeat, but I won't go out of my way to solve that problem for you. You're on your own. Nawaki let out a soft laugh. I wouldn't trouble you to vouch for me, Third. However, before you step down as Hokage, I must ask you to fight once more for Konoha. Hiruzen's body tensed instantly, and he eyed Nawaki warily. Do you mean to display your strength to the village by challenging me to a fight? Nawaki didn't answer immediately. He walked slowly to the window, gazing out at Konoha, now cloaked in the darkness of night. The people from the Hidden Cloud are probably about to make their move, aren't they? After all, in their eyes, Kushina Uzumaki should be gravely wounded and unconscious right now. It's the perfect opportunity. Hiruzen was startled and was about to ask what Nawaki meant, but suddenly, a thunderous crash resounded. A fox, radiating a terrifying, overwhelming presence, suddenly rose up on two legs within the Senju compound. Its 9 massive tails lashed through the air, reducing the area to ruins in an instant as the earth shook violently beneath its fury. A wild, triumphant laugh rang out. At last I'm free. Damn you, Konoha. Let my wrath reduce you to ash. Looking down at the mangled, unrecognizable bodies of several Cloud hidden ninja at his feet, a flash of disdain flickered in the Nine-Tails' eyes. With just this level of skill, You think you can ambush Kushina? The Nine Tails bent down and scooped up the still unconscious Kushina, tucking her gently into his thick, bushy fur. Half-body, what have you been doing? All you had to do was fight a bunch of kids. So how did you let Kushina end up like this? She still hasn't woken up. The Nine Tails inside Kushina snorted, refusing to talk to his counterpart. The young Nine Tails pursed his lips and gave up on bickering with himself. Remembering that he still had a mission to complete, excitement glimmered in the Nine Tails' eyes. His tail swept behind him once more, laying further waste to the already ruined Senju compound, until he finally nodded in satisfaction. That should do it. Anyway, with Shinsuke's would release, building a new one should be easy enough, right? With a mighty roar, a torrent of powerful chakra burst from his mouth, and the Senju grounds erupted in a raging inferno. Amidst the roaring flames, the immense form of the Nine Tails leapt, charging straight toward the Hokage rock. The Nine Tails has broken free of its seal. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched in shock as the Nine Tails suddenly went berserk, but his duties as Hokage kicked in at once. Fugaku Uchiha, gather the police force and evacuate the villagers. Tsukumo, alert the Umbu. Come with me to stop it. I'll go ahead. Without waiting for a response, Hiruzen tore off his cumbersome ceremonial robe, revealing the tight combat gear beneath. He pushed off with his feet and, agile as a monkey, sprang from the conference room, racing toward the Nine Tails location. Fugaku Uchiha cast a searching glance at Shinsuke, who nodded and offered a reassuring smile. Fugaku, my friend, don't worry. None of our clansmen will be hurt. Just do as Hiruzen said. It's also a chance for the Uchiha clan to present a positive image to the village. Understanding, Fugaku nodded and vanished in an instant. Tsukumo Hatake caught the hidden meaning in Shinsuke's words, gave him a long, thoughtful look, and also disappeared from the room. Shinsuke turned to the others, a smile playing on his lips. The stage is set. The show can begin. Mito Uzumaki let out a soft, amused laugh. Kurama's been telling me he's been bored lately. This time, he finally got his wish. He can really go wild for once. Shinsuke, you better follow them and keep an eye out. Kurama's just so huge. If he really hurts someone, it'd be a disaster. Shungshu gave Mito a reassuring look and nodded, saying, Grandma, I'll head over right away. He then turned to Tsunade. Sis, do you want to try taking on the strongest tailed beast? A spark of interest lit up in Tsunade's eyes. She looked eager for the challenge and nodded enthusiastically. Of course. I've been wanting to see just how powerful the legendary Nine Tails, the one that can bring calamity upon the world, truly is. Orochimaru, are you coming with us? As she spoke, Tsunade flexed her fists, inviting Orochimaru, who stood nearby. A trace of regret flickered across Orochimaru's face as he gently shook his head. I have other tasks to handle. Danzo's route still has many die-hard loyalists left. Before the Nine Tails reaches Root's base, I need to take people to keep an eye on them, just in case anyone tries to escape. Tsunade laughed boisterously and gave Orochimaru a hearty pat on the shoulder. Huh, Orochimaru, that's a tough job, isn't it? We'll meet at the Hokage Rock. It had to be said, the layout of Konoha's buildings was rather interesting. If you drew a straight line from the Senju compound to Hokage Rock, it would pass directly through both the Konoha Police Force headquarters and the Sarutobi clan's estate. With a few mighty leaps, the massive form of the Nine Tails crossed from the Senju compound to the far bank of the Konoha River. It dug its four claws into the ground, then, with a single powerful bound, vaulted right over the police force headquarters. A thunderous crash echoed out. Next door, at the Sarutobi clan's estate, the shadow of the Nine Tails descended from the sky. The sound of houses being crushed rang through the air. The Sarutobi clansmen let out terrified screams and scattered in all directions, chaos erupting throughout the compound. Sarutobi Hiruzen raced forward, intercepting the beast before it could reach the center of the Sarutobi estate. His gaze swept anxiously over his clansmen, but seeing no serious injuries, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Watching the Nine Tails rampaging amidst the ruins, Hiruzen tightened the guards on his arms, determination flashing in his eyes. I can't let this go on. I must put a stop to it. Summoning Jutsu, Inma. Sarutobi bit his finger, swiftly formed the hand seals, and summoned forth the Monkey King, Inma. The Nine Tails? How did it escape the seal? This is a real headache. Inma materialized from the swirling smoke. Spotting the Nine Tails charging their way, his brow furrowed in concern. Serious, Hiruzen faced the beast and urged. There's no time to explain. Inma, your indestructible body is perfect for holding back the Nine Tails. Work with me to keep it in check. No matter what, I have to stop it. I can't let it hurt the villagers any further. Inma nodded, worry in his eyes as he glanced at Hiruzen. "All right, Hiruzen, watch yourself." The Monkey King clenched his fists, and chakra within his body began to flow in a unique pattern. Instantly, a golden aura shimmered across his skin. With a roar that echoed to the heavens, his body swelled as if inflated, and his fangs grew longer and sharper. In the blink of an eye, the Monkey King transformed from a gentle, kindly-looking ape into a towering demon, over 10 feet tall, with a blue face and fearsome tusks. He pushed off with his feet, and the ground beneath him caved in, leaving a deep crater. The Monkey King shot forward like lightning, launching himself straight at the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails, still reveling in the destruction of the buildings around him, suddenly felt a powerful gust of wind. Before he could react, the Monkey King's heavy fist smashed squarely into his face. The Nine Tails let out a cry of pain, his massive body staggering under the force. He shook his head and steadied himself once more. This little guy packs a punch. Staring at the Monkey King, who was barely a tenth of his own size, the Nine Tails eye twitched. He bared his teeth in a menacing grin. With a swift motion, he raised his forepaw and brought it crashing down toward the falling Monkey King. The Monkey King was startled that his surprise punch hadn't done more damage. Seeing the gigantic paw swinging his way, and with nothing to brace against him midair, he could only cross his arms in front of him and brace for impact. There was a thunderous crash. The Monkey King's body shot away like a cannonball, sent flying by the Nine-Tails strike. He crashed through a swath of houses, leaving devastation in his wake. The Nine-Tails shook his paw, which tingled from the blow, and curled his lips into a malicious grin. "Maybe I overdid a bit, but this guy's body is tough, almost hurt my paw." Watching as the Monkey King leapt back out of the rubble, the Nine-Tails readied himself to deliver another punishing blow. Earth-style, Great Mud River. How could Hiruzen Sarutobi stand by and watch his summoning beast suffer at the hands of the Nine-Tails? Seeing the Nine-Tails about to pursue the Monkey King, Hiruzen seized the opportunity. With a sweeping Earth-style technique, he trapped 3 of the beast's legs in the ground. The Nine-Tails, lifting a leg to give chase, nearly tripped and stumbled as his feet got caught. He steadied himself and turned with a furious glare toward Hiruzen. Hiruzen reached for a shuriken, flinging it at the Nine-Tails as his hands flashed through a series of seals. Ninja art, shuriken shadow clone. The shuriken soared through the air, and in an instant split into 2, then 4, then multiplied until a storm of shuriken rained down on the Nine-Tails from every direction. With a furious roar, the Nine-Tails unleashed a powerful blast of wind from his mouth. The barrage of shuriken was scattered in all directions, clattering to the ground and vanishing in puffs of smoke. With a powerful thrust of its 4 legs, the creature wrenched its trapped limb free from the hardened earth. Behind it, 9 colossal tails swept down like tumbling mountains, crashing toward Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen dodged nimbly to the side, slapping both hands onto the ground. Earth-style, Earth Flow Rampart. A thunderous rumble followed as towering walls of earth and stone surged up from the ground, stretching from under the Nine-Tails' feet all the way to the space before Hiruzen. With a tremendous crash, the 9 immense tails slammed down, instantly shattering a large section of the earthen barrier that stood in their path. Leaping onto the remains of the wall, Hiruzen's hands moved in a seamless flow. Shadow Clone Technique. A series of sharp pops echoed as 4 shadow clones materialized at Hiruzen Sarutobi's side. Including his original self, 5 Hiruzen Sarutobis began forming hand seals in perfect unison. From each of their mouths, a torrent of powerful ninjutsu surged forth, aimed straight at the Nine-Tails. Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Fire-style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Wind-style, Air Vortex. Lightning-style, Thunder Crash. Water-style, Water Dragon Bullet. As one, the 5 Hiruzen Sarutobis bellowed. 5 elements, Grand Barrage. Ninjutsu of 5 different elements erupted from Hiruzen and his clones, merging into a dazzling display of power. A swirling cyclone burst forth beneath the Nine-Tails, its powerful suction halting the creature's advance. Annoyance flickered in the beast's eyes as its chakra flared, tearing the binding winds to shreds in an instant. With a guttural, triumphant roar, the Nine-Tails lashed its tails and prepared to charge at Hiruzen once more. Suddenly, a crack of thunder split the sky, striking the Nine-Tails squarely atop its head. A numbing jolt shot from its crown through its entire body, freezing the beast's next step. In that fleeting instant, a gigantic dragon formed from fire, earth, and water chakra. Hiruzen's combined attack twined around the Nine-Tails and slammed into it, unleashing an earth-shaking explosion. The fur across the beast's front was scorched black by the searing heat, and its massive frame was forced backward by the sheer force of the blast. Steadying itself, the Ninetales felt a dull ache in its chest and the acrid scent of singed fur filling its nostrils. Enraged, its eyes blazing red, it let out a furious bellow and charged at Hiruzen once more. Hiruzen Sarutobi caught his breath, looking at the seemingly unscathed Ninetales and frowning deeply. So this is the Ninetales, effortlessly suppressed by the first Hokage. Such terrifying chakra and defense. It's simply beyond human strength to resist. Using its forepaws and tails in tandem, the Ninetales smashed through the remaining earthen walls barring its path, crushing each one as it barreled swiftly toward Hiruzen Sarutobi. Meanwhile, as the Ninetales advanced, the fur on its chest, scorched by the five elements' continuous bullet, slowly returned to its original color. Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had been keeping a close eye on the beast, saw for the first time just how terrifyingly fast the Ninetales could heal. His expression grew increasingly grave. Hiruzen, this isn't working. With the Ninetales' defense and regenerative abilities, we don't stand a chance against it. We have to find another way. Inma, the Monkey King, attempted a few more probing attacks, only to be swatted away each time by the furious Ninetales with casual, sweeping blows. Out of options, Inma returned to Hiruzen, looking battered and disheveled. Hiruzen nodded solemnly. Right, let's lure it out of the village first. We'll hold out until the Umbu arrive with the sealing team. Inma, your current form is too small compared to the Ninetales. You can't unleash your full strength transform. After several failed attempts, Inma knew Hiruzen was right. With a nod, his body transformed with a sharp, resounding pop into a gleaming golden staff. Hiruzen leapt down from the earthen wall, tucking the staff under his arm. He braced one end against the base of the earth-style wall behind him, aiming the other straight at the charging Ninetales. Adamantine staff, extend. With a booming shout, the staff under Hiruzen's arm seemed to spring to life, lengthening in an instant. The thick staff rammed hard into the Ninetales' belly, and caught off guard by the tremendous force, the beast's enormous back arched in pain. Flushed with embarrassment and rage, the Ninetales wrapped its massive forepaws around the staff, clutching at it wildly. Its sharp claws scraped against the metal, sending a spray of sparks and filling the air with the ringing clash of metal on steel. At the same time, the immense force of the staff's extension pushed the Ninetales inexorably backward, sliding its huge bulk away from Hiruzen's position. It's working. A glimmer of hope flickered on Hiruzen's face as he gripped the staff with all his strength, steering it carefully to drive the Ninetales toward the outskirts of the village. Ninetales! How dare you rampage in Konoha? Take this! With a shout brimming with excitement, Tsunade plummeted from the sky. Her fist, charged with monstrous strength, crashed down on the Ninetales' leg. Hiruzen's face paled at the sudden development, and he cried out in alarm. Tsunade, don't! But before his shout could reach her, and as Tsunade looked on in confusion, the Ninetales let out a blood-curdling shriek and toppled to the side, staggering from the blow. Tsunade, now we're in trouble! Hiruzen exclaimed, but Tsunade paid his warning no mind. Instead, she stared down at her fist, more puzzled than triumphant. Am I really this strong now? That can't be right. At this moment, the Ninetales paid no mind to whatever was going on in Tsunade's head. Having finally gotten rid of the awkward predicament of being pinned by that staff, it scrambled up from the ground in one swift motion. This Tsunade girl sure is violent. Good thing I'm tough as old boots. If it had been that useless Shikaku instead, that punch probably would have taken half his life. With a passing sneer in his heart for that teapot-shaped tanuki, the Ninetales glanced down at Hiruzen Sarutobi's still-extended staff, a glint of deep malice flashing in his eyes. Shina only said I couldn't harm people at will. He never said anything about not hurting summoned beasts, did he? Casting a look around, the Ninetales noticed that large swaths of the Sarutobi clan compound were still standing intact. It readily found an excuse for itself. Oomph. The destruction here is still lacking. Let me make up for that. Resolute in its decision, the Ninetales lashed its tails wildly behind it, instantly forcing Tsunade, who was about to charge again, to keep her distance. Lifting its massive head, it gathered a terrifying blend of yin and yang chakra in the air, the energies swirling together in a precise ratio. As the violent chakra gathered at lightning speed, a black sphere the size of a millstone formed in front of the Ninetales. Opening its jaws wide, the Ninetales swallowed the orb in one gulp, and a thunderous rumble echoed from deep within its chest. Hith. Let's see how you handle the weakened version of my tailed beast bomb. Hopefully your body is as sturdy as your fists. The Ninetales crouched low, then launched a fist-sized, jet-black-tailed beast ball from its mouth, sending it hurtling straight at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Faced with the miniature-tailed beast ball radiating pure destruction, Hiruzen, still catching his breath, barely had time to throw his shortened staff up in front of him, barking a hasty command. "Enma, adamantine transformation." Understood. Instantly, the staff transformed by the Monkey King shimmered with a golden light, its shaft thickening abruptly before slamming into the ground with a mighty crash, sheltering Hiruzen behind it. A resonant hum filled the air, followed by an earth-shaking explosion. The tailed beast ball collided with the reinforced staff, producing a piercing metallic reverberation before erupting in a deafening blast. Enma, the Monkey King, withstood the terrifying force head-on, but let out a pained howl as the golden light around his body shattered inch by inch. The transformation dispelled in an instant. With a choked gasp, blood spurted from his mouth. All at once, Enma's spirit seemed to wither. His once expanded body deflated like a punctured ball and hunched over visibly. His body swayed, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Hiruzen rushed forward, catching Enma in his arms. Enma coughed up another mouthful of blood, his face twisted in agony, as he struggled to speak to Hiruzen. "Hiruzen, the Nine-Tails' power is overwhelming. My adamantine body can't withstand it at all." Shielded safely behind the Monkey King, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face grew grim as he stared at the Nine-Tails. Then, across from him, the Nine-Tails opened its jaws wide. A piercing blast tore through the air, a second-tailed beast bomb. Hiruzen's expression changed drastically. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Watch out!" The Monkey King, cradled in Hiruzen's arms, looked resolutely at the incoming tailed beast bomb, a flicker of determination shining in his eyes. "Hiruzen, we are no match for the Nine-Tails. You must get away. I'm afraid I can't stay and fight alongside you any longer in this battle." The Monkey King seized Hiruzen firmly by the shoulder, let out a mighty roar, and hurled him far into the distance with all his strength. In the next instant, the Monkey King's form was swallowed by the impact of the second miniature-tailed beast bomb, dissolving into a swirl of smoke as he returned to the summoning realm. The Nine-Tails watched the spot where the Monkey King had vanished, a mocking smile glinting in its eyes. Then it turned its head toward Hiruzen again, jaws opening once more. A third-tailed beast bomb. A fourth. A fifth. Hiruzen, battered and exhausted, forced himself to keep moving, stumbling desperately to evade the relentless onslaught from the Nine-Tails. At last, a pained groan escaped him. "Is that enough yet?" Surveying the Sarutobi clan grounds, now engulfed in a sea of flames, the Nine-Tails finally closed its mouth, apparently satisfied. Hiruzen stopped running. He bent over, bracing his hands against his knees, gasping for breath in great ragged gulps. He looked around at the ruined remains of his clan's domain, eyes burning with fury. Damn it! The Sarutobi clan may never recover from this blow. Why haven't the ANBU and Sealing Squad arrived yet? I can't hold out much longer. Just as Hiruzen waited anxiously, Tsukumo Hatake finally arrived with several elite ANBU at his side. Lord Third. Tsukumo stood before Hiruzen, his expression grave as he gazed at the Nine-Tails. "Tsukumo, is this all? Where are the other ANBU?" Seeing Tsukumo arrive, Hiruzen let out a sigh of relief, but as he swept his gaze over the small group of ANBU, his brow furrowed in displeasure. "Lord Third, Danzo's root ninja suddenly rebelled. Orochimaru took part of our forces to suppress the uprising. As for the remaining ANBU, they're helping the police force evacuate and shelter the villagers. These are all the people I could muster right now." Tsukumo hesitated briefly, but explained the situation. Hiruzen fell silent for a moment upon hearing about the rebellion within the root. "What about ninja from the other clans?" Tsukumo shook his head silently. The truth dawned on Hiruzen. A bitter, wry smile crept onto his face. "So that's how it is. I understand now. It seems they were right after all. I truly am not a worthy Hokage." With a faintly self-deprecating shake of his head, Hiruzen Sarutobi straightened his back and reached out to move Tsukumo, who was standing in front of him, to the side. "Tsukumo, take everyone and fall back. You can't stop the Nine-Tails. Let me, just like in the old days, make one more sacrifice for the hidden leaf." Tsukumo Hatake looked at Hiruzen's back, his gaze conflicted. In that moment, he seemed to glimpse once more the Hiruzen Sarutobi from years ago, the man who had just assumed the position of Hokage and devoted himself wholeheartedly to the village. "Hokage-sama, actually..." Hiruzen waved his hand, cutting off Tsukumo's attempt to persuade him. His eyes were fixed on the charging Nine-Tails, and his hands began to form a series of intricate seals. "Serpent, boar. Tsukumo, I understand your intentions, and I thank you for them. Goat, rabbit, they were right. Perhaps I've made many mistakes. Perhaps I had my own selfish reasons. Dog rat. But as the third Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, I carry on Lord Tobarama's will. Rooster, horse, serpent. When the village needs me to give everything, I can face death as resolutely as Lord Tobarama once did. A sharp clap rang out as Hiruzen pressed his hands together, drawing forth every last ounce of his chakra. With a powerful shout, he unleashed his jutsu. Sealing technique, dead demon consuming seal. Nine Tails, come with me. Let us be forever entwined in the belly of the Reaper. As Hiruzen finished the last hand sign, a spectral image of the death god, visible only to caster and target, slowly materialized behind him. The Nine Tails felt a chilling dread welling up from the depths of its soul as it stared at the Reaper behind Hiruzen, its pupils narrowing. Suddenly, unpleasant memories surged to the surface. That old man, how does he know rope tree's technique? This isn't good for me at all. Gritting his teeth, Hiruzen seemed to summon every ounce of his strength as he guided the death god behind him. The soul fire in the death god's eyes flickered. Under Hiruzen's direction, the figure slowly raised its right hand, reaching for the short blade clenched in its teeth. The force emanating from the Reaper grew so intense that the Nine Tails was almost ready to abandon its pride as the mightiest of the tailed beasts and flee with its tail between its legs. Spirits and demons, how dare you run rampant? A cold snort echoed from nowhere in particular. The spectral death god behind Hiruzen suddenly froze in mid-motion, as if bound by an unseen force, its arm locked halfway through its rise. No matter how desperately Hiruzen urged it on, it would not move. Silently, Rope Tree's figure appeared in the arena, the Mangekyo in his eyes slowly spinning. The pattern in his right eye twisted and morphed, and before everyone's eyes, a towering death god wielding a scythe materialized out of thin air. The Nine Tails couldn't help but take 2 steps back, watching the Shinigami floating beside Shunshu with a face full of wariness, cursing inwardly. That bastard, that slash he gave me last time, I'll never forget it for as long as I live. The Shinigami summoned by Shunshu fixed its burning eyes on the spectral figure behind Hiruzen Sarutobi, its soul fire flickering with excitement. Wave after wave of hunger surged from the Shinigami spirit, sending silent pleas to its creator, begging for the rare prey before it to be granted as a reward. Shunshu nodded slightly, speaking in a low, calm voice. Go. Just make sure to preserve the caster's soul. A surge of jubilant energy erupted from the Shinigami, and in an instant, it vanished from its creator's side, appearing right next to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen stared in terror at the unknown entity, sensing that it was even more fearsome than the Shinigami behind him. The dread that gripped his soul eclipsed even the shock he'd felt upon seeing the patterns in Shunshu's eyes. The Shinigami raised its soul scythe high, bringing it down upon the link between Hiruzen's soul and the Shinigami summoned by the Reaper Death Seal. A scream wrenched itself from Hiruzen's lips, a cry of agony that came from the depths of his soul. His body crumpled helplessly to the ground. With effort, Tsukumo Hatake stifled his own shock, moving swiftly to catch Hiruzen before he fell, then darting away from the eerie battlefield with a flash. The spectral form of the Shinigami, summoned by the Reaper Death Seal, trembled violently, on the verge of vanishing as its connection to the caster was severed. In a flash, the Shinigami summoned by Shunshu lunged forward, its hollow skull splitting open into a gaping maw that swallowed the other whole. The soul fire in the Shinigami's eyes danced wildly, and the aura around its body seemed to grow even denser, more tangible. It drifted back to its creator's side, its hollow gaze locked unblinking on the enormous Nine Tails ahead. Aside from its master, there was no soul more pure than the giant fox made entirely of chakra before it. Feeling the waves of malice radiating from the Shinigami, the Nine Tails tensed up, its huge eyes darting pleading glances at Shunshu. Amused, Shunshu waved his hand. The Shinigami let out a wistful sigh, one only a soul could make, before slipping back into the creator's right eye. The Nine Tails let out a long, relieved breath, its eyes glinting with a hint of flattery, gesturing for Shunshu to admire the handiwork all around. Shunshu's gaze swept over the Sarutobi clan's estate, now reduced to ruins. He nodded with satisfaction. Then, Shunshu's hands flew through a rapid sequence of hand seals, his expression turning solemn as he stared at the Nine Tails. Would release, would human technique. A colossal wooden giant rumbled up from beneath the roots of the trees, unleashing a silent roar as it swung its massive hand and sent the bewildered Nine Tails flying far into the distance. Nine Tails! As long as I'm here, I won't let you harm a single person in the Hidden Leaf. The Nine Tails, huh? Standing atop the wooden giant's shoulder, Shang guided the giant in a few massive strides to where the nine tails had landed. With a single sweep, he caught the beast in the giant's grasp. Wait a second. Didn't we agree we just go through the motions and not overdo it? You're pulling out the wood release right from the start. Are you playing or not? The nine tails struggled in the wooden giant's grip, muttering a string of complaints to Shang in a low voice. The giant stretched out its left hand, seized the nine tails by the tail, and hoisted its entire body into the air, as if preparing to throw it. Kurama, there's still a whole squad of root ninjas waiting for you over by the Hokage rock. Lord Orochimaru has already urged me several times. You're too slow, I'll give you a lift. Shang whispered these words in the nine tails' ear, and without waiting for a response, hurled it straight toward the Hokage rock. At the same time, he bellowed, so loud his voice echoed through the entire Hidden Leaf village. Nine tails! Don't even think about running. Face the might of the Senju clan. The nine tails, what the? Was I really trying to run away? I just wanted you to go easy on me, that's all. Countless villagers and ninja in the Hidden Leaf heard Shang shout and looked up to see the wooden giant towering even higher than the nine tails. Shock and awe filled their eyes. Look, isn't that the legendary wood release that the first Hokage used to bring peace to the world? That's right. I once had the fortune to glimpse it from afar. That giant wooden figure is the first Hokage's very own wood golem jutsu. I never thought I'd see such a miracle again in my lifetime. I can die happy after witnessing this. An elderly man with snow-white hair stood among the crowd, tears streaming down his face as he watched the wooden giant send the nine tails flying. Full of emotion, he explained to the young people around him. Incredible. Does anyone know who that master wood release is? He saved all of us. Once this disaster is over, I must thank him in person. A young man voiced the question on everyone's minds, and those around him nodded in heartfelt agreement. Yes, with a monster that terrifying, I truly thought we wouldn't survive. I know who that hero is. A young Uchiha, tasked with keeping order, suddenly spoke up, pride brimming on his face. Really, respected ninja of the Uchiha clan, please, who is the one who defeated the nine tails? The young Uchiha raised his hand to silence the clamor, clearing his throat in an exaggerated manner. Ahem. Everyone quiet down. The one who used wood release to defeat the nine tails is none other than the apprentice of Lord Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sanin, and the younger brother of Lady Tsunade herself. He is the grandson of the first Hokage and the sole heir of the Senju clan, Lord Nawaki. Don't be fooled by Lord Nawaki's youth. I've heard our clan leader say that his strength already far surpasses that of the third Hokage. With Lord Nawaki taking action, the disaster caused by the nine tails will soon be resolved. An uproar swept through the crowd. So, he's the grandson of the first Hokage. Are we about to witness the birth of another god of shinobi in Konoha? This is wonderful news. As the villagers' excited chatter filled the air, Nawaki's appearance, stepping forward as the inheritor of the first Hokages would release to protect everyone in a time of crisis, spread like wildfire throughout Konoha, passed on from mouth to mouth. In shelters across the village, dozens of ninja, like this young Uchiha, who had completed the task of spreading Nawaki's name, shared knowing smiles. Tsunade gritted her teeth, watching Nawaki control the wooden golem as he left. Shaking her fist in the direction he'd gone, she muttered with frustration. That brat, he never keeps his word. He promised to let his big sister handle it, but rushed in all on his own. Grumbling, Tsunade was about to chase after him and land a few satisfying blows on the nine tails herself. Tsunade, Tsukumo Hatake, carrying Hiruzen Tsurutobi, leapt in front of her, blocking her path. Lord Third's condition looks bad. Please, check on him quickly. Tsunade stopped in her tracks, her eyes flickering with a mix of emotions as she looked at Hiruzen's pale, ashen face in Tsukumo's arms. She took a deep breath and nodded. Tsukumo-senpai, find a flat spot. Let me examine him first. Tsukumo gave a short nod. All right, follow me. Carrying Hiruzen, Tsukumo leapt out of the smoky, ruined wreckage and gently laid him on a clean, level patch of ground. Tsunade knelt beside Hiruzen, her hand glowing with the light of medical ninjutsu as she pressed it gently to his chest. As the chakra of her healing jutsu awakened the dormant potential of his cells, color slowly returned to Hiruzen's cheeks. Withdrawing her hand, Tsunade looked at Hiruzen's still furrowed brow, even in unconsciousness, and sighed softly, shaking her head. I'm sorry. Though his physical injuries have healed, his mind is in utter turmoil, ravaged by the backlash of forbidden jutsu. My medical ninjutsu is powerless against this. Tsukumo Hatake frowned, his gaze fixed on Hiruzen Tsurutobi, who was writhing in pain. Tsunade, Was this the ending you and your group had planned for the third Hokage? Tsunade stood up, looking at Tsukumo's grave expression. She shook her head slightly. No, not at all. Nawaki promised Jiraiya he'd ensure a dignified end from Master Sarutobi. We never expected that, under the pressure of the Nine Tails, Master Sarutobi would resort to the Reaper Death Seal, a forbidden technique that dooms both sides. Tsukumo's expression softened a little, and he sighed. I hope you're telling the truth. The Hokage of the Leaf shouldn't be someone powerful, yet narrow-minded. He paused, looking at Hiruzen Sarutobi, who still lay insensible. With the third's current condition, is there any chance he might recover? A faint smile appeared on Tsunade's face as she nodded gently. Though I hate to admit it, Nawaki's abilities have already far surpassed my understanding. Since it's only damage to the soul, I'm sure he'll find a way. Tsukumo nodded, bent down to lift Hiruzen Sarutobi, and glanced toward the Hokage rock. Since you already have a plan in place, I won't get involved any further. I'll take the third to Konoha Hospital so he can recover. You all, hurry up. Put an end to this farce. With a sigh, Tsukumo finished speaking. Carrying Hiruzen Sarutobi and accompanied by a few Umbu who'd played minor roles, he vanished from sight. Tsunade watched Tsukumo leave, then turned her head toward the massive barrier rising over the Hokage rock. She shook her head in boredom and returned to the Land of Fire's council chamber. That little girl Chino's problem was still waiting for her to solve. Beneath the Hokage rock, at the entrance to the Root's underground base, Orochimaru, leading dozens of elite Umbu, had surrounded the group of Root shinobi guarding the entrance. Danzo Shimura, former leader of Root, was executed on the spot by the Hokage for leaking village secrets, colluding with outside enemies, and conducting illegal human experiments. By order of the Hokage, from today onward, Root will be placed under the jurisdiction of the Umbu. Lay down your weapons and submit to Umbu control. Anyone who resists will be eliminated without mercy. Orochimaru stepped forward, delivering a final ultimatum to the Root members trapped inside the encirclement. Yet the Root shinobi showed no reaction to his words, maintaining their tense standoff with Orochimaru's Umbu. Ever since the curse mark of tongue binding had been lifted from their bodies, these Root members had known that Danzo was dead. Like mere tools, the Root ninja who had always been under Danzo's control felt no wild joy at regaining their freedom. On the contrary, Danzo's death struck these fanatically loyal Root ninja as if their faith had crumbled, filling them with furious despair. Root ninja, know no fear. For Lord Danzo, as Orochimaru's words faded, a leading Root ninja suddenly sprang forward with a loud battle cry, hurling himself at a member of the Umbu. The other Root ninja echoed in unison, each rushing toward their own targets. The fearless, almost suicidal resolve of the Root ninja made Orochimaru's expression instantly darken. Obstinate fools. If that's how you want it, Umbu. Murderous intent surged in Orochimaru's eyes as he prepared to give the order to counterattack. A roar drawn out and echoing suddenly rolled in from the heart of the Hidden Leaf village. The sound swelled, coming closer and closer to the Hokage rock. Turning his head, Orochimaru watched as a massive, fiery orange fox thrashed wildly through the air, barreling toward them. The killing intent in his eyes faded, replaced by a sly smile curling at the corners of his lips. At last it's here. All Umbu disperse. With a commanding shout, Orochimaru vanished in a blur. The Umbu who had followed him had already been briefed. Without hesitation, they disappeared just as swiftly, obeying his command. The Root ninja's assault found only empty air, their targets gone. With a thunderous crash, the enormous form of the Nine Tails landed, sending shockwaves through the stunned Root ninja. Fall back. The lead Root ninja's eyes widened in alarm as he barked a sharp order. The Root ninja halted their charge, retreating quickly. A few who reacted too slowly were caught under the descending Nine Tails, their screams cut short as they were crushed flat. The Nine Tails tumbled across the ground with a rumbling roll, finally smashing hard into the Hokage rock's cliff face, letting out a chilling howl of pain. Damn you! You've really made me angry this time. Rising to his feet, the Nine Tails lashed out with his tails, sending several nearby Root ninja flying. Seeing the bloody stains on his lustrous fur, he let out a snarl of disgust. Filthy little rats, you disgust me. The lead Root ninja, watching the Nine Tails vent his rage, pulled a scroll engraved with the seal character from his robe, his eyes dark. Restrain it. At his command, the Root ninja drew heavy iron chains from their ninja tool pouches, hurling them with practiced precision. With a metallic clatter, the chains wound around a Nine Tails' limbs as the Root ninja dashed around him, binding his massive body tight. Down! The Root ninjas shouted in unison, their voices booming as they pulled with all their might. Caught off guard, the Ninetales was yanked sideways by the chains, nearly losing its balance. Damn beast! Taste the seal Lord Danzo left for you. Release. The root leader swiftly formed hand seals, and intricate sealing scripts began to stream from the scroll in his hands, surging toward the immobilized Ninetales. The Ninetales' pupils contracted. Gone was its playful attitude. Instead, chakra erupted violently from within, shattering the iron chains wrapped around its body. With a powerful thrust of its four limbs, it tried to dodge the sealing scripts rushing toward it. Seeing the Ninetales break free, a ruthless gleam flashed in the root leader's eyes. He forced every ounce of chakra from within himself. Seal it! Now! Driven desperately by the root leader, the sealing scripts suddenly accelerated, slamming into the Ninetales. The beast's expression froze, its movement slowed, and with a heavy thud, it crashed straight to the ground. The root leader's eyes shone with wild joy as he watched the subdued Ninetales. Lord Danzo, I did it. Soon, I will become the new Ninetales Jinchuriki. The honor of root will shine again in my hands. Damn it, it's the four-symbol seal locked in that scroll. Why is Shunshu moving so slowly? If I don't get help, I'm in real trouble. The Ninetales could feel the immense power of the sealing scripts binding its body. It tried to struggle, but its body refused to obey. Even the slightest movement was impossible. Hey, half-body, can you help me out? I'll owe you one. Within Kushina's body, the Ninetales lifted its eyelids, glanced at the young Ninetale through the seal, and curled its lips in a mocking smirk. TCH, what an idiot. You just broke out of one seal. Are you about to get trapped again? The young Ninetales hesitated, stammering in protest. I was just a little careless. The Ninetales snorted, shutting its eyes again. Not a chance. Kushin is still unconscious, and her body can't handle my chakra yet. If I force her in a tailed beast form, it'll kill her. You're on your own. With its last hope dashed, the young Ninetales could only sigh in resignation, inwardly cursing the sage of six paths. That old sage really screwed us. Our bodies are made entirely of chakra. So why did he give us such a fatal weakness to sealing techniques? What a fool. Grumbling to itself, the Ninetales could only pin its hopes on Shunshu now. Eyes blazing with fervor, the root leader stepped closer and closer to the fallen Ninetales. He reached out and pressed his hand onto the Ninetales' body, feeling the immense, boundless energy within. The root leader's smile grew more and more unrestrained. Ha ha, ha ha ha. I never imagined that the Ninetales, the very creature Lord Danzo has coveted his entire life, would finally fall into my hands. Next, all I need to do is seal the Ninetales inside myself. Once more, the root leader pulled out a scroll from his robe. It looked exactly like the one he'd used earlier to restrain the Ninetales, and on its surface was a bold, prominent seal character. Danzo had schemed and plotted for so many years, all for this moment, to control the Ninetales as easily as the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha once did, so that he could seize power over the leaf and dominate the shinobi world. Countless scrolls like these, inscribed with the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, were stored within the root organization. The root leader slowly unfurled the scroll, and the glow of chakra began to shine in his hands once again. The root ninjas watched this spectacle with fanatic eyes, their gazes glued to the shimmering chakra. In that light, they saw the hope of Root's future rise to power. The Ninetales looked at the scroll, now glowing with the sealing technique, and rage surged within him in wave after wave. You just wait. When I break free from this seal, none of you root scum will make it out alive. The sealing script on the scroll, activated by chakra, began to spill outward, and the gleam in the root leader's eyes grew ever brighter. Suddenly, a kunai, gleaming with an ominous black sheen, whistled from afar, aiming straight for the root leader's hand, the very hand holding the sealing scroll. Who's there? The root leader's face changed instantly as he jerked his hand back, abruptly cutting off the flow of chakra and narrowly avoiding the sudden attack. Clang, clang. 6 kunai struck the ground in quick succession, their dark glimmer embedding them around the root ninjas in a perfect hexagon, encircling them completely. Ninja art, 6 scarlet sun formation. Shingshu's figure appeared within the circle. The yin-yang chakra surged through his body, and at once a crimson, hexagonal barrier shot up from the ground, enveloping both himself and all the root ninjas. Kurama, you look absolutely miserable. Shingshu couldn't help but tease the Ninetales, who lay stiffly on the ground. The Ninetales, furious but constrained by the seal, could only bear his fangs at Shingshu in impotent rage. Wind release, great breakthrough. A fierce gale suddenly swept through the 6 scarlet sun formation. Caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, the root ninjas instinctively backed together, grouping up to defend themselves. Earth release, earth-style wall. Water release, water formation wall. But Shunshu didn't press the attack. He had only used the wind technique to create an opening and get closer to the Ninetales. Seeing the root ninjas scrambling to hide behind their defensive jutsu, Nawaki flashed to the front of the Ninetales. He reached out and slapped his hand against the beast's massive body. Drawing upon the Uzumaki clan's mastery of sealing techniques, he instantly dispelled the four-symbol seal that bound the Ninetales. With a sudden motion, the Ninetales sprang to its feet and turned to glare at the root ninjas cowering behind their barriers. A menacing light flashed in its eyes as its enormous jaws slowly parted. Chakra of both yin and yang natures rapidly gathered within the Ninetales' mouth, coalescing in moments into a pitch-black-tailed beastball. The Ninetales growled, releasing a blast of breath as the black-tailed beastball shot directly toward the spot where the root ninjas stood. A deafening explosion erupted. At such close range, only a few root ninjas, those who sensed the impending danger and fled early, managed to escape. The rest, still hiding behind their defensive jutsu, had no time to react. In an instant, both they and their barriers were obliterated, vaporized by the terrifying force of the tailed beastball. The six red yang formation quivered violently, its structure now teetering on the verge of collapse beneath the ferocious onslaught. The root ninjas who had managed to flee to either side of the Ninetales stared at the apocalyptic scene before them, unable to suppress a shudder of dread. Can a monster like this really be sealed inside a person? The Ninetales surveyed the devastation wrought by a single-tailed beastball, a glint of satisfaction flickering in its eyes. But it wasn't enough. Opening its mouth once more, the beast began to gather energy for a second-tailed beastball. Nawaki cast a glance at the six red yang formation, now spiderwebbed with cracks, and frowned in concern. His mastery over yin-yang release was still far from the level of the sage of six paths. The six red yang formation, a barrier that should have been able to withstand even the tailed beastball of the 10 tails, was already on the verge of shattering after just one shot from the 9 tails under his control. Kurama, stop using the tailed beastball, Nawaki called out, unable to hold back any longer. If the barrier fails, the village will suffer terrible damage. The 9 tails paid him no heed. How could it possibly let these root rats go unpunished while even one remained alive? The second-tailed beastball finally took shape within its mouth. Driven by fury, the 9 tails locked its gaze onto the few root ninjas who had survived by chance. Without hesitation, it launched another devastating blast. Perish! The root leader, having witnessed the destruction of the previous tailed beastball, dared not linger a moment longer. He immediately used the body flicker technique to escape. The others, lacking his speed and reflexes, vanished in the ensuing explosion. A thunderous crash shook the battlefield. With the force of the blast, the barrier conjured by the six red yang formation could bear no more. A massive breach was blasted open by the tailed beastball, as the remaining root ninjas were wiped away. The root leader's eyes flashed with sudden clarity. In an instant, he slipped out of the barrier, fleeing desperately toward the heart of the hidden leaf. Seeing the very culprit behind his own sealing attempt making an escape, a savage light gleamed in the 9 tails' eyes. It let out a furious roar, and once again, a tailed beastball began to form slowly in its mouth. This time, Shinshu's expression truly changed. His hands moved rapidly, weaving signs. Summoning jutsu. With a billow of smoke, the massive serpentine form of Shina appeared at Shinshu's side, its body sheathed in a writhing mass of Kikeichu insects. Shinshu called out urgently, his hands not pausing for a moment. Shinya, help me capture that fleeing one. Please, I'm counting on you. Shinya glanced at the 9 tails, which was gathering another tailed beastball, its enormous serpent eyes narrowing slightly. With a slight nod to Shinshu, it rumbled, leave it to this old one. You can rest assured. Take care of yourself. Casting a worried look at Shinshu, Shinya slithered off, tracking the root leader by the trail of biological traces left behind. Against Shinya's overwhelming senses and the countless Kikeichu insects at its command, the fleeing root ninja's fate was already sealed. Shinshu gave no reply. Planting his palm firmly to the earth, he summoned forth 5 successive gates, rising before him, standing as a shield before the raging 9 tails. Summoning jutsu, Rashomon. The third-tailed beastball, burning with all the 9 tails' fury, blasted from its maw with a thunderous roar. A tremendous explosion split the air. The 6 crimson ray formation, already shattered in many places, crumbled like paper under the tailed beastball's assault, instantly blasted to dust. The force unspent, The tailed beast ball crashed into the five-fold Rashomon gates. Like a battering ram, it pierced through the first 3 gates in an instant. The 4th gate, too, was blown apart, splintering into fragments under the tailed beast ball's relentless assault. Shattered pieces of the hellish gates were swept up by the energy, hurtling with a crash against the final barrier. Watching the last Rashomon gate shudder on the verge of collapse, Shinshu's face grew grave. Wood style, wood dragon jutsu. With a thunderous rumble, a majestic wooden dragon burst from the earth. It unleashed a sky-shaking roar at the 9 tails, then lunged, jaws wide, to intercept the tailed beast ball that had broken through the Rashomon defenses. The tailed beast ball spun furiously in the wooden dragon's mouth, its immense power forcing the dragon's head to tilt back slightly. Wood style, wood golem jutsu. Shinshu formed more signs. Earlier, fearing for the homes of nearby villagers, he had dismissed the wood golem. Now, he summoned it forth once more. The wooden dragon's body writhed and transformed, a wooden head emerging from its trunk. The wood golem tore itself free from the dragon's body, transforming the dragon's head, still locked around the tailed beast ball, into its own arm, while wrapping the dragon's winding body around its towering frame. The wooden giant's hand clamped down hard on the tailed beast ball, and with most of its power already neutralized, the sphere instantly shattered into a swirling storm of chakra. Kurama, snap out of it. Don't turn into a mindless beast. Standing firm upon the giant's shoulder, Rope Tree stared straight into the eyes of the 9 tails. The 9 tails let out a furious roar. Rope Tree, get out of my way. These bastards dare try to control me again. I can't rest easy until I wipe them all out. As the most powerful tailed beast in the ninja world, the 9 tails had long harbored a deep-seated resentment from being repeatedly controlled and sealed away by humans. Now, finally tasting freedom, he had nearly stumbled and fallen right back into captivity at the hands of a mere insect. The humiliation was unbearable for his prideful heart. Ignoring Rope Tree's pleas, he swore to tear apart the root ninja who dared attempt sealing him once more. Nothing short of their utter destruction could soothe his rage. With a thundering roar, the 9 tails opened his jaws, the glow of a new-tailed beast ball beginning to flicker in his mouth. So what if I destroy a few buildings? It's nothing worth fussing over. At worst, I'll apologize to that brat Rope Tree later. What's he gonna do? Beat me up over something so trivial? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, the 9 tails gathered chakra, aiming his head squarely toward the heart of the Leaf Village. Rope Tree, catching on to the 9 tails' intentions, felt a measure of understanding, but firing a tailed beast ball at the village center was absolutely out of the question. Damaged houses were a minor issue. He could always rebuild them with wood release. But the destructive power of a tailed beast ball? One shot, and it wouldn't just be buildings. Even most of the Leaf Village itself could be wiped off the map. Kurama, stop. Don't fire that tailed beast ball. You'll destroy the entire village. The 9 tails ignored Rope Tree's warning, focusing only on amassing more chakra. Rope Tree couldn't help but let out a short, exasperated laugh. All right then, looks like you need a little reminder of what it's like to be on the receiving end of wood release. If you won't listen to reason, don't blame me for being rough. With a flurry of hand signs, Rope Tree commanded the wooden giant beneath him to charge forward in great strides, closing in on the 9 tails. The giant's mountain-sized fist clenched, and with a swift uppercut, it struck the 9 tails square on the jaw. The beast howled in pain, a guttural sound cut short as the powerful blow snapped his jaws shut, forcing the half-formed tailed beast ball back down his throat. Interrupted mid-creation, the unstable tailed beast ball exploded inside the 9 tails, unleashing a wild storm of chakra within his belly. 9 tails let out a muffled groan and was instantly sent flying backward, landing on his back. The wooden giant stepped forward, reaching out to grab 9 tails, who was sprawled on the ground. 9 tails spat out a thick cloud of black smoke, staring at Shinshu, who stood on the wooden giant's shoulder with a look of utter betrayal, launching into a passionate tirade of accusations. You bastard! You've burned your bridges and broken your word. You promised to let me help you stir up some trouble, and now you're stopping me. I was almost sealed away, and you just stood by. Forget revenge. You even used with style against me. I was wrong about you. The wooden giant's outstretched hand froze awkwardly in midair, while Shinshu's cheek twitched in embarrassment at 9 tails' sudden, crafty attempt to twist the situation. Strictly speaking, 9 tails wasn't entirely wrong. That thought flashed through Shinshu's mind, and almost involuntarily, he made the wooden giant retract its hand. Taking advantage of the moment, 9 tails rolled nimbly to his feet. Noticing the conflict on Shinshu's face, his eyes darted slyly. Suddenly, with a fierce headbutt, he crashed into the wooden giant, sending both Shunshu and his creation tumbling in a heap. Oomph. As long as you know you were wrong, I'll deal with the one who tried to seal me first. When I come back, you can apologize properly. With that, Ninetail strode over the wooden giant without a backward glance. Shunshu leapt down from the giant's shoulder, staring after Ninetails in shock as he swaggered away. Has he really become this shameless? Hurry, faster. The Hokage's office is just ahead. Lord Danzo said the sealing jutsu left by the second Hokage is stored there. Any one of those techniques could be the foundation for a new power to rise. If we get our hands on it, even without the Ninetails, Root can still make a comeback. After escaping from the 6 Crimson Rays formation, the leader of Root realized that sealing the Ninetails again was likely impossible. But after years at Danzo's side, he learned well to always put profit first. Now, with Konoha in chaos and nearly all Root ninjas wiped out, he was backed into a corner, and quickly came up with a plan to steal the sealing jutsu. With the Hokage's office in sight, excitement flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, the buzzing of wings cut through his hopeful visions of the future, and a sense of danger prickled at his back. In a flash, the Root leader vanished and reappeared on a rooftop. Aburame clan's destruction bugs. Damn it, who's there? Has the Aburame clan betrayed Lord Danzo too? As he watched the swarm of destruction bugs coming for him again, the Root leader swept his gaze warily around, demanding in a cold voice, "Show yourself." Buzz, buzz. Naturally, no one responded to his question. The swarm of Kikaichu continued their relentless buzzing, surging toward him. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. The leader of the Root shinobi wore a dark expression, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smile as he unleashed a fire-style jutsu at the bugs. Oomph. Just a mere clan of insect controllers. I'll burn every last one of these bugs with my fire technique. Let's see what tricks you have left. Confronted with a roaring wave of fire, the dense flock of Kikaichu suddenly contracted into a tight sphere. A hazy blue chakra glow shimmered over their surfaces as they charged straight into the fireball, undeterred. With a thunderous burst, the great fireball detonated in the air, scattering embers like a rain of fire. As the blaze faded, the Kikaichu cluster emerged unscathed before the Root leader. How is this possible? These bugs aren't afraid of the heat. Get off me. The Root leader stared in utter disbelief as the Kikaichu showed not the slightest sign of harm. But the Kikaichu cared nothing for his shock. Faithful as ever, they continued to carry out their great master Shinya's will. In the next instant, the swarm exploded outward, crawling over the Root leader's entire body in a heartbeat. Hidden in the shadows, Shinya paid no attention to the Root leader, now engulfed by insects. His massive form slowly turned. He watched the fox racing toward him, its speed astonishing, confusion flickering in his single eye. Did that brat Nawaki really let the fox get past him? That shouldn't be possible. A deafening rumble announced the nine-tailed fox's arrival as its colossal body barreled through Konoha village, heading straight for the Root leader's position as sensed by Shinya. Clouds of dust and debris billowed in its wake. No house or structure could withstand the nine tails. Whatever stood in its path was reduced to rubble. Watching the rampaging beast, Shinya's vertical pupil darkened with a hint of menace. That brat Nawaki is really giving me trouble, letting this crazed fox run loose in the village. Well, so be it. This is Nawaki's village, after all. Until he gets here, I'd better stop it for him. Muttering to himself, Shinya sent out a pulse of mental command. The Kikaichu, still feeding on the Root leader's corpse, instantly responded to their master's call, buzzing as they returned to Shinya's side. All that remained was a ghastly, white skeleton. Go, drain that rampaging fox dry. Receiving their master's order, the Kikaichu swarm formed a cloud tinged with faint blue light and surged toward the recklessly charging Ninetails. Powerful. Pure. Strength. Flickering waves of mental energy radiated from within the swarm. Countless parasite beetles, like ravenous beasts that had just scented fresh prey, surged impatiently toward the Ninetails. Were these things? The Ninetails glanced down at the beetles clinging to its fur, each one emitting a faint blue glow, and paused in confusion. In the next instant, wherever the beetles clung, chakra within the Ninetails began to flow outward like tiny streams. Gazing at the crawling swarm, the Ninetails suddenly remembered something Isohiko had once mentioned, a little fish that had parasitized its body. But that little fish was not like these beetles, which only knew how to take. The fish would help Isohiko clean away filth at regular intervals, and, when needed, could even provide Isohiko with 5 times as much chakra support. Later, Isohiko had said that after the fish grew up, it had gone its own way. Damn parasites, do you think you could devour my power? A surge of violent chakra erupted within the Nine Tails. Suddenly, blazing, tangible foxfire leapt across its body, scorching the beetles with a furious crackling. So hot. This is unbearable. The parasites clinging to the Nine Tails screamed in agony, writhing and dropping from its fur in droves. Oomph. You pitiful ants, do you really think you can absorb the chakra of a tail beast? How utterly foolish. A glint of disdain flashed in the Nine Tails' eyes. Its chakra pulsed outward, blasting the remaining beetles away. The survivors circled warily nearby, sending frantic signals of fear to Shina, but none dared approach again. Sensing the wave of terror from his parasites, Shinya's eyes widened in astonishment. Ever since his swarm had acclimated to Sage Chakra, this was the first time he'd encountered such a setback. As expected of the tailed beast created by the Sage of Six Paths, chakra that burns living things is not to be underestimated. These parasites are still far too weak. The Sage Chakra within them is just a faint trace, nowhere near enough to withstand the tailed beast's corrosive chakra. With a silent sigh, Shinya ordered the beetles back to him, where they regrouped and formed a suit of living armor around his body. Sage Art, Petrifying Venom. Sage Chakra surged through Shinya as he opened his mouth and unleashed a powerful, petrifying toxin at the Nine Tails. As the beetles retreated, the Nine Tails flickered, activating its senses to hunt for the fleeing root leader. How odd. I could sense his presence just now. Why is it suddenly gone? Still puzzled, the Nine Tails was struck by a sudden sense of danger. Instinctively, it swept its nine tails in front of itself, just in time to shield against the stream of venom Shinya had unleashed. Suddenly, a sharp, searing pain shot through its tail. The Nine Tails glanced down and saw that the tail touched by the venom was slowly turning to stone. The petrification spread rapidly, engulfing half of the tail in the blink of an eye. Sensing the surge of mystical energy pulsing from the petrified tail, the Nine Tails was instantly alarmed. Not daring to hesitate, it made a decisive swipe with its claw, tearing off the tail that was almost entirely turned to stone. With a roar filled with both agony and fury, the Nine Tails hurled the now stone-hard tail toward the direction from which the attack had come. Show yourself, you coward, skulking in the shadows. Come out and face me. With a swing of his long tail, Shinya knocked the flying stone tail aside, his massive serpent head slowly rising in the darkness, locking eyes with the Nine Tails standing before him. Fox enough. The one you're after. Nawaki has already asked me to kill him for you, Shinya hissed, his forked tongue flickering as he tried to reason with the Nine Tails. Now that the attacker had revealed himself, the Nine Tails couldn't care less about whatever Shinya was saying. The pain of losing a tail, the hatred of a sneak attack, none of it could be forgiven. With a deafening roar, the Nine Tails lunged straight at Shinya. You ambushed and wounded me, and now you expect me to stand down? But Shinya was hardly the type to back down from a fight. Seeing the Nine Tails show no intention of compromise, a cold glint flashed in Shinya's vertical pupil. His massive serpentine body coiled, and with a mighty spring, he shot toward the oncoming Nine Tails, refusing to yield. As expected, you're nothing but a brainless, foolish fox. No wonder humans have sealed you away again and again. At these words, the Nine Tails' eyes turned bloodshot with rage. With an unhinged howl, it crashed into Shinya, jaws snapping down hard on the serpent's long body. Curse you! Fortunately, Shinya's body was protected by a layer of armor formed by parasitic insects, which softened the pain from the Nine Tails' crushing bite. Hissing sharply, Shinya's powerful body coiled swiftly around the Nine Tails, jaws opening wide as its fangs plunged deep into the fox's flesh. The Nine Tails let out a tortured cry, its canine teeth biting down with renewed force. A sound like firecrackers bursting echoed through the chaos. Nine Tails' fangs shattered Shinya's insect armor. Pain flickered in Shinya's single eye as his body tensed, constricting the Nine Tails with all its might. The Nine Tails stumbled, then crashed to the ground. The mightiest tailed beast of the ninja world and a giant serpent that had survived since the days of the Sage of Six Paths, at this moment, both abandoned their most powerful techniques. The two colossal creatures wrestled in the dust, locked in primal combat, tearing and biting at each other without restraint. In an instant, clouds of dust billowed from the ground. Buildings all around them were caught in the crossfire. Entire sections were reduced to rubble in the wake of their furious battle. Riding atop his wooden puppet, Shunshu arrived at the scene and couldn't help but grimace at the chaos before him, his jaw aching in exasperation. How did these two end up fighting each other? He muttered to himself. You two stop it. Both of you quiet. Shunshu, hurry and help me get rid of this sneaky snake who ambushed me. and I'll forgive what you did to me earlier today. With difficulty, the Ninetales raised its head from Sinya's coils, casting a pleading look at Shunshu standing to the side. Seizing the moment, Sinya sank its fangs into the Ninetales again, drawing a pained cry, only for the Ninetales to retaliate with another fierce bite. You despicable thing! How dare you ambush me again? I'm not letting this go today. Sinya shuddered from the bite, but ignored the Ninetales' outburst, snapping down with its jaws yet again. Shunshu rubbed his forehead, exasperated, and maneuvered his wooden puppet forward. With both hands, he grabbed the two gigantic beasts and forcefully pulled them apart. The Ninetales continued to struggle, defiant, thrashing in the puppet's palm and baring its teeth at Sinya. Let me go. Come on, you filthy snake. I dare you to fight me for 300 more rounds. Sinya sat in the other palm, casting a disdainful glance at the Ninetales. Oomph. You think I'm afraid of you? If it weren't for your connection to Shinshu, I'd have poisoned you long ago. I've just been holding back, you brainless fox. The Ninetales bristled with fury, struggling wildly. Nonsense. If I hadn't known Shunshu had a summoning beast like you, I'd have blasted you to pieces already with a tailed beast bomb. You're nothing but a sneaky snake who only dares attack from the shadows. Watching these two, who could barely even insult each other properly, Shinshu shook his head slightly. With this level of banter, they want to argue with humans? All right, enough. You're both important partners to me. Why are you acting like bitter enemies the very first time you meet? Aren't you both a little old to be bickering like children? The Ninetales huffed, still fuming. Oomph. It's all because of that guy. If he hadn't ambushed me, I wouldn't have lost that root ninja. Sinya immediately protested. Nonsense. You wouldn't listen to reason. I told you I'd already taken care of that ninja, but you wouldn't let it go. And who says I ambushed you? Didn't I send my bugs to greet you before? The quarrel quickly flared up again. Enough, both of you. We're near the Hokage building. People will be here soon. Sinya, you should head back for now. Thanks for your help today. I still have some loose ends to tie up here, so I won't keep you any longer. Seeing the seriousness on Shengtong's face, Shina stopped bickering with the Ninetales. All right then. Since you asked, old man, I'll let this foolish fox off the hook for today. When you're done here, if you have the time, come by Ryukido. There's something I'd like your help with. Although Shintong was a bit puzzled about what Shinya needed from him, he agreed without hesitation. Of course. Once things settle down in Konoha, I'll make a trip over. Shinya nodded, snorted at the Ninetales, and vanished in a swirl of smoke, returning to Ryukido. The Ninetales was thoroughly annoyed at Shinya's parting jab and turned to glare at Shintong. Shintong, I've been playing along with your act all night. When I end up fighting that damn snake, whose side are you on? Mine or his? Shintong looked at the Ninetales, feeling a headache coming on. He couldn't help but feel exasperated by its childishness. Kurama, you and Shinya are both my friends. As a friend, how could I possibly help one of you against the other? Can't you two just get along? The Ninetales huffed, then reached into its thick fur with a paw and fished out Kushina, unceremoniously setting her down. Oomph. I knew you couldn't be relied on. Here, take this girl, Kushina. I kept her safe and sound. Not a scratch on her. A wave of guilt washed over Shengtong as he gently set both the Ninetales and Kushina down on the ground. I'm sorry, Kirame. I made you worry because of my own problems. The Ninetales turned its head away with a soft snort. Oomph. As long as you know. Shengtong noticed silhouettes appearing in the distance and looked at the Ninetales, a bit troubled. Kurama, I might have to ask for your help one more time. The Ninetales turned back, eyeing Shengtong warily. What are you up to now? I'm warning you. Don't even think about using what release on me again as an excuse. The fierce expression on the Ninetales' face as it nervously made this admission almost made Shengtong burst out laughing. I promise, no would release this time. You have my word. Only then did the Ninetales' expression soften. It shot Shengtong a sideways glance. All right, what do you need me to do this time? I still have some loose ends to wrap up here, so I won't keep you any longer. Seeing the earnest look on Shengtong's face, Shinya stopped bickering with the Ninetales. All right then. Since it's you asking, I'll let this foolish fox off the hook for today. When you're finished with your tasks, come by Ryukido when you have a chance. There's something I'd like your help with. Though a bit puzzled as to what Shinya wanted from her, Shengtong agreed without hesitation. Of course. Once things settle down in Konoha, I'll make a trip over. Shinya nodded, shot a dismissive snort at the Ninetales, then dissolved into a puff of smoke, returning to Ryukido. The Ninetales was thoroughly annoyed at Shinya's parting jab and turned to face Shengtong. Shengtong, I played along with your little drama all night. When the time comes and I have to fight that wretched snake, whose side will you be on, mine or his? Shengtong looked at the Ninetales, a headache brewing. Its childish pettiness left her completely exasperated. Kurama, both you and Shinya are my friends. As your friend, how could I ever help one of you against the other? Can't you two just get along? The Ninetales snorted in frustration, then reached into its thick fur with a paw and fished out Kushina. Oomph. Knew I couldn't count on you, Brad. Here, take this girl Kushina back. I kept her safe and sound. Not a scratch on her. A wave of guilt washed over Shangtong as she gently set Kurama and Kushina down on the ground. I am sorry, Kerame. I put you through a lot because of my own problems. Kurama turned his head away and gave a grudging little huff. Humph. As long as you realize. Shangtong saw figures starting to appear in the distance and glanced at Kurama, a bit uneasy. Kurama, I might have to trouble you one more time. Kurama turned back, eyeing Shangtong with suspicion. What are you plotting now? I'm warning you. Don't even think about using would release on me as an excuse again. Seeing Kurama's fierce expression as he meekly tried to stand his ground, Shangtong almost couldn't keep from laughing. I promise, I won't use would release on you. You have my word. Kurama's expression softened, and he shot Shangtong a sidelong glance. All right, what do you want from me this time? Shangtong lowered her voice. If I recall, you've mastered the transformation technique, haven't you? Someone's coming in a moment. I just need you to play along. Kurama saw that this wasn't much to ask and nodded without protest. He'd been helping Shangtong all night. One more time wouldn't hurt. Fine, but this is the last time, understood? Seeing Kurama agree, Shangtong broke into a broad smile, and then suddenly shouted out in a loud voice. Ninetales, your power is simply too strong. I must seal you away once more. Ninetales. Wood-style, cocoon enclosure. A black kanji, 4-seat, appeared on Shungtian's palm as he controlled the wooden golem to slowly raise its hand toward the Ninetales, all the while shooting frantic glances at the beast. The Ninetales' paws caught off guard, then looked up at the empty palm of the wooden giant and suddenly understood. Arg, damn this Wood-style. I refuse to accept this. With a piercing, anguished wail, the Ninetales awkwardly raised its front paws and quickly formed a hand sign. The massive body, now covered by the wooden golem's palm, allowed a faint sound and instantly shrank into a small fox. A hint of a smile appeared in Sheng Tian's eyes as he leapt from the golem's shoulder, shouting once again. Sealing technique, 8 trigram seal. A dazzling light of chakra burst forth as Shang Tian pressed his hand on Kushina, who was lying on the ground. A surge of pure yang released chakra flowed into her, gently mending her wounds. Inside the sealing space, the half of the Ninetales watched everything unfold, the corners of its mouth curling into a broad, mocking grin. Oomph, how childish. Shangtan withdrew his hand, discreetly tucking the fox-shaped Ninetales into his arms, a satisfied smile on his face. Whoosh whoosh. Orochimaru arrived with a group of ANBU, and when he saw Kushina quietly lying on the ground, a look of understanding flashed in his eyes. Shangtian, did you succeed? Shangtian nodded at Orochimaru, exchanging a knowing smile. Sensei, I've resealed the Ninetales within Kushina, and I've reinforced the seal with the 8 trigrams. This kind of incident will never happen again. The ANBU who had followed Orochimaru listened to Shangtian's words, their eyes lighting up with joy. Lord Shangtian, have you really dealt with the Ninetales? Shangtian nodded at the unfamiliar ANBU, offering a warm smile. Yes, it's all taken care of. The ANBU exchanged glances, excitement clear in their eyes. That's wonderful. We must tell the village right away. The disaster is over. It was Lord Shangtian who turned the tide, saving the village, saving us all. With that, the ANBU and their jubilant teammates rushed off in all directions to spread the good news. Watching them go, Shangtian turned to Orochimaru with a hint of confusion. Sensei, about that ANBU. Orochimaru nodded, placing a reassuring hand on Shangtian's shoulder. I've been with the ANBU for many years. It's only natural that I have a few loyal subordinates. Rope Tree suddenly understood, giving Orochimaru a grateful smile before bending down to pick up Kushina. The 3 of them left together, departing from the ruins and shattered walls. Shortly after Rope Tree and Orochimaru left, a tiny beetle emerged from the shadows. It hovered in the air for a moment, then gently landed atop the pile of destroyed bugs killed by the Ninetales. Grabbing one in its pincers, it wobbled away, vanishing into the darkness. Morning arrived. The villagers of Konoha stepped out of the shelter and, after calling out for friends and searching around, made a surprising discovery. Aside from a few unlucky souls who were accidentally trampled during the chaos of the night, not a single villager had suffered any serious harm. The smoke of last night's great battle had already dissipated. Konoha's residents stood atop the ruins of their homes, doing their best to salvage whatever could still be used from the wreckage. For ordinary people living in the ninja world, disaster had always been a part of daily life. If a house collapsed, so be it. As long as everyone survived, life would go on. But unlike in the past, after enduring so many disasters, this time, in the aftermath of the Nine-Tails rampage, there was a new light of hope shining in their eyes. That hope came from the one who, after the third Hokage fell, stepped forward to subdue the rampaging Nine-Tails and save the village from catastrophe. With Lord Rope Tree, who, just like the first Hokage, can suppress the Nine-Tails, our village will surely be safer than ever before. With help from the staff sent by the Hamura Real Estate Agency, everyone worked hard to clear away the debris, holding on to this hope in their hearts. Of course, among those harboring such hope, there were none from the Sarutobi clan, whose estate had been almost completely destroyed by the Nine-Tails. When they learned that Sarutobi Hiruzen had collapsed from exhaustion during the struggle against the Nine-Tails and had been sent to Konoha Hospital, the third Hokage's wife, Sarutobi Bawako, left behind her grieving clan members and hurried straight to the hospital. "Tsunade, how is your teacher doing now?" Arriving at the hospital and seeing her husband lying unconscious on the bed, Bawako asked Tsunade anxiously. "Don't worry, Lady Bawako," Tsunade replied gently. "It's just mental exhaustion, nothing serious. Rope Tree is next door treating Kushina. I've already informed him. He's even more skilled than I am when it comes to this kind of treatment. With him on the case, everything will be fine." Tsunade comforted Bawako in a warm voice, then turned to Chino at her side and instructed. "Chino, go check if your sister Kushina has woken up. If she has, tell Rope Tree to come over right away." Chino nodded. "Okay, Sister Tsunade." Tsunade reached out and tapped her on the head, deliberately putting on a stern face as she said, "You should call me Sensei." Chino rubbed her head, which didn't actually hurt, grinned mischievously, and skipped off to the next room. "Kushina-nichan, you're awake." Peeking her head in from the doorway, Chino's eyes lit up when she saw Kushina sitting on the bed, chatting with a blonde boy. She scampered eagerly to Kushina's bedside. Kushina, who had often seen Chino come and go from the Senju compound with Uyashiro Hamura, recognized the adorable girl at once. Smiling, she ruffled Chino's hair affectionately. "So it's you, Chino. What brings you here?" Chino squinted her eyes in blissful enjoyment, grinning goofily as she was patted on the head. "Tsunade-sensei asked me to come." Kushina looked at Chino in surprise, not expecting her to refer to Tsunade that way. "Sensei, did Tsunade-san take you on as her apprentice?" Chino beamed with pride and nodded enthusiastically. Just last night, after checking my body, Sensei said my chakra is really sensitive to blood, and she even praised me as a natural-born medical ninja." Kushina played along, putting on an expression of genuine admiration. "Little Chino, you really are amazing." Chino scratched her head, breaking out in another round of silly laughter. Besides Uyashiro Hamura, this was the first time in her life she'd met so many people who were genuinely kind to her. Hearing about Chino's relationship with Tsunade, Minato couldn't help but glance at her a bit more closely. "So, she's also a student of one of the legendary Sanin, just like me?" He sighed quietly to himself. With everything that happened in the village last night, not even a shadow of Jiraiya-sensei appeared. I wonder where he went. Just then, Chino seemed to remember something important, her face lighting up with sudden realization. "All right," Sensei said, "if you wake up, Shizen and I should go next door to check in." Shizen looked helplessly at the little scatterbrain, but took her small hand and stepped forward. "Kushina, let Minato stay and take care of you. I'll go check next door. Chino, let's head out for now." Chino nodded in a daze, reluctant to leave, casting a longing glance at Kushina before being gently led out of the room by Shizen. "Namake's Minato." Lost in thought, Minato suddenly felt a strange chill at the sound of his name, shuddering involuntarily. He looked up and saw Kushina gazing at him with a dangerous glint in her eyes. "Kushina, is something wrong?" A sly smile played at the corners of Kushina's lips as she placed a hand on Minato's shoulder. "Pretty cute, isn't she?" Their eyes met. Minato, caught off guard by Kushina's dazzling beauty so close to him, blushed ever so slightly and nodded before he even realized it. So cute. Kushina, who had been a little annoyed by Minato's gaze lingering on Chino, suddenly felt her heart pound uncontrollably when she caught the look in Minato's eyes. All the jealousy and sourness she'd harbored disappeared in an instant, as if swept away. A flustered panic welled up inside her. Her hand, which had been resting on Minato's shoulder, reflexively pushed outward, sending the dazed Minato tumbling onto his backside. With her cheeks burning scarlet, Kushina quickly dove under the covers to hide. You're the worst." Minato, now sitting on the floor, looked completely bewildered. Rope Tree made his way to Hiruzen Sarutobi's hospital room, guiding Chino over to Tsunade's side before greeting Bawako Sarutobi. "Lady Bawako, Bawako stood up in excitement, hope shining in her eyes as she looked at Rope Tree. She abandoned all formality, speaking directly and with urgency. Good child. Hiruzen still hasn't woken up. Tsunade said you might have a way. Is that true? Rope Tree nodded, offering her a reassuring smile. Lady Bawako, please rest easy. Leave it to me. Bawako hurriedly stepped aside, making room for Rope Tree to approach the bedside. She watched eagerly, anticipation in her gaze. Rope Tree reached out and placed his hand on Hiruzen's furrowed brow. The energy of yin-yang release began to flow gently from within him, gradually repairing the damage to Hiruzen's mind. After all, yin-yang release possesses the power to create life itself. Mere mental injuries are hardly a challenge. Within moments, the pain faded from Hiruzen's face. His eyelids fluttered, and slowly he woke. Rope Tree withdrew his hand and smiled at Hiruzen. Lord Third, how are you feeling? Hiruzen, meeting Rope Tree's gentle smile, felt his memories from before he lost consciousness return. He sat up slowly, his gaze sweeping the room before he turned to Bawako with an apologetic look. Bawako, you and Tsunade step out for a moment. There's something I'd like to discuss with Rope Tree. Bawako hesitated, worry written on her face. Hiruzen, you've only just woken up. Hiruzen waved her off, his voice steady and resolute. I know my own condition better than anyone. Don't worry. Please step outside for now. Seeing his determination, Bawako no longer insisted. She left the room with Tsunade, taking Chino along and softly closing the door behind them. Once they were gone, Hiruzen's eyes left the door and settled on Rope Tree, his gaze complex. The rampage of the Nine Tails. That was your doing, wasn't it? Lord Third, your insight is as keen as ever. Rope Tree admitted it without hesitation, smiling calmly at Hiruzen. Hiruzen Sarutobi was not surprised by Tsunade's answer. He simply stared into her eyes in a daze. The moment I saw your eyes before I lost consciousness, I already guessed as much, he said. It's the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan, isn't it? Just like Madara Uchiha back in the day, you used Jinjutsu to control the Nine Tails. Hiruzen spoke with certainty. Tsunade shook her head, then nodded. Yes, it's the Sharingan. But the Nine Tails was never under my control. Not for a single moment. Hiruzen's expression shifted. His tone grew anxious as he pressed. Then does that mean the Nine Tails broke free of Kushina's seal and has already escaped? What's happening in the village now? Tsunade shook her head. You've misunderstood, Lord Third. What I meant was, the Nine Tails was never controlled by anyone, and it was never sealed, either. Hiruzen's pupils contracted. What do you mean? Are you saying even the Nine Tails was rampaging only because it was following your orders? Tsunade smiled and nodded. That's right. Hiruzen was stunned for a long moment, then slumped back against the headboard, letting out a bitter laugh. What an impressive scheme. To think you could convince the Nine Tails to willingly join you in this farce for Konoha's benefit. I can hardly say I was unjustly outmaneuvered. After all, Hiruzen was a man of formidable intellect. He collected his thoughts and soon understood. He hesitated, then looked at Tsunade with a pleading glimmer in his eyes. May I ask you something? Tsunade nodded. Am I really, as Orochimaru once claimed, an unfit Hokage, a thoroughly selfish man? Seeing the uncertainty and tremor in Hiruzen's gaze, Tsunade let out a gentle sigh. No, you are not. A faint light returned to Hiruzen's eyes, and he waited, hopeful, for what Tsunade would say next. For someone who took up the Hokage's mantle in Konoha's darkest hour, you've done exceedingly well. Hiruzen's spirit seemed to lift. When Second Grandpa was ambushed by the Gold and Silver Brothers, you volunteered to cover the retreat, risking your life without hesitation. That alone proved you were qualified to be a true Kage. And after becoming Hokage, you managed to stabilize the village, allowing the will of fire to carry on. All your efforts to reassure the villagers, those too, are undeniable proof. These are the indelible contributions you've made to Konoha. Hiruzen stared absently at the ceiling, a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. After a long silence, he finally asked in a low, wistful voice, If that's true, then why did you choose to replace me as Hokage? Tsunade shook her head, a cold smirk appearing on her lips. Although at that time you did indeed do what a Hokage should do, just as you said yourself. Merit cannot offset fault. After you secured your own position, however, you made a grave mistake. Hiruzen Sarutobi was taken aback, confusion flickering across his face. What do you mean? Shungshu looked straight into Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes. You placed too much value on the power in your hands. You relied on Danzo Shimura's influence to eliminate dissent, deliberately oppressed the ninja clans, and tried to ensure that the seat of Hokage would always remain within the Sarutobi clan, didn't you? Hiruzen's expression froze. He opened his mouth, but offered no defense. If I'm not mistaken, if Danzo hadn't died, your next targets would have been Master Orochimaru, who was the top candidate to succeed as Hokage, and Tsukumo Hatake, right? A bitter, weary sigh escaped Hiruzen Sarutobi as he nodded slightly. That's right. Shungshu gave a cold snort. Even so, these could still be dismissed as just means to secure your rule. For the people of Konoha, as long as the village could know peace, it didn't matter who sat in the Hokage's chair. A fierce light flashed in Shungshu's eyes as he fixed Hiruzen with a piercing stare, enunciating each word. But what you should never have done was to indulge Danzo, to violate second grandfather's orders, and allow human experimentation on the members of the Senju clan. You even tacitly approved Danzo's attempt to use me. The only Senju to awaken would release. Just for these two crimes alone, your guilt is no less than Danzo's. 100 deaths wouldn't atone for it. Hiruzen leaned against the headboard, face ashen, a bitter, self-mocking smile crossing his lips. So, in a way, I should feel fortunate you showed me mercy. Shungshu scoffed. No. What you should be grateful for isn't that I didn't kill you, but that you had a disciple like Jiraiya. At the mention of Jiraiya's name, Hiruzen visibly started, his expression turning complicated as he murmured the name softly. Jiraiya. Shungshu pressed on. As the tutor who taught the legendary Sanin of Konoha, you ended up with all 3 of your students losing faith in you and turning away. And yet you still don't know what you did wrong. How laughable. Hiruzen's body trembled violently. He bowed his head, eyes full of despair. Yes. Why didn't I realize this sooner? All this time, I believed everything I did was for Konoha. But now I see, it was all just an excuse to justify my own actions. Orochimaru was right. I truly wasn't a qualified Hokage. I was nothing but a complete failure. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi finally let go of the last lingering attachments in his heart. It seems I truly made mistakes in the past. The village is yours from now on. I hope you won't lose sight of your original intentions, as I did when you become Hokage. With a proud smile, Nawaki cast one final look at Hiruzen Sarutobi. In my hands, Konoha will only grow stronger. You'll witness the changes that await Konoha in the future. That is, if you live long enough to see them. The weight lifted from Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart, and a hopeful smile appeared on his face. Good. I'll do my best to live a while longer, just to see how far Konoha can go under your leadership. In the days that followed, a wave of energetic post-disaster reconstruction swept through the entire village of Konoha. Backed by the vast resources of Ketsu real estate, the villagers worked tirelessly to clear away the rubble, all while receiving generous compensation from the Ketsu Merchants Guild. For a time, the people of Konoha were filled with an unprecedented enthusiasm, pouring their hearts and souls into restoring their village. Meanwhile, a meeting that would decide the fate of Konoha's future was underway in the council chamber of the Land of Fire. This meeting was convened by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the esteemed daimyo of the Land of Fire, still visiting in the village, was invited to serve as a witness. Gathered, there were representatives of all the major clans, as well as many jonin, elite shinobi bearing the title of Upper Ninja. Draped in his ceremonial Hokage robes, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat at the head of the table, his face somewhat wan, with the daimyo seated at his side. He glanced around at the assembled shinobi of Konoha, cleared his throat, and announced the beginning of the meeting. Ahem. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are all aware of the chaos the nine-tailed fox wrought upon our village just days ago. The room was silent. No one spoke. They merely nodded in quiet acknowledgement as they watched the weary Hokage. My battle with the Nine-Tails left me gravely injured. Though I've made some recovery these past few days, my body has only grown weaker. I fear I can no longer continue in my role as Hokage. While the heads of the great clans sat with stoic composure, the lesser clan representatives and regular jonin exchanged uneasy glances, a ripple of unrest passing through them. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked around the room, sighed inwardly, and continued. The reason I've gathered you for this jonin council is to select the next Hokage for Konoha. I have already submitted a list of candidates to the Honorable Daimyo. You may now cast your votes. The candidate with the most votes shall become the fourth Hokage of Konoha. The representatives from the minor clans glanced at one another, then looked over at the major clan faction where not a single person stepped forward to speak. All of them wisely chose to keep silent. Koharu Yuditane and Hamura Mito exchanged glances, a trace of confusion flickering in their eyes. Lord Third Hokage, with something so important, why didn't you consult us, your advisory elders, beforehand? And what about Elder Danzo? At a time like this, shouldn't he be present as well? Hamura rose to his feet, adjusted his glasses, and addressed Hiruzen Sarutobi with a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. Hiruzen looked at him, disappointment flashing across his face at his old friend's inability to see the situation for what it was. He gave a faint shake of his head. On the night of the Nine-Tails attack, Elder Danzo took the lead, rallying his men against the beast. He sacrificed himself for the sake of the village. As for the Hokage election, this decision was only reached after I discussed it with the Lord Daimyo. The Lord Daimyo, understanding my grave injuries, agreed that there was no time to delay and consented to my resignation as Hokage. I must apologize for not informing you two advisors in time. Seeing the cold expression on Hiruzen's face, Hamura suddenly understood something and sat down without another word. My health no longer permits me to continue. I'll trouble the Lord Daimyo to oversee the election from here. Hiruzen ignored the two advisors and nodded toward the Daimyo of the Land of Fire. The Fire Daimyo stood up from his seat and produced a list, holding it up for all to see. Without any unnecessary preamble, he spoke directly to the assembly. This list was submitted by the third Hokage. I ask all of you to vote fairly and justly for the candidate you believe is most fit to succeed as Hokage. First, the third Hokage student, one of the legendary Sanin, Orochimaru. Second, another of the third Hokage students, also one of the Sanin, Lady Tsunade. Third, the White Fang of Konoha, Tsukumo Hatake. Fourth, the daimyo let his voice linger for a moment, glancing over the crowd. The disciple of Orochimaru, the younger brother of Lady Tsunade, heir to the wood release of the Senju clan, the hero who subdued the rampaging Nine-Tails and saved Konoha from disaster. Nawaki. These four are the candidates for this Jonin vote. Please cast your ballots. The representatives of the minor clans were left speechless by the daimyo's announcement of the candidates, their eyes wide in shock. So, this is your idea of fairness? Why not mention that he's the first Hokage's grandson too? While the minor clan representatives whispered among themselves, someone suddenly rose from the ranks of the major clans. I am Fugaku Uchiha, head of the Uchiha clan. On behalf of the Uchiha, I cast my vote for Lord Nawaki. I am Hayashi Hyuga, the head of the Hyuga clan. On behalf of my clan, I support Lord Nawaki as the fourth Hokage. The heads of the Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, seated together, exchanged glances when they saw two great families had already declared their support. Slowly, the Nara clan leader rose to his feet, offering Sarutobi Hiruzen an apologetic look before speaking in a clear, resonant voice. I am Shikaka Nara, head of the Nara clan. On behalf of the Inoshikacho Alliance, we support Lord Nawaki as the fourth Hokage. The audience watched as the three clan leaders stood, and a wave of astonishment swept through the hall. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Shikaku Nara, who had always stood by his side, now clearly declaring his allegiance to Nawaki. Even though he had already accepted Nawaki's succession, witnessing this moment left a bittersweet ache in his heart. I never expected this. The three of you had given up on me so early. He let out a dry chuckle, a faint, wry smile flickering on his lips. Silently, he shook his head, coming to terms once again with the true weight of his title among Konoha's prominent clans. The Aburame clan supports Lord Nawaki as the fourth Hokage. As the Aburame clan stood to declare their position right after the Inoshikacho trio, even the two elder advisors were visibly surprised. How could this be? Weren't the Aburame always closely aligned with Danzo? What's going on? Unmoved by the curious stares, the Aburame clan leader quietly sat back down. Hidden within his sleeve, his fingers brushed gently against a Kikaichu resting on his hand. Instantly, the insect responded, transmitting a faint, chaotic wave of mental signals. Master! A barely perceptible smile flickered beneath the Aburame clan leader's dark glasses. The insect-controlling technique he had obtained from Nawaki, in exchange for his loyalty, was enough to bring about a dramatic leap in the Aburame clan strength. When the survival of the entire clan was at stake, the cost paid, even one's pride, seemed trivial. In the end, the weak must submit to the strong. It's the law of nature. Thus, the Jonin Council convened to elect the fourth Hokage concluded, with Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Tsukumo Hatake all abstaining from the vote. The feudal lord of the Land of Fire put away the list in his hands and beamed at Nawaki, nodding in approval. Nawaki, congratulations! Once the formal Hokage inauguration ceremony is held, you will officially become Konoha's fourth Hokage. Nawaki returned the Land of Fire daimyo's smile. Thank you for your support, Your Excellency. Please rest assured, I will do everything in my power to assist you and ensure the people of the Land of Fire live happy and prosperous lives. Their eyes met, and in that moment, a silent understanding passed between them. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is stepping down due to his injuries, and the hero who suppressed the Nine Tails and saved Konoha, Nawaki, will succeed him as the fourth Hokage. The faces of the Hokage rock are being carved with the likeness of the fourth Hokage, and in half a month, the ceremony to pass on the title of Hokage will be held at the Hokage Tower. We welcome all residents of Konoha Village to come and witness this grand event. This explosive news was posted on bulletin boards throughout Konoha, and in just a single day, it spread to every street and alley of the village. That's wonderful news. Lord Nawaki is a powerful ninja who can suppress even the terrifying Nine Tails on his own. With him as Hokage, our village will surely be safer than ever. That's not all, you know. Oh, what else? Don't you remember? Lord Nawaki, just like the first Hokage, is an exceptional user of wood release. If he becomes Hokage, he'll surely restore Konoha to the glory it enjoyed under the first, making us the strongest of the 5 great nations. When that day comes, won't the entire shinobi world have to listen to Konoha? Wow, brother, that's a keen insight. Amidst the bustling crowd, a middle-aged man wearing an off-white hood looked up at the notice on the bulletin board, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. So even a Nine Tails couldn't destroy Konoha? What a shame. It seems I'll have to take advantage of this power transition to fulfill the mission the village entrusted to me. He reached down to touch the stone-carving tools at his waist, then slipped out of the crowd and made his way toward the Hokage rock. Suddenly, a ninja clad in ANBU attire appeared before the middle-aged man in a flash, extending an arm to block his path. The man started in surprise and instinctively took a step back, bowing and nodding with a look of nervous deference, just like any ordinary citizen would before a high-ranking ninja. Sir, I'm one of the craftsmen assigned to work on the fourth Hokage's likeness. I was just heading to the Hokage rock to start my shift. May I ask, sir, is there a reason you're stopping me? The ANBU ninja studied the man, who looked every bit the common artisan, a flicker of admiration passing through his eyes. If the fourth Hokage hadn't personally told them, who would believe that this seemingly ordinary middle-aged man was actually a spy who had been lurking in Konoha for years? Your name is Jin-Oyu, isn't it? The Hokage has sent for you. Please come with me to his office. Jin-Oyu's downcast eyes narrowed, and hidden hands inside his sleeves began to sweat. Sir, although I fled here during the war, and I'm not originally from Konoha, I've lived in this village for nearly 10 years now. I've always been honest and upright, and never once done anything to betray Konoha. May I ask, sir, why the Hokage wishes to see me? The ANBU ninja simply shook his head, unwilling to waste any more words. I'm only here to deliver the Hokage's orders and bring you before him. As for the reason, I'm sure Lord Hokage will explain it to you himself. Let's go. With that, the Umbu reached out, grabbed Jin-O's arm, and sped off toward the Hokage's office. Jin-O, held firmly by the Umbu, considered revealing his true strength and breaking free several times. But they were too close to the Hokage Tower and the Konoha police force. If he exposed himself here, he'd probably be killed on the spot by a squad of those battle-hungry Uchiha before he could get far. As he wrestled with his thoughts, they arrived at the Hokage Tower in the blink of an eye. Lord Fourth, on your orders, I have brought Jin-O before you. The Umbu pushed open the door to the Hokage's office, led Jin-O inside, and dropped to one knee before the man seated at the main desk, his voice full of respect. Shungshu paused his conversation with Orochimaru, glanced at the Umbu, and nodded slightly. Very good. Thank you. You may go. Yes, sir. The Umbu vanished from the room, leaving only Shungshu, Orochimaru, and Jin-O in the Hokage's office. Jin-O lifted his head with caution, managing a strained smile in Shungshu's direction. Shungshu stood up, walked over, and drew a file from inside his robes. Jin-O, Jonin from Hokage village in the Land of Mountains, skilled in the use of mechanical techniques and assassination with explosive tags. Prior to the Second Great Ninja War, you received orders from Hokage village to infiltrate Konoha as a spy. Your mission was to gather intelligence, destabilize Konoha from within, and coordinate with forces from Hokage village to destroy the village. You hid here under the guise of an ordinary craftsman. Setting the file down, Shungshu fixed his gaze on Jin-O, whose face had already drained of color. Jonin Jin-O, am I wrong? Jin-O jerked his head up, his eyes darting nervously as he looked at Shungshu. Lord Fourth, I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm just a regular person, not some spy from Hokage village as you claim. Shungshu shook his head slightly, then drew a worn explosive tag from his robes and waved it in front of Jin-O. This type of tag, you placed it yourself on the Hokage rock, didn't you? I have plenty more just like it. Oh, and by the way, you've been in Konoha a long time, so perhaps you haven't heard the news. Let me share something with you. Hokage village has vanished from the ninja world. Orochimaru-sensei tells me it was the hidden waterfall shinobi who did it. These words struck Jin-O like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, shattering his last defenses. He stumbled back 2 steps, disbelief etched across his face. Hokage village gone? Shunshu nodded. The light in Xuanwang's eyes gradually faded, and he gazed at Shunshu with a look of emptiness. The village is gone. What's the point of me remaining undercover in Konoha? 4th Hokage, since you've uncovered my identity, just kill me. Shunshu shook his head regretfully and looked at Xuanwang. Oh, what a pity. I truly didn't want to see your remarkable skills in mechanisms and combat go to waste. I even hoped to persuade you to stay in Konoha. But since you are so set on death, I can only apologize to that child who wished to see his father again. Xuanwang's expression froze, and he looked at Shunshu in bewilderment. What do you mean, Lord Hokage? He did indeed have a son, but that son had died on the battlefield during a conflict with Konoha more than 10 years ago. If not for that tragedy, he would never have accepted this nearly suicidal mission to destroy Konoha. Partly for his village, and partly to avenge his fallen son. A broad smile appeared on Shunshu's face as he walked over to stand beside Orochimaru, introducing him to Xuanwang. This is my teacher, one of the legendary Sanin, Orochimaru. He is highly skilled in secret arts involving the body and soul. As long as he has some tissue from the target, reviving someone is actually quite simple. Xuanwang's whole body trembled, his face lighting up with hope as he looked eagerly at Orochimaru. Orochimaru shot Shunshu a sharp glance, unwilling to shamelessly take credit for such a claim. He shook his head at Xuanwang. Please don't listen to his nonsense, Lord Xuanwang. Though I have some knowledge of secret arts, I am nowhere near capable of resurrecting the dead. The hope in Xuanwang's eyes faded, and the desire to live that had just stirred within him slowly slipped away. However, Orochimaru's tone shifted. If it's just to meet once more, that is within my power. Hearing Orochimaru's words, hope surged in Xuanwang's heart once again. Lord Orochimaru, is what you're saying really true? Can I truly see my son again? But he's been gone for over 10 years now. Orochimaru nodded with conviction. Yes, you can. But there's a condition for summoning your son's soul. As Shunshu just mentioned, I need part of your son's body. Cells, blood, hair. However, your son was only a regular genin in life, wasn't he? I know this may sound harsh, but for a ninja of his rank, it's unlikely that anything valuable remains. Orochimaru suddenly fell silent, looking at Xuanwang with a hint of surprise. Xuanwang tore off the cloth belt around his waist in one swift motion. With trembling hands, he groped inside and produced a carefully wrapped small cloth bundle. He unwrapped the bundle layer by layer, revealing several teeth nestled within, and handed them over to Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sama, these are the teeth my son lost when he was a child, he said in a low voice. I had intended to keep them as a memento of his growth, but I never imagined he would die so suddenly on the battlefield. Later, when I accepted the mission to go undercover in Konoha, I brought them along with me. Here, please take a look. Will they be of any use? Orochimaru nodded, glancing at Rope Tree with a touch of sentimentality in his eyes. You really are a lucky one, kid. A fleeting trace of pride appeared on Rope Tree's face, but he quickly composed himself and smiled at his teacher. Orochimaru shook his head with a wry smile and said to Xuanwang, Xuanwang, I have to admit, your luck truly is remarkable. Come, let's head to the laboratory. Xuanwang looked over at Rope Tree. Rope Tree smiled and nodded reassuringly. Let's go together. There are a few things I'd like to talk to you about anyway. He quickly formed a would clone sign, leaving a clone behind in the office to handle any unexpected situations. With that, Rope Tree and Xuanwang followed Orochimaru toward his laboratory. Orochimaru's secret research base. As Rope Tree entered and saw a ninja dressed in the Cloud Village's attire lying on the lab table, a look of surprise flickered across his face. Sensei, why is Tsunade from the Cloud hidden here with you? Orochimaru glanced at Rope Tree and replied casually. I asked Fugako-kun to hand him over. The day you were at Konoha Hospital, Fugako led the police force and, after several Uchiha were badly injured, managed to capture Tsunade as he tried to slip out of Konoha in the chaos. When they brought him to you, I happened to be there. My research was short on materials, so I requested to take him off their hands. You don't mind me making that call, do you? Rope Tree shook his head without concern. He's just an enemy ninja. Small matters like these, you can decide as you see fit, Sensei. Orochimaru and Rope Tree exchanged a knowing smile, the warmth of their bond as teacher and student shining through. Xuanwang managed a bitter smile, suddenly feeling a chill of unease in his heart. This 4th Hokage, He's nothing like Hiruzen Sarutobi. There's no mercy in his eyes. Orochimaru cleared a patch of floor in the laboratory and began inscribing a complex array onto the ground. He then tossed both Tsukadai, still trapped in a Sharingan illusion, and the teeth into the middle of the formation. Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation. His fingers danced through a series of intricate hand signs. Chakra surged within him, and the array carved on the floor instantly sprang to life, activating the forbidden technique. In his unconsciousness, Tutai suddenly jolted upright, his whole body trembling violently as he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Bastard! Orochimaru, Lord Raikage will avenge me. All of you from the leaf, you're coming with me to the grave. A cold, mocking smile appeared on Orochimaru's face as he poured even more chakra into the technique. Let him come. If the Raikage truly has the courage to challenge the god of shinobi. The swirling underworld earth, summoned by the ritual, enveloped Tutai's body in layer upon layer of darkness. Tutai's agonized shrieks and curses were abruptly silenced, and his trembling slowly faded away. Orochimaru ceased his movements. In an instant, the earth of the underworld that clung to Tutai's body rustled down to the ground, revealing the figure of a blond boy of about 10 years old. The boy's eyes remained tightly shut, and his face was covered in cracks, as if fine porcelain had shattered across his features. Staring at the familiar face from the depths of his memory, Jinno could no longer hold back his tears. Jinyang. Orochimaru formed a hand sign, and the boy resurrected by the impure world reincarnation slowly opened his pitch-black, lifeless eyes. He looked around in confusion, a puzzled expression flickering across his face. How am I here? I remember. Didn't I already die? With trembling hands, Jinno yanked off his hood and called out, his voice shaking. Jinyang, is it really you? Jinyang slowly turned his head. When he saw Jinno, he paused for a moment. Then a wide smile broke across his face, and the earth of the underworld began to flake off him piece by piece. Father, why do you look so much older? Jinno's trembling hand gently brushed the cracks on Jinyang's face, his eyes overflowing with guilt and longing. Jinyang, I'm sorry. I failed to protect you. Jinyang shook his head and asked in confusion. Father, didn't I already die? Why am I here now? Choking back his emotions, Jinno explained how Orochimaru had used a secret technique to summon his soul back from the underworld. Jinyang looked at Orochimaru and gave him a grateful smile. Orochimaru-sama, thank you for letting my father and I reunite. Orochimaru watched the pieces of underworld earth falling from Jinyang's body, frowned, and let out a sigh. My apologies. This secret technique is still far from perfect. There are many aspects I need to improve. Though I've managed to call you back this time, I'm afraid your soul won't be able to remain in this world for long. A hint of regret flickered in Jinyang's eyes, but he still offered Orochimaru a bright, reassuring smile. Orochimaru-sama, please don't trouble yourself on my account. Though it's a pity I can't stay, being able to see my father again is more than enough for me. Xuanwen gazed at his son, unwilling to let go, as the boy's body slowly turned to ash. Suddenly, with a heavy thud, he knelt before Shinshu. Lord Hokage, I beg of you, please give me a chance to atone for my mistakes. As long as my son Jinyang can be brought back to life, I swear I will devote myself to your service forever. I'm begging you. A faint smile touched Shinshu's lips as his gaze fell upon the boy, whose bright, sunlit presence reminded him of Minato. What about you? What do you think? With only half his face remaining, Jinyang managed a bitter smile. He lifted his arm, now vanished up to the elbow, and glanced at it. If I could, I would surely want to stay by my father's side. But it seems it's not meant to be. Shinshu nodded gently. Just hearing you say that is enough for me. Jonin Xuanweng, from this day forward, you and your son are members of the Hidden Leaf. Xuanweng looked up in astonishment, hope shining in his eyes as he faced Shinshu. Lord Hokage, can you really bring Jinyang back? Shinshu smiled with quiet pride. Prepare to witness a miracle. Slowly, the kaleidoscopic pattern of the Mangekyo appeared in his eyes. His left eye locked onto Jinyang's shattered body, and in an instant, the ocular Jutsu Kodoeme Tsukumi sprang to life. Power of Yang, bring forth creation. In that moment, the laws dividing life and death themselves shifted. A surging wave of life energy enveloped Jinyang's remains, wrapping him in a cocoon of shimmering green. Tendrils of death's aura, once clinging to Jinyang, were slowly forced out by the overwhelming force of creation, expelled from his body bit by bit. A flash of light from Shinshu's right eye, and in a heartbeat, the Reaper appeared before him. With its gaping maw agape, the Reaper hungrily devoured the death energy billowing from Jinyang, as if it had finally found its destination. The traces of death fading from Jinyang's body grew weaker and weaker, until at last they vanished entirely. Shunshu squeezed his eyes shut, closing the Mangekyo. Now evolved into the eternal Mangekyo, the power in his eyes far surpassed what it had been when he saved Mito. Even with both eyes open, all it cost him was a slight paling of his complexion. It's done. Shunshu took a few steady breaths, his color gradually returning. Xuanwing stared at the green cocoon before him, hesitant, and called out softly, "Jinyang, father!" Jinyang's voice came from within the cocoon, bright and unmistakably youthful. Overcome with emotion, Xuanweng rushed to the cocoon, his voice trembling with joy and tears. "Is it really you? Are you alive again? Come out. Let me see you with my own eyes." A bashful voice came from inside the cocoon. "Father, could you find me some clothes?" All the clothes Lord Orochimaru summoned with his secret arts, they vanished. After entrusting Jino and Jinyang to Orochimaru, Rope Tree left the laboratory and returned to the Hokage's office. Now that Jino and his son had become his subordinates, Rope Tree naturally had to consider their future arrangements. Given the unusual circumstances of the father and son, making them official Konoha shinobi overnight would be far too abrupt. For now, he decided to assign them to Orochimaru's team, where they would carry out covert ANBU operations. Later, when the right opportunity arose, he could find a suitable reason to let them appear in Konoha openly and honorably. Retracting his clone, Rope Tree sat down behind his desk. As he looked over the mountain of paperwork that had piled up these past few days, he scratched his head in frustration. He picked up a few files at random, flipped through them, and tossed them back onto the desk, clearly displeased. Approving fund for the Konoha hospital and the police force is one thing, but why on earth does every little matter end up in the Hokage's office? Every day, lists of missions generated by the village, disputes of all sizes, business district requests to hold events for the public. On and on it went. This old Sarutobi Hiruzen really can't let go of power, can he? There's plenty of work that could easily be delegated to other departments, yet somehow it all lands here on my desk. No wonder Naruto was so swamped after becoming Hokage, unable to even go home most days. Looks like he inherited this mess. This can't go on. Things need to change. Rope Tree sorted the files in front of him by category, then drafted a proposal outlining the division of duties among the various departments. Rising from his seat, he called out toward the hall. "Someone come in." "Lord Forth," came the prompt reply. Rope Tree glanced up at the masked ANBU operative before him. It appeared to be one of those who had accompanied Orochimaru the other day. He nodded in satisfaction. "Go and summon the 2 advisors and Lord Third. At once." The ANBU agent bowed respectfully and disappeared with a swift movement. Rope Tree returned to his seat and waited quietly. At the ANBU training facility, Orochimaru finished weaving his hand signs and nodded at Jinyang, who now wore the gear of an ANBU operative. "While your offensive skills are still a bit lacking, this new body of yours belonged to a top-level Jonin from the Hidden Cloud. You have a strong foundation. Your chakra and taijutsu have just about reached the Jonin level. For now, you won't be assigned any ANBU missions. Take this time to study and train diligently with your father." A bright smile broke across Jinyang's face as he bowed respectfully to Orochimaru. "Yes, Lord Orochimaru, I'll give my all." Looking at the cheerful expression on his face, Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback. "You remind me a great deal of that boy, Namikaze Minato. The ANBU isn't suited for someone like you. I'll speak to the 4th Hokage and try to get you out of the ANBU when the time is right, so you can become one of Konoha's regular shinobi." Huanwing's face was alight with joy as he looked at his son, his heart overflowing with gratitude for Orochimaru's arrangements. "Thank you so much, Lord Orochimaru." Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave the training ground. "You are already part of Konoha now. This is the treatment you deserve. Well then, I'll leave this place to your training. I have other matters to attend to." Jinyang watched Orochimaru's departing figure, silently savoring the words he had just spoken. Someone very much like me. Namikaze Minato, was it? I can't help but look forward to this. Orochimaru returned to his laboratory and retrieved 2 scrolls from a hidden compartment. Slowly unrolling them, he compared the contents recorded on each scroll. After a moment's hesitation, he put away the scroll Shanju had given him, the one containing the demon bud technique, and returned it to its original place. Returning to the remaining scroll, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with interest as he studied its contents. The secret art of human body vitalization. Though it's only a basic hypothesis, its potential for developing the human body is already clear. It seems that physician named Shinnong is certainly no ordinary man. A flash of ambition lit up in Orochimaru's eyes. From the scroll, he glimpsed the possibility of pushing the human body even further, perhaps even adapting to the senjutsu of Ryuchi Cave. He tucked the scroll into his robe and left the laboratory. Orochimaru was deeply intrigued by any secret art that could strengthen himself, and he resolved to visit once more that renowned, benevolent doctor in Konoha. Surely, that man would have a complete method for practicing this secret technique. Orochimaru intended to exchange his own research on the human body for the complete secret art from Shina. As for whether Shina would willingly hand it over, well, Orochimaru was not the least bit concerned. A foreigner harboring secret arts and hiding in Konoha was certainly up to something. Worst case, he could simply alert Shunju and have the man apprehended. In the Hokage's office, upon receiving a message from the Umbu, the two advisors arrived together with Hiruzen Sarutobi to meet Shinju. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded calmly to Shinju, then took a seat to the side, adopting a posture of quiet repose. After the Jonin meeting had ended, the two advisors had paid Hiruzen a secret visit. Having learned the truth about Danzo's death from Hiruzen himself, their dissatisfaction with Shunju only deepened. Fourth, is there a reason you've summoned us old-timers here today? Koharu was the first to speak. Though she addressed him as fourth, there was no hint of respect in her tone. Hiruzen Sarutobi lifted his eyelids to glance at her, sighed inwardly, and then once again closed his eyes as if to rest. Shunju lifted his head slightly, gazing up at his two advisors who stood over him, and suddenly broke into a smile. Advisors, if I may ask a blunt question, how do your abilities compare to Danzo's? Koharu was taken aback, a sudden chill creeping up her spine. You? What does the fourth mean by this? Hamura Mito adjusted his glasses, his face darkening as he questioned. Shunju rose to his feet, the aura around him steadily intensifying, pressing down on the two before him. Judging by your reactions, you must already know that I was the one who killed Danzo, don't you? So, why haven't you considered, since I was able to kill Danzo without a second thought? I could just as easily end your lives as well. Shunju bared his teeth in a menacing grin, his face radiating murderous intent as he stared down the two advisors. Koharu and Hamura stumbled back 2 steps, clutching at each other for support to keep from collapsing. You? We're senior advisors of Konoha. How dare you? Shunju let out a cold chuckle. In my Konoha, there's no place for parasites who pay lip service while undermining us. If you're still clinging to your old, empty titles, then you can join Danzo and go see my granduncle. Seeing Shunju was deadly serious, the two advisors looked pleadingly at Hiruzen Sarutobi, hoping he would speak up for them for the sake of their years together. But Hiruzen didn't even bother to open his eyes. After sitting here so long, he was simply craving a smoke. With no help forthcoming, the two could only endure Shunju's crushing presence, their eyes begging for mercy, hoping he would spare them some dignity as elders. Just as they were about to buckle under the pressure and make a scene, Shunju caught the look in their eyes, allowed himself a faint smile, suddenly withdrew his chakra, and sat back down. The oppressive force faded away like a receding tide, and Koharu and Hamura's knees nearly buckled, almost sending them crashing to the floor. They gasped for breath, glancing at Shunju with eyes full of terror. In that instant, it was as if they'd seen the Reaper himself beckoning to them. They had no doubt, had they tried to resist any further, Shunju would have killed them without hesitation. With a flick of his hand, Shunju tossed the draft document to the pair and gestured dismissively. You are my granduncle's students, and, unlike Danzo, you haven't done irreparable harm to Konoha. For now, your offense in disrespecting the Hokage will be set aside. This is Konoha's future administrative plan. Take it, review it, and bring me a detailed proposal tomorrow. Don't let personal interests cloud your judgment. Hamura nervously adjusted his glasses, which had nearly slipped off his nose, and shakily picked up the document from the floor. Yes, Lord Fourth. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched his two old companions leave, their steps unsteady with age. He shook his head and let out a long sigh. Why go to such lengths? He rose to his feet, smacking his lips before turning to Shinosuke and saying, Fourth Hokage, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. At my age, if I don't have a few more puffs on my pipe, I can hardly keep my spirits up. Shinosuke stood, moving forward to offer a steadying hand to Hiruzen's arm, and gave him a kindly smile. Lord Third, your legs aren't what they used to be. Allow me to see you out. Hiruzen chuckled heartily, reaching out to pat Shinosuke on the shoulder as he remarked with feeling. When it comes to dealing with these old-fashioned geezers, you're far tougher than I ever was. That's a good thing. I'm not your equal in that regard. No need to walk me out. I'll be going now. Asuma's almost out of school for the day, and I need to get home and keep an eye on the rascal before he runs off somewhere again. He gently brushed aside Shinasuke's supporting hand, and, resembling a retired old man, Hiruzen tottered his way home. Half a month later, today was the grand day of the 4th Hokage's inauguration. The villagers of Konoha had risen early, gathering their families and heading en masse to the plaza around the Hokage Tower, eagerly awaiting this momentous occasion. The square beneath the tower was packed to the brim with jubilant Konoha residents, the scene bustling and magnificent. Quick, tell me, how do I look today? Do you think the 4th Hokage will notice me and invite me to join his personal guard? A young Konoha genin, his forehead protector polished until it gleamed, fussed nervously with his clothes as he questioned his friend. Relax. Nearly every ninja in the village is here today. The Hokage will definitely spot your talent among all the others and promote you to become the next Hokage's heir. His companion nodded solemnly, giving him a pat on the shoulder with a weighty tone that, despite the encouragement, brought him back down to earth. Seeing the young genin's face fall in an instant, those around them burst into good-natured laughter. In a formation nearby, where the children from a ninja academy had gathered, Obito Uchiha's eyes lit up at the mention of the Hokage's successor. Turning excitedly to the girl beside him, he asked, "Rin, do you think the Hokage will pick me for the guard? If I could join the Hokage's guard, wouldn't that bring me one step closer to becoming Hokage myself?" Rin Noera flashed him a sweet smile and nodded with certainty. Even though we're not full-fledged ninjas yet, I believe if you keep working hard, Obito, you could do it one day." With those words, Obito was suddenly bursting with energy, as if he'd been given a shot of pure motivation. "Rin, you're absolutely right. I'll work hard, beat that arrogant Kakashi, and become the strongest in our class. Then, I'll graduate from the Ninja Academy with top marks and become a true ninja. When that time comes, Senior Nawaki will definitely acknowledge me when he sees what I can do." Standing off to the side, Kakashi shot Obito Uchiha a sidelong glance and gave a cool, dismissive snort. "Idiot, you can't even throw a shuriken straight, and you still dream of becoming Hokage?" Obito instantly bristled like an angry cat, leaping right in front of Kakashi. "Damn you, Kakashi! How dare you look down on Lord Obito? I'll show you just how miserable it is to insult a true Uchiha." Kakashi turned his head away in scorn, not bothering to engage with what he saw as a clueless fool. Rin Noera quickly stepped between the two, stopping Obito before their argument could escalate. All right. There are so many people watching. Please don't fight here. Good friends should get along with each other." Kakashi and Obito immediately retorted in unison. "Who's his friend?" Their eyes met, and both instantly looked away, completely fed up with each other. Stupid Obito. Arrogant Kakashi." Rin could only sigh in exasperation. Suddenly, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd, cutting off the two boys' bickering. Kakashi looked up at the dignified figure who had appeared atop the Hokage building's rooftop terrace. His eyes shone with admiration. "So, this is Senior Nawaki, the one my father said is even more exceptional than himself." Nawaki and Hiruzen Tsurutobi stepped side by side to the edge of the terrace, gazing down at the dense sea of leaf villagers below. Framed by Hiruzen's slightly stooped and aging form, Nawaki, clad in the ceremonial robe embroidered with 4th Hokage, looked even more heroic and imposing. Hiruzen, dressed in his own Hokage attire and wearing the symbolic hat of his office, stepped forward and waved to the cheering crowd below. Immediately, the cheers rose to a thunderous crescendo. "Long live Lord Hokage! Long live the 3rd! Nawaki Senpai, I love you! I never thought I'd live to see the day Konoha welcomed its 4th Hokage," an elderly man exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as emotion overtook him. "I could die happy now. Grandpa, I remember you said the exact same thing last time, when you saw the 4th Youthwood style," a young man teased, unable to hold back a laugh. The old man immediately raised his cane as if to strike. "You little rascal! No respect for your elders. Just wait. I'll break your legs for that." The young man hurriedly grabbed the old man's hand, putting on a bright smile as he said, "Please don't be upset, Grandpa. I was just teasing you. The Hokage is watching from above. Let's save it for later. Save it for when we get home." The old man, still annoyed, gave his grandson a gentle kick. Just wait until we get back. Then I'll deal with you." Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his hand to quiet the crowd below, then cast his gaze across the Konoha villagers gathered beneath the balcony. Clearing his throat, he began to speak. "Everyone, please quiet down for a moment and allow me a few words." Gradually, the cheers from the Konoha villagers faded away, and their faces, alight with excitement, turned toward the two Hokage standing on the balcony. Noting the calm that had settled, Hiruzen offered a gentle, approving nod. Thank you all for coming to witness the Hokage succession ceremony here in Konoha Village. Before we begin, as the third Hokage, there are a few things I wish to share with all of you, everyone who calls Konoha home. Over 40 years have passed since the first Hokage founded this village in a time of chaos. In those 4 decades, Konoha has seen generation after generation of exceptional shinobi. They gave everything, even their lives, for the peace and prosperity of Konoha, enduring great sacrifice to win us the happiness we enjoy today. Just as the former Hokage once said, "Wherever the leaves dance, the fire will burn." The older generation of shinobi are like those burning leaves, giving their light and warmth to the next, entrusting their hopes and protection to those who come after. This is the will of fire that defines Konoha. And now, it is my duty to ensure this will is passed on. Turning to face Nawaki, Sarutobi Hiruzen removed the Hokage's ceremonial hat and held it carefully in his hands. From this day forward, the responsibility will rest on your shoulders as the 4th Hokage, to lead Konoha into the future. With a resolute expression, Nawaki bowed his head slightly. Sarutobi Hiruzen lifted the hat and placed it on Nawaki's head with solemn care. Looking at Nawaki, so much younger and even stronger than himself, Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction and stepped back, leaving the stage to his successor. Nawaki straightened his back, then turned to face the villagers gathered below. "I am Nawaki, the 4th Hokage of Konoha, and I give you my word. The will of fire in Konoha will never be extinguished." With Sarutobi Hiruzen stepping down, the news that Nawaki, who had inherited Hashirama Senju's, would release, was now the 4th Hokage, swept across the ninja world like a swift, restless wind. Land of Wind, Tsunade. The 3rd Kazekage gazed at the intelligence report in his hands and could not help but sigh. First there was the White Fang of Konoha. Then, during the Second Great Ninja War, the legendary 3 shinobi of Konoha rose to fame. And now, out of nowhere, emerges a 4th Hokage who can use would release to subdue the Nine Tails. Why does fate so favor Konoha? Why can't our Tsunade be blessed with an endless stream of genius shinobi like Konoha? The 3rd Kazekage glanced at a chart lying on the table. On it were the names of several prodigious ninja whom Tsunade planned to cultivate with special care. It seems we'll have to endure for a while longer. Raza, Yakura, and Sasori are still too young. Once they've grown, Tsunade can reconsider its next move. Iwagakure, Land of Earth. Inoki's eyes twitched as he read the word, "would release" on the intelligence report in his hands. A would release user who can suppress the Nine Tails single-handedly? The grandson of Hashirama Senju. Could this 4th Hokage of Konoha be another figure on par with Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju? The thought of Madara made Inoki's lower back ache with a sudden, phantom pain. Sometimes he suspected this chronic backache was Madara's handiwork from their battle years ago. Inoki rubbed at his waist, letting out a long, weary sigh. That fool Rashi never shows me. That Tsuchikage, a shred of respect. As the Jinchuriki of the 4 tails, he's always running amok across the ninja world. With only the 5 tails on our side, with Iwagakure's current strength, I fear we're still no match for Konoha. Let's see how that reckless Reikage reacts first. Iwagakure won't be the one to stick its neck out. Humogakure, Land of Lightning. Lord Reikage. According to the intelligence our spies brought back from Konoha, Namai vanished under mysterious circumstances during the joint Chunin exams. And Jonin Tsukadai lost all contact during the Nine Tails incident. It's very likely both of them met with disaster. As his secretary finished the report, the 3rd Reikage erupted in fury, rising to his feet with the force of a raging beast and slamming his palm onto the desk before him. With a resounding crash and a spray of splinters, yet another table fell victim to the wrath of the 3rd Reikage. Damn Konoha! Tsukadai and Namai, just like that. They died in Konoha without a clear answer. Mobilize the army. I'll lead our forces to Konoha myself. I'll leave nothing of them standing. The secretary adjusted his glasses, a shadow passing behind the lenses. Lord Reikage, with our current strength, launching a war against Konoha gives us little chance of victory. The Reikage clenched his fists in fury, his face a picture of menace. I don't care. Konoha kill my people. They must pay the price. Faced with the Reikage's rage, the secretary nodded, his expression calm and unreadable. I have every confidence in your strength, Lord Reikage. With Konoha's Nine Tails Jinchuriki, the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, the legendary Sanin, the White Fang, and now a 4th Hokage who can wield would release, I'm sure you'll be victorious. At that time, the Tsuchikage of the Land of Earth, Inoki, will surely be awed by Lord Reikage's might and never dare to provoke the hidden cloud again. Under the wise and valiant leadership of Lord Reikage, the Hidden Cloud Village will undoubtedly become the strongest shinobi village in the entire ninja world. The third Raikage's furious expression froze for a moment. Embarrassed and annoyed, he slammed his fist into the office wall, leaving a gaping hole. Damn it, are you calling me a fool in a roundabout way again? If you don't want to fight, then don't. We don't need your sarcasm here. With nowhere to vent his anger, the third Raikage let out a fierce snort. Go and bring those two brats here. Starting today, I'll personally train them until their strength meets my standards. Mist shrouded the hidden mist village in the land of water, indifferent to anything happening in the outside world. Hokage's office. The day after the fourth Hokage succession ceremony, Nawaki summoned all the key figures of the Hidden Leaf Village to the Hokage's office. Seeing the spacious Hokage's office nearly filled with the elite of Konoha, Nawaki nodded in satisfaction. Everyone, our two elder advisors, ever mindful of Konoha's growth, have submitted a development plan for the village over the next few years, as well as proposals for personnel changes in several departments. I've invited you all here today to discuss these changes together. If you have any concerns or reasonable suggestions, please feel free to share them. Let's work through this as a team. The assembled Konoha shinobi nodded, but none of them were naive. No one took the young Hokage's polite words at face value. Nawaki smiled slightly, picked up a stack of documents from the table, and signaled to the ANBU, standing beside him, to distribute them. First of all, due to a shortage of funds in the Land of Fire, the daimyo has decided to cut Konoha's annual military expenditure in half. Some of the shinobi frowned, their faces filled with concern as they looked over the documents in their hands. The heads of the major clans, who were privy to more information, remained unfazed by the announcement. Observing the crowd's reactions, Nawaki shifted his tone. But thankfully, Konoha has received strong support from Lord Hamura Yashiro, president of the Ketsu Real Estate Guild. In exchange for the protection of Konoha's shinobi, he is willing to relocate most of his businesses to the Land of Fire, strengthening both cooperation and ties with the village. As a result, benefits and compensation for our shinobi will not be reduced due to the military budget cut. On the contrary, because of the flood of job commissions brought in by Ketsu Group, everyone's earnings might even surpass what they were before. Hearing this, the assembled shinobi couldn't help but nod repeatedly. The representatives of ordinary ninja even showed a hint of delight on their faces. Nawaki continued. In order to foster better cooperation with the Wedge Real Estate Guild, Konoha will establish a new commercial department dedicated to managing all matters related to the Wedge Real Estate Guild. The commercial department will bear significant responsibilities, handling a wide range of large and small issues. Therefore, we need a candidate who is both sharp-minded and diligent to lead this department. I propose that the first head of the commercial department should be clan leader Narashikaku. Does anyone have any objections? Orochimaru was the first to step forward in support of his student. Clan leader Shikaku is exceptionally wise and meticulous, truly the ideal choice for the head of the commercial department. Excellent judgment, Lord Hokage. Everyone nodded in agreement, echoing their approval. The clan leaders of the Yamanaka and Akimichi families looked especially proud, their faces beaming with shared honor. Rope Tree gave Orochimaru a small, approving nod before turning his gaze to the assembly. Good. The first resolution is passed. Next, let's discuss some departmental function adjustments. The former Root Division under Shimura Danzo is to be dissolved, with its subordinate organizations and functions merged into the Umbu. Jonin Orochimaru will serve as captain of the Umbu. Additionally, the Umbu entry assessment will be open to all ninja of Chunin rank or higher, and Orochimaru will be responsible for reviewing new Umbu applicants. The position previously held by the Umbu captain, Hatake Sakumo, will be changed to Minister of Konoha's Military Affairs, placing him in command of Konoha's conventional ninja combat forces. Henceforth, all of Konoha's military operations regarding the ninja world will be fully overseen by Jonin Hatake Sakumo. Do either of you have any objections? Orochimaru shook his head slightly, signaling his agreement. Hatake Sakumo hesitated for a moment, then made a solemn promise to Rope Tree. Thank you for your trust, Lord Hokage. I will not let you down. Lady Tsunade's position as head of the medical department remains unchanged, and she is additionally granted the authority to independently recruit medical ninja. A logistics department will be established, with Akimichi Choza serving as minister, responsible for procuring Konoha's standard ninja tools and developing military ration pills. Both of these departments will be open to external ninja recruits. Any ninja who is not skilled in combat, has a clean record, and wishes to contribute to Konoha may apply directly to the respective ministers. Tsunade pursed her lips, tempted to march up and punch her brother. That brat, always dumping more work on me. Choza Akimichi, chuckling warmly, patted his round belly and accepted the task. Thank you for your trust, Lord Hokage. Then this old body of mine is at your service, Fourth Lord. Rest assured, Lord Fourth and fellow colleagues, Konoha's ninja ration pills will soon be tastier and of even higher quality than ever. The assembled Konoha ninja exchanged wry grins. None were surprised by the promise of better quality from the portly minister, but as for tastier ration pills, most remained skeptical. Shungshu cast a look at Choza Akimichi, his eyes tinged with respect, and nodded with a warm smile. Senior Choza, you flatter me. In the ninja world, you are known as Konoha's unbreakable bulwark. Don't be so modest. If it weren't for your somewhat advanced age, I fear the position of department head would have fallen to you instead of White Fang. At that, Choza Akimichi burst into a wide, toothy grin, waving his hands in polite refusal. No, not at all. Sakumo's courage and strategic genius in battle are leagues beyond anything I could offer. I'm more than happy to guard the logistics for Lord Hokage, and besides, I get to keep my belly nice and round. And would you believe it, Choji failed the Chunin exams. As his elder, I've been so worried these past few days that I've hardly eaten a thing. My weight just keeps dropping. A gentle ripple of laughter spread among the surrounding ninja at the elder's good-natured complaint. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office instantly grew more lively and cheerful. Shungshu could only shake his head with a wry smile. Senior Choza, you truly have a sense of humor. He composed himself, then turned his gaze to Fugaku Uchiha and Hayashi Hyuga. Fugaku Uchiha will remain as the former captain of the Konoha police force, but the personnel of the police force will be expanded. Ninja who aspire to join the Umbu, but failed the selection may, upon review, join the police force. This will provide young ninja with a new path for advancement. Fugaku Uchiha nodded in agreement. This was something Shungshu had discussed with him beforehand. On one hand, to reduce the workload for the Uchiha clan's ninja, and, on the other, to help the Uchiha integrate more quickly with the rest of Konoha's ninja community. The Konoha Intelligence Division will be reorganized, with Hayashi Hyuga, clan head of the Hyuga, as the director, and the Aburame and Inuzuka clan heads as his deputies. The security of these departments will be jointly handled by the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. As for the Shadow Guard, both the Uchiha and Hyuga will each select one member to serve as my personal protectors for now. After returning, both clan heads should submit their candidate lists. Yes, we will not fail the trust of Lord Hokage. Fugaku and Hayashi responded in unison. Hayashi Hyuga couldn't help but feel a sense of appreciation in his heart. It seems Hizashi made the right choice. This fourth Hokage truly is different from the conservative Sarutobi Hiruzen. He's so willing to relinquish power over these departments. Seeing no objections from the room, Shungshu nodded and continued. In addition, the current headmaster of the Ninja Academy will remain the third Hokage, who will also be responsible for reviewing and issuing Konoha's daily commission missions. Lord Third may freely select ninja to assist with the delegation and progress of these missions. A faint, wry smile appeared on Hiruzen Sarutobi's face as he shook his head with a sigh. I was already preparing to enjoy my twilight years in peace, but it seems these old bones of mine still have some use after all. If the fourth Hokage trusts me, then I'll gladly give Konoha my strength once more. Nawaki nodded with a gentle smile, his gaze sweeping across everyone present. Everyone, this concludes today's meeting. When you return, please take the time to study the documents carefully so you'll better understand your future responsibilities. I hope you all can work together with one heart and one mind and make Konoha even stronger. That's all. Meeting adjourned. Yes, sir. The assembled shinobi bowed and took their leave one after another. Only Tsukumo Hatake remained, lingering for a moment, looking at Nawaki with a hint of hesitation after the others had departed. Catching this, Nawaki raised his eyebrows in mild surprise and asked, "Is there something on your mind, Tsukumo-senpai?" With Nawaki's invitation, Tsukumo couldn't keep his thoughts to himself any longer. Lord Fourth, it's nothing urgent, really. It's about Kakashi. Nawaki's eyes lit up with interest. Oh, your son, Tsukumo-senpai. I've heard he's quite the prodigy. It seems your legacy is in good hands. Tsukumo gave a sheepish smile, clearly a little embarrassed. You flatter him, Lord Fourth. Kakashi still has a long way to go. Waving his hand dismissively, Nawaki continued. No need to be so formal, Tsukumo-senpai. If it's about Kakashi, you can speak freely. Tsukumo let out a sigh. After yesterday's Hokage succession ceremony, Kakashi came home and made a request to me. He wants to graduate early from the Ninja Academy, and he hoped I could submit an application to you. After all, there's never been a case of anyone graduating quite this young before. A peculiar gleam flickered in Nawaki's eyes as he stroked his chin, clearly intrigued. So that's what it is. If I recall correctly, Kakashi is only 5 this year, isn't he? He truly is a remarkable genius. Tsukumo nodded, still looking a bit resigned. Yes. The boy has always set his sights high, determined to surpass me through his own talent and hard work. And now that you've become Hokage, Lord Fourth, Kakashi has suddenly set his goal on surpassing you instead. He even came straight to me with this request. He's getting ahead of himself, honestly. Nawaki simply shook his head, clearly amused, and couldn't help but praise him. You needn't worry, Tsukumo-senpai. Kakashi has both talent and drive, and his abilities are already leagues ahead of his peers. Wanting to graduate early is perfectly understandable. Although there's no precedent, perhaps for Kakashi's sake, we can break tradition just this once. I agree. With an air of seriousness, Shunshu offered his assessment and approved Kakashi's application for early graduation. However, when you go back, Senior Tsukumo, let Kakashi know he should be fully prepared. This exam might be a bit more challenging than usual. After all, if you wish to walk a different path from others, you must be ready to face much tougher trials than they do. Early morning. As dawn broke, Kakashi Hatake stepped outside his home. Unlike most days, he didn't head straight for the ninja academy, but instead walked purposefully toward the Hokage tower. His tool pouch, strapped to his leg, was packed to the brim with kunai, shuriken, and even a couple of explosive tags he'd secretly taken from his father. Kakashi reached behind to touch the short blade slung across his back, its shape identical to his father's legendary white fang sword. His face was alight with determination. Arriving at the base of the Hokage tower, Kakashi produced a pass stamped with the 4th Hokage's personal seal and handed it to the ANBU standing guard. Sir, Ninja Trainee Hatake Kakashi, reporting for the special graduation exam authorized by the Hokage. The ANBU took the pass and glanced at it, then looked at Kakashi with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. 5 years old. No wonder. You're the White Fang's son. To think the Hokage would make an exception and allow you to take the graduation test early. Incredible. Go on in. I hope you pass your exam with flying colors. Handing back the pass, the ANBU stepped aside and offered his well wishes. Kakashi gave a polite nod of thanks, holding his head high as he strode into the Hokage tower. Hokage-sama, Hatake Kakashi reporting in. Standing outside the Hokage's office, Kakashi raised his hand and knocked, his voice ringing out with confidence and resolve. Inside the office, Uchiha Mikoto, standing beside Shunshu, smiled warmly. I'll get the door. Shunshu nodded and gently let go of Mikoto's hand. So your little Kakashi? How adorable. Come right in. Kakashi didn't recognize Mikoto, but with a cool, composed nod to her, he strode straight into the Hokage's office without glancing around. Hokage-sama. Shunshu looked levelly at Kakashi, whose head just barely reached above the desk, and offered a word of praise. Yes, not bad. You look full of spirit. Hatake Kakashi, as the first student ever to break tradition and request early graduation, I've decided to personally oversee your exam. Are you ready? Kakashi could hardly believe his ears. He looked at Shunshu, eyes shining with excitement. Hokage-sama is going to test me himself? That's amazing. He nodded vigorously and called out in a clear, confident voice. Hokage-sama, I'm ready. A faint smile appeared in Shintaki's eyes as he nodded slightly. Very well. Show me the 3 basic jutsu. Kakashi was taken aback, looking at Shintaki with some surprise. Lord Hokage, are you sure you mean the 3 basic jutsu? Mikoto Uchiha pressed her lips together in a smile and rolled her eyes at Shintaki. Shintaki-kun and his peculiar sense of humor. Honestly, Shintaki nodded seriously, a hint of playful doubt in his voice. Is it too difficult? If it's too much, transformation jutsu alone will do. Kakashi quickly shook his head, a little conflicted. No, it's not difficult at all. Clone jutsu. Transformation jutsu. Substitution jutsu. He swiftly performed all 3 basic techniques, then dispelled the clone and returned to his original spot. Lord Hokage, I have completed the 3 basic jutsu. Shintaki clapped his hands with a bright smile. Excellent. Your ninjutsu casting speed and chakra control are flawless. You've passed the assessment. Kakashi froze in place, staring at Shintaki in disbelief. That's it. That was the difficult test you mentioned. Shintaki raised his eyebrows, eyeing Kakashi with keen interest. Isn't passing the assessment a good thing? Or do you actually want a tougher challenge? Kakashi nodded seriously, his eyes full of determination. Lord Hokage, such a simple test feels far too casual. It doesn't reflect my abilities at all. Please, Lord Hokage, give me a real challenge to assess my true strength. Mikoto Uchiha watched Kakashi leaping willingly into the trap, shaking her head with a sigh. What a foolish child. Shintaki straightened up, gazing into Kakashi's eyes with a grave expression. Kakashi, I'll ask you one last time. Are you sure you want to take on a more difficult challenge? Even if it means you might get hurt, or even... Kakashi met Shintaki's gaze without flinching and nodded firmly. I'm certain. A slight smile tugged at Shintaki's lips, and in an instant, the eternal Mangekyo gleamed in his eyes. Very well. As you wish, go, and break free from the fate that once bound you. Genjutsu el viewing technique. Kakashi's eyes went blank. In a haze, he felt as if his spirit had left his body, soaring through endless space. Slowly, his form became solid again, and he found himself standing on the ground once more. At the center of a forest, on a relatively flat patch of grass, near the border of the Land of Fire. Kakashi, from today on, you're just like your teacher. You've become a Jonin of the Hidden Leaf. Kakashi opened his eyes to see a blonde ninja beaming at him with a sunny smile. This is that ninja from the Chunin joint exam, Minato Namikaze. He's my teacher? I became a Jonin. The people around him didn't seem to notice Kakashi's confusion. Suddenly, a clear and pleasant voice rang in his ears. 12 years old and already a Jonin. Kakashi, congratulations. This is a gift to celebrate your promotion to Jonin, a medical kit I personally improved. Congratulations. Kakashi turned around. A short-haired, lively young girl with face paint and big eyes curved into crescents was holding out a medical kit to him. Rin. Kakashi looked at the girl who resembled Rin Noera almost exactly, and once again, he couldn't help but reach out and accept the medical kit. Just as he was about to ask what was going on, a jealous voice suddenly piped up from the side. Oomph. What's so special about that? So what if you're a Jonin? Once Lord Obito awakens his Sharingan, he'll definitely surpass you. Kakashi's body turned involuntarily toward the source of the voice. He saw a boy glaring at him indignantly, wearing the familiar goggles and clothes emblazoned with the Uchiha clan crest. Obito Uchiha gave a little snort. Oomph. What's this, huh? You become a Jonin and suddenly pretend not to know Lord Obito. See? Even as a Jonin, you're still the same as ever. Full of yourself, Kakashi. Oh, Obito, don't be like that. Kakashi didn't mean it that way. He's just so happy to have become a Jonin. That's all. Isn't that right, Kakashi? Just as in his childhood memories, Rin placed herself between the two and began to mediate. Watching the exchange among his 3 students, Minato Namikaze suddenly patted his forehead, looking apologetic. He reached into his ninja pouch and took out a special kunai shaped like a trident, tossing it to Kakashi. Sorry, Kakashi. Your teacher actually forgot to give you a gift for your promotion. Please forgive my oversight. This kunai might feel a bit heavy at first, but once you get used to it, it's very handy. And by the way, Kushina helped design this kunai herself. It's quite meaningful. Kakashi watched as his own hand reached out and caught the kunai, his mind a tangled mess. All right, we're about to reach the border of the Land of Fire. Let me explain the mission. Minato spread out a map, pointing first to a marked route representing the Iwagakure troop movements, then stopping at a spot labeled Canopy Bridge. Since Kakashi has become a Jonin, we'll need to split up for this mission. I know this won't be easy, but Konoha is under attack from all sides right now. We just don't have enough people to spare. You 3, with Kakashi as your team leader, will infiltrate behind the Iwagakure forces. Destroy this bridge, the one crucial to their supply line, and then withdraw as fast as possible. Obito Uchiha glanced at the map, then looked up and asked, Sensei Minato, what about you? Minato swept his calm gaze over the faces of his 3 students, then stood up and looked into the distance. I'll join the battle directly. On one hand, I'll reinforce Konoha's troops, and on the other, I'll draw attention away from your mission. If there are no further questions, begin the operation. Yes, sir. Kakashi watched as his own body took the lead, moving to the front of the group and setting off toward the Land of Fire's border. How did I suddenly end up here? And why can't I control my actions at all? It's as if I'm just an observer, watching from the wings of the stage. Could this be a Jinjutsu cast on me by the Hokage? But I can't even form hand signs to dispel it. What should I do? As Kakashi wrestled with these thoughts, his forward steps suddenly halted. His right hand slowly rose, signaling for those behind to stop. An enemy? But I didn't sense a thing. 12-year-old me already had such skills. Behind him, Rin and Obito immediately understood from Kakashi's gesture that there might be an ambush ahead. They stopped and looked around warily. At the back of the group, Minato watched Kakashi's movement and nodded slightly, a hint of pride on his face. Kakashi is truly impressive. His awareness of danger far surpasses Rin and Obito. Minato crouched down, pressing his fingers to the ground to extend his sensory perception. 1 enemy. Wait, no, now it's 20. Shadow clones, most likely. Kakashi, guard Rin and Obito. I'll handle. Sensei Minato, let me take care of this enemy. Kakashi turned his head slightly, cutting Minato off. This is the perfect chance to test out my new jutsu. As the other three stared in surprise, a surge of lightning crackled and danced in Kakashi's hand, accompanied by a sound like 1,000 birds crying out at once. Kakashi himself was equally stunned, watching the lightning leap in his hand. The power felt as if it could tear through anything. Was this really a jutsu his future self had created? Kakashi, don't be reckless. With your current abilities, you can't tell which is the real enemy hidden among the clones. Let me handle this one, Minato said, frowning with concern as he tried to dissuade him. Kakashi bent forward slightly, his gaze fixed on the enemy's hiding spot. Without looking back, he argued, Sensei, please trust in my abilities. My Chidori can destroy any number of enemies with a single strike. Besides, didn't you say it yourself? I'm the squad leader now. All operational plans must follow my command. Minato hesitated, wanting to persuade him further. But Kakashi had already grown impatient. He lunged forward in a flash. Hidden behind a tree, the Iwagakure ninja, Mizuru, watched as Kakashi charged straight at him, a cold, mocking smile curling on his lips. So, he's coming right at me? What a rookie. I'll take your life first, then. A sharp crack split the air. Kakashi drove his Chidori straight through the thick trunk, shattering it in one blow. Mizuru, concealed behind it, had no time to react before, poof, a cloud of smoke erupted where he'd stood. A shadow clone, huh? 19 more to go. The remaining shadowy figures burst out from behind the trees, leaping toward the group. Uchiha Obito stared in terror as the fierce Idongin lunged at him, his limbs turning to jelly, unable to muster any strength. Kakashi, wreathed in a brilliant cascade of lightning, smashed through the shadow clones racing toward Obito and Rin, his face cold and focused. With a curt grunt, he pivoted and charged at his next target. Zulfast. With that kind of speed and power, there's no way to react in time. Kakashi watched in awe at the destructive force of his own technique, secretly taken aback. Another flurry of sharp strikes. That's the 18th shadow clone down. With the real one, there are 2 targets left. Sensing he still had a decent reserve of chakra, Kakashi made no attempt to hide his intent, rushing straight at the Idongin who appeared before him. Mizuru raised his long blade slightly as Kakashi closed in. Kid, do you think I'm just another shadow clone? Time to pay for your arrogance. Tracking Kakashi's path, a glint flashed in Mizuru's eyes. He subtly shifted his raised sword, positioning it right in the path where Kakashi would have to pass. Kakashi, face brimming with self-assurance, surged forward without a hint of hesitation. Mizuru's grin twisted into a snarl as he whipped his blade upward, slashing at Kakashi's right arm. Kakashi was moving too fast to dodge. The long blade sliced through, and in an instant, a spray of blood erupted from his right arm. From a distance, Minato's expression changed. In a blur, he appeared between Mizuru and Kakashi. He grabbed Kakashi's wrist and flung him aside with force. Minato ducked, narrowly avoiding Mizuru's sweeping sword. Using that momentum, he executed a textbook leaf whirlwind, his hand coming down firmly on Mizuru's foot. A flash of black rune light gleamed in his hand, the unique flying thunder godmark of Minato Namake's. In an instant, the words Blade of Shinobi Love were seared onto Mahiru's instep. At the same time, his right leg coiled like a spring wound tight with power, and with a swift kick to Mahiru's chin, he sent him hurtling far into the distance. What incredible speed! Who are you? Mahiru wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes wary as he watched Minato Namake's. Minato glanced at the fading flying thunder god mark on Mahiru's foot, his expression calm as he addressed Rin behind him. Rin, take care of Kakashi's wounds. Leave the one who hurt him to me. This guy who injured Kakashi, he's my responsibility. Before he finished speaking, Minato's figure vanished in a blink. A sudden, icy touch pressed against Mahiru's throat, sending a cold sweat down his brow. He swallowed hard, struggling to keep his body from trembling. Wait, you're the yellow flash of the leaf, aren't you? No wonder. The folks back in the village always said that if you ran into him, you could just abandon the mission and retreat. I thought that was just cowardly talk, excuses for the weak. I never imagined it was actually true. Now, I finally understand. Before Mahiru could finish, Minato's kunai swept across his throat. Blood had yet to fly before Minato's figure flickered away, returning instantly to Kakashi's side. Kakashi stared, dumbfounded, at Minato, watching him appear behind the Iwagakure shinobi, deliver the fatal blow, and then reappear beside him in less than a heartbeat. That's not just body flicker. That's a speed even father could never achieve. Minato crouched to examine the wound on Kakashi's right arm, a slight frown creasing his brow. Kakashi's injury needs attention. Let's find a place to set up camp. We'll head for the battlefield tomorrow. No, I'm Fine. Kakashi pushed away Rin, who was trying to bandage his wound, stubbornness written all over his face. Obito Uchiha stepped forward, glaring furiously at Kakashi. Fine? You call this fine? If you just listened to Minato-sensei's orders, you wouldn't be this badly hurt. Kakashi shot Obito a dismissive look, his voice cold. Oomph. At least I don't freeze up in fear at the first sight of the enemy, or nearly burst into tears for that matter. You. Obito's face stiffened. He adjusted his goggles and muttered his excuse. I just got sand in my eyes, that's all. Minato's expression darkened, and he barked at the two of them. That's enough. Both of you, that's quite enough. Watching his 12-year-old self, Kakashi suddenly felt a stir of doubt well up inside. Because of certain reasons, he seemed a bit aloof in temperament, but deep down, he still cared about his companions. Just like that fool Obito Uchiha. Though they argued all day long, in his heart, he still considered him a friend. But this guy? Is this really me? The kind of person who doesn't care about his comrades' feelings at all? Kakashi, this technique of yours, the Chidori, does indeed increase your destructive power and speed. But your reaction time simply can't keep up with your own speed. At this pace, you might even get hurt because you're unable to clearly see your opponent's movements. This is a technique that's not yet complete. Until you fully master it, don't use it again. Minato looked at Kakashi with a grave expression, pointing out the flaws in the Chidori. Kakashi touched the bandages on his right arm, remaining silent. If you think your injury isn't a problem, then let's keep moving. But before we leave, there are some things I want to say to all of you. Minato's gaze swept over the faces of his 3 students, and he spoke slowly. Among ninja, the most important thing is teamwork. The 3 of them recalled their earlier actions, exchanged glances, and all bowed their heads in silence. Oishi, 3 brats from the leaf, are coming this way. The Jonin from Awagakure, Kane, peered out from the shadows, his cold eyes fixed on the 3, Kakashi and his comrades, passing below. He spoke quietly to his teammate. Yeah. Michiru went to gather intel and hasn't returned yet. It's likely these 3 brats already took care of him. A wicked grin twisted Oishi's face as he formed a hand seal in front of his chest. Oomph. If we want to know what happened to Michiru, let's just capture these brats and ask them ourselves. Earth-style, camouflage concealment jutsu. Oishi's figure gradually faded, vanishing from sight. Seeing Oishi disappear, Kane's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze on the 3 below. With a flick of both hands, 2 short blades sprang from his sleeves. He leapt, landing in a bamboo grove halfway up the mountain. Spreading his arms wide, he darted swiftly among the stalks. A sudden crackling sound rang out. Countless bamboo stalks, as thick as water buckets, were sliced into sharp, evenly sized tubes by Kane's keen blades. With a surge of chakra, Kane sent the sharpened bamboo tubes whistling through the air, raining down directly toward Kakashi and his team below. Hearing the commotion, Kakashi immediately halted and looked up. Watch out! Seeing the barrage of bamboo tubes falling from the sky, Kakashi shouted a warning, quickly drawing the short sword from his back, ready for the coming battle. Leave it to me. In order to prove he wasn't as useless as Kakashi claimed, Obito Uchiha took the initiative to intercept the attack falling from the sky. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. With practiced hands, he formed the necessary seals, and a massive fireball burst from Obito's mouth. The flaming sphere struck the descending bamboo tube and sent it hurtling forward, while the intense heat instantly set the bamboo ablaze. With a sharp hiss, the burning bamboo plunged into the water, sending up clouds of steam. In an instant, the rising mist completely shrouded the vision of all 3. Idiot! Kakashi cursed, his voice sharp, and swung his blade to deflect an attack that came slicing through the thick fog, its fiery glow flickering amidst the haze. I'll go after the enemy. Obito, protect Rin. There was no time for Kakashi to scold Obito's reckless move any further. He brandished his short sword and dashed after the trail of fire. The enemy, moving with the force of Kakashi's strike, dodged back in a flash. Agile and precise, he retreated the moment his blow missed, drawing Kakashi into a frantic, shifting duel. Obito realized his fire jutsu might have done more harm than good. Feeling guilty, he shielded Rin behind him, eyes fixed on the 2 figures locked in combat, searching desperately for a chance to help again. Suddenly, a cry rang out behind him, Rin's startled scream. Obito felt her presence vanish from his back. The warmth pressed close to him was gone. He spun around in alarm, only to see a towering, burly Idoine gripping Rin in his hand. She had already lost consciousness. The enemy Kakashi was fighting, seeing that Daisher had succeeded, lashed out with 2 fierce strikes to force Kakashi back, then instantly flashed to Daisher's side. Sorry kids, we'll be taking her with us. Farewell. With a flick of his hand, the enemy tossed out a smoke bomb. As the thick smoke burst forth, he and Daisher vanished with Rin. Wait, give Rin back to us. Obito, furious at the sight of Rin being taken, immediately lunged to give chase. Kakashi suddenly reached out and grabbed Obito's arm. Don't go after them. Obito shook off Kakashi's hand, pointing urgently in the direction Rin had been taken. What did you say? Rin's been captured, Kakashi. We have to go rescue her. Kakashi's face was expressionless as he nodded. I know. That's why, from here on, it's up to the 2 of us to carry out the mission. Obito stared at Kakashi in disbelief. Carry out the mission? What about Rin? She's in danger now. Kakashi's face remained unchanged, his tone perfectly calm. We'll save her after the mission is complete. They want information from her. They won't kill her right away. But what if they do? What if the ones who took her in are just 2 grunts who don't care about information, and they kill her on the spot? Obito's face was filled with anxiety. That's impossible. Rin is a rare medical ninja. Whether it's her abilities or the information she might possess, she's invaluable to them. On the contrary, they're likely to get our mission plans from Rin and tighten their guard around the Canopy Bridge. We have to get there as quickly as possible and complete the mission before they extract any intel. Hearing Kakashi's words, Obito exploded in anger, shouting at the top of his lungs. Rin is our comrade. Are you really going to give up on her just for the mission and abandon her hope of survival? Kakashi shook his head, his expression resolute. Saving her isn't as important as completing the mission. As shinobi, even if it means sacrificing a comrade's life, we have to carry the mission through. That is the shinobi code. If we abandon the mission, this war will drag on even longer and more lives will be lost. Obito, furious, cut him off and argued loudly. That's just your speculation. Rin is our comrade, someone we've trusted with our lives. How can you even consider abandoning her over a possibility? Kakashi shook his head coldly. Obito, I'm the squad leader. While we're on a mission, you're supposed to follow my orders. You don't have the ability to rescue Rin by yourself. So come with me, let's finish the mission first, then we'll go save her. Obito grabbed Kakashi by the collar and shook him violently. You're right, I can't do it alone. But you can, so why won't you save her? Kakashi didn't mind Obito's roughness. His gaze was icy as he stared into Obito's eyes. I will not abandon this mission for Rin. Because in the ninja world, those who abandon their missions are trash. Obito let go of Kakashi's collar, disappointment all over his face as he turned away. Go do your mission yourself, then. I'll go save Rin. Kakashi, as if trying to salvage something, shouted after him. You have no idea what the consequences are for a shinobi who abandons their mission. Obito's steps faltered for a moment, but then he pressed forward with determination, muttering under his breath. I know you've clung to the rules of the shinobi ever since Lord White Fang's death. Kakashi was stunned, doubting his own ears. Father dead? No, that can't be. Obito, unable to see the look on Kakashi's face behind him, continued. But what I want you to know is, in my heart, Lord White Fang has always been a true hero. Both Kakashi and Kakashi trembled at those words, standing there in a daze, staring at Obito's retreating figure. That's right, just as you said, ninjas aren't supposed to have feelings. A ninja who abandons a mission and breaks the rules is nothing but scum. But I believe that someone who doesn't cherish their comrades is worse than scum. If I'm going to be called scum anyway, then I'd rather be the kind that abandons the mission for the sake of my friends. If my choice is wrong, then I'll just... Obito's figure slowly faded before Kakashi, leaving behind only his resolute declaration. I'll shatter the rules of this ninja world. Kakashi stood in silence, gazing in the direction where Obito had disappeared, his eyes filled with intense inner turmoil. Inside his own body, Kakashi was frantic, almost clawing at himself in desperation, stamping his feet and shouting in his mind. Damn it! Hurry up and catch up to Obito. That idiot. If he faces those 2 enemies alone, he's as good as dead. Of course, Kakashi couldn't hear his other self's urgent pleas. He just kept muttering Obito's words under his breath. A ninja who abandons the mission is scum, but one who abandons his comrades is worse than scum. Obito, you... Wait for me. Has that brat from the leaf caught up yet? Daisher halted, handing the girl in his arms to Hikari. You go on ahead. I'll take care of this pesky tail. Hikari nodded, tossing out a teasing remark. Just don't end up like Mahiru and get tripped up in the gutter. A cold, sly smile curled on Daisher's lips as he formed a hand sign. Don't worry. I'll catch up with you soon enough. Earth style, camouflage concealment technique. As he spoke, Daishi's form melted away, vanishing into the surroundings as he stealthily moved in Obito's direction. Uchiha Obito noticed one of the Iwagakure pursuers suddenly vanish. His heart skipped a beat. He tightened his grip on his kunai and swept a wary gaze around. With a wicked grin, Daisher materialized behind Obito, thrusting his kunai straight at the unsuspecting boy. The sharp blade sliced through the air with a chilling hiss. Obito spun around in panic, his eyes going wide as Daisher loomed just a breath away. Fear seized his limbs, leaving him cold and frozen. A surge of mortal dread rose up inside him, and a single tear of despair welled from the corner of his eye. In that split second, Kakashi appeared in front of Obito like a flash of lightning, the white fang's blade in his hand swinging down with unyielding force. With a metallic snap, Daisher's kunai was cleaved in two, and a deep, bone-revealing wound appeared on his chest. Daisher grunted in pain, spattering blood as he was sent flying backward. Kakashi. Obito, shaken and breathless from his brush with death, stared in disbelief at Kakashi standing guard before him. So stunned, he forgot to wipe away the tear from his eye. Kakashi kept his eyes fixed on the massive boulder opposite him, and without looking back, he called out, "Oh, for a crybaby like you. If I hadn't shown up, you probably would have ended up in a terrible mess, wouldn't you?" Obito was moved by these words. This time, he didn't mind Kakashi teasing him again, and quietly replied, "Kakashi, thank you." The boulder man steadied himself, scanning Kakashi with a wary glint in his eyes. "White hair, short blade. Are you the legendary White Fang of the Leaf?" Kakashi glanced at the white fang's blade in his hand, then pointed it straight at the boulder man, his expression grave. "Though this is merely my father's keepsake, it should be more than enough to take you down." The boulder man's tension eased at once. "A keepsake? So that's it. That makes things much simpler. Earth-style, camouflage concealment." As the boulder man's figure vanished once more, Kakashi's face grew tense, his eyes alertly sweeping the surroundings. What an incredible technique. He's able to mask every trace, even the scent of blood and the fluctuations of chakra. Looks like I'll have to rely on the environment and any sounds to figure out where he is. Suddenly, the faintest sound of footsteps reached them, and a pair of footprints appeared out of thin air behind the two boys. Kakashi's heart leapt. In a flash, he shoved the unsuspecting Obito aside and spun to face the direction the attack was coming from. "Obito, watch out behind you." A spray of blood erupted as Kakashi let out a cry of agony, clutching his left eye as he collapsed to the ground. The boulder man, having struck suddenly, disappeared from view again. "Kakashi, are you all right?" Obito, panic-stricken, rushed to Kakashi's side. Seeing blood streaming from Kakashi's left eye, Obito felt a deafening buzz fill his mind. Why is it always like this? Why am I always the one causing trouble for others? Always needing someone to protect me? What? Kakashi furrowed his brow in pain, eyes shut tight. Forcing a tone of nonchalance, he teased. "I'm Fine. It's just, I'm afraid this eye of mine is done for. But what about you? Did you get sand in your eye again?" "Yeah, you really are a crybaby, aren't you?" With his eyes shut, Kakashi didn't see it. As tears streamed down Obito's face, his eyes suddenly flushed a deep crimson, and in that instant, two black tomo began to slowly swirl into existence within each eye. As the fallen Kakashi and grief-stricken Obito lay there, the boulder man's lips curled into a cruel smirk, and he began to creep toward them once more. Closer and closer. He raised the kunai in his hand, striking at Obito's unguarded back without a shred of mercy, as if eager for another burst of blood to paint the scene. A sickening slash. Blood sprayed in all directions. The sound of a kunai piercing flesh rang out. Kakashi opened his right eye in surprise, just in time to see Obito gripping the kunai with both hands, driving it mercilessly through Oishi's heart. Oishi stared at Obito in disbelief, feeling all his strength drain away. His body flickered between solid and transparent, like a faulty monitor, before finally reverting to full visibility as he lost his invisibility. Sharingan. Obito pulled the kunai from Oishi's chest and gave him a forceful shove. Oishi toppled backward onto the ground, lifeless. "From this day forward, I will protect my comrades myself." What a stubborn little girl. "It seems it won't be easy to get any information out of you." The firelight flickered over Rin Noera, who was held captive by Jinjutsu. The captor, Firelight, couldn't help but sigh in admiration as he prepared for a second round of interrogation. Suddenly, a chill wind swept into the cave. Firelight stood up and turned to see Kakashi and Obito appear at the entrance, a trace of surprise crossing his face. "Oh, so you've taken care of Oishi as well. What a bunch of useless fools." Obito's gaze sharpened as he looked at the bound Rin, and he said to Kakashi, Kakashi, let's do this together. We have to save Rin. Right? Firelight grinned, his short blades snapping out from his forearms as he moved to confront the charging pair. The twin blades sliced through the air with a fierce whistle, slashing toward Obito, who led the charge. Obito swung his kunai, barely managing to block the heavy blow, but the force bent his body backward. Firelight was just about to finish Obito with a quick reverse slash when Kakashi rushed forward, gripping the White Fang's blade in both hands and intercepting the twin swords. A mocking smirk appeared on Firelight's face. Relying on his great strength, he gave a powerful shove. The cross blades and the White Fang's sword scraped together with a nerve-jangling screech, sending Kakashi flying backward. In midair, Kakashi twisted nimbly, dodging the twins' swords as they slashed past him. He kicked off the rocky wall and, gripping the White Fang's blade, launched a fierce strike at Firelight's now exposed center. Firelight sneered, swinging both arms as a sharp blade swept in from both sides to meet Kakashi as he charged again. At that moment, Obito, who had been forced backward, focused the full power of his Sharingan to track Firelight's every move. Seeing Firelight's swords closing in on Kakashi, Obito braced his hands on the ground, pushed off with all his strength, and launched himself forward, delivering a ruthless kick to Firelight's shoulder. Firelight hadn't expected this unremarkable kid to spot and exploit his weakness in an instant. Caught off guard, his twin blades were knocked off course. Kakashi flashed a fierce look in his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, he lunged straight into Hikaru's arms. The White Fang blade in his hand slashed upward with force, piercing deep into Hikaru's chest. Hikaru's body instantly went rigid. Seizing the moment, Obito reached out and grabbed Hikaru's arm, then slammed a kick right into his face. Kakashi yanked the short blade from Hikaru's chest, sending a spray of blood arching through the air. Using the momentum, he rolled nimbly and sprang behind Hikaru, then delivered a heavy kick squarely to his back. A muffled groan escaped Hikaru's lips as he collapsed to the ground, unmoving. Genjutsu release. Kakashi quickly formed a seal and dispelled the illusion technique cast on Rin Noera. Together with Obito, he helped Rin back to her feet. Kakashi, Obito. You too. Obito, face alight with excitement, used a kunai to slice through the ropes binding Rin. He exclaimed, Rin, don't be afraid. We're here to rescue you. Are you all right? Rin shook her head, assuring them she was okay. Kakashi nodded, his voice grave. Good. There's no time to lose. We need to get out of here now. Behind the trio, Hikaru's corpse suddenly twitched twice, then began to slowly rise from the ground. What an impressive display of teamwork. No wonder you managed to take down Oishi. It seems I underestimated you. All three froze in shock, their eyes warily trained on Hikaru as he stood back up. A cold, twisted smile played on Hikaru's lips as he began to form hand seals. But in the end, you're nothing more than prey caught in my trap. It's a pity I couldn't extract any intel from you. But for gifted ninja like you, it's best you die right here. Earth style, rock shelter collapse. Slamming his palm onto the ground, Hikaru unleashed the jutsu he'd prepared. His eyes glinted cruelly as he shot the trio one last look, and then he vanished from the cave in a flash. A thunderous rumble shook the air. The cave's rocky walls convulsed violently under the force of the rock shelter collapse. Cracks spidered across the stone, and torrents of rocks began to rain down from the ceiling. Run! Panic-stricken, the three bolted towards the cave's entrance. A searing pain throbbed behind Kakashi's left eye, slowing his movements. With the rocks pouring down like a relentless storm, dodging them all was impossible. A single mistake, and a chunk of falling stone struck him hard on the head. Kakashi let out a stifled groan, his body crumpling to the ground. Kakashi. Obito, who had been running ahead, cried out in alarm. He spun back and raced to Kakashi's side, gathering him into his arms. A sharp, cracking sound split the chaos. Just as Obito was about to carry Kakashi to safety, he instinctively looked up, only to see a massive boulder plummeting straight towards them. Watching the falling rocks, Obito knew deep down that there was no way the two of them could escape before the rocks came crashing down. Gritting his teeth hard, he let out a loud shout and hurled the Kakashi in his arms toward the mouth of the cave with all his might. Go! Now! A thunderous crash followed. As the dust gradually settled, Kakashi shook his head, blinked his eyes open, and struggled to his feet from the ground. Rin, are you all right? Seeing Rin collapse beside him, Kakashi hurried over and helped her up. Slowly regaining consciousness, Rin looked at the Kakashi before her. Suddenly, her expression shifted. Kakashi, where's Obito? He ran back to save you just now. Rin, scanning the area in a frantic search for Obito, suddenly froze, her gaze fixed in a daze behind Kakashi. Kakashi's pupils contracted as he stiffly turned his head. The cave's ceiling had collapsed entirely. A massive boulder had crashed down in the center, pinning half of Obito's body beneath it. Obito lay on his back, his empty gaze fixed on the patch of sky visible through the cave. "Obito!" Kakashi cried out in panic, stumbling to Obito's side, trying desperately to push the boulder off him. "Kakashi, don't waste your strength." Cough, cough. Obito's chest heaved weakly on one side as he fixed his gaze on Kakashi. "Half my body's probably crushed. I can't feel a thing anymore. But at least, in the end, I managed to save you once. Now we're even." He gave a weak, rasping laugh, his lips barely curling as he looked at the frantic Kakashi. "Obito!" Rin stared at Obito, clamping a hand over her mouth to stifle her sobs, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Despite all his effort, Kakashi couldn't budge the boulder in the slightest. Defeated, he staggered back a step, gasping for breath. The strain and exertion sent a wave of unbearable pain through Kakashi's already weakened left eye. He couldn't help but clench his teeth and press his hand to it. Cough, cough. "Oh right, Kakashi. Come to think of it, I still owe you one. I never figured out what to give you as a gift for becoming a Jonin. I thought about it for a long time, and I finally decided. You just lost an eye, so take mine, my Sharingan. Let it be your gift for making Jonin. I'm not going to make it, so from now on, help me, Kakashi. Use my eye and see the world for me." A thunderous roar echoed in Kakashi's soul. The world before his eyes spun and blurred, retreating rapidly, like a flurry of surreal photographs twisting and spiraling into his mind. He saw himself, graduating from the Ninja Academy at the age of 5. The self who became a Chunin at the age of 6. The self who grew cold and unfeeling after his father's suicide. The self who abandoned his teammates for the sake of the mission. The self who joined Minato's squad. The self who became a Jonin at 12, looking down on his companions. The self who lost his eye, and the self who accepted Obito's Sharingan. Countless memories, both lived and unlived, surged into Kakashi's mind in an instant. A storm of complex emotions shook his very soul, making him tremble. Clutching his head, Kakashi let out a pained, anguished cry. In the next moment, everything before him shattered like glass. The stabbing pain within his mind slowly faded away. When Kakashi opened his eyes, he found himself once again in the Hokage's office. "Hokage-sama, just now those visions, was it Jinjutsu?" Recalling what he'd just seen, Kakashi asked uncertainly. Shang-Shu got up, walked over to Kakashi, and gently placed a hand on his head, letting out a soft sigh. "Just think of it as Jinjutsu, because I won't let any of that happen again." Kakashi nodded, half understanding. "Did you gain anything from this trial within the illusion?" Shang-Shu looked at the still bewildered Kakashi and asked. Kakashi's eyes brightened. He slowly raised his hands, forming a seal across his chest just as he did at age 12. Ox, rabbit, monkey. Sparks of lightning flickered from Kakashi's hands. The sharp, electric chirping had barely begun before his face went pale and the light quietly faded away. Shang-Shu shook his head in slight disappointment, watching Kakashi's eagerness to prove himself. "Besides this jutsu, which needs the Sharingan to unleash its full power, what else have you learned? Or are you hoping Uchiha Obito will face mortal danger again, just so he can give you another Sharingan?" Kakashi's expression changed, and he looked at Shang-Shu in confusion, at a loss for words. "Kakashi, your talent is extraordinary. There's no doubt about that. A Jonin at 12, a genius who created his own jutsu." Shang-Shu paused for a moment, his gaze serious as he looked at Kakashi. "But talent alone does not make you a true powerhouse. I'll keep your ninja forehead protector for now. Go home and think about it carefully. Ask yourself, are you truly ready to become a real shinobi of Konoha? When you know the answer, come back and tell me." Shang-Shu patted Kakashi's shoulder, signaling that he could leave. Mikoto Uchiha saw off the dejected Kakashi, then returned to stand before Shang-Shu. "Shang-Shu-kun, isn't this question a bit too much for Kakashi? No matter how much of a genius he is, he's still only a 5-year-old child. Besides, those experiences were nothing more than illusions you conjured up with your Jinjutsu." Shang-Shu shook his head slightly. "Not all of them were illusions. I used my eye power to show Kakashi a part of his future with Uchiha Obito. If it were only a simple illusion, how could he have learned the Chidori technique from it?" Uchiha Mikoto was taken aback and asked in surprise, "Could it be that Lord White Fang might really end his life after abandoning a mission, just as you showed Kakashi?" Shang-Shu let out a wry laugh, draped his arm around the girl's shoulders, and led her back to their seats. Mikoto, her cheeks flushed, slipped out of his embrace and shot him a reproachful look. "This is the Hokage's office, Lord Fourth." Shang-Shu managed a bitter smile, and gave up the idea of pulling Mikoto back onto his lap. Regaining his composure, he let out a quiet sigh. If I hadn't become the fourth Hokage, it wouldn't just be Senior Tsukumo. Many more people would have died. You probably can't imagine just how many people like White Fang would have died in vain if the third had continued to rule Konoha. Grandma Mito would have died, I would have died, Kushina would have died, and even the entire Uchiha clan might have perished. From the moment I awakened my power, I made a decision. I would change all of this. I would change our fate. That's why I killed Danzo, forced Hiruzen Sarutobi to step down, purged the threats, and did everything I could to steer Konoha's future toward a better path. As Mikoto listened to Shungshu's words, she felt the weight he carried for the first time. She stepped forward, gently cradled Shungshu's head against her chest, and softly comforted him, stroking his back. Haven't you already done it? All this way, you slew Hanzo the Salamander, avenged my mother. You also subdued Hanzo of the Salamander, resolving the threat the Land of Rain posed to Konoha. You solved Konoha's financial crisis, freeing us from the Fire Daimyo's grip. And now, all the major clans of Konoha have rallied behind you, and you've become the Hokage. Shungshu, you've done more than enough. Don't place so much pressure on yourself. As for Kakashi, I trust Senior Tsukumo will help him through it. A warm feeling spread through Shungshu's heart as he hugged the girl tightly, resting his tired head against her chest, seeking comfort. Yeah, let's hope so. Mikoto, I'm so grateful to have you. With her cheeks still flushed, Uchiha Mikoto answered softly. Me too, Shungshu. With peace temporarily settled over the shinobi world, Tsukumo Hatake, the newly appointed Minister of Military Affairs, suddenly found himself with little to do. Being a ninja, to put it bluntly, is no different from being a mercenary living on the edge, always prepared for a life-and-death struggle against the enemy. There's no need for anyone to push them, aside from their usual missions. Whenever the Leaf Village ninjas have free time, apart from some necessary relaxation, everyone seizes every moment to train with unwavering dedication. As the department head, Tsukumo barely needs to supervise his subordinates. His days at work are as easy as coasting along without a care. He rather enjoys this peace and quiet, and plans to devote himself to training and teaching Kakashi at home every day. Father, I'm home. Hearing Kakashi's call, Tsukumo Hatake withdrew his gaze from the short blade resting across his lap and looked up at his son, whose face was clouded with disappointment. Kakashi, did the graduation assessment not go well? Why do you look like this? Kakashi walked over and knelt down in front of his father, his head lowered. Father, I've let you down. Maybe I'm just not cut out to be a ninja. Tsukumo frowned, his voice low and serious as he asked. Kakashi, why would you say that? Did you fail the Hokage's assessment? Kakashi shook his head. No, that's not it. It's just... He lifted his head and glanced at his father, hesitation in his eyes. Father, can you tell me, if one day you had to choose between the mission and your comrades, what would you do? Tsukumo was taken aback for a moment. Then a faint smile appeared on his face. Kakashi, you never cease to surprise me. I didn't think you'd be grappling with such a question so soon. Is it because of the Hokage's test this time? Can you tell me more about why you're suddenly asking this? Kakashi fell silent for a while, then slowly recounted to his father everything he had experienced in the illusionary trial. When Tsukumo finished listening, a peculiar expression flickered across his face. Would I really take my own life in shame, unable to bear the rumors in the village because I failed a mission? If the Leaf were still under the control of the third Hokage and Danzo, I suppose that's not entirely impossible. But as things stand now, Tsukumo shook his head, dismissing the somewhat disrespectful thought about the third Hokage from his mind. Kakashi, I didn't expect the Hokage to value you so highly. To go to such lengths to point out your path ahead, I truly ought to thank the Hokage properly. Kakashi looked at his father in confusion, clearly not fully understanding what he meant. The way of a ninja was still a distant concept for him at this age. Seeing the puzzlement in Kakashi's eyes, Tsukumo drew his short blade and gently ran his fingers along its edge before speaking softly. Kakashi, let's set aside the question of missions and comrades for now. Do you know why I became known throughout the ninja world as the White Fang of the Leaf? All because of this short blade in my hand. Kakashi nodded emphatically, his eyes shining with admiration. Yes, it's because father's swordsmanship made every enemy who faced you tremble in fear. No one could withstand the sharp edge of the White Fang's blade. Tsukumo nodded, neither confirming nor denying it, and handed the short blade to Kakashi. This sword is nothing more than a blade forged with a bit of chakra-conducting metal. It may be a little better than your average ninja blade, but it's hardly the best you'd find in the ninja world. Then do you know why it became so sharp, as if there's nothing it can't cut? Kakashi accepted the short blade, holding the hilt with great care. He'd watched his father wield this sword since childhood, but had never held it himself. Now that it was in his hands, it felt far less extraordinary than he'd imagined. The blade was thinner even than the one his father had made for him. It looked delicate, almost like a fragile ornament that might shatter at a touch. Apart from its keen edge, it seemed utterly ordinary. Is it because of your strength, father? Kakashi honestly couldn't think of any other reason. Tsukumo shook his head. My strength isn't the greatest in the ninja world, or even in the Leaf. Among the Jonin, my chakra reserves are only about average. Then why? Kakashi voiced the question weighing on his heart. Because of conviction. With conviction in your heart, a blade will not easily break. Kakashi, why do you want to be a ninja? For what purpose do you swing your blade? This is the answer the fourth Hokage truly wants from you. It's an answer only you can find. The fourth didn't tell you directly because he wants you to think it through yourself. Once you understand this, the choice between mission and comrades will come naturally. Take your time to reflect, then tell your answer to the Hokage. Tsukumo took the short blade back from Kakashi, patted him on the shoulder, and rose to return to his room. Kakashi stood frozen on the spot. Conviction, huh? What is my conviction? Today, Nawaki was in a terrible mood. And the source of that foul mood was right beside him. The guy who kept staring at him with those intense, pale eyes. Hey, Hisashi, is it really necessary to keep glaring at me like that? You make me feel like I've done something wrong. Nawaki set down his pen and complained helplessly to Hyuga Hisashi. Hisashi, face stern, shook his head. Hokage-sama, as your shadow guard captain and secretary, it's my duty to keep an eye on your work. Please, Lord Hokage, for the sake of Konoha's future, take these documents seriously. Rope Tree, frustrated, slammed the stack of papers onto the desk, glaring indignantly at Hisashi. You jerk, Hisashi. I'm a Hokage now. Who gave you the right to supervise my work? And besides, don't you think it's a bit strange for a man to be my secretary? I want Mikoto. Bring Mikoto here instead. Now, get out of my sight. A faint, cold smile tugged at Hisashi's lips, unfazed by Rope Tree's complaints. Mikoto's secretary position has already been revoked by Lady Mito. It was also Lady Mito's idea for me to become your secretary. If you have any objections, you're welcome to discuss it with her personally. Lady Mito instructed me to keep an eye on you, so the Senju clan won't lose face. The moment Rope Tree heard it was his grandmother's order, his bravado crumbled, and he sprawled across the desk, defeated. Is my office romance really over, just like that? My Mikoto, when will you come back to me? Meanwhile, Uchiha Mikoto, who was studying the Ine seal under Lady Mito's guidance, suddenly sneezed. Her body gave a little shudder, and the chakra she'd been gathering instantly dispersed. Lady Mito looked at her in surprise. Mikoto, is something wrong? Uchiha Mikoto opened her eyes, a little embarrassed as she glanced at Mito. Grandma, it's nothing. I just can't seem to settle down today. A knowing smile appeared on Mito's face, and she nodded. Oh, could be you're thinking about that troublesome Rope Tree again? You're still young. Now is the best time to grow stronger. Don't get distracted. Once you've mastered the Uzumaki clan's Ine seal, you'll be able to stay young and beautiful, and be with Rope Tree for as long as you want. You have all the time in the world ahead of you. Mikoto glanced at Lady Mito, who looked every bit as youthful as herself, her eyes full of admiration and envy. Blushing, she lowered her head and answered softly. I understand, Grandma. I'll focus, I promise. Suddenly, the Hokage office door burst open with a loud bang. Rope Tree's head shot up, his face lighting up with hope as he looked at his sister, who strode in like a savior. Cease, my lifesaver. Did you come here for me? I know I'm busy with work right now, but if it's for you, I can always make time to go out and take care of things together. As he spoke, Rope Tree cast a furtive glance at Hisashi, who was still frowning darkly. Tsunade shot her brother an exasperated look and gave a small, dismissive snort. Don't flatter yourself. Where's Orochimaru? I need to see him. I went to the AMBU headquarters but couldn't find him, so I thought I'd check here. Has that guy gone off to do something shady again? Tsunade wore a mischievous grin as she slandered Orochimaru. Nawaki didn't care whether his sister was truly searching for him or not. He patted his chest and stood up from his seat. Don't worry, sis. Others might have trouble finding Orochimaru-sensei, but for me, it's no problem at all. Come on, I'll take you to him right now. Hayashi, I'll leave these tasks to you for the moment. I'm sure with your skills, there won't be any issues. Without waiting for Hyuga Hayashi to protest, he grabbed the bewildered Tsunade and dashed out of the Hokage's office without a backward glance. Hyuga Hayashi muttered under his breath. You little brat, is this how you act as Hokage? Dumping your work on me, letting me take the heat for you. Unbelievable. Tsunade shot her brother a mocking look, her tone dripping with contempt. Nawaki felt no shame at all and waved his hand indifferently. That guy's a spy granny sent to keep an eye on me. If I don't put him in his place, he'll never figure out who's really in charge of Konoha now. Tsunade stopped in her tracks and turned to look at her brother, a cold smirk curling at the corners of her mouth. Well, now I suddenly don't feel like looking for Orochimaru anymore. I should hurry back and tell Granny the good news. We've got quite the remarkable figure in the Senju clan. My, the fourth Hokage, no less. So impressive. You've really got the whole of Konoha under your thumb now. Nawaki's face froze, and he turned to stare at his smirking sister. Come on, sis, don't be so heartless. Tsunade lifted her chin disdainfully, making it clear there was no room for negotiation. Nawaki gritted his teeth and held up one finger. 1 million. Tsunade slapped his hand away, her voice righteous and indignant. I can't believe you. Trying to bribe your own sister with 1 million? Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? With a trembling hand, Nawaki held up 4 fingers, struggling to say, 5 million. If that's not enough, I'll go straight back to work, as if I never left today. In a flash, Tsunade grabbed his hand and shook it up and down with excitement. Deal. Don't worry. In my heart, you are absolutely the most qualified Hokage in history. Nawaki pulled his hand away in disgust, then reluctantly reached into his robe and pulled out a scroll, handing it over with a pained look. Here, take it. This is straight from my own private stash. I was actually saving it as a betrothal gift. Ah, poor Mikoto. She might have to put up with a hard life with me now. Tsunade snatched the scroll and gave her brother a light knock on the head. Save it. Don't try that act with me. Let me tell you, back when I used to make up stories to trick, no, to get some spending money from Grandma, you weren't even born yet. With a look of pure satisfaction, Tsunade cheerfully tucked the scroll in her robe and patted her chest, utterly pleased with herself. All right, help me find Orochimaru, and then you can run off to see that girl Mikoto. Instinctively, Nawaki dropped his pitiful act, nodded, and swiftly formed a series of hand seals. Summoning jutsu. A puff of smoke erupted, and in its wake, dozens of small snakes slithered out. Nawaki had summoned them from Ryuchi Cave. Tsunade recoiled in disgust, kicking away a snake that flicked its tongue at her, rubbing her arm as she looked at her brother, who looked more and more like Orochimaru by the day. You little brat. Just like that guy Orochimaru, actually liking snakes of all things. Nawaki shrugged off her comment, gave the snakes their orders to find Orochimaru, and waved them away. All right, now we just wait. These summoned snakes will help us pinpoint where Orochimaru-sensei is. By the way, sis, why are you looking for Orochimaru-sensei all of a sudden? Shouldn't you be teaching little Chino right about now? The question suddenly occurred to Nawaki, and he couldn't help but ask in confusion. Tsunade, dropping her playful banter, let out a long sigh. Sigh. It's actually because of that child, Chino. Even with all my medical ninjutsu, I still can't solve the problem of why she can't grow up. Physically, outwardly, I can't find anything wrong with her body. So I wanted to ask Orochimaru, see if he can figure out a solution. After all, that guy's much better than I am at handling complicated bodily mysteries. After hearing Tsunade's account of Chino's condition, Nawaki, recalling Chino's Blood Pond clan heritage, nodded thoughtfully. Chino has the unique bloodline of the Blood Pond clan, even though I don't know if she's awakened her dojutsu yet. But one thing's for sure, just like the Uchiha, the Blood Pond clan needs some sort of intense stimulus to properly awaken their bloodline. Maybe Chino's problem is tied to the process of awakening the Blood Dragon Eye. Tsunade wasn't too familiar with these specifics, so she discussed things further with Nawaki. But his ideas were mostly speculation. For real answers, they'd have to wait until they found Orochimaru, the true expert on matters of souls and genetics. The two stayed put for a while. Soon, a small snake slithered out from the grass by the road, scaled Nawaki's pant leg, and coiled onto his shoulder, hissing a few messages into his ear. Nawaki nodded, an odd look flickering across his face. Tsunade's expression turned curious. What is it? Did you get news about Orochimaru? Lifting the summoning technique, Nawaki sent all the summoned snakes back to Ryuchi Cave, then turned to Tsunade and said, I found him, but Orochimaru-sensei says he's busy right now and wants us to go find him. Tsunade snorted. Oomph. So secretive. Lead the way. Following the route relayed back by the summoning snakes, the two soon arrived before a low, modest house. The house was situated near Konoha Hospital, with a village canteen and cemetery not far beside it. Nawaki and Tsunade exchanged glances, both wondering when this small house had appeared here. They pushed the door open and entered. Orochimaru, who was deep in conversation with an elderly man whose hair was white as snow, but whose bearing was full of vigor, looked up and greeted them with a smile. Nawaki, Tsunade, you've come. Nawaki nodded. Sensei, my sister has something she wants your help with, so she sent me to find you with the summoning beasts. Hope we're not interrupting. Orochimaru shook his head with a smile, signaling that it was no trouble at all. And this is... Nawaki's gaze fell on the old man, curiosity in his voice. Orochimaru glanced at the elderly man beside him, a faintly sardonic smile flickering in his eyes. He reached out and introduced. Nawaki, this is Master Shina. He's an extraordinary physician whose achievements in human research have placed him far ahead of anyone else in the shinobi world. Nawaki's eyes lit up with interest as he nodded at Shina, inwardly impressed by his teacher's discerning eye for talent. Orochimaru shot Nawaki a meaningful look, hinting that this old man was not what he seemed. Nawaki, who knew Shina's background, even better than Orochimaru, nodded back almost imperceptibly and continued to observe Shina without betraying his thoughts. Shina, noticing the subtle exchange between Nawaki and Orochimaru, felt a chill settle in his heart, though he kept a kindly smile on his face. So it's the fourth Hokage. How rude of this old man. Shina followed the gesture of greeting toward Nawaki, his slightly lowered eyes flickering with a trace of alarm. What's going on? Have my identity been exposed? Why else would Konoha's Hokage come here in person? That's right, this Orochimaru and the Hokage are master and student. Could it be? Could he be using his disciple's status as Hokage to force me to hand over my secrets of human modification? Damn, if that's the case, all my plans will be ruined. Nawaki, seeing Shina's respectful demeanor, let a cold smile tug at the corner of his mouth. So you're the famed healer, Master Shina, whose name is known throughout the shinobi world? It's an honor to meet you. Shina bowed his head even lower, his words full of humility. I don't deserve such praise. Those are just empty titles. Hokage-sama flatters me. The old man is just an ordinary doctor. In the presence of the Hokage, I would never dare call myself famous throughout the ninja world. Tsunade frowned beside him, sensing that something was off as well. The last time her younger brother spoke in this strange, sarcastic manner, he was facing Hiriko. And yet, right after he praised Hiriko's human modification techniques as something remarkable, Hiriko vanished from the world. Moreover, the old man standing before them, judging from Tsunade's medical eye, the power hidden within his body was nothing like the harmless facade he put on. Realizing this, Tsunade instinctively gathered chakra within her, her eyes locked firmly on Shina. Shina felt a shift in the air as chakra rippled through it, and a jolt of anxiety shot through him. A cold bead of sweat slid down his forehead before he could stop it. Hokage, I must have offended you somehow. But why does your companion harbor such hostility toward a harmless old man like me? Shina looked up and forced a smile, glancing at Tsunade, standing by Nawaki's side. Nawaki shook his head. She's not my subordinate. And besides, Lord Shina, you're hardly just an ordinary old man, are you? Remnant of the Sky Ninja. Nawaki's words crashed into Shina's ears like a thunderclap. Shina snapped his head up, stunned, and stared at Nawaki. With a sharp sound, Orochimaru drew the Kusanagi sword from the mouth of a small snake, then flicked his wrist to dismiss the summoned creature. Sword in hand, Orochimaru stepped behind Shina, excitement gleaming in his eyes. No wonder someone in the ninja world surpassed me in the field of human experimentation. So it was a Sky Ninja all along. That explains everything. After all, to create something like a flying fortress, technology an entire era ahead of the rest of the ninja world. The Sky Ninja Village truly lives up to its reputation. Shina fixed Nawaki with a wary, unsettled look. I've been hiding in the leaf for so long, and aside from Orochimaru, I've rarely interacted with other ninja. Fourth Hokage, how did you discover my true identity? Nawaki brushed his nose, clearly uninterested in giving any explanation. Seeing that Nawaki didn't seem eager to make a move, a flicker of hope flashed in Shina's eyes. The Sky Ninja Village is part of history now. I have no intention of offending the leaf. Hokage, can't you just pretend you never saw me? Treat me as nothing more than a humble doctor. Orochimaru let out a cold, sharp laugh. Would an ordinary doctor have such mastery over the study of the human body? And more than once, you've hinted to me just how much your research could enhance a ninja's strength. When I proposed an exchange of secret techniques, you didn't even hesitate to consider it. Shungshu didn't mind Orochimaru's private dealings with Shina at all. If he weren't interested in novel forbidden jutsu, he wouldn't be Orochimaru. It was even possible that Orochimaru's future body modification techniques would be inspired by what he learned from Shina. As long as the methods used to gain strength weren't too extreme, Shungshu could accept Orochimaru's actions. After all, he was his teacher, wasn't he? Tsunade shot Orochimaru a glare, her eyes flashing a warning. Then, burning with curiosity, she turned her gaze to Shina. After all, she was more than a little interested in the secret jutsu that Orochimaru said could enhance a ninja's power. Shinnong slowly backed away, his face ashen as he eyed the three of them slowly, encircling him. Inside him, his chakra surged into furious motion. His once hunched figure gradually straightened. The white hair atop his head, caught in the swirling chakra currents, began to turn jet black. His gaunt frame slowly swelled, muscle after muscle bulging outward with power. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from a white-haired old man into a burly, imposing man in his prime. "I've never done anything to harm Konoha's interests. Why must you insist on pushing me like this?" he demanded. Shangshu fixed him with a cold, unyielding stare and spoke slowly. "Konoha will never allow an enemy to live among us, especially not a remnant of the Sky Ninja. What you and your ilk did back then brought disaster upon Konoha and the entire ninja world. Now, you have two choices before you. Either submit to Konoha's control and accept the cursed seal, or D." A ruthless resolve flashed in Shinnong's eyes, his expression twisting with ferocity. "Swear allegiance to Konoha? Never. 8 gates released, open. 8 gates released, violet gate, open." With his furious roar, a torrent of violent chakra burst from his body, shrouding him in a green vapor. Orochimaru's pupils narrowed as he lunged, thrusting the Kusanagi sword toward Shinnong's back. Shinnong made no move to dodge. Relying on the power granted by opening the violet gate, he braced himself to take Orochimaru's sneak attack head-on. The blade sliced through with a harsh, metallic hiss. The razor-sharp Kusanagi sword pierced straight through his body, and Shinnong's face twisted in shock. He hadn't expected Orochimaru's unremarkable-looking blade to be so sharp it could cut right through the chakra defense of the violet gate. Gritting his teeth, Shinnong seized the sword's tip before him and, with a thunderous kick, lashed out at Orochimaru. Orochimaru's expression changed. Right now, he didn't have any particularly powerful means of saving himself. Faced with Shinnong, who had opened 6 gates, he had no choice but to let go of the Kusanagi sword and vanish in a blur. A glimmer of disdain flashed in Shinnong's eyes. He grabbed the hilt of the Kusanagi sword behind him, and with a wet, tearing sound, pulled it from his body, tossing it aside as if it were nothing. Forbidden jutsu. Physical regeneration. Shinnong glanced down at the gaping wound in his chest. With a casual flick of his hand, he formed a hand seal, and a surge of overwhelming vitality burst forth. From his body, the wound left by the Kusanagi sword began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye, it was completely restored. The cells, previously drained of all life by the forced awakening of his potential, quickly revived under the influence of this regenerative power. Orochimaru, who had instantly appeared at Joju's side, watched the transformation taking place on Shinnong's body, a gleam of fervor lighting up his eyes. "Joju, I want that secret technique for myself." Orochimaru's voice was low and eager. "Help me." Joju grinned, nodding in agreement. He reached into his ninja tool pouch, pulled out 6 kunai, and flung them with a practiced flick of his wrist. "Don't worry, sensei. Besides the secret of bodily activation, there's something even more astonishing hidden within him. Ninja art, 6-fold crimson sun formation." Scarlet walls of chakra sprang up, enveloping the group and a vast stretch of the surrounding ground within a blazing barrier. Joju raised an eyebrow as he watched the emerald mist begin to pour from Shinnong's body. "I underestimated you," Joju admitted. "I didn't expect you'd use your free medical service as a cover to get your hands on the 8 gates technique. You must have gotten it from a genin named Mito, didn't you?" Shinnong's pupils contracted in surprise as he stared at Joju. "As expected of the Hokage," he exclaimed. "I'm honestly impressed you could deduce that." Glancing at the crimson barrier encircling them, Shinnong's eyes flickered with disdain. "If you know I've mastered the 8 gates, then you should realize that this kind of barrier won't be enough to hold me back. How about we both take a step back and end this here?" Joju shook his head slightly, inwardly scoffing at Shinnong's arrogance. "You really think just because you have the 8 gates, you could be like Guy and almost rival the Sage of 6 Paths? How naive." Unaware of Joju's inner thoughts, Shinnong saw his hesitation and gritted his teeth, channeling his strength before driving a fist at the barrier. Forbidden art, bone-shattering fist. His punch sent a furious gale roaring toward the 6-fold crimson sun formation. A deafening crash exploded through the air, followed by Shinnong's anguished scream. He clutched his hand, now burned to bare bone by the barrier, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at the crimson wall. Tsunade seized the moment, leaping forward with a fierce kick. Monster strength, heaven-smashing kick. With another thunderous boom, Shinnong, taking advantage of the speed granted by opening the 6th gate, flashed away in an instant. Tsunade's attack struck empty ground, smashing a deep crater into the earth. The surrounding ground fractured and crumbled, sending dirt and debris flying in all directions. Shinong looked solemnly at the three who were eyeing him like predators. His fully recovered hands slowly clenched into fists, and the chakra surging from his body grew even more violent. 8 gates release. Death gate. Open. The raging chakra instantly boiled within Shinong, his blood vaporizing into wisps of red mist that twined around his body. His body strained under the onslaught of such wild chakra, hairline cracks beginning to form across his skin. Yet, even as these fissures appeared, his flesh regenerated at an astonishing rate, the wounds closing as quickly as they formed. Enduring the strange sensation, a blend of excruciating pain and exhilaration, Shinong's lips curled into a ferocious grin. Forbidden technique, super transformation, divine fist. With a thunderous punch, a sinister, dark energy surged from within Shinong, coalescing into a swirling mass of pitch-black chakra around his fist. The dark energy roiled and churned, like countless particles grinding and spinning together, exuding an aura of utter destruction as it hurtled toward the group. Orochimaru and Tsunade sensed the destructive force contained within the black energy. Knowing they could not take it head-on, they swiftly dodged out of harm's way. Shunshu, however, stood his ground. As the ball of dark energy rushed toward him, his hands flashed through a rapid sequence of seals. Summoning Rashomon, 5 massive hellish gates erupted from the earth, rising up to shield him. The energy unleashed by the super transformation divine fist crashed into the Rashomon gates with a tremendous, earth-shaking roar. The dark energy, carried by its furious momentum, punched through 3 of the hell gates in succession before finally dissipating. Shinong stared intently at the 2 remaining Rashomon gates, scarcely able to believe that his seemingly unstoppable strike had been thwarted so decisively. Wind-style Raisin Shuriken. Before he could recover from his shock, Shunshu's figure flashed past the Rashomon gates, appearing directly before Shinong. With one swift motion, he pressed the spinning Raisin Shuriken against Shinong's chest. Caught completely off guard, Shinong's body was instantly engulfed by the raging blades of wind. He let out a blood-curdling scream as he was blasted away. A deafening explosion erupted as the Raisin Shuriken detonated, creating a wildly spinning storm of blades at the edge of the 6 red yang formation. As the storm gradually subsided, Shinong staggered up from a deep crater in the ground, covered in blood as he faced Shunshu once more. Cough, cough. As expected of the 4th Hokage. That wind style, its power is nearly at the level of a secret art. But if this is all you've got, it's still far from enough. Forbidden technique, body regeneration. Shinong, his clothes in tatters, straightened himself. Once more, red steam rose from his body, and the ghastly, bone-deep wounds began to heal at a rapid pace. Shunshu frowned. As I thought, wind style alone really isn't enough to pose a serious threat to him. Oomph. You're only able to fight because you're leeching chakra from that measly Zero Tails inside you. Did you really think that would make you untouchable to me? A cold smirk appeared at the corner of Shingu's mouth as he pressed his palms together in front of him. Wood release. Birth of the deep forest. Countless wooden branches surged from the earth, forming a vast, sun-blocking forest in the blink of an eye, fueled by Shingu's overwhelming chakra. In an instant, the space around Shinong was completely sealed off. Shinong's expression changed as he darted swiftly through the encroaching forest, smashing apart the relentless waves of wood release in a desperate bid to carve out room to maneuver. But Shingu paid him no mind. He simply channeled more chakra, driving the wooden branches to keep attacking, wave after wave, never stopping. As Shinong watched the destroyed wood regrow endlessly, a faint sense of dread crept in. What's going on? Why is my chakra draining so fast? Somewhere deep within Shinong, in a pitch-black void, a tailless beast wearing a white mask carved with the symbol for zero let out a furious roar. Useless! Let me handle this! Shinong's face twisted as he heard the monster's wrath echoing inside him. Zero Tails, you know I'll never let you take control of my body. The creature known as Zero Tails let out a chilling, manic laugh from within, and suddenly, torrents of dark chakra surged out of Shinong's body, wild and uncontrollable. Shinong, did you really think you could control me? Arrogant human, you're nothing but a vessel for me to absorb negative energy. Don't think I'm ignorant of why you came to the Leaf. You want to use their sealing jutsu to turn me into your puppet, isn't that right? Foolish ambition. Shinong's pupils contracted, and a deeper wariness grew in his heart toward the monster he'd always treated as nothing more than the engine for his floating fortress. Zero Tails, just what are you? A chilling, guttural laugh echoed within him as Zero Tails answered. I was born from darkness, the embodiment of all the world's evils. I am everywhere, and I am an immortal god. As Zero Tails declared itself, the dark chakra on Shinong's skin boiled and writhed, enveloping his body in a writhing shroud. Shinong, you're just a fragile human. Did you think you could wield my power reckless and never pay the price? If you had the guts to open the 8 gates and unleash that so-called super divine fist technique, perhaps you could hold me at bay for now. But as it stands, it's time for me to collect what's owed. Your body is mine. The dark energy that enveloped Shinong's body suddenly transformed into a monstrous maw, fierce and gaping, lunging at Shinong and swallowing him whole in an instant. Despite unleashing the immense chakra granted by the 8 gates, Shinong found himself utterly powerless against the encroaching darkness. He let out a tortured scream as the crimson steam that had shrouded his body slowly faded away. The ripples of chakra that once radiated outward from Shinong fell utterly silent, vanishing without a trace. As the roiling darkness dissipated, Shinong's figure was gone, replaced instead by a swirling mass of pitch-black mist. From within, the mist gradually coalesced into a bizarre and grotesque creature. It looked like a clump of twisted, purplish-black flesh, its bloated form slowly writhing. Along its sides, thick tentacles sprouted in wild disarray, gently swaying in the air, stirred by the surging energy within. Where its head should be, it wore a white mask painted with a chilling, unnatural grin. At the very top of the mask, a single, conspicuous zero was carved. What is that thing? Just one look, and I can't help but recall all sorts of awful memories, Tsunade muttered, shivering with disgust as she hurried to hide behind Nawaki. Orochimaru, on the other hand, gazed at the creature, Zero Tails, his eyes gleaming with fascination. Nawaki, is this the surprise you mentioned? What a marvelous creature, he exclaimed. Just a single glance, and it's so alluring I can hardly look away. Nawaki cast a surprised look at his teacher, gaining a deeper appreciation for Orochimaru's openness to the unknown. Sensei, when you look at it, what do you feel? He asked. Never taking his eyes off the Zero Tails, Orochimaru answered without hesitation. It's grotesque, twisted. There's a voice in my mind, whispering that if I seize its power, I could have everything, even eternity. Nawaki nodded thoughtfully. What I see is a mass of warped flesh. My sister probably sees something horrifying or revolting. But what you see is power and immortality. So that's the true nature of the Zero Tails. It draws out the deepest fears and desires lurking within the human heart. But am I really supposed to be unsettled by this level of psychic pollution? Does it think it's some Lovecraftian horror? He let out a low chuckle. How ridiculous. With that, Nawaki stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Orochimaru. Sensei, it's nothing more than a false god born from humanity's darkest emotions. Don't let its power cloud your mind. As Orochimaru's gaze broke away from the Zero Tails, the haze in his mind quickly lifted, replaced by a lingering sense of dread. That was close. What a truly uncanny power. Rope Tree watched the Zero Tail before him, who was striking seductive poses and continuously exuding waves of eerie energy, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. Negative energy? Huh? What an unlucky coincidence. The kaleidoscope pattern quietly surfaced in his eyes, and chakra surged in Rope Tree's right eye. Instantly, the silhouette of death slipped out from his gaze. The moment death appeared, it sensed the abundance of negative energy in the air, and its soul let out a delighted, melodious hum. The soul fire blazing within its eye sockets. Locked onto the entity before it, the one radiating waves of irresistible temptation. Death struggled to restrain its own desires, casting a hopeful glance toward its creator. Rope Tree didn't keep Death waiting long. He jerked his chin toward the Zero Tail across from him. Keep its core power intact. I want alive. The rest is up to you. A thrill of excitement rang through Death's soul. It lifted the chain of souls in its hand, and, unable to hold back any longer, rushed to Zero Tail's side, bringing its scythe down hard on the creature, who was staring blankly back at it. Zero Tail was still puzzled as to why the young shinobi before it hadn't succumbed to its spell. Suddenly, it saw something emerge from that person's eye, a being whose very presence filled it with terror, deep within its soul. In the blink of an eye, Death appeared by its side, the soul scythe cleaving downward. Zero Tail let out a piercing scream and instantly dissolved into a cloud of black mist, fleeing in panic. Left behind at the spot was only Shinong, his body warped beyond recognition from Zero Tail's corruption. The soul scythe swept through him in a single stroke. Shinong didn't even have time to groan. His soul was ripped from his body in an instant, and he collapsed limply to the ground. A crisp chime echoed. Host has slain an elite Jonin. Reward, body vitalization technique. Chakra limit increased by 5%. A hint of satisfaction flickered across Rope Tree's face. He was quite pleased with the reward. It saved him the trouble of resurrecting Shinnon with Edo Tensei. Death, having missed its mark, watched the Zero-Tail escape. The soul fire in its eye sockets flared violently, and a terrifying wave of spiritual pressure spread throughout the 6 red yang formation. Zero-Tail wailed in misery. As another divine being, Death's superior presence suppressed it far beyond what it had expected. Under the crushing force of this spiritual pressure, the Zero-Tail's body, formed from dark energy, nearly lost its shape and almost unraveled completely. In a flash, Death appeared by its side once more. Scythe raised high, it brought the blade down on the trembling Zero-Tail. A chilling metallic ring split the air. A soul-rending scream tore from Zero-Tail's throat. Ignoring the half of its body that Death had just sliced away, it struggled desperately toward Orochimaru's direction. It remembered, of the 3 present, only Orochimaru hadn't strongly resisted its power. If it could just burrow inside Orochimaru, the other 2 would hesitate to attack, and perhaps, just perhaps, it might have a chance to survive. Shunshu watched as the half of Zero-Tail charged toward them, halting Death's attempt to rush forward. He reached out, spreading his fingers wide, and grasped at Zero-Tail. Light flickered from his fingertips, and, as if drawn by an invisible force, half of Zero-Tail's body was instantly pulled uncontrollably into Shunshu's hand. 5 elements seal. Zero-Tail's body froze, immediately losing all ability to move. Shunshu looked at the now motionless Zero-Tail and nodded in satisfaction. Sealing techniques in the world of the Hokage are truly formidable. It doesn't matter what kind of creature you are or how powerful. If you can't find a way around it, sealing techniques will always do the trick. Sensei, mission accomplished. Shunshu tossed the Zero-Tail, now immobilized by the sealing jutsu, at Orochimaru's feet, his face breaking into a cheerful smile. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. He prodded Zero-Tail's mist-like body with his Kusanagi sword, letting out a gasp of wonder. So this thing's true form is nothing more than a mass of intangible energy? Then why did what I saw just now seem so indescribably bizarre? Shunshu nodded and explained. That's right. This creature was born from the negative emotions within human hearts. It calls itself void. Its true form is pure dark energy. In ancient times, it hid within human bodies and managed to escape the cleansing of the shinobi sect. Later, after the Sage of 6 Paths divided the tailed beast's chakra, for reasons unknown, it renamed itself Zero-Tail. And as it itself claimed, because of the nature of its power, it's nearly immortal and indestructible. But its strength is feeble. It can only grow more powerful by drawing out and feeding on the desires buried deep within people's hearts. So, after it was captured by the people of the Sky Ninja Village, they simply used it as the energy source for their flying fortress. Understanding dawned on Orochimaru's face. No wonder, after emerging from Shinnon's body, this creature did little more than disturb their minds. I never would have thought the ninja world could give rise to such a being. It seems there are still so many unknowns waiting for me to uncover. How intriguing. Shunshu chuckled and shook his head. If you're interested in such creatures, Sensei, I actually know of another existence similar to Zero-Tail. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with excitement. Oh, so this isn't a unique case. Shunshu nodded. In the land of marshes, there's a demon called Muryu, said in legends to have been born from the accumulated malice of this world. It can control lifeless stone statues with its own magic, and once brought a great calamity upon the shinobi world. Later, it was sealed away by the shrine maidens of the land of demons, so now only a few people in the ninja world even know it exists. Orochimaru was quite intrigued by this secret, and couldn't help but nod repeatedly in admiration. Astonishing. So, the sealing site is in a land of swamps? If I have the time, I'd love to see it for myself. He glanced at the half of Zero-Tail before him, now immobilized by the 5-element seal. Remembering Zero-Tail's undying nature, a bold idea suddenly sparked in Orochimaru's mind. Shunshu, since this creature is called Zero-Tail, could it be sealed inside a person, just like a tailed beast? If that's possible, it might prove to be an excellent source of power. Shunshu nodded and replied with certainty. Of course it can. Otherwise, why would Shinnon have gone to such lengths to infiltrate the hidden leaf? I suspect his goal was to obtain a seal from the leaf that could control Zero-Tail and thereby achieve complete mastery over it. If you're interested, Sensei, I can help you seal Zero-Tail inside your body. But before that, we'll have to erase its self-awareness. Otherwise, the consciousness born from such pure darkness could have an impact on your mind. Naturally, Orochimaru wouldn't refuse such readily available power. Smiling, he pointed to his abdomen. Go on then. Let your teacher experience what it's like to be a Jinchuriki, a human vessel for a tailed beast. Shungshu burst out laughing and beckoned forth the Shinigami, who was still digesting Shinnon and Zero Tail's energy. Erase this creature's will. The Shinigami immediately flew to Shungshu's side, extending a bony finger towards Zero Tail. Slowly, a jet-black soul arrow materialized at its fingertip. Zero Tail let out a shuddering, terrified wail. Please spare me. I'm willing to submit. A cold, mocking smile curled at Shungshu's lips. I know the true nature of dark beings far better than you imagine. Except for their strength, no words uttered by creatures of darkness are ever worth trusting. No sooner had he finished speaking than the Shinigami understood, flicking its finger. In an instant, the soul arrow shot into Zero Tail's body, shredding its soul at the core. Four symbols seal. Shungshu pressed his hand against Orochimaru's abdomen. Four sealing runes flared to life, and a mindless body of Zero Tail on the ground was pulled by the force of the seal, spiraling straight into Orochimaru's body. 8 trigram seal. 4 swirling balls of chakra appeared at Shungshu's fingertips, overlapping each other as he imprinted them onto Orochimaru's abdomen, forming a complete 8 trigram seal. All done. Sensei, give a try, see if anything feels different. Thanks to Shungshu's meticulous mastery of sealing techniques, Orochimaru didn't feel any pain at all. Closing his eyes, he reached inward to sense the seal, and a faintly chilling chakra seeped out from within, flooding into his mind. Orochimaru suddenly sensed that everything around him had changed. 2 currents of chakra, each carrying distinctly different emotions, emerged within his perception. One felt confident and composed, the other laced with worry and a hint of disdain. These 2 emotional streams of chakra released faint threads of energy, seeping into the space within his body where Zero Tail's was sealed. Startled, Orochimaru opened his eyes and looked toward the place where he had sensed the emotional chakra. It was exactly where Nawaki and Tsunade stood. This feeling, a gleam of excitement flickered in Orochimaru's eyes, and his voice trembled with barely contained enthusiasm. The power of Zero Tail's actually lets me sense the presence of chakra around me, along with the emotional fluctuations they give off. This ability can even absorb the emotions of others to strengthen the chakra within my own body. Tsunade's eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at the exhilarated Orochimaru, her disbelief plain to see. Orochimaru was equally surprised as he turned to look at Tsunade. The very instant her emotions had shifted, a surge of energy carrying her shock had flowed from her, suddenly growing much stronger. How did you get this lucky? Orochimaru fell silent for a moment. Then he looked up and met Tsunade's gaze, speaking slowly. Tsunade, when are you going to pay back the money you owe me? Tsunade's expression changed instantly. She clutched tightly to the 5 million ryo she'd just extorted from her younger brother, eyeing Orochimaru warily. I don't have any money right now. Orochimaru, feeling the even more vibrant waves of nervousness radiating from her, couldn't help but narrow his eyes in satisfaction, letting out a contented sigh. So this is the power of emotions? How fascinating. Tsunade, I was just testing my new ability. You don't have to worry about the debt anymore. A spark of joy lit up Tsunade's heart, but she still eyed Orochimaru suspiciously, unable to figure out what he was really up to. Orochimaru, are you serious? Clearly sensing both the delight and doubt in Tsunade's heart, Orochimaru smiled and nodded. Nawaki, watching his teacher's antics from the side, couldn't help but cover his face. From now on, he feared the ninja world would have to deal with a truly terrifying figure, someone who delighted in toying with people's emotions. Although the battle among the 3 in Shinnon had been blocked by Nawaki's 6 red yang formation, the sudden rise of a barrier unmistakably created by the Hokage had already drawn the attention of the Umbu. Once Nawaki dispelled the barrier, they found the outside surrounded. Umbu and police force shinobi had sealed off the area completely. Lord Hokage, what has happened here? Fugaku Uchiha, seeing the barrier vanish, stepped out from the crowd and addressed the 3, asking directly. Nawaki simply shook his head. Orochimaru-sensei discovered a spy lurking in Konoha here. We've already eliminated him on the spot. There's nothing to worry about. Someone clean this place up? All right, everyone disperse. Don't let this affect the normal operations of Konoha Hospital. Uchiha Fugaku's expression softened, and he nodded gently. Yes, sir. Suddenly, a strange look flickered across Fugaku's face. He glanced at Nawaki, not bothering to hide a hint of schadenfreude. Lord Hokage, actually, there's one more thing I need to inform you about. Nawaki looked at Fugaku, puzzled. What is it? Lady Mito has already learned about your little trip out today. She asked me to deliver a message to you. Don't even think about visiting Mikoto from the Uchiha clan anytime soon. I'm personally teaching her the Uzumaki clan's secret techniques now. You just focus on being Hokage. If you end up as unreliable as your sister, you'll see what I'll do to you. Standing straight, Fugaku perfectly mimicked Uzumaki Mito's tone and manner right in front of Nawaki. Fine. If she doesn't want to see me, I won't go. Nawaki's face fell instantly. He snorted and turned on his heel to leave. Why am I always dragged into this? Just say what you need to say. Leave me out of it. This is completely ridiculous. Tsunade shot Fugaku a glare, gave him a playful smack on the head, and stomped off after Nawaki. Left behind, Fugaku rubbed his head with a look of grievance, watching Tsunade's retreating back. What does this have to do with me? It's not like I made up the message. Orochimaru, sensing the waves of frustration and indignation radiating from Fugaku, sauntered over with a sly smile and patted him on the shoulder. Fugaku-kun, you really have a tough job. With that, he turned and followed after the other two, leaving behind a chaotic scene and a group of police force members barely able to suppress their laughter at their clan leader. What are you staring at? Hurry up and clean this place. Fugaku barked at his clansmen, shot one last resentful look at the three departing figures, and swept out of the area with a dramatic flick of his sleeve. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, eyes closed, walked behind Nawaki and Tsunade, attuned to the myriad emotions drifting off the villagers he passed. Having just acquired the Zero Tails power, he still couldn't precisely control whose emotions he absorbed, so the flood of feelings in his senses was a chaotic swirl. Yet to Orochimaru, this experience was utterly novel, a strange, intoxicating thrill he found hard to resist. Up ahead, Tsunade suddenly stopped, turning around to fix Orochimaru with a sharp look as she noticed the enraptured expression on his face. Hey, Orochimaru, could you pull yourself together? Don't make that face. You look like some kind of creep. I came to find you today for something important. Orochimaru opened his eyes, withdrawing his senses from that mysterious state, and looked at Tsunade with a warm smile. All right, I'll do my best. So, tell me, what's brought you to me today? Tsunade shot him an exasperated glance, then proceeded to explain the issues with Chino's body in detail. Orochimaru nodded, his face taking on a thoughtful expression. This situation likely has a great deal to do with the bloodline problem that Nawaki mentioned. Lord Joan once told me that, back then, in order to make Chino forget that part of her past, he placed a seal in her mind. I imagine that the bloodline of the Chinoite clan inside her wants to awaken, but is being suppressed by the seal within her body. And the awakening of the Chinoite bloodline, much like the Sharingan, belongs to the domain of in release. As a result, the in release energy has been accumulating within the seal, and in the end, it suppressed Chino's physical and intellectual development. Orochimaru stroked his chin as he laid out his theory. Tsunade found herself agreeing with his assessment, nodding repeatedly. Yes, that makes a lot of sense. Is there any way to resolve it? If we simply remove the seal, won't the sudden surge of in release energy risk damaging Chino's mind? Orochimaru nodded in agreement. You're right. That is indeed a concern. But there are ways to address it. What kind of ways? Tsunade asked, her curiosity piqued. A two-pronged approach. While strengthening Chino's body, we simultaneously stimulate her bloodline, so that when the in-release energy is unleashed, it has a proper vessel. This way, we can ensure that her body and mind won't collapse from the bloodline's awakening. After finishing, Orochimaru turned his gaze toward Nawaki. Nawaki, did you acquire the secret body activation technique that Shina developed? Nawaki, who had just been looking rather downcast, perked up at his teacher's question and gave a confident smile. Of course, with the Shinigami's help, there are no secrets left to souls in my presence. Orochimaru smiled and nodded in approval. Then we have everything we need. Tsunade, bring the child to me. I'll teach her the body activation technique myself. When the time comes, I promise to return to you a disciple whose talent rivals Mikoto's. With Orochimaru's assurance, Tsunade finally felt the weight lift from her heart. Thank you. I'll bring her to you later. You have no idea. Because of this kid, I haven't been able to go out and have any fun for days. I am practically suffocating. A hint of amusement played at the corner of Orochimaru's lips. You should have taken on a few more disciples long ago. I have 3, Nawaki, Hayashi, and Mikoto. Jiraiya has that brat Minato. Now that you've taken Chino under your wing, maybe you'll rein yourself in a bit. There are still those 3 taboos for ninja. You'd better follow them. Don't set a bad example for the kids. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, not caring in the slightest. Oh, spare me. What nonsense about the 3 ninja taboos? Like I care about any of that. That's settled then. I'll drop Chino off with you this afternoon. Keep a closer eye on her for me. Lately, that girl's been running wild with Shina. They're practically unstoppable. See you around. With that, Tsunade gave her ponytail a jaunty flick, stuffed the hefty 5 million Rio into her coat, and walked off toward the shopping district, her steps light and carefree. Orochimaru watched Tsunade's retreating figure and shook his head with a wry smile. That habit of Tsunade's, really? Shizu nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the sentiment. Sensei, if you don't have anything else to do right now, could you come with me to the first Hokage's office? I'll hand over the secret technique for body revitalization, and maybe you could answer a few of my questions while we're at it. Orochimaru blinked in surprise, then broke into a wide grin. Very well. Land of Stone, headquarters of the Shinobi Exchange. The main doors to the exchange were shoved open from outside, and a tall, masked ninja strode in, clutching a cloth bundle that seeped an ominous red liquid. Without glancing at the crowd clustered around the bounty board, he walked straight through. With a heavy thud, he tossed the bundle onto the service desk. Out rolled a severed head, eyes wide open in a grotesque expression. Cash it in. Ishigami Tetsuya, who had been bent over organizing the bounty list, was startled by the sudden appearance of the head. But having worked at the exchange for some time, he'd seen plenty. He only flinched for a moment before regaining his composure. Looking up, Ishigami saw the ninja in front of him, a forehead protector marking him as a rogue from Hidden Waterfall, his cheeks, hidden by a black cloth and a pair of eyes glowing eerily green, fixed right on him. Ishigami managed a slightly obsequious smile. So it's Lord Kakuzu. This bounty was just posted 3 days ago, wasn't it? Lord Kakuzu, your efficiency is as astonishing as ever. The tall man called Kakuzu gave a self-satisfied huff and pulled a bounty notice from his cloak, slapping it down in front of Ishigami with a sharp smack. It was just a small fry. 20 million Rio. Not a single coin less. Ishigami had met this legendary bounty hunter of the underworld before and was well aware of his temperament. Smiling at Kakuzu, he carefully slid the bounty notice out from beneath Kakuzu's hand. He took a pair of gloves from the table and put them on. Then, turning the severed head over and over, he carefully compared every detail with the wanted poster before finally giving a slight nod. Only then did he pull a small box from beneath the table and slide it toward Kakuzu. My apologies, Lord Kakuzu. As you know, this is the protocol here at the exchange. The identity of the target has been confirmed. You have completed the hunt. This is your due reward. Please accept it. Kakuzu's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he grabbed the box in one swift motion. Without another word, he turned away from the counter and found an empty seat in the corner. There, utterly brazen in front of this gathering of desperados, he began to count his cash, bill by bill. That guy just scored 20 million Rio. How about we tail him later and make ourselves rich too? A ninja wearing a patterned mask eyed the stacks of banknotes in Kakuzu's box with naked greed, nudging his companion to suggest the idea. But his companion merely glanced in the same direction, then quickly looked away. He ran his eyes up and down his partner with evident disdain. No wonder the Fuma clan has fallen so far. If everyone from your clan is as short-sighted as you, it wouldn't surprise me one bit if you were wiped out someday. The Fuma ninja stiffened, shooting a hostile glare at his temporary partner. What's that supposed to mean? The other ninja snorted dismissively, sweeping his finger around at the people in the exchange. Idiot! Look at everyone's eyes. Is there a single person here who dares look at him for more than a second? Startled, the Fuma ninja glanced around the room, and sure enough, just as his companion had said, every bounty hunter, people who treated money as their lifeblood, pointedly ignored the ninja, brazenly counting his cash in the open. But why is that? That's 20 million Rio. And that guy's a lone wolf. Don't they want a piece of it? His companion jerked his chin toward the wall, indicating the list of wanted posters hanging there. Take a look up there, the one bounty that's always gone unclaimed. 14.5 billion Rio for that head. The Fuma ninja turned and read the bold print on the wanted poster. First Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, Hashirama Senju. Bounty, 14 billion, 500 million. 14.5 billion. Who wouldn't want that? But the name God of Shinobi is enough to break the strongest bounty hunter. And Kakuzu? He's the only one who ever took the job, fought the God of Shinobi, and lived to tell the tale. His companion's words crashed down like a thunderclap, leaving the Wind Demon Clan ninja's mind reeling. Cold sweat streamed down his back, soaking through as fear overtook him. What did you say? That's right. He's the one from the legends, the immortal ninja, Kakuzu. His companion nodded solemnly to confirm it. The Wind Demon ninja sucked in a sharp breath, instantly banishing any lingering thoughts of murder and robbery from his mind. All such schemes vanished without a trace. Kakuzu finished counting, then closed the chest with a satisfied snap. Smiling, he glanced disdainfully at the two young ninjas who had been whispering about him, then strode over to the counter. Exchange it for gold notes. This was Kakuzu's usual practice. Every time he completed a bounty and received his reward, he insisted on personally savoring the weight and texture of the cash in his hands before converting it into gold notes accepted by the 5 great nations. Only then would he carefully store the money away. Ishigami Tetsuya, the cashier, dared not delay. He hurriedly prepared a gold note worth 20 million ryo for Kakuzu. Lord Kakuzu, here is your gold note. Please keep it safe. And if I may remind you, Lord Kakuzu, fighting is strictly forbidden in the exchange. Kakuzu stuffed the gold note into his robe, then turned and shot a cold snort at the wind demon ninja. Oomph. Just an ignorant brat. A mere 500,000 ryo bounty is beneath me. I wouldn't bother lifting a finger. The wind demon ninja felt as if he'd plunged into an icy lake. For the first time, he realized that not being a famous ninja was actually a blessing. Are there any high-paying bounties lately? The harder, the better. My funds are running low. I need to make some serious money. Kakuzu did a mental tally of his savings and realized he was still some distance from his goal of 10 billion. Irritated, he turned his piercing gaze on Ishigami Tetsuya, who handled the bounties. As soon as Kakuzu spoke, everyone in the exchange shifted their eyes toward him. He's going after another high-level mission? That's rare. Yeah, that's actually good for us. At least we won't risk clashing with him over the easier jobs. That's true. Ishigami Tetsuya hesitated, pulling a wanted poster from the drawer and holding it in his hand. Lord Kakuzu, there are indeed high-paying bounties available. But Kakuzu snatched the wanted poster impatiently, his eyes glinting with an eerie green light. But what? Are you implying there's a mission even I can't complete? With a dismissive snort, Kakuzu glanced down at the freshly inked wanted poster in his hands. The 4th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, Nawaki, the 2nd wielder of Wood Release after Hashirama Senju. Bounty, 800 million ryo. Kakuzu's gaze shifted back and forth between the Wood Release and the 800 million ryo, his emotions churning violently within. Wood Release? The same ability as Hashirama Senju? If that's the case, I might really be unable to pull off this mission. But 800 million ryo. His bounty is only 800 million ryo, which is actually 200 million less than that useless 3rd Hokage. Does that mean his Wood Release is just for show? The 800 million ryo reward was simply too tempting. Thinking of his own savings, if he added this sum, he'd be close to reaching his very first 10 billion ryo goal in life. Wouldn't he? With this thought, Kakuzu fixed his gaze fiercely on the words 800 million ryo, gritted his teeth hard, and slapped the bounty notice onto the counter with a decisive thud. I'll take this bounty. Konoha. Orochimaru had temporarily delegated the ANBU's affairs to a few trusted aides, keeping himself busy with research on Zero Tails and the secrets of bodily reactivation, while also taking the time to guide and heal Chino. Uchiha Mikoto continued her training with Uzumaki Mito, and, thanks to the diligent support of Hizashi, the Hokage's secretary, all manner of village matters, both big and small, were being handled in perfect order. In such circumstances, with his own tasks finished, Shizuku suddenly found himself at loose ends. That day, restless in his idleness, Shizuku suddenly recalled the promise he'd made to Shinya on the night of the Nine-Tails attack. Shinya had told him last time that, if he had a chance, he hoped Shizuku would visit Ryukido. Shizuku had agreed without hesitation. Rather than relying on a snake without limbs to perform the reverse summoning technique, Shizuku thought it would be more reliable to walk there himself on his own 2 feet. With nothing else pressing, Shizuku simply handed off all the village's affairs, great and small, to Tsunade, who was always slacking off anyway, gave Hizashi some instructions, and then left Konoha alone, heading in the general direction of Ryukido, as described by Orochimaru-sensei. As for how Hizashi might suffer under Tsunade, the temporary Hokage, Shizuku couldn't have cared less. The Nine-Tails, for his part, somehow caught wind of Shizuku's departure, and, that very night, snuck away from Mito's side and latched onto Shizuku's pant leg. Shizuku, if you're heading to Ryukido, you must take me along. That wretched snake ambushed me last time. There's no way I'm letting that slide. Nine-Tails' petty grudge left Shizuku utterly speechless. In the end, after being pestered endlessly, he could only agree, though he did so reluctantly. As for the tangled love-hate saga between Shinya and Kurama, forget it. He'd deal with it once they found Ryukido. That was Shizuku's resolve. I've got a feeling Ryukido might not be far now. The Nine-Tails transformed into a miniature fox, hooked his tail around Shizuku's neck, and stared intently into the distance with a grave look. Shizuku halted at the edge of a cliff, gazing out toward a rugged mountain hollow shrouded in faint, drifting mist. Kurama, how do you know this? Have you been here before? The Ninetales shook its head vigorously, much like a rattle, then sniffed the air with a look of clear distaste before letting out a sharp snort. A place like this? I have absolutely no interest in it. It's just that unpleasant feeling is getting stronger and stronger. Shungshu furrowed his brow, slightly puzzled. Unpleasant? But I haven't sensed anything particularly unpleasant from Shinya's chakra. Standing tall on Shungshu's shoulder, the Ninetales shook its head gravely. I may dislike that stinky snake, but its chakra doesn't give me this kind of feeling. The sensation I'm talking about is probably beyond your understanding. Let me think. How should I put it? It's like a mouse coming face to face with a cat. A chilling fear in the presence of a natural enemy. Though the feeling is faint. Shungshu was taken aback. For something to make the Ninetales feel as if it were facing a mortal enemy. Could it be the Rinnegan? No, it must be the Ten Tails. A sudden realization struck Shungshu, and he followed the Ninetales' gaze toward the distant valley, its surface etched with countless interwoven ravines. The ravines, shallow to deep, crisscrossed like a network of veins, converging at the center into a vast pit shrouded in drifting, misty fog. Inside that pit, wisps of mist, bearing a faint resemblance to the Senjutsu energy from Ryuchi Cave, were slowly wafting outward. This shape, could these be the marks left by the roots of the god tree? Does that mean Ryuchi Cave is the very place where the god tree once grew? And all those endless sands of the land of wind, and the rain of rocks in the land of earth, could they be the aftermath of the god tree draining the energy from the land's ley lines? The thought sent a chill down Shungshu's spine. Kurama, do you think this could be the site where the Sage of Six Paths once fought the Ten Tails? The Ninetales started, then, after a moment's contemplation, nodded seriously. It's entirely possible, but that battle was so cataclysmic it shattered the entire shinobi world. I can no longer tell where the original site was. After a pause, the Ninetales extended a forepaw and pointed toward the distant pit. Beneath that ground, there's a natural energy source strikingly similar to the very origin of the tailed beasts. Perhaps that's where Ryuchi Cave truly lies. Shungshu reached out, gently running his hand along the Ninetales' tail, looking at him with concern. You were separated from the Ten Tails, after all. If there really is some remnant of the Ten Tails' power here, could it affect you in some way? A warmth flickered in the Ninetales' heart, but he quickly shook Shungshu's hand off his tail, snorting in feigned disdain. Oomph. I am the mightiest of all the tailed beasts. The Ten Tails has long been dead. Its lingering power alone could never harm me in the slightest. I only said that to remind you to stay vigilant, nothing more. Ropetree couldn't help but laugh as he grabbed hold of the Ninetales' tail and gave it a playful tug. All right, I'll be careful too. Let's go. We'll see what's going on for ourselves. Kakuzu emerged from the exchange house, a conflicted look on his face as he stared at the bounty slip in his hand. He was starting to regret his decision. The exchange house had only provided the information that the fourth Hokage could use would release, but nothing else, no further details at all. This left Kakuzu in a real dilemma. What if this fourth Hokage's strength was on par with that of Hashirama Senju? Blinded by the lure of 800 million Ryo, he'd impulsively boasted in the exchange house about hunting down the fourth Hokage. If he were to turn back now, TCH, I refuse to go back and let those youngsters mock me. At worst, I'll just find another exchange house to make a living. Kakuzu had to admit he never wanted to experience that feeling again, the one he'd had years ago when facing the first Hokage. Giving himself a flimsy excuse, he stuffed the wanted poster bearing Ropetree's likeness into his robes and quietly slipped out through the hidden exit of the exchange house. Lifting his gaze, he spotted a lone figure standing starkly atop the distant cliff. Kakuzu focused his eyes, and for a moment, he was stunned. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. He retreated quietly to the entrance and pulled the wanted poster out once more. 800 million Ryo. He actually showed up here? Staring at the portrait in his hand, Kakuzu peeked out again to make sure, a flicker of inner conflict flashing across his eyes. Maybe I should give it a try. With Earth Grudge Fear, I can risk one life. This 800 million Ryo, it's mine. Silently, he detached an Earth Nature mask from his body, sending it burrowing underground with Earth Style as a last resort safeguard. He concealed himself and began to quietly creep toward Ropetree. This distance should be about right. Under normal circumstances, a ninja's sensory range wouldn't extend beyond this point. Kakuzu stopped several hundred meters behind Ropetree, pulled a shuriken from his ninja pouch, and flung it straight at Ropetree's back. The faint whistle of a shuriken's flight was swallowed by the howling wind and sand, and in a blink, it had covered the distance, appearing right behind Rope Tree. Perched on Rope Tree's shoulder, the Ninetales twitched its ears. Suddenly, chakra surged within it, and a hand formed behind them, snatching the shuriken. Full of Kakuzu's hope. Right out of the air. Yet more of these pesky rats. The Ninetales bared its fangs in the direction where Kakuzu was hiding, uttering a curse of disgust before tossing the shuriken back with a careless flick of its wrist. What's this creature? Its senses are incredibly sharp. Seeing the shuriken caught by the beast perched atop Shoju's shoulder, Kakuzu realized his hiding spot had been discovered. He simply dodged the returning shuriken and leapt into the open. After all, the only thing he'd lost was a mere Earth Grudge Fear clone. Being found out wasn't a big deal. Kakuzu reassured himself with this thought. Kurama, we're in a land of stone. Nearly every bounty hunter in the ninja world comes from here. Shoju chuckled, trying to soothe the impatient Ninetales, then turned to face their attacker, who now revealed himself. A hidden waterfall forehead protector, green eyes, a bounty hunter. This guy, could he be Kakuzu? Staring at the attacker, Shoju found his appearance strangely familiar. Kakuzu noticed that Shoju showed not the slightest surprise at his appearance, and his expression darkened. Kid, you noticed me long ago, didn't you? Shoju nodded, watching Kakuzu with keen interest. That's right. If I may be so bold, you must be Kakuzu, the infamous rogue ninja from Hidden Waterfall, known as the Immortal Ninja. To think I'd run into you here, what a twist of fate. Kakuzu's face changed, his gaze growing grave as he looked at Shoju. As expected of the fourth Hokage with a bounty of 800 million ryo, your reputation is well-deserved. I never imagined that a descendant of Hashirama Senju will be foolish enough to leave Konoha alone and show up right in front of me. Shoju stroked his chin, thoughtful. So the exchange already has a bounty on my head? Must have been the Cloud who did it, right? TSK. Only 800 million ryo? I can't help but feel a bit underestimated. As Shoju sighed, a surge of nameless anger rose up in Kakuzu's heart. What an arrogant brat. Well, I'll be collecting that 800 million bounty today. Without another word, Kakuzu slapped his body, and thick black tendrils sprouted from within. With a sharp, whipping sound, two of the masks on Kakuzu's back detached, transforming into two Earth Grudge Fear clones made of writhing black tentacles. Fire style, searing migraine. Wind style, pressure damage. Lightning style, false darkness. Kakuzu's expression was grim as he faced Shoju, unleashing three different elemental jutsu in perfect coordination with his two clones. Back in my day, I didn't have such powerful secret techniques when I fought Hashirama Senju, but since Hashirama is long gone, I suppose I'll have to cleanse my shame through his descendant. Come then, fourth Hokage. Let me see just how much of Hashirama Senju's power you've inherited, with a bounty worth 800 million ryo on your head. Rope Tree couldn't help but grin at Kakuzu, who was boasting about himself yet again. Good grief, you lost to my grandfather back then simply because you hadn't mastered Earth Grudge Fear, isn't that right? Do you believe I couldn't kill you with a single wind style? Raisin Shuriken? He grumbled inwardly, but when faced with the composite jutsu unleashed by a ninja of Kakuzu's caliber, Rope Tree had no intention of meeting it head-on. With a flick of his hands, he formed the water formation wall hand sign, and a swirling current rose up around him, forming a barrier that blocked the torrent of incoming ninjutsu. Water style, exploding water colliding wave. His hands moved without pause, weaving a new sequence of hand signs. Rope Tree used his immense chakra reserves to breathe vibrant life into this parched land, summoning forth a vast surge of water. Confronted with the rapidly rising tide, Kakuzu manipulated his Earth Grudge Fear tendrils to leap onto the water surface, his expression growing sour as he glared at Rope Tree. Are all members of the Senju clan monsters? Such terrifying chakra reserves. Rope Tree didn't care what was going through Kakuzu's mind. In his eyes, this old relic had only survived so long by clinging to the unique abilities of Earth Grudge Fear. Since Kakuzu had chosen to take on the bounty for hunting him, and even tried to ambush him, what else was there to say? Just kill him. Wait, maybe I can't kill him just yet. After all, Kakuzu possessed one advantage that no one else could match. Just as Rope Tree was about to unleash a decisive blow, a thought flashed across his mind, and his movement slowed for a split second. Water style, hard whirlpool water blade. With a wide sweep of his arm, Rope Tree launched a huge area attack, precisely controlling its descent so it crashed straight down on two of Kakuzu's Earth Grudge Fear masks. Faced with this overwhelming water-style onslaught, Kakuzu quickly used Body Flicker to dodge out of the way. The mask that wielded lightning was fast enough, escaping beyond the reach of the hard whirlpool water blade in an instant. The fire element mask, however, was a beat too slow and was instantly torn to shreds by the raging water tornado. Water style, water dragon bite explosion. Suddenly, two water dragons surged up from beneath Kakuzu's feet, twisting and snapping as they lunged to devour him. Kakuzu's expression tightened. He didn't have time to mourn the loss of his fire heart. He flashed aside, narrowly evading the water dragon's combined assault. Water style, water curtain. A massive, forceful wave erupted from Kakuzu's mouth, wrapping around and blocking Rope Tree's twin water dragons. At his side, the lightning element mask unleashed a bolt of lightning that struck both water dragons squarely. Electricity crackled and danced, and the water dragons, formed from pure chakra, let out a mournful cry before shattering, along with Kakuzu's water curtain, into a shower of glimmering spray. As expected of Kakuzu, no matter the attribute, he always find a way to counter it. Rope Tree couldn't help but praise him. Let's try this next. Water style, heavenly weep. A surge of water nature chakra burst from Shinshu's mouth, instantly transforming into a torrent of needle-like rain that blotted out the sky, sealing off every possible escape route for Kakuzu. Kakuzu gritted his teeth, cursing in frustration. You little brat. Enough already. Aren't you ever done? Wind style, great breakthrough. A fierce gust of wind tore open a gap in the curtain of rain before Kakuzu, taking control of his lightning nature earth grudge fear. He broke free from the barrage of water needles. Yet, before he could counterattack, Shinshu's next assault was already upon him. Water style, severing wave. Kakuzu's eyes widened in alarm, and he instinctively ducked behind his earth grudge fear. There was the sickening sound of flesh being pierced, twice in quick succession. The lightning nature earth grudge fear, shielding Kakuzu, let out a pained wail, its black tendrils thrashing wildly before it sank beneath the water surface, silent at last. Kakuzu stiffened, staring in disbelief at the gaping hole bored straight through his chest by the water technique. The light faded from his eyes as he clutched his chest and collapsed forward onto the surface of the water. Shinshu stared wordlessly at Kakuzu's corpse floating on the water. Was this really the best he could do at playing dead? Did he not see that the earth grudge fear just now had sunk to the bottom after being killed? Perched on Shinshu's shoulder, the Nine Tails regarded Kakuzu, whose chakra still pulsed clearly in its perception, with a scoff and a mocking snort. TCH, this guy's acting doesn't even come close to half of mine. Kakuzu, if you don't get up now, you might not even be able to keep your last two hearts. Shinshu ignored the Nine Tails' self-praise. He flicked a small water sphere with his finger, sending it splashing right next to Kakuzu. As the cold spray hit the back of his neck, Kakuzu felt a chill seep into his very soul. Impossible. How could anyone in the ninja world know the secret weakness of earth grudge fear? Kakuzu's body, still sprawled atop the water, trembled before he slowly pushed himself upright. The flesh around the hole in his chest writhed, sprouting a dense mass of black tendrils that quickly stitched his wound shut. Kakuzu released his grip on his chest, reached back, and tore off the shattered mask representing his wind nature heart, tossing it into the water. He glared at Shinshu, his expression dark and brooding. Undying Ninja? What a grand title! Shinshu regarded the no longer feigning Kakuzu with a cold smirk. You're nothing more than a monster clinging to life by stealing others' hearts with your forbidden jutsu. Besides the water nature heart inside you, I'd wager you've split off another earth grudge fear to hide underground, haven't you? If you've got no other tricks, your life ends here. Kakuzu's pupils shrank abruptly, a sensation like being stripped bare and exposed before the world washed over him. The secret to his immortality, his hidden trump cards, every last one was now grasped firmly in Shinshu's hands. Wood style, world of trees. Shinshu gazed at Kakuzu, whose expression remained unfazed. With a sharp clap, he pressed his palms together before him, ready to unleash the wood style and put an end to Kakuzu's life. But the moment Kakuzu saw Shinshu's movement, his face changed dramatically. Wait! Fourth Hokage, wait! A barely perceptible smirk curled at the corner of Shinshu's lips as he paused, gazing at Kakuzu with growing interest. Fourth Hokage. According to the customs of the shinobi world, the defeated may offer ransom to buy back their life. There's an 800 million Ryo bounty for the fourth Hokage on the black market. I'm willing to offer 1 billion to buy back my own life from you. What do you say? Kakuzu looked at Shinshu, anxiety etched across his face. His secrets had been laid bare. The opponent hadn't even resorted to using with style, and yet 3 of his hearts were already destroyed. Against such an enemy, Kakuzu knew he didn't have the slightest chance of resistance. Money was important, but at a time like this, Kakuzu could only grit his teeth and try to bargain for a sliver of hope. A subtle glint flashed through Shinshu's eyes, though his face remained unmoved. 1 billion Rio? Lord Kakuzu, I'm afraid you still underestimate your own worth. A mere billion Rio. Surely that means little to you. And besides, if I kill you, everything you own will be mine anyway. As Shunshu once again prepared to weave hand signs, Kakuzu finally understood his intention. He bit down hard in frustration, cursing inwardly. Greedy vampire. So he wants to extort even more ransom from me. How despicable. Damn it. Who was it that put this monster's bounty on the black market, anyway? If I ever find out... But now he was the fish on the chopping board. Kakuzu had no choice. Swallowing the pain, as if carving off his own flesh, he offered another price. 2 billion Rio. That's my entire fortune. Fourth Hokage. If you let me go, I'll hand over all 2 billion Rio without hesitation. And I swear, from this day forward, I'll never accept another bounty on a leaf ninja. Seeing the agony on Kakuzu's face, Shunshu nodded slightly and lowered his hands. Lord Kakuzu, you truly live up to your reputation as a veteran from the Warring States era, wise enough to recognize the times. Very well, I'll accept those 2 billion. I hope you'll remember the promise you made today. If not, Kakuzu nodded through gritted teeth, controlling the black tendrils within his body as he pulled out 2 sealing scrolls. My money. Just these 2 sealing scrolls alone are worth tens of thousands of Rio each. I really shouldn't have done it. At this moment, Kakuzu stared at the fortune he had painstakingly amassed, and as the 20 billion vanished in an instant due to the 800 million bounty, he was so regretful he could hardly contain himself. With trembling hands, he ran his fingers over the scroll a couple of times, then, eyes shut tight, tossed it across to Hashirama. There's 10 billion in each scroll. They're yours now. Hashirama took the scroll and examined it for a moment. It was just an ordinary sealing scroll used for storage. With his mastery of sealing techniques, it offered no resistance at all. His spiritual sense slipped through the seams of the seal, probing inside to take inventory. Inside, bundles of gold notes, each worth 1 million, were stacked neatly. Clearly, Kakuzu had truly cared for this money. Stuffing the scrolls into his robe, Hashirama patted his chest with satisfaction and released the chakra that had sustained his water release technique. A tremendous rush echoed as the massive lake created by the uncontrolled water shockwave collapsed in an instant, transforming into surging torrents that swept out in all directions. Perfect. 20 billion, right on the mark. Kakuzu, you may go. Kakuzu glanced at Hashirama's chest, pushed down the pain that felt like his heart was bleeding, and resolutely turned to leave. As for the underground Earth Grudge Fear clone, better to wait until this greedy demon was far away before retrieving it. No sense in risking the 4th Hokage having a change of heart and wiping him out completely. Watching Kakuzu's retreating figure, Kurama scratched his chin in irritation. Kid, why didn't you just finish him off? That guy's stash has got to be bigger than this. Hashirama smiled and shook his head. Kurama, shearing a sheep for its wool is far more sustainable than slaughtering it for its meat. Kurama mulled it over for a moment, then snorted with annoyance. Oomph, I still think there's nothing tastier than roast lamb. Hashirama reached out and stroked Kurama's back, letting out a sigh. How could I not know that lamb tastes better than wool? But right now, I've got all of Konoha standing behind me. I have to think about the future. If, someday, Konoha runs out of money, we can always pay Kakuzu another visit and have him support us again. Kurama rolled his eyes and flopped down across Hashirama's shoulders. You little brat, your head's full of these scheming ideas. Nothing at all like that Senju Hashirama character. Hashirama burst out laughing and asked, How am I not like him? Kurama bared his teeth in a mischievous grin. That Senju Hashirama. Back when Konoha was broke, he just came up with an excuse and sold the tailed beasts he caught to the other villages. And he even called it maintaining the balance of power in the ninja world. Oomph. If you ask me, he just needed some gambling money and cooked up the whole plan. Shunshu was immediately struck, as if by lightning. He reached out, grabbed Kurama in his hand, and gave him a good shake. Hey, Kurama, isn't it a bit much to gossip about my grandfather right in front of me? Kurama let out a couple of indignant yelps. Stop it. Stop shaking me. That's not what I meant at all. Just let me finish. Shunshu paused, eyeing Kurama with a hint of menace. Kurama struggled a bit, but, realizing he couldn't break free, wrapped his paws around Shunshu's arm and went on. I'm not afraid to admit it, even if you laugh at me. Back then, we were treated like merchandise, openly put up for sale by Konoha with clear price tags. But there was no precedent for this in the shinobi world. The closest reference was the Six Tails, who had a 50 million Rio bounty on his head. So Tobarama decided to use the Six Tails' strength and bounty as a benchmark, selling the tailed beast to other villages at a fair price. As Kurama spoke, A mischievous grin crept onto his face. When it came time to sell Shikaku, Tobarama quoted 80 million ryo to Tsunade. But the Kazekage went crying to Hashirama, wailing that they had no money. Hashirama's heart softened, and he ended up giving Shikaku to them for free. Not a single coin changed hands. Ha ha ha. So you see, Shikaku wasn't even worth a single ryo. Ha ha. Shungshu, of course, knew this bit of history. He watched Kurama, who was now pounding his arm with laughter, and hesitated before speaking. Kurama, have you ever considered? At least Shikaku was listed at 80 million ryo. But your price? It was 0, wasn't it? Kurama froze, his laughter abruptly cut off. He slowly turned his head, only to find Shungshu looking at him like he was a fool. Kurama instantly began to thrash about wildly. You little brat, I'll tear you apart. After finally managing to calm down the Nine Tails, who was desperate to prove he was the most valuable of all the tailed beasts, Shungshu leapt down from the cliff with Kurama, heading toward the great crater enveloped in natural energy. As they drew closer to the pit, Shungshu sensed his own sage chakra resonating faintly with the energy there, a deep sense of kinship, as if they shared the same roots. Kurama, this must be the place. Let's go in. Kurama, still sulking, snorted and refused to acknowledge Shungshu's teasing. Shungshu didn't mind. He placed Kurama back on his shoulder and strode into the mist. Parting the fog, the full expanse of the massive pit was revealed to Shungshu. Unlike the hazy view from outside, inside the pit the mist seemed almost crystalline, giving everything a sense of clarity. Through the haze, the pit's floor opened up into a broad clearing, at the far end of which stood a shadowy cave mouth, ringed by strange and jagged stones. As waves of mist infused with mystical energy drifted out from the depths of the cave, a faint, pungent scent unique to snakes, accompanied by the subtle hiss of serpents, wafted through the air. The mystical energy of Ryuchi Cave, the stench and hissing of snakes. It seems there's no doubt, this must be Ryuchi Cave. Ninetails sniffed the air flowing from within the cave, wrinkling its nose in disgust. A surge of red chakra flared around it, enveloping both Shungtong and itself, finally shielding them from the unbearable odor. Shungtong gently stroked the fur of Ninetails, flashing it a grateful smile and nodding. Kurama, thanks. Ninetails shook off Shungtong's hand in annoyance, curling its body protectively with its tails and closing its eyes as if dozing off. Shungtong could only shake his head with a wry smile before making his way toward the cave entrance. Deep within Ryuchi Cave, inside a colossal temple, a serpent with 2 golden rings coiled majestically upon the sage's throne. Its body was cloaked in gleaming white scales, a necklace of prayer beads, symbol of sagehood, hung from its neck, and atop its head rested a velvet cap adorned with twin horns and a luminous pearl. A slender pipe was clamped between its lips, from which the white snake sage exhaled curling streams of smoke. Suddenly, the sage's eyes snapped open. Oh, another human has entered Ryuchi Cave? This time, the chakra within the one seeking to learn our mystical arts is truly astounding. Tanishinheim, Ichikishimaheim, Tajitsaheim, come to me. Summoning her 3 most trusted attendants, the white snake sage's massive form twisted and slowly transformed into a kindly-faced old woman. Great sage! The 3 goddesses approached, bowing deeply before the white snake sage. In an instant, they too shifted into the forms of charming human maidens. The white snake sage nodded in approval, a gentle smile lighting her face, her eyes nearly disappearing with mirth. A living soul has entered Ryuchi Cave once more. You 3 shall guide the newcomer. If he passes the trials, bring him to me. If he fails, well, the usual rules apply. You may deal with him as you see fit. Go now. A glimmer of delight danced in the eyes of the 3 goddesses as they responded sweetly and respectfully, eager to rush from the hall. Sisters, allow me to go first. It's been so long since we've had a human to devour. How exciting. With a playful smile, Tanishinheim gave her sisters a parting wave before her form faded gradually into the air. Ichikishimaheim watched Tanishinheim's vanishing direction with a look of annoyance, letting out a huff. Oomph. She always rushes to set the first trial, just because she was the first serpent to master the mystical arts. We all serve the great sage. She shouldn't think I'll lose to her. Let's just wait and see. Ichikishimaheim spat out a harsh threat, her figure flickering before vanishing from sight, just as Tagaraheim had moments earlier. The youngest among them, Tajitsaheim, watched the other 2 depart in succession. A faint, cold smile flashed in her eyes before she too faded into the shadows. Hith hith. Let's hope this human can last a little longer this time. Otherwise, things would get far less entertaining. The oppressive aura radiating from the Nine Tails subdued the instincts of several giant serpents, who, stirred by the presence of a human, had begun to stir. Restlessly, silenced, they now lay coiled in the cool, shadowy corners, their gazes fixed on Shoju as he steadily made his way deeper into the cavern. Shoju paid no mind to the eyes watching him from the darkness. With a single kick, he sent a small snake, paralyzed by fear from the Nine Tails chakra, flying out his path. Lifting his gaze, he saw a palace appear suddenly before him. A Jinjutsu, is it? A cold smirk tugged at the corner of Shoju's mouth. He reached out and pushed open the grand palace doors, stepping inside. Welcome, honored guest from afar. Taguraheim stood gracefully in the center of the hall, her expression gentle as she gazed upon Shoju entering through the doors. Her eyes shifted ever so slightly, and immediately she caught sight of the Nine Tails perched on Shoju's shoulder. Taguraheim's pupils shrank in shock for an instant, but she quickly composed herself. You must be tired after such a long journey. I have prepared some food here. If you don't mind, please sit and eat something before you continue on your way. Shoju looked at Taguraheim's radiant smile and nodded lightly, offering a word of praise. As expected of one of the three great goddesses of Ryukido, just from this illusion alone, you're already far beyond ordinary sages. Taguraheim's expression stiffened for a moment. Her eyes flickered and her smile grew somewhat forced. You flatter me, guest. If the food does not suit your taste, I also have some rare wine tucked away. Shoju shook his head, raising his hands to form a swift series of hand seals before his chest. No need for all that. Put away your illusion. A test of this level means nothing to me. Besides, I haven't come to Ryukido to study Senjutsu. Summoning jutsu. With a mighty boom, a dense cloud of smoke billowed up in the great hall. In an instant, Shinya's massive serpent form appeared before Taguraheim. Her expression changed at once. She retreated sharply, the illusion on her face melting away to reveal her true form, a serpent woman. Shinya, you actually let a human remove your reverse scale? Recognizing the summoned serpent, a flicker of panic crossed Taguraheim's eyes. Her tongue flickered, hissing out a warning sound. Shinya cast her a dismissive glance and turned his attention to Shoju, a gleam of delight shining in his eyes. Kid, I was starting to think you'd forgotten our agreement. Shinya's voice echoed through the grand hall, cold and hoarse, yet laced with a hint of excitement. Shangshu reached out and patted Shinya on the head, a gentle smile appearing on his face. Shinya, how could I ever forget a promise between friends? And besides, I brought an old friend to see you. Before the joy in Shinya's eyes could fade, he caught sight of the Nine Tails perched on Shangshu's shoulder, baring its teeth at him. His body instantly tensed up. That damned fox. The Nine Tails leapt from Shangshu's shoulder, fixing Shinya with a mischievous grin. A wild surge of tailed beast chakra erupted from its body as it began to swell, growing larger and more imposing by the second. Well, well, filthy snake, I'm here for vengeance. Prepare to meet your end. Shinya bristled with rage, his serpentine body rising high and looming over the defiant Nine Tails. You wretch, don't make me give the word. One command from me, and 1,000,000 giant snakes from Ryukido will tear you to pieces. The Nine Tails roared back, refusing to back down. Bring it on, as if I'd be scared of you. Watching the two mighty beasts locked in confrontation, the tension crackling in the air, Tenshin Shinki suddenly felt a wave of confusion wash over her as she sensed the terrifying chakra radiating from both Shinya and the Nine Tails. Wait, what was I here for today? Shangshu looked at the two stubborn creatures, rubbing his temples in frustration. Kurama, didn't we agree? We came here to see if Shinya needed any help. Why are you picking a fight the moment you arrive? Hearing Shangshu's words, the Nine Tails bristled, its fur practically standing on end with indignation. You fool, Shangshu. Didn't you see it was that filthy snake who started this? I came here with good intentions, and I haven't even said a word since I arrived, only to be insulted the moment we met. Shangshu scratched his head awkwardly, shifting his gaze to Shinya. Shinya, look at this mess. How about you apologize to Kurama? He's honestly here to help you this time. Reflecting on his own behavior, Shinya felt a pang of embarrassment. The enormous serpent turned his head away, avoiding the Nine Tails' gaze, and mumbled shyly. All right, Kakurama, I lost my temper just now. Saw the Nine Tails tossed its head, snorting with disdain. Fine. Since Shangshu asked, I'll be the bigger beast, and let it slide. And another thing, Kurama is a name only those I recognize are allowed to use. Ask Shangshu if his teacher, Orochimaru, would dare address me that way. As for you, TCH, Xianya listened to these words, and the trace of guilt he had painstakingly conjured up vanished without a trace. He turned his head and glared fiercely at Ninetales. You, don't get too full of yourself. Ninetales let out a sly chuckle, his face wearing the smug look of a victor as he gazed at Xianya. All right. The two of you together are almost as old as the history of the ninja world itself. Why are you still bickering like children? Let's put this trivial matter aside for now. There are others watching, you know. Rope Tree stepped in to break up the two beasts, gesturing discreetly toward Tianxin Kamaheim. At that moment, Tianxin Kamaheim, hearing the topic suddenly shift to herself, stiffened instantly. Faced with the gazes of the two colossal beasts, she forced a strained and awkward smile. Please, honored guests, don't mind me. I suddenly remembered there's something I need to take care of. You two carry on. I'll just take my leave. With that, Tianxin Kamaheim prepared to cast her sage technique, planning to slip away from this suffocating place by turning invisible. Wait! Xianya slowly turned his massive body, his thick serpent tail encircling Tianxin Kamaheim, looming over her from high above. Trying to leave already? You tried to use illusions and chakra-suppressing food to deceive my contract partner. Don't you think you owe me an explanation? Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from Xianya, pressing down on Tianxin Kamaheim like a crushing weight. Tianxin Kamaheim froze for a moment, then quickly waved her hand to dispel the illusion created by her transformation technique. The palace and assorted delicacies vanished instantly, revealing the true appearance of Ryukido. With all illusions gone, Tianxin Kamaheim maintained a strained smile as she looked at Xianya. Xianya, the human wasn't harmed at all and passed the trial unscathed. Why not just let it go at that? Xianya snorted coldly, a flicker of murderous intent flashing through his single eye. The only reason he wasn't harmed is because he saw through your tricks with his own skill. What I want from you is not as simple as just dropping the illusion. Tianxin Kamaheim's expression changed as she eyed Xianya warily. What more do you want? Xianya, don't forget, I am the trusted attendant of the White Snake Sage, personally tasked by her to test any human who enters Ryukido. If you want explanations, take it up with the White Snake Sage. What's the point of trying to intimidate me? A dangerous glint flashed in Xianya's eyes as he pressed his head close to Tianxin Kamaheim, his voice cold and menacing. That old white snake? I'll be having words with her soon enough. But right now, I want to know, what price are you prepared to pay for your actions? Don't even think about running. You know all too well what I'm capable of. Tianxin Shinji finally realized what was really going on. What Shina wanted wasn't any sort of explanation at all. Shina, you invited this human and that fox to the dragon's lair to deal with the White Snake Immortal, didn't you? Her eyes grew wide with disbelief as she stared at Shinya, crying out in shock. Shinya let out a low, chilling laugh. That's right. Finally, someone shows a little wit. You're a step above those clueless fools. That old white snake has been trying to devour my power, hoping to advance further on her path to becoming a dragon. If I didn't have some strength of my own, I would have long since become nothing more than a pile of bones at her feet. With things as they are, do you really think I just sit here and wait for death? Now, tell me your choice. Submit to me, or join that white snake in the grave. A hint of madness flickered in Shinya's single eye as he fixed Tianxin Shinji with an unblinking stare. At this moment, the cold-blooded fierceness of a serpent revealed itself in Shinya without restraint. Tianxin Shinji trembled under his pressure, eyeing him as if he were insane. Shinya, the White Snake Immortal's power is far beyond your reach. But I don't want to be your enemy either. Let me go, and I promise. I swear I won't join the White Snake Immortal against you. Shinya snorted, full of disdain. Trying to play both sides only ever leads to death. Either I'll kill you alongside that old white snake, or you'll die here and now. Shu, standing nearby, nudged the Ninetales. Understanding the signal, the fox immediately moved to stand beside Shinya, baring its fangs and letting out a threatening, rumbling growl. Tianxin Shinji froze. Faced with the menace of two ferocious beasts, she felt a chill run down her spine, a feeling utterly foreign to her. I accept your terms. I'll do my best to hold back the giant serpents summoned by the White Snake Immortal, so they won't interfere in your battle. Also, I'll try persuading Ichikishimaheim and Tajitsuheim to stay out of your fight. Seeing the impatience in Shinya's eyes, Tianxin Shinji hurried to explain. Shinya, this is the most I can do for you. If you ask more, I'll only become a target for the White Snake Immortal. If you still insist on dragging me to face her with you, then go ahead, kill me now. Guided by her serpentine cunning, Tianxin Shinji made what she believed was the wisest choice, then forced herself to remain calm as she awaited Shinya's verdict. As for escaping, given what she knew of Shinya, she suspected she wouldn't even have time to disappear before being struck down by the deadly, petrifying venom he wielded. In the end, their fate could only be to become stones crushed beneath Shinya's massive form. Shinya let out a scoffing laugh and lifted his head from in front of Tenshin Shinki. Sly little thing. I'll let your life remain with you for now. I'm eager to see what you do next. Tenshin Shinki cast a deep glance at the supremely confident Shinya and exhaled a long breath. Very well. Since you've made up your mind, I'll take you to find the other 2 serpent priestesses. With their personalities, I doubt I alone could persuade them. Shinya's pupils narrowed, and his tongue flickered in and out from his snake lips, letting out a series of low, menacing hisses. Changing your tune now? Are you trying to test my patience? Tenshin Shinki stepped back and quickly shook her head. Shinya, I haven't forgotten our agreement. I just want to remind you, not to underestimate the White Snake Sage. Without passing the trials set by us 3 serpent priestesses, no one gets to meet her. You may not know this, but the White Snake Sage has long since become one with Ryukido. If she wishes to hide, no one can find her. And if we break her rules and let this human meet her directly, she might not even need you. She'd handle us herself. With a self-deprecating shake of the head, Tenshin Shinki seemed resigned to her fate. Shinya paused, uncertainty flickering in his eyes, and asked hesitantly, has that old white snake really reached such a level? He turned to look at Shoshu, his gaze wavering. Shoshu patted the scales on Shinya's side and quietly reassured him. Shinya, don't worry. Just do what you think is right. If we're going to challenge the ruler of Ryukido, then let's face the White Snake Sage head-on, fair and square. As for the rest of the trials, leave them to me. Seeing the encouragement in Shoshu's eyes, Shinya's heart settled, and he nodded gently. Tenshin Shinki watched this boastful human and shook her head, unable to fathom where his confidence came from. Human, I'll admit, among all the humans I've met, your chakra is unmatched. But you may not realize just what kind of trials await you. Shoshu smiled faintly and held up 3 fingers to Tenshin Shinki, folding them down one by one. Tenshin Shinki, Ichikishimaheim, Takitsuheim, the 3 serpent priestesses under the White Snake Sage of Ryukido. Each masters a unique art, transformation of matter, chakra absorption, and illusionary binds. He paused for effect, meeting Tenshin Shinki's astonished gaze, and continued. Your transmutation ability allows you to turn illusion into reality, guiding humans to consume food that suppresses chakra, causing the challenger's chakra to spiral out of control. Ichikishimaheim will confine humans in a sealed chamber, blocking the exit with a massive boulder. The challenger must use chakra to fill the holes in the stone with chakra crystals before they can leave. Even if the challenger manages to pass this trial, their chakra will be nearly exhausted, with scarcely a tenth of their strength remaining. Finally, Tajitsuheim will inject venom into the challenger with her poisonous fangs, trapping the already exhausted soul forever within a mirage of illusions. Each of these 3 trials presents a tremendous obstacle to anyone seeking to learn sage arts. Most will end up as nothing more than food for you, as you so call it. But for me, these trials shouldn't pose any real problem. Lead the way. Tenshin Shrine Maiden looked at Shungshu in utter shock. The closely guarded secrets of the 3 goddesses of Ryukido had just been laid bare by a single human, as if he knew them by heart. No wonder Shinya dared to challenge the White Snake Sage. So this is the caliber of her contract partner. Since you have such confidence, I have nothing more to add. Follow me. Retracting her gaze from Shungshu, Tenshin Shrine Maiden nodded slightly in acknowledgement and turned to lead the way deep into Ryukido. Ichikishimaheim, I've brought the challenger to you. Tenshin Shrine Maiden stopped at the entrance to a cave, accompanied by Shungshu and 2 massive beasts. She called out into the darkness within. Oh, so the human who wishes to learn sage arts this time is quite extraordinary. He actually passed the first trial? Ichikishimaheim responded with a lilting laugh, her figure emerging gracefully from the depths of the cave. But as her eyes fell upon the newcomers, her expression changed abruptly, and she let out a startled cry. Shinya, what is it doing here? Tenshin Shrine Maiden stepped closer and whispered a few words in her ear. Only then did Ichikishimaheim piece together what had happened. Her expression shifted several times before she finally nodded. With a wave of her hand, a surge of sage energy slammed into the cave's ceiling, and a great stone door, carved with an array of oddly shaped recesses, dropped down, sealing the entrance tight. With another wave, a pile of strange, misshapen crystals appeared before Shungshu and his companions. Though I admire your courage, the rules set by the White Snake Sage cannot be broken on my whim. The trial is simple. Fill these crystals with chakra, then fit them into the matching holes in the stone door according to their shapes. Begin. Shangshu gazed at the crystal stones scattered on the ground and nodded silently. He crouched down, placed his hand atop the pile of crystals, and let his chakra surge forth, an unending torrent, flooding the stones with his power. In just a moment, the once dull stones brimmed with chakra from Rope Tree, glowing radiantly. Rope Tree closed his eyes slightly, unleashing his formidable mental strength. He scanned the holes in the stone door and the shapes of the crystals on the ground, instantly determining the precise spot for each crystal to be set. With a gentle wave of his hand, strands of chakra shot forth like threads, guiding the crystals from the ground in a dazzling dance before everyone's eyes, each one perfectly landing in the grooves on the stone door. Ichikishimahime's eyes widened in amazement as she watched the crystals on the stone door now brimming with chakra. Utter shock filled her gaze. When she looked back at Rope Tree, who had opened his eyes again with a calm expression betraying no emotion, Ichikishimahime couldn't help but exclaim in awe. What an incredible amount of chakra! Such extraordinary control! You have passed the test. I will, just as Takamihime did, honor my promise and stay completely out of the battle between Shina and the White Snake Sage. Rope Tree nodded, clapped his hands, and stood up. Let's go. On to the next trial. Takamihime had no objections and immediately took the lead, preparing to guide Rope Tree and the others to the final trial set by the last of the goddesses. Wait, I'll be quick, Ichikishimahime called out, rushing over to the stone door. With delight, she pried the crystals from the door one by one. Wow, what pure chakra! There's even a trace of yang release in here. What a rare treasure. This chakra will disperse soon. It would be a shame to let it go to waste. Rope Tree didn't mind waiting a little longer. He soothed the slightly impatient Shinya and remained standing where he was. He watched as the Snake Princess, looking every bit like a squirrel, busily pried the crystals from the door and hurriedly absorbed the chakra within, her actions slightly frantic and endearing. A strange thought suddenly darted through Rope Tree's mind. If Shinya were human, he'd probably like a girl like this. After Ichikishimahime finished draining the last crystal of its chakra, she tossed it to the ground. Warmed by the yang release now coursing through her, she suppressed her excitement and hurried to follow the others toward the trial set by Tajitsuhime. As the group pressed on, Rope Tree keenly sensed that the air ahead was growing thick and heavy. In the distance, a grand temple came into view at the edge of their sight. Before the temple, there was a broad, open space. Strangely, not a single giant serpent loitered there. In a place teeming with snakes like Ryukido, such a sight was most unusual. Rope Tree gazed at the distant temple, nodding to himself in thought. It seems that must be the abode of the White Snake Sage. Just as he pondered this, a cold, clear voice rang out from above. Takamihime, Ichikishimahime, have you two forgotten the rules set by the White Snake Sage? How dare you bring a human here without any sort of trial? Careful, or I'll report you to the White Snake Sage and make sure you learn a hard lesson. And you, Shinya, why aren't you staying in your own lair? What are you doing here? A flash of menace glinted in Shinya's eyes. In that moment, he silently sentenced this arrogant girl to death. As Haim of the Turbulent Ford slowly revealed herself, floating in the air and looking down imperiously upon everyone, Tenjinheim's face darkened. Her gaze grew cold as she stared at the newcomer. My dear little sister, you won't even call me sister anymore? I would never dare defy the White Snake Sage's orders. This human has already passed the test from both me and Ichikishimahime. By the rules, it's now your turn. A spark lit up in Haim of the Turbulent Ford's eyes. She floated down beside Shintu, circling around him in the air, unable to hold back a burst of delighted giggles. Oh, so I wrongly accused you two then? Since your abilities aren't up to the standards of the White Snake Sage's trials, I'll take over with this human. Tenjinheim and Ichikishimahime exchanged a glance, then nodded in silent agreement and took a large step back together. Don't say your sister didn't warn you. This human isn't as simple as you imagine. Tenjinheim remarked with a detached calm, then fell silent. Haim of the Turbulent Ford shot her a scornful sideways look and slowly descended behind Shintu. Human, your trial begins now. No sooner had her words left her lips before Shintu could even react. A vicious light flickered in Haim of the Turbulent Ford's eyes. Suddenly, she stretched out her neck and sank her sharp fangs into the back of Shintu's neck, injecting her venom deep beneath his skin. A searing, burning pain shot out from the bite, spreading rapidly through Shintu's chakra pathways and racing across his entire body. Closing his eyes, Shina took a moment to gauge the power of the poison, then shook his head with a hint of disappointment. Is that all? Aside from some traits of sage chakra, the potency of your venom isn't even on par with the salamander's poison. He activated the yin-yang release within his body, instantly purging every last trace of the toxin. Opening his eyes, the intricate pattern of the Mangekyo swirled slowly into view. In a flash, he spun around and seized the astonished Haim of the turbulent Ford by the throat, lifting her up to face him. How is this possible? Why hasn't your body been affected by my venom? Shinto had no interest in answering the questions swirling in Haim of the turbulent Ford's mind. Holding the beautiful snake woman aloft, the power of destruction surged through his Mangekyo's left eye, teetering on the edge of release. A bright chime sounded. Host has triggered a new choice. Option 1. A small punishment, a great warning. As the final gatekeeper before the Ryukido temple, Suijin Haim is the most loyal supporter of the White Snake Sage. Although her actions have stirred your murderous intent, you decide to spare her life for now, so you can meet the White Snake Sage without incident. Reward: Ryukido Sage Art Advanced. Option 2. Eliminate evil completely. Of the 3 snake princesses of Ryukido, Suijin Haim is the most cunning and ruthless. Her deeds have provoked both your wrath and Shinya's. By killing Suijin Haim, you'll shatter Ryukido's rules and face the White Snake Sage's fury head-on. Reward: Immortal Art. White Surge Technique. A cold, mocking smile curled at the corner of Shoju's lips. Oof. The wrath of the White Snake Sage, is it? Let's see what that looks like. A surge of destructive power exploded from his left eye, silently crashing into Suijin Haim's mind, erasing her soul without a trace. The Snake Princess, still struggling in Shoju's grasp, suddenly stiffened. The light in her eyes faded in an instant. Host choice detected. Reward: Immortal Art. White Surge Technique. Delivered. Please check your inventory. Host has defeated a Kaga-level target. Reward: Ryukido Sage Art. Intermediate. Chakra capacity increased by 10%. Host already possesses intermediate Ryukido Sage Art. Rewards are now merging. Host has obtained Ryukido Sage Art. Advanced. Satisfied, Shoju nodded, loosening his grip and letting Suijin Haim's body slip from his hand to the ground, where she slowly transformed into a large white-scaled serpent. Eliminating the one who asks the questions is, in its own way, a solution to the problem. Don't you agree? Wearing a half-smile, half-smirk, Shoju glanced playfully at the 2 remaining snake princesses. Tanakami Haim and Ichikishima Haim stared at Shoju in terror, seeing him as little less than a demon. Trembling all over, they were struck speechless, only able to nod frantically. So scary. We have no idea what this human just did. Suijin Haim, who's as strong as we are, died just like that. Doesn't that mean, if he wanted to kill us, we wouldn't even have a chance to react? Seeing that his display had thoroughly intimidated them, Shoju lost interest in the now cowed snake princesses. He lifted his gaze toward the distant temple. Through the insight of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, was there truly a temple ahead? All he saw was a palace built entirely from piled-up, gleaming white bones. Shoju took in the structure's skeletal form, and his expression darkened instantly. Let's go. We've wasted enough time already. The Nine-Tails, having shrunk itself with a transformation technique, leapt lightly back onto Shoju's shoulder. Following his gaze toward the temple, it let out a low, unsettling chuckle. That old white snake sure knows how to put on airs. Who knows how strong it really is, but it certainly has plenty of rules. We've taken out one of her subordinates this time. Who knows if she'll be so frightened she goes into hiding. Shungshu let out a cold laugh, reaching out to pat Kurama's paw. Regardless, we've passed her test by her own rules. If she has the integrity to stand by what she said, she'll be waiting for us there. But if she does hide, Kurama, wouldn't destroying a sacred ground be something that interests you? Kurama instantly perked up, lifting his head high with pride. Of course I'm interested. When it comes to causing havoc, I'm second to none. Didn't someone say that Old White Snake has already merged with Ryukido itself? You two had better keep your eyes open. Let's see if my tailed beast bomb can blast a hole right through this Ryukido. Great White Snake Sage, as you commanded, we have brought the humans who passed your trial. Kenshin Shinki led the group to the temple entrance. Her head bowed nervously as she offered a respectful bow toward the building. Very well. Since you've made it here according to the rules of Ryukido, it would be improper for me to refuse a meeting. Let him come inside, then. The White Snake Sage's voice floated out from within the temple, calm but elusive, as if echoing from somewhere distant. Yes, ma'am. Kenshin Shinki replied respectfully, then cautiously lifted her head to peer into the dark, cavernous hall before slowly stepping back toward Shungshu. Honored human, the Great White Snake Sage awaits you inside. Please go ahead, Haim, and I will wait for you all out here. Good luck to you. Her last words were almost whispered, so quiet that she seemed afraid the White Snake Sage inside might overhear something she shouldn't have said. Shungshu gave a slight nod. brushing past Tianxin Shinki as he entered. Kurama, perched atop Shangshu, reached out and gave Tianxin Shinki a reassuring pat on the shoulder, nodding at her with approval. That's the right attitude. I like your spirit. Startled by Kurama's gesture, Tianxin Shinki instinctively shrank back a little, forcing a nervous smile in reply. Shangshu extended his senses, sweeping them through the temple interior, and immediately frowned. There's definitely a voice coming from inside, but from what I'm sensing, there isn't even the faintest sign of life. Kurama, try using your sense of good and evil. Kurama paused, his playful mood vanishing as he focused his perception into the hall. As expected of the leader of Ryukido, such concealment is something I've rarely seen in my life. The hall is saturated with powerful senjutsu energy, which must be Chakra the White Snake Sage is emitting herself. Still, if she thinks a trick like this can fool my senses, she's underestimating me. Her true form is right there, in the center of that altar. That deeply hidden malice, it's coming from that very spot. The Nine-Tails withdrew its senses and shared the information it had uncovered. The altar. Remembering the throne of white bones he had glimpsed with his Sharingan moments earlier, Shinshu nodded lightly. Let's go. We've been here long enough. It's time to pay our respects to the master of this place. Shinya, are you ready? Shinshu turned to ask. It's time to settle this, once and for all. Shinya narrowed his eyes and replied in a voice that brooked no argument. With that, Shinya lowered his serpentine head to just the right height to slip through the temple's entrance, and he slithered inside ahead of the others. Shinshu smiled faintly and followed, the Nine-Tails close behind. Tianxin Shrine, Maiden watched Shinshu's figure disappear into the temple, her expression clouded by a tangle of emotions. She let out a quiet sigh. What happens inside from now on is beyond us. We can only wait out here. Ichikishimaheim nodded in agreement. That human and the White Snake Sage, either one could wipe us out with a flick of their hand. When did the shinobi world produce someone like that? Tianxin shook her head. Who can say? Maybe that's why this world is ruled by humans, and not by us, the guardians of the sacred lands. She paused, then suddenly asked, who do you think will win in the end, the human or the White Snake Sage? Ichikishimaheim pondered for a moment and shook her head slightly. I have no idea. And you? I don't know either. A strange look crossed Tianxin's face as she spoke softly. But I hope that the one who walks out of those doors is the human. Ichikishimaheim blinked in surprise. What? A hint of longing appeared in Tianxin's eyes. Because in both Shinya and that fox, I saw the respect that human holds for us, creatures outside the norm. And besides, if that human and Shinya lose, I fear the two of us won't have a good end, either. Ichikishimaheim raised her head in a daze, staring at the temple doors, now closed without her noticing, and fell silent. The moment Shinshu stepped into the Grand Hall, it was as if he had triggered a hidden mechanism. The temple doors swung shut behind them, silent as a shadow. As the doors closed, a beam of pale, cold light suddenly illuminated the center of the hall. It was chilling, almost ghastly. The beam shone from the altar, slicing through the air, and then expanded into a shimmering curtain of light. The light screen trembled, and, like a film suddenly starting, a series of images began to flicker to life upon its glowing surface. The first time, Xianya vanished from Ryuchi Cave. The second time, he disappeared and returned with a large swarm of destructive insects capable of surviving within Sage Chakra. The third time, he vanished from the cave. Finally, at Xianya's last disappearance, the scene on the luminous screen slowly faded to reveal Shinshu and Xianya standing together, facing Tianxin Shinki. Xianya, I've been pondering for a long time, came a voice that seemed to drift between worlds, gradually taking on substance. What kind of being could possibly make a rebellious serpent like you begin to accept humans once again? And who gave you the courage to stand before me? As the ethereal voice solidified, the White Snake Sage transformed into the figure of an elderly human woman, her form appearing upon the central altar of the Grand Hall. Her eyes, half closed, glinted with coldness and a trace of mockery, regarding Xianya with the amused gaze one might cast upon a performing clown. Xianya's pupils contracted. He stared at the White Snake Sage in disbelief. Old White Snake, you mean you've known all along what I've been doing? The White Snake Sage let out a low, chilling chuckle and shook her head with scorn. Did that traitor Tianxin Shinki never tell you? Nothing that happens within Ryuchi Cave escapes my notice. Her gaze shifted to Shangshu, her eyes growing even colder. So, you're the human who made a summoning contract with this foolish serpent, Xianya? How very bold of you. To think you dare to kill my most beloved Shinki here in my own Ryuchi Cave. Foolish human, breaking the rules so recklessly. You shall face the judgment of 1,000 snakes devouring your heart. A cold smile played at the corner of Shungshu's lips as the pattern of the Mangekyo slowly surfaced in his eyes. A rule that can be broken is no rule at all. If you want your rules to bind me, then it's up to you, the leader of Ryuichi Cave, to see if you have what it takes. A flicker of anger flashed through the white snake sage's eyes, but upon seeing the Mangekyo Sharingan in Shungshu's gaze, she let out a contemptuous snort. So, a descendant of Indra. Is that what you're relying on? What a pity. Such a brilliant and extraordinary young human. A shame your life ends here today. She sighed in feigned regret, but her expression swiftly darkened. Her wrinkled hands pressed together before her, and she uttered a low, commanding incantation. Sage art. Inorganic reincarnation.